In a world of advanced martial arts and the revival of spiritual energy, Earth has expanded 10,000 times, causing tremendous changes in all things in the world. Strange beasts roam freely, and the survival of humankind is in grave danger. The first level 9 extraordinary monster, Blood Moon Wolf, with its destructive power, attacked and slaughtered the surviving humans, even defying human nuclear attacks. In this critical moment for humanity, a supreme powerhouse was born, the God of War. The martial god of the Dragon Kingdom was originally a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Since the revival of spiritual energy, he has quickly become a top expert by practicing ancient martial arts. The battle between the East Sea and the Blood Moon Sirius was so fierce that the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. The Fusang Kingdom was also shoved into the sea by the powerful energy fluctuations and disappeared completely from the human kingdoms. The great battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, the God of War had a slight advantage, and the Blood Moon Wolf had to retreat to the snowy plains of the northeast. Human powerhouses also reached a tacit agreement with the top monsters, each maintaining their own territory. Most of the world has fallen into a monster's paradise, leaving only 7 human kingdoms: Dragon Kingdom, Europa Kingdom, Russia Kingdom, America Kingdom, India Kingdom, Persia Kingdom, and Amazon Kingdom. Countries around the world began to study martial arts and technology, and 100 flowers bloomed in a short time. Humanity began to enter the era of high martial arts, and top martial artists also began to develop into deep space. Longhua, Zhongbei Base City, Jinshui District. Today is the day the school distributes qi and blood-activating medicine. With this bottle of medicine, I can sell it for at least 4,000 yuan, which will cover my mother's medical expenses this week. My mother has been sick for several months, and the medical expenses have already emptied our savings. Now my father is working outside to earn money, but it's just a drop in the bucket. I also have to exchange my blood-nourishing medicine every month to pay for my mother's hospitalization. With a heavy heart, Lang Mohan walked towards the school, still worried about his mother's medical expenses. Just then, the situation in the sky suddenly changed. A giant griffin was flying across the sky at an astonishing speed over Jinshui District. This griffin has a pair of broad wings on its back, with a wingspan of over 20 meters, which is truly amazing. Its feathers shimmered with a golden metallic sheen, making them exceptionally dazzling. Its body shape resembles a majestic lion, with strong and powerful hind limbs, while its forelimbs are a pair of incredibly sharp eagle claws, with sharp fingertips gleaming with a cold light. Even more peculiar is that its head is shaped like an eagle's beak, with its mouth covered in hooked, sharp beaks. With a piercing cry, the griffin suddenly swooped down from the sky, its huge wings like a sharp steel knife, easily slicing through the walls of tall buildings. A deafening roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, like a thunderclap exploding in one's ears. A corner of a building over 100 meters high was instantly sheared off, the deafening sound shattering eardrums. Countless bricks and cement rained down from the sky, like a torrential downpour, crashing to the ground. Panicked people scattered in all directions, their faces filled with fear and despair. However, even though they tried their best to dodge, many people were still hit by falling bricks and debris, and their fates were unknown. The entire street descended into chaos, with the sounds of running, screaming, and wailing mingling together, as if the end of the world had arrived. The griffin opened its gaping maw and spewed a blazing flame at the crowd in the street. The flames spread instantly, engulfing everything. Before people could react, they were engulfed in flames, and countless people died or were injured in the blink of an eye. The griffins rampaged and slaughtered, enjoying the bloody feast, before gleefully flying away. Lang Mohan desperately dodged the griffin's attacks while watching it fly away. Since the great rebirth of spiritual energy in the past 80 years, Blue Star has not only expanded 10,000 times, but all things in heaven and earth have been baptized by spiritual energy, and have begun to mutate and evolve. Humanity has lost its position as the protagonist of heaven and earth and has been forced by monsters to the point that it can only barely protect itself now. As Lang Mohan watched the monster rage, he secretly vowed, "If one day I have enough strength, I will definitely slay this despicable monster with my own hands." Just as the griffins were slaughtering their prey and leaving triumphantly, a blurry human figure suddenly appeared in the air. The figure flashed, followed by a dazzling flash of light in the sky. Caught completely off guard, the enormous griffin was cleaved in two with a single blow, its body crashing heavily to the ground, staining the entire street red with blood. Lang Mohan was completely absorbed in watching, his heart filled with longing, wishing he could transform into the figure of that martial artist in the air. It fell down. As Lang Mohan watched the griffin's corpse fall toward him, he quickly dodged, but the griffin's corpse fell too fast. It crashed straight at Lang Mohan, who, at the crucial moment, rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the griffin's massive carcass. Bright red, foul-smelling blood poured over Lang Mohan as if a bucket of water had been splashed on his face. His mouth and nose were filled with the blood of a griffin. Lang Mohan quickly spat out the foul-smelling blood from his mouth, and suddenly heard a crisp ding sound in his mind. Host detected to have consumed the blood of a level 5 monster, a griffin. Devouring system awakening, binding in progress. Ding, loading complete. Before Lang Mohan could react, a scream screen appeared in his mind displaying a series of data. Host, Long Mohan. Height, 178 cm. Weight, 65 kilograms. Health and mana, 45 points/300 points. Level 1 martial artist. Spirit points, 5. Martial arts level, intermediate martial arts apprentice, 20/50ths. Martial arts techniques, Hanyuan stance, quasi first level, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, long distance running, high jump, long jump, shot put, not rank specific. System notification, the host has devoured the level 5 monster golden feather griffin and gained 3 health points. Puff. Long Mohan looked and saw that his chi and blood value had reached 48 calories, only 2 calories away from breaking through to the advanced apprentice level. I accidentally drank a sip and it increased my chi and blood by 3 points. Maybe if I drink a few more sips, it will increase it even more. Since I can increase my health by consuming monster blood, why don't I take this opportunity to drink a few more sips? Without hesitation, Long Mohan turned to the still bleeding golden feather griffin corpse, took a bite, and began to swallow large mouthfuls of the griffin's blood. As blood flowed into his mouth, a surge of heat rushed down his throat to his abdomen, giving him a tingling sensation and a surge of power. With each gulp of blood he swallowed, Long Mohan's blood and chi levels soared, climbing from 48 points to 49, 50, 51. His chi and blood levels increased rapidly, making him feel an unprecedentedly powerful force spreading wildly within his body. 54 points, 57 points, 60 points. Long Mohan was dizzy and disoriented from drinking, his belly was swollen, and he was still swallowing blood. His eyes were gleaming with excitement. He craved power so much, he wanted to become strong. In this world, only the strong can survive. Just then, a strong figure suddenly appeared beside him. This person was dressed in a golden brown battlesuit and carried a gleaming alloy battle knife. He grabbed Long Mohan by the collar and lifted him up like a chick. No matter how much you hate monsters, you can't drink their blood or eat their flesh. These monsters are full of viruses. Even if you're going to eat their flesh, you have to cook it thoroughly. The man's voice was deep and powerful, carrying a hint of reproach and worry. Long Mohan turned his head in a daze and saw that he was being carried by a young man who was at least 2 meters tall, looking like a kitten that had been caught. Long Mohan's eyes were unfocused, as if he hadn't heard a word he said. His entire attention was concentrated on the light screen in his mind. 98 points. The average person's chi and blood value is 5 to 10 points. The beginner martial arts apprenticeship is 10 to 20 points. Intermediate martial arts apprentice, 20 to 50 points. Advanced martial arts apprentices have 50 to 80 points. A quasi-martial artist's score is 80 to 120. I absorbed the blood of the level 5 monster golden feather griffin, and I jumped from a mid-level martial arts apprentice with 45 points to a near martial artist with 98 points of health. Run. Thank you, system. You've made me a near martial artist in such a short time. That's incredibly fast. Now, getting into a martial arts academy this year is practically a done deal. You should know that the minimum admission requirements for the 7 major martial arts schools in the country are all for aspiring martial artists, and the minimum blood and chi value must be 80 points. A surge of happiness welled up in Long Mohan's heart, making him feel dizzy. Little guy, are you alright? Seeing that Long Mohan was dazed and not speaking, the burly young man reached into his shirt pocket, pulled out a pill, and stuffed it into Long Mohan's mouth. Then he put him aside and said, "Young man, although my antidote is incredibly effective, you should still go to the hospital for a checkup." Long Mohan nodded subconsciously. Ding! 105 points. Long Mohan's heart skipped a beat. His chi and blood value, which had stopped at 98 points, suddenly jumped to 105 points. Could this be the effect of taking the antidote pill? Long Mohan closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. His blood energy level increased to 105 calories. He felt that he was full of power and was several times stronger than before. If I were to encounter my former self, I could take on 10 of them by myself. Ambulances, police cars, military vehicles, fire trucks, and other special vehicles gathered here to carry out the operation. Young man, are you alright? A doctor in a white coat saw a person covered in blood lying on the ground and called out while quickly examining him. I'm fine, I just got drenched in the monster's blood. Long Mohan was now full of power and more confident. It's good that you're alright. Go home and wash up quickly, the doctor said with a smile. This child is really lucky. With such a large griffin carcass next to him, covered in blood, he was not injured at all. He is truly blessed with good fortune and a long life. After all, even the slightest scratch from a level 5 monster would be fatal or seriously injured to an ordinary person. Long Mohan wiped the blood off his face, thanked the doctor, and then reluctantly left under the urging of the police. Looking at the huge griffin carcass being lifted up by the crane, Long Mohan wished he could drag it back to his own home. It was all his life energy. Long Mohan was filled with hope for the future. With the support of the system, his future was sure to be bright. Long Mohan went home, took a shower, changed his clothes, and then headed back to school. Today, he not only received a bottle of chi and blood elixir, but he also made an appointment with his girlfriend, Song Chu Chu. It's important to know that getting into the top 30 in your grade at this school is quite an achievement. As a reward, these These outstanding students receive 3 precious chi and blood potions each semester. Lang Mohan achieved an impressive 15th place in the grade through his relentless efforts and hard work. According to regulations, he can receive a bottle of chi and blood medicine from the school every month or so. However, things changed after he met his current girlfriend, Song Chuchu, in his first year of high school. Although Lang Mohan knew that chi and blood potions were important for improving his strength, he still gave all the potions he received to Song Chuchu without hesitation. The reason was simple: Song Chuchu's talent was slightly inferior, and she needed these potions to enhance her strength more urgently than he did. It has to be said that in this relationship, Lang Mohan was practically Song Chuchu's devoted simp. It's no wonder he was so devoted to her. Song Chuchu not only possessed stunning beauty, but her melodious voice, as sweet as a nightingale's song, was also captivating. What captivated Lang Mohan most was her understanding, gentle, and considerate personality. Whenever the two were together, every word Song Chuchu uttered seemed to precisely strike the softest spot in Lang Mohan's heart, making him feel as if he were bathed in a spring breeze and deeply warmed. Whenever Lang Mohan was with Song Chuchu, he felt that time flew by, and every minute and every second was so happy and fulfilling. Sure enough, on this cold day, after successfully obtaining a bottle of chi and blood potion at school, Mohan couldn't wait to come to the vicinity of the school to wait for Song Chuchu to appear. He needed to explain to his girlfriend that his mother had recently fallen ill and he had to exchange his blood-nourishing medicine for cash to pay for her medical expenses. Chuchu is so understanding. I think she will understand me. Now that I have this system, my future is limitless. It will not be a problem to treat my mother's illness, and I can also provide Chuchu with better resources. Not long after, a beautiful figure was seen walking gracefully towards them from afar. Lang Mohan recognized her at a glance as Song Chuchu, the girl he had been longing for. His face instantly lit up with an incredibly happy smile. He waved his hand vigorously and shouted, "Chuchu, I'm here." "Lang Mohan, why did you call me here today?" Song Chuchu asked, her face showing displeasure and her tone icy. "Chuchu, are you still angry? Once my mother recovers, I'll definitely get you more chi and blood elixirs, or even better chi and blood pills. Then we'll both get into martial arts school and be together forever, okay?" Lang Mohan guessed that his girlfriend was a little angry and throwing a tantrum because she hadn't received the chi and blood elixir for the past 2 months, which he could understand. He was about to share his extraordinary adventure with Song Chuchu when Song Chuchu impatiently interrupted him. "Lang Mohan, I also have something to say to you today." Song Chuchu interrupted coldly. "It just so happens that I also have something I want to tell you," Lang Mohan said with a joyful expression. "Let's break up," Song Chuchu said coldly, her face expressionless. "Chuchu, why? Is it because I haven't been able to give you chi and blood medicine for the past 2 months?" Lang Mohan asked, his eyes wide with shock. This was something that Lang Mohan, who had always treated the other person as his life partner, found hard to accept for a while. "Chuchu, I'm already a quasi-martial artist. My future is limitless, and I can give you better cultivation resources." Lang Mohan tried to persuade her to stay. "It's just cultivation resources, right? I've awakened the system, and my future is limitless. Right now, I'm the martial god before I rise to power." "Lang Mohan, stop bragging in front of me. I know your strength. You're just a mid-level martial arts apprentice with 45 points of health. Although you have great martial arts talent and reached the intermediate martial arts apprentice level without taking any medicine, given your family background, can you give me even better cultivation resources?" Song Chuchu asked with a hint of disdain. "Wake up. This world is different from before the great Nirvana. It's no longer about personal talent, but family background. If you're born lucky, even a martial arts failure can be turned into a star with the right resources. I'm here today to break up with you. I don't want your chi and blood medicine anymore. You can keep it for your mother's medical treatment. I found a new boyfriend. His father is a level 3 martial artist, and he can give me more of the resources I want." Song Chuchu shook her head and said, "But I advise you not to waste your money. I've already checked, and your mother's illness is incurable. Keeping her in the hospital now is just a waste of money." Lang Mohan looked at Song Chuchu in disbelief. She was completely different from her usual self today. How could she say such cold words from her 37-degree mouth? "You've been lying to me all along, haven't you? This is the real you." Lang Mohan finally saw through the other person's true colors. Song Chuchu waved her hand impatiently, interrupting him. All right, think whatever you want. There's no point in me continuing. We'll no longer be on the same level. I'm destined to enter the upper echelons of Zhongbei City." After speaking, she turned her gaze into the distance again, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Just then, a tall figure walked over from a distance, and a sweet smile instantly appeared on Song Chuchu's face. She quickly went to meet him and took his arm, a stark contrast to her previous indifference towards Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan watched this scene, his heart filled with bitterness and disappointment. Even if Lang Mohan is stupid or a sycophant, seeing this scene and the changes in Song Chuchu, what is there that he doesn't understand? It turns out that Song Chuchu had been using him all along. Since he couldn't provide her with the chi and blood elixir, she abandoned him without hesitation after finding a new target. "Brother June, I broke up with Lang Mohan
Mohan.
I'm your girlfriend now. Song Chuchu clung tightly to Xiao Jianjun's strong arm, deliberately pressing her body against it, her full breasts rubbing back and forth against his arm. The soft touch stirred Xiao Jianjun's heart. He was very satisfied with Song Chuchu's actions and a smug smile appeared on his face. Xiao Jianjun's lips curled up, a sly glint in his eyes, and he said with a smile, Chuchu, after you become my girlfriend, I will give you 2 bottles of qi and blood potion every month. You'd better take good care of me. Upon hearing that she would receive 2 bottles of qi and blood elixir every month, Song Chuchu was secretly delighted, but outwardly she feigned shyness and said softly and coquettishly, you're so naughty. Then, she whispered seductively in Xiao Jianjun's ear, I'll dress you in lace tonight.
This made Xiao Jianjun even more excited, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter.
He laughed wildly, while reaching out his large hand to pinch Song Chuchu's shapely buttocks a few times.
Xiao Jianjun looked at the furious Lang Mohan and couldn't help but laugh. You're such an idiot. You've been dating for 3 years and you haven't even kissed. I feel so sorry for you. Give me a kiss, sweetie, and show this idiot what's what. Song Chuchu gently tiptoed, tilted her head slightly, and then gently pressed her soft and warm lips to Xiao Jianjun's lips. However, Lang Mohan, standing to the side, felt a surge of anger rise in his heart. He widened his eyes and cursed, you bitch. He never imagined that the usually gentle and dignified Song Chuchu would have such a wild and unrestrained side. They had been dating for 3 years, and at most they had only held hands, but today she kissed Xiao Jianjun. Xiao Jianjun smiled smugly, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain as he looked at Lang Mohan. What, you idiot, do you still want to fight me? Go back and take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You piece of trash, still baring your teeth at me? Or are you simply unaware of your own stupidity? Ha ha ha. Xiao Jianjun laughed wildly. He enjoyed watching Lang Mohan's powerless rage, so his words were filled with undisguised insults and provocation. There is a huge gap in their qi and blood between them. Lang Mohan, who comes from an ordinary poor background, not only has a gap in qi and blood, but more importantly, the gap in martial arts and combat skills is even more obvious. While one's qi and blood can be improved through rigorous training, martial arts manuals are indeed not so easy to obtain. Lang Mo's cold and stern eyes flashed with anger, and his fists clenched tightly, clearly indicating that he was about to make a move. Song Chuchu sneered without a care in the world. Lang Mohan, I advise you not to be impulsive. You know that Brother Jun is ranked 5th in the grade, and he is also an advanced martial arts apprentice. The difference in your vital energy levels is too great. You'll only suffer if you attack now. Lang Mohan, his heart was breaking. Lang Mohan's eyes were now only filled with coldness as he looked at Song Chuchu. The love he once had was gone, replaced by nothing but rage. He said calmly, is that so? Who told you I was just an intermediate martial arts apprentice? I am a completely different person now than I was yesterday. Lang Mohan's body was slightly bent, like a cheetah about to launch an attack. His current strength naturally did not allow him to back down. His eyes were filled with anger and determination. He lunged forward and punched Xiao Jianjun hard in the cheek. Lang Mohan currently has 105 points of qi and blood. Although he has not learned any combat skills, his strength and speed are very strong. This punch is filled with his determination to make Xiao Jianjun pay the price. However, Xiao Jianjun seemed to have been prepared. A hint of disdain flashed across his face as he put one arm around Song Chuchu's slender waist and the other hand in his pocket. He suddenly kicked out with his right leg, and with great speed, just as Lang Mohan's fist arrived, he accurately kicked Lang Mohan's chest. However, Lang Mohan moved as swiftly as a cheetah, dodging his kick in a flash. Xiao Jianjun fell heavily to the ground, clutching his stomach with cold sweat pouring down his face. He had been punched squarely in the chest by Lang Mohan, and his abdomen was now cramping, causing him great pain. Which of us is overestimating ourselves? Which of us is trash? Lang Mohan said angrily, then stepped forward and kicked Xiao Jianjun several more times. Xiao Jianjun curled up on the ground in pain. The punch was not only fast as the wind but also powerful, causing his stomach to spasm and making him howl in pain. Song Chuchu was shocked. She was clearly incredulous. How could you possibly beat Brother Jun? Lang Mohan, what tricks did you use? Lang Mohan gave a faint, cold laugh and said, what methods? Didn't I tell you that I'm already a quasi-martial artist? How is this possible? You told me just a few days ago that your qi and blood value had exceeded 45 points. How could it have doubled so quickly? Song Chuchu clearly didn't believe it. Lang Mohan was too lazy to explain to this woman. He was in a very good mood after venting his anger. You two are a disgrace. You'd better watch yourselves. Lang Mohan said, then turned and left with a flourish. He has important things to do today. My own bottle of qi and blood activating medicine could fetch at least 4,000 yuan, but it would only last for a week at most to cover my mother's medical expenses. My father called and asked me to go to my aunt's house to borrow money, but I really don't want to go. But right now I only have the strength of a martial arts apprentice. Although I am stronger than an ordinary person, I don't have any ways to make money. To hunt monsters alone in the wild, you need at least the strength of a level 2 martial artist. Level 1 is too risky. The thought of going to my aunt's house and seeing her mean face gave Lang Mohan a headache. Oh well, for the sake of my mother's hospital fees, I might as well just let her humiliate
humiliate and berate me.
Lang Mohan walked at an extremely fast pace, as if he had inexhaustible energy.
He quickly crossed several streets and arrived at a relatively bustling residential area.
The residential areas here are spaced far apart, with green belts separating them, ensuring that every building receives ample sunlight.
Unlike the kind of tenement building where Lang Mohan's family lived, which was shrouded in darkness and made one feel like they were going to get moldy after living there for a while.
Knock, knock, knock. Lang Mohan took a deep breath and knocked on his aunt's door.
As a shrill, piercing sound rang out, the door was opened from the inside, and a middle-aged woman poked her head out. Upon seeing Lang Mohan, a look of disgust appeared on her face.
"Auntie, I came here today especially to see you,"
Lang Mohan said with a big smile, handing over the fruit he had carefully selected and bought on the way. It's important to understand that since that earth-shattering upheaval, the Earth's environment has undergone tremendous changes. The area of land suitable for human cultivation has decreased dramatically, the yield of various crops has dropped significantly, and fruits have become extremely rare and expensive luxuries.
What could you possibly want? You're not here to borrow money from me again, are you?
Lang Mohan's aunt, Lang Xiaoyue, frowned deeply, her brows seemingly forever intertwined, and a deep disdain was undisguisedly revealed on her high cheekbones.
She neither reached out to take the precious fruit from her nephew's hand, nor did she invite him inside. She simply pointed casually to the ground and said coldly, "Here, just put the things over there."
Lang Mohan clenched his teeth, suppressing his anger and grievances, and slowly squatted down, gently placing the fruit in his hand on the cold ground. In truth, he knew very well that his family had never been very popular or well liked by this aunt, simply because his family was poor. But he never expected that his aunt would be so heartless, not even willing to let him into the house.
"Auntie, I'm so sorry to bother you.
My mother is sick and hospitalized, and she needs a lot of money for treatment. Our family's finances are very tight right now, so I'm shamelessly asking you for a loan to tide us over." Lang Mohan took a deep breath, trying his best to make his tone sound as calm and gentle as possible.
However, before he could finish speaking, Lang Xiaoyue's already gloomy face instantly became even more unpleasant.
Her slender, straight nose trembled slightly, and she let out a heavy, cold snort. The sharp, piercing sound seemed to pierce Lang Mohan's heart like a sword.
"Borrow money? I think you're dreaming."
Lang Xiaoyue glared angrily at her pitiful nephew and continued to shout, "Your whole family is lazy and good for nothing, and now that you're in trouble, you think of coming to me?
I'm telling you, no way. Get the hell out of here."
After saying that, she turned around abruptly and slammed the door shut, leaving Lang Mohan standing blankly outside, filled with despair.
Through the door, Lang Xiaoyue continued, "You think our family is rich, right? Let me tell you today, you won't get a penny if you want to borrow money.
Yang Yang is about to take the college entrance exam, and there are many places where he'll need to spend money on medicine and elixirs." Lang Mohan took a deep breath and said in a humble voice, "Auntie, please, I promise I'll only borrow it for a month.
I will definitely pay you back with interest when the time is up. I will absolutely not renege on my debt." However, her aunt's face was full of disdain and disgust, and she responded mercilessly, "Humph, pay back the money? With your dilapidated family, do you think you have the ability to pay back the money? Your mother's illness is like a bottomless pit that can never be filled. Lending you this money is like throwing good money after bad. It's gone forever. Don't expect to get a single penny from me." Then, the aunt rolled her eyes and revealed a greedy look, coldly saying, "Don't you still have a house? Why do you have to run around borrowing money everywhere? Hurry up and tell your dad to sell the house, then you'll have money to treat your mom's illness. If your dad is willing to sell the house, I can help introduce him to a reliable buyer." At this moment, Lang Xiaoyue was secretly calculating in her mind that if the other party really sold the house, she could easily make 30,000 to 50,000 yuan by simply making a few transactions. In this way, the chi and blood pill that my son has been longing for can finally be obtained. Upon hearing these words, Lang Mohan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Although he had long known that his aunt was usually rather mean-spirited, he never expected her to be so heartless, showing no regard for family ties, and even encouraging his family to sell their only place to live. You should know that once they sell the house, their family will have nowhere to live. They will either wander around as beggars on the streets or be sent directly out of the city by the city's shelter team. In this world where monsters roam freely, ordinary humans outside the city live in constant fear, their lives hanging by a thread, and they could lose their lives at any moment. He refused to compromise any longer and turned to leave. "Sigh, I haven't even said a few words to you yet, and you're already leaving? You want to borrow money but you're pretending to be high-end. Mighty, you deserve to be as poor as your dad in the future. Go back and talk to your dad. If you want to sell the house, come find me." Before leaving, Lang Xiaoyue was still thinking about Lang Mohan's house. As Lang Mohan approached the stairwell, he turned around and said coldly, "Even roof tiles have their day of reckoning, and the east wind can turn south again. Fortune changes every 30 years, who can predict the future? You've been so heartless today, are you so sure our family can't recover? Let me tell you, one day you'll be begging for our attention. You think I'm too good for you? My son is about to take the college entrance exam. If he gets into a martial arts school, I'll live a life of luxury, and your family can only be envious."
envious. Lang Choyue's lips curled into a sneer as she thought to herself, your family is so poor, your mother has been in poor health for years, and your father was injured while serving in the army and can't do heavy work. With a younger sister who's also a burden, even if Lang Mohan has some martial arts talent, he won't be able to cause any trouble in this cannibalistic society in the future. Lang Choyue enjoys socializing with those in higher positions and despises these poor relatives who have no value to her whatsoever.
These fruits are not bad. Yang, come wash your hands and have some fruit.
After Lang Mohan left, Lang Choyue picked up the fruit basket and turned to walk into the house.
Upon hearing that there was fruit to eat, a greasy little fat boy quickly got up and said, is Lang Mohan here? I recognized his voice.
I heard his mother has cancer.
Don't lend him money without thinking. I need to buy qi and blood pills to level up.
Once I reach the advanced martial apprentice level, I can get into Jiangbei Martial Arts School.
My son is the best.
Your qi and blood value has reached 28 points. Mom will buy you another qi and blood pill. If you work hard, you have a great chance of becoming an advanced martial apprentice and then you can get into Jiangbei Martial Arts School. As Lang Mohan walked, he kept thinking about how to make money, his heart filled with anxiety and unease. His brow furrowed as he pondered how to make money quickly. Despite the system's support, he currently only possesses the strength of a quasi-martial artist, making it difficult for him to earn money quickly. By the way, the school's martial arts association is holding an internal test tomorrow, and the top 3 will receive generous rewards. I wasn't strong enough to register before, but now that I've reached the level of a near martial artist, I wonder if registering tomorrow will be too late.
Just then, Lang Mohan unknowingly arrived at the pawnshop. The pawnshop owner, seeing him approach, smiled and said, young man, you're here? Again, to pawn your qi and blood potion?
The pawnshop owner clearly recognized Lang Mohan, since he had come last month and haggled with the owner for a long time over the price.
Boss, I'll give you a bottle of qi and blood potion. The school just gave it out today. Lang Mohan handed over the qi and blood potion.
He knew this bottle of qi and blood activating medicine was very important to him, but he needed money to pay for his mother's medical expenses. After carefully inspecting the seal and packaging, the shop owner said calmly, same old rule, it's worth 4,000. Lang Mohan felt somewhat helpless. He knew the price was a bit low, but he urgently needed the money and didn't have time to find someone else to sell it to.
Hangwu Middle School is just an ordinary school, ranking near the bottom in the district.
There are few wealthy students, and those students don't need those qi and blood tonics anyway.
Those without money naturally can't afford them, so the only option is to sell it to a pawnshop. He sighed and said, fine, pay up. After receiving the money, Lang Mohan quickly went to the hospital. At the hospital's cashier, Lang Mohan paid 4,000 yuan in medical fees.
The female toll collector said to him, after deducting the outstanding amount from the account, there is only a little over 500 left.
According to your bill, it's probably only enough for tomorrow's expenses. I'll come back to pay tomorrow, Lang Mohan said, and left the payment counter.
The remaining money is clearly not enough to cover my mother's medical expenses the day after tomorrow. I need to hurry up and find a way to earn money. He arrived at the inpatient department with a heavy heart and saw his mother lying on a small bed in the corridor. His heart ached as if it were bleeding, but he still managed to force a smile.
Mom, are you feeling better today? Lang Mohan asked with concern.
A smile appeared on his face, trying to reassure his mother. I'm much better now, and I don't think I need to stay in the hospital anymore. I want to tell the doctor that we can be discharged tomorrow.
A loving smile appeared on Lang's pale face. Don't worry about the hospital fees. I've already paid them. Just focus on getting better here. I'll figure out how to cover the money. Lang Mohan comforted him. By the way, Mom,
my strength has increased dramatically recently, and I've broken through to the level of a quasi-martial artist.
Getting into a martial arts school in Shanghai this year shouldn't be a problem. Once I become a formal martial artist, you can expect to enjoy a life of luxury,
Lang Mohan said with a smile, wanting to comfort his mother with this good news. Becoming a formal martial artist not only grants social status, but also provides access to numerous resources if one is admitted to a martial arts school in the future.
I knew my son was the best. You are the pride of our whole family. If it weren't for your mother holding you back, you would definitely be going much higher and farther by now,
Mother Lang said with some self-blame and helplessness.
How could Mom be a burden to me? You are the support for my sister and me. Without you, our family would not be complete. Mom, don't worry about getting treatment here. I'll work hard to earn money.
Dad's gone to work on a construction team too, and I'll take care of my sister. You don't need to worry. Looking at her sensible son, Lang's mother couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Her son had a strong talent for martial arts, and if he had been born into one of the great families in Kyoto, his future would have been limitless. It's a pity he was born into their own own family. His parents couldn't provide him with the inexhaustible resources they had, which they truly felt guilty towards their child.
Lang Mohan stayed with his mother, talking until nightfall.
After she fell asleep, he gently tucked her in before tiptoeing away. Not long after Lang Mohan left, Lang's mother turned over, and a string of tears slid down her pale face like broken pearls.
Mohan, MOU, it's all my fault.
When Lang Mohan returned home, he saw his younger sister, Lang Moyu, who was in junior high school, sitting at the table in a daze, probably because she heard the door open.
Lang Moyu turned her head and saw Lang Mohan return. She said happily, "Brother, you're back? Did you go to the hospital? Is mom feeling better?"
Lang Mohan rubbed his younger sister's head and smiled. "Mom is much better.
You don't need to worry. Do we still have any money?" Lang Moyu asked with a worried expression.
She was clearly aware of the family's financial difficulties and was also worried about her mother's medical expenses.
"I've already paid the hospital fees, so you don't need to worry about it."
It smells so good.
What did you cook?"
Lang Mohan pointed to a plate of food on the table and asked. "There's a bowl on top of the plate to keep it warm. This is my stir-fried bean sprouts with a little chili.
Try it and see if it suits your taste."
Lang Moyu said happily, raising her little face like a child waiting for praise. Lang Mohan took the chopsticks his sister handed him, picked up some bean sprouts, and chewed them slowly. They were salty, juicy, and had a rich, spicy flavor that left a lingering aftertaste.
He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's delicious. You really know my taste."
After saying that, he put some more bean sprouts in his sister's bowl and said with a smile, "You probably haven't eaten either. Let's eat together." Lang Mohan knows his younger sister very well.
She is smart and sensible, sometimes so sensible that it breaks your heart.
At her age, she should be carefree, but the heavy burden of life in the past 2 months has made her younger sister grow up quickly. Watching his younger sister eat, Lang Mohan felt filled with guilt and self-reproach.
After the siblings finished eating, they both insisted on washing the dishes.
Lang Mohan felt sorry for his sister and didn't want her to be too tired, so he tried to persuade her. "Sister, let me wash the dishes.
You've been studying all day, go and rest."
However, Lang Moyu firmly replied, "Brother, you've been working hard all day, let me do it." In the end, Lang Mohan couldn't go against his sister's wishes and had to give in. It was late at night, and my younger sister was already asleep. After returning to his room, Lang Mohan did not rest immediately, but instead stood up in the Hunyuan stance. Despite now possessing the devouring system, Lang Mohan was unwilling to waste any time. He knew that only through continuous effort could he become stronger and protect his family. Lang Mohan thought about the system, and a light screen appeared in his mind, displaying a series of data.
But, host, Lang Mohan, height 178 cm, weight 65 kilograms, health and mana 105 out of 300 points, level 1 martial artist, spirit points 10, martial arts level, quasi-martial artist 80/120, martial arts techniques, Hunyuan stance, level 1, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, long-distance running, high jump, long jump, shot put,
not ranked, special talent, extreme speed, tier 1. I absorbed the blood of the level 5 monster golden feather griffin, and my health increased to 98 points, making me a quasi-martial artist. After consuming an antidote pill, my health and mana jumped to 105 points. It seems that whether it's monster blood or pills, I can become stronger after consuming them.
My mental strength was originally 5 points, but now it has increased by 10 points.
Although I don't know what mental strength is used for, the increase in value is definitely a good thing. I have also acquired a special talent, extreme speed. The golden griffin is good at speed, so this skill should have come from its talent.
No wonder I'm so fast. It turns out I have a special talent bonus. But why did the blood volume of a level 5 monster only increase by so little? That doesn't make sense.
Little did he know that the blood Lang Mohan had consumed was just ordinary blood, while only the heart blood flowing from the heart was the precious essence of the monster. Lang Mohan continued practicing his stance, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. The next morning, just as the sun was rising and the sky was beginning to lighten, Lang Mohan stepped into the campus.
He walked briskly into the classroom and immediately saw his deskmate Chen Yushi looking listless and sickly.
A sense of worry welled up in Lang Mohan's heart.
He quickly walked to Chen Yushi's side and asked softly, "Yushi, is your dizziness acting up again? Seeing you like this really worries me."
Chen Yushi nodded slightly and responded to Lang Mohan with a weak At this moment, her face was ashen and pale, and she seemed to have all her strength drained away, lying listlessly on her desk. Seeing this, Lang Mohan quickly turned around, picked up Chen Yushi's water cup, filled it with warm water from the water dispenser, and carefully placed it beside her.
Then, he skillfully opened Chen Yushi's school bag and took out a bottle of medicine.
Based on past experience, he skillfully unscrewed the bottle cap, poured out 2 pills, and handed them to Chen Yushi. Chen Yushi took the pill, raised her head with difficulty, smiled slightly at Lang Mohan to express her gratitude, put the pill in her mouth, picked up her cup, took a sip of water, and swallowed the pill. After a while, the medicine seemed to start to take effect, and her mental state gradually improved. Seeing that Chen Yushi's complexion was slowly regaining some color, Lang Mohan finally felt a little relieved. At this moment, moment, Chen Yushi said apologetically, "I'm so sorry to trouble you again, Lung Mohan.
I always make you take care of me like this." Lung Mohan quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't be so polite with me, we're classmates. By the way, didn't you go to the hospital for a checkup last time? What exactly did the doctor say?" Hearing Lung Mohan's question, Chen Yushi sighed helplessly and replied, "Sigh, don't even mention it.
The doctor said all my physical indicators are normal, and they can't find anything wrong with me at all.
Finally, they told me that it might be neurosis." Upon hearing this, Lung Mohan frowned deeply, thinking to himself, what a lousy doctor.
He can't even find the cause of the illness, and just throws on a neurosis diagnosis to get rid of people.
Isn't this a typical quack doctor? However, he did not say these words to Chen Yushi's face. After a moment of silence, Chen Yushi seemed to suddenly remember something, looked up at Lung Mohan, and asked with concern, "Lung Mohan, has your mother's condition improved?
I know that Auntie's health has not been very good.
You must have had a very hard time lately. Do you have enough money for the hospital bills? If not, just let me know. I have some more."
Because they had been classmates for a long time, Chen Yushi was fairly familiar with Lung Mohan's family situation.
Since she entered this school, her life after transferring to high school has been very different from before. Fate seemed to favor her, making her Lung Mohan's deskmate.
From then on, the two formed a deep friendship, becoming as close as family. Chen Yushi is naturally beautiful, with a perfect bone structure and delicate features that look like they were carefully sculpted. However, the only flaw was her slightly pale complexion, which slightly diminished her beauty. During a break between classes one day, Lung Mohan, looking worried, confided in Chen Yushi, "My mother's health has improved a lot, and I will find a way to cover the expenses."
Lung Mohan changed the subject, not wanting Chen Yushi to see his predicament. "However, I have some news to tell you. I broke up with Song Chu-Chu." Upon hearing this, Chen Yushi's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked, "What exactly happened between you two?"
After all, in her memory, Lung Mohan was deeply in love with Song Chu-Chu, and even gave her his precious blood-nourishing medicine every month. Lung Mohan bit his lip tightly, his brows furrowed, and said painfully, "She was pretending all along, everything was fake. Her only purpose in approaching me was to obtain free qi and blood potions from here."
Nearly 3 years. She was able to meticulously and deliberately pretend for 3 whole years.
Just recently, because I could no longer provide her with qi and blood tonics, she unexpectedly turned around and threw herself into Qiao Jianjun's arms. At this moment, Chen Yushi remained silent for a moment, then suddenly seemed to have made up her mind and slowly said, "Actually, there is something I have been keeping from you, and I have never dared to say it. I personally witnessed Song Chu-Chu getting into a cab race off campus, and the driver was a middle-aged man." After saying this, Chen Yushi carefully observed Lung Mohan's reaction, fearing that the truth would bring him an even greater blow.
Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, a thought flashed through Lung Mohan's mind, and his face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Then, he roared in uncontrollable rage, "That bitch! She actually tricked me so badly. She's utterly despicable. Song Chu-Chu comes from an ordinary family and lives a frugal life. How could she possibly afford a Cabrera car worth millions?"
It's important to understand that in today's world, gasoline-powered cars are extremely expensive due to resource scarcity and other factors. After a long silence, Lung Mohan sighed helplessly and said in a heavy tone, "Forget it, consider it a lesson learned.
I will never trust others so easily again. Let's not talk about these worries anymore.
I'm going to inquire later whether it's too late to sign up for the martial arts club's closed beta test now."
Upon hearing this, Chen Yushi couldn't help but show a surprised expression and asked in astonishment, "Could it be that you have already broken through to the advanced martial arts apprentice level?" Lung Mohan nodded slightly and replied with a firm expression, "That's right.
After this period of hard work, I have finally succeeded in breaking through.
Moreover, I'm absolutely confident that I can achieve even better results in the martial arts club's closed beta than before. If I'm lucky enough to get a good reward, I can use it to treat my mother's illness." Lung Mohan never hid anything from Chen Yushi, so he frankly expressed his thoughts.
Just then, Chen Yushi suddenly covered her head with both hands and let out a painful groan. Ouch. Large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, quickly soaking her hair. The pain lasted for a full minute before Chen Yushi felt a little better. After her physical condition improved, she slowly raised her head, stared straight at Lung Mohan, and said in a slightly trembling voice, "It's definitely
not too late for you to participate now. With your current strength, you might really be able to show your skills and shine in the closed beta."
Hearing his friend's encouragement, Lung Mohan smiled and replied gratefully, "Then I'll take your kind words." At this moment, martial arts teacher Mr. Wang walked in and said to everyone, "Today, the school is preparing for an internal test for the
Martial Arts Club. Anyone with a qi and blood value of 50 points or more can sign up. Is anyone in our class interested in participating?" He suddenly looked at Lung Mohan and asked, "Lung Mohan, after you took the qi and blood potion yesterday, did you break through to 50 calories?
I remember your qi and blood value was very close."
"Teacher, I've made a breakthrough. I want to sign up and give it a try."
Lung Mohan stood up, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "Good, that's the kind of confidence you should have on the path of martial arts. It's a good thing to hone your skills
skills while you're young. Even if you don't win a prize, it's still a valuable experience. Clearly, Teacher Wang didn't think Lang Mohan could make it into the top 3, since the top 10 in the grade were all advanced martial artists. Lang Mohan, believe in yourself. You can definitely get first place.
Chen Yushi clenched her little fist to cheer Lang Mohan on. The martial arts hall inside Hanggu Middle School was already crowded with people, including third-year martial arts prodigies, as well as teachers and school leaders.
Principal, look, that guy in white is our school's top student, Dai Yadong.
His chi and blood value has reached a high of 99, making him a true quasi-martial artist.
His future potential is limitless.
A person who appeared to be the grade head stood beside the principal and introduced the situation in a soft voice.
Yes, indeed, a rare talent.
The reward for first place should be increased this time. Your previous reward plan was too stingy.
The principal nodded slightly in agreement and set even higher requirements.
Yes, yes. The surrounding leaders nodded in agreement.
There's something else I need to tell you all.
In a while, our Jinshui district might be holding a district-wide martial arts league, and each school will need to send one student to participate. I don't want our top athletes to be eliminated in the first round.
You all understand what I mean, right? The principal said calmly.
Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and their expressions changed. Then they suddenly realized what was going on. Clearly, the principal has decided to fully support and nurture this highly promising student in order to help him achieve even better results. In this way, the school is expected to achieve excellent results in the District Martial Arts League, which will not only bring glory to the school but also pave the way for the principal's career. After all, these will all become his political achievements. A moment later, the vice principal carefully handed a list to the principal with both hands, saying obsequiously, "Principal, please take a look at this newly revised list of awards.
If there's anything that needs improvement, please let me know."
The principal took the list and looked at it carefully.
It listed generous rewards: 3 chi and blood pills,
a first-tier body refining technique, Black Tiger body refining technique, and a first-tier combat skill, Stone-shattering fist. Seeing this, the principal nodded in satisfaction, but still said domineeringly, "Add another 100,000 yuan in cash.
I want them to give it their all.
A generous reward will surely bring forth brave men." After speaking, the principal sat in the stands, pointing confidently at the students lining up below, his eyes filled with anticipation. He firmly believes that with such a generous reward, these young children will give it their all. Such a reward would be a considerable sum for any family, and even wealthy families would be tempted by it. After the head of the teaching department announced the prize for first place, everyone was filled with excitement. As for the second place, no one paid any attention to it, because the reward for the second place was only 3 bottles of chi and blood potions, and the reward for the third place was only 1 bottle of chi and blood potions. It's worth noting that the price of 1 chi and blood pill can be exchanged for 10 bottles of chi and blood potion, not to mention that the first place winner has 3 chi and blood pills, as well as 2 first-tier cultivation techniques and combat skills. The school poured all its resources into the first place winner this time, while the second and third place winners were treated with indifference. The reward for first place this time is so generous. If I can get first place, I will not only have enough money to treat my mother's illness, but I will also get chi and blood pills and cultivation techniques and combat skills. A strong desire flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes. He was determined to win first place this time, and no one could stop him.
"Hey, isn't that Lang Mohan? What's he doing here?"
Song Chuchu exclaimed in surprise when she saw her ex-boyfriend, Lang Mohan.
Xiao Jianjun's face darkened, and he roared, "You've come at the perfect time.
Yesterday, I was careless and this bastard hit me in the chest. That's why I suffered. Today, I'm determined to get back my lost dignity."
"Don't worry, brother Jun. Lang Mohan got lucky yesterday by ambushing you. Now that you're prepared, he's no match for you." Xiao Jianjun thought so too.
He had learned from Song Chuchu last night that Lang Mohan only had 45 points of chi and blood a few days ago, and even if he had taken chi and blood potions in the past few days, he would only have a maximum of 50 points. He himself had 78 points of chi and blood, and although they were both advanced martial arts apprentices, Xiao Jianjun's chi and blood were much higher than Lang Mohan's. If Lang Mohan is at the early stage of advanced martial arts apprentice, then Xiao Jianjun is at the peak of advanced martial arts apprentice. Lang Mohan has no chance of winning against him in a fair and square competition.
"Chuchu, go find Director Li and tell him that I'm going to be grouped with Lang Mohan later, and I'm going to teach him a lesson today."
Xiao Jianjun's eyes were filled with anger, and he became even angrier whenever he thought about what had happened yesterday. Today, all those participating in the closed beta test are advanced martial arts apprentices, and there are only a dozen or so people in the entire school. So when Xiao Jianjun looked at him, Lang Mohan keenly noticed him. If this Xiao Jianjun dares to provoke me today, I'll just beat him up again.
Lang Mohan was full of confidence. Dai Yadong versus Wang Xian. Li Chen versus Zhang Kai. Xiao Jianjun versus Lang Mohan. "I see. You want to be beaten? Then I'll grant your wish."
Upon hearing this ingenious arrangement, Lang Mohan immediately understood the other party's intention. Dai Yadong truly lives up to his reputation as the top student in the grade. His strength is so formidable. He defeated Wang Xian decisively in just one move. The principal couldn't help but praise Dai Yadong after witnessing his swift and decisive victory. Principal, Dai Yadong is a quasi-martial artist. His chi and blood value has just reached 100 points. The speaker was Dai Yadong's martial arts teacher. Great job, Teacher Li. You've done a great job. I think you have a good chance of being named the best teacher this year. Keep up the good work. The principal started making grand promises. Mr. Wang, standing to the side, why doesn't our class have a genius like that? He looked at Lang Mohan, who was warming up and preparing to go on stage, and thought to himself, Lang Mohan is just a one-day wonder. His opponent, Xiao Jianjun, is a top 5 student in the grade with a chi and blood stat of over 70 points. I hope Lang Mohan doesn't get injured. As for the ranking, I dare not hope for anything. Lang Mohan enters the stage. Xiao Jianjun, come on stage. Go, Junji. Song Chuchu said sweetly. Xiao Jianjun gave her a reassuring look, then walked onto the stage with an unfriendly gaze, staring intently at Lang Mohan. Principal, this Xiao Jianjun is ranked 5th in the grade, and his strength is also very good. His father is the vice director of Jintian Martial Arts Academy, a level 3 martial artist. The vice principal was clearly very familiar with the student's situation. This Lang Mohan comes from an ordinary family and is ranked 25th in his grade. He's probably just started as an advanced martial arts apprentice. I estimate Xiao Jianjun will win this match easily. Not bad, the principal said casually. Lang Mohan, you didn't expect this, did you? You'll run into me again today. Xiao Jianjun clenched his fists, his body cracking as he looked like he had Lang Mohan completely under his thumb. I really didn't expect this. Lang Mohan laughed. I didn't beat you hard enough yesterday. I didn't expect you to be able to stand up today. You, Xiao Jianjun sneered. I was careless yesterday, which is why you were able to ambush me. You think you can still beat me today? Today I'll show you the difference between us. Raging Bull Fist. Xiao Jianjun roared, his muscles bulging, and he charged at Lang Mohan like a ferocious bull. Teacher Wang, standing nearby, couldn't help but take a few steps forward nervously, silently praying, I hope Lang Mohan can withstand this attack. The first-tier martial arts combat skill, the Raging Bull Fist, grants the user the strength of a bull upon mastery, along with thick skin and a high resistance to blows. Xiao Jianjun's momentum grew stronger and stronger, as if he had truly transformed into an angry bull. Ha! Lang Mohan, you're dead this time. Let's see how Brother Jun teaches you a lesson. Song Chuchu, watching from below the stage, couldn't help but laugh triumphantly when she saw Xiao Jianjun unleash such powerful martial arts skills. She seemed to have already seen Lang Mohan's miserable defeat, and her heart was filled with pleasure. However, just when everyone thought Lang Mohan was about to be hit by Xiao Jianjun, he suddenly flashed and dodged the opponent's fierce punch like a ghost. Immediately afterwards, he leaned down, turned around, and struck Xiao Jianjun hard on the head with his elbow. As the saying goes, it's better to take a punch than an elbow. Although Lang Mohan had never practiced any martial arts techniques, his blood and chi were significantly higher than Xiao Jianjun's. This made him far surpass his opponent in both strength and speed. Coupled with his own ultimate speed talent, his movements were several levels faster than his opponent's. Although Xiao Jianjun was tough and thick-skinned, he was hit hard in the face by the elbow and cried out in pain. A huge blood blister visibly rose on his forehead. How is that possible? Lang Mohan not only dodged Xiao Jianjun's attack but also turned around and elbowed him, making Xiao Jianjun cry out. Teacher Wang was about to throw the white towel when, unexpectedly, the two of them suddenly reversed roles. It must be Lang Mohan who used a trick. How could he possibly be a match for Brother Jun? Song Chuchu still didn't believe that Lang Mohan could win the game. This Lang Mohan is very fast. The principal looked at the two on the stage, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He originally thought Xiao Jianjun would win this match easily, but now it seems that this is not the case. Xiao Jianjun's forehead swelled up from Lang Mohan's elbow strike, while Lang Mohan stood unharmed to the side. Xiao Jianjun, are you alright? Can you still fight? Xiao Jianjun's martial arts teacher, Teacher Li, asked with concern. Xiao Jianjun gently touched the bump on his forehead, wincing in pain. He glared angrily at Lang Mohan and roared, Lang Mohan, you've successfully ignited my anger. Today, I will definitely defeat you. Lang Mohan sneered and said disdainfully, that depends on whether you have the ability. After he finished speaking, his eyes sharpened. Xiao Jianjun took a deep breath and unleashed his martial arts technique, Raging Bull Charge. He raised his arms and charged forward like two bull horns, while leaning forward and gathering all his strength in his arms. This strike was incredibly powerful. If it had hit head-on, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing this, Lang Mohan quickly sidestepped Xiao Jianjun's charge. However, just as he turned around, Xiao Jianjun suddenly changed direction and charged at him again. Lang Mohan had no time to dodge and could only take the blow head-on. He crossed his arms and used all his strength to block Xiao Jianjun's charge. However, due to the excessive force of Xiao Jianjun's impact, Lang Mohan was still knocked back several steps. Lang Mohan thought to himself, although my health and speed are higher than my opponent's, I haven't learned any martial arts techniques, so my actual combat ability is indeed unworthy of my reputation. You actually managed
managed to block my bull charge? You're definitely not some newly advanced martial arts apprentice. That bitch Song Chuchu lied to me.
Although Qiao Jianjun was greatly alarmed, he continued to launch an attack on Lang Mohan.
Pressing his advantage, Qiao Jianjun launched another attack.
His arms lashed out like a storm, each strike carrying immense power.
Lang Mohan used his agility to dodge and look for an opportunity to counterattack.
Finally, after Qiao Jianjun launched a series of attacks, his energy and blood were depleted, and he finally revealed a slight opening.
At that moment, Lang Mohan seized the opportunity and punched Qiao Jianjun in the back.
Although the punch was heavy, it did not cause much damage to the opponent, but it did cause Qiao Jianjun's movements to pause slightly.
What a pity!
Teacher Wang looked on anxiously and said, Lang Mohan hasn't practiced martial arts techniques, so he can't unleash his full strength.
He can only rely on his speed advantage to keep up.
At this point, Qiao Jianjun's attack had gradually lost momentum. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lang Mohan launched a counterattack, his fists and feet raining down on Qiao Jianjun, leaving him unable to fight back. Finally, Lang Mohan kicked Qiao Jianjun in the stomach, knocking him to the ground.
Qiao Jianjun lay on the ground, panting heavily.
His face was pale. Although the wild bull fist was powerful, it consumed a lot of energy and blood. He had obviously exhausted his strength. Lang Mohan stood aside, watching him coldly, his heart filled with the joy of victory. Lang Mohan has won this match, the referee announced.
Lang Mohan, you did a great job this time.
Teacher Wang stepped forward and handed him a towel to wipe his sweat.
Thank you, Teacher Wang.
Lang Mohan wiped the sweat from his body, but in his mind he kept taking stock. Although his blood energy was much higher than Qiao Jianjun's, he had not cultivated any martial arts techniques, so he had the strength but could not use it. He can still win against Qiao Jianjun, but if he encounters a master like Song Yadong, it will be difficult for him to take first place. Teacher Wang watched quietly as Lang Mohan stood on the field and won the game with an absolute advantage. However, unlike the other victors, she was not overjoyed or full of pride. On the contrary, Lang Mohan's expression was sullen at this moment, as if he was deep in thought. Seeing this, Teacher Wang felt secretly very satisfied. Teacher Wang walked towards Lang Mohan, stood beside him, and asked softly, "Do you feel that you clearly possess great strength but you are unable to fully unleash it in this competition?" Lang Mohan nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, Teacher Wang. Although Qiao Jianjun's blood energy is not as high as mine, he has practiced the wild bull fist, which makes his defense extremely strong.
So much so that even if I launched a full-scale attack, the damage I could inflict on him would be quite limited. Right now, it's like I have a lot of strength, but I don't know how to use it effectively."
Upon hearing Lang Mohan's words, Teacher Wang gently patted his shoulder and then walked with him to a quiet corner of the competition venue. After stopping, Teacher Wang stared intently at Lang Mohan and asked solemnly, "Lang Mohan, tell me honestly, what is your current qi and blood value?" Lang Mohan hesitated for a moment, seemingly struggling intensely within himself. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he answered honestly, 105 points.
"What?"
Teacher Wang exclaimed in surprise, her face filled with disbelief. He involuntarily gasped, his heart filled with turmoil. It should be noted that, normally, the threshold for a quasi-martial artist's qi and blood value is only 80 points, but Lang Mohan's current value is as high as 105 points.
This number is truly astonishing, far exceeding Teacher Wang's expectations.
After calming down a bit, Teacher Wang stared at Lang Mohan and said, "I don't want to ask you too much why such a huge change has happened in such a short period of time, but judging from the current situation, with your profound and solid foundation, even Song Yadong, who has always been regarded as a genius, might not be able to match your energy and vitality.
We'll have a crash training session at noon. You've always been quick to learn. If you can master some martial arts techniques, you might have a chance to go toe-to-toe with Song Yadong." Teacher Wang led Lang Mohan to the apartment and took out a blue-covered manual from the cabinet.
"Lang Mohan, this is a first-tier combat skill called Flying Star Fist. It emphasizes speed as fast as a flying star and punches that penetrate paper.
It's quite good among first-tier combat skills. I'll pass it on to you today." "Teacher Wang, this combat skill is too precious. I don't know how to repay you." Although Lang Mohan was very tempted, he still declined.
Hearing Lang Mohan's words, Teacher Wang smiled happily. "As long as you can get into the top 3, that will be the greatest reward for me.
Maybe I'll even be a contender for Outstanding Teacher this year."
After saying that, the teacher checked the time and realized that time was running out and they couldn't delay any longer.
So the teacher said, "Time is limited, so don't refuse anymore.
I'll explain it to you once now, and we can practice slowly later."
With a crisp sound, a notification suddenly appeared in Lang Mohan's mind. Ding!
Host has been detected to have obtained a first-tier martial arts combat skill, Flying Star Fist, which consumes 25 points of qi and blood. It can be upgraded to the Great Mastery level.
Upgrade?
Lang Mohan quickly calculated in his mind that after consuming 25 points of qi and blood, he still had 80 points of qi and blood left, maintaining the strength of a quasi-martial artist. However, if one can learn the Flying Star Fist, one's strength will inevitably increase significantly.
This deal is absolutely worthwhile.
After careful consideration, Lang Mohan decided to accept the upgrade and silently said in his heart, alert, upgrade approved. Instantly, the system emitted a notification sound, ding, upgrade successful. At the same time, Lang Mohan felt as if a door had been opened in his mind, and a large number of memories about Flying Star Fist flooded into his mind. These memories seemed to be deeply imprinted in his soul, making his understanding of this combat skill exceptionally profound. At this moment, Flying Star Fist was no longer an unfamiliar martial art to him, but as familiar as it had been to him since childhood. Every move, every style, even every breath and the way he exerted force, naturally became part of his body. Lang Mohan glanced at the data displayed on the screen in his mind. Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 178 cm. Weight, 65 kilograms. Health and mana, 80 out of 300 points. Level 1 martial artist. Spirit points, 10. Martial arts level, quasi-martial artist, 80/120. Martial arts techniques, Hanyuan stance, level 1. Flying Star Fist, level 1. Mastery, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, long-distance running, high jump, long jump, shot put, not ranked. Special talent, extreme speed, tier 1. Lang Mohan, are there any parts of what I just explained that you still don't understand? Ask me now and I'll explain them to you. Teacher Wang also felt that it was a bit too much to ask someone to learn a set of first-level combat skills in just one noon, and he was afraid that Lang Mohan would not understand. However, Lang Mohan firmly replied, "There's nothing I don't understand." This left Teacher Wang speechless. He sternly warned, "Lang Mohan, don't be overly ambitious. Be down to earth. If you don't understand, just admit it. Don't pretend to know what you don't." Teacher Wang sighed, blaming himself, "I was a bit too hasty. Although you have good comprehension, it's clearly impossible to learn a whole combat technique in just one afternoon. Fine, I'll teach you the specific fighting and training methods now. Learn as much as you can." Despite some disappointment, Teacher Wang decided to continue teaching Lang Mohan. So, he began to teach Lang Mohan the techniques and practice methods of Flying Star Fist. Time flies, and a noon has passed in the blink of an eye. Teacher Wang noticed that Lang Mohan seemed a bit listless, so he sighed and said, "Go eat, relax. With your ability, even if you don't get first place, you can still get second or third place." He knew that Lang Mohan was very strong, but it would be very difficult to fully master such complex combat techniques in a short period of time. In the afternoon, at the martial arts school, after a morning of intense competition, only 8 people remain, and they will draw lots to determine their opponents. Lang Mohan's opponent was Zhang Kai, who was third in the grade. They stood on the stage, clasped their fists in greeting, and the battle officially began. Zhang Kai acted without hesitation, his movements as nimble and unpredictable as a snake. Each punch was delivered at a tricky angle, aimed directly at Lang Mohan's vital points. Clearly, he must have received instruction from a master. Zhang Kai's agility is outstanding, and his moves are tricky and ruthless. He is indeed a rare talent. The principal in the stands couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Kai's father is a level 3 martial artist who has been fighting monsters outside the city for a long time and has accumulated a wealth of practical experience. Zhang Kai must have received meticulous guidance from his father. At such a young age, he has already mastered the essence of fighting the enemy. Another teacher also expressed his agreement. This Lang Mohan is quite good too. Look at his speed, it's extremely fast, and every punch and kick reveals a hint of a master-level aura. Compared to his timid and hesitant behavior this morning, his performance now is truly outstanding. The principal continued to comment. On the stage, Lang Mohan responded calmly, countering each move with ease. Although his strength and experience are superior to Zhang Kai's, he is not in a hurry to defeat his opponent quickly. Instead, he deliberately used this opportunity to hone his martial arts skills, trying to learn more techniques and strategies from Zhang Kai. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged more than 100 moves. Zhang Kai became more and more anxious as the fight progressed. Lang Mohan, who was usually unassuming, was now defending himself with impenetrable defense. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hurt him in the slightest. As time passed, Zhang Kai's attacks were not as fierce as they had been at the beginning, and his agile movements began to slow down. Lang Mohan thought to himself, "Now is the time to defeat you." Lang Mohan seized the opportunity and finally took advantage of Zhang Kai's inability to defend after his attack. He rushed forward and threw a backhand punch that struck Zhang Kai's ribs like a flying star. The moment Zhang Kai saw Lang Mohan suddenly strike his ribs, he realized something was wrong, but it was too late for him to defend. He could only grit his teeth and hold his breath to take the hit. Lang Mohan delivered a heavy punch to Zhang Kai's Zhongmen acupoint. Zhang Kai was struck as if by lightning, like a tire with its valve core ripped out. He instantly went limp and collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, the referee immediately stepped forward to stop the match, and Zhang Kai's martial arts teacher also came forward to treat him. It took several minutes for Zhang Kai to recover. Lang Mohan. Zhang Kai stepped forward and said with a serious expression, "What, you're still not convinced?" Lang Mohan thought the other party was still not convinced and wanted to fight again. Zhang Kai suddenly laughed and said, "You're stronger than me. I hope you can defeat Dai Yadong and take first place." Lang Mohan stopped displaying hostility and instead bumped fists with his opponent, saying, "Don't worry, I've got first place place in the bag. After winning this match, there are only 4 people left in the entire competition. In this kind of qualifying tournament, there are no weak opponents who can reach the semifinals.
Lang Mohan was unexpectedly drawn to be paired with Dai Yadong in the semifinals.
He thought he would meet Dai Yadong in the finals, but the two met in the semifinals instead.
Lang Mohan is finished. He's bound to lose to Dai Yadong this time, Xiao Jianjun mocked.
I hope Dai Yadong can beat Lang Mohan to his knees and beg for mercy,
Song Chuchu chimed in.
Neither of them wanted Lang Mohan to stand out, and they both cursed him. Given Lang Mohan's performance in the last match, even if he loses this one, he can still compete for 3rd place, which means he still has a sliver of a chance. Teacher Wang sighed and said that Lang Mohan was unlucky and encountered the top player Dai Yadong in the semifinals. Otherwise, he would still have had a chance to compete for 2nd place.
Director Zhang, who do you think will win or lose this match between Lang Mohan and Dai Yadong?
The principal has been paying close attention to Dai Yadong's matches.
Of course Dai Yadong won. Although Lang Mohan's performance was also quite good, he was still somewhat inferior to Dai Yadong, Director Zhang analyzed.
Alright, let's wait and see. As Dai Yadong stepped onto the ring, many of his supporters around him shouted his name and cheered him on. Dai Yadong slowly extended a finger, gently placed it on his lips, and made a shoe gesture. Then, looking indifferently at Lang Mohan, she said calmly, "You are no match for me.
If I were you, I would have admitted defeat. You should know that once I make a move, I will show no mercy. You're too confident. You should know there are always people more capable than you. How do you know my true strength?"
Lang Mohan said in a low voice, his eyes icy cold.
"You're quite unique. I'm starting to get interested in you."
Dai Yadong's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile.
He extended his index finger, beckoned it slightly, and said provocatively, "Come on, let's begin." "Alright, you'll regret this."
Lang Mohan took a deep breath, his body jerked violently, and he charged out like a nimble cheetah. His figure moved with lightning speed, and he arrived in front of Dai Yadong in an instant. He brought the flying star fist to its fullest potential, his fist techniques as swift as a shooting star streaking across the sky, each punch containing immense power, the force flowing from his shoulder to his palm.
"You've got some skill. So you were hiding your strength all along. Interesting."
A hint of surprise flashed in Dai Yadong's eyes, but more than that, he was excited. He was satisfied with Lang Mohan's performance, because only in this way could he be inspired to fight even harder.
"Gale Force!" Dai Yadong shouted, his aura exploding.
He also threw a punch, the fist whistling past with a sharp sound. The power of this punch was astonishing, as if it could tear the air apart. Their fists collided violently in mid-air, producing a dull thud. Lang Mohan took half a step back, while Dai Yadong took 2 steps back. Their eyes met, and they both sensed each other's immense power.
"Your strength is no less than mine. It seems I must go all out."
Dai Yadong narrowed his eyes and his expression became serious. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent and could not afford to be careless.
"Again!" Lang Mohan shouted and charged forward once more.
His punches became even more ferocious and his speed even faster. Seeing this, Dai Yadong dared not be negligent and used all his skills to meet Lang Mohan's attack. The two exchanged blows, neither giving an inch. Their fight attracted the attention of those around them, who were all captivated by the intense duel. The two of them are fighting at such a fierce level that their strength is approaching that of martial artists. I thought Dai Yadong would win easily, but who knew he would run into Lang Mohan, this dark horse. Lang Mohan has been hiding his strength all along, just to catch Dai Yadong off guard.
The two seem evenly matched. It's hard to say who will win.
I still think Dai Yadong is the best.
Dai Yadong is indeed powerful.
Not only has his chi and blood value reached the standard of a quasi-martial artist, but he is also very experienced in combat.
Lang Mohan thought to himself.
He knew that without the support of the system and the guidance of teacher Wang, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat Dai Yadong. However, Lang Mohan has now mastered the flying star fist and has a deeper understanding of martial arts techniques. In his eyes, Dai Yadong's martial arts skills were impressive, but there were still some flaws. Lang Mohan unleashed a move called Scattering Flowers and Flying Stars, his fist technique as fast as lightning, the dense punches as dazzling as a celestial maiden scattering flowers.
This move, a mix of feints and real attacks, left Dai Yadong bewildered and at a loss.
As expected, Dai Yadong fell for the trap. He reached out to intercept Lang Mohan's feint, but was struck in the chest by a powerful punch that had already been prepared. A loud bang was heard, and Dai Yadong staggered back several steps, his face turning red. He stared at Lang Mohan in disbelief, his heart filled with shock and resentment.
Not only him, but the onlookers also gaped in astonishment.
They originally thought Dai Yadong would win easily, but they didn't expect Lang Mohan to be able to defeat Dai Yadong. For a moment, the entire scene fell silent. No one could accept what was happening before their eyes.
What's wrong with Dai Yadong? He can't even handle a little Lang Mohan. He's a complete waste. Xiao Jianjun cursed. Could it be that what Lang Mohan said before was actually true? Has he really reached the level of a quasi-martial artist? Song Chuchu thought of what Lang Mohan had said before. If Lang Mohan really has so much potential, did I make the wrong choice?
At this moment, she was actually a little shaken. I never
never expected that what Lang Mohan said was true. He really did learn the Flying Star Fist in just one afternoon. Teacher Wang clenched his hands tightly, his heart pounding with excitement. A genius was about to rise from his hands. Lang Mohan is so powerful. How come you didn't know anything about it beforehand? Director Wang, you should take responsibility for this. The principal hadn't expected Lang Mohan to be so strong, and he planned to continue paying attention to him, regardless of whether he could win this match. Dai Yadong roared, his voice filled with anger and resentment. You don't really think you'll win, do you? Lang Mohan, I still have my last trump card to use. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes, as if he had made up his mind to reveal his true strength. As he finished speaking, Dai Yadong gritted his teeth and unleashed the second-tier martial skill his father had taught him, Gale Shakes the Sky. This martial art requires extremely high skill from the user. At the very least, one must reach the level of a first-level martial artist to execute it. However, at this moment, Dai Yadong forcibly used this martial art with the strength of a quasi-martial artist. This match was of utmost importance, and he could not afford to lose. Dai Yadong gathered all his energy and blood into his fist, and his figure flashed like lightning, appearing in front of Lang Mohan in the blink of an eye. His fist came like a fierce gust of wind, whistling through the air with astonishing power. Seeing this, Teacher Wang couldn't help but look worried and anxiously shouted, "Oh no! Lang Mohan is in danger." This punch was not only extremely fast, but also contained immense destructive power. If it landed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Jianjun said with a look of hatred, "I hope Lang Mohan is killed by this punch." Song Chuchu thought to herself, although Lang Mohan has some talent and has made rapid progress recently, his foundation is still far from enough compared to Dai Yadong. When Lang Mohan saw the fist coming at him, he remained calm and composed. Just as it was about to hit him, Lang Mohan dodged the punch. As he descended, he darted outwards and delivered a powerful right punch to Dai Yadong's chest. Dai Yadong was struck as if by a heavy blow. He curled up on the ground, wailing in pain. Lang Mohan's punch was not only powerful and heavy, but it also penetrated the paper, directly penetrating Dai Yadong's abdominal cavity. His internal organs were convulsed by the force, which caused Dai Yadong to experience such pain. Several teachers rushed onto the stage and used both gentle pressure and kneading techniques until Dai Yadong stopped wailing, but then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. What's going on? Could he have been beaten to death? The surrounding chatter startled the teachers, who then frantically pressed buttons again. Stop pressing the buttons randomly. He fainted because he forcibly used his second-tier combat skill and overexerted his body. Give him a chi and blood potion, and he'll be fine after some rest. The principal was clearly experienced and immediately saw the problem. Let Fang Yuan, who came in second, and Lang Mohan have another match to determine who is the champion, the principal instructed. Principal Lang Mohan is exceptionally strong. I know my own limitations. He can even defeat Dai Yadong, so naturally I am no match for him. I concede this round. Seeing Dai Yadong's miserable state, Fang Yuan was unwilling to go through it again. He could tell that Lang Mohan was still hiding his strength, and even if he fought, his fate wouldn't be any better than Song Yadong's, so he simply decided not to fight. Lang Mohan, your performance this time truly exceeded my expectations. Not only were you exceptionally strong, but you were also calm and bold. You deserved your place in this school test. The principal, holding Lang Mohan's hand, raised it high and announced, I now declare that student Lang Mohan has won first place in this school test. Someone come here. Bring up the reward. A female teacher was carrying a wooden tray on which were placed 3 small wooden boxes, 2 secret manuals, and a tall stack of 100,000 yuan in cash. Although Lang Mohan had been looking forward to it, he was still quite excited to actually receive the reward. With these, he would not only have cultivation resources for the future, but he would also no longer have to worry about his mother's medical expenses in the short term. Thank you, principal. Thank you, school. Thank you, system. Student Lang Mohan, you must make good use of these resources to cultivate diligently. In the future, you will represent our school in higher level selections. You must guard against arrogance and impetuosity, understand? The principal also instructed. Yes, principal, I will continue to work hard and bring honor to the school. Lang Mohan said solemnly. After the school leaders left, Teacher Wang came over, patted him on the shoulder, and said encouragingly, well done. You're really good. After Teacher Wang left, the other participating students all came forward to congratulate him, but Xiao Jianjun turned away the moment the principal announced Lang Mohan's victory. At this moment, Song Chuchu walked over and said sweetly, Mohan, congratulations. I was a little harsh yesterday. I hope you won't take it to heart. Actually, I still like you. If you just give me the reward, I'm willing to be your girlfriend again. Lang Mohan looked at Song Chuchu with disgust, wondering how she could say such disgusting things. He said coldly, do you think I'm mentally ill? Do you think I'm still that simp? I feel disgusted just looking at you. Please stay away from me from now on. Song Chuchu smiled quietly, not angry at all. Instead, she stepped forward and tried to hug Lang Mohan's arm, but Lang Mohan shook her off. If you give me these rewards, I'll not only be your girlfriend, but I'll also give myself to you tonight. Song Chuchu's eyes were alluring, and she said in a shy, coquettish voice, you can can do whatever you want. Get out, Long Mohan said coldly. After saying that, Long Mohan turned and left, clutching the reward. Watching Long Mohan's wronged figure, Song Chuchu's eyes turned cold and vicious. Long Mohan, I will make you know the consequences of offending me in the future. The apartment building, with its dark and cramped rooms.
Long Mohan looked at the 3 boxes of pills, 2 first-tier manuals, and 100,000 yuan in cash on the table. Keep 10,000 of this cash for family emergencies, and use the remaining 90,000 to pay for my mother's hospital fees.
We can't let her stay in the corridor any longer.
Long Mohan stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, these 3 boxes of qi and blood pills, each one is worth more than 50,000, and they
are very useful for martial artists below level 3. Theoretically, 1 qi and blood pill can increase qi and blood value by 30 points.
Of course, this is only the theoretical maximum scenario.
In reality, no one has ever increased it by 30 points.
Being able to maintain 20 points is already very good. Long Mohan opened a box, inside which was a pill the size of a tongue seed, emitting a faint fragrance.
I wonder how much my qi and blood value will increase after I swallow this pill, Long Mohan asked with some anticipation. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. A notification appeared on the screen in his mind.
Ding. Detected that the host has swallowed a tier 1 qi and blood pill, gaining 30 qi and blood points.
30 points. That's actually the theoretical maximum of 30 points. As expected of the system, it has actually maximized the potential of this pill. I originally had 105 points of qi and blood. Later, when I upgraded Flying Star Fist to the Great Mastery, I consumed 25 points, leaving me with only 80 points. Now, after consuming a qi and blood pill, my qi and blood value has returned to 110 points. The threshold for a level 1 martial artist is 120 qi and blood. I currently have 2 qi and blood pills.
If each pill can increase my qi and blood by 30 points, then I can increase it to 170 points. Long Mohan was thrilled at the thought. If he could break through to 170 qi and blood, he would be able to enter the mid-stage of a level 1 martial artist.
Long Mohan swallowed the second pill without hesitation. Ding.
Detected that the host has consumed a tier 1 qi and blood pill, gaining 30 qi and blood points.
My health and mana are now at 140 points. Let's have another one.
Long Mohan swallowed the last qi and blood pill, and sure enough, his qi and blood value increased to 170 points.
He successfully became a mid-stage level 1 martial artist.
Long Mohan felt full of power at this moment, and it felt so good to be powerful. At this moment, Long Mohan picked up 2 secret manuals from the table, the first tier body refining technique Black Tiger body refining technique and the first tier combat technique Stone Shattering Fist. The system has detected that the host has obtained the first tier body refining technique Black Tiger body refining technique and the first tier martial arts combat skill Stone Shattering Fist. It consumes 50 points of qi and blood and can be upgraded to the great perfection.
Do you want to upgrade? I currently have 170 health points.
Upgrading 2 manuals will consume 50 health points, leaving me with 120 points, just at the threshold of a level 1 martial artist. If I were to cultivate on my own, I don't know how much time it would take.
Time is what I lack most right now. Upgrade approved. With Long Mohan's decision, the system immediately emitted a crisp, pleasant notification sound. Ding. Upgrade successful.
At the same time, a powerful force surged into his heart, giving Long Mohan a pleasant surprise.
Just then, he felt as if a mysterious door had been opened in his brain, and countless memories of the Black Tiger body refining technique and the Stone Shattering Fist surged forth like a tide.
These memories seemed to be closely connected to his soul, deeply imprinted in the depths of his consciousness. These vivid and realistic memories made Long Mohan feel as if he had personally experienced the essence of these 2 combat techniques. He saw how the Black Tiger ran and leaped through the mountains and forests, and how it used its strong muscles and sharp claws. He also saw how the moves of the Stone Crushing Fist were connected and how it could generate the greatest power with the least amount of force. The influx of these memories allowed Long Mohan to reach a whole new level of understanding of these 2 combat techniques. What were originally complex moves became simple and easy to understand in his eyes. He could feel the subtleties of each movement and the continuity between them. At this moment, Flying Star Fist was no longer an unfamiliar martial art to him, but as familiar as the kung fu he had been practicing since childhood. Every move, every style, even every breath and the way he exerted force, naturally became part of his body. This profound understanding greatly enhanced Long Mohan's strength. He was able to use the Flying Star Fist more freely and unleash its greater power. At the same time, his mastery of combat skills has become more refined, and he can flexibly apply various tactics according to different situations. Long Mohan glanced at the data displayed on the screen in his mind.
Host, Long Mohan. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 68 kilograms. Health and mana, 180 out of 300 points. Level 1 martial artist. Spirit points, 15. Martial arts level, level 1 martial artist, 120/300. Martial arts techniques, Flying Star Fist, Tier 1, Mastery. Black Tiger body refining technique, Tier 1, Mastery. Shattering Stone Fist, Tier 1,
1, Mastery, Hunyuan Stance, near Tier 1. Special Talent, Extreme Speed, Tier 1. Looking at the changes in his data, Lang Mohan thought to himself, after mastering the Black Tiger body refining technique, my chi and blood value increased by 60 points at once, and now it has recovered to 180 points. This shows the remarkable effect of cultivating the Black Tiger body refining technique. I've even grown 2 centimeters taller, gained 3 kilograms in weight, and increased my mental strength by 5 points. I just don't know if there have been any changes elsewhere. Lang Mohan pulled up his pants and looked inside. They are indeed a bit bigger. Will they keep getting bigger as I level up? It's not good if they get too big. Ding! The host's martial arts combat skills, Flying Star Fist and Stone Shattering Fist, have been mastered. Do you wish to fuse the combat skills? This fusion will consume 60 points of health. Lang Mohan thought to himself, my health points just increased to 180, and this level up immediately deducted another 60, bringing me back down to 120. Did the system calculate this all along? Despite his complaints, Lang Mohan still said, upgrade approved. He knew best how much his strength had increased after mastering the Flying Star Fist. Now that the 2 combat techniques had been combined, he was sure he could gain even greater strength. Ding! Fusion complete. The Flying Star Fist and the Shattering Stone Fist have been fused and upgraded into the 2nd tier combat skill, Flying Star Shattering Stone Fist. This upgrade consumes 300 points of health and mana. Do you wish to upgrade? No upgrade, you mean? Lang Mohan was speechless. He only had 120 points of health left. If he lost another 300 points, wouldn't that be the death of him? Flying Star Shattering Stone Fist is a 2nd tier skill that not only perfectly integrates the essence of Flying Star Fist and Shattering Stone Fist but also greatly enhances the potential of both. The speed and penetrating power of the Flying Star Fist, the explosive power and destructive power of the Shattering Stone Fist, combined with my innate skill Ultimate Speed, I am in no way inferior to even a late-stage level 1 martial artist. Lang Mohan practiced the Black Tiger body refining technique for a while and found that this technique was dozens of times stronger than the previous Mixed Yuan Stance. After all, one was a quasi-first level common body refining technique, and the other was a precious first level body refining technique. At the hospital, Lang's mother was arguing with the doctor. Doctor, my son's hospital fees were just paid yesterday, how come there are outstanding fees again today? Mrs. Lang asked in confusion. The little money your son paid yesterday, after deducting the fees you owed before, only left a few hundred yuan. After deducting today's fees, it won't be enough again. The doctor helplessly shrugged and said, you know your illness requires expensive medications, and the money your family paid is just a drop in the bucket. The medication you're currently using is only stopping the disease from progressing. To achieve a complete cure, you'll need much more expensive gene therapy. The doctor sighed and said, this gene editing drug costs 1 million per injection, and you need to take 3 injections in a row. That's 3 million. Think about it carefully. Lang Mohan arrived at the hospital's cashier and handed over 90,000 yuan. The cashier glanced at Lang Mohan and laughed. How come you have so much money today? Did you sell your house? It's just a scholarship. I'm a level 1 martial artist now. Lang Mohan often comes to pay his fees, and the cashiers all recognize him. Looking at Lang Mohan's expression, the toll collector sensed that he wasn't lying. Raising an eyebrow, he said, I have a niece, 18 years old, just started college this year. Let me introduce you. She's incredibly beautiful. My heart is set on martial arts. Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed. I don't date. Lang Mohan waved his hand in refusal. He strode towards the ward. That's 3 million. Think it over carefully. Hearing the doctor's words, Lang Mohan stepped forward and asked, Mom, what 3 million? Mother Lang shook her head and said, it's nothing. I want to be discharged. Lang Mohan laughed and said, it's not possible to get it out now. I just paid 90,000 yuan, and the cashier said the money can't be refunded. You can stay here in peace. I'll talk to the head nurse later and ask her to arrange a ward for us. We have money now. What's the point of staying in the hallway anymore? Mother Lang exclaimed in surprise. Where did you get the money? You didn't sell the house, did you? Hee, of course I didn't sell the house. This is my scholarship. The school held an internal martial arts test, and I got first place. This is all the reward. I received a reward of 100,000 yuan. I kept 10,000 yuan for emergencies and used the remaining 90,000 yuan to pay for medical expenses. My son is amazing. Looking at her tall son, Lang's mother recalled the past. Her son was already a first-level martial artist at a young age, not much different from the scions of those big families. Lang Mohan asked the head nurse to arrange a special bed for his mother, so she no longer had to sleep in the hospital corridor. Lang Mohan exclaimed, it's so good to be rich. Doctor, how? What's the deal with the 300 you mentioned before? Lang Mohan asked several times, but his mother kept giving him vague answers, so he decided to take the opportunity to ask the doctor. The current medication can only prevent your mother's illness from progressing. To cure her completely, she needs 3 injections of gene therapy, each costing 1 million yuan, so 3 injections would cost 3 million yuan. Dr. Hao explained. 3 million would have been an astronomical figure for me me before, but now that I have the system, earning 3 million doesn't seem so impossible.
Long Mohan asked, Dr. How, is it something that can be bought with money?
Yes, we have plenty of medicine, all we lack is money. With the money, it can be delivered within 10 minutes, Dr. How said confidently.
Okay, I will definitely find a way to earn 3 million. I just paid 90,000.
Please take care of my mother's illness. I will try my best to raise the money as soon as possible. Long Mohan spent some time with his mother before returning home. After his younger sister finished her homework, he began to teach her to practice Hunyuan Zhuang, a
type of internal energy cultivation.
His sister was already in the second year of junior high school, and it was time for her to start exercising her qi and blood.
The Black Tiger body refining technique is too fierce and domineering.
The Hunyuan stance is more balanced and peaceful.
Although progress is slower, it is safe and simple.
I will teach the Black Tiger body refining technique to my sister when her qi and blood value reaches the advanced martial artist apprentice level. Long Mohan practiced the Black Tiger body refining technique at home. After a night of cultivation, his qi and blood value actually increased by 1 point, becoming 121 points. Even though it was only a little, it made Lang Mohan extremely happy. You know, before, even a little increase a month would be very encouraging, but now it's a little increase every night. How could that not be exciting? The next day, as soon as Lang Mohan arrived at school, his classmates gathered around him, congratulating him on becoming the top student in his grade. In just one night, his fame spread throughout the entire school, and now everyone knows of Lang Mohan's existence.
Congratulations, Long Mohan. Chen Yushi's first words to Long Mohan were congratulations.
Lang Mohan said excitedly, thank you for your kind words.
I actually got first place yesterday.
He recalled what Chen Yushi had said to him yesterday, and his heart was filled with gratitude and surprise.
Chen Yushi smiled and continued, with this bonus, your mother's medical expenses should be covered for now, right?
Lang Mohan nodded slightly, a hint of relief in his eyes, but then he became worried. You don't need to worry about the next 6 months, but if you want to be completely cured, you will need to take a gene serum that costs 1 million per injection, and you will need to take 3 injections in a row, which will cost 3 million more to cure you.
Lang Mohan frowned, pondering how to raise this enormous sum of money.
Looking at Lang Mohan's expression, Chen Yushi knew that Lang Mohan had been worried about his mother's condition and hoped to find a cure.
3 million isn't much, let me help you, Chen Yushi said. Lang Mohan quickly waved his hand and said, really, it's not necessary. I can handle it myself.
Several million dragon coins is no small sum, so why would he let Chen Yushi pay for it? Besides, his pride is also involved. He also believed that with the system, 3 million would definitely not be a problem. Suddenly, Chen Yushi closed her eyes, as if trying to recall something. Seeing her expression, Lang Mohan quickly reminded her, Chen Yushi, don't think about it.
This problem of yours gives you a headache whenever you try to think too hard.
Sure enough, Chen Yushi quickly covered her head, a pained expression on her face. Lang Mohan hurriedly picked up the medicine bottle from the table, poured out a pill and handed it to Chen Yushi, and quickly poured her a glass of water. Chen Yushi took the pills in the water glass, swallowed the pills with difficulty, and then drank a sip of water.
She lay quietly on the desk, waiting for the pain to subside. Long Mohan looked at Chen Yushi with heartache.
He knew that she often suffered from this kind of headache and had to endure great pain every time. He hoped to help her find a treatment, but so far, they haven't found an effective solution. After taking the medicine, Chen Yushi felt better in a few minutes. She said with a bright smile, I've remembered a place where I can make money quickly.
Where? Long Mohan's eyes widened. Caesar's Colosseum.
Chen Yushi exclaimed with a smile.
Caesar's Colosseum?
Lang Mohan had also heard of this name. He had heard that it was an arena where martial artists and monsters competed, and that it was extremely bloody and cruel.
Yes, aren't you a level 1 martial artist now?
You can participate in the Caesar's Colosseum competitions, where the prize money is substantial.
If you want to make money quickly, it's a good option.
Fighting monsters sooner will hone your martial arts skills, it's a win-win situation.
Chen Yushi's eyes lit up.
After pondering for a moment, Long Mohan said, okay, I'll try it out after school today.
Believe in yourself, you can do it.
Chen Yushi encouraged him, clenching her fist.
Caesar's Colosseum is located in Zhongyuan District, Zhongbei City. Long Mohan's home and school are both in Jinshui District. Compared to the ordinary Jinshui District, Zhongyuan District is the core area of Zhongbei.
Here, skyscrapers stand tall, and the city is brightly lit even at night.
People throng the streets, making it a wealthy area of Zhongbei City.
Lang Mohan arrived at the imposing entrance of Caesar's Colosseum and asked, excuse me, where do martial artists register for the competition? A young man in a suit and tie sneered, the minimum requirement for participants here is a level 1 martial artist.
This isn't a place for a greenhorn like you. Lang Mohan didn't say anything.
He took a few steps forward and punched a tree as thick as a bull without exerting any force.
This huge tree, as thick as a bull, suddenly collapsed.
You are a martial artist, the young man in the suit stammered in surprise.
May I attend? Lang Mohan asked calmly.
The young man in the suit forced a smile and said, of course, esteemed martial artist.
I'll personally take you to register.
Such a young level 1 martial artist has unlimited potential.
I absolutely cannot offend him.
The young man in the suit nodded and bowed, carefully flattering him. The staff member in charge tested Song Qingshu's blood energy level, and Lang Mohan was able to register smoothly.
Mr. Lang, do you need to conceal your identity? If you don't want to reveal your true face, we can apply face paint to it.
Lang Mohan thought for a moment and said, then help me conceal my identity by painting me with oil paints.
Are you going to participate tonight? We happen to have one spot available tonight. I want to join the war. I want to join the war as soon as possible. Then please give yourself a nickname. After all, we need a catchy name. Just come up with anything. I can't think of anything either. You guys definitely have experience.
Alright, you're a level 1 martial artist, so we'll have you on the field for the 7th match tonight.
Your appearance fee is 5,000 yuan, and your winning bonus is 10,000 yuan.
We'll also be selecting the best martial artist tonight, who will receive a bonus of 50,000 yuan. Lang Mohan thought to himself that the bonus was quite substantial, and that he had indeed come to the right place.
Mr. Song, this is a waiver of liability. If you die unexpectedly during the competition, our arena will not bear any responsibility. Lang Mohan indicated that he understood and directly signed his name. If Caesar's Colosseum wanted to make money, martial artists would risk their lives to do so.
Lang Mohan was taken to the lounge, his face painted with red grease paint, making him look incredibly ferocious, as if his face was covered in blood. Their waiting room was a separate room, and each room had a television that broadcast the game live. Lang Mohan was also watching the other martial artists' matches.
Every match was thrilling and exciting.
All the martial artists were fighting
hand to hand.
These level 1 monsters were also quite ferocious. They had obviously been captured not long ago and were full of wildness.
Finally, it was time for the 6th match. Lang Mohan was led to the entrance by the staff to prepare for the next match. In the first 6 matches today, human warriors defeated the monsters and won.
With the host's passionate shout, "Today, please welcome our 7th contestant, the bloodthirsty tyrant." "Sir, it's your turn," the staff urged.
Lang Mohan exclaimed in bewilderment, "I just asked them to come up with any nickname, and they named me Bloodthirsty Tyrant. These people really dare to come up with names." As Lang Mohan entered the venue, tens of thousands of spectators cheered loudly. Lang Mohan was also somewhat excited by the crazy shouts.
A thought arose in my mind. This is what a true man should be like. Next, we'll unleash the bloodthirsty tyrant's opponent, the tyrannical, wild boar, the host shouted passionately. As the host finished speaking, a frenzied wild boar was released from its cage. This wild boar was over 3 meters long, with a pair of sharp tusks, and its body was covered in thick mud with hairs that looked like steel needles. The two commentators introduced the bloodthirsty tyrant to the audience. "Come on, let's take a look at the bloodthirsty tyrant's information."
Oh, he's only
18 years old, a level 1 martial artist, and his health points are 120, which means he's just barely crossed the threshold of a level 1 martial artist.
Ignorance is bliss.
The lowest level 1 martial artists who come here to compete are at least mid-stage martial artists, and even they often die. Only those who reach the late stage of level 1 martial artist can be considered to have the ability to protect themselves. This young man has just entered the level 1 martial
artist realm and is participating in the beast fighting tournament. It's really a bit reckless, but let's wish him good luck, the elderly commentator said helplessly. Next, let's take a look at this tyrannical wild boar that's currently circling around in a frenzy. It's a late-stage level 1 monster, characterized by its thick
skin, great strength, and frenzied temperament. Its long tusks are like 2 sharp blades, and even a typical level 1 human martial artist is no match for it. As far as I know, this ferocious wild boar was captured by a level 2 martial artist, and he was even injured in the process. This shows how powerful this ferocious wild boar is. I am worried about the fate of the bloodthirsty tyrant. The wild boar grunted a few times and charged toward Lang Mohan with its massive body. This ferocious wild boar weighed at least 2 or 3 tons and ran like a heavy tank.
Danger! Danger! The commentator shouted. The bloodthirsty tyrant not only didn't retreat, but actually charged forward? What's he doing charging forward? Is he going to fight the tyrannical boar head-on? Is he courting death? No! He jumped up.
As he collided with the tyrannical boar, he leaped high into the air, as gracefully as a great bird.
Wow! In that instant, he actually punched the tyrannical boar in the spine. Could it be that he wanted to kill the tyrannical boar with one punch? Look!
His punch didn't do much damage to the savage boar, but the boar paused for a moment, so it obviously had some effect. The young, bloodthirsty tyrant perfectly dodged the first attack launched by the savage boar. How thrilling! Let's see if this young man can continue with such good luck.
Lang Mohan shook his hand.
He had used all his strength in that punch, but he hadn't expected that it would be enough to kill the tyrannical wild boar. It truly lived up to its reputation as a tank-like monster with thick skin and tough flesh. Seeing the ferocious boar turn around and charge at him again, Lang Mohan remained calm and charged at the boar once more. Lang Mohan mobilized his internal energy and blood, channeling it into his right fist. In the instant he soared high above the tyrannical boar, he delivered a powerful punch to the boar's spine once once more.
Oomph, hum.
The tyrannical wild boar was hit by Lang Mohan's heavy punch again, and this time it finally groaned in pain.
Lang Mohan landed gracefully.
His punch had carried tremendous penetrating and destructive power. Although the wild boar looked unharmed, the terrifying force of the punch had actually penetrated its body.
Moreover, both of Lang Mohan's punches came from the same spot.
The ferocious wild boar charged again, but it was clear that it wasn't as fast as it had been the previous 2 times.
This kind of low-level monster has no intelligence and only acts on instinct.
Once I use the same trick again and punch it, it probably won't be able to run away. Seeing the raging boar charging again, Lang Mohan leaped up once more, letting out a hey-ha sound, and suddenly punched the raging boar's spine again.
Look, everyone, the bloodthirsty tyrant has struck the tyrannical boar for the 3rd time, but the tyrannical boar has thick hide and tough flesh. This damage is just a tickle to it. I think the bloodthirsty tyrant will eventually run out of energy and be killed by the tyrannical boar. Yes, the bloodthirsty tyrant is still young and inexperienced. If he can't break through the defenses, he'll be worn down to death by the tyrannical boar sooner or later.
The tens of thousands of spectators at the scene also felt that the bloodthirsty tyrant had little chance of winning.
Most of them had placed bets beforehand, some on the monster's victory and others on the human warrior's victory.
Oomph, oomph, oomph. After taking Lang Mohan's 3rd punch, the once arrogant and tyrannical wild boar's massive body went limp and it collapsed to the ground. It grunted and struggled to get up, but all its efforts were in vain. Its spine was shattered by the flying star stone-breaking fist during Lang Mohan's 3rd punch, and it completely lost its ability to move.
Ha! Why is the wild boar lying down?
It suddenly can't get up, the young commentator exclaimed.
I know.
The bloodthirsty tyrant punched the same spot on its spine 3 times in a row, shattering its spine, so of course it can't move, the older commentator exclaimed in sudden realization. The bloodthirsty tyrant used his speed advantage to strike the tyrannical boar's spine several times, eventually shattering it. Now that the tyrannical wild boar has lost its ability to move, it's like vegetables on a chopping board, at the mercy of others.
Then let's see how the bloodthirsty tyrant kills the savage boar. Everyone, stay tuned. Lang Mohan didn't rush to make a move.
Instead, he circled around the tyrannical boar. Although the tyrannical boar couldn't move, its 2 sharp tusks were as sharp as steel knives.
Lang Mohan leaped onto the head of the raging wild boar and punched it repeatedly.
His fists were as fast as shooting stars, each punch capable of shattering stone tablets.
He unleashed dozens of punches in one go, leaving the tyrannical boar barely breathing. Lang Mohan's hand, sharp as a knife, pierced the boar's eye with a whoosh. With all his might, Lang Mohan plunged his entire arm into the raging boar's brain. Enduring the discomfort, he twisted the wound forcefully, and the boar died instantly. Wow, the bloodthirsty tyrant actually killed the savage boar. This is a victory of wisdom, the commentator exclaimed excitedly. From the beginning, the bloodthirsty tyrant knew his disadvantages. He played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses, using his agility to eventually kill the arrogant and tyrannical boar. Especially the last few dozen punches, they were incredibly explosive, demonstrating the bloodthirsty tyrant's immense power. I estimate that the slaughtering boar's skull has been shattered. That final chop to the eye ended the life of the ferocious boar. This match was truly exhilarating, exciting, and thrilling. The 2 commentators, one after the other, kept engaging the audience and creating a more intense atmosphere. Ha!
What is the bloodthirsty tyrant doing? The young commentator exclaimed in surprise.
Yeah, what's that spurting blood pipe he's holding? Is it a blood vessel? My God, he's actually drinking the blood of a raging wild boar?
No wonder he's called the bloodthirsty tyrant. He lives up to that nickname.
This is insane. So crazy. He's a monster. Wow, he actually ate a bite of a monstrous boar's brain. Wow, he's drinking blood now. Lang Mohan's chest was covered in blood.
He shook his head. It seems that only blood can increase my blood energy. Eating meat and brains won't work.
121 points. 122 points. 1, 2, 3. 124 points.
Lang Mohan felt dizzy and lightheaded after drinking, and his blood energy level finally stopped at 135 points. Clearly, no matter how much Lang Mohan drinks, his health points will not increase further. This ferocious wild boar, which only has 1 attack, can only provide him with 15 health points. I thought he was just taking a few sips to make a gesture, but I didn't realize he was really thirsty. Yes, he actually started gulping down the blood vessel while holding it. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was drinking red wine.
It's twisted and insane enough. I love it.
No wonder he's called the bloodthirsty tyrant. He really does drink blood. The audience at the scene, instead of being afraid of such a brutal and bloody scene, became even more excited.
In the 7th match, I now declare Bloodthirsty Tyrant the winner.
With the sound of the microphone, the news of Bloodthirsty Tyrant's victory spread throughout the arena. Staff members entered the venue and carried away the rampaging wild boar, and some people specifically guided Lang Mohan to leave the venue.
Lang Mohan's crazy bloodlust was indeed frightening.
Upon entering the lounge, Lang Mohan went directly to the bathroom to wash off the bloodstains. Despite applying cleaning agents and shower gel several times, he still smelled of blood.
After changing his clothes, Lang Mohan mentally assessed his gains from the match.
He had not only received an appearance fee of 5,000 yuan, but also a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Not only did he receive 15,000 yuan, but his health also increased by 15 points, now reaching 135 points. Overall, it was a very rewarding experience. In the following time, Lang Mohan continued to watch the next 3 matches. 2 of them were matches between level 2 martial artists, and the last one was a match between level 3 martial artists. They all killed the monsters cleanly and decisively. Finally, the big screen continuously played highlights of the 10 contestants, and the results were finally determined based on the votes of the audience. The host first gave a passionate introduction, then teased the audience by asking, "Who is tonight's best martial artist?" The host paused for a few seconds and then said, "Volcanic active water, rich in organic matter, is best enjoyed by drinking it in big gulps." Amidst the audience's shouts and jeers, the host finished reading the commercials before officially announcing, "Tonight's best warrior is the bloodthirsty tyrant." As the stirring music began and Lang Mohan's spectacular scenes were displayed on the big screen, the atmosphere reached its climax.
That concludes tonight's match. Lang Mohan also walked out of Caesar's Coliseum.
The moment he stepped out, he received a text message, "65,000 yuan has been deposited into my Dragon Kingdom account." With all the income for the night deposited into his account, Lang Mohan walked home with light and cheerful steps.
Day Runjia Hotel.
This is a well-known hotel in Jinshui district, offering a one-stop service for dining, bathing, karaoke, and accommodation. It's a notorious den of iniquity.
Luxury private room, Peony Hall.
The large table was laden with a sumptuous spread of nearly 20 dishes, yet only 3 guests were dining. "Chuchu, let me introduce you to my cousin, Sun Kejia. He's a famous genius at our Jinjiang Martial Academy, only 5 years older than me, and he's already a late-stage level 1 martial artist." Xiao Jianjun introduced himself with a smile, his words filled with pride, as if he were also a first-level martial artist. Sun Kejia was a tall, thin young man with small eyes and a large nose. His features looked somewhat compact, and he was obviously a bit arrogant.
"Let me correct you, I'm already at the peak of level 1 martial artist.
Breaking through to level 2 martial artist is only a matter of time," Sun Kejia said proudly.
"Brother Jia,
I heard that it's very difficult for a level 1 martial artist to break through to level 2.
Not only do they need to have 300 points of health and vitality, but they also need to break through some kind of barrier?" As Song Chuchu spoke, she bent down and poured Sun Kejia a glass of wine.
Her low-cut neckline revealed a pair of snow-white breasts that seemed about to burst out. Sun Kejia glanced at her without making a sound, and swallowed hard. As if he had noticed something, Song Chuchu looked up and her eyes met Sun Kejia's. Song Chuchu lowered her head shyly, and as she turned around, her pert buttocks accidentally brushed against Sun Kejia's hand, which made the latter have some impure thoughts. "There is indeed a barrier for a level 1 martial artist to upgrade to level 2. My current health and vitality value has reached 300, so breaking through is very simple." A small box appeared in Sun Kejia's hand without his knowledge.
"Cousin, what is this?" Xiao Jianjun asked curiously. Song Chuchu was very clever. She covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Could it be the legendary breakthrough pill?"
Sun Kejia was pleased with the woman's admiration and said smugly, "Chuchu, you're not only beautiful but also incredibly intelligent.
This is the legendary breakthrough pill. It really is a breakthrough pill. This one is said to be worth 300,000.
That's enough to buy a 3-bedroom, 1 living room sunroom in our Jinshui district." Song Chuchu's eyes were full of envy, and her gaze toward Sun Kejia became increasingly alluring and seductive. With this breakthrough pill, breaking through to the 2nd level of martial artist will be a piece of cake," Sun Kejia said with a determined look. In his eyes, "If I can break through without taking the breakthrough pill and rely on my own strength, then the foundation I lay will be even more solid."
"Brother Jia, you're amazing."
Song Chuchu's eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands in admiration.
Xiao Jianjun was a little unhappy.
His girlfriend admired another man, and he was a little jealous. He reached out and pulled his girlfriend over.
"Let's switch seats. My cousin and I haven't seen each other in ages. Let's have a drink."
Song Chuchu reluctantly switched seats with Xiao Jianjun, a hint of disappointment in her eyes.
Sun Kejia said somewhat displeasedly, "What's the point of drinking with you? If you want to drink, I'll drink with Chuchu." Xiao Jianjun had long since fallen for Song Chuchu's charms. He explained, "Chuchu doesn't drink, so I'll drink with you. This is Chimu wine. A bottle costs over 10,000. Cousin, let's drink. Don't waste such fine wine." Sun Kejia reluctantly drank a glass.
At this moment, his mind was full of Song Chuchu, and he had no interest in the delicious food and wine on the table.
He also did not want to continue to be polite and perfunctory with Xiao Jianjun. He cut to the chase. "Speak, what do you want from me today?
You're not one to sit idly by without a reason. This drink isn't for nothing."
"Ha, I just miss my cousin and want to chat with him."
Xiao Jianjun knew that his relationship with this cousin wasn't that close.
Sun Kejia remained silent, drinking his wine quietly, waiting for Xiao Jianjun to continue.
"Cousin, is this matter also related to Chuchu?"
"Oh, how is it related to Chuchu?"
Sun Kejia became interested when he heard that it was related to Song Chuchu. "After Chuchu and I got together, one of her former suitors, who was the top student in the school, kept harassing us. I even got into a fight with him over it, but I was no match for him. Later, I mentioned your name, but he still didn't give me any face and continued to insult you. Insult me? Insult me in what way? Sun Keje's face darkened, and he said with some displeasure. I don't know if he was angry because Xiao Jianjun mentioned his name, or because the other party didn't give him face. Xiao Jianjun looked conflicted, sighed several times, and remained silent. Tell me what you're talking about? How dare these little high school students insult me, a level 1 martial artist? Sun Keje didn't really believe it. Brother Jia, I didn't say that. It was Lang Mohan who said it. Song Chuchu said sweetly. So what if you're a level 1 martial artist? In his eyes, you're nothing but a piece of trash. Sun Keje slammed his hand on the solid wood table, shattering it instantly. He angrily exclaimed, this Lang Mohan is courting death. Xiao Jianjun looked pained. That slap would cost him at least 3,000 yuan more in compensation. The meal and drinks alone had already cost over 10,000 yuan, and now he had to pay an extra 3,000 yuan. However, if Sun Keje agrees to deal with Lang Mohan, then his money will have been well spent. Cousin, please teach this Lang Mohan a lesson. You don't need to kill him, just cripple him. Xiao Jianjun looked on with anticipation. Sure, Sun Keje said, toying with his wine glass. Then thank you very much, cousin. Xiao Jianjun picked up his wine glass, stood up, and was about to offer a toast. Cousin, let me toast you. Wait, but I have one condition, Sun Keje said slowly. Sigh, he really is the type who won't act until he sees the benefits. Xiao Jianjun said helplessly. Let Chu Chu keep me company tonight, and I'll take care of Lang Mohan's matter. Sun Keje finally revealed his true colors. How can that be? Chu Chu is my girlfriend. Xiao Jianjun refused. Cousin, I have a qi and blood pill here, what do you think? Xiao Jianjun pushed the qi and blood pill in front of Sun Keje. I'll take them all. Sun Keje picked up the qi and blood pills, stood up, and laughed. Take Chu Chu to my room later. After finishing his sentence, Sun Keje picked up the wine glass on the table, drank it all in one gulp, then casually put the glass down and strode confidently out of the room. As he passed by Song Chu Chu, he deliberately slowed down and gently touched her. This sudden action made Song Chu Chu let out a shy gasp. Sun Keje smiled smugly, then walked out of the room without looking back. After Sun Keje left, Xiao Jianjun glared angrily at Song Chu Chu, his eyes flashing with fury. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and asked, what do you suggest we do now? Song Chu Chu secretly pondered that compared to Xiao Jianjun, Sun Keje, who was about to be promoted to a second-level martial artist, obviously had more potential and resources. If she could get his support, it might be more beneficial to her. Climbing up to the strong is a lesson she has recently learned. She hesitated for a moment, then cautiously probed, How about I sacrifice myself? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jianjun flew into a rage, raised his hand and slapped Song Chu Chu hard across the face, angrily cursing, You slut! You shameless whore! Haven't you been trying to climb the social ladder all along? Song Chu Chu covered her burning cheek, a cold glint in her eyes. She decided to drop the pretense and coldly replied, Sun Keje took the qi blood pill too. You promised it would be mine. If I don't sleep with him, how are you going to get revenge on Lang Mohan? Song Chu Chu covered her face, turned around and left, leaving Xiao Jianjun looking dejected. Is this really worth it? He couldn't help but ask himself. Lang Mohan, you've already won 7 games in a row? Chen Yushi exclaimed in surprise. Keep your voice down, don't let anyone know. Lang Mohan has recently made a name for himself at Caesar's Arena, and he has matches to play every day. During this period, he won the Best Martial Artist award 4 more times and received a bonus of 200,000 yuan. He earned a total of 355,000 yuan from these 7 matches. In addition, he bet on himself to win in the next 6 games, earning nearly 500,000 at the casino. In just 1 week, he went from a poor boy who worried about money every day to a millionaire with 855,000. Although he is still far from his goal of 3 million, he is making very rapid progress. His health points are also increasing at a rate of 15 points per match. When he won the first match, his health points were 135, and now they are 225. Chen Yushi, which school are you planning to apply to after the college entrance examination? Lang Mohan asked with concern. I plan to apply to an art school in Shanghai. You know I'm good at drawing. Chen Yushi laughed. You know my physical condition. I can't practice martial arts, so I can only study art. When I become a top martial artist in the future, I will definitely take you to find the best doctor to cure your headaches. Lang Mohan patted his chest and promised. My headaches are incurable, and I've seen so many doctors but nothing has worked. Chen Yushi said helplessly, spreading her hands. Nonsense. Gene therapy is so advanced now that even my mother's cancer can be cured. Don't even mention your headache. Lang Mohan was full of expectations for the future. Which martial arts academy do you want to apply to in the future? Shanghai Martial Arts Academy or Beijing Martial Arts Academy? Chen Yushi asked nervously. Shanghai, I've heard it's more free there and the rewards are more generous. Lang Mohan didn't think he could pass the exam with his current level 1 martial artist strength. That's great. The Shanghai Art School and the martial martial arts academy aren't far apart, so we can see each other often, Chen Yushi said happily. That would be perfect. After school, Lang Mohan first looked at his mother, then prepared to head to Caesar's Coliseum in the Central Plains district to begin his 8th match. It was said that a powerful monster would be arranged for him tonight.
Lang Mohan, come here. A familiar yet loathsome voice rang out. Song Chuchu, are you following me? Lang Mohan frowned. Why is Song Chuchu always haunting me? If you're a man, come here. If you're not a man, you don't have to come, Song Chuchu said, then limped away. Your leg is already crippled, and you're still trying to provoke me. Do you want someone to beat me up? Lang Mohan has already experienced many battles with monsters and is no longer a novice.
He was highly skilled and daring, and without fear, he followed Song Chuchu's retreating figure. On a grassy riverbank, a tall, thin, and somewhat ugly man stood on a dirt slope, his hands behind his back facing the wind, his gaze fixed on the wide river. Show off. Even from a distance, Lang Mohan saw this person and the word show off immediately popped into his mind.
Brother Jie.
This person is Lang Mohan, the #1 martial artist at Hanbu Middle School,
Song Chuchu exclaimed. Sun Kejie looked down at Lang Mohan and said, You're Lang Mohan, the suitor who's always harassing Chuchu?
Lang Mohan frowned, knowing that Song Chuchu, that green tea bitch, was definitely smearing him everywhere.
He was too lazy to explain and said, Enough nonsense. You're just Song Chuchu's accomplice, aren't you? If you want to fight, then come on. Just as arrogant as Chuchu said.
You, a mere quasi-martial artist, dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me.
If I don't cripple you today, I'll treat you like a grandson,
Sun Kejie said fiercely.
I don't need a grandson like you. Kid, hurry up and get to work.
I have important business to attend to after I'm done with you.
I can't let this delay my money making.
Lang Mohan took out his phone and checked the time, thinking to himself, I must finish this battle in 3 minutes. I don't want to miss a single match in the arena.
Lang Mohan, you are too arrogant.
Brother Jie is a genius of Jinjiang Martial Academy, a peak first-level martial artist, and he is about to enter the second-level martial artist realm. Song Chuchu laughed smugly. If you kneel down and kowtow now, and break your own legs, Brother Jie might just let you go.
So you're so arrogant, you green TB*TCH, you found a new man? What? Did you dump Xiao Jianjun too? Lang Mohan said sarcastically.
Song Chuchu's expression changed, and she said to Sun Kejie in a coquettish tone, Brother Jie, this Lang Mohan called me a green TB*TCH. Please help me teach him a lesson.
Sun Kejie leaped down the embankment and laughed. Then you'd better serve me well tonight.
Song Chuchu's expression changed. Thinking of Sun Kejie's perverted behavior last night, she couldn't help but feel fear. His perverted ways of playing not only left her covered in bruises, but also made it almost impossible for her to get out of bed today. She still walks with a limp. Okay, as long as you cripple Lang Mohan today, I will definitely stay with you tonight, Song Chuchu said through gritted teeth and mustered her courage.
Sun Kejie swayed and rushed to Lang Mohan in 2 steps, raising both elbows to smash them down on Lang Mohan's face.
I can't stand faces that are more handsome than mine. Lang Mohan ducked to avoid the killing blow, and at the same time threw a punch with the speed of a shooting star. Sun Kejie raised his hand to block it.
The two men's arms collided, and they both took a step back. Sun Kejie's face showed shock.
So that's why you dared to be so arrogant.
Turns out you're a hidden master at the late stage of level 1. As a high school student, you can be considered a genius.
And I, on the other hand, have the greatest pleasure in crippling geniuses who haven't even reached their full potential, Sun Kejie said with a sinister smile.
Song Chuchu's eyes widened in disbelief.
Brother Jie, how could Lang Mohan possibly be a level 1 martial artist, let alone a late-stage level 1 martial artist? He's at most a quasi-martial artist. He said that himself just a few days ago. Boy, tell me your secret. Sun Kejie's eyes narrowed, and he shouted coldly.
Secret? What secret is there?
Taking pills makes you stronger.
That's my secret. Lang Mohan grinned and rushed forward. Lang Mohan flashed forward and threw a punch straight at his opponent's face. Sun Kejie crouched down and punched Lang Mohan in the groin.
Lang Mohan turned his legs to avoid the opponent's punch, then bent his body slightly, turning his fist into an elbow and striking the opponent's head. Sun Kejie rolled on the ground, and with his hands and legs, he twisted them like steel cables and scissors towards Lang Mohan's right leg. Lang Mohan moved with incredible speed, leaping slightly to avoid the opponent's scissor kick, while simultaneously stomping on the opponent's head. Sun Kejie pushed himself up with both hands and did a somersault, simultaneously sweeping his 4 fingers together like blades towards Lang Mohan's eyes. Lang Mohan slightly turned his head to avoid the dangerous move.
The opponent's groin kick came again. Lang Mohan neither dodged nor avoided, but instead punched the opponent's chest acupoint.
With a muffled thud, Lang Mohan's shin took a heavy kick, but at the same time, his flying star-shattering stone fist struck the opponent's chest. Sun Kejie staggered back several steps, knelt on one knee, his face pale, and breathed rapidly with his mouth open, but it was as if the surrounding air was too thin, and he could not get any oxygen. He frantically patted his ribs and chest, trying to get his breathing back to normal, but Lang Mohan wouldn't give him the chance. He flashed forward and struck Sun Kejie on the shoulder shoulder with a palm strike, sending the man flying and coughing up blood. That one blow nearly killed him. How is this possible? Brother Jia actually lost? He was about to break through to the second level of martial arts. When did Long Mohan become so strong? When Song Chuchu saw Sun Kejia fall to the ground and vomit blood, she didn't think about helping him, but turned around and quickly fled. Clearly, she made another choice. You've been used as a pawn. Look, you just got injured and Song Chuchu ran away. You can't trust this woman at all, Long Mohan said coldly. After spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, Sun Kejia's breathing gradually became easier. However, he gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment and malice, his eyes like those of a venomous snake as he stared fiercely at Lang Mohan, and said through gritted teeth, "It's my incompetence that I lost to you this time, but I will never lose again next time." Lang Mohan sneered, shook his head slightly, and said, "I've never liked leaving any potential problems for myself. Judging from your words and actions, you're clearly not an upright person, and you'll definitely cause me trouble in the future. Although I am not afraid of you, I have family to protect and I really don't have the extra energy to deal with someone like you." At this point, Lang Mohan's eyes suddenly turned cold and ruthless, and he said in a chilling tone, "Therefore, I have no choice but to send you on your way." Upon hearing this, Sun Kejia's face turned deathly pale, and a flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. He stammered, You can't kill me. My brother is Sun Carey. He's a level 3 martial artist from the Shanghai Martial Academy. If you dare lay a finger on me, he'll definitely come back for revenge." Lang Mohan nodded slightly, seemingly agreeing with Sun Kejia's words, and then said calmly, "You're right, but this only strengthens my resolve to kill you." Sun Kejia looked at Lang Mohan in horror, completely unable to understand why he was so resolute. Before Sun Kejia could finish speaking, Lang Mohan slapped him on the head with a powerful palm strike, instantly turning his brain into a mess. Sun Kejia's body fell to the ground with a thud, and a small wooden box fell out of his pocket. "What is this?" Lang Mohan picked it up and saw that the wooden box contained a pill sealed with wax, with the words "barrier-breaking pill" written in small black characters on it. Lang Mohan was overjoyed. This was actually the legendary breakthrough pill, which was said to be worth 300,000 each and was specially used to break through the barriers to advancement. Lang Mohan reached out and touched Sun Kejia again, then found a small wooden box containing a Qi and blood pill. An unexpected bonus. This Qi and blood pill is worth 50,000. After consuming it, it will increase my Qi and blood by 30 points. I must develop the good habit of looting corpses from now on. Lang Mohan put away the 2 pills, looking at Sun Kejia's cold corpse, and said, "I didn't originally intend to kill you, but seeing the venom in your eyes, I knew I couldn't let you live. And then you mentioned your brother, a level 3 martial artist, so I had no choice but to kill you." Lang Mohan kicked out, and Sun Kejia's body fell into the river with a splash. In an instant, countless carnivorous fish surged out of the river and rushed to tear it apart. In less than a minute, Sun Kejia's body was completely devoured, down to the bone fragments. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the world has undergone tremendous changes. Although the river water in the city is filtered by 7 steel alloy filters, carnivorous fish still inevitably enter. Therefore, in this era, few people fished by the river, and even fewer would take a walk along it. The riverbank was considered a dangerous area. After dealing with Sun Kejia's matter, Lang Mohan turned and left for Caesar's Colosseum. His Qi and blood value was now 225 calories. He took out the Qi and blood pill from his pocket and put it in his mouth. A system notification announced, detected that the host has consumed 1 Qi and blood pill, increasing Qi and blood by 30 points. 255 points. A smile appeared on Lang Mohan's lips. He was now a genuine late-stage level 1 martial artist. The last rays of the setting sun slowly faded, and night finally fell upon the earth. The Colosseum was brightly lit and bustling with people, displaying its grandeur. 800,000. I'm betting on Bloodthirsty Tyrant to win. Lang Mohan went to the casino to place his bet on himself to win. This time he was going to gamble big. After taking the receipt, Lang Mohan headed backstage. The high stands were already packed, the audience eagerly anticipating tonight's match. Inside a luxurious private box sat 2 elegantly dressed young men. The young man in red pointed at the Bloodthirsty Tyrant's image on the electronic screen in front of him, a confident smile on his face, and said, "Tonight I'm still betting on Bloodthirsty Tyrant to win. 1 million. Another young man in blue, with a slight upturn of his lips, replied, "Then I'll bet on the monster to win. This time I'm going to place a big bet, 2 million. The young man in red picked up his wine glass, took a small sip, and thought to himself with smug satisfaction, "I took a liking to the Bloodthirsty Tyrant the first time he appeared, and he certainly didn't disappoint me. He helped me win 7 consecutive matches and earn millions in wealth." The young man in blue smiled and said, "Tonight might not be so easy. I've heard that tonight's monster is a very powerful one. Even the Bloodthirsty Tyrant might not be able to defeat it." Clearly, he seems to have some inside information. However, the young man in red remained convinced of his judgment, retorting, "According to the rules, the Caesar's Colosseum cannot arrange for a level 2 monster to fight against a level 1 warrior. No level 1 monster can stand against the Bloodthirsty Tyrant. After all, he still had some some trust in the reputation of Caesar's Colosseum. The young man in blue shrugged and smiled easily. Then let's wait and see how this match unfolds. After speaking, he picked up a glass of wine, toasted the young man in red, and then drank it all in one gulp. Both men turned their gazes to the electronic screen, anticipating the start of the match. The bloodthirsty tyrant has been very popular recently, so the organizers arranged for him to be in the final match, and the matches for second-level martial artists were all placed before him. As each game ended, the audience grew tired. The host's passionate voice rang out again. Dear viewers, next up is our most popular king, the legend of 7 consecutive undefeated matches, the Blood Tyrant. Let's welcome our grand finale warrior of the night, the bloodthirsty tyrant, with the loudest shouts and cheers.
The tens of thousands of spectators in the arena roared and screamed excitedly.
Lang Mohan, shirtless, wearing white trousers and with his face painted with ferocious red paint, made a dazzling entrance under the spotlight, accompanied by loud music.
Upon entering the arena, Lang Mohan raised his arm to greet the surrounding audience, once again eliciting countless cheers. Hello everyone, I'm Lao Zhang, the commentator for tonight, and I'm Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, look how popular the bloodthirsty tyrant is.
The whole stadium is cheering and shouting for him. Yes, since the first match, bloodthirsty tyrant has gained countless fans with his ruthless, brutal, and bloodthirsty fighting style. His practice of drinking monster blood after a victory is unique and distinctive.
I wonder what kind of monster his opponent will be tonight. I can't wait, Xiao Jin said with feigned anticipation. Look, his opponent has appeared. Ha!
It's actually a copper-skinned iron wolf, a very ferocious monster. Old Zhang exclaimed exaggeratedly.
Yes, the copper-skinned iron wolf has extremely strong defense due to its copper skin and iron bones.
When it grows to adulthood, it can evolve into a level 5 magical beast.
This one is clearly an immature subspecies, Xiao Jin analyzed.
Although it is not a mature copper-skinned iron wolf, its strength should not be underestimated. Its defense is formidable, as are its terrifying bite force and sharp claws, all of which are extremely threatening.
Alright, the copper-skinned iron wolf is out.
It's running around in panic because of the shouts around it, and it's clearly still a bit unaccustomed to it.
Alright, the bloodthirsty tyrant has taken the initiative to come forward. It seems he's going to make the first move. Wow, the copper-skinned iron wolf finally spotted its opponent and pounced. It's incredibly fast. The bloodthirsty tyrant was also very fast.
He not only dodged the attack, but also punched the copper-skinned iron wolf in the waist.
Alas, copper head, iron tail, tofu waist. This saying works for ordinary wolf monsters, but it's clearly ineffective against this kind of abnormally defensive copper-skinned iron wolf. Lang Mohan shook his hand, thinking to himself, this copper-skinned iron wolf is incredibly tough. I can now deliver a punch weighing over 3,000 pounds, and this wolf isn't even hurt.
Lang Mohan lowered his body slightly, shifting his center of gravity downwards, and placed his hands in front of him, confronting the
copper-skinned iron wolf. Suddenly, the copper-skinned iron wolf pounced, and Lang Mohan seized the opportunity to punch it in the eye. The copper-skinned iron wolf was very fast, and it dodged the attack with a blink of its head. Lang Mohan's punch only hit its hard head. At the same time, the wolf's claws also tore several bloody marks on Lang Mohan's abdomen.
If Lang Mohan hadn't been fast enough to dodge in time, that claw would have disemboweled him.
Again!
Lang Mohan's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes gleaming with intense fighting spirit.
He beckoned to the copper-skinned iron wolf with his finger. The copper-skinned iron wolf sensed Lang Mohan's provocation. It let out a low growl, its eyes flashing with a fierce light as it stared intently at Lang Mohan, preparing to launch a new attack. Lang Mohan did not back down. He clenched his fists, his muscles tensed, ready to meet the charge of the copper-skinned iron wolf. The copper-skinned iron wolf pounced on Lang Mohan again, moving with incredible speed, like a bolt of lightning. Lang Mohan did not dodge, but chose to meet it head-on. He quickly crouched down, then charged forward, colliding head-on with the copper-skinned iron wolf. Lang Mohan suddenly bent down and grabbed one of the copper-skinned iron wolf's front paws, throwing it to the ground with all his might. The copper-skinned iron wolf struggled to get up, but Lang Mohan didn't give it a chance, and then punched it hard in the nose. The punch was incredibly powerful, causing the copper-skinned iron wolf's nose to bleed profusely, and it howled in pain. Lang Mohan pressed his advantage, relentlessly attacking the copper-skinned iron wolf's nose with each punch brimming with power. Copper-skinned iron wolf tried to dodge Lang Mohan's attacks, but Lang Mohan's fist techniques were as swift as meteors, each move aimed at its vital points. Left with no other option, the copper-skinned iron wolf could only attack Lang Mohan with its sharp claws, hoping to stop his attack. To inflict greater damage on the copper-skinned iron wolf, Lang Mohan decided to risk taking its claw head-on. He dodged the wolf's claw to the side, while simultaneously striking its nose with a powerful punch. The copper-skinned iron wolf's nose was severely injured again, and blood splattered everywhere. However, Lang Mohan paid a price. His back was scratched by the copper-skinned iron wolf's claws, and blood gushed from the wound. But he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, continuing to attack the copper-skinned iron wolf with all his might. Ignoring his injuries, Lang Mohan unleashed a powerful hook punch to the copper-skinned iron wolf's jaw, sending it rolling several times
items on the ground. Lang Mohan leaped forward and unleashed a flurry of punches on the copper-skinned Iron Wolf's eyes and nose, causing it to howl in pain. In a luxurious VIP box in the stands, a young man dressed in a magnificent blue outfit had a face so gloomy it looked as if water could drip from it. He grabbed the phone from the table, dialed a number, and roared into the receiver, "Where are your methods? Where are your secret weapons? I think the bloodthirsty tyrant is about to kill the copper-skinned Iron Wolf." A frantic voice came from the other end of the phone. "Young Master Wang, please don't worry. We injected the bloodthirsty tyrant with a gene-breaking serum before it went on stage. According to the experts' calculations, it should break through to become a level 2 monster 5 minutes after it goes on stage." Hearing this, the young man in blue, Wang Xiao, trembled with rage and roared, "Experts? More fucking experts. Can you even trust experts these days? I'm telling you, if I lose this match, you'll all pay the price." After saying that, he slammed down the phone, his eyes fixed on the copper-skinned Iron Wolf who was being beaten helplessly on the field, and he couldn't help but curse loudly. At this moment, the young man in red next to him spoke up. "Young Master Wang, is this the inside information you got? This is too unreliable. You guys are clearly exploiting loopholes in the rules. If we wait until the bloodthirsty tyrant enters the arena before breaking through to level 2, it won't be considered a foul, right? But, judging from the current situation, even if the bloodthirsty tyrant kills it, it will be very difficult for it to break through to level 2. Just when everyone thought the copper-skinned Iron Wolf was about to perish, it suddenly roared, its aura changed, and its severely injured nose recovered considerably. He actually broke through to level 2. "Young Master Wang, you're cheating." The young man in red stood up excitedly. "Young Master Wu, a bet is a bet. I thought I almost lost just now." Young Master Wang was beaming with pride. The copper-skinned Iron Wolf had transformed into a level 2 monster, and it seemed like he was sure to win this time. This sudden change not only stunned the audience and commentators, but also startled Lang Mohan. Why did the copper-skinned Iron Wolf suddenly change its aura like this? Lang Mohan suddenly thought of something and muttered, could it be that the copper-skinned Iron Wolf broke through its current level in the heat of battle? Is this even possible? Copper-skinned Iron Wolf got up from the ground, shook its head vigorously, and readjusted to the new changes in its body. It roared and walked step by step toward Lang Mohan, its heavy oppressive aura suffocating. Dear audience members, dear viewers in the audience, a major change has occurred on the field. The copper-skinned Iron Wolf, which was previously on the verge of death, has suddenly stood up, and its injuries have visibly healed. The bloodthirsty tyrant, which originally had the advantage, was forced to retreat step by the copper-skinned Iron Wolf. Why such a big change? There is only one truth. The copper-skinned Iron Wolf has become a level 2 monster. A level 2 monster is far stronger than a level 1. The copper-skinned Iron Wolf's defense, agility, and bite force have probably all increased to a higher level. This time, the bloodthirsty tyrant is in danger. That's right. The bloodthirsty tyrant is top tier in combat among first-level martial artists, but he has absolutely no chance of winning against such a terrifying second-level monster. Wow! Everyone look! The moment bloodthirsty tyrant clashed with copper-skinned Iron Wolf, he was knocked away. His previous advantage vanished, and now he can only watch as he passively takes the beating. The bloodthirsty tyrant, undefeated for 7 games, never imagined his fate would end here. What a pity! What a pity! Countless spectators in the stands felt sorry for this. For a gladiator who lost in the arena, there was only death on his mind, and no one would come out alive. Moreover, many viewers placed heavy bets on Lang Mohan tonight, hoping he could continue his previous winning streak. Now it seems that many people are going to lose everything. Lang Mohan struggled to his feet. The blow had left him sore all over. Although he had easily defeated Sun Kejia, who was about to break through to level 2, he was no match for a level 2 monster. He reached into his pocket and touched the breakthrough pill, which he hadn't originally planned to take now, but had no choice but to take it out. He secretly crushed the wax pill, put the elixir into his mouth, and heard a ding sound. The pleasant system notification sounded, detected that the host has consumed 1 breakthrough pill, and the chi and blood value has increased by 180 points. When Lang Mohan looked at the light screen in his mind, he saw that his chi and blood value had reached 425 points, and his status level had also changed to level 2 martial artist. A surge of immense energy coursed through his body, filling him with power. Facing the copper-skinned Iron Wolf charging at him, again, Lang Mohan rushed forward and punched it in the nose. The intense pain caused the copper-skinned Iron Wolf to howl in agony. It was the same familiar recipe, the same familiar taste. Lang Mohan twisted the forelegs of the copper-skinned Iron Wolf, knocking it down once again. He flipped over and straddled the wolf's head, his legs clamping around the wolf's neck like iron hoops. His heavy punches rained down like a storm, striking the copper-skinned Iron Wolf's nose, eyes, and other vital points. The copper-skinned Iron Wolf also fought back fiercely, rolling and jumping incessantly in an attempt to shake off Lang Mohan, but Lang Mohan seemed to be attached to its body, and no matter how much it rolled on the ground, it could not shake him off, and it was also hit by Lang Mohan's cold punches from time to time. This is nothing like what I imagined. In the luxurious private room, young Master Wang stubbed out his cigar and stared at the screen with a constipated expression. expression.
Ha ha ha, young Master Wang, man proposes, God disposes. Even if the copper-skinned Iron Wolf becomes a level 2 monster, it's still no match for the bloodthirsty tyrant. It seems I've won this time. Young Master Wu was beaming with joy.
Young Master Wang's attempt to steal a chicken backfired spectacularly.
That bloodthirsty tyrant must have done something wrong.
Maybe he's a level 2 martial artist and somehow he managed to evade the inspection.
Wang Xiao picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, this is Wang Muyang.
Yes, I suspect that your bloodthirsty tyrant is a level 2 martial artist in disguise. Please conduct a professional re-examination of him. After hanging up the phone, he looked at the screen again and saw that the copper-skinned Iron Wolf was once again beaten to the point
of death.
As usual, the bloodthirsty tyrant chopped into the monster's head with a chop, ending the life of this level 2 monster. Lang Mohan grabbed a blood vessel and, without caring about the stench, opened his mouth and swallowed it in large gulps. He wondered how many points of health and vitality the blood of a level 2 monster could bring him.
Ding!
Detected that the host has consumed the blood of a level 2 monster, copper-skinned Iron Wolf.
Health value, 436,437.
The chi and blood value kept increasing until it reached 460 points before stopping.
Ding!
Host has acquired the special talent Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Tier 1. Lang Mohan looked at the data on the screen in his mind.
Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 181 cm. Weight, 70 kilograms. Health and mana,
for 60/1200 points, level 2 martial artist.
Spirit points, 30.
Martial arts level, level 2 martial artist. Martial arts techniques, Flying Star Shattering Stone Fist, 2nd rank, Mastery, Black Tiger Body Refining Technique, 1st rank, Mastery, Hunyuan Stance, near 1st rank. Special talents, Extreme Speed, Tier 1, Iron Skin and Bones, Tier 1. Looking at his data, Lang Mohan was very happy. His efforts had finally paid off, and he had become stronger and stronger with his own eyes.
After gesturing to the audience, Lang Mohan returned to his room amidst cheers.
He had just finished showering and changing his clothes when a knock came at the door. Mr. Lang, congratulations on your victory in the competition, and congratulations on winning the title of Best Martial Artist of the
Night.
5 martial artists in suits stood outside the door, and the young man leading them offered his polite congratulations.
Caesar's Coliseum is conducting routine checks on warriors. Your cooperation is appreciated. Lang Mohan's mind raced as he asked, what kind of checkup? A blood test? No blood draw.
We just want you to go to the Chi and Blood Chamber to have your Chi and blood levels checked to see if they meet the standards for a level 1 martial artist. The young man in the suit explained politely.
Alright, lead the way.
As Lang Mohan followed, he thought to himself that it must be because he had killed a level 2 monster today that had attracted the attention of the arena's management. I am indeed a level 2 martial artist now, but it's easy to go back to level 1. My 2nd tier combat skill, Flying Star Shattering Stone Fist, is still in its early stages. I just need to upgrade it to the Great Mastery. Lang Mohan closed his eyes, concentrated, and silently chanted in his mind, System, upgrade the Flying Star Shattering Stone Fist to Mastery. As he gave the command, the system emitted a crisp notification sound. Ding! Flying Star Shattering Stone Fist upgrade complete. Instantly, a flood of memories about Flying Star Shattering Stone Fist rushed into his mind. These memories were not simply the transmission of knowledge, but rather seemed to be deeply imprinted on his soul, allowing him to reach a whole new level of understanding of combat skills. Every movement and every way of exerting force naturally became part of his body, becoming his instinctive reaction.
Lang Mohan couldn't wait to check the data in his mind.
My health points plummeted from 460 to 160. This combat skill upgrade cost me a whopping 300 health points. He was surprised to find that he had not only returned to the level of a first-level martial artist, but his strength had also improved significantly. It's important to understand that the 2nd-tier combat skill, Flying Star Shattering Stone Fist, was already incredibly powerful. Now that it's been upgraded to its peak, its combat strength has more than doubled. This amazing change made him ecstatic. Inside a huge blood and chi instrument, Lang Mohan lay quietly. After a burst of noisy rumbling, the door opened.
Mr. Lang, your test is over. You can come out now, the staff member reminded him. Lang Mohan straightened his clothes and asked with a smile, does my blood and chi value meet the requirements?
160 points. You are a genuine level 1 martial artist. We are all very curious about how you were able to kill a level 2 monster with your bare hands, even though you are only at the initial stage of level 1 martial artist? That's what the man in the suit in charge of the testing asked.
Chi and blood value only represents a person's physical fitness standard and cannot represent a person's combat power.
Mental state, willpower, combat skills, and experience are all important components of combat power. This is also why he doesn't directly pursue the promotion to the 2nd level of martial artist. A martial artist's combat power often requires equally solid combat skills, techniques, and practical experience. Otherwise, having high chi and blood values is like building castles in the air or floating duckweed without roots. Just like those martial artists who rely on gene-enhancing drugs and pills, their combat power is quite weak, even inferior to those of a lower-level martial artist. artist. Lang Mohan spoke calmly for a while, and the men in suits seemed to have been enlightened, as if they had suddenly understood something.
May I leave now? Of course, you can leave at any time.
As soon as he stepped out of Caesar's Colosseum, Lang Mohan received his payment for tonight's match, an appearance fee of 5,000 plus a prize of 15,000, totaling 20,000. In addition, there was a bonus of 50,000 for being the best martial artist of the night, so he earned a total of 70,000 tonight. Of course, these are all minor gains. The biggest income is the 800,000 yuan he won from betting on himself tonight. Lang Mohan took the receipts and chips to exchange, and his principal doubled. Now, the balance in his bank card is 1.725 million yuan. Looking at the string of numbers, Lang Mohan was overjoyed.
It seemed he wasn't far from reaching 3 million. Ring ring. Hello? Who is it?
Young Master Wang, this is Lin Yu from Caesar's Colosseum. The results of the Bloodthirsty Tyrants test are in. His health is 160 points.
No problems whatsoever. Do you take me for a fool? A level 1 martial artist in the early stage kills a level 2 early stage monster? Do you think that's possible? Wang Muyan lost 2 million yuan tonight and is furious. That's the truth. We at Caesar's Colosseum can stand by this conclusion.
As a vice president of Caesar's Colosseum, Lin Yu naturally had powerful backers, so he no longer yielded to Wang Muyang's words.
Snap. Beep 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 beep. He really is a spoiled brat. Lin Yu put down the phone. Director, how should we arrange the Bloodthirsty Tyrant's next match? A manager asked. The Bloodthirsty Tyrant is already invincible at level 1.
There's no point in arranging another match.
If all the viewers bet on him to win, can we afford to lose money? Lin Yu rubbed his forehead, thought for a moment, and said, how about this? Let's suspend the Bloodthirsty Tyrants competition for now.
We'll support some newcomers recently, and I think that clown has been performing quite well lately. Back home, Lang Mohan was unaware that the Caesar's Colosseum, where he had planned to make a fortune, had actually suspended his matches. The next morning, Lang Mohan suddenly received a call from Caesar's Colosseum, who told him that he had no matches scheduled and that he should take a break.
What's wrong, Lang Mohan?
Chen Yushi asked with concern when she saw that Lang Mohan's expression was not good.
My matches have been suspended at Caesar's Arena, and it's uncertain when they will resume. Lang Mohan sighed.
I haven't even raised enough money for my mother's medical treatment yet, and now I have no income if I don't participate in this competition. Chen Yushi said, then I'll think of a way for you. As she was about to close her eyes and try to think hard, Lang Mohan grabbed her arm and said, please don't, you get a headache when you think about things.
I'll think about this myself. Things will definitely turn around soon. Don't worry,
Chen Yushi said, feeling a warmth in her heart. At noon, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the classroom door.
Dai Yadong? What's he doing here if he's not in our class? Lang Mohan asked, puzzled.
Lang Mohan, come out here for a moment, I have something to talk to you about.
Dai Yadong waved and said.
The two arrived at the playground, and Dai Yadong got straight to the point. Lang Mohan, I know you desperately need money right now.
I'll give you 300,000 yuan. Will you give me your spot in this competition? Would you allow this? Besides, would the school agree to it? Lang Mohan laughed.
Dai Yadong grinned and said, as long as you agree, I can get the school to agree. You know, even if you get first place in the whole district, the prize money
is only 100,000 yuan.
And that requires going through many rounds of fierce competition.
You can get 300,000 yuan without lifting a finger, so why not? 500,000. I'll give you my chance to participate.
Lang Mohan only lacks money right now. He has plenty of cultivation techniques and combat skills.
Curing his mother's illness is the most important thing right now.
Dai Yadong hesitated for a moment, then readily agreed. Okay,
deal. Give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money to you in a bit.
Less than 10 minutes later, Lang Mohan's bank card had an extra 500,000 yuan. Chen Yushi, I sold my spot in the district competition for 500,000 yuan to Dai Yadong.
Chen Yushi said angrily, how can you be so short-sighted? Don't you know how important this competition is? You should go and ask him to cancel your participation.
Lang Mohan sighed and said, even if I get first place, the prize money is only 100,000 yuan.
Dai Yadong gave me 500,000 yuan. How? Can this deal not be worthwhile? And even if there were cultivation techniques or martial arts skills, I don't lack those now.
Chen Yushi closed her eyes and tried hard to remember. Soon her head started to ache and she began to tremble.
Lang Mohan didn't know what to do either.
After a few minutes, Chen Yushi slowly felt better.
Lang Mohan quickly brought her medicine and water, and it took Chen Yushi a while for her complexion to return to normal.
With a joyful expression, she said, there's still a chance.
Don't worry, what's meant to be yours can't be taken away by anyone. How come you can predict the future? Lang Mohan laughed. Would you believe me if I said I could see the future?
Chen Yushi said with a smile.
Of course I don't believe it. You're just a little smart, not a fortune teller. Just wait patiently. A pleasant surprise awaits you. Alright, then I'll take your good wishes.
A few days later, Chen Yushi ran over excitedly, her face beaming with joy. She shouted, the notification has come down.
Lang Mohan asked in confusion, what notice?
Chen Yushi excitedly replied, notification of the district-wide competition.
Oh no, it should be called the citywide competition notification now. Lang Mohan asked in surprise, a citywide competition?
Chen Yushi explained, yes, the newly appointed governor has decided to hold a large-scale competition this year. Universities from 18 districts and 7 satellite cities in Jiangbei City will participate, with each school having 3 slots. The competition will first be held within each district to select the winner, and then the citywide finals will be held at the city's martial arts hall. It is said that the governor will personally come to watch the competition.
Lang Mohan couldn't help but exclaim, such a big commotion.
He knew that Jiangbei City was no longer a prefecture-level city before the great rebirth of spiritual energy, but one of the 7 major base cities in the country, with a population of over 100 million. The scale of this competition is truly astonishing.
Lang Mohan then asked, do you know when the competition starts?
After thinking for a moment, Chen Yushi said, it will probably take about another week.
Upon hearing this news, Lang Mohan felt a surge of anticipation.
Such a grand competition must have incredibly generous rewards. Inside a detached luxury villa in Zhongyuan district, Wang Muyang has been in a bad mood these past 2 days. The servants in the villa are all trembling with fear, walking on thin ice, afraid that they might accidentally offend the young master and bring trouble upon themselves. Tap tap tap, a series of footsteps approached, and a petite girl carrying a bag walked past Wang Muyang without even glancing at him.
This feeling of being ignored made him very unhappy. Cici, don't you even greet your brother? Wang Muyang questioned angrily.
However, the girl seemed not to hear him, walking straight upstairs expressionlessly, completely ignoring him.
Bang!
Wang Muyang gritted his teeth in anger and slammed his hand on the table, making the cup on it shake. Then, he angrily smashed the cup on the ground to vent his rage.
One room on the second floor was decorated in cool colors, giving it a particularly cold and austere feel. The most eye-catching feature in the room was a huge bulletproof glass tank containing a silver snake that was over a meter long. The girl carefully took out several exquisite wooden boxes from the bag and gently opened them one by one.
Inside each box was a qi and blood pill that emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. These pills were extremely precious and valuable. The girl slowly dropped several pills into the glass tank through a small round hole at the top,
watching the pills sink and be swallowed by the
silver snake. The girl smiled smugly. Silver snake, oh silver snake, after you eat these pills, you should be able to break through to level 2. By then, using you to make soup will definitely greatly improve my blood and energy. The girl's name is Wang Qianshan, and she is Wang Muyang's younger sister. She has a rather withdrawn personality and behaves very strangely. Suddenly, she clapped her hands, and her body swiftly assumed a peculiar posture as she began to cultivate. This was her family's martial arts technique, the wind-like force.
Wang Qianshan's father is the renowned level 7 martial artist, the god of war, Rufeng.
Wang Qianshan is only 16 years old, but she is already at the peak of the first level of martial artist, and her blood energy is as high as 298 points, only 2 cards away from breaking through to the second level of martial artist. However, she is not in a hurry to break through, because she is eager to make a name for herself at this year's citywide martial arts tournament and win the championship. She wanted to prove to her father that daughters are no less capable than sons. This silver snake was the key to her breakthrough. This seemingly ordinary silver snake was actually a level 1 monster that had been fed for 6 years. For 6 years, Wang Qianshan has been feeding it with qi and blood tonics and pills, with the aim of filling the silver snake's body with powerful medicinal energy. In this way, Wang Qianshan can cleverly avoid the side effects that might be caused by directly taking the pills. After all, the principle that food is worse than medicine also applies in the cultivation world. Inside the tank made of bulletproof glass, the small silver snake was quietly changing. Its white snakeskin was gradually peeling away, as if bidding farewell to the past. A moment later, a brand new silver serpent appeared before them. This serpent had successfully completed its second stage of evolution, its body becoming longer and stronger. At this moment, it stretched out its body, its tongue extending outward along the round hole above. This round hole was very narrow, originally impossible for the silver snake to pass through, but as it evolved to level 2, it gained the new ability to shrink. It used all its strength to squeeze into the round hole and finally managed to crawl out. The silver snake silently left the villa and began its unknown journey along the sewer. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the window. As usual, Wang Qianshan came to the glass tank to check on the silver snake, but was surprised to find that the silver snake had disappeared, leaving only its shed skin. She was instantly enraged, because this was the culmination of 6 years of her painstaking cultivation. How could it just disappear like that? Everyone, go find it immediately. Issue a reward notice. 1,000,000 yuan will be given to anyone who finds my silver snake. Anyone who provides a valid clue will also receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. Wang Qianshan was unusually angry, her voice filled with anxiety and rage. That evening, Lang Mohan visited his mother at the hospital. As soon as he returned home, his younger sister ran over and said, "Brother, come in quickly." As soon as Lang Mohan entered the room, his sister quickly closed the door, a move that puzzled him greatly.
What's wrong? Why are you being being so secretive? Guess what I saw when I came back tonight? Long Moyu asked mysteriously. What did you see? 100 yuan? Long Mohan joked. What do you mean 100 yuan? It's 1 million yuan. Long Moyu exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Long Mohan couldn't help but laugh, thinking that his sister must be too naive. Long Mohan took a sip of water, then smiled and said to his sister, 1 million? Are you out of your mind? Do you know how heavy a million is? That's a huge sum of money. How could it possibly appear here so easily? However, Long Moyu was not discouraged by her brother's words. She said firmly, it really is 1 million. You'll see if you don't believe me. As she spoke, she quickly took out her phone and handed it to Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan took the phone and saw a lost and found notice on the screen. The notice clearly states that someone has lost a pet silver snake, and a reward of 1 million will be given for its recovery. Even providing clues will be rewarded with 100,000. Lang Mohan couldn't help but laugh, finding it all too unbelievable. He asked his sister, you don't actually believe this, do you? Why don't you believe me? Look at the photos I took. The younger sister hurriedly pulled out a photo from the album and showed it to Lang Mohan. The photo clearly showed a long silver snake hidden next to the sewer pipe. Looking at the photo, Lang Mohan felt a surge of curiosity. He realized that this silver snake might indeed be quite valuable. So he said to his sister, hey, it really is. You can try calling the number above. You might actually get 100,000 yuan. Hearing her brother's words, the younger sister's face showed a hint of anticipation and excitement. But then she thought of a better idea. She said, brother, didn't you say you've become a level 1 martial artist? If we can catch this silver snake, we can get 1 million. That way, we'll have the money for mom's first gene serum injection. 1 million, that's quite a lot. If I could really get 1 million, that would be the best. Lang Mohan muttered to himself, already starting to formulate a plan in his mind. He was thinking about how to catch the snake and how to successfully claim the $1 million prize. As Lang Mohan pondered, he rummaged through drawers and cabinets at home, trying to find some suitable tools to catch the snake. Brother, what are you looking for? Let me help you find it. Lang Moyu watched her brother's busy figure and asked curiously. Of course, we need snake catching tools. This high-powered flashlight will do. This snakeskin bag is also good. This wooden stick is good too. Lang Mohan said as he took these items out and placed them on the ground. Brother, I don't understand this stick. What's it for? The younger sister asked, puzzled. Have you ever learned the phrase beating the grass to scare the snake? Lang Mohan explained. Oh, I see, the younger sister exclaimed in sudden realization. The brother and sister prepared their equipment, went downstairs, and began knocking and banging on the complicated sewer pipes, trying to find the hidden snake. However, they found nothing until late at night. Sister, we might not have that million. That snake might have already left. Lang Mohan said helplessly. Lang Moyu followed her brother home with some disappointment. Moyu, go to bed early. You have school tomorrow. Good night, brother. After a busy night, Lang Moyu collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Lang Mohan began practicing the black tiger body refining technique inside the house. Despite having the system's assistance, Lang Mohan did not become lazy or dependent. He knew that the system could greatly enhance him, but he still needed to rely on his own hard work and struggle for the future. In the dead of night, a silver snake more than a meter long slithered aimlessly along the sewage pipe. Suddenly, it keenly sensed a glimmer of light ahead, so it rushed forward with all its might. A slight noise came from the kitchen, and Lang Mohan's ears immediately perked up. He listened carefully but could not hear any other sounds. However, a moment later, a faint sound came from the kitchen again. While cultivating, Lang Mohan couldn't help but feel puzzled, thinking to himself, could it be a rat? With a hint of doubt, Lang Mohan turned on the light and gently pushed open the kitchen door. Just then, a dazzling white light flashed by, and Lang Mohan, with his agile reflexes, quickly dodged, successfully avoiding the sudden threat. The white light fell on the wall, leaving a deep crack. Lang Mohan's heart tightened, realizing the power of the white light. He quickly turned around and saw a silver snake wriggling and slithering rapidly through the living room. A hint of surprise flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter this silver snake at home. He had searched for her everywhere, only to find her in his kitchen. Brother, what's wrong? The light in her sister's room came on, clearly indicating that she had heard the commotion outside. Mou, stay inside and don't come out. A monster has entered the house. Ah! Mou's surprised voice came from inside the room. After a brief standoff between the silver snake and Lang Mohan, the silver snake suddenly launched an attack. Like a bolt of silver lightning, it swiftly pounced on Lang Mohan, spitting out a stream of venom. Lang Mohan dodged to the side, the venom splashing onto the floor with a sizzling, corrosive sound. Lang Mohan swiftly retaliated, dodging the silver snake's attack with a swift movement, and then punching the silver snake in the body. The silver snake's body was as hard as iron, and Lang Mohan's fist went numb from the impact. A level 2 monster. Lang Mohan exclaimed in surprise. The silver snake attacked again, its tail whipping towards Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan rolled away, dodging the attack, his eyes fixed on the snake, searching for its weakness. The silver snake lunged at Lang
Lang Mohan like lightning, its tail whipping around like a steel whip, shattering the furniture and walls in the house. Hearing the loud commotion outside, Lang Moyu hid inside the house, gritting her teeth and not daring to make a sound for fear of affecting her brother's condition. Lang Mohan sidestepped the silver snake's attack, and his fists rained down on the silver snake, each punch carrying immense power. When the flying star shattering stone fist is perfected, the power it unleashes is in no way inferior to that of a level 2 magical beast. The silver snake was forced back repeatedly, and wounds appeared all over its body. A hint of smugness flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes. He knew that he had found the silver snake's weakness. The silver snake's body suddenly became supple, its head was raised high, and it spat out a stream of venom. Lang Mohan dodged the venom's attack by sidestepping again, then flashed forward and finally punched the silver snake in its vital spot. The silver snake, struck by the powerful blow, immediately went limp. Lang Mohan knew that snakes were extremely resilient, so he continued to strike the silver snake relentlessly until it stopped moving altogether. We can't waste it, this is a level 2 monster. Lang Mohan cut a hole in the silver snake, put out a bowl of its blood, and took out its gallbladder. Picking up a bowl of snake blood, Lang Mohan drank it all in one gulp. He'd drunk so much of the monster's blood that he'd gotten used to the taste. Ding! Detected that the host has consumed the blood of the level 2 monster silver serpent. Health value increased by 161, 162, 163, 180 points. Ding! Host has obtained a special talent, bone shrinking technique. My final health points increased to 180. It seems that a level 2 monster can only increase my health points by 20. In terms of increasing health points, it's not as good as a health pill. However, it may give me a special talent, which is something that pills cannot match. I now have 3 special talents. The first is extreme speed, the second is invulnerability, and the third is the art of bone shrinking. Brother, are you alright? Lang Moyu's voice trembled with worry as she couldn't hear the fighting outside. I'm fine, you can come out now. Lang Moyu gently pushed open the door, and the scene before him shocked him. The room was in chaos, with items scattered all over the floor, as if a fierce battle had taken place. What is this? She asked in surprise, pointing at the silver snake. That's right, this is the silver snake you mentioned, Lang Mohan said, pointing to the corpse on the ground. Dead? Lang Moyu asked in surprise. Yes, I killed it. However, this silver snake was no ordinary creature, it was actually a level 2 monster. Lang Mohan explained. A level 2 monster? Brother, you actually defeated a level 2 monster? You're amazing, Lang Moyu exclaimed in admiration. However, she still couldn't stop thinking about the million-yuan reward. I'll make a call and see if they'll still take the dead silver snake. As Lang Moyu spoke, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. Ring ring ring. Hello, we've caught the snake you mentioned, but it's already dead. Do you still want it? Oh, you want to come and see it? Sure. We live in X neighborhood, X street, Jinshui district. After hanging up the phone, Lang Moyu excitedly said to Lang Mohan, brother, the buyer will be here soon. I wonder if she's willing to pay that million? Wang Qianqian rushed to Lang Mohan's residential area with a group of bodyguards. As soon as she arrived, she covered her mouth and nose. Is this place even fit for human habitation? Why does it smell so musty and rotten? Have them bring the silver snake down. Brother, the buyers asked us to bring the silver snake downstairs, and they're already downstairs, Lang Moyu said excitedly. Let's go. Lang Mohan grabbed the silver snake's corpse and went downstairs with his sister. Wang Qianqian watched as a young couple came down from the tenement building. The girl looked young, but she had a delicate appearance. The boy was tall and strong, and he could easily grab the silver snake weighing dozens of kilograms with one hand, clearly a martial artist. Did you kill my silver snake? Wang Qianqian looked at the dead silver snake, especially the obvious wound on its abdomen. Where's the money? Lang Mohan was unwilling to say more. Wang Qianqian waved her hand, signaling the bodyguard to step forward and examine the silver snake. Miss, the snake gall is gone, the bodyguard said. Without the gallbladder, the value of this silver snake is greatly reduced. Wang Qianqian said angrily, her face cold. Give me the gallbladder, and I can offer 200,000. Didn't we agree on $1 million? Lang Moyu said, somewhat unconvinced. A living, intact animal is worth $1 million. These are all dead. At most 200,000, said a man who looked like a butler. 300,000, I'll give you snake gall. Lang Mohan stopped hesitating. Okay, that's settled then. Let's grab our things and head back quickly. Don't waste time here, Wang Qianqian said impatiently, covering her mouth and nose. The butler had initially wanted to haggle, but since the young lady had already spoken, he didn't object. He gestured for a bodyguard to follow him upstairs to retrieve the snake gallbladders, while Lang Moyu stayed behind to count the money. The transaction was completed quickly, and Lang Moyu excitedly hugged a bag of money, saying, brother, 300,000 is so much. This is the first time I've ever seen so much money. Lang Mohan rubbed his younger sister's head without saying anything, but secretly resolved to give her a better life in the future. With this 300,000, I have a total of 2.025 million in my account. I'm still nearly $1 million short of my goal of 3 million. The next day, Chen Yushi said to Lang Mohan, the school has announced its
its 3 representatives for the competition: Dai Yadong, Yu, and Zhang Kai. Hey, Shen Yushi, you're really good at predicting things. You said last time that there was a turning point in this matter, and I didn't expect there really was. Lang Mohan was still surprised when he recalled it. Of course, you should start admiring me, Shen Yushi said proudly. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's time for the competition. The martial arts hall in Jinshui district is packed with people at this moment. Lang Mohan, Dai Yadong, let's sit here. This is a good spot with a clear view. Zhang Kai found 3 good seats near the front and enthusiastically invited the 2 to sit down. Where did this idiot come from? Don't you know any rules? Is this a place for you to sit? A boy with blonde hair shouted. Lang Mohan and the other 2 turned around at the same time. Zhang Kai said with dissatisfaction, does this seat have your name on it? Why can't we sit here? Humph, we're sitting here today. 2 more people walked up behind the blonde-haired man. The tall, imposing boy in the lead asked arrogantly, which school are you from? What's wrong with Hanwu Middle School? Zhang Kai retorted without backing down. Hanwu Middle School? Never heard of it. It must be a private school, the tall young man said disdainfully. Brother Hong, this Hanwu Middle School is indeed a private high school, ranked 69th in the district, 3rd from the bottom, Huang Mao said with a mocking look. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai's face turned extremely ugly, but he still straightened his posture and retorted defiantly, so what if it's a private school? A school's ranking doesn't represent everything. Oh, then tell me, what is there to be proud of about your school? The tall young man sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. Although our school isn't ranked highly, our students are all very hardworking and very capable, Zhang Kai said firmly, clenching his fist. Ha, how ridiculous. What's the use of hard work? Without strength, you're just trash. The tall young man laughed loudly, and the people around him cast disdainful glances his way. 3rd from last? Then hurry up and get to the back. These seats are for the top 10 schools in the district. You're ranked so low, why don't you hurry up and get to the back? Lu Hong shouted angrily. Zhang Kai's momentum faltered for a moment. Their school was ranked low and, being a private school, was always looked down upon by public schools. What if we don't leave? Lang Mohan stepped forward. He was about the same height as Lu Hong, but he had fought 8 battles in the arena, and his aura was in no way weak. Not leaving? The weakest of the 3 of us is a near martial artist, and I am a level 1 martial artist. Tell me, what gives you the right not to leave? Lu Hong's blood and chi surged, displaying the aura of a first-level martial artist. Lang Mohan refused to back down. He took a step forward, confronting Lu Hong head-on. His blood and chi surged, and his even stronger aura suppressed Lu Hong. Want to spar with me ahead of time? Lang Mohan said coldly, his sharp, knife-like eyes seeming capable of killing his opponent at any moment. You, humph, we'll see about that on the stage. Lu Hong was intimidated by Lang Mohan's gaze, and his momentum weakened by 3 points. He subconsciously took a step back. Brother Hong, how can we just let this go like this? Huang Mao was clearly unwilling to give up. Forget it, what's wrong with giving them a few seats? We'll sit over there and teach him a lesson when we get to the ring. Lu Hong was somewhat wary of Lang Mohan, but he refused to admit it verbally. Lang Mohan, you're really awesome. You're not even afraid of a level 1 martial artist. Zhang Kai praised. I am also a first-level martial artist, so of course I am not afraid of him. Lang Mohan said calmly. You actually broke through to the first level of martial artist? You didn't take some forbidden pills, did you? Zhang Kai asked in surprise. Lang Mohan would never do something that would damage his own foundation. He must have some secret that we just don't know. Am I right, Lang Mohan? Dai Yadong said confidently, as if he had seen through Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan remained non-committal. Who in this world could possibly guess his secret? The district attached great importance to this competition, and a number of leaders took the stage to deliver speeches, explaining the significance of the competition. 216 students from 72 universities across the district will compete for first place to represent the district in the final citywide competition. Using big data from electronic computers for random matching, more than a dozen arenas in the martial arts hall started fighting simultaneously, and Lang Mohan and the other 2 were not selected in the first round. They watched the match with great interest. Most of the participants were quasi-martial artists, with very few being advanced martial artist apprentices, and of course, a small number of first-level martial artists. There aren't many high school seniors who can reach the first level of martial arts. Each one is undoubtedly a prodigy. I feel a lot of pressure, Zhang Kai said somewhat guiltily. He was just an advanced martial arts apprentice, and he had lost his arrogance when facing the elites from other schools. We just need to do our best. Don't worry about anything else. Dai Yadong's expression was solemn, clearly showing his concern. Zhang Kai from Hanwu Middle School versus Zhao Shuochen from number 7 Middle School. Please proceed to the 12th arena. The mechanical announcement echoed throughout the entire training ground. Go Zhang Kai. Lang Mohan encouraged him. Zhang Kai, judging from the name, the other party is a woman. You can't even beat a woman, can you? Dai Yadong laughed. Don't worry, I'm sure I can win. Zhang Kai mustered his courage and stepped onto the ring. Want to win? Dream on. Zhao Shuochen from number 7 Middle School is a level 1 martial martial artist. How could you, trash, possibly beat her? The blonde-haired guy not far from them sneered after hearing this. Zhao Shuochen is a level 1 martial artist? Zheng Kai's previously brisk steps slowed down instantly. He sighed and said, how unlucky am I? I encountered a level 1 martial artist in the very first round. Arena number 12. Zheng Kai reluctantly stepped onto the ring and bowed to the burly girl opposite him, then whispered, go easy on me, or I'll just surrender. Zhao Shuochen, her face darkening, said disdainfully, cowardly before even fighting, that's not like a man. After saying that, he flashed and attacked Zheng Kai. Zheng Kai felt a blackout before his eyes, and he was sent flying into the air. Then, he fell heavily off the stage with a thud. Zhao Shuochen from number 7 middle school wins this match, the referee declared. How come you're so weak? Why didn't you fight back when I hit you? I didn't even use any force and you flew out. Zhao Shuochen was startled when she saw Zheng Kai lying on the ground and quickly ran over to help him up. Faced with the other party's series of answers, Zheng Kai opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond. Could it be that you're too fast, and I can't even react? Zheng Kai couldn't help but want to cry. He broke free from Zhao Shuochen's embrace and returned to the stands listlessly, like a wronged little wife. Trash, I told you you're no good, but you still had to show off. Is this front row seat for students from a trash school like yours? The blonde-haired man mocked Zheng Kai triumphantly after his defeat. Humph. Zheng Kai glared at the blonde-haired man, no longer in the mood to argue with him. Ren Chao from number 17 middle school versus Dai Yadong from Hanwu middle school. Please proceed to arena number 3. A mechanical female voice came over the loudspeaker. Upon hearing this voice, Dai Yadong clenched his fist and said with a determined look, Zheng Kai, just you wait. I will definitely advance. His eyes were full of confidence, as if he could already see the dawn of victory, and he even gave the blonde-haired guy a cold glare. However, the blonde-haired guy next to him glanced at him disdainfully and sneered, what are you looking at? You'd only be a loser if you went up there. None of you trash students from trash schools should even think about advancing. These words were like a sharp sword, deeply wounding Dai Yadong's heart. However, he did not immediately refute them. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, when I win the match, I will come back and beat you until you beg for mercy. He then turned and walked toward ring number 3. On the ring, Dai Yadong and Ren Chao engaged in a fierce duel. The two exchanged blows, neither giving an inch, and after several minutes of intense fighting, Ren Chao ultimately won by a single move, leaving Dai Yadong with a regrettable defeat. When Dai Yadong returned to his seat dejectedly, Huang Mao started mocking him again. Haha, look who's back. What a disgrace. At this point, Dai Yadong was too exhausted to argue. He sat there silently, his heart filled with disappointment and self-blame. At this point, 2 of the 3 contestants from Hanwu Middle School have been eliminated. Long Mohan from Hanwu Middle School is facing off against Zhang Bo from 6th Middle School. Please proceed to Arena 7. The announcement rang out. Zhang Bo, be careful, this big guy is quite strong. Lu Hong quickly warned him when he heard that Huang Mao was going to fight Ling Mohan. Brother Hong, don't worry, just watch how I crush this trash. Who are we from number 6 Middle School afraid of? Besides, I'm a near martial artist with a health and mana value of 111 points. The blonde-haired guy taunted Song Qingshu, kid, when you get on stage, watch how I beat you up. Long Mohan sneered, fine, I'd like to see how you're going to make me cry. Zheng Kai and Dai Yadong, who were standing nearby, also laughed and said, Long Mohan, don't hold back later, just slap his jerk's mouth. As soon as the referee gave the order, the blonde-haired man grinned and charged over, throwing a punch at Lang Mohan's face. He hated people who were more handsome than him. Lang Mohan flashed forward, raising his palm high, accompanied by a gust of wind. The blonde-haired man fell to the ground, clutching his face. His face was visibly swollen. He was a little dazed. His opponent was too fast, and he didn't have time to defend himself before being slapped to the ground. Well done. I wish I could slap him to death right now. Zheng Kai said through gritted teeth. I hope Lang Mohan can smash his face to pieces. Dai Yadong said hatefully. Zhang Bo is indeed no match for the opponent. Lu Hong sighed. The blonde-haired man clutched his swollen cheek, his eyes filled with resentment and rage. He stared intently at Lang Mohan, gritting his teeth and roaring, you dared to slap me. I will never let you get away with this. I'll kill you. After saying that, he rushed forward quickly, taking a step towards Lang Mohan, and threw a punch at the same time. It looked like an attack, but it was actually a feint. Immediately afterward, he swiftly kicked out with his lower body, aiming directly at Lang Mohan's head. This move was extremely insidious and deceptive. Watching from the ring, Zheng Kai was extremely anxious and said worriedly, oh no, will Lang Mohan fall for that kid's trick? However, Dai Yadong appeared relatively calm, and he reassured them, it shouldn't be like that. Lang Mohan is much stronger than us. Although Lang Mohan was not a seasoned veteran, he had extensive combat experience, and his cultivation level was 1 level higher than Huang Mao's, so he would not be easily fooled by such moves. Just then, Lang Mohan suddenly raised his hand high and slapped him hard again. Slap! A crisp slap rang out, and the blonde-haired man was slapped hard across the face again. His body flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. You slapped me in the face again. The blonde-haired man pointed out a bloody, decayed tooth, his heart filled with rage. As the old saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone in
in the face, but the other person didn't hit anywhere else, only his face, and always his left cheek.
The blonde-haired man gestured to the referee and said, feeling wronged and angry, "Referee, this guy is deliberately insulting me?" The referee, a level 2 martial artist, calmly said, "That's probably their attack method. Are you alright? Can you still compete?" Seeing that his appeal to the referee was fruitless, the blonde-haired man stood up and angrily said, "I don't believe you can hit me in the face again." He placed his hands on either side of his face and cautiously approached Lung Mohan. "You think I can't hit you like this?" Lung Mohan flashed forward and kicked the other man's front leg. The blonde man stumbled and instinctively reached out to brace himself, which left him wide open. Lung Mohan slapped him again on the left cheek. This time, the slap was so powerful that it knocked the blonde-haired man unconscious on the stage. Lung Mohan from Hanwoo Middle School wins. After the referee calmly announced the result, medical personnel came onto the field and carried Huang Mao off. Awesome! Those slaps were exhilarating. From now on, I'll call you brother. Please accept my deepest respect. Zheng Kai immediately knelt down when he saw Lung Mohan return. "Lung Mohan, you are much better than me. Our school is counting on you this time." Dai Yadong's arrogance disappeared. This time he was truly convinced. Lu Hon, who was not far away, had an uncertain expression. He did not expect Lung Mohan to be so strong. Although Huang Mao was a bit eccentric and sarcastic, he was still quite strong. Even he himself could not defeat him so easily. 3 slaps landed accurately on the blonde man's left cheek at the same time. The blonde man knew that the other party was going to hit him, but he just couldn't defend against each one. After a day of competition, half of the participants were eliminated in the first round, and with injuries and withdrawals, only 76 people remained. After the competition, the principal called Lung Mohan over and said, "You performed well today and did not disgrace our school. If you can advance to the next round, I will reward you with 3 chi and blood pills on behalf of the school." "Then thank you, principal. I will definitely continue to work hard and make further progress to bring glory to the school." Lung Mohan also made a promise to the principal. That evening, Lung Mohan visited his mother at the hospital before returning home. "Brother, did you advance today?" Lung Mayu was also very concerned about her brother's competition. After all, this was a large-scale event and the whole district was paying attention. "Of course, your brother is still very strong." Lung Mohan was indeed very confident. The next day, in the morning, District Martial Arts Hall. In the first round, Lung Mohan faced off against Sun Shanchao from Class 8. Sun Shanchao is the strongest in number 8 middle school. It is said that his blood energy value reached 138 calories a month ago, making him a powerful first-level martial artist. Yes, it's said that the school even found a level 1 martial arts master as a sparring partner for him in order to prepare for this competition. Yesterday, Sun Shanchao knocked his opponent to the ground with a single palm strike and successfully advanced. Outsiders speculate that he is very likely to be a top seed in the district and has a good chance of making it into the top 3. Before Lung Mohan even stepped onto the stage, the surrounding discussions reached his ears, demonstrating that Sun Shanchao was no weakling. District chiefly, this Sun Shanchao is one of the top contenders this time. He has a very good chance of representing our Jinchue district in the city-level finals, the Education Bureau director introduced. His opponent, Lung Mohan, comes from a private school and is of average ability. He only advanced yesterday by sheer luck. He'll probably be defeated by Sun Shanchao in one move. Well, don't speak so soon. We'll only know the result after the competition is over. District chiefly clearly didn't like making such direct conclusions. Sun Shanchao beckoned with his hand, saying confidently, "You should make the first move. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good for you to be sent flying off the stage before you've even landed a single blow. You said it yourself, don't regret it later." Lung Mohan sneered, his figure flashed, rushing towards Sun Shanchao like a ghost, and at the same time he threw out a horizontal punch with lightning speed. So fast. Sun Shanchao was startled and dared not continue pretending. He quickly reached out to block. Bang! Lung Mohan's power was like a charging bull, unstoppable. Sun Shanchao was struck by this enormous force, his body involuntarily flying backward. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely managing to steady himself at the edge of the arena, nearly falling off. "Really? You've been hiding your true strength. Very well. I underestimated you. Now I'm going all out." Sun Shanchao shook his slightly numb arm, his eyes sharpening. He took a deep breath, his blood and chi surging, and his aura soared. Overlord force. Sun Shanchao roared, charging out like a ferocious cheetah, carrying a powerful aura, and slammed his fist hard towards Lung Mohan. Lung Mohan reached out and slapped Sun Shanchao's heavy punch, deflecting it 3 inches and sending it flying past Lung Mohan's face. He lunged forward and delivered a punch that struck Sun Shanchao squarely in the chest. Oh no! Sun Shanchao thought to himself, but it was too late to dodge, and he could only watch helplessly as the punch landed on his chest. As Sun Shanchao watched Lung Mohan's fist get closer and closer, a sense of fear welled up in his heart, but he still gritted his teeth and decided to take the punch head-on. He held his breath, gathering all his vital energy in his chest, trying to use his own strength to resist Lung Mohan's attack. However, when Lung Mohan's fist struck his chest,
fist, he felt a powerful force penetrate his defenses and directly impact his internal organs.
A dull thud echoed throughout the arena as Sun Shanchao's body flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground.
His face was pale, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He had clearly suffered a serious injury.
The audience was stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing.
Sun Shanchao, one of the favorites to win the championship, was surprisingly defeated in such a short time. Upon seeing this, the referee immediately waved for the nearby doctor to come forward and provide treatment.
The doctors quickly arrived at Sun Shanchao's side and gave him emergency treatment. Which school is this guy from? He even easily defeated Sun Shanchao.
Roger frowned, a hint of seriousness and vigilance flashing in his eyes. Clearly, this mysterious and powerful opponent put him under unprecedented pressure, and this person would be a huge obstacle in his path.
I don't know. I've never heard of this person among the top students from various schools.
Someone shook their head in confusion, indicating that they knew nothing about Lang Mohan. They tried to recall, but had no memory of the name. Yes, we collected information on the top 3 students from the top 50 schools, and we don't recall anyone like this, another person chimed in. This has led many to speculate that he might not be from one of the top schools, but rather a dark horse hidden in some other school. That's most likely someone from Olauzi school. A disdainful voice suddenly came from the crowd.
However, this statement triggered a silence.
Everyone knew that regardless of his background, Lang Mohan's demonstrated strength was already remarkable. Just then, a slightly greasy, chubby guy shouted from behind, "Brother Jia, I know. His voice was full of excitement and eagerness, as if he had discovered some important secret.
Roger turned around, his gaze falling on the chubby boy,
then beckoned with his finger and said in a light tone, "Come here, chubby boy." The chubby boy, his face beaming with ingratiating smile, quickly ran to Roger like a lapdog and knelt on one knee. He eagerly reported to Roger, "Brother Roger, I know this person." Roger's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile.
He leaned back lazily and asked, "Speak, tell me everything you know."
The chubby boy hurriedly replied, "This person's name is Lang Mohan, he's my cousin, and he's a senior at Hangu Middle School." "Brother Jia, this chubby guy is called Zhang Yang. He usually hangs out with me and has always wanted to join our circle," said a tall, thin man.
"Zhang Yang, right? Okay, as long as you're loyal from now on, you'll follow me."
"I agree," Roger said, while secretly making plans in his mind. Beep. With the final whistle of the morning's matches finally came to an end. There were almost no weak competitors in this round, so everyone went all out, resulting in countless injuries and withdrawals. Those who were able to sit there completely and watch the competition were all first-level martial artists. These people were the elite among the students of Jinshui District.
After everyone had eaten, the competition continued in the afternoon.
At this point, only 16 people remained in the competition. Many people withdrew due to injuries, making the competition extremely fierce.
More than a dozen people were sent to the hospital. "Lang Mohan, you have to do your best. Our school is counting on you this time."
Zhang Kai encouraged him. "I really didn't expect that you, Lang Mohan, would actually make it into the top 16.
That's really amazing,"
Dai Yadong said with a hint of sarcasm.
A mechanical female voice announced over the loudspeaker, "Lang Mohan from Hangu Middle School will face Zhao Shuachin from number 7 Middle School. Please proceed to Arena 12 for the match."
"Zhao Shuachin?
Isn't that the woman who punched you flying?" Dai Yadong asked in surprise.
"Don't mention it again," Zhang Kai said, somewhat embarrassed and angry. He turned to Lang Mohan and said, "Lang Mohan, please help me get revenge and beat Zhao Shuachin to a pulp." Lang Mohan smiled and said, "Then I'll try my best."
"You can definitely do it,"
Zhang Kai encouraged him. On the arena, the two bowed to each other.
Zhao Shuachin is of medium height and has dark skin.
Although her appearance is average, she has a free and unrestrained spirit.
"Please." Before Lang Mohan's voice had even finished, Zhao Shuachin took the lead and threw a punch.
Her punch was hard and powerful, with wide and sweeping movements, even more ferocious than the punches of an average man.
Lang Mohan threw a backhand punch at Zhao Shuachin's elbow, then lunged forward, using his footwork to strike her face.
Zhao Shuachin was startled by Lang Mohan's speed and broke out in a cold sweat. She slightly turned her head to avoid the punch, but before she could retaliate, Lang Mohan swept his leg and Zhao Shuachin fell to the ground with a thud.
Lang Mohan delivered a heavy punch to Zhao Shuachin's face.
Zhao Shuachin closed her eyes in despair, knowing she couldn't dodge it. This punch could kill her.
"You're too kind." Lang Mohan withdrew his fist and said calmly.
Zhao Shuachin opened her eyes, rolled over to her feet, and clasped her hands in a fist salute, saying, "Thank you for showing mercy."
"Wow, Lang Mohan won, but why didn't he beat Zhao Shuachin up?" Zhang Kai said indignantly. "Do you think everyone is like you, so insensitive to women?"
Dai Yadong shook his head and said, "Zhao Shuachin is so dark-skinned, she's not at all like someone who would show tenderness or compassion." Zhang Kai was still unwilling to accept it. Roger, standing in the stands, narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them, thinking, "I know the other contestants.
It won't be difficult for me to beat them."
But Lang Mohan acted decisively, defeating not only the seeded player Sun Xiaoqiao in a few moves, but also Zhao Shuachin in a single strike. "This young man is my biggest competitor in this competition. competition. Thinking this, Roger's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He turned and beckoned to one of his henchmen, then whispered a few words in his ear. The henchman hesitated for a moment, but nodded and turned to leave. After a while, the assistant returned with several bottles of drinks and distributed them to everyone. At this moment, Roger said to Zhang Yang, the chubby boy sitting in the back row, "Your cousin Lang Mohan has successfully advanced to the semifinals.
Aren't you going to congratulate him? We just bought some drinks. Why don't you take one to him?"
Zhang Yang shook his head, a reluctant expression on his face. "Our family and their family don't get along.
Last time he came to our
house to borrow money, my mother refused to lend him any. So I'll just drink this beverage myself. Giving it to him would be a waste. Just deliver it as I told you to, and make sure he drinks it.
Just say it's from your heart. Don't say I asked you to deliver it,"
Roger said impatiently.
"Oh."
Seeing Roger's displeasure, Zhang Yang had no choice but to stand up, take the drink, and walk towards Lang Mohan. But in his heart, he muttered, "It's such a waste to give such an expensive drink to Lang Mohan. I'd rather drink it myself."
However, he dared not disobey Roger's orders.
After all, being able to follow Roger, the top dog of number 1 middle school, was a very prestigious thing to do. "Congratulations on your advancement, Lang Mohan. Here, I have a drink for you," Zhang Yang said as he walked up to Lang Mohan.
Lang Mohan said coldly, "You drink it yourself. I don't need it. How dare you give me attitude? I kindly bought you a drink, and you still dare to give me attitude? Believe me or not, I'll tell my mom not to lend you any more money." Zhang Yang said angrily, "Get the hell away from me. I'm sick of seeing you."
Lang Mohan said coldly, his tone so icy it seemed to freeze the air. He had absolutely no feelings for Zhang Yang's family. He was even annoyed by the mere sight of them.
Zhang Yang's face turned red with anger, and he roared furiously, "How dare you be so rude? I'm going to the hospital to talk to your mother."
He thought this would threaten Lang Mohan, but he didn't expect that Lang Mohan wouldn't buy it at all. Lang Mohan strode up to Zhang Yang and slapped him hard on the shoulder. Zhang Yang felt a powerful force surge through him. His body went limp and he collapsed into his seat. He stared at Lang Mohan in horror, his eyes filled with fear. "If you dare lay a finger on me, my boss Roger will never let you get away with it," Zhang Yang stammered, his voice trembling.
However, Lang Mohan was not intimidated by his words.
Instead, he stared at him with eyes as sharp as knives and said coldly, "I
don't care whose underling you are.
From today onwards, if you dare to talk nonsense in front of me again, I will make you pay." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Zhang Yang alone there trembling. Although Zhang Yang was afraid, he was still unwilling to show weakness and continued to be defiant. "My boss Roger is the top dog in number 1 high school. He has also successfully advanced to the top 4. You will meet him soon. At that time, you will definitely be beaten to your knees and begging for mercy." Lang Mohan stopped and glanced back at the drink in Zhang Yang's hand, a slight sneer appearing on his lips. "They kindly brought me a drink, and it was from one of their competitors. I'd be a fool to drink it." Lang Mohan knew without even thinking that there was something wrong with this. It was probably some kind of laxative. Such petty tricks, hardly worthy of mention. It seems this Roger is nothing special after all.
A mechanical female voice came over the loudspeaker. "Roger from 1st Middle School versus Tang Jiqing from 3rd Middle School. Please proceed to arena number 2.
Lang Mohan from Hanwu Middle School versus Lu Hong from 6th Middle School.
Please proceed to arena number 1.
Lang Mohan, Dai Yadong, and Zhang Kai all looked west at the same time.
Huang Ma was cheering Lu Hong on, saying, "We just happened to draw Lang Mohan. Brother Hong, you must teach him a lesson for me." Lu Hong was full of confidence.
Last night, his father gave him a mysterious pill. After taking it, his blood and chi value increased by 80 points. His father also
taught him the 2nd level combat skill, White Dragon Claw.
Now that his strength has greatly increased, he naturally no longer takes Lang Mohan seriously. He gave Lang Mohan a defiant look, then raised his hand in a throat-slitting gesture, as if to say, "I've already won." Watching Lang Mohan and Lu Hong step onto the arena, the blonde-haired man laughed. "My brother Hong is already a mid-stage level 1 martial artist, and he's still practicing level 2 combat skills.
Lang Mohan, that bumpkin, is doomed to lose."
Lu Hong walked to the edge of the ring, leaped more than 2 meters high, and easily jumped into the ring.
This stylish entrance immediately attracted the attention of many people. Wow, Lu Hong's agility is amazing. No wonder he's a genius from number 6 middle school.
Lu Hong has won both of his matches by knockout these past 2 days, and he has a very good chance of winning first place in the entire region.
It seems the first place will be contested between Lu Hong and Roger.
On the arena, Lu Hong said confidently, "Lang Mohan, although you are very strong, you are still no match for me.
Now that I have become a mid-level first-level martial artist, you have no chance of winning." Lang Mohan sneered and replied, "Oh?
No wonder you're so arrogant today, so you've leveled up on drugs.
But even so, don't even think about defeating me." Lu Hong's face darkened, and he sneered, "Soon, you will see the huge gap between us. Take this."
With that, he shouted and pounced on Lang Mohan with his hands shaped like claws.
White Dragon Claw. Sharp-eyed spectators in the stands recognized the move and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
The White Dragon Claw is a vicious move among the level 2 martial arts techniques. It It is ruthless and targets the enemy's vital points, making it difficult to resist, another spectator exclaimed.
Lang Mohan is in danger now.
Dai Yadong stood up, looking at the situation on the field with great concern. Zhang Kai shook his head repeatedly and sighed. Lang Mohan is already very powerful, it's just a pity that he encountered Lu Hong this time. Lang Mohan looked at the claw that was about to strike him, and suddenly punched out, hitting the opponent's palm squarely. His flying star shattering stone fist had been completed, and the force he unleashed was entirely at his command. This punch was not only incredibly precise, but also possessed tremendous penetrating power. A surge of energy pierced through Lu Hong's palm. Ah! Lu Hong screamed, clutching his arm and retreating rapidly. His left arm was sore, numb, and swollen, and he couldn't muster any strength at all.
Lang Mohan was extremely fast, appearing in front of him in a flash.
Before Lu Hong could react, he swiftly punched Lu Hong in the face again.
Bang! The punch was powerful and heavy, knocking Lu Hong to the ground and knocking him unconscious. What? Brother Hong was knocked unconscious. My god, that only took 2 moves at most.
Yellow Hair plopped down in a chair, incredulous.
Isn't Lu Hong supposed to be strong? How come he looks so frail? He was fierce at the beginning, but then he went limp. From now on, let's just give him the title of 3-second man.
Everyone was stunned by what they saw. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Lu Hong was a prodigy at number 6 middle school, and he had never lost at school. Unexpectedly, he was easily defeated by Lang Mohan, who was not well known. District Chief, this Lang Mohan is truly a hidden talent.
He's won so many matches in a row with just a few punches and kicks.
That shows how strong he is. The Education Bureau Chief flattered the District Chief, seeing the appreciative look on his face.
Lang Mohan is a dark horse in the district this time. I heard he attends a private middle school with a low ranking? District Chief Lee asked.
Yes, our Education Bureau is also considering allocating more resources to private schools in the future.
That's right.
Both public and private schools are for the students. You see, if it weren't for this district competition, we wouldn't
have discovered a dark horse like Lang Mohan.
By the time we found out he got into a martial arts school, it would be too late. District Chief Lee sighed and said, we must learn to invest in advance. These students are the future of our Jinshui district. After the referee announced Lang Mohan's victory, Lu Hong slowly woke up.
He got up and was about to attack Lang Mohan again when
the referee, a level 2 martial artist, grabbed him and said in a deep voice, "Student, the match is over."
The match is over.
Lu Hong then remembered that he seemed to have been knocked unconscious by Lang Mohan's punch. Thinking of how much his family had sacrificed for him, and how he had lost like this, he couldn't help but collapse to the ground and weep bitterly.
Look at that kind of personality, it won't work.
She cries when she loses, her future is limited. On the other hand, Lang Mohan, even though she got a spot in the finals, is still calm and composed.
People like that have unlimited potential. Tang Jichen walked confidently onto the stage, his eyes firm and his steps steady. His appearance immediately drew enthusiastic cheers and applause from the audience. Jicheng will definitely be number 1 in this competition. He's the best player in number 3 middle school.
A voice came from the crowd. Yes, when Jicheng broke through to the next level, he challenged Pei Yun, who was the school's number 1 at the time. Everyone thought Jicheng was bound to lose, but he won in just 3 moves. Another person chimed in. Countless challengers followed, but none were able to defeat him. Someone added, in this competition, Tang Jicheng has overcome all obstacles and no one can defeat him.
This championship is definitely his. More people joined the discussion.
Clearly, none of those who made it to the finals are weaklings.
This Tang Jicheng seems to be quite strong too.
District Chief Lee, who was sitting to the side, also became interested. Just then, Roger slowly walked onto the ring.
The cheers from the audience grew even louder, surging like a tsunami.
Interesting, this competition looks like it's going to be a fierce battle, District Chief Lee said with a smile.
Who can argue with that?
Their match was definitely more exciting than the one between Lang Mohan and Lu Hong just now.
At the referee's signal, both players attacked simultaneously.
Tang Jicheng threw a punch straight at Roger's throat like a spear, but Roger dodged it with a quick movement. At the same time, he used his fingers to slash across Roger's eyes. The two attacked with incredible speed and fierce moves, dazzling the eye. Both came from distinguished families and had been trained by their elders since childhood, making them extremely capable in combat. Moreover, they both practiced second-tier combat skills, and one could tell that the other was very strong just by making a move. Tang Jicheng's moves were dangerous and fierce, while Roger's moves were even more insidious and ruthless. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows.
Mantis hand!
Roger roared and sprang forward, his left hand stabbing 2 fingers into the opponent's eyes.
Tang Jicheng stepped back and kicked Roger's jaw.
Roger smiled smugly, then shrank back and leaned forward, his right palm already prepared to strike. Tang Jicheng clutched his groin, fell to the ground, and bent over with a pained expression.
Groin assault. That Roger is shameless.
You're only realizing now that Roger's movements are unpredictable. Every move aimed at vital points, whether it's gouging eyes, locking throats, or striking the back of the head with a groin lift, he's incredibly cunning and ruthless.
Despicable. Despicable. Tang Jicheng's supporters were clearly indignant incompetent and cursed. Where's the despicable part? Does martial arts even have to distinguish between moves? Yes, a move that can hit people is a good move. You're incompetent, yet you blame others for your defeat. Supporters of both sides immediately launched a war of words, which would have escalated into a full-blown brawl if not for the presence of numerous martial artists. Roger paid no attention to the negative comments around him. He had been influenced by his father since childhood, who believed that the strong should not care about the voices of the weak, and that the weak could not affect him in the slightest except for their powerless barking. The final two contestants have finally been decided. One is the highly popular Roger, and the other is the relatively unknown Lang Mohan. Tomorrow morning, the two will compete at the Martial Arts Hall to determine the winner, who will represent the district in the city's final competition. After the match, Roger sat in a luxury car, staring at the video on his phone screen with a gloomy gaze. He said in an icy tone, "Lang Mohan, you really did advance this time. After so many matches, I still couldn't see your strength. In order to ensure that I win first place in the whole region, I have no choice but to ask you to do this." Then, he turned to a short but rather wiry man beside him and said, "Brother Ming, I'm entrusting this matter to you. Just injure him, don't kill him. Here's the 500,000 anonymous card you requested. The password is 6/8. After saying that, Roger handed a black card to Brother Ming. Ming took the card, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. A sly smile appeared on his lips as he said, "Don't worry, young Master Luo. He's just a level 1 martial artist. I can easily handle him. I'm best at bullying the weak." With that, he patted Roger on the shoulder, signaling him to relax. Meanwhile, after the match, Lang Mohan didn't go home immediately, but went to the hospital to see his mother first. He was relieved to see that his mother's condition was stable. Afterwards, he bought some meat, vegetables, and fruit, preparing to cook a hearty dinner for his younger sister. After all, she was still small and growing, needing more nutrition. Now, Lang Mohan has much more money in his pocket. Although he is still some distance from 3 million, at least he has hope. Moreover, after he successfully entered the finals today, the principal directly promised that if he could win first place in the district, in addition to the 500,000 yuan cash reward from the district, the school would also give him an extra 500,000 yuan. In this way, he was one step closer to his goal. Thinking of this, Lang Mohan felt exceptionally cheerful, and his steps became much lighter. A smile appeared on Lang Mohan's face. After winning the competition tomorrow, he would wait for the million to arrive, which, together with his previous savings of 3 million, would be enough. When his mother receives 3 injections of gene therapy, she will be fully recovered, which will put his mind at ease. As Lang Mohan carried the fruit and vegetables into the residential area, he sensed a faint killing intent. He frowned and saw a short young man staring intently at him from a distance. "You seem to have ill intentions?" Lang Mohan put down the bag he was carrying and said to the short young man, "Do we have a grudge?" The short young man shook his head. "Then why did you come?" Lang Mohan asked, puzzled. "I'll just beat you to a pulp." The short youth grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "Who sent you?" Lang Mohan's mind raced. He hadn't offended many people recently. The only people he had major grudges against were Song Chuchu and Xiao Jianjun, as well as the already dead Sun Kejie. "You're asking too many questions. If you stay still, I'll only hurt you, not kill you." The short youth walked towards Lang Mohan step by step. "Surrendering is not my style. The word admitting defeat does not exist in my dictionary." Lang Mohan's figure flashed, and his fist flew like a shooting star, smashing towards the short youth with a powerful aura. Bang! The short youth didn't expect Lang Mohan to suddenly attack. He hurriedly raised his hand to block, but was still knocked back by Lang Mohan's punch. "You've got some skill, but that's not enough." A hint of surprise flashed in the short youth's eyes, then he clenched his fists and swung them out forcefully. Lang Mohan dodged to the side, and at the same time kicked the short youth in the stomach. The short young man reacted quickly, reaching out to block Lang Mohan's foot, and then shoving him away forcefully. The two instantly engaged in a fierce fight, their blows landing squarely, exchanging blows, and for a time it was difficult to determine a winner. "You're actually a level 2 martial artist? If young Master Luo hadn't made me cripple you, with skills like yours, what hope do you have for young Master Luo tomorrow?" A murderous glint flashed in the short youth's eyes. It would be better to kill this Lang Mohan. He was so young yet so powerful. If he were to grow up in the future, he would surely seek revenge. It's best to nip a genius in the bud, otherwise they'll never become a genius. The short young man pulled a dagger from his pocket. The dagger gleamed coldly and was clearly very sharp. "Use weapons?" Lang Mohan looked around and casually picked up a wooden stick about the thickness of a finger from the ground. The short youth brandished a sharp dagger, its cold light flashing like lightning across the night sky. He slashed forward, aiming for Lang Mohan's throat. Lang Mohan quickly retreated, and with the wooden stick in his hand, he thrust forward like a spear, aiming for the short youth's eye. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The short youth's dagger was incredibly sharp. With 3 quick swings, he sliced Lang Mohan's wooden stick into 3 pieces. Even without his weapon, Lang Mohan remained calm and composed, sometimes dodging, sometimes counterattacking. The short youth's dagger repeatedly lunged at him, but he always skillfully evaded it. Their figures
fingers intertwined and entangled in the moonlight, like two ferocious beasts locked in combat. His speed is so fast, he manages to dodge my attacks every time. The short youth became anxious as he realized he hadn't been able to kill Lang Mohan after more than a dozen moves. The short youth suddenly launched a lightning-fast stab, the dagger aimed directly at Lang Mohan's throat. Lang Mohan's eyes narrowed, he dodged the fatal blow to the side, and simultaneously retaliated with a punch. His punch struck the short youth's wrist, and the dagger flew out of his hand, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. The short youth was experienced in combat. He ducked to avoid Lang Mohan's elbow strike, then quickly bent down to pick up the dagger on the ground, turned around and threw the dagger in his hand. Lang Mohan's expression darkened. At this moment, the distance was too close and he still couldn't dodge in time. He channeled all his energy and blood, as well as his innate talent of copper skin and iron bones. The dagger pierced the skin an inch before being clamped by the body's muscles, unable to go any further. Lang Mohan pulled out his dagger, seemingly unaffected, and lunged forward. The short youth was shocked. "You're alright? I used all my strength just now. I could have stabbed even a level 2 monster with a bloody hole." Lang Mohan pounced forward, his fists flying like a storm, unleashing over 100 punches in just a few breaths. The dense barrage of heavy blows left the short youth with no choice but to parry. "My flying star-shattering stone fist has reached its peak, giving me the strength of a level 1 martial artist. Even against a level 2 martial artist, I can still overpower him. As the saying goes, defenses taken too long will eventually be lost." Lang Mohan seized an opening in his opponent's defenses and shattered the short youth's throat with a single punch. The short young man clutched his neck, making sounds. His eyes were filled with fear, and he died in despair. Lang Mohan touched him and found nothing but a bank card and a cell phone. An anonymous bank card, password 68? This is probably Roger's commission to him. Lang Mohan picked up the phone and unlocked it with the short young man's fingerprint. "Oh whoa, I found a number in my call log and dialed it on instinct." A voice answered. "Hey, Ming, did you handle it?" "Roger, is the person you're trying to eliminate me?" Lang Mohan asked calmly. "Hang up, you worthless bastard. Thank you for sending me 500,000. Lang Mohan stomped on the phone, smashed it, picked up the dagger and bag from the ground, and went upstairs as if nothing had happened. "This place is remote, so once people discover the body, someone will naturally call the police." "Brother, you're back. Why did you buy so much delicious food? How much did this cost?" Lang Moyu was overjoyed, but then felt a pang of heartache thinking about how much money it must have cost. "Don't worry about it. A kind person just gave me 500,000. Look." Lang Mohan pulled out an anonymous bank card from his clothes. Lang Moyu took it and saw that the password was written on it. 68. "Brother, it definitely wasn't given to you by a kind person. Where did you get it from? You didn't rob someone, did you?" Lang Moyu had a very vivid imagination. "This is a bonus from the school. I made it to the finals today, and this is a reward from the principal," Lang Mohan said without batting an eye. "Brother, you're amazing. Dad just called and said he ran into an old comrade in arms who lent him 100,000 yuan so we can use it to pay for Mom's hospital bills," Lang Moyu said. "Take this 100,000 yuan first. I'll be able to raise the money for Mom's medical treatment soon. Our family's life will get better and better in the future, and Dad won't have to work so hard anymore. I'll buy a big villa so the whole family can be together." Lang Moyu said longingly, "Brother, you must work hard. Our family's happy life depends on you." "Yes, I will definitely win first place in the district finals tomorrow. I will also win first place in the city finals next. In the future, I will get into the Shanghai Martial Arts School with the highest score in Jiangbei Base City," Lang Mohan said with bright eyes. "I'll cook some good dishes to wish you a victorious return tomorrow." Lang Moyu took the ingredients to the kitchen, while Lang Mohan returned to his room to treat the wound on his abdomen. Although the dagger hadn't penetrated deeply, it still left a considerable wound. He carefully unbuttoned his clothes, revealing his blood-stained undergarments. Lang Mohan picked up a bottle of disinfectant and gently poured it onto the wound. A sharp pain shot through him, and he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. Then, he bandaged the wound with clean gauze, his movements practiced and swift. After the bandaging was completed, Lang Mohan breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "If I didn't have this talent of having an iron body, I probably wouldn't have been so lucky this time." Now, he knew that if it weren't for his special physical condition, this wound might have caused him even greater harm. Lang Mohan sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his internal energy. Through specific breathing techniques and mental guidance, he concentrated his energy at the wound, promoting healing. This method could accelerate blood circulation and enhance the body's self-repair capabilities. Martial artists below level 1 usually focus on honing their physical skills and have not yet learned the techniques for guiding the absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. They improve their strength by training their bodies, increasing their power and speed. Only with a stronger physical body and a more solid foundation can they achieve greater success in future cultivation techniques. There are differences among martial artists, and even among those who are both at the second level, their strength varies. The reason for this often lies eyes and whether their foundation was solid when they were young. Some martial arts families even prohibit their members from taking any pills, potions, or similar items before they reach the second level of martial arts, in order to avoid affecting their future potential. They believe that only by constantly honing their bodies can they become stronger and absorb more spiritual energy in the future.
After the siblings finished dinner, Lung Mohan went back to his room to continue cultivating.
He never indulged himself and would cultivate whenever he had time.
He didn't believe that having the system would solve everything.
The system was merely an aid on his path to becoming a strong person, not something that would make him strong inside. The next day, the district martial arts hall was packed with people early in the morning, all eager to witness who would be the strongest of the younger generation in Jinshui district.
After a night's rest, Lung Mohan's abdominal wound had completely healed. Many students from the school came to support him at today's match. Lung Mohan, you will definitely win today.
Chen Yushi's face was a little sallow, but her eyes sparkled with excitement.
Of course, I'm determined to win today. Lung Mohan laughed. As soon as the group arrived at the martial arts hall, the hall was filled with the sounds of gongs and drums, and countless spectators held up banners and shouted excitedly, "Roger will win! Roger will win! Roger, Roger, I love you!" Roger, with his exquisite makeup, looked incredibly refined. He slowly raised his arms to greet the surrounding audience, his smugness undisguised. He reveled in the feeling of being the center of attention and being on top of the world. Roger jogged a few steps quickly, then leaped 7 or 8 meters, landing gracefully on the ring, which aroused even more enthusiastic cheers from the surrounding crowd. Roger's combat skills are truly amazing. He leaped 7 or 8 meters in a single bound. Zhang Kai exclaimed in amazement. Lung Mohan looked at Roger on the stage, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He muttered to himself, "Nothing special. Roger is not only handsome, but also highly skilled. I really want to have his child." Wow! Roger glanced at me. The girls in the crowd were incredibly excited, their eyes filled with infatuation, wishing they could rush up and hug Roger immediately. However, when Lung Mohan stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Although he was equally handsome, he did not have the illustrious family background and prestige of Roger, nor did he have the same refined makeup as Roger. This Lung Mohan doesn't seem like much. I really don't know how he made it to the finals. Yeah, could it be that they bribed them? Look at his clothes, they're so shabby. He can't compare to our Roger at all. The audience members below the stage were discussing among themselves, not optimistic about Lung Mohan's performance. At this moment, Roger watched as Lung Mohan stepped onto the arena. His expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his indifferent look, as if everything was under his control. "Roger, you didn't expect this, did you?" Lung Mohan said calmly. "I didn't expect anything." Roger replied coldly. "You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you?" Lung Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. "What did you say? I don't understand." A strange glint flashed in Roger's eyes, but he quickly concealed it and maintained his indifferent expression. Roger bent his body slightly, his hands forming a mantis-like gesture, swaying back and forth, bearing a resemblance to a mantis. Is this the legendary mantis boxing? It should be a third-tier martial skill. Even though Roger is a genius, it probably won't be easy for him to execute it. Even just mastering a little bit is enough to defeat Lung Mohan. This mantis fist is no simple matter. It embodies the fearless and indomitable spirit of a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Once unleashed, it will surely strike the enemy's vitals. "Hey!" Roger suddenly roared, his body lunging forward, his knife finger like an iron hook piercing Lung Mohan's eyes. Lung Mohan reacted extremely quickly. He ducked and threw a punch at the opponent's chest. Roger dodged to the side, his fingers transforming into claws as he raised his hand, viciously grabbing at Lung Mohan's throat. Lung Mohan raised his hand to block and at the same time used his shoulder to elbow Roger. Both were top-tier martial artists, and they had exchanged more than a dozen moves in the blink of an eye. Their moves were so fast that the surrounding audience was mesmerized. Roger swept his 4 fingers together like knives towards Lung Mohan's eyes, while simultaneously delivering a groin kick. Lung Mohan tilted his head back slightly to avoid the attack and then punched Roger in the face with his other hand. I'd rather take a punch from you than not get a groin kick from you," Roger thought to himself. Unexpectedly, Lung Mohan's punches were even faster. Before the groin kick could land, Lung Mohan's fist slammed into his face. Roger staggered, and his groin kick missed. He stumbled back a few steps, nearly falling off the ring. How is Lung Mohan so powerful? Even Roger suffered a loss. We've been underestimating him all along. However, I still have faith in Roger. Roger was just careless. He'll definitely win next. Zhang Kai laughed and said, "It seems that Roger is no match for Lung Mohan." "Of course. Lung Mohan will definitely take first place," Chen Yushi said. Roger did a graceful somersault to his feet, which drew cheers from his female fans. "Again, I'm going to get serious," Roger said through gritted teeth. His face was burning with pain, but he couldn't show it, or it would be too embarrassing. Roger lunged forward, using fingers, claws, fists, and legs to gouge out eyes, temples, throats, ribs, groins, anuses, and more, a variety of insidious and vicious moves. Although these moves
are extremely powerful. Using them lowers one's prestige, instantly diminishing Roger's towering image in many people's minds. Lang Mohan was agile and always managed to dodge his attacks at the last moment. One move, 3 variations. Roger threw a punch at Lang Mohan's chest with Black Tiger Heart Strike, then suddenly his fist flicked and 2 fingers pierced Lang Mohan's eyes. Before Lang Mohan could dodge, Roger's left hand punched at Lang Mohan's groin. Everyone who saw it cursed Roger for being shameless and despicable. After all, people prefer uprightness and honesty, and such a sleazy trick is simply not respectable. Roger has fallen short today. He hasn't mastered the essence of mantis boxing, only the superficial techniques. These hidden moves are all about striking with deadly force, and they happen to be used occasionally within a dense barrage of punches. But his pursuit of ruthless techniques has made him forget the true meaning of striking with the flow of the situation and being unpredictable. District Chief Lee couldn't help but feel disappointed as he looked at Roger. He had thought Roger was a genius on par with Lang Mohan, but after today's competition, he was not only inferior in martial arts skills, but also in temperament. Pinch the sheep horse. Lang Mohan saw Roger pointing upwards and downwards, so he let him grab his crotch again. In the meantime, Lang Mohan squeezed and twisted his legs, and Roger's wrist snapped. My hand is broken. Roger felt a piercing pain. Lang Mohan raised his foot and kicked Roger off the stage. Roger crashed to the ground like a kite with a broken string, letting out a painful howl. The result of the match is that Lang Mohan has won, the referee announced. Call a doctor immediately. Roger's hand is broken. Lang Mohan is truly despicable. If he wanted to beat Roger, he should have just let him win. Why did he have to break his hand as well? Yeah, he's a real butcher. Report him to the referee, hold him accountable for intentional injury, and have the court arrest him and put him in jail. Roger's female fans began to curse Lang Mohan. We won. We won. Lang Mohan really won. Chen Yushi exclaimed excitedly. He's #1 in the whole district. District Chief Lee is going to personally present him with the award. Dai Yadong said enviously. Wow, the reward is so generous. Zheng Kai comes from a good family. His father is also a level 3 martial artist. Seeing the reward, he was very tempted. 1 Qi Gathering Pill. You should know that 1 Qi Gathering Pill is worth 800,000. After a level 2 martial artist takes it, he can accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Breaking Edge Blade Technique. A second-tier combat skill. A martial arts combat skill worth 500,000. 500,000 in cash. That much money. District Chief Lee shook Lang Mohan's hand earnestly and said, Lang Mohan, I hope you will continue your efforts and represent Jinshui District to achieve even greater success in the citywide competition. Thank you, District Chief. I will do my best to bring glory to Jinshui District. Lang Mohan said with a smile, wearing a flower wreath and holding a trophy representing honor. After Lang Mohan stepped off the stage, Chen Yushi and others immediately surrounded him to congratulate him. Afterwards, Lang Mohan invited several friends to a hotel for a gourmet feast. After a satisfying meal, Lang Mohan returned home contentedly. I already had 2.025 million in savings, and yesterday I got another 500,000 from that killer. With the 500,000 bonus awarded by the district government today, I have finally raised enough for my mother's medical expenses. He excitedly muttered to himself and picked up his phone to dial Dr. Hao's number. Dr. Hao, hello, this is Lang Mohan. I have successfully raised 3 million yuan. Please arrange the gene therapy treatment as soon as possible. The other party replied, okay, Mr. Lang, we will prepare everything as soon as possible, as long as the money is in place. After hanging up the phone, Lang Mohan was filled with emotion. Sure enough, as long as the funds are in place, the gene serum can be delivered quickly. So he rushed to the hospital without hesitation. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lang Mohan went straight to the payment window and swiped his card to pay 3 million without hesitation. This action left the toll collector speechless with astonishment. She couldn't help but say, Xiao Lang, I mentioned my niece to you last time. You could consider it? She's a real beauty. Lang Mohan calmly shook his head and politely replied, thank you for your kindness, but I don't have that need at the moment. After saying that, he hurriedly walked upstairs to the inpatient department. Dr. Hao, I've already paid the money. Lang Mohan smiled. The first gene serum has arrived. You can get the first injection soon. Come with me. Dr. Hao nodded, then led Lang Mohan and his mother to a luxurious treatment room. Upon entering the treatment room, one sees 4 fully armed level 1 martial artists standing there, each carrying a black box. After exchanging information with them, Dr. Hao opened the box in front of everyone and took out an injection. One of the martial artists took out a camera and began recording a video. To prevent anyone from switching the video, the entire process needed to be recorded. After carefully disinfecting Lang's mother's arm, Dr. Hao injected the gene serum directly into her body in front of everyone. After the injection, Dr. Hao signed his name on the syringe and put it back in the box. Then, one of the martial artists sealed the box and locked it again, at which point the other martial artist holding the camera stopped recording. The vials used for injections also need to be taken back. This is not allowed to be leaked. Dr. Hao said, alright, you can be discharged today. You'll need to come back for
for one more injection every month, and after 2 more injections, you'll be fully recovered. Upon hearing this news, Lung Mohan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked Dr. Hao, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Hao, I am truly grateful for your help. Your recovery this time is all thanks to your son. Although I don't know how he managed to raise 3 million in such a short time, it must have been no easy feat." After exchanging a few more words with Dr. Hao, Lung Mohan happily took his mother home, buying plenty of fruits, meat, and vegetables along the way. That evening, Lung Mayu returned home from school and happily rushed into her mother's arms when she saw her mother. When she learned that her mother had already received the gene-enhancing drug, she cried with excitement. "When mom comes back, she won't let you suffer anymore." Mother Long hugged Lung Mayu. During dinner that evening, Lung Mohan told his mother how he had recently raised the money. He downplayed the seriousness of the matter, not mentioning any of the dangers, and only said that he had won first place in the entire district and that District Chief Lee had personally presented him with the award. "Wow, look, besides the prize money, there's also a pill and a combat technique," Long Moyu exclaimed in surprise. Mother Lang examined the pill closely, muttering to herself, "A chi-gathering pill? This is really expensive." Long Moyu asked curiously, "Mom, how did you recognize this as a chi-gathering pill at a glance?" The mother looked at her daughter with loving eyes and replied gently, "I saw this kind of elixir when I was a child." Long Moyu asked curiously, "Mom, why have you never told us about Grandpa and Grandma?" Long Mohan chimed in, "Yes, Mom, I'm curious too." Lang's mother's face darkened slightly, as if she was recalling unpleasant memories. She slowly said, "There's nothing to say. My experience in that family wasn't pleasant. Your maternal grandmother passed away when I was very young. There's nothing else worth mentioning." Her voice carried a hint of sorrow, and her eyes revealed deep pain. Long Moyu and Lang Mohan exchanged a glance. They could sense the sadness in their mother's heart and decided not to ask any further questions. Mother Lang sighed softly and continued, "Oh, right, give your father a call. Tell him I'm cured and that he shouldn't be working so hard outside anymore. He can find a job nearby so our family can live a peaceful life together." That would be perfect. Seeing that his mother was unwilling to say more, Lung Mohan did not ask. He would tell her when she was ready to speak. He nodded, picked up his phone, and dialed his father's number. Ding ding ding. After the video call connected, Lang's father's familiar face appeared on the screen, and he called out in a kind tone, "Oh, son." Lang Mayu couldn't wait to squeeze in front of the camera, snatched the phone, pointed the lens at the food on the table, and said excitedly, "Dad, look what we're having for dinner tonight." Looking at the table laden with delicacies, Mr. Lang exclaimed in surprise, "What a feast. Your mother's back too. Is she feeling any better?" Lang Mayu replied triumphantly, "My brother bought Mom a gene serum. She already had 1 injection today, and the doctor said that 2 more injections will cure her." Upon hearing the news, Mr. Lang could hardly contain his joy and excitement on the other end of the phone. Lang Mayu continued her rambling, "And another thing, Dad, my brother won first place in the district-wide martial arts competition. He's really amazing now." Mr. Lang listened silently on the other end of the phone, his eyes glistening with tears of relief. Lang Mayu excitedly held the phone and chattered away, leaving Lang Mohan and his mother unable to get a word in edgewise. And so, the two chatted pleasantly for half an hour. Finally, Mr. Lang said somewhat reluctantly, "Alright, I need to turn off the lights here." Lang Mohan finally found a chance to interject, "Dad, please come back as soon as possible. We're waiting for you at home. Our project will take another month. I'll go back after I get paid." After saying a few more words, the two reluctantly hung up the phone. In the dead of night, Lang Mohan continued to cultivate the Black Tiger body refining technique. Lang Mohan looked at the data on the screen in his mind. Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 182 cm. Weight, 70 kilograms. Health and mana, 185 out of 300 points. Level 1 martial artist. Mental value, 30 yen. Martial arts level, level 1 martial artist, 120/300. Martial arts techniques, Flying Star Shattering Stone Fist, second tier, Great Completion. Black Tiger body refining technique, first tier, Great Completion. Hanyuan stance, near first tier, Breaking Edge saber technique, second tier. Special talents, Extreme Speed, tier 1, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, tier 1, Bone Shrinking technique, tier 1. The peak health value of a first tier martial artist is 300 points, which is the dividing line between first tier and second tier martial artists. I only have 185 points of chi and blood right now, which is still a bit low. I haven't started practicing the Breaking Edge blade technique yet. If I were to start practicing it, it would definitely consume a lot of chi and blood. If I were to master it, it would probably consume even more. My 3 special talents can also be upgraded. In the future, there will be many experts in the city competition, but my current health points are not keeping up. Lang Mohan frowned and muttered to himself, "However, I now possess a chi gathering pill, which should significantly increase my chi and blood value." Lang Mohan acted immediately, taking out the chi gathering pill and putting it in his mouth. Ding! Detected that the host has consumed the chi and blood pill and gained 600 chi and blood points. A cold, mechanical voice rang in Lang Mohan's mind. "So many? My original chi and blood points were 185, and now
now they've become 785.
I'd become a second-tier martial artist again. A hint of surprise flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes. System, how much health points are needed to cultivate the second-tier combat skill, breaking edge blade technique? Lang Mohan asked silently in his mind.
Host, to achieve minor success in cultivating the breaking edge blade technique, you need 100 health points, the system's cold, mechanical voice replied.
Lang Mohan then asked, what if I want to directly upgrade it to the great perfection level?
Host, upgrading the second-tier combat skill, breaking edge blade technique, to its peak requires 400 points of health.
The system's reply made Lang Mohan fall into deep thought.
After careful consideration, he felt that even after deducting the 400 points of chi and blood, he would still have 385 points left, which should be enough to deal with any situations that might arise later. He wasn't in a hurry to raise his martial arts level, but rather to continue strengthening his foundation. So he decisively said, I agree to upgrade the breaking edge blade technique to its highest level. As he finished speaking, a loud buzzing sound rang in his mind.
Immediately afterwards, a flood of memories from years of practicing the breaking edge blade technique surged into his mind. These
memories seemed to be deeply rooted in his soul, and every move and stance felt like he had personally experienced countless trials. His body seemed to have become accustomed to this swordsmanship, and he instantly grasped the key points, core principles, and various valuable experiences of the technique. At this moment, Lang Mohan had a deeper understanding and mastery of the breaking edge blade technique. System, how much chi and blood do I need to upgrade my special talent, extreme speed, to the second tier? Host, it takes 500 chi and blood points to upgrade extreme speed to the second level. System, how much chi and blood is needed to upgrade copper skin and iron bones to the second tier? Host, it takes 500 chi and blood points to upgrade copper skin and iron bones to the second level. Lang Mohan thought to himself, if I want to become stronger among my peers, if my special talent can be upgraded to another level, my chances of becoming number one in the city will be even greater. Now there's no need to worry about my mother's condition. I still have over 500,000 yuan. If I buy chi and blood pills, I can buy 10. Based on past experience, one pill can increase chi and blood value by 30 points, so 10 pills would be 300 points.
My current health and mana are 385 points. Adding 300 more points will make it 685 points.
The special talent that helps me the most is extreme speed. If I want to upgrade it to the second tier, I will need to deduct another 500 points.
My God! Lang Mohan was speechless as he calculated.
After deducting 500 points, he had come back to 185 points.
In the end, I didn't improve at all.
The next morning, Lang Mohan went to the martial arts shop and bought 10 chi and blood pills, spending 500,000. His special talent, extreme speed, was also successfully upgraded to the second tier.
The speed difference between this level and the second level is so huge.
Lang Mohan unleashed his movement technique and rushed forward, becoming several times faster than before. When this level of martial artist encounters me, I don't even need to make a move. Just my terrifying speed makes it impossible for them to even touch the hem of my clothes. After practicing outside all morning, Lang Mohan bought a bunch of ingredients and went home. He was thinking about cooking a big meal for his mother and sister so they could have some nourishing food. When he reached his doorstep, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from inside.
Someone's home? Lang Mohan's heart tightened, and he immediately became alert.
He was very familiar with his family's voices, and at that moment the volume of voices in the house was noticeably higher than usual. Neither his mother nor his sister were the type to make a lot of noise, so he realized that strangers had arrived.
As Lang Mohan drew closer, his brows furrowed involuntarily. He recognized the two unfamiliar voices. One was his aunt, Lang Qiuyue, and the other was her son, Zhang Yang. Why are these two people at home? What are they doing here?
Lang Mohan muttered to himself, his steps becoming heavy.
Oh, Mohan is back.
You knew your aunt was coming today, so you specially bought so much delicious food. Lang Qiuyue sat on the sofa with a fake smile on her face, but her eyes revealed a hint of greed. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes as she looked at the large and small bags of ingredients that Lang Mohan was carrying.
You're overthinking it.
This is for my mom and sister to nourish their bodies. It has nothing to do with you.
Lang Mohan replied coldly and put the ingredients into the kitchen without any politeness.
He didn't have a good impression of this aunt. He remembered very clearly how she had treated him last time. Zhang Yang lay sprawled on the sofa, looking utterly lazy. Seeing Lang Mohan return, he casually ordered, Lang Moyu, go cut me some fruit, and remember to stick toothpicks in it. His tone was full of self-righteousness, as if this were his home and Lang Moyu was his servant. Lang Moyu stood there motionless, her chest heaving, her breathing rapid, her face flushed red, her eyes filled with anger and grievance as she stared intently at Zhang Yang.
Hey, Moyu, you little brat, you liar. Your cousin asked you to do some work, and you can't even get anything done, can you? Lang Qiuyue's voice was sharp, with a hint of impatience and reproach. Lang Qiuyue continued, sister-in-law, look how spoiled you've become. Now she doesn't even want to do any chores. If she grows up, won't she be even harder to manage?
You need to discipline her now and make her obedient so she can become
become a proper woman. Upon hearing this, Lang's mother's face instantly turned ashen, and anger flared within her. However, she still suppressed her rage and said, "My mo, you is no little brat. On the contrary, she is very sensible, filial, and has her own opinions. You don't need to worry about how to educate her." Lang Qiuyue sneered and said disdainfully, "Humph, sister-in-law, don't be too naive. Girls will eventually get married. If you don't keep her in line, she might be tricked away by some random man when she goes to college. You'll regret it then. If you ask me, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity and sell her for a good price? The money could be used to find a wife for Mo Han, and then buy an apartment in a nice neighborhood." Lang Mohan finally couldn't take it anymore. He said coldly, "Are you finished? My family's affairs are none of your business. Please leave now." Lang Qiuyue stood up and said angrily, "Sister-in-law, look at your two children. They're both so rude. How can they talk to their elders like that?" Mrs. Lang stood up and walked to the door, her face stern. "Our family still wants to eat," she said. "Please, you're on your way." Lang Qiuyue remained seated on the sofa and smiled. "It's almost noon, so we're not leaving. Let's stay here and have a meal." Lang Moyu stomped her feet in anger, saying, "How can there be such a shameless person?" Lang Qiuyue turned to look at Lang Mohan and said, "Mohan, I heard you won first place in the district martial arts competition. The district awarded you 500,000 yuan, a chi gathering pill, and a martial arts combat technique. You don't want it, do you?" Lang Mohan laughed angrily. A greedy smile spread across Lang Qiuyue's face as she said, "How did you know your aunt's thoughts? You truly are my good nephew. Your aunt is planning to invest in real estate recently. Consider your 500,000 yuan as a loan. I will pay you back every penny when you grow up and get married." Lang Mohan was speechless. How could she dare to treat everyone else like fools? "Your cousin Yang Yang is going to take the college entrance exam this year, right? His chi and blood value is only 30 points right now. I think you are already the top student in the whole district. Even if you get into a martial arts school in Shanghai, it will be a piece of cake. I was thinking you should give the chi gathering pill to your cousin. Once he gets into the martial arts school in Shanghai, he can take care of you when you go there, right?" Lang Mohan gasped. He really didn't expect the other party to scheme like this. "How about I give him that level 2 combat skill manual too?" Lang Qiuyue stood up, her face beaming with excitement. She couldn't stop smiling and exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Your cousin will never forget you when he becomes successful." Zhang Yang grinned, revealing a smug smile, and patted Lang Mohan's shoulder forcefully, his tone full of arrogance and confidence. "Cousin, don't worry. From now on, as long as I have a bite of meat to eat, you'll never be short of a drop of soup." However, Lang Mohan made no attempt to hide his disgust. He frowned deeply, his eyes flashing with anger, and said coldly, "I had thought you might be shameless, but I never expected you to be so ruthless, let alone so shameless." Lang Mohan's voice was like a sharp sword, piercing through the air. Lang Qiuyue's face turned gloomy and furious. She gritted her teeth and said, "Did I give you face? How dare you say such rebellious things? Does your father know? Do you believe I can make him kneel down and beg me to forgive you?" However, Lang Mohan stared coldly at Lang Qiuyue and replied without hesitation, "Of course I don't believe it. Get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being impolite." At this moment, Lang Mohan had reached a height of 182 centimeters, with a robust physique and an aura of power. His body surged with powerful blood energy, making him appear majestic and imposing. Moreover, he has already become a first-level martial artist, and his strength should not be underestimated. Once he gets angry, he is indeed frightening. However, Lang Qiuyue was a tough nut to crack. Instead of backing down, she took a few steps forward and brought her face right up to Lang Mohan's. She cursed viciously, "What, you want to hit me? Come on then. Let everyone see how your nephew beats his aunt. I think you don't want to be the district martial arts representative anymore." Lang Qiuyue looked at Lang Mohan triumphantly, her eyes flashing with malice. "Humph, if you dare to lay a finger on me today, I'll go to the district government building tomorrow and report you, saying that a bastard like you who beats up his family and elders is not worthy of representing the district in the city competition." Lang Qiuyue threatened. "Mo Han, don't be impulsive." Mother Lang anxiously stepped forward and grabbed Lang Mo Han's hand, advising, "It's not worth ruining your future for this crazy woman." Lang Mohan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said with a cold smile, "If you want to deal with me, I have plenty of ways." As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhang Yang, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, like an eagle snatching a chick, and easily lifted him up and dragged him outside. Then, in front of everyone, he punched and kicked Zhang Yang mercilessly. "Help! Someone's been killed!" Zhang Yang screamed in agony, his voice echoing throughout the hallway, but no one came out to see what was happening. People in this world, especially those living in these messy and dilapidated tenement buildings, generally believe in the principle of "it's better to mind your own business," and everyone sweeps the snow from their own doorstep. Upon hearing this sound, they all quickly slammed their doors shut. With Lang Mohan's current strength, let alone a first-level martial artist, even a second-level martial artist would die at his hands. Zhang Yang, a martial artist apprentice with only 30 points, is like beating a child in his hands. "Mom, save me. Lang Mohan is going to beat me to death." Zhang Yang Yang cried out in despair. Slap, slap, slap. Lang Mohan slapped Zhang Yang's face repeatedly, quickly turning it into a pig's head. Stop hitting my son. I'm scared of you, okay? Lang Xiaoyue finally felt sorry for her son and had no choice but to beg for mercy. I'm already a level 1 martial artist, so calling the police won't do any good. An ordinary person attacking a level 1 martial artist is not only not a crime for me, but Zhang Yang will be sentenced. Lang Mohan said with a cold laugh. Martial artists hold a very high status in this world. If a conflict occurs between an ordinary person and a martial artist, even if the martial artist is at fault first, as long as no one is killed, the law will favor the martial artist. Because warriors are the main force for humanity in fighting against the invasion of monsters, they enjoy special privileges. Of course, if a martial artist harms the lives of ordinary people, then the martial artist must be severely punished. After all, ordinary people are the foundation and basis of society, and they should not be allowed to be oppressed and killed at will by martial artists. That's why Lang Mohan dared to be so arrogant and attack Zhang Yang. Lang Xiaoyue, her face contorted with resentment, helped Zhang Yang away. Her venomous gaze seemed to want to devour him. Judging from her expression, she was determined not to let the matter rest. Brother, that's so satisfying. It should have been like this a long time ago, Lang Moyu said. The mother closed the door and said, I used to think she was just a bit snobbish, but I never imagined she'd be so shameless. Mother Lang sighed and continued, but now it's all right. After this incident, I believe your father won't be bewitched by her again, right? Forget it, just don't have any more contact with us. Our family will get better and better in the future. Mother Lang comforted her. At this moment, Lang Mohan spoke up with concern. Mom, I'm still a little worried. It's mainly my dad. He's always been unconditionally good to Auntie. Even after something like this happened, I don't know if he can completely let it go. Lang's mother smiled and patted Lang Mohan's shoulder, saying, Child, don't worry. Actually, there's something I've never told you. Lang Xiaoyue isn't your biological aunt. Years ago, your grandfather found your father outside and took him home to raise him. That's why your father has always obeyed them, out of gratitude for their upbringing. However, it seems that gratitude has now been completely exhausted. Upon hearing this news, Lang Mohan and Lang Moyu suddenly realized that this was the reason why their father had always indulged and tolerated their aunt. A huge weight was finally lifted from their hearts, and they also understood their father's long-standing suffering. From then on, they no longer had to endure their aunt's unreasonable demands, and the family could live a peaceful and happy life. In front of the capital city gate in Jinshui district, Lang Xiaoyue and her son Zhang Yang were holding up a banner and beating drums, attracting the attention of those around them. Lang Mohan, the district's martial arts representative, assaulted his own aunt and cousin. How can such a beast, worse than a pig or a dog, be worthy of representing Jinshui district in the citywide competition? I beg the district head to do me justice. Wa'ada. This is so tragic. There's no justice in this world. The commotion Lang Xiaoyue created quickly alerted the guards. However, instead of receiving sympathy, they were arrested. However, due to the egregious nature of Lang Xiaoyue's behavior, the matter quickly reached the ears of District Chief Li. District Chief, do you think Lang Mohan should be disqualified from the competition? An aide asked. Cancel? Why cancel? District Chief Li stood in front of the large French windows, taking in everything. His eyes flashed with indifference and ruthlessness. Let them go to the investigation bureau for questioning. Ordinary people who dare to provoke martial artists must bear the consequences. Yes, District Chief, I'll take care of it right away. The aide hurriedly nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Lang Xiaoyue and Zhang Yang said smugly, after what we did, Lang Mohan will be lucky to escape with his life. He still wants to win a place in the citywide competition? Dream on. If you dare offend me, I'll ruin you too. At this moment, an investigator stepped forward and asked, where did the beating happen? Lang Xiaoyue pointed to her face and said, at Lang Mohan's house, my son, and I went to congratulate him on winning the district's martial arts representative award, but he beat us up without even asking what happened. Zhang Yang chimed in, yes, my mother is his aunt. He started hitting her right away. If I hadn't protected her, she might have been beaten to death on the spot. The scout nodded and said, okay, I understand. An ordinary person going to a martial artist's home to provoke them and then attacking them is punishable by imprisonment for 3 to 10 years, according to the laws of our Jiangbei base city. Upon hearing this, Lang Xiaoyue and Zhang Yang's faces turned deathly pale. They had originally thought they could get revenge on Lang Mohan by framing him, but they never expected things to develop to this point. Lang Xiaoyue stammered, no, that can't be, right? We just went to congratulate him. We didn't do anything provocative? The investigator gave them a cold look and said, the law is the law, and no one is above the law. Since you have broken the law, you must bear the corresponding consequences. Lang Xiaoyue and Zhang Yang exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with despair. They had originally wanted to take revenge on Lang Mohan, but they had ended up shooting themselves in the foot. Now, not only are they unable to retaliate against Lang Mohan, but they also face imprisonment. The investigator continued, furthermore, as a martial artist, Lang Mohan has the right to self-defense. If your actions threaten his life, he has the right to take necessary
necessary measures to protect himself. Therefore, if you make any false statements or fabricate evidence, you will be subject to even more severe punishment. Lang Qiuyue and Zhang Yang were completely panicked. They didn't know how to deal with the situation. They realized that their actions had brought about irreversible consequences.
Come on, pass the exam. Lock them up first, and after the court verdict, send them to prison for rehabilitation. Detective, you've got it wrong.
He hit us, and we didn't fight back, Lang Qiuyue said in shock. However, the investigators completely ignored him. Several burly detectives roughly handcuffed the mother and daughter and dragged them away.
Lang Qiuyue was still arguing loudly when the investigators got impatient and slapped her twice across the face, silencing her completely.
Lang Mohan was naturally unaware of what had happened to Lang Qiuyue and her son. He is training hard to prepare for the upcoming citywide competition.
Chen Yushi, you look much better these past 2 days.
At school, Lang Mohan stared intently at Chen Yushi's face and observed her closely.
Chen Yushi blushed slightly and lowered her head, saying, "Really? Yes, and you're even prettier than before." Lang Mohan said calmly, "It seems you were always going to be good-looking. It's your illness that's affecting your appearance."
Chen Yushi looked up, touched her face, and said shyly, "Really?
Do you prefer me the way I was before, or the way I am now?"
Now, of course.
Who doesn't like beautiful women? Lang Mohan suddenly added, "I wonder how generous the prizes are for this citywide competition."
7 days later, the finals of the Citywide College Martial Arts League began.
Jiangbei-based City Martial Arts Hall.
The martial arts hall was packed to capacity, with tickets in high demand. The reason for today's excitement is that 25 of the most outstanding young martial arts representatives from all 18 districts and 7 satellite cities in the city are here to compete for the top 3 spots in the Jiangbei-based city.
Governor Zhang of Jiangbei-based City has arrived.
Minister Li of the Central Martial Arts Alliance of the Dragon Kingdom has arrived. General Wang from the Garrison Command has arrived. Director Zhang of the Jiangbei Education Department has arrived. As the host introduced the competition, the various VIPs in the third-floor private rooms rose to their feet and waved to the audience. Their faces beamed with confidence and smiles, seemingly filled with anticipation for the event. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely lively, with the audience showing great enthusiasm, and cheers and applause rising and falling continuously.
Next, let's welcome the outstanding talents from each district and satellite city. First, let's welcome Wang Qianqian, the outstanding talent from the Central Plains District.
In the Central Plains District selection competition, she swept aside all her strong opponents with an invincible attitude and won the first place in the Central Plains District without any controversy, the host shouted excitedly. The big screen played exciting footage of Wang Qianqian defeating her opponents. Her movements were fierce and ruthless, and she easily defeated one opponent after another.
Her strength is astonishing, making people cheer. Wang Qianqian's expression is indifferent, appearing very aloof, like an iceberg, making her unapproachable.
Her eyes revealed a firmness and confidence, as if she were ready to meet any challenge. In a private room on the 3rd floor, Director Zhang of the Education Department smiled and introduced the woman to the person next to him.
This is Wang Qianqian, the youngest daughter of Wang Zhenhai, the famous 7th-level expert in Jiangbei and the god of war, Rufeng.
His voice carried a hint of pride and self-satisfaction, clearly indicating that he held the girl in high regard.
Oh,
to be born into such a prestigious family, one must have a long and distinguished family tradition. You're sure to achieve a good ranking in this martial arts tournament,
Governor Zhang exclaimed in admiration.
It should be noted that Governor Zhang, Minister Li of the Martial Arts Alliance, and General Wang, who were present, were only level 7 experts, which were considered top-tier combat power in Jiangbei.
As a level 7 powerhouse, Wang Zhenhai, the god of war, is a well-known figure in the entire Dragon Kingdom.
The Rufeng mercenary group he founded is one of the top 10 mercenary groups in the Dragon Kingdom. In China, there's an old saying, like father, like son. Since the father is so capable, his daughter is naturally no less so. Inside the martial arts arena, the host continued. Next up is Xie Jingsong, the prodigy of Luolong District.
His fighting style is extremely tough. With his exceptional
body-strengthening martial arts skills and outstanding explosive power, he crushed his way through the encirclement and won first place in the entire district. On the big screen, Xie Jingsong was shirtless, his muscles bulging high, like a giant. Every punch and kick he threw carried terrifying power.
What was even more surprising was his agility. After introducing them one by one, they finally introduced Lang Mohan on the 18th day. Next up is Lang Mohan, the prodigy of Jinshui District.
He comes from humble beginnings but possesses unwavering determination, practicing martial arts day and night to hone his skills. His fighting style is decisive and swift,
and his movements are extremely fast.
Often, his opponents are knocked to the ground before they can even react. This prodigy also has a unique characteristic. He enjoys slapping his opponents to humiliate them.
The big screen played exciting scenes of Lang Mohan, especially the scene where he slapped Zhang Bo, the blonde-haired guy, which made the audience frown.
Someone couldn't help but say, killing someone is just a matter of beheading them. This is going too far in humiliating your opponent. This statement resonated with many people who nodded in agreement. entertainment. Another person added, yes, he came from humble beginnings, and now that he's suddenly gained power, he naturally uses this method of humiliating the enemy to elevate himself. Others chimed in, saying, this is actually a sign of inferiority, just like a poor person who suddenly becomes rich and then goes on a spending spree of luxury goods. Another person commented, yes, humility at one's core will not become stronger simply because one's strength increases. The last person concluded, this kind of person is too narrow-minded, he won't go far on the path of martial arts. Just as everyone was discussing it, someone suddenly revealed, I also heard that after he won first place in the whole district, he beat up his own aunt who raised him. The news was like a bomb, instantly detonating the entire room. People gaped in astonishment, unable to believe it. Then someone added, not only that, he also sent his own aunt and cousin to prison. Everyone was stunned into silence. After a long while, someone finally came to their senses and exclaimed, what? He's such a despicable person. Even if he has some talent in martial arts, he'll still be a disgrace to society. Others echoed this sentiment, expressing their disgust and condemnation of Lang Mohan's behavior. What a beast! How could such a beast appear on such a solemn and sacred arena? I'm going to report him. Lang's mother, Lang Moyu, Chen Yushi, and others listened to the insults directed at Lang Mohan and tried to defend themselves, but to no avail. The rumors quickly spread throughout the scene. Brother Jia, do you think the money you spent was worth it? A middle-aged man whispered in Roger's ear. You did a good job. If Lang Mohan is disqualified from the competition because of this, I might be able to take his place. Roger looked at the grand scene and felt bad that he couldn't go up. The audience was abuzz with discussion, and the host quickly introduced the next contestant, which finally diverted everyone's attention. However, Roger did arrange for some people to report Lang Mohan, including some self-righteous viewers. In a private room on the third floor, a man who looked like a secretary walked up to the director of education and whispered a few words in his ear. Director Zhang frowned and his face darkened. He turned to look at District Chief Li, who was sitting in the back row. District Chief Li was also quite strong. He was a level 6 martial artist. Although the secretary's voice was soft, all the experts present could hear it clearly. District Chief Li hurriedly waved his hand and explained, this is completely a rumor. Lang Mohan's aunt has already confessed to her crime. She went to her nephew's house to ask for the pills but failed. Out of jealousy, she wanted to destroy him. As a result, she caused a disturbance in front of our district government building by displaying banners and banging drums, and was arrested by the police. Now the court has sentenced her to 3 years in prison. Director Zhang and the others, being extremely astute, instantly grasped the whole story. He turned to his secretary and instructed for this matter to spread throughout the city. In such a short time, it must have been deliberately orchestrated, and it's very likely the work of Lang Mohan's former rival. Investigate this matter thoroughly immediately. The secretary nodded knowingly and turned to leave the meeting room. At this moment, Mayor Zhang asked curiously, what about Lang Mohan's talent? Are you sure he comes from a poor family? District Chief Li answered decisively, absolutely right. His father was a quasi-martial artist who was injured and discharged from the army during his service and has been working in low-level jobs ever since. His whole family still lives in a tenement building in the slums. District Chief Li had already thoroughly investigated Lang Mohan's background. After the 25 outstanding talents on the field were introduced, the draw for the final match began. With 25 people drawing lots at the same time, someone is bound to draw an empty lot. Everyone is secretly hoping that they will be the one to draw an empty lot. After all, those who made it to the city finals were representatives from each district, and none of these 25 people were weak. Everyone lined up to draw lots, and Lang Mohan was confident in his abilities. He wasn't worried no matter who he drew. Lang Mohan stood in the middle of the line, and soon it was his turn to draw lots. He reached into the box, took out a numbered ball, unfolded it, and saw 0. Lang Mohan was overjoyed. He had actually drawn a blank ball, which meant he could directly advance to the next round. He held up his numbered ball and showed it to the entire audience, causing a stir and drawing envious and jealous glances. How can this scumbag be so lucky? He just happened to draw a 0, and he managed to avoid the most intense first round, one viewer said with dissatisfaction. Good people don't live long, but bad people live for 1,000 years, another audience member chimed in. That's good. The next round will be all elites. It'll be perfect for him to embarrass himself, one audience member said gleefully. Hearing these words, Lang Mohan revealed a disdainful smile. He knew that his good fortune had aroused the jealousy of many people, but he didn't care. There were 3 arenas, and after 4 rounds of competition, 7 contestants advanced. Why only 7? Because the competition was fierce, many contestants were evenly matched, and although one might win by chance, their physical condition no longer allowed them to participate in the next match. With Lang Mohan taking a break, the 8 finalists have been determined. Wang Chanxian from Zhongyuan District, Xia Jinsong from Luolang District, Wang Tianxian from Hongkou District, Du Fangrong from Yangpu District, Fang Boheo from Baoshan District, Gu Yangwu from Jinshan District, Lan Chun from Fengxian District, and Lang Mohan from Jinshui District. Among them, Lang Mohan felt that Wang Chanxian, Xia Jinsong, and Wang Tianxiang Jinsong were the most capable. Although the others were also very strong, Lang Mohan did not take them seriously.
As for saying that these three are very strong, that's only relative. Their strength is about the same as mine back in Caesar's Colosseum. As for comparing them to me now, they are far inferior. The quarterfinals will be decided by drawing lots. Lang Mohan versus Fang Boheo. Fang Boheo is thin, but he is extremely fast, ranking among the top 3 in this competition. He often uses his speed advantage to overwhelm his opponents and win easily. Fang Boheo is guaranteed to win this time. This Lang Mohan is completely unknown. Jinshui district is the most backward area. How could he possibly have any decent experts there?
Yes, if Lang Mohan hadn't been lucky enough to escape the first round, he probably would have been eliminated long ago. Look at Fang Boheo. He always manages to outmaneuver his opponents. His speed alone is enough to leave them completely disoriented. That player from Baishui City was so strong in the last match, but he was defeated by Fang Boheo in less than a minute.
These are all voices that scorn Lang Mohan and lavish praise on Fang Boheo. Chen Yushi comforted Lang Mayu and her mother, saying, "These people are probably Fang Boheo's paid trolls. It's not worth getting angry. Lang Mohan will definitely win this championship."
But his opponents are all very strong, Lang Mayu said with some concern. Chen Yushi smiled confidently and said, "You don't know just how strong Lang Mohan is now. I don't know exactly how powerful he is either, but just think of him as extremely strong." In a private room on the 3rd floor, a group of bigwigs were also watching the match and discussing it.
Director Zhang asked, "Governor Zhang, who do you think will win, Fang Boheo or Lang Mohan?" Governor Zhang smiled and said, "I haven't seen Lang Mohan compete, but this Fang Boheo is extremely fast.
To beat him, Lang Mohan must be at a similar speed, only then will he have a chance."
Governor Zhang then paused for a moment and said, "I still think Fang Boheo will win. He should be able to advance to the semifinals." Most other bigwigs also have a positive view of Fang Boheo. With the referee's whistle, the tension on the stage instantly escalated. Fang Boheo looked up with confidence, pondering how to win the game decisively and beautifully. Lang Mohan didn't have so many thoughts. He was quietly waiting for his opponent to attack. As soon as his opponent started to move, he would reveal a weakness. This is the experience Lang Mohan summarized from his many battles with monsters in Caesar's Colosseum. "Ha, why are these two just standing there without moving? Yeah, do they know each other and are too shy to make the first move?"
Nonsense, they were both overconfident and waiting for their opponent to make the first move.
"Oh, I see."
Seeing that Lang Mohan was also standing still, Fang Boheo said, "You'd better make the first move."
"Once I do, you won't have a chance to make a move. You don't want to be knocked out without even making a move in such an important match, do you?" Lang Mohan sighed and said, "You're too arrogant. I only need one move to defeat you." "Ha ha, I've finally met someone even more arrogant than me today." Fang Boheo laughed loudly and said, "Alright, let me see if you're really as arrogant as you say." Dragon soaring movement technique. Fang Boheo lunged forward with lightning speed, throwing a punch straight at Lang Mohan's heart. So fast, even faster than the last race. Lang Mohan is finished. He absolutely cannot defend against such speed. This is so boring. The game is over before it even started. Just when the audience thought Lang Mohan was about to collapse, he moved. A blur flashed by, and Lang Mohan was already behind Fang Boheo. He struck Fang Boheo in the neck with a palm strike, and with a thud, Fang Boheo's vision went black and he collapsed onto the stage, unconscious. "What? This plot twist is too fast. How come my vision blurred and Fang Boheo fell to the ground?" "Yes, I didn't see it clearly either. Could Lang Mohan have used some kind of hidden weapon?" The audience raised many questions. Brother won. Lang Moyu clapped and cheered. Chen Yushi was also happy for Lang Mohan's victory. The mother was overjoyed to see her son's performance. The big shots in the private room marveled at the changes. They were very powerful and naturally noticed them. "Lang Mohan is even faster than Fang Boheo," Minister Li said. "At least twice as fast," General Wang said. In conclusion, Governor Zhang said, based solely on his speed and precise control of force, Lang Mohan is certain to be among the top 3. Lang Mohan stepped off the stage and successfully advanced to the semifinals. The remaining 3 were quickly determined: Wang Qianxian from Zhongyuan District, Xie Jingsong from Luolang District, and Wang Tianxiang from Hongkou District. The atmosphere reached a climax as the 4 drew lots again. Lang Mohan drew number 1, Xie Jingsong drew number 1, Wang Qianxian drew number 2, Wang Tianxiang drew number 2. The first match is between Lang Mohan from Jinshui District and Xie Jingsong from Luolang District. The second match is between Wang Qianxian from Zhongyuan District and Wang Tianxiang from Hongkou District. The audience members shouted their supporters' names, but Lang Mohan had very few supporters. On arena number 1, Lang Mohan and Xie Jingsong slowly stepped onto the arena. The audience overwhelmingly voiced their disapproval. Xie Jingsong is sure to win this match. Lang Mohan will probably be begging for mercy on his knees within 3 moves. Yes, Xie Jingsong's terrifying external martial arts skills mean that even if he stands still, Lang Mohan cannot break through his defenses. Xie Jingsong beating Lang Mohan is like an adult beating a child. he can do whatever he wants with him. Lang Mayu said worriedly, Xie Jingsong is so big, how can my brother possibly beat him? Your brother will definitely win. Shen Yushi remained confident. The bigwigs in the private room still believed that Xie Jingsong had a better chance of winning. Xie Jingsong's external martial arts technique, Overlord's horizontal training, not only grants him great strength but also makes his defense among the best of first-level martial artists, Director Zhang said. Although Lang Mohan is very fast, it seems difficult for him to break through Xie Jingsong's defense, General Wang analyzed. On the ring, Xie Jingsong's nearly 2-meter height made him look like a guardian deity, and his bulging muscles made any opponent feel intimidated. Xie Jingsong grinned, and without saying a word, he ran forward a few steps and threw punch after punch at Lang Mohan. Each punch was powerful and heavy, as if a large iron hammer was swinging in the air. Lang Mohan dodged the punches with a flash, like a ghost, but he could still feel the immense power contained within them. He retaliated swiftly, his figure flashing like lightning as he rushed towards Xie Jingsong, his fist like a sharp sword, aimed straight at the opponent's chest. However, Xie Jingsong was not afraid at all. He was amazed by Lang Mohan's speed and agility, but did not think that Lang Mohan's attack would harm him. Lang Mohan's punch landed on Xie Jingsong's chest, producing a dull thud. Xie Jingsong staggered back 7 or 8 steps, nearly falling off the ring. This scene shocked the entire audience. Lang Mohan's punch looked ordinary, but no one expected it to have such great power. This is unbelievable. Lang Mohan almost knocked Xie Jingsong off the stage with one punch. Isn't Xie Jingsong supposed to be invincible in defense? How come he's no match for Lang Mohan? Could Xie Jingsong be deliberately throwing the fight or rigging it? The audience members were buzzing with discussion. The big shots in the private room were all amazed. It seems we all underestimated Lang Mohan. He is quite powerful, Governor Zhang said. Xie Jingsong is in for a tough time this round. Director Zhang echoed. Lang Mohan surprised us. He was hiding his strength and only revealed it in the semifinals, General Wang pointed out incisively. Xie Jingsong, clutching a sharp pain in his chest, forced himself to take a breath, roared, and charged forward. His fists whistled past with the wind, but Lang Mohan nimbly dodged them. Xie Jingsong threw dozens of punches, but Li Na and Lang Mohan's clothes were never even touched. So fast. Lang Mohan's speed is incredible. The audience exclaimed in amazement, cheers erupting one after another. This thrilling duel was so captivating that time seemed to stand still. Xie Jingsong possessed immense strength, yet he was unable to use it, filling him with frustration. He shouted breathlessly, if you've got the guts, don't run. Let's fight head-on. However, Lang Mohan held an absolute advantage at this moment, so how could he give up so easily? Lang Mohan has the upper hand right now. How could he be so foolish as to fight Xie Jingsong? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Others chimed in, yes, who would give up their advantage and fight the other side head-on. Everyone thought Lang Mohan wouldn't do that, and even Xie Jingsong himself was just saying it casually and didn't take it seriously. However, to everyone's surprise, Lang Mohan calmly replied, fine, you want to fight? I'll give you that chance and make you admit defeat. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingsong's expression turned serious, and a determined light flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, fine, as long as you can withstand one of my punches, I'll admit defeat. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Lang Mohan replied without fear. The atmosphere between the two instantly became extremely tense, as if a life-or-death struggle was about to unfold. Xie Jingsong shouted loudly, his blood and chi surging within him. He leaped high into the air like a small mountain and threw a punch at Lang Mohan. This is the Overlord's force. The power of this punch is terrifying. Even a level 1 monster would be killed by this terrifying punch. Lang Mohan actually stood there without moving. Was he planning to take this punch head-on? I am a level 2 martial artist. Even if I don't want to take this punch head-on, if it lands, I will be injured. Governor Zhang couldn't help but shake his head and say, Lang Mohan is being a bit too arrogant. Just when everyone was pessimistic about Lang Mohan silently chanted in his heart, a body of steel. His muscles were taut, and a faint white spiritual energy rippled across his body as Xie Jingsong punched Lang Mohan hard in the chest. The blood and chi in Lang Mohan's body surged like a turbulent tide, rapidly converging in his chest. A dull thud was heard. Lang Mohan stood firmly in place, without moving an inch, while Xie Jingsong was thrown back several steps by a powerful force. Lang Mayu and her mother were so frightened that they closed their eyes tightly, unable to bear witnessing the scene before them. Everyone was convinced that Lang Mohan was doomed to die this time. However, just as everyone was in astonishment, Lang Mohan slowly stood up, gently patted the wrinkles in his clothes at his chest, and a smile appeared on his lips. This punch was indeed powerful, but its penetrating and destructive power was slightly lacking. Now that you have finished, it is my turn to throw a punch. Xie Jingsong stared wide-eyed at his fist in disbelief. He couldn't accept that Lang Mohan had actually withstood his overlord force, and what surprised him even more was that Lang Mohan seemed completely unharmed. When he heard Lang Mohan's words, he took a deep breath, his muscles bulging instantly, ready to take a punch. Lang Mohan flashed forward, closing in swiftly like a ghost. His fist swung out with a sharp, piercing whistle, smashing hard into Xie Jingsong's chest. Xie Jingsong's heart tightened
tightened. He clearly felt the terrifying power contained in that punch. With a loud bang, Xie Jingsong was sent flying and fell off the stage, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood and turning deathly pale. The doctor rushed to the scene to provide emergency treatment. After a while, Xie Jingsong recovered and immediately turned around to look for Lang Mohan.
"Are you looking for me?" Lang Mohan walked up from behind him. "Is this your true strength?" Xie Jingsong asked unwillingly. Lang Mohan shook his head and said calmly, "I only used less than 20% of my power."
Xie Jingsong's face flushed red, his chest heaved violently, a sweet taste rose in his throat, he spat out another mouthful of blood and then fainted.
Lang Mohan wasn't showing off, he was telling the truth. He had indeed only used 20% of his strength. I didn't expect Lang Mohan to be so strong. He has a very good chance of winning first place in the city this time.
Director Zhang looked at Lang Mohan on the stage, his eyes filled with shock.
Yes, this boy is extremely fast, with such high attack power in defense.
His attacks are clean and decisive, without any hesitation. He certainly has a bright future, General Wang said with admiration. I wonder which martial arts school Lang Mohan wants to choose. After the competition results are out, I'm sure all the schools will be fighting tooth and nail for it, Minister Li said with a smile. At this moment, all the big shots present valued Lang Mohan highly. After all, a martial arts genius like him has unlimited potential for future achievements.
Now is the time for them to recruit talent.
If they can provide some help when he is young, they may receive unexpected rewards in the future. Moreover, people like Lang Mohan, who come from humble backgrounds, are often more grateful and more likely to remember those who have helped them. On the second arena, the match between Wang Qianxian and Wang Tianxiang has also begun. The two were not only incredibly fast, but each also possessed unique skills, resulting in a fierce and evenly matched battle. However, after the two had exchanged 100 blows, Wang Qianxian suddenly used a strange move that cornered Wang Tianxiang.
The wind blows and the willows sway. This is Wang Zhenhai's signature skill. Wang Qianxian has already inherited her father's true skills at such a young age. Wang Tianxiang didn't lose unfairly.
It turned out that Wang Qianxian had been unable to win the battle, so she had to resort to her father's special skill, wind and willow swaying.
Facing Wang Tianxiang's fierce punch, Wang Qianxian's body twisted strangely, swaying back and forth like a willow branch in the wind. At the same time, she gathered a burst of energy in her mouth and blew it suddenly towards Wang Tianxiang's eyes. Wang Tianxiang's eyes were attacked, and he instinctively closed them. Wang Qianxian's palms stabbed like knives into Wang Tianxiang's armpits. Ah!
Wang Tianxiang screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground and convulsing uncontrollably.
General Wang laughed. This little girl has learned this move quite well. If her father, Wang Zhenhai, were to use it, that burst of energy could pierce through a meter-thick alloy steel plate.
It's not bad that we were able to distract the opponent and take the opportunity to defeat them, considering they're still a level 1 martial artist. I wonder what kind of secret techniques Wang Qianxian possesses that her father passed down to her.
I'm really looking forward to seeing her fight Lang Mohan, Minister Li said with a smile. It's bound to be a fierce battle. Let's wait and see,
Governor Zhang said with a smile.
After a half-hour break, the Zhongbei-based City High School martial arts finals will commence. At the referee's signal, Lang Mohan and Wang Qianxian stepped onto the ring at the same time. I didn't expect you to make it to the finals, Wang Qianxian said coldly. She was always serious and aloof to everyone. I never expected you to make it to the finals,
Lang Mohan said with a smile.
Did you drain the blood from my silver snake?
Wang Qianxian finally asked the question that had been buried in her heart for a long time. After retrieving the silver snake's corpse from Lang Mohan that day, Wang Qianxian couldn't wait to return home and personally make soup with the silver snake. However, when she drank the soup, she found that she had not broken through to become a level 2 martial artist as expected. After much deliberation, she suddenly realized the problem. All the medicinal power seemed to be hidden in the snake blood, but she didn't see much blood when dealing with the snake carcass. This discovery made her suspicious. Seeing Lang Mohan so fierce again, her suspicions grew stronger. She was convinced that Lang Mohan had drunk the snake blood that belonged to her.
Do you know that Silver Snake was a precious medicinal snake that I had carefully cultivated for many years?
All the medicinal power in its body was concentrated in its blood, and you, a lowly person living in the slums, actually killed my medicinal snake without permission and greedily drank its precious blood.
Wang Qianxian's eyes were icy cold, revealing deep hatred. Faced with Wang Qianxian's accusation, Lang Mohan sneered and said, I haven't noticed any special medicinal effects in it. In fact, Lang Mohan's words were true.
This silver snake was no different from other level 2 monsters. At the time, it only gained 20 points of health.
However, he also gained a special talent, bone shrinking technique. He hasn't used this talent yet, so he doesn't know what its uses are. Heaven has eyes today, allowing me to meet you on the arena.
You'd better prepare to spend the rest of your life atoning for my precious snake.
Wang Qianxian's voice was filled with hatred. It's just a silver snake. Why get angry about it?
I'll just return the 300,000 to you.
Lang Mohan laughed. Die. Wang Qianxian could no longer hold back.
She rushed over like a butterfly flitting among flowers, her 4 fingers like knives, slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Lang Mohan calmly met Wang Qianxian's attacks, his figure flashing as he nimbly dodged each fatal blow. The two engaged in a fierce duel on the ring, displaying complex and sharp moves. Although Wang Qianxian was furious, her strength should not be underestimated. Her moves were sharp and swift, sometimes like lightning and sometimes like a fleeting rainbow, making her unpredictable.
Lang Mohan, on the other hand, is known for his composure and calmness.
Every move he makes is precise and ruthless. In his fight with Wang Qianxian, he demonstrated his unique speed talent. His movements became exceptionally agile, as if he had transformed into a nimble cheetah, gracefully dodging Wang Qianxian's attacks and then swiftly counterattacking. The duel between Wang Qianxian and Lang Mohan was extremely intense, with the sounds of fists and palms colliding echoing on the stage, and strong winds flying everywhere. Their figures clashed and intertwined on the arena, showcasing superb martial arts skills and combat techniques. The audience watched intently, cheering for their spectacular duel.
This Lang Mohan is so troublesome. He is faster than me and his strength is no less than mine.
If I want to defeat him, I probably won't be able to do it without some of the secret techniques passed down by my father. Wang Qianxian swayed, dodging Lang Mohan's punch, and suddenly turned around, stabbing her hands like knives at Lang Mohan's ribs.
Just as Lang Mohan deflected her palms,
she suddenly blew out a burst of energy, which shot towards Lang Mohan's eyes. If Lang Mohan did not dodge, this energy would surely damage his eyes. At this critical moment, Lang Mohan quickly fell backward, just avoiding the force of the attack.
Seeing that the attack had missed, Wang Qianxian quickly lunged forward and landed in Lang Mohan's arms. How shameless! You even pounce on a boy during a fight. Chen Yushi said angrily. Isn't she ashamed? She's taking advantage of my brother all the time. Lang Moyu said angrily.
The audience, however, couldn't understand this move and began to discuss it amongst themselves.
What does it mean that she threw herself into Lang Mohan's arms? How did they get tangled together? How did this girl end up clinging to Lang Mohan? If she's thinking this way, she shouldn't be doing it on the arena. This is ridiculous. The big shots in the private room on the third floor did indeed see through the clues. That's a joint lock.
Once Lang Mohan's joints are locked by Wang Qianxian, no matter how strong he is, he will probably have no choice but to admit defeat.
Tell the referee that if Lang Mohan begs for mercy, stop the match immediately and prevent any of them from getting injured.
After all, both of them are extremely talented, and injuring either of them would be a loss for Jiangbei City's future.
Click click click.
As Wang Qianxian continued to exert force, Lang Mohan's arms were wrapped around her legs, and his neck was locked in a bizarre position,
shouldering the sun and moon. It's actually the extremely difficult joint lock technique, the horizontal sun and moon joint lock.
Legend has it that once this unique skill is formed, it is impossible to break unless one is a whole realm higher.
There's basically no solution other than using even greater brute force to break it. It seems the dark horse favorite, Lang Mohan, is doomed to lose. Even if he breaks through to level 2 now, it's useless. Lang Moyu gripped Chen Yushi's hand tightly and said anxiously, Sister Yushi, is my brother in danger? That can't be right.
Your brother should have won for sure. He won first place in the citywide competition and was then admitted to the Shanghai Martial Arts School through a special program.
Chen Yushi frowned, racking her brains. After a while, her head started to ache.
She suddenly said, bone shrinking technique. Your brother knows bone shrinking technique. He used it to break through the opponent's horizontal sun and moon barrier. Just now, a scene suddenly appeared in Chen Yushi's mind. Lang Mohan's arm twisted at an odd angle, breaking through Wang Qianxian's joint lock. On the ring, as Wang Qianxian exerted more and more force, Lang Mohan's body was squeezed tighter and tighter, making it difficult for him to even breathe. Lang Mohan originally intended to break it open by force, but considering that it would be too alarming to do so in front of so many people, he decided to try out the special talent he obtained from the silver snake, the bone shrinking technique. With a thought, he twisted his arm in a strange way, like a snake, easily escaping Wang Qianxian's joint lock.
What? How could they escape like that? Wang Qianxian couldn't believe it.
After breaking free, Lang Mohan suddenly turned around and appeared behind Wang Qianxian.
Wang Qianxian didn't have time to turn around and could only run forward, trying to dodge the attack from behind. However, Lang Mohan was extremely fast. He struck out with a palm with tremendous force, landing on Wang Qianxian's back.
Like a kite with a broken string, Wang Qianxian flew off the stage and crashed heavily to the ground. Lang Mohan's palm strike contained the force of the red cloth, directly damaging Wang Qianxian's lungs, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. He fainted on the spot.
Hiss!
Lang Mohan gasped as he looked at his hand.
He had only used 20% of his strength, so how had he knocked Wang Qianxian unconscious? That's true. Xia Jingsong practices external martial arts, so his skin is thick and tough.
Although he was injured by a palm strike, it wasn't that serious. While Wang Qianxian's martial arts skills are formidable, how can her defense compare to Xia Jingsong's?
I went too far.
The glass of the private room on the third floor slowly opened, and a group of big shots filed out, walking onto the stage amidst applause.
Yi shook hands with Lang Mohan, exchanging pleasantries and offering encouragement.
And they presented him with an award. reward: 10 Qi gathering pills, 10 Qi nourishing pills, and 3 barrier breaking pills. The third level guiding secret: the secret method of embracing the child and guarding the center in stillness. A cash reward of 1 million yuan. Such a generous reward was very tempting, and everyone present cheered excitedly. At this moment, Governor Zhang cleared his throat and said, in recognition of Lang Mohan's outstanding performance this time, I have decided to reward him with a villa at Shanshui Manor, on top of the existing rewards. Shanshui Manor is the most luxurious and secluded manor in Jiangbei City. It is inhabited by high-ranking officials and nobles. Ordinary people can't buy it even if they have money. I wish I had a son like that. A single victory can bring wealth and status that countless people could not earn in several lifetimes. Countless people were filled with envy at this moment. Pills and secret manuals could be bought as long as you had money. But the villas in the Mountain and Water Manor were inaccessible even if you had money. They were inhabited by high-ranking officials and martial artists from Jiangbei. Mom, we can live in a villa now. I've heard from my classmates that the villas in that place are the most beautiful. Lang Moyu jumped up excitedly. As Lang's mother watched the scene, her heart was filled with excitement, not because she was excited about living in a villa, but because of her son's terrifying talent. If her son can become a top martial artist in the future, perhaps she will have the chance to return to Kyoto with her head held high one day. Chen Yushi's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. She thought to herself, in my dream, Lang Mohan stood out in this martial arts competition and embarked on his legendary path. As long as I follow him closely, I will definitely go further and get that treasure to cure my headache. That evening, District Chief Li and a group of leaders specially invited Lang Mohan's family to dinner, a treatment that made Lang Moyu as excited as a child celebrating the new year. The next day, the district government arranged for staff to help them move, and the family happily moved into the villa at Shanshui Manor. The villas of Shanshui Manor are situated on a small hill, with each villa built in a staggered and orderly manner. As you wend your way up the path, passing through lush forests, you feel as if you've entered a peaceful paradise. In the early morning, the mist swirls around, and the hazy light and shadows are cast on the lush green courtyard. A red-legged magpie flies by merrily, chirping and chattering, whispering about the beauty of the morning light. The mountain villa is surrounded by a babbling brook, and along the winding stream, colorful flowers bloom in vibrant hues. Warm sunlight filters through the treetops, casting golden beams that envelop the entire mountain villa in a cozy atmosphere. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, carrying a refreshing scent that washes over you, making you feel relaxed and happy, and allowing you to experience the gifts and comfort of nature. In this mountain villa, the family seemed to have found a sanctuary for their souls. Every corner was filled with warmth and happiness, making people unconsciously immerse themselves in it, forgetting the troubles of the world and only wanting to quietly enjoy this rare tranquility and beauty. Lang Mohan sat in his room in the villa, taking stock of his gains: 10 Qi gathering pills, 10 Qi nourishing pills, and 3 barrier breaking pills. Of these pills, only the breakthrough pill is used to break through to level 2. The other 2 can only be used at level 2. However, since Lang Mohan has the devouring system, this obstacle does not exist for him. Last time, the district gave out a Qi gathering pill, which instantly increased his Qi and blood points by 600. Now, with so many pills, he can confidently advance to level 2. Lang Mohan swallowed a Qi and blood pill and heard a ding sound. Host detected consuming Qi gathering pill, gaining 600 Qi and health points. Lang Mohan thought to himself, it's better to become stronger as soon as possible. I'm offending more and more people. Only by becoming stronger can I protect myself. Host detected consuming Qi gathering pill, gaining 600 Qi and health points. Host detected consuming Qi gathering pill, gaining 600 Qi and health points. Host detected consuming Qi gathering pill, gaining 600 Qi and health points. Host detected consuming Qi nourishing pill, gaining 600 Qi and blood points. Host detected consuming Qi nourishing pill, gaining 600 Qi and blood points. Host detected consuming Qi nourishing pill, gaining 600 Qi and blood points. Host detected to have consumed a breakthrough pill, gaining 300 health points. Host detected to have consumed a breakthrough pill, gaining 300 health points. Host detected to have consumed a breakthrough pill, gaining 300 health points. Lang Mohan looked at the data on the screen in his mind. Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 183 cm. Weight, 72 kilograms. Qi and blood value, 13085/60000. Spirit value, 300 N. Martial arts level, level 4 martial artist, 10000/60000. Martial arts techniques, flying star shattering stone fist, second tier, great completion, black tiger body refining technique, first tier, great completion, Hanyuan stance, near first tier, breaking edge saber technique, second tier, special talents, extreme speed, second tier, copper skin and iron bones, first tier, bone shrinking technique, first tier. I've actually become a level 4 martial artist. He felt the surge of Qi and blood within his body, and his entire body was filled with powerful energy. This is what a level 4 martial artist feels like. It feels so good to be powerful. Lang Mohan exclaimed with his eyes closed. The critical point for a level 1 martial artist's
health and mana is 300 points. The critical point for a level 2 martial artist's health and mana is 1200 points. The critical point for a level 3 martial artist's health and mana is 10,000 points. The critical point for a level 4 martial artist's health and mana is 60,000 points. My current strength is only at the early stage of level 4 and I'm still far from breaking through to level 5. My combat skills and talents also need a significant upgrade. I wonder how much health points it will consume this time. Lang Mohan silently asked himself how much health points are needed to upgrade the Flying Star Shattering Stone Fist to level 3. Host, advancing the Flying Star Shattering Stone Fist to level 3, which is now the Mountain Shaking Iron Fist, requires 3,000 points of chi and blood. Lang Mohan frowned, thinking, so many. Forget it, I'll just focus on improving. Ding! The host has obtained the minor mastery of the 3rd tier combat skill Mountain Shaking Iron Fist. How much chi and blood is needed to advance to the Great Perfection level? Lang Mohan asked nervously. Host, upgrading the Shaking Mountain Iron Fist to the Great Mastery requires 8,000 points of chi and blood. Lang Mohan gasped, thinking to himself, are you trying to kill me? I just received a reward and you're already going to squander it all. Help me upgrade my special talents, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Tier 1, and Bone Shrinking Technique, Tier 1, to Tier 2. Ding! 1500 HP points consumed, level up complete. Special talents, Extreme Speed, 2nd tier, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, 2nd tier, Bone Shrinking Technique, 2nd tier. When Lang Mohan looked at the data, he saw that his chi and blood value had dropped to 8,585 points. Learn the 3rd stage Guiding Secret Technique, the secret method of embracing the child and guarding the center in meditation. Ding! Consumed 1,000 points of chi and blood. The secret method of embracing the child and guarding the center in meditation has been partially completed. When Lang Mohan looked at the data, he saw that although he had consumed 1,000 points of chi and blood, he had actually gained 3,000 points after learning the skill. In this way, he had earned another 2,000 points. That's interesting. My health and mana have returned to 9,585 points. Let's see what else needs to be improved. Well, I've always been good at speed, so I'll improve my special talent, Ultimate Speed. Lang Mohan decided to do it as soon as he thought of it. System, please upgrade my Ultimate Speed to level 3. Ding! Consumed 5,000 points of health. Special talent Extreme Speed upgraded to Tier 3. Lang Mohan took a deep breath. This system was ruthless. His health points dropped to 4,585 in an instant. Lang Mohan looked at the data on the screen in his mind. Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 183 cm. Weight, 72 kilograms. Chi and blood value, 4585/10,000 points. Mental value, 140 N. Martial arts level, level 3 martial artist. Martial arts techniques, Mountain Shaking Iron Fist, Tier 3, minor success. Secret method of embracing the child and guarding the center in meditation, Tier 3, minor success. And Breaking Edge Saber Technique, Tier 2. Special talents, Extreme Speed, Tier 3, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Tier 2, Bone Shrinking Technique, Tier 2. Looking at the refreshed data, Lang Mohan smiled and said, looks pretty good. Oh, by the way, I'm going hiking with Chen Yushi today. I can't be late for our first date. In a hotel in Jinshui district, a tall, thin young man sat on the sofa. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. If anyone has ever met Sun Kejia, they would be surprised to find that the two people are 7 parts similar. Indeed, this person was Sun Kejia's older brother, Sun Kahao. At this moment, a man and a woman were kneeling opposite Sun Kahao. They were both young, and their faces were filled with fear and despair. The man said in a trembling voice, "Cousin, I really don't know where Cousin Kejia went in the end." This woman was the last person Cousin Kejia was with. You can ask her if you have any questions. After speaking, the man lowered his head deeply, indicating that he had not hidden anything. Sun Kahao's face was grim, his gaze fixed on the woman kneeling on the ground. The woman's name was Song Chu Chu, and her body was trembling with fear. She answered in a trembling voice, "Sun Kejia and Lang Mohan fought by the river that day, and he was knocked to the ground by Lang Mohan. I was terrified, so I ran away immediately. I haven't seen Sun Kejia since." Upon hearing this, Sun Kahao frowned and asked, "Is it Lang Mohan, the martial arts genius hailed as the best in the city?" Although Sun Kahao had only recently returned to Jiangbei, he was already familiar with the name Lang Mohan. After all, Lang Mohan's reputation had spread throughout the city, becoming a popular topic of conversation. Yes, Song Chuchu couldn't bear to hear Lang Mohan's name right now because she was filled with regret. If she had known that Lang Mohan had such great potential, she would have been willing to play the role of his devoted girlfriend for the rest of her life. Sun Kahao narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flashing in his narrow pupils. "You mean Lang Mohan killed my brother?" The two knelt on the ground, not daring to utter a sound, for fear that if they said the wrong thing, they would be beaten up by the fierce-looking man in front of them. Bang! Sun Kahao slammed his hand on the solid wood table, shattering it. He stood up abruptly and roared angrily, "Bring Lang Mohan out. I'm going to kill him." "Ah, murder?" Xiao Jianjun and Song Chuchu trembled with fear, their faces as pale as paper. They usually only knew how to bully others. How could they possibly possibly have the guts to kill someone. Moreover, Lang Mohan is the city's martial arts champion, and all the big shots know him.
If he suddenly dies, it will definitely cause a huge uproar, and it's only a matter of time before they find out.
If you don't do it, I'll kill you first.
Sun Cahao's voice was so cold it sent chills down your spine.
Yes, please give us some time, cousin. Xiao Jianjun nodded repeatedly, pleading earnestly. Fine, I'll give you 3 days.
Sun Cahao glared at them fiercely, then turned and left the room.
Beishan is one of the few famous scenic spots in Jiangbei City.
On a sunny day, a young couple, brimming with youthful energy, held hands, and finally reached the top of the mountain.
Mo Han, if it weren't for your help, I definitely wouldn't have been able to climb up here by myself. Thank you for accompanying me this time.
Chen Yushi was panting, her face was a little pale, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on her face.
This is my first time here too, and I really want to thank you.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to see such a magnificent view from the mountaintop. Lang Mohan took out a water bottle from his backpack and handed it to Chen Yushi, saying, "Have some water and rest for a while." He himself jumped onto a large rock and gazed into the distance, truly embodying the ancient saying, "One who climbs to the summit will find all mountains appearing small."
Who's that?
Lang Mohan peered into the distance and saw 2 men and a woman rapidly climbing towards the mountaintop.
It's them. Looks like they're coming for me. Lang Mohan's expression turned serious. He walked to Chen Yushi's side and said, "We might be in some trouble." "What's wrong?" Chen Yushi asked. "My enemies may be coming soon, Yushi."
"I'm so sorry to have disturbed your enjoyment. You should hurry down the mountain from the other side,"
Lang Mohan said solemnly. Chen Yushi giggled and said, "I'm not leaving. I love watching the excitement. Besides, I know no one can beat you. We're going to eat together after we climb the mountain." Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan couldn't help but laugh and teased. "So you can predict the future again?" Chen Yushi winked mischievously and replied confidently, "Do I need to predict the future? You're the city's martial arts champion. Who can beat you? So I'll just sit here and watch the show today." At this moment, Chen Yushi was in an exceptionally good mood and was not afraid of the impending conflict at all. She knew that no matter what difficulties there were, they could not stop Lang Mohan. At the same time, Xiao Jianjun ran over, panting heavily, pointed to Lang Mohan not far away, and shouted to his cousin beside him, "Cousin, look, Lang Mohan is right there." Song Chuchu looked in the direction Xiao Jianjun was pointing and saw Lang Mohan and Chen Yushi sitting on a rock, chatting and laughing. A surge of intense hatred welled up inside her, and she wished she could rush up and strangle Chen Yushi immediately. In her eyes, she should have been the one by Lang Mohan's side, only she was worthy of being his partner. However, the person accompanying Lang Mohan at this moment was the sickly Chen Yushi. She was so thin that she looked like she could be blown away by a gust of wind. It was hard to understand what Lang Mohan liked about her. Sun Cahao sprinted forward, arriving in front of Lang Mohan in a few breaths. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Lang Mohan and said coldly, "You're Lang Mohan? Where's my brother, Sun Kejie?" Lang Mohan looked at the man before him who bore a striking resemblance to Sun Kejie, a slight smile playing on his lips. He said, "Judging by how much you look like Sun Kejie, you must be the older brother he mentioned who studied at the martial arts school in Shanghai." "You know me?" Sun Haojie was taken aback upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Your brother mentioned you to me." Lang Mohan maintained his smile, but his eyes became even more profound. Upon hearing this, Sun Haojie's heart tightened, and he asked impatiently, "Where is my brother now?" Lang Mohan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to Song Chuchu beside him, then looked at Sun Haojie and slowly said, "Didn't Song Chuchu take you guys to the river to fish it out? Maybe we could have found a bone or two." Sun Haojie's face turned deathly pale instantly. His eyes widened, and he roared, You killed my brother." However, Lang Mohan maintained a faint smile and did not respond. "Lang Mohan, since you've admitted it, then this day next year will be your death anniversary." Xiao Jianjun, seeing his enemy, was filled with intense hatred, his eyes blazing with fury. He could no longer suppress the hatred in his heart. His voice was full of killing intent, as if he wanted to tear Lang Mohan to pieces. "My cousin Haojie is a level 3 martial artist from the Shanghai Martial Arts School. You'd better kneel down and come here to die." Xiao Jianjun boasted to Lang Mohan, showing off his powerful backing, seemingly believing that this would make Lang Mohan fear him. "A level 3 martial artist, is that so great?" Lang Mohan sneered, responding disdainfully. His eyes revealed a kind of contempt and confidence, as if he didn't care about a level 3 martial artist at all. "A level 3 martial artist isn't anything special, but killing a level 1 martial artist like you is more than enough." Sun Haojie sized up the city's top genius, a cold smile playing on his lips. He thought Lang Mohan was just a greenhorn, incomparable to him. "Lang Mohan, I think you've gone mad. You're just a lowly level 1 martial artist, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of a level 3 martial artist. You're courting death." Song Chuchu frowned. She couldn't stand Lang Mohan's nonchalant attitude. She thought he was far too arrogant and didn't know his own limitations. "Yes, Lang Mohan, even if you are a genius among first-level martial artists, you have now encountered a third-level martial artist. No matter how many tricks you you. Have up your sleeve, you will hardly survive today. Xiao Jianjun shook his head. He really couldn't understand what Lang Mohan had to rely on to be so arrogant. Shen Yushi was also a little worried at this moment. She thought the enemy was not that strong, but she did not expect that a level 3 martial artist would come. Mohan, why don't you run away? Don't worry about me, Shen Yushi said with some regret. You don't believe I can win? Lang Mohan retorted. Of course I believe you can win, but your opponent is a level 3 martial artist. Shen Yushi looked at Lang Mohan's calm expression and immediately realized that Lang Mohan must have a trump card. So he said, fine, if you lose, I'll just die with you. Don't worry, you won't die, you'll live to be 100. Lang Mohan patted her head. Shen Yushi squinted her eyes happily. She felt that even if she died at this moment, she would have no regrets. Moreover, she knew that Lang Mohan would definitely not die. She just didn't know how he would turn the tables. Brother Sun, please kill this adulterous couple. Song Chuchu, unable to bear watching the two showing affection, urged Sun Haojie to take action. Sun Haojie strode forward with steady and firm steps, one after another. With each step, the killing intent emanating from him grew stronger. By the time he reached the 7th step, his killing intent had reached its peak, as if it would engulf the entire world. Lang Mohan, you should have been prepared to die the moment you killed my brother. No one can stop me from killing you today. Sun Haojie's voice was deep and cold, filled with endless killing intent and determination. Lang Mohan chuckled coldly, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Your brother's mediocre skills are utterly pathetic. He couldn't even withstand 3 moves from me before I easily killed him. I wonder how many moves you, as the older brother, can last against me? Upon hearing this, Sun Haojie's face flushed with rage, and he roared, ha, how utterly arrogant. Wait till I beat you to death, then let's see if your mouth will still be so tough. Today I will kill you, and use your blood to appease my brother's spirit in heaven. Before he could finish speaking, Sun Haojie roared and pounced like a ferocious cheetah. His fist suddenly lashed out, hurtling through the air with a sharp whooshing sound, a faint light shimmering on its surface. Thunderbolt fist. With a roar, Sun Haojie's muscles bulged instantly, making him look like he had expanded, with veins popping out, making him look quite frightening. The punch sent a sonic boom through the air, as if a bolt of lightning had struck. It could shatter even a boulder, let alone a person. Song Chuchu and Xiao Jianjun sneered. They believed that Lang Mohan was doomed this time, and they were looking forward to Lang Mohan being killed by this punch. Shen Yushi frowned. Although she didn't know Lang Mohan's strength, she knew how powerful Sun Haojie was, and she was worried that Lang Mohan might get hurt. At the same time, she also hoped that Lang Mohan could show his true strength and make these bullies receive the punishment they deserved. However, Lang Mohan remained remarkably calm in the face of the menacing punches. He smiled slightly and said softly, it looks impressive, but it's all just for show. Just as Sun Haojie's fist was about to strike Lang Mohan suddenly moved. He remained still, and when the opponent's fist came, he suddenly threw a punch. With a loud bang, Sun Haojie staggered back 7 or 8 steps, his entire right arm feeling numb. You're actually a level 3 martial artist? Sun Haojie looked at Lang Mohan in shock, his face showing disbelief. This punch was so powerful. Without sufficient chi and blood, it would be impossible to generate such force. No wonder Lang Mohan was so confident. He's actually a level 3 martial artist, Sun Haojie said in surprise. A level 3 martial artist? This is impossible. Song Chuchu felt as if thousands of steel needles were piercing her body at the same time, and she couldn't help but scream wildly. Since breaking up with her, Lang Mohan's strength has increased rapidly, as if he had been given a cheat code. A level 3 martial artist? When Lang Mohan beat me not long ago, he was at most a level 1 martial artist. Xiao Jianjun stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, his voice trembling as he said, how could someone become a level 3 martial artist in such a short time? Shen Yushi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a beautiful smile. Her tense heart finally relaxed. So Mohan is already a level 3 martial artist at this time. No wonder he is always so calm and composed. It turns out that he is so powerful that he is fearless. Sun Haojie took a deep breath, his blood and chi surging wildly within him. His figure moved with ghostly speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lang Mohan again. He unleashed a whip punch with astonishing speed, and bursts of sound echoed in the air, like beans being stir-fried in a pot. Sigh. I told you long ago that your boxing skills are nothing but empty show, but you wouldn't believe me. Now let me show you what real boxing is. Lang Mohan suddenly struck out with both hands with lightning speed, like 2 sharp blades aimed at Sun Haojie's ribs, and Sun Haojie was instantly struck as if by lightning. His ribs were broken, and the broken pieces pierced his lungs. His body went limp and he lay on the ground, eventually coughing up blood. Sun Haojie, a renowned level 3 martial arts master from the Shanghai Martial Arts School, is dead. At this moment, his body lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, his face bearing an expression of disbelief. Lang Mohan stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly looking at Sun Haojie's corpse, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You and your brother seem to be no good at all. You couldn't even withstand 2 of my moves, yet you dare to spout nonsense about seeking revenge? It's utterly laughable, Lang Mohan said with a cold laugh. Xiao Jianjun's legs trembled, and his body shook uncontrollably. He tried to escape, but no matter how hard he tried, his legs felt as heavy as lead, and he couldn't move an inch. Song Chuchu was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, her face as pale as paper. Her eyes widened as she stared in horror at everything that was happening before her. She never dreamed that Sun Haojie, a third-level martial artist from a prestigious martial arts school in Shanghai, would be so easily killed by Lang Mohan with just 2 punches. Now, Lang Mohan is approaching them step by step, each step feeling like it's treading on their hearts, filling them with unprecedented fear. Xiao Jianjun's voice was filled with pleading and despair. Lang Mohan, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I promise I will never cause you any more trouble. Lang Mohan stopped in his tracks, staring coldly at Xiao Jianjun. He slowly shook his head and said in an icy tone, I'm sorry, but I can't let you leave here alive. After all, you already know my secret as a level 3 martial artist. If I let you go back alive, it will probably bring me endless trouble. So, you must die here today. Mohan, please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll do anything you ask, even be your girlfriend. Song Chuchu's face was filled with terror, and her body trembled uncontrollably, like a frightened rabbit. Suddenly, as if she had remembered something, her face quickly changed to the purest and gentlest smile, and she said in a sweet voice, Mohan, have you forgotten all the wonderful times we spent together? Back then, you loved me so much. A flicker of recollection crossed Lang Mohan's face, but it was quickly replaced by an indifferent expression. He said coldly, I haven't forgotten. I just didn't expect you to have lied to me for almost 3 years. During these 3 years, I gave you a bottle of qi and blood potion every month, but you just treated me like a sucker. His voice grew colder and colder, sending a chill down one's spine. Song Chuchu's eyes widened, and her breathing became rapid. She knew that she could not escape her fate of death, so she decided to take a desperate gamble and try to save her life with the last means. She said, trembling, give me a chance, I'll make it up to you. Tonight, I'll wear sexy lace lingerie for you. You can do whatever you want with me. I promise I'll serve you well. After saying that, she deliberately puffed out her chest to show off her figure. However, Lang Mohan was not swayed by her temptation. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened them, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. He raised his right hand, his palm slashing down like a knife towards Song Chuchu's head. With a crisp crack, Song Chuchu's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. Her body collapsed limply to the ground, ending her sinful life. Lang Mohan, please don't kill me. I'll kneel down and kowtow to you, okay? Xiao Jianjun's pants became soaked, and a puddle of urine quickly appeared on the ground, emitting a pungent smell of urine. Lang Mohan pinched his nose, a look of disgust flashing across his face, and suddenly kicked out, causing Xiao Jianjun's sternum to cave in and his heart to stop beating abruptly. Lang Mohan turned to Chen Yushi and comforted her. That scene was a bit bloody. Are you alright? Were you scared? I'm fine. Chen Yushi shook her head gently, showing no sign of discomfort. Instead, she clapped her hands excitedly and said, you did the right thing. These bad people deserve to be punished. Lang Mohan was somewhat surprised. This delicate little girl in front of him showed no fear in the face of such a bloody scene, and even clapped and cheered. It was really unexpected. Lang Mohan carefully searched the 3 corpses and, sure enough, found a qi-gathering pill on Sun Haojie's body. Presumably, this pill was originally intended for his own use, but it had unexpectedly become Lang Mohan's spoils of war. On the northern mountain, a raging fire suddenly broke out in a mountain gully. When people discovered it and extinguished it, they found 3 charred corpses. Lang Mohan originally thought that this unexpected incident would affect Chen Yushi's mood, but she didn't seem to be greatly affected. The two then spent most of the day happily playing in the mountains, fully enjoying the beauty of nature. Finally, they went to the city together for a sumptuous meal, bringing their special date to a perfect close. Inside the Shanshui Manor and villas, Lang Mohan swallowed the qi and blood pill he had obtained today, and his qi and blood value increased by 600 points, reaching 5,185 points. The next day, Monday, the students once again entered a tense learning atmosphere, as both humanities and martial arts students needed to take academic exams. Teacher Wang walked to the podium, his face beaming with barely suppressed joy. His gaze swept over the students below, and, suppressing his excitement, he spoke in as calm a tone as possible. I have some good news to share with you all. Our classmate Lang Mohan has won first place in the citywide martial arts competition. TCH, it's been so many days, and now who in the school doesn't know Lang Mohan's name? Yes, that's all in the past. What surprises are there left? Teacher, you've said this so many times already, we're sick of hearing it. You don't need to say it again this time. Teacher Wang said with a smile, student Lang Mohan has been recommended for admission to 7 prestigious martial arts schools, including Kyoto Martial Arts School, Shanghai Martial Arts School, Sonshan Martial Arts School, Sichuan Chongqing Martial Arts School, Northwest Martial Arts School, Guangdong Guanxi Martial Arts School, and our Jiangbei Martial Arts School. Admission without examination, students. What a rare term. It means you don't have to take the college entrance exam, and you'll receive invitations from 8 universities simultaneously. You can choose whichever one you want. All the classmates cast envious glances his way. As for jealousy,
Lang Mohan was far ahead of them. He didn't even have the right to be jealous.
Lang Mohan, which school do you want to choose? It's either Kyoto or Shanghai.
After all, those two martial arts schools are the best in the country. Yes, we don't need to consider any other martial arts schools. Teacher Wang interrupted the discussion and said to Lang Mohan, come to my office.
I'll explain the admission process to you. Teacher Wang now has his own office. Although he still teaches Lang Mohan's class, he has now been promoted to Dean of Students. Lang Mohan, I owe my promotion to you.
Teacher Wang patted the sofa, gesturing for Lang Mohan to sit down.
If it weren't for your outstanding performance, I wouldn't be working in this kind of office, so I want to thank you. Lang Mohan smiled and said, Teacher Wang, what are you saying?
If you hadn't taught me the flying star fist during the school competition, how could I have beaten Dai Yadong and won first place in the whole school?
Ha, we've helped each other succeed, so there's no need to be so polite. Teacher Wang said with a smile, have you considered the matter of being recommended to the martial arts school this time?
Lang Mohan said, I want to go to the martial arts school in Shanghai. I've heard that it has abundant resources.
Teacher Wang nodded and said, you're right.
The martial arts schools in Shanghai can be described as having deep pockets and providing
the most support to schools in the country.
But when it comes to profound heritage, the Kyoto Martial Arts School is the best. Since the great changes in the world and the revival of spiritual energy, our Dragon Kingdom's 3 top-level 9 legendary experts are all in the capital. After all, that is the heart of the country. Lang Mohan analyzed in his mind, I only need a massive amount of resources, and the system will naturally help me level up.
All the teaching, foundations and the like are not that useful to me.
On the contrary, the massive resources in Shanghai can help me level up quickly. Teacher Wang, I come from a poor family, and what I lack most is cultivation resources, so I choose to go to Shanghai, Lang Mohan said firmly.
Teacher Wang nodded, looking at him with satisfaction, and said, yes, it's good that you can make your own judgment. Our Jiangbei city ranks last among the 7 major base cities in the country. Although
your overall strength is not bad, you may not be the top one even if you go to the martial arts school in Shanghai.
You should be prepared for this, so that you won't feel disappointed when you get there. Lang Mohan nodded earnestly, indicating his understanding.
He knew he was about to face a stronger opponent and greater challenges, but he was not afraid. He believed that as long as he cultivated diligently and with the help of the system, he could continuously improve his strength and one day become a top expert.
I understand. There are always people better than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. I will stay true to my original aspirations and keep moving forward, Lang Mohan said firmly.
Teacher Wang smiled with satisfaction and said, good, Lang Mohan, you are very opinionated and mature.
I won't say anything more. Now that
you've been recommended for admission, you can come to the classes if you want, or you can stay home and cultivate if you don't want to. After saying that, Teacher Wang suddenly joked, after all, the villas at Shanshui Manor are much better than the schools. Lang Mohan smiled slightly and remained silent. He knew that Teacher Wang was joking, but it was also a form of recognition and encouragement for him.
Ring ring. Lang Mohan took out his phone and answered the call. Hello?
Mr. Lang, this is Lin Yu from Caesar's Coliseum. First of all, congratulations on winning the Citywide Martial Arts League Championship.
Lin Yu's enthusiastic voice came from the other end of the phone. Lang Mohan smiled slightly. Director Lin, you're too kind.
Lin Yu continued, Mr. Lang, the reason I called you this time is to invite you to continue competing in our arena. As you know, you have achieved many brilliant results in our arena before, and the audience is looking forward to your return. Lang Mohan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Director Lin, I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid I can no longer participate in the arena.
Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered. Oh, it's all right, Mr. Lang, it's normal for you to have concerns.
After all, your status is different now, so it's normal for you not to participate. Lang Mohan had his own reasons for refusing. I am already a level 3 martial artist, and it has only been a month since the last test in the arena. If I were to participate in the competition again, I would inevitably have to undergo a blood and chi test. In that case, my true strength would be exposed. The huge change from level 1 to level 3 in a month would inevitably attract the attention of many people, and Lang Mohan did not want to cause trouble for himself.
Lin Yu suddenly added, Mr. Lang, we at Kaisai are having an auction reception tomorrow night, and I would like to invite you to attend. It's a gathering mainly for young people, which can help you expand your network and circle of friends.
Of course, the auction will also feature many precious elixirs, materials, antiques, and other treasures.
Oh, Lang Mohan became interested. An auction? I can go and take a look.
If I can buy some rare monster blood or something, it will definitely be a great help to my strength. Lang Mohan then said, Director Lin, I can participate. Although Lin Yu made the decision on the spur of the moment, he felt that Lang Mohan, as a popular and promising young talent in recent times, could not only befriend this potential star on a personal level, but also elevate the overall level of the auction party. Tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at the Kaiser Hotel.
I'll send the invitation to your phone in a bit.
Oh, and please bring your female companion, there might be dancing at the party.
Lang Mohan hung up the phone, muttering to himself, a female companion? Attending an auction requires a female companion?
I know very few women, it seems I'll have to call Chen Yushi. At this moment, in an exquisite room in Jinchue district, a petite girl is lying on the bed, holding a miniature folding computer in her hands. Her eyes are fixed on the screen, and her fingers are rapidly typing on the keyboard. On the computer screen, red and green data flashed continuously, and red and green cylinders jumped on the screen, some with upper leads and some with lower leads. Various lines weave through the screen, forming a complex and mysterious picture. The girl glanced at it briefly, then her fingers moved quickly, as if everything was already etched into her mind.
Ring ring.
The girl picked up her phone, saw the number, and felt a surge of joy.
She quickly answered the call, her voice sweet and cloying. Hey, Emohan, what made you think of calling me? Oh, you're taking me to the auction tomorrow night.
The girl sat up abruptly, excitedly saying,
Time? Yes, I have time. You'll pick me up tomorrow night? Okay. Chen Yushi hung up the phone, feeling very happy.
She muttered to herself, this silly guy finally took the initiative to ask me out.
Last time, I was the one who suggested going hiking. Oh dear, let me think. What should I wear tomorrow night?
Chen Yushi picked and chose among the rows of cabinets in the walk-in closet, but still couldn't find a satisfactory outfit. You also need to bring a watch, bracelet, necklace, earrings, and hair accessories. That idiot is probably still wearing his usual clothes, so I need to prepare those for him too.
A limited edition watch is a must. A custom-made suit is a must. A tie is a must. And leather shoes, socks, underwear.
Thinking of this, Chen Yushi covered her face, feeling a little shy. I have to worry about everything for you, and you still haven't confessed to me.
I'm not your girlfriend. Why should I worry about you so much? Humph.
As Chen Yushi spoke, she rummaged through her wardrobe for clothes that suited her. This red dress is lovely, it shows off my figure. Paired with a diamond necklace and a pair of ruby earrings, it would look absolutely stunning.
Lang Mohan is a bit conservative. I can't wear this deep V-neck dress, or he'll overthink it. Forget it, I'll just go out and buy a new one tomorrow.
The next day, as soon as it was light, Chen Yushi began to sweep through various luxury stores.
After some selection, Chen Yushi finally chose the clothes for herself and Emohan.
She neatly arranged the clothes by the bed, looking forward to the evening. At the same time, she began to imagine attending the auction with Emohan that evening, her face beaming with a happy smile.
Lang Mohan rented a blue gasoline sports car.
No young man dislikes such a cool sports car, but the rental fee is not cheap, costing 30,000 yuan a day. Arriving at the agreed-upon location, Lang Mohan sat in the car, looking left and right, but Chen Yushi was nowhere to be seen.
He thought to himself, did Chen Yushi stand me up? Yushi isn't like that.
Something must have delayed her.
Should I call her and ask?
A woman in a light blue evening gown, not far away, took out a small, exquisite foldable phone from her handbag and said, Hey, Emohan, why aren't you here yet?
I've been waiting for you for ages.
Lang Mohan stared at the woman in blue in front of him, his eyes wide with disbelief, and said, There's a red box next to you.
Are you the one wearing blue?
Chen Yushi turned her head and immediately met Lang Mohan's gaze. Both of them were shocked and could hardly recognize each other.
Are you still the Chen Yushi I know? You haven't been possessed, have you?
Lang Mohan stepped forward and looked at the woman dressed in a blue formal suit, with a beautiful oval face and clear eyes gazing at him. Although her lips were not open, she seemed to exude endless tenderness and charm.
Is this still the sickly, blonde-haired girl Chen Yushi? Lang Mohan could hardly believe it.
Chen Yushi smiled quietly, her eyes sparkling, and said, Why don't you recognize me?
Lang Mohan nodded and said, Yes, you seem like a completely different person.
I just changed my clothes and put on some light makeup. It's not as exaggerated as you say, Chen Yushi said shyly.
Looking at the beautiful and charming Chen Yushi before him, Lang Mohan couldn't help but exclaim, Really? But I think you look great right now. He tried hard to think of how to express his praise for her, and finally came up with an appropriate phrase, You look like a fairy descended from heaven tonight. Hearing this, Chen Yushi was delighted, but then deliberately threw out a difficult question. Do you prefer the old me or the current me? Faced with this tricky question, Lang Mohan remained calm.
He knew he couldn't easily fall into a trap, so he decisively replied, I like you no matter what you look like. These words warmed Chen Yushi's heart like a spring breeze. A happy smile spread across her face, and the fatigue from a whole day of shopping and makeup instantly disappeared. She felt as happy as if she had been injected with a gene serum. At this moment, Chen Yushi pointed to the box next to her and said, Emohan, these are clothes I specially picked out for you.
The suit you're wearing fits you well, but the materials look too cheap, so I specially picked out a few new clothes for you. Let's find a place to change later. Lang Mohan nodded in agreement. Lang Mohan opened the car door, took Chen Yushi's hand, and helped her into the car.
He then put the box in the car and stepped on the gas. The roar of the supercar filled the air, and the strong push made Chen Yushi exclaim in surprise.
Emohan, you did this on purpose, didn't you?
The Caesars Hotel is located near the Caesars Coliseum. The hotel entrance was lined with luxury cars tonight, none of which cost less than 2 or 3 million. The car that Lang Mohan rented was not particularly conspicuous among them.
Lang Mohan arrived arrived at the Caesar Hotel with his suitcase and the radiant Chen Yushi. He took out his phone, showed the invitation, and entered smoothly. Security is tighter than usual tonight because many important people are coming. Yushi, you go up first. I'll find a place to change my clothes. Lang Mohan waved his hand and said, tonight's auction will be held on the 28th floor, accessible by a dedicated elevator. After watching Chen Yushi get on the elevator, Lang Mohan picked up his suitcase and turned to change his clothes, but just then, he suddenly heard a cold voice from the doorway. Lang Mohan, what are you doing here?
Lang Mohan turned his head and saw that it was Wang Qianqian, his opponent in the previous finals, and a tall young man in blue was with her.
The young man in blue looked at Lang Mohan with amusement and said, Qianqian, is this the kid who defeated you? He doesn't look like much. Then, he threatened Lang Mohan viciously. Do you need your brother to avenge you?
Just call me brother, and I'll break this kid's legs. However, Wang Qianqian simply snorted and replied curtly, I will take back the lost honor myself.
My affairs are none of your business.
After saying that, she quickly walked up to the elevator. Seeing this, the young man in blue stopped arguing and walked directly up to Lang Mohan, arrogantly saying, you even dared to beat my sister. Don't you know her identity?
Lang Mohan smiled calmly and replied, I never inquire about the identities of my defeated opponents, because there are too many.
These words instantly darkened the blue-clad youth's expression. He stared intently at Lang Mohan, as if trying to find a flaw in him, but Lang Mohan maintained his smile, as if he didn't take the other person seriously at all. The young man in blue then laughed loudly. Good, that's arrogant enough.
I like your arrogance. I've never seen anyone more arrogant than me in my life. Kid, we'll see. Lang Mohan shook his head and said, you're crazy.
Lang Mohan asked the waiter for a changing room and was about to go in when he suddenly heard a soft laugh. He turned his head and saw a familiar figure come into view. Roger. At this moment, Roger saw a hot and alluring young woman in front of him, wearing a short skirt, slowly walking out of the changing room. Her face was flushed, as if she had just finished a vigorous workout. Roger followed closely behind, holding his belt and breathing heavily.
Seeing this scene, Lang Mohan couldn't help but feel a surge of disgust.
However, when Roger looked up and saw Lang Mohan carrying the suitcase, his face instantly darkened, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes.
Who do we have here? It's our city's martial arts champion,
Roger said sarcastically, his tone full of mockery.
Lang Mohan frowned.
He didn't respond, but just stared coldly at Roger.
Didn't you get $1 million reward? Why are you still working here? Roger continued to mock, trying to embarrass Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan took a deep breath and quietly watched Roger's performance.
By the way, I heard from Zhang Yang that your mother has cancer and it will cost several million to cure her. Roger suddenly changed the subject, a malicious glint in his eyes. Lang Mohan's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing within them, but he was not angered by Roger's words and remained calm.
Seeing this, Roger became even more smug. He stepped forward, put his arm around the beautiful woman in front of him, and pointed at Lang Mohan, saying, Lily, come here, let me introduce you. This is Lang Mohan, the champion of our city's martial arts league this year.
Lily's eyes lit up, and she looked Lang Mohan up and down with curiosity, a hint of doubt and surprise in her eyes.
She noticed that Lang Mohan's clothes were very simple and ordinary, no different from those of an average person, and she couldn't help but wonder.
She turned to Roger beside her and asked softly, young Master Roger, which family does this champion come from?
Why have I never seen him before?
Whose young master is this?
Ha 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 ha.
Roger laughed triumphantly, his laughter filled with mockery and disdain. He laughed so hard he almost fell over, needing to hold onto Lily's shoulder to steady himself.
He gasped for breath, finally managing to stop laughing, then gasped, what young master? He's just a nobody from the very bottom of the social ladder living in the slums.
Lily had initially been somewhat interested in Lang Mohan, but after hearing Roger's words, she immediately lost all interest. She curled her lip, snorted disdainfully, and then urged, young Master Luo, let's hurry up and go up.
The auction is about to begin. After saying that, she took Roger's arm and prepared to leave.
Roger straightened his clothes, suddenly stopped, stretched out his foot towards Lang Mohan, and showed an arrogant and rude expression.
He smirked and said provocatively, come on, champion, come and serve me.
If you can polish my shoes until they shine like new, maybe I'll reward you with 10,000 yuan to make this dutiful son happy. Lang Mohan sighed helplessly, a hint of resignation and disgust flashing in his eyes. He looked at Roger and calmly replied, it seems that your humiliation at
the martial arts tournament last time didn't teach you a lesson. You actually dare to challenge me again today.
Your severed hand has healed quite quickly. During the finals of the Jinshui District Martial Arts Tournament, Lang Mohan broke Roger's hand with a single strike, the pincer horse stance. Unexpectedly, Roger had forgotten the pain and dared to provoke him again. Roger felt a little guilty when he saw Lang Mohan's eyes turn cold. He knew Lang Mohan's strength, and with so many rewards he had recently received, it was hard to say whether he had improved again.
Lang Mohan, what do you want to do? Roger shouted. This is the Caesar's Grand Hotel. Do you know who's behind him? If you try to make a move here, I'm telling you, you're dead.
At that moment, the security personnel outside heard the shouts coming from the changing room and rushed in.
in. Sir, what's wrong? Do you need any help? Several security guards asked Roger. When Roger saw the security personnel arrive, his arrogant demeanor immediately kicked in. He said condescendingly, "This waiter of yours is trying to lay a hand on me. Are you going to do anything about it?" Several security guards looked at Lung Mohan with suspicion, noticing that he was carrying a pink suitcase. They were unsure of his identity, since all the hotel staff wore uniform black outfits, which, although the same color as Lung Mohan's, were easily recognizable to their own staff. Lung Mohan said calmly, "I am the guest who came today." Roger, however, didn't believe it. He shook his head and said, "Do you know how high-class this auction party is? Do you know who's attending? Even I got an invitation from my good friend. Where do you, a lowly person, get your confidence?" Several security guards then turned their gaze to Lung Mohan, with the foreman saying, "Sir, please show us your invitation." Lung Mohan took out his phone and pressed a few buttons, only to find that the screen suddenly went black. He said speechlessly, "Look, my phone is out of battery. I need to charge it before I can show you." Haha, you see, this is a trick that scammers always use. As soon as you ask him for evidence, his phone breaks. Roger grinned widely, a gloating glint in his eyes. The security team leader said politely, "Sir, if you can't produce any evidence, we'll have to ask you to leave." Lung Mohan said helplessly, "Just give me a power source, and I can show you as soon as I turn on my phone." Lung Mohan's phone was still his old, cheap one, which he hadn't had time to replace recently. He didn't expect it to run out of battery at such a crucial moment. "Security, kick him out immediately. This kind of swindler is only lowering the standards of your hotel. He's a level 1 martial artist, and he poses a threat to the safety of our guests," Rogers said impatiently. Lung Mohan saw a power outlet on his left and walked over to charge his phone. A security guard stepped forward to stop him, saying, "Sir, please cooperate with our work." Lung Mohan smiled and said, "I am the champion of the city's college martial arts league. I was invited by Mr. Lin Yu, the president of Caesar's Coliseum." "Haha, how interesting. Do you know who President Lin is?" "He's not only a level 4 martial artist, but also one of the senior executives of the Caesar Group. Even the district heads have to give him some face." "You, how could a lowly commoner like you know someone like President Lin?" "The Roger family is considered a powerful family in Jinshui district. His father is a level 4 expert and the deputy director of the Commerce Bureau. From his perspective, Lin Yu was indeed a remarkable figure." As they were talking, Lung Mohan's phone had already reached 20% battery. He picked up his phone, opened the invitation Lin Yu had sent him, and handed it to the security team leader, saying, "Take a look for yourself and see if this is an invitation from your boss, Mr. Lin." The security guard checked the communication system and saw Lin Yu's profile picture. It was indeed an electronic invitation, which couldn't be faked, given how advanced electronic technology is these days. "I'm so sorry to have caused you trouble." The security team leader bowed deeply to Lung Mohan in apology. "Your invitation is genuine, and it was personally extended by our general manager Lin. I apologize to you once again." "What? Impossible? How do you have an invitation, and it was personally invited by President Lin?" At this moment, the security team leader felt like he was going to die. It turned out that he had made a huge blunder. If this got back to general manager Lin's ears, he would be fired and could just pack his bags and go home. Lung Mohan didn't bother arguing with the security guards. It was their job, and they were quite polite and courteous throughout the process. "All right, that's all for you. You can leave now. I need to have a proper talk with this gentleman." Lung Mohan walked towards Roger with an unfriendly expression. Roger darted behind security, terrified, and cried out, "This guy's going to hit me. You can't just stand by and do nothing. I'm a guest too." The security personnel stood still and ignored Roger. After all, crying wolf too often is less effective. When Roger saw that the security personnel ignored him, he turned and ran, fearing that Lung Mohan might suddenly make a move again. The security guards watched Roger's disheveled departure, then glanced at Lung Mohan, unsure of what to do. Seeing Roger flee in such a sorry state, Lily curled her lip in disdain, gave Lung Mohan a sweet smile, and then turned and left. "Sir, is there anything else I can help you with?" the security guard asked, forcing a smile. Lung Mohan shook his head and said, "I need to change my clothes. You all stay at the door and don't let anyone in." A moment later, Lung Mohan came out of the changing room. He was dressed in a sharp suit and was incredibly handsome. His face was sculpted with distinct features and sharp angles, making him exceptionally handsome. He appeared carefree and unrestrained, but the shrewd glint in his eyes betrayed a sharpness that commanded respect. His high, straight nose and full, red lips were now adorned with a dazzling smile. Paired with the expensive limited edition watch that Chen Yushi prepared for him, he exuded an even more noble and mysterious aura, his whole being radiant and captivating. Lung Mohan walked out carrying a suitcase, exuding a unique charm, with every step filled with confidence and power. Her radiant image and temperament, like the most dazzling star in the night sky, are impossible to ignore. The security guards at the gate stared wide-eyed at Lung Mohan in disbelief, as if they were seeing a prince who had stepped out of a fairy tale. They couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with their eyes, because the ordinary-looking boy from before was so different from the handsome and elegant man now. Please store this box for me, and I'll retrieve it when I come down. My name is Lang Mohan, champion of the city's college martial arts league. Lang Mohan's cold and stern voice rang out, as melodious as heavenly music. His tone carried an undeniable air of authority, immediately snapping the security personnel back to their senses. They quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, Mr. Lang, please rest assured, we will take good care of your belongings." Lang Mohan nodded in satisfaction, then turned and walked towards the elevator. He pressed the button and waited for the elevator to arrive. Soon, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a professional elevator operator. She smiled and greeted Lang Mohan, then guided him into the elevator. The elevator went straight to the 28th floor, and as soon as the doors opened, a young woman greeted and led the way. Floors 28, 29, and 30 are connected, occupying a vast area. They are brightly lit and luxuriously decorated, resembling a magnificent palace. All the men present were dressed in suits, while the women wore colorful gowns. They were all graceful and beautiful, like blooming flowers vying for attention. Some gathered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, while others elegantly raised their glasses and chatted quietly. The hall was mostly filled with young people, though there were also quite a few middle-aged people present who mostly chatted and exchanged pleasantries deeper into the hall. As soon as Lang Mohan appeared, his unparalleled image and temperament shone like a dazzling star, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the audience. "Whose son is this? He's so handsome, even more so than the stars on TV." A gasp of admiration came from the crowd. "Wow, he's so handsome, it's unbelievable. His looks are simply out of this world," someone couldn't help but exclaim. "Yeah, he's so handsome. His looks are amazing. I really want to kiss him," someone secretly swallowed. "He's so handsome, I can hardly control myself." A girl exaggeratedly pinched her philtrum. "He's so handsome. My heart is melting," a young girl whispered, her face flushed. At this moment, several girls dressed in their finest attire could no longer contain their excitement and rushed towards Lang Mohan like a flock of joyful butterflies. They chattered incessantly around Lang Mohan. "Handsome guy, what's your name? I've never seen you before," one of the girls asked sweetly. "Are you from somewhere else, like Shanghai or Kyoto?" Another girl asked curiously. "Hey handsome, do you have some time later? I have a super cute kitten at home that can do backflips. Want to come and see it?" Another girl winked playfully, trying to get Lang Mohan's attention. "Come to my place. My sofa is so soft." The last girl even extended a direct invitation. "Come to my house. I'm not only versatile but also quite patient," she said, leaning closer to him. Faced with this sudden situation, Lang Mohan couldn't help but feel somewhat at a loss. After all, he had never experienced anything like this before. The surrounding air was filled with all sorts of fragrances and youthful energy, making him feel a little dizzy, and his cheeks involuntarily flushed. Seeing that Lang Mohan was a little shy, the girls became even more enthusiastic, taking turns to grope him, pinching his shoulders, touching his chest muscles, pulling his arms towards his chest, and some even reaching down to reach for his chest. This sudden action startled Lang Mohan, who quickly broke free from the group of beauties and walked forward. He was a level 3 martial artist, and with the added advantage of extreme speed, his steps were incredibly fast. Before the girls behind him could keep up, he had already disappeared into the crowd. Phew! Lang Mohan leaned against the wall and let out a long breath, thinking about everything that had just happened, and couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. This short period of time was even more exciting and nerve-wracking for him than when he participated in the martial arts finals. Just then, a familiar voice rang in his ear. "Why did you run away? Weren't you enjoying yourself?" The voice startled Lang Mohan, who hurriedly backed away. Looking up, he saw Chen Yushi standing in front of him, a mischievous smile on her face. Lang Mohan gave a wry smile and said, "What kind of enjoyment is this? It's practically killing me." Chen Yushi brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, looked Lang Mohan up and down, her eyes sparkling. "Wow, you seem like a completely different person. I never thought you were this handsome before." Lang Mohan smiled and said, "Of course, I feel like a completely different person wearing the clothes you bought me today. These clothes not only flatter my figure but also enhance my overall look." As he spoke, he proudly shook the exquisite watch on his wrist. Lang Mohan looked at the watch on his wrist and asked curiously, "This watch must be expensive. I always thought we were from ordinary families. I never imagined you were a rich heiress." Chen Yushi smiled slightly, stepped forward, gently straightened Lang Mohan's collar, and said softly, "I never said my family was poor. But, in my current state, am I still good enough for you?" Her eyes revealed a hint of expectation and confidence. Lang Mohan lowered his head and his gaze fell upon a patch of white skin. He quickly turned his head away and said somewhat flusteredly, "Of course I'm worthy of you, it's just that I'm not good enough for you." A blush crept across Chen Yushi's face. How could she not know where Lang Mohan's eyes had been looking? She parted her lips slightly and said, "You bad boy, don't look around like that again." Lang Mohan looked a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected that Chen Yushi would notice him even though he had only glanced at her. He thought to himself, "I haven't paid much attention to Chen Yushi's figure before. She dresses very plainly, has a sallow complexion, and looks sickly all the time. I didn't expect her to be so well endowed." Hey, Distinguished guests, now it's time for our dance party. Please invite your ladies and let's dance to the beautiful music. As the host of the party spoke with great enthusiasm, everyone invited their female companions to get ready to dance. Chen Yushi's lips curled slightly upward, a faint smile appearing on her face, her beautiful eyes revealing a captivating charm. She gracefully extended her slender fingers and softly said, "Mr. Lang, wouldn't you like to invite me to dance?" Lang Mohan looked a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment before answering, "Actually, I really want to dance with you, but I'm not good at dancing." Chen Yushi smiled slightly and replied gently, "It's okay, I can teach you." However, just then, a man in a fitted blue suit walked over. His name was Wang Muyang, and he wore what he considered a gentlemanly smile as he confidently said, "Miss, since this gentleman can't dance, why don't I invite you? I'm proficient in all kinds of dance, whether it's modern, classical, jazz, waltz, ballet, or Latin." From the moment Chen Yushi stepped into the venue, Wang Muyang was deeply attracted by her noble and elegant temperament. Throughout the entire party, his gaze remained fixed on Chen Yushi. Now, seeing that Lang Mohan seemed rather inept at dancing, he felt he had finally found his opportunity. Lang Mohan felt a strong sense of threat. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, grasped Chen Yushi's delicate hand tightly, and said to Wang Muyang in a firm and deep voice, "She already has a dance partner. Please stay away from us." Wang Muyang narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in them before a playful smile appeared on his lips. "Oh, it's you. I almost didn't recognize you with that disguise." Lang Mohan sneered and replied without any politeness, "That just proves you're blind." However, Wang Muyang was not angered by Lang Mohan's words. On the contrary, his smile grew even wider and his gaze fell on Lang Mohan's brand new suit. He teased, "I remember you weren't wearing this when you came. Could it be that you stole this suit?" "Miss, don't be fooled by this man's appearance. He's nothing but a penniless pauper. I even suspect he snuck into the party, and that outfit he's wearing is most likely stolen. You'd better keep your eyes wide open and look carefully." Hearing this, Chen Yushi couldn't help but giggle. She affectionately took Lang Mohan's arm and said sweetly, "No need for you to trouble yourself. I bought his clothes for him. Also, you should leave quickly. Your presence makes us very unhappy. Mohan, let's go. I'll take you to dance class." After saying that, she pulled Lang Mohan and turned to leave. Wang Muyang stood rooted to the spot, his face terrifyingly grim, his eyes flashing with fury. He had never hated anyone so much before. At this moment, he wished he could tear Lang Mohan to pieces immediately. Under the melodious and slow dance music and the dim and ever-changing lights, Lang Mohan gently placed one hand on Chen Yushi's slender waist and held her hand tightly with the other. Their breaths mingled, their bodies gently touched, and they felt each other's warmth. This intimate contact made the atmosphere between them increasingly ambiguous. As the music played, they swayed and rocked gently, their figures gradually drawing closer until they overlapped. They embraced tightly, Chen Yushi burying her face in Lang Mohan's broad chest, enjoying his embrace. Lang Mohan, in turn, deeply inhaled her delicate fragrance, as if time had stopped at that moment, and the whole world consisted only of the two of them. As the music faded and the lights came back on, the two reluctantly let go of each other, but their hands remained clasped tightly. They seemed unwilling to part, because only in this way could they truly feel each other's warmth. Immediately afterwards, a cheerful dance tune began to play, and the men and women who were good at dancing took to the dance floor to show off their dance moves and style. However, Chen Yushi and Lang Mohan chose to remain together, quietly appreciating the performances of others. At this moment, their hearts were filled only with longing and cherishing for each other. One song after another, the dancing segment finally came to an end. After drinking some wine and eating some snacks, the group went up to the auction hall on the second floor. The front row was filled with bigwigs from Jiangbei City, while the middle and back rows were occupied by the young talents of Jiangbei. A beautiful woman dressed in a traditional Chinese cheongsam walked onto the auction stage, and before she even spoke, she caused a sensation throughout the room. Su Ziqing, it's Su Ziqing. Isn't she a junior at a martial arts school in Shanghai? Summer vacation is almost over, so other people might start their break early. Her grandfather is the #1 martial arts master in Jiangbei. It's amazing that Caesar's Hotel was able to get her to be the host. Idiot, isn't this Caesar's Hotel owned by the Su family? Seeing that Lang Mohan was also staring at the auction stage, Chen Yushi said with a hint of jealousy, "Su Ziqing is beautiful and comes from a prominent family. Do you want to be her son-in-law?" Lang Mohan squeezed Chen Yushi's hand tightly, then turned his head and smiled. "I don't know if she's beautiful or not, but in my eyes you're the most beautiful." Chen Yushi chuckled reproachfully, "You're just trying to fool me with these lies. If you don't like her, why are you staring straight at the auction stage?" Lang Mohan whispered in her ear, "I've got my eye on an item for auction. I wonder if I'll have a chance to win it later. Just now, the system notified us that the blood of a level 6 monster, the soul-eating serpent, has been detected nearby." Seeing Lang Mohan's serious expression, Chen Yushi knew he wasn't joking, so she said nothing more. Su Ziqing's voice is like heavenly music, as if a nightingale is singing joyfully, clear, melodious and graceful, making people intoxicated by it. With a smile, she spoke in a gentle and sweet voice, "Distinguished guests, welcome to this auction reception hosted by Caesar's Hotel. I am your host, Su Ziqing. Thank you all very much for taking time out of your busy schedules to participate in this grand event. Now, please allow me to introduce the first item to be auctioned tonight. As she finished speaking, the auction officially began. She displayed a dazzling blue gemstone and continued, "This precious treasure comes from the distant East Sea. It is the crystal core of a level 5 flying fish monster. For women, wearing such a gemstone not only enhances their charm but also has the magical effects of delaying aging and improving physical fitness. Now, let's unveil its mystery and experience its unique charm together." Everyone was amazed and showed great interest in the gem. Someone exclaimed, "Wow, this is an extremely rare treasure." The flying fish monster is already a level 5 monster, making it extremely difficult to capture, not to mention that it lives in the vast depths of the ocean. Another person chimed in, "Yes, the ocean is fraught with danger, inhabited by countless powerful monsters. Even the most elite war gods of humanity dare not venture there lightly." At this moment, a young man stepped forward and said, "My beloved wife is about to turn 60, and I must bid for this blue crystal gem as a gift for her." His gaze was firm, clearly determined to win. 8 million once, Su Ziqing shouted. Seeing that no one else was bidding higher, she called out again, 8 million twice. Su Ziqing paused for a moment and then said, "This is an extremely rare blue gemstone core. If you give it to your girlfriend or wife, she will definitely be very happy." Someone at the scene responded that although this blue gem crystal core is rare, it is not non-existent. Every year, more than a dozen are sold in China. The market price is around 5 to 6 million, so selling it for 8 million tonight is already an astronomical price. 8 million 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully acquiring this priceless treasure. The young man grinned from ear to ear, overjoyed. With this treasure as a gift, the old man might give him something 10 times more valuable in return. Lang Mohan gently massaged Chen Yushi's soft, boneless hand, and said sincerely, "If I had money, I would buy it and give it to you. That might help your health." Chen Yushi was deeply moved and gazed tenderly into Lang Mohan's eyes. This is an ancient painting titled Spring Trees and Autumn Frost by Tang Bowa from the Ming Dynasty. It is priced at 5 million. Please participate in the bidding. 6 million, 7 million, 15 million. Who is it? How could someone be so extravagant, spending 15 million on a single painting? It's actually young Master Wang. His father is the very famous Wang Zhenhai. I see. I heard that Wang Zhenhai is a billionaire, and his only hobby is collecting antiques. Yes, what kind of world is this? People at the bottom of society are struggling to even eat, and only the wealthy can afford to collect antiques. As the host announced the results, everyone's attention turned to Wang Muyang. Wang Muyang stood up, a smug look on his face, and walked towards the stage while shaking hands and greeting the people around him. He was already used to this kind of scene. After all, as Wang Zhenhai's son, he had been accustomed to such occasions since childhood. After Wang Muyang sat down, Wang Qianqian said coldly, "You actually spent 15 million to buy this painting. Aren't you afraid of father's wrath?" She knew that although her father loved them, it didn't mean they could squander the family's wealth at will. However, Wang Muyang disagreed, retorting, "What's there to be afraid of? This little bit of money is just a drop in the ocean for our family. My father recently slew a level 7 monster, the frostwater ice-swallowing beast, in the East China Sea. The value of the materials alone from that monster is immeasurable. What's wrong with me spending 15 million to buy a painting to make my father happy?" Wang Muyang believed that his behavior was not inappropriate, and even felt that it was a manifestation of filial piety. Wang Zhenhai spent a lot of time away from home, lacking discipline and companionship for his 2 children, which he could only compensate for by constantly giving them money. Wang Muyang spends tens of millions of yuan every year and has long been numb to his extravagant lifestyle. Wang Qianqian sighed helplessly, "The wealth that father earned with his life is being squandered by you so recklessly. It's heartbreaking. If you continue like this family will be ruined sooner or later." She knew that her father worked hard to earn money, but seeing her brother wasting it like this filled her with worry and helplessness. Her father was risking his life to fight monsters, and if anything happened to him, the whole family would be finished. Could we really expect this playboy, who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun, to barely break through to level 3 now that he's over 30 and relies on expensive gene serums? That's why she never called him brother, because Wang Qianqian looked down on Wang Muyang from the bottom of her heart. Next, several more spiritual herbs were auctioned off. These herbs were raw materials used by technology companies to refine gene-based drugs and elixirs. Some people also like to combine these ingredients and decoct them according to traditional methods, so the market demand is far from meeting the supply. Su Ziqing scanned the entire room, holding a bottle of red blood in her hand. She slowly introduced it. This bottle of blood is the essence blood of the level 6 monster, the soul-devouring serpent. It has the effect of nourishing the soul and strengthening mental strength, and it also has significant therapeutic effects on those whose souls have been damaged or who suffer from mental illness. The room erupted in uproar. The essence blood of a level 6 magical beast, the soul-devouring serpent, is quite rare. It is said that the soul-devouring serpent is extremely
skilled in mental attacks, and even a level 6 martial artist would flee upon seeing it. Yes, killing the soul-devouring serpent and extracting its essence blood is not an easy task, even for a level 7 martial artist. Something this precious must be incredibly expensive. Lang Mohan had already received the system's notification, but upon hearing the discussions around him, he suddenly realized that the more than 1 million in his account might not be enough. Seeing Lang Mohan's worried expression, Chen Yushi patted his hand to comfort him. After a brief discussion, Su Ziqing finally spoke, her voice firm and resolute. Starting bid, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. In an instant, the essence blood of this level 6 monster, the soul-devouring serpent, was auctioned off for a high price of 18 million. At this price point, very few people are willing to bid higher, since the soul-devouring serpent is enormous and contains a large amount of its essence blood, so each bottle is not very valuable. Lang Mohan couldn't help but shake his head, secretly sighing, this auction has truly broadened my horizons. I've seen real wealthy people who are willing to spend a fortune. I used to think that having millions in wealth made me rich, but now I realize it's just a trivial amount. 18 million for the first time. Su Ziqing looked around the room and saw that no one else was bidding, so he knew that the price of this bottle of the essence blood of the level 6 monster, the soul-devouring serpent, had reached its limit. 18 million for the second time. Chen Yushi noticed the eager look on Lang Mohan's face and asked softly, Mohan, will this bottle of the essence blood of the level 6 monster, the soul-devouring serpent, be of great help to you? Lang Mohan nodded, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes, but he still shook his head and said, I do want it. However, this price is really unreasonable, and we're not in a hurry. There will always be more opportunities to get better things in the future. After saying that, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile. Chen Yushi looked at him, her eyes sparkling with tenderness, and replied with a smile, as long as it can help you, that's fine. Just as Su Ziqing was about to bring down the hammer and shout out the third time, a clear and firm voice suddenly came from the back row, 20 million. Upon hearing the number, Lang Mohan's eyes widened in astonishment. He instinctively grasped Chen Yushi's hand and said softly, Yushi, this is no joke. Once you win an auction, you have to pay. Chen Yushi smiled slightly, gently freeing herself from Lang Mohan's hand, and said calmly, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have the money to pay this amount. Standing on the stage, Su Ziqing looked back in surprise. She hadn't expected that someone in the back row would be willing to raise the price. Then, she excitedly announced, the beautiful lady in the back row has offered 20 million. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? All eyes in the venue were on Chen Yushi, and people began to speculate about who this unfamiliar girl was. She didn't seem to be a wealthy heiress from Jiangbei City, and many people were curious and puzzled about her identity. Wang Muyang turned his head and saw Chen Yushi, the woman he had always dreamed of but could never have. A surge of jealousy welled up in his heart. He widened his eyes and shouted at the top of his lungs, 21 million. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Yushi looked over. When she realized it was Wang Muyang, the one who harbored ill intentions towards her, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, revealing a faint smile. She gently raised her hand and said calmly, 30 million. What? 30 million? 10,000. My God, this woman actually raised the price by 9 million in one go. How rich must she be? Although there are many wealthy women in Jiangbei, those who can come up with 30 million at once are extremely rare. Who is this beautiful woman? Where did she get so much money? Wang Muyang felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped hard. He was about to stand up and bid again when his younger sister, Wang Qianxian, grabbed his clothes forcefully. Wang Muyang, are you crazy? Do you even have 30 million? That's your entire living expenses for the next 3 years. Wang Muyang took a deep breath and slowly lowered the hand he had originally wanted to raise. He knew perfectly well that the essence blood of this level 6 monster, the soul-devouring serpent, was not worth the price at all. If he actually won the bid, he would definitely be ridiculed by those rich kids. Su Ziqing scanned the room and, seeing that no one was bidding higher, shouted, 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million 3 times. Sold. This precious bottle of the essence blood of the level 6 monster, the soul-devouring serpent, will belong to this beautiful lady. Just now, Roger suddenly ran up to him and whispered a few words in his ear. Wang Muyang immediately stood up confidently and stopped him. I have serious doubts about this woman's ability to pay. As far as I know, she is a student at a private high school in Jinshui district. Private high schools in Jinshui district, just imagine what kind of people the students there are. Wang Muyang smiled meaningfully and said, I suspect she's a con artist who snuck in. She doesn't have any money in her account at all. The auction hall was unusually quiet. Everyone was captivated by this sudden turn of events. Wang Muyang's words sparked whispers and discussions among the crowd. Yeah, how could a student from a private high school have so much money to buy such a treasure? Someone chimed in. Could he really be a fraud? Another person questioned. Su Ziqing frowned, looking at the situation with some surprise. Wang Muyang, on the other hand, smiled smugly, seemingly confident of victory. Excuse me, miss, can you prove that you have sufficient financial means to pay? Su Ziqing asked. Chen Yushi remained
remained calm and said firmly, "Of course I have it. I have enough money in my card to pay for this." However, Wang Muyang didn't believe her. He sneered and said, "Fine, then please take out your card and let us see it now. If there isn't enough balance in it, then you're a liar." The girl hesitated for a moment, but still took out a bank card from her bag. This move immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone's eyes were focused on the card. They were eager to know if the girl really had enough funds to participate in this fiercely competitive auction. However, at this moment, Wang Muyang and the crowd suddenly burst into mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Do you know that what you are holding in your hand is the Dragon Kingdom Supreme Diamond card? There are only 100 of them in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Anyone who can obtain this card is a powerful figure from a top-tier family, and you, a high school student, how could you possibly have this card?" He stepped forward with a mocking tone, mercilessly exposing the girl's deception. Everyone present agreed that Wang Muyang was right. The Dragon Kingdom Supreme Diamond card was indeed very precious and rare, representing extremely high status and wealth. Generally, such cards are only bestowed upon powerful figures from top-tier families. Therefore, people have doubts about whether the girl truly possesses this card. Fraudulent auction, that's a crime. We urge the security guards on site to arrest her and take her to the investigation bureau for questioning. Wang Muyang shouted. His analysis was so reasonable that people couldn't help but start to believe what he said. At this moment, the atmosphere in the meeting room became tense, and everyone started talking amongst themselves. Roger suddenly shouted, "Oh, right, and that kid next to him is in cahoots with that woman. They're accomplices." These words struck like a thunderbolt, and everyone present couldn't help but look at Lang Mohan and Chen Yushi. The level 2 security personnel immediately and silently surrounded the two of them. Lang Mohan's heart tightened, and he quickly stood up, a powerful aura emanating from his body. His face turned cold, and he tightly shielded Chen Yushi behind him, shouting loudly, "Let's see who dares." His voice was filled with authority and determination, which shocked those around him. "Oh, so you know how to protect your little lover, huh?" someone mocked. However, many more people expressed their admiration for Lang Mohan's actions. Despite being accused of being a fraudster, his willingness to stand up for those around him demonstrates commendable courage and responsibility. His blood and energy are like a furnace at such a young age. His strength is likely that of a level 3 martial artist, someone exclaimed. At this moment, Lang Mohan's strength attracted people's attention, and everyone began to realize that he was not a simple person. Facing the gazes and doubts of the crowd, Lang Mohan did not back down. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, vigilantly watching the security personnel around him, ready to deal with any possible danger at any moment. Chen Yushi, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. She looked at Lang Mohan with gratitude, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. At this moment, Lang Mohan no longer cared about concealing his strength. He only wanted to protect Chen Yushi. Only in this way could he ensure her safety. At that moment, he no longer cared about anything else. All he wanted was to protect the girl in front of him. Chen Yushi raised her voice and said, "I saw that President Li from the head office of Longhua Jianbei Payment Network is here tonight. Please ask him to come out and meet me." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to President Li. President Li stood up somewhat awkwardly and turned to look behind him. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Someone said, even if there were a Dragon Kingdom Supreme Diamond card in Jiangbei City, it would definitely be personally signed by President Li. As an expert, he could spot this fraud at a glance." Others chimed in, "She's really got guts. Even on the verge of death, she dares to ask Bank Manager Li to personally execute her." Some people lamented, "The main problem is that they were too young. Ignorance is bliss. For the sake of momentary fame, they ended up in jail. What a pity." However, Chen Yushi was not afraid at all and shouted loudly, "President Li, please come closer and see who I am." Her voice was full of confidence and pride. President Li squinted and looked closely, his expression suddenly turning extremely ugly. He hurried over to the back row and said in surprise, "Miss Chen, it's you. You look so beautiful today. I didn't recognize you at first. I'm so sorry." Everyone present stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Wang Muyang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he muttered to himself, "Impossible, this can't possibly be real. It's definitely a scam. This Bank Manager Li might just be a shill they hired." However, at this moment, Wang Chanqian couldn't hold back any longer. She pointed at Wang Muyang's nose and cursed, "Don't you understand the situation yet? You've been used. You're the biggest clown tonight." At this moment, Chen Yushi handed the Dragon Kingdom Supreme Diamond card in her hand to President Li and said with a slight smile, "Please take a look at this card yourself, President Li, and see if it is genuine." President Li gave a wry smile, thinking to himself that he had personally signed for the card, so how could it be fake? Besides, he had personally applied for it from the head office. Although no one else present knew Miss Chen's true identity, he was well aware that Miss Chen came from a prominent family in Kyoto, whose strength and background were extremely powerful. Moreover, Miss Chen herself possesses an extraordinary business acumen, and her ability to create wealth is unparalleled. Thinking of this, President Li slowly raised his head, then held up the Dragon Kingdom Supreme Diamond card in his hand and loudly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this card is indeed genuine, and
I can vouch for it with my reputation. Then he said with a wry smile, it's like the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Family members don't know each other well.
This is all a misunderstanding. For President Li to handle this so carefully, this Miss Chen must be someone of extraordinary background.
What I said before must have been a lie. I wonder which wealthy family this young lady comes from. The boy next to her has really struck gold this time. Lang Mohan was also shocked to the core by the changes in such a short period of time.
What kind of drama is this? Will the ugly duckling turn into a swan? Did Cinderella become Snow White? Why would a rich girl like Chen Yushi end up in a terrible private high school? All of this seemed like a mystery, trapping me like a net.
Chen Yushi said, since there's no problem, then swipe your card and send over that bottle of level 6 soul-devouring serpent's essence blood. Then she turned to Lang Mohan, who looked confused, and said, it's complicated.
I'll explain it to you when we get back. Chen Yushi and Lang Mohan did not participate in the following activities.
After swiping their cards and receiving the essence blood of the soul-devouring serpent, they took the elevator downstairs and refused the group of wealthy people who wanted to chat with them. The sports car started and sped along the road. Neither of them spoke a word the whole way, and the atmosphere became somewhat strange.
Don't you have anything you want to ask me? Chen Yushi broke the silence first. Lang Mohan said calmly, if you want to tell me, you will. What difference does it make whether I ask or not? Chen Yushi smiled and said, do you know what I like most about you? It's that you're always so calm and composed, no matter what. It's as if nothing in the world can make you worry. Lang Mohan laughed and said, that's not necessarily true.
I was quite worried about our situation just now.
Oh, what were you planning to do if I hadn't been able to come up with the money?
Chen Yushi asked with great interest.
What can we do? Fight our way out with you. What else can we do? Lang Mohan said calmly as he drove. Seeing Lang Mohan's calm and casual expression, Chen Yushi covered her mouth and laughed. She quietly looked at Lang Mohan's profile and found him to be so handsome.
She smiled and said, I've always been curious about why you've become so composed since you broke up with Song Chuchu.
It's as if you've become a different person.
Moreover, your cultivation speed wasn't fast before, but then it suddenly seemed like you had a cheat code activated, and your cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Why is that?
Lang Mohan smiled faintly. What's so special about that?
It's just that I've got a cheat code, so my cultivation can soar to new heights.
Chen Yushi lightly punched him and said, I asked you something serious, and you're joking with me. I've already told you, but you still don't believe me. What can I do?
Lang Mohan knew that he had a system as a cheat, which was too unbelievable, and no one would believe it if he told them.
Chen Yushi stared blankly out the window.
The rapidly receding buildings seemed to be propelled by a time machine, making her feel as if she had traveled back to the past. She spoke slowly, her voice tinged with sadness. I am actually from the Chun family in the capital, but I was born out of wedlock, so my mother and I were not valued at home. Even now that I have a huge fortune, I still cannot gain the family's recognition. Chen Yushi took a deep breath, a hint of desire for power flashing in her eyes. In the eyes of top families, only by becoming the most outstanding martial artist can one become a pillar of this world, and money cannot bring true status. Lang Mohan held Chen Yushi's hand tightly and said firmly, don't worry, I will strive to become the strongest martial artist in the world. I will even surpass the current #1 martial god. Chen Yushi gazed at Lang Mohan with eyes full of adoration, silently praying that he would fulfill all his promises. She knew that the man before her possessed power that would astound the entire world, making him an invincible being. She felt incredibly lucky to be able to spend her life with such a man, and said happily, Mohan, I'm so lucky to be your girlfriend in this life.
No, it's my honor. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to cure your headache in the future. Lang Mohan had never forgotten Chen Yushi's headache problem. Chen Yushi lives in a luxury villa area in Jinshui district.
Although it is not as good as Shanshui Manor, it is still quite nice.
It was already late at night when we returned to the Mountain and Water Manor. My mother and sister were already asleep.
Lang Mohan took out the bottle of level 6 soul-devouring serpent essence blood that he had bought for 30 million, and without hesitation, he drank it all in one gulp.
Ding!
Detected that the host has absorbed the essence blood of a level 6 soul-devouring serpent.
Health and vitality are increasing by 5185, 5385, 5585, 8100 points.
His chi and blood value increased by nearly 3000 points, and Lang Mohan's strength also advanced to the late stage of level 3 martial artist.
Lang Mohan looked at his data and was shocked.
His mental strength has increased tenfold, from 140 points to 1400 points. After his mental strength increased, Lang Mohan immediately felt the new changes. Not only did his mind become clearer, but he also felt more at ease with the spiritual energy in the world. He sat cross-legged and practiced the secret method of embracing the child and guarding the center in quiet cultivation. Originally, only a few weak spiritual energies entered his body, but now the spiritual energy was rapidly accumulating in his body like raindrops. After just one night of cultivation, Lang Mohan's blood energy value increased by 100 points, 8200 points. Lang Mohan looked at his chi and blood value and was extremely
extremely excited. He could increase his chi and blood by so much in just one night of cultivation. This was comparable to taking pills. These days, apart from Chun Yushi inviting him out to play, Lang Mohan spends all his time cultivating at home. His mother can't bear to see him suffer like this. Mohan, you should go out more. Martial arts training requires a balance of intensity and rest. How can you stay in your room all day practicing martial arts at your age? Mother Lang said with some concern. Lang Mohan smiled slightly. Mom, don't worry, I know the importance of balancing work and rest, but now is a crucial period for improving my strength, and I want to take advantage of this time to cultivate properly. Mother Lang sighed. Oh, you're too hard-working, but you should also take care of your health. By the way, Yushi called me yesterday and asked you to go shopping. Why don't you go out in a bit? Lang Mohan nodded. Okay, I'll be out in a bit. Lang Mohan didn't actually find cultivation boring. On the contrary, he enjoyed the feeling of constantly breaking through his own limits. Moreover, the blood and chi energy cultivated through absorbing spiritual energy is far more authentic than the blood and chi energy obtained by directly consuming blood in pills through the system. These are all things he earned through his own hard work. They are real experiences, not some false feeling imposed on him out of thin air, giving people the impression of being unrealistically successful or overweight. Therefore, Lang Mohan did not rush to level up but instead focused on honing his foundation, both in terms of his chi and blood and his combat skills. Lang Mohan changed into a casual outfit, which Chun Yushi had bought for him during their last shopping trip. Nowadays, almost all of Lang Mohan's clothes are chosen by his girlfriend, and each piece is full of her love. He stepped out of his house and headed towards the agreed-upon meeting place, eagerly anticipating his meeting with Chun Yushi. Yushi, where shall we go tonight? Lang Mohan asked. Generally, the boy plans these dates, and the girl just needs to enjoy herself without worrying about the itinerary. However, Lang Mohan, being a straight man and a martial arts fanatic, devoted all his attention to martial arts. Chun Yushi understood this very well. She knew that Lang Mohan's future achievements were limitless, so she did not want him to waste his energy on these trivial matters. So, she took Lang Mohan's arm and said considerately, "Didn't you say that the sword you used when you were practicing the breaking edge sword technique was too light? Today we can go to the weapon shop and pick out a good sword." Hearing this, Lang Mohan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He had only mentioned it casually last time, but he hadn't expected Chun Yushi to remember it so well. He replied with a smile, "You've been so good to me, I don't know how I'll ever be able to repay you." Chun Yushi smiled mischievously and replied, "You just need to love me well from now on." Without hesitation, Lang Mohan pointed to the sky and solemnly swore, "I will definitely love Chun Yushi well in the future. If I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning." Chun Yushi reached out and covered his mouth, saying, Okay, don't make any more promises. It's enough that you love me now. There's no need to make such a harsh vow. Who can predict the future? After saying that, the two held hands and walked towards the weapons shop together. Upon entering the store, one is immediately struck by the dazzling array of weapons made from various alloy materials. The store offers not only traditional weapons but also modern firearms. As Chun Yushi and Lang Mohan walked, they marveled at the exquisite and magnificent weapons. At this moment, a young woman approached, dressed in professional attire with a professional smile on her face, and said, "Hello, welcome to our weapons shop. I am a sales assistant. What can I help you with?" Chun Yushi answered without hesitation, "We need a battle knife. Bring out the best battle knife in your shop for us to see. Remember, it has to be the best. Don't worry about the price, we have plenty of money." Chun Yushi, as expected of a wealthy woman, exuded a sense of grandeur in her words. Upon hearing this, the sales assistant beamed with joy and quickly and warmly led them to the rest area, serving them fine tea. A short while later, 7 service personnel appeared before the two carrying 7 swords of different shapes. This first battle sword, Zhao Qingfeng, is about 80 centimeters long. The blade is shaped like a leaf and is forged from a new type of alloy in the horn of an armored giant lizard. It weighs 18.8 jin and is extremely sharp. With one strike, it can easily cleave through a 20 centimeters thick steel plate. Lang Mohan took the battle sword and casually swung it around in his hand a few times, but felt it was still too light, and overall it wasn't the kind of battle sword he wanted. Seeing that Lang Mohan didn't seem too satisfied, the sales assistant quickly continued, "This is a Japanese sword. It has a long, narrow blade and is exceptionally sharp. It's used." Lang Mohan picked it up, tossed it in his hand, and then put it down. He then picked up another knife. "This is a goosefeather saber." "It is." Lang Mohan shook his head and put the knife down, then picked up another knife. The sales assistant explained, "This is a traditional broadsword, a type of large knife. Its blade has..." Lang Mohan examined 6 knives in succession, but was not satisfied with any of them. His gaze fell on the last knife because Lang Mohan had spent a long time choosing one. The waiter who was carrying the knife was exhausted and covered in sweat. Lang Mohan reached out and took the sword. It was very heavy. "Sir, it is just a machete made of black iron. This knife weighs 108 jin, has a wide blade on the back and a deep arc blood groove that is 2/3 the depth of the blade. The curved blade is both beautiful and fierce. The knife's center of gravity is towards the rear, and it has a dark gold-plated copper
copper handle, making it suitable for combat techniques such as slashing and hacking, the waiter explained. Lang Mohan nodded in satisfaction, a hint of appreciation in his eyes, and slowly said, "This knife is indeed quite good.
Does it have a name?"
Upon hearing this, the waiter beside him smiled respectfully and quickly replied, "Sir, this knife is called the Heavy Blade Breaking Army."
Seeing how much Lang Mohan liked the knife, Chen Yushi was secretly delighted and said without hesitation, "How much is this knife? We'll buy it." However, the waiter did not immediately answer the price, but instead began to explain the knife's unique features in detail. "Madam, this knife is made of rare black iron, and not only that, it also contains the fangs of a bloodthirsty demon wolf and the feathers of a wind-chasing golden eagle." Chen Yushi interrupted impatiently, "No need to say more, just give me a price." The waiter was taken aback by Chen Yushi's decisiveness. After hesitating for a moment, he nervously uttered a number, 8 million. Upon hearing this, Chen Yushi didn't hesitate at all and said decisively, "Okay, swipe the card." Seeing how generous this lady was, the waiter was pleasantly surprised and secretly thought to himself that he had really met a big customer today, who didn't even bother to haggle over the price and just bought it directly. The two walked out of the weapon shop. Lang Mohan now held a heavy battle sword in his hand. He gripped the hilt tightly, feeling its weight, and secretly vowed, "With this battle sword, I'm confident I can fight even a level 4 monster." The Jiangbei base city is surrounded by 7 satellite cities. Around these 7 satellite cities, a fortress was built nearly 100 miles away as a strategic extension of the satellite cities. More than 100 miles south of Shuangluo City, a satellite city of Jiangbei, lies a fortress covering hundreds of acres, Qingshan Fortress. A few years ago, Ling Juenon used his comrade's connections to find a job as a quality inspector in Qingshan Fortress. Although it was a busy job, it didn't require hard labor, so it was a pretty good job. "Old Lang, what good thing happened today that makes you so happy?" a co-worker asked curiously, looking at Ling Juenon's beaming smile. It's nothing, haha, Ling Juenon said as he offered a cigarette to his co-worker. This cigarette is no ordinary brand, it's a high-end brand worth 30 yuan a pack.
He wouldn't normally be willing to smoke such good cigarettes.
Another co-worker couldn't help but chime in, "You guys don't know yet.
Old Lang's son won the city's martial arts league championship, received a huge reward of over 1 million yuan, and was even admitted to a martial arts school in Shanghai."
Upon hearing this news, the other workers all showed expressions of surprise, their eyes filled with envy.
They started discussing it amongst themselves. "This is such a wonderful thing. Old Lang, you'll be able to live a good life from now on thanks to your son. Why are you still working on the construction site?" "Yes, a prize of over 1 million. He can enjoy life to the fullest from now on and won't have to work so hard anymore. Students who can be recommended to martial arts schools in Shanghai are all the cream of the crop.
Old Lang is going to be very lucky." Listening to everyone's words, Lang Juenon was overjoyed.
He kept passing around cigarettes, his mouth stretched to his ears, his happiness overflowing.
I was just lucky. But I will continue to work hard. I can't rely entirely on my child." Lang Juenon smiled modestly, but the pride in his eyes was undeniable. The atmosphere on the construction site became lively and cheerful. Everyone was happy for Lang Juenon and congratulated him.
At this moment, Lang Juenon became the focus of everyone's attention, and his happiness and glory touched everyone.
"Old Lang, the manager wants you in his office," a co-worker called out as he walked over. "Okay, thanks. I'll head over there now," Lang Juenon replied, while touching the empty cigarette pack in his pocket, but he didn't feel any heartache at all. He offered these cigarettes to his co-workers himself because he was filled with joy and pride. His son had achieved great success, and as a father, he was naturally overjoyed. Knock knock knock. "Manager, it's me, Lang Juemin." Upon arriving at the manager's office, Lang Juemin gently knocked on the door.
"Come in," a deep voice came from inside the room.
Lang Juemin pushed open the door and walked in.
He immediately saw that the manager, who was usually aloof and unsmiling, was not sitting in the luxurious chair behind his desk as usual, but was standing respectfully to the side. The seat that originally belonged to the manager was now occupied by a frivolous young man. The young man was wearing a black casual suit, with his legs together on the desk and a cigar between his fingers.
Lang Juemin was somewhat puzzled, wondering what this young man's background was, that the manager could treat him with such respect. However, he quickly regained his composure, hurriedly bowed, his face beaming with a smile, and said respectfully, "Manager, you wanted to see me?"
With a smile on his face, the manager gently patted Lang Juemin on the shoulder and said kindly, "Old Lang, you've been working on our construction site for several years now."
Lang Juemin lowered his head and smiled as he replied, "Yes, it's been almost 4 years.
I'm so grateful for your care during this time, manager."
The manager nodded in satisfaction, then asked with concern, "I heard your wife is sick and urgently needs money for treatment, is that right?"
Before Lang Juemin could answer, the manager quickly pulled a bank card from his pocket, stuffed it into his hand, and said, "There's 300,000 in here.
Take it and get your wife medical treatment." Lang Juemin was not stupid.
He knew that receiving so much money for no reason was not a good thing, so he quickly declined, saying, "I cannot accept this money without having done anything for it." The manager manager insisted, "We received a batch of supplies a few days ago, and I saw that you marked them unqualified on them. That's not good. Although these supplies have some minor defects, they are still usable."
Leng Juemin finally understood the manager's intention. He wanted Leng Juemin to turn a blind eye and accept the money.
However, this batch of supplies was not just slightly flawed, it was clearly a pile of junk. With the referee's whistle, Leng Juemin knew in his heart that if he signed this document, he would have to bear the responsibility for any problems that might arise in the future. After all, the Dragon Kingdom has strict regulations in this regard, which not only hold those responsible accountable indefinitely, but may even affect the future development of their children. Thinking of this, Leng Juemin couldn't help but say, "Manager, I'll be going back to my hometown at the end of this month, and I might resign after that." However, Leng Juemin knew that this matter was no small thing, and that he, as a nobody, was no match for these people. Just then, the young man who had been sitting behind the manager's desk suddenly cursed impatiently, "Damn it, he's just a nobody, why bother arguing with him? No matter what, he has to sign this today." After saying that, he turned to a man next to him and shouted, "Ah Biao, go and hold down his fingers and make him sign for me. I want to see if he dares to resist." Faced with such a threat, Leng Juemin's face turned deathly pale. He pleaded in a trembling voice, "Manager, I really can't sign it. My son is about to go to university, and I can't not think about his future. If he can't enroll because of me, how can I, as a father, have the face to live in this world? So, please let me go." Hearing this, the manager frowned, seemingly hesitant, but the young man cursed again, "You're just a lowly migrant worker. I've already paid you, and you're still so ungrateful. You have to sign today, whether you like it or not." The manager sighed and said, "You can't fight City Hall. You have no idea how many people are involved. You'd better just sign it. Otherwise, sigh." "Manager, I'm resigning right now. You can find someone else. I know nothing about this." Leng Juemin looked at Ah Biao, who looked like a brown bear, and kept backing away. The manager said bitterly, "If you don't take it, and I don't take it, how will young Master Wu take it? How will the gentleman above take it?" The manager stopped talking. This matter was of great importance, and anyone not on this line had to be eliminated. Leng Juemin was out of touch with reality, and there was nothing he could do about it. A mournful scream came from Leng Juemin, a sound that seemed to pierce through one's soul, sending chills down one's spine. Ah Biao then forcefully broke his finger, the sound of bone snapping clearly audible. Ah Biao grabbed Leng Juemin's hair tightly with one hand, dragged him to the desk, grabbed his injured finger, dipped it in ink, and pressed it hard onto the contract. Leng Juemin struggled desperately, his face filled with despair and pain, but he had only one thought in his mind: he could not ruin his son's future, even if it cost him his life. However, his resistance had no effect. "What the hell are you twisting around for? You've smudged my fingerprints." Ah Biao cursed viciously, then grabbed Leng Juemin and slapped him across the face. The slap was so hard that Leng Juemin felt his teeth loosening, and his cheeks swelled up rapidly at a visible speed. Upon seeing this, Wu Xiao was so enraged that he jumped up and rushed forward, unleashing a furious beating on Leng Juemin. As he hit her, he cursed loudly, "Serves you right for being so ungrateful. I'd been giving you face. Ha!" At this moment, Wu Xiao completely lost his mind. His face became ferocious and twisted, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light, as if he wished he could beat Leng Juemin to death immediately. Just then, seeing that Leng Juemin was barely breathing and in critical condition, the manager quickly stepped forward and grabbed Wu Xiao's arm, anxiously saying, "Wu Xiao, Leng Juemin is registered in the system. If he dies, we'll be in big trouble. Don't worry about him for now. The important thing is to take care of things." Wu Xiao wiped the blood from his hands, panting, and said, "I'm making him sign this today. He'd rather die than surrender." "What kind of hero are you trying to be in front of me?" In the migrant workers' dormitory, a group of workers who had just finished get-off work looked at Leng Juemin, who was covered in blood, and they were all in disbelief. He was all smiles as he offered cigarettes to everyone, but not long after, he unexpectedly fell from the building. "Old Leng, how could you be so careless?" a co-worker said worriedly. "This doesn't look like he fell from a height. Look at his face, it's clearly swollen from being hit," one of the workers observed very carefully. "You mean to say?" The dozen or so people in the dormitory looked at each other in bewilderment. They remembered that Leng Juemin had been called to the manager's office. Everyone was smart enough to quickly figure out 7 or 8 parts of the truth by exchanging words, but after seeing Leng Juemin's fate, no one dared to say anything more. "What should we do, Lao Leng?" Everyone was at a loss when they saw Leng Juemin, who was still unconscious. An older co-worker said, "I don't think Lao Leng will make it. According to our custom, when someone dies, his son should be notified. Why don't we call his son? Even if he's cremated, his son should at least wear mourning clothes for him." "Okay, let's call." The group started searching for Leng Juemin's phone in his cabinet. Ring ring. A crisp ringtone sounded, and Long Mohan subconsciously picked up his phone. When he saw the word Dad displayed on the screen, he couldn't help but frown. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart because his father never called home during the day. He hesitated for a moment, but still pressed the answer button. "Hey, Dad, have you eaten?" Lang Mohan tried his best to make his voice sound calm, but his heart was filled with unease. unease. The voice on the other end of the phone made his heart sink instantly.
It was a strange and weathered male voice. "Are you Lao Lang's son?"
Lang Mohan paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "Hello, I am Lang Mohan, Lang Juamin's son.
"May I ask who you are? Why are you calling me using my father's phone?"
The other person was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Old Lang, he fell from the construction site and is currently unconscious. The doctor says he may not live much longer.
If you want to see him one last time, please come as soon as possible." These words struck Lang Mohan like a bolt from the blue, leaving his mind blank.
His eyes widened in disbelief at what he was hearing.
At the same time, Lang's mother also noticed Lang Mohan's unusual reaction.
She stopped eating and looked at him with a puzzled expression.
With trembling hands, Lang Mohan switched the phone to speakerphone.
The man's cold voice came through. "Old Lang, he fell off the construction site and is unconscious.
Do you want to come and see him one last time?"
Upon hearing this, Lang's mother's face turned ashen, her body trembled uncontrollably, and she gripped the edge of the table tightly, struggling to keep herself from collapsing.
"Mom!"
Lang Moyu, the younger sister, quickly supported her mother, her eyes filled with worry.
Lang Mohan took a deep breath, suppressing his grief and shock, and said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Uncle, could you tell me in detail what's going on? I need to know more details."
The man on the other end of the phone sighed, his tone softening slightly. "Yes, your father's injuries are very serious.
Our medical resources here are limited, and I'm afraid he won't make it.
You'd better come over as soon as possible to handle his funeral arrangements."
Lang Mohan stared blankly at his phone, tears streaming down his face. He couldn't accept this cruel reality.
His father had always been the pillar of the family, but now he had suddenly collapsed, leaving him feeling incredibly pained and helpless.
Lang Mohan's mind raced.
He immediately focused on the key point and said, "Uncle, give me an account now, and I'll transfer 500,000 yuan to you. Please, find a way to buy some healing pills to alleviate my father's injuries. I'll set off immediately, and we'll discuss everything else when I arrive."
"Okay, we are also ordinary workers, and also Lao Lang's co-workers. We will do our best to take care of him."
After hanging up the phone, Lang Mohan paced quickly around the room, and soon a plan formed in his mind. At this moment, Lang's mother and sister were both at a loss, and their eyes turned to him.
Lang Mohan said, "Mou, will you stay at home with Mom? I'm going to buy the best healing medicine now."
With today's technology, as long as a person still has a breath left, they can be saved. Upon hearing this, Lang's mother and Lang Moyu's eyes finally regained hope.
Then I rushed to Qingshan Fort as fast as I could. Lang Mohan immediately transferred 500,000 yuan to the account sent by his father's co-worker.
Then he rushed to the city's largest pharmaceutical company, and while driving, he called Chen Yushi and said, "Yushi, we might need some money right now.
My father is critically ill and needs the best medicine to treat his injuries. Where are you? I'm coming right away."
Chen Yushi immediately became nervous upon hearing this. "I'm on my way to Kongmei Pharmaceutical Company, I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Lang Mohan said. With a huge battle sword on his back, Lang Mohan rushed into Kongmei Pharmaceutical Company like the wind, and his actions immediately alerted the security guards.
A level 3 martial artist stepped forward and said, "Sir, weapons are not allowed here." Lang Mohan shouted loudly, "Bring out your best healing potions. I'll pay for them. Hurry up."
"Oh, you're a customer.
This way, please." The level 3 martial artist immediately understood. "Sir, we have the latest healing gene serum here, which can help injured people recover quickly. No matter how severe the injury, as long as it is injected
into the body, it will heal within 15 minutes.
However, its price is relatively high," the pharmaceutical sales associate introduced with a smile.
Lang Mohan asked anxiously, "How much? I need it right now."
He was extremely anxious and worried about the tight time frame. The pharmaceutical sales consultant replied, 20 million per vial. The number was staggering, but Lang Mohan agreed without hesitation.
"Okay, wrap it up for me."
Lang Mohan hurriedly took out his phone, ready to contact Chen Yushi. However, at that moment, Chen Yushi rushed into the store in her pajamas. Her face was full of anxiety and worry. Upon seeing her, Lang Mohan immediately said, "Yushi, I need your help with 20 million. He knew that time was of the essence and he couldn't waste a single second. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Yushi took out her payment card, handed it to the sales assistant, and decisively said, "Swipe my card." With the money in hand, the sales assistant quickly and securely packaged the gene serum worth 20 million and handed it to Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan accepted the medicine, his gratitude evident. However, he knew this matter was urgent and he couldn't afford to waste any more words. "Yushi, I won't thank you. I must get to Qingshan Fort immediately. My father's life is in grave danger." After saying that, Lang Mohan turned and left the pharmaceutical company, with only one goal in mind, to save his father's life. After saying that, he drove off at breakneck speed and disappeared at the end of the road before Chen Yushi could react. Chen Yushi took the bank card from the saleswoman, sat in the car, closed her eyes and tried to think about something. Suddenly, her head started to hurt again. She clutched her head in pain and gritted her teeth to endure it.
"It's all right. It's all right."
Chen Yushi took out 2 pills from the car and, after calming down for a while, drove to Shanshui Manor. Mou and Auntie must be terrified right now.
now. Mohan isn't here, so I should go and keep them company. Xuanluo City is one of the satellite cities south of Jiangbei City.
The two cities are less than 200 miles apart, connected by a specially built light rail tunnel, which allows for a 40-minute round trip.
Lang Mohan bought a train ticket and caught the next train to Xuanluo City.
Upon arriving in Xuanluo, he inquired and discovered that there were no trains to Qingshanbao. That area is on the front line against the monsters and is inaccessible by road. The only way to get there is to go with supply convoys. Because this nearly 100-mile journey is not safe and there is always the threat of monsters, the supply convoys are escorted by the army, which is equipped with heavy weapons and high-level warriors.
Lang Mohan frowned, thinking to himself, a living person can't be killed by holding their pee. With my strength, I can even kill a level 4 monster. Besides, there are always troops and martial artists sweeping around this area, so there aren't that many high-level monsters. I can go by myself.
Lang Mohan rented a high-displacement motorcycle, ignored the advice of those around him, and set off alone from Xuanluo City on his journey to Qingshan Fort.
Do you think this young man will come back alive?
That's very difficult.
The probability is extremely low. I can only say I admire his courage.
On the way to Qingshanbao, a convoy of more than a dozen vehicles was slowly moving forward. Because the road was not smooth, the speed was not fast.
Dean Chen, how far should we investigate this time?
A young man looked out the window and casually asked the middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man calmly replied, "Of course we will investigate thoroughly.
We'll find out if there's a problem once we investigate. You don't need to worry."
Mayor Zhang takes this matter very seriously, and no one can obstruct this investigation.
Hearing the dean's words, the people in the car felt much more at ease. They knew that these kinds of inspections were always all bark and no bite, and the extent and scope of the inspections were always predetermined. But now that the new mayor has taken office, he clearly has no intention of tolerating those past problems. And as the leader of the Procuratorate, Director Chen has obviously received instructions from Mayor Zhang. Day. Just then, a burst of rapid gunfire suddenly came from the lead vehicle in the convoy, a heavy armored vehicle, and the machine gun on the vehicle began to fire fiercely. This sudden turn of events made the people inside the car tense, and they all looked towards the front of the car. It turned out that several ferocious wolf monsters had suddenly appeared ahead.
These monsters had ferocious faces, sharp fangs, and fierce glints in their eyes. They charged towards the convoy at an astonishing speed, like ravenous beasts. Dean Chen leaned out of the car, his face grave as he gazed ahead. His eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Howling Moon Wolf, everyone be careful. Be prepared for battle at any moment." His voice was deep and firm, revealing a seasoned and composed demeanor. The young inspectors in the car were startled when they heard Dean Chen's warning. Their pupils constricted, their faces filled with terror, and their voices trembled as they said, "The Howling Moon Wolves are level 3 monsters, and they often travel in packs.
It's said that the Wolf King is even a level 4 monster."
"Yes, I wonder if our firearms can drive away this pack of Howling Moon Wolves," another member said nervously, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead.
"Don't worry, everyone.
Dean Chen is also a level 4 martial artist.
Don't be afraid."
A member tried to reassure everyone, but his own voice carried a hint of uncertainty. At this point, the convoy was on full alert. Armored vehicles and tanks escorted the middle and front of the convoy, forming a solid defensive line. The soldiers on the tanks all pointed their guns at their surroundings, closely monitoring the activity around them. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire shattered the silence. Outside the convoy, more than 30 Howling Moon Wolves were rushing in from all directions. Their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they were close to the convoy. The machine gunners tried their best to aim, but because the Howling Moon Wolf was too fast, they often didn't have time to fire accurately. They covered less than 100 meters in just a few seconds, reaching the convoy. Bullets rained down on the Howling Moon Wolf. However, these monsters were incredibly fast and nimbly dodged the bullets. A sharp whistle blew, signaling an emergency for the convoy. The convoy was in a very dangerous situation and action had to be taken immediately. Dean Chen picked up an alloy short blade from beside him, flashed forward, and slashed the neck of the nearest Howling Moon Wolf. With a hiss, the level 3 monster collapsed to the ground, convulsing. The military escort team also included 6 level 3 martial artists. They drew their personal weapons and engaged in close combat with the Howling Moon Wolf. However, close-range weapons like pistols were basically ineffective against this level 3 monster.
With a roar, a Howling Wolf charged into the migrant workers' convoy and began to tear apart the ordinary workers. In the blink of an eye, all the dozen or so people in the car were killed. A soldier stared in horror at the scene before him. He quickly grabbed his rifle and began firing wildly at the Howling Moon Wolf. However, after the magazine of bullets was emptied, the Howling Moon Wolf was not seriously injured. Instead, it charged forward fiercely and bit off the soldier's neck. The battle continued, and although some Howling Wolves fell, the human casualties in the convoy were far greater.
In a short period of time, very few people were able to stand and continue fighting.
"This can't go on. Everyone, move closer to me.
Let's all retreat into the armored vehicles and use their sturdiness to hold off these monsters while we wait for the rescue team."
"We're We're not far from Qingshan Fortress, Din Chen shouted loudly, leading the other survivors toward a heavy armored vehicle with great difficulty. Finally, Din Chen and 5 or 6 other survivors managed to take refuge inside the heavy armored vehicle and tightly closed the doors. They stubbornly resisted the attack from the outside thanks to the thick armor. Suddenly, a tearing sound rang out, and a pair of sharp claws easily ripped a hole in the thick alloy armor. Immediately afterwards, a series of sharp, piercing sounds rang out, and fist-sized holes were ripped into the armored vehicle's steel plates. A level 3 soldier, holding a rifle, fired wildly at the creatures outside. A blur flashed by, and the muzzle of the rifle was bent, revealing a creature covered in white fur. Level 4 Wolf King, Howling Moon Wolf, Din Chen exclaimed inwardly. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly threw the short blade from the hole, which flew away like lightning. With a muffled thud, the short blade pierced deeply into the Howling Moon Wolf King's body, and blood gushed out instantly. The Howling Moon Wolf King winced in pain, its body trembling as the short blade was flung away. However, this did not seem to deter the Howling Moon Wolf King. Instead, it seemed to have been thoroughly enraged. It opened its blood-red maw and let out a deafening roar, while frantically cutting through the thick armor with its powerful claws, trying to tear the armored vehicle apart. As time went on, the hole grew larger and larger, and the situation became increasingly critical. Din Chen knew they could no longer sit idly by and wait to die, so he decisively shouted, "Everyone, scatter and run. Every person who can escape is a winner. Hiding in the armored vehicles will only lead to certain death sooner or later." After saying that, he quickly opened the other door and rushed out without hesitation. Seeing this, the other team members followed suit and fled the armored vehicle. Some team members had just run out of the armored vehicle when they were pounced on by the Howling Moon Wolves that had been waiting around for a long time, and their fate was unknown. Ah! A series of shrill screams echoed through the sky, sending chills down one's spine. The remaining team members were filled with despair, unsure if they could escape this nightmare. Just then, a deep roar suddenly came, and a speeding motorcycle rushed towards the battlefield like an arrow released from a bow. Upon hearing the sound, the Howling Moon Wolf King immediately turned its head to look, its eyes flashing with a fierce light. It roared, and several Howling Moon Wolves suddenly sprang out from around it, baring their teeth and claws as they pounced on the young man on the motorcycle. Lung Mohan was in a hurry to get on his way and originally did not intend to pay attention to this battle, but now that these reckless Howling Moon Wolves were rushing towards him, he had no choice but to take action. The battle sword on Lang Mohan's back was quickly drawn, and a flash of cold light cleaved a 3-meter-long Howling Moon Wolf in half at the waist, its foul-smelling blood splattering all over him. But Lung Mohan didn't care at all. He jumped off the car, brandishing his battle sword, and muffled thuds echoed around him. In the blink of an eye, the corpses of 4 or 5 Howling Moon Wolves flew about, their organs scattered all over the ground, and the stench of blood filled the air, creating a scene as terrifying as a hellish inferno. Lang Mohan was covered in blood, his cold gaze sweeping over the wolf pack, the murderous intent in his eyes instantly weakening the pack's momentum. Roar! As the Howling Moon Wolf King let out a furious roar, the surrounding wolves stopped entangled with the humans near the convoy and pounced on Lang Mohan. "Looks like I won't be leaving today unless I kill all these beasts," Lang Mohan said with a cold laugh. He faced the rapidly approaching pack of wolves alone without fear, wielding his long knife and charging towards them. Kill, kill, kill. Every time Lang Mohan swung his long sword, a Howling Moon Wolf would fall. He charged left and right, his blade flashing, as ferocious as a brutal Azura. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, all 20-odd Howling Moon Wolves around him had been wiped out. "Who is this? How can he be so brave?" a surviving level 3 martial artist murmured. "He killed the Howling Moon Wolf like it was nothing. Could he be a level 5 martial artist? No, he definitely isn't." A level 5 martial artist can release their chi and blood to injure enemies, which this young man clearly cannot do. Din Chen, himself a level 4 martial artist, calmly analyzed he should be a peak level 4 martial artist. Suddenly, a head popped out of a car not far away. It was Xiao Wang, the inspector who had been working alongside Din Chen. He excitedly pointed at Lang Mohan in the distance and exclaimed, "I know who he is." The 7 survivors looked at him simultaneously, their eyes filled with doubt and expectation, hoping to get an answer from him. "He is Lang Mohan, the champion of this year's citywide college league." Impossible. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. The city's martial arts champion is at most a level 1 martial artist. Even the most talented genius can't possibly surpass level 2, one of them objected. "Look at that pile of Howling Moon Wolves' corpses. Is this something a level 2 martial artist could do? Even I could only kill 3 or 4. Any more than that, I could only dodge," Din Chen said decisively. "But he really is Lang Mohan. I even took time off work to watch the finals. I have a great memory. I would never mistake him for someone else." Xiao Wang insisted on his opinion, full of confidence in his memory. "Oh no! The Howling Moon Wolf King has charged at him from behind," Din Chen exclaimed in alarm. "That Howling Moon Wolf King is truly cunning. I don't know when it got behind this young man." Everyone tensed up, worried about Lang Mohan's safety. Lang Mohan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to shiver. Without the slightest hesitation, his body rolled like lightning, instantly dodging the Howling Moon Moon Wolf King's fatal blow. Just then, the Howling Moon Wolf King's sharp, steel-like claws mercilessly slashed across his back with a piercing sound. Had he been even a fraction of a second later, this strike would have torn him to shreds. Lang Mohan rolled on the ground, his heart pounding in his chest, sweat dripping down his forehead, but he did not hesitate for a moment. As he spun around, he gripped his battle sword and slashed straight at the Howling Moon Wolf King's chest. "Oh, whoa!" The Howling Moon Wolf King roared angrily, a hint of surprise flashing in its eyes. Its massive body trembled slightly, clearly surprised that Lang Mohan had so nimbly dodged its attacks. It hadn't expected this seemingly weak human to possess such agility and formidable combat skills. However, as a ferocious beast king, the Howling Moon Wolf King would not be easily intimidated by its opponent's performance. Just as Lang Mohan swung his blade to stab it, it reacted swiftly. It suddenly dodged to the side, avoiding Lang Mohan's attack, while its sharp claws gleamed coldly as it pounced on Lang Mohan again. Lang Mohan's eyes narrowed, burning with fierce fighting spirit. He sensed the power of the Howling Moon Wolf King, but this did not make him back down. Instead, it ignited an even stronger fighting will within him. He gripped his sword tightly, preparing to face the next attack from the Howling Moon Wolf King. With a powerful leap, Lang Mohan charged towards the Howling Moon Wolf King like a nimble cheetah. His speed was so great that he almost created friction with the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The battle blade traced a silver arc in the air, gleaming with a cold light. The Howling Moon Wolf King's claws collided with Lang Mohan's battle blade in midair, producing a crisp metallic clang. Sparks flew everywhere, like fireworks blooming in the night sky. The two passed each other in midair, each displaying astonishing strength and speed. Lang Mohan's figure was like a ghost, elusive and unpredictable. The Howling Moon Wolf King's speed was even more astonishing, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the night sky. Both the human and the wolf are characters who refuse to admit defeat, and their eyes gleam with determination and unyielding spirit. Whoosh! Both of them let out a low growl at the same time, and then pounced on each other at top speed. Lang Mohan unleashed his speed to the extreme, his figure weaving through the air like a phantom, impossible to catch. At the same time, the battle sword in his hand, Peijun, gleamed with a cold light and exuded a powerful aura. With a swing of his sword, the broken army blade swept out like a tornado, carrying boundless power and majesty. The Howling Moon Wolf King was not to be outdone. It opened its sharp claws and revealed its sharp fangs, preparing to meet Lang Mohan's attack. Just as the two were about to collide, Lang Mohan suddenly changed direction, avoiding the Howling Moon Wolf King's attack. His movements were ghostly, catching the Wolf King off guard. Immediately afterward, Lang Mohan swiftly turned around and slashed fiercely at the Wolf King's back with his broken army blade. The Wolf King sensed the danger, but it was too late to dodge. It could only desperately swish its tail, trying to fend off Lang Mohan's attack. However, Lang Mohan's power was too great. The breaking army blade easily broke through the Wolf King's defenses and deeply cut into its body. The Wolf King let out a painful howl, and blood gushed from its wound. But it did not give up and continued to struggle stubbornly, trying to fight back. Lang Mohan raised his broken army blade once more, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the Wolf King. Just then, the Wolf King suddenly let out a powerful shriek, the extremely piercing sound like waves of sound surging outwards. The terrifying shriek pierced straight into people's brains. Even Din Chen, a fourth-level warrior in the distance, felt dizzy. Other low-level martial artists were bleeding from their mouths and noses, clearly suffering serious injuries from the sonic attack. Lang Mohan was also momentarily stunned, but as a level 3 martial artist, his reaction speed was extremely fast, and he regained his senses in just a moment. The Howling Moon Wolf glared angrily at Lang Mohan, its eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Seeing Lang Mohan momentarily lost in thought, it revealed a chilling, almost human-like glint in its eyes, along with a look of vengeance. Ignoring its injuries, it darted out, its sharp claws, capable of tearing anything apart, aimed at Lang Mohan's head. "This is the moment we've been waiting for." Lang Mohan swung his battle blade out suddenly, a dazzling flash of cold light streaking across the blade as it slashed directly at the Howling Moon Wolf's neck. He knew that if he could land that one blow, he could completely eliminate this ferocious beast. However, the Howling Moon Wolf seemed to sense the danger. It did not expect that Lang Mohan would be unaffected by its howling sound waves. It nimbly dodged Lang Mohan's blade in midair. However, just as the Howling Moon Wolf King pounced, Lang Mohan was already fully prepared and would not let it dodge so easily. A flash of cold light appeared, and the huge wolf head fell to the ground with a thud. The Howling Moon Wolf King, at the peak of level 4, perished. Lang Mohan quickly picked up the corpse of the Howling Moon Wolf King, bent down on it, and greedily sucked its blood. Ding! The system has detected that the host is consuming the blood of the Howling Moon Wolf King. Health points, 9,200, 9,300 calories, 9,400 points. As his strength continues to increase, the maximum amount of health points Lang Mohan can gain by consuming monster blood is also gradually increasing. This time, after absorbing the blood of the level 4 peak monster, the Howling Moon Wolf King, its health points soared to 11,000. It's worth noting that the threshold for a level 4 martial artist is a health value of 10,000. He remembered that when he awakened his system, he devoured the blood of a level
level 5 monster, a griffin, and only gained a few dozen points. Now, as his physical attributes continue to improve, the upper limit of his blood and chi growth is also getting higher and higher. At this moment, Lang Mohan finally broke through the shackles and stepped into the ranks of 4th level martial artists, and his body underwent another significant change. Lang Mohan stared at the light screen in his mind, which displayed various data.
Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms.
Chi and blood value, 11,000/60,000 points.
Spirit value, 1,500 points. Martial arts level, level 4 martial artist.
Martial arts techniques, mountain shaking iron fist, tier 3, minor success, the secret method of embracing the body and maintaining stillness, tier 3, minor success, and breaking the edge blade technique, tier 2. Special talents, extreme speed, tier 3, iron skin and bones, tier 2, bone shrinking technique, tier 2. Looking at these data, Lang Mohan knew very well that the key to his being able to avoid the howling sound waves of the Howling Moon Wolf King was his high mental value of 1,400 points. He remembered that his original mental value was only a pitiful 140 points, but since he last devoured the blood of a level 6 Soul-Eating Serpent, his body had undergone tremendous changes, the most significant of which was the increase in his mental value. It actually jumped from 140 points to 1,400 points, a tenfold increase. Just now, he successfully broke through to the 4th level of martial artist, which further enhanced his mental strength, which has now reached an astonishing 1,500 points.
Young man, thank you so much for saving us. If you hadn't appeared in time, we would probably be dead in the wolf's jaws. Dean Chan led several survivors forward and thanked Lang Mohan with tears of gratitude.
Lang Mohan looked at them expressionlessly, then lowered his head and began to rummage inside the Howling Moon Wolf King's belly. After a short while, he pulled out a monster crystal core the size of an egg. The crystal core shimmered with a faint light and contained a rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, clearly indicating that it was an extremely precious treasure. It should be noted that only monsters of level 3 or above can potentially develop such a crystal core, which is the crystallization of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth nurturing the blood and chi within the monster's body. Lang Mohan raised his head, calmly looked at Dean Chen and the others, and said lightly, "No need to be so polite, it was just a small favor." In fact, he didn't want to meddle in other people's business and just wanted to get to his destination as soon as possible, but now that he had saved these people by chance, he might as well let it go. Moreover, he only made a move because he was forced into a corner by the Howling Moon Wolf King and had no choice but to fight back. "I am Chen Changming, the director of the Procuratorate.
May I ask your name, young man?" Director Chen tried to probe Lang Mohan's background and see if he had any connections or motives.
"My humble name is not worth mentioning.
I have other matters to attend to and need to continue my journey. Dean Chen, farewell." After saying this, Lang Mohan turned and left without hesitation. Hey, young man, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We can keep each other company on the road. After all, it's very dangerous. In this desolate wilderness, it'll be safer if we look out for each other.
Dean Chen hurriedly tried to persuade him to stay.
"I'm sorry, I really have an urgent matter and can't travel with you all." Lang Mohan coldly refused their request and continued walking quickly forward. Boom, boom, boom.
A deep motorcycle roared away, and watching the motorcycle disappear at the end of the road, Chen Changming said with a dark face, "Xiao Wang, at that close range just now, did you get a clear look at the other person's face?" Xiao Wang scratched his head and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I originally thought it was the martial arts champion Lang Mohan, but he was covered in blood just now, so I couldn't see him clearly anymore. But I still have a feeling that he is the martial arts champion Lang Mohan." Chen Changming said in a deep voice, "It seems he's also going to Qingshan Fort."
"We'll find out once we get there. Have you notified the war zone and reported our attack?" "Not yet. This matter probably needs to be reported by Dean Chen personally,"
Xiao Wang said, his eyes darting around. "I hope this was just an accident." Dean Chen muttered to himself. Qingshan Fortress is only 70% complete at present, and it is still a large construction site. There are level 5 military experts stationed here, equipped with various firearms, which can theoretically fight against level 6 monsters.
A motorcycle roared to life and finally arrived outside Qingshan Fort. A loud horn blared. "Motorcycle riders, stop and prepare for inspection." Qingshan Fortress was heavily fortified.
2 warriors wearing flying machines flew down from the city wall and stepped forward to inspect the fortress with rifles in hand.
"Who are you?
What brings you to Qingshan Fortress?" the martial artist asked warily as he stepped forward.
"I work for Kongmei Medical Company.
I received a notification from the company that someone in Qingshan Bayo has been injured, and I'm here to deliver medicine." Lang Mohan was covered in beast blood and carried a huge machete on his back, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. The martial artist stepped forward and saw a medical kit with a Kongmei pharmaceutical label on it, so he waved his hand and let him pass.
"I didn't expect it to be so easy. I thought I'd have to use a lot of persuasion." Lang Mohan quickly entered Qingshan Fort.
He didn't actually know that Qingshan Fort, as a forward base, was mainly for defending against monsters monsters, and didn't really restrict unofficial human martial artists. After asking around, Lang Mohan quickly found the migrant worker dormitory where his father was located.
What about Lao Lang's descendants?
The manager said he'll be cremated on the spot in a bit.
Alas, I never imagined that Lao Lang wouldn't be able to see his son one last time.
He worked diligently his whole life. How could he end up like this? I thought he could still enjoy the blessings of having a son, but unfortunately, he wasn't destined to have that. Lang Mohan heard the conversation between the two from afar, and his heart tightened as if an invisible force was impacting his heart. His eyes widened, an expression of disbelief on his face, and he murmured to himself, could it be, father? Lang Mohan dared not think any further. His body began to tremble, his mind a complete mess. Suddenly, as if possessed, he rushed towards the door recklessly, his eyes filled with despair and fear. He rushed to the door, looked at the two workers talking in front of him, and asked in a trembling voice, is my father dead? One of the workers turned around, looked at Lang Mohan in surprise, and said, are you
Old Lang's son? Lang Mohan nodded vigorously and said anxiously, yes, I am Lang Mohan. Where is my father?
Another worker sighed and pointed inside the house, saying, you should go take a look.
We all thought you wouldn't see your father one last time. Lang Mohan's face turned deathly pale instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, he flashed into the workers' dormitory like lightning.
The terrifying speed astonished the two workers at the door.
They stared dumbfounded at Lang Mohan's departing figure, exchanging bewildered glances and saying, is this what a martial artist is? His speed alone is so terrifying.
As soon as Lang Mohan rushed into the room, he saw his father lying on the bed. His father's body was wrapped in thick bandages, which were already soaked in blood, showing a chilling dark red color.
Dad, I'm late!
Lang Mohan cried out in anguish, rushing to the bedside and tightly grasping his father's cold hand.
Tears welled up uncontrollably in his eyes and slid down his cheeks.
Hearing the crying, people gathered around and said, old Lang has a son like this, he's not at a loss even in death.
Another person chimed in, yes, listen to how heartbroken he is.
It shows how filial he is. Someone remarked with emotion, if I had a son who was a citywide martial arts champion, no, even a district-wide champion, I wouldn't blink an eye even if I died right now.
Someone nearby joked, you wish, your life isn't worth that much.
At this moment, Lang Mohan suddenly stopped crying. He frowned and quickly felt his father's pulse.
He was overjoyed. There is still a very weak beat.
He excitedly muttered to himself, although Dad has stopped breathing and his heart has stopped beating, there's still a trace of warmth in his palms, which means he's only in a very low state of self-protection.
He's not dead yet. This is a state of suspended animation.
Without a second thought, Lang Mohan slapped open the medical kit, took out the gene serum worth over 20 million yuan, and plunged it into his father's heart without hesitation.
As the red medicine was injected, Lang Mohan watched his father's reaction with bated breath.
Lang's father's body began to tremble violently, as if his entire body was about to fall apart. In less than a minute, his heart, which had stopped beating, miraculously came back to life and began to beat strongly again. Another minute passed, and his breathing gradually stabilized, allowing him to breathe on his own to sustain his life. Another minute passed, and his body temperature began to rise slowly, like a river thawing in spring, gradually regaining its vitality. Another minute passed, and his pale, paper-white skin began to slowly turn pink and rosy, like a flower blooming in spring. 5 or 6 minutes later, Lang's father's eyelids twitched slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. In his blurry vision, a familiar face appeared. It was his son, Lang Mohan. He opened his mouth, his voice as weak as a candle flickering in the wind, yet filled with endless longing and excitement. Son. Lang Mohan held his father's hand tightly, feeling the warmth of his palm, his eyes glistening with tears. Dad, it's me, it's Mohan. Lang's father's body recovered at an astonishing speed, with significant changes every minute. He felt his strength rapidly returning, as if undergoing a miraculous resurrection.
Am I dead? Or am I dreaming? Father Lang asked in confusion, feeling that it all seemed too unreal. Lang Mohan quickly replied, Dad, you're not dead. This isn't a dream. It really is me. I brought you back to life. Lang Juemin took a deep breath, trying to clear his head. He tried hard to recall what had happened before, remembering that because he refused to sign the document, the young man named Biao beat him up and finally threw him out of the third-floor window. Just then, Lang Juemin suddenly struggled to sit up. He felt his wounds starting to itch unbearably, so he reached out and tore off the bandages. As the bandage was removed, Lang Juemin discovered that a layer of dead skin was still stuck to it, while the newly grown skin was as smooth and delicate as a baby's. Lang Juemin felt a surge of excitement and quickly tore off all the bandages from his body. Looking at his smooth skin and feeling the powerful energy within him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and subconsciously turn to look at his son. He asked in bewilderment, Son, what kind of magic pill did you give me? How come my body is shedding its skin like a snake, and I feel like I've returned to my youth, and now I'm full of energy? Lang Mohan smiled and explained, Dad, this is the magic pill. As he spoke, Lang Mohan picked up the gene serum from beside the bed and handed it to his father. Father Lang took the medicine, examined it carefully, and asked curiously, what is this? It has such miraculous effects. But it must be expensive, right? Lang Lang Mohan nodded and said, "It is indeed not cheap.
This injection costs 20 million, and it is said to be able to save even the most serious injuries."
What? 20 million? Are you kidding me? Upon hearing the price, Mr. Lang's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. Then, he shook his head and sighed. Where would we get so much money? However, when he looked at Lang Mohan and saw that Lang Mohan's expression didn't seem to be joking, his face turned serious and he said, "Really? You borrowed this money?"
Lang Mohan looked at his father, nodded slightly, and said, "Yes, Dad, 20 million is indeed a huge sum of money for us, and I can't come up with it right away. So, I can only choose to borrow money to solve this problem." Father Lang sighed deeply, his face full of worry, and asked softly, "How are we going to pay back so much money in the future?" Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile, and he jokingly replied, "This money can be repaid slowly. The creditor said that if I can't repay the money, he'll make me a live-in son-in-law, and that way, the debt will be wiped clean." Upon hearing this, Lang's father was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized what was happening.
He couldn't help but slap Lang Mohan hard on the shoulder, laughing and scolding, "You rascal, stop talking nonsense. Tell me the truth. What exactly happened?"
Seeing this, Lang Mohan quickly dropped his joking attitude and explained seriously, "Dad, this is actually very simple. This injection is indeed worth 20 million, but I have a girlfriend, and I borrowed the money from her."
"Girlfriend?" Mr. Lang's heart tightened, and he asked nervously, "How old is your girlfriend?" Seeing his father's expression, Lang Mohan felt a little puzzled and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Dad, do you think my girlfriend is an old woman?" Don't worry, she's the same age as me."
Upon hearing this, Lang Juemin finally felt a great weight lifted from his heart and let out a long sigh of relief. If his son really submits to an old, wealthy woman to save him, he will never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life.
"Why isn't the crying inside? Could it be that Lao Lang's son fainted from grief?" a co-worker asked with a worried expression.
Yes, there was no movement for a while, another co-worker chimed in.
After exchanging a glance, the two men led the other workers quickly into the dormitory. The first worker to go and saw the scene before him, cried out wow, turned pale, and ran out as fast as he could. But as soon as he reached the door, he bumped into one of his co-workers outside. "It's a ghost. Old Lang has come back to life." The co-worker broke out in a cold sweat and trembled violently.
"What do you mean?" asked the co-worker behind him, puzzled.
"Old Lang, he sat up and smiled at me," the co-worker said in horror.
Just then, the dormitory door suddenly opened, and Lang Juemin smiled and said to his co-workers, "You're all here."
The group of workers were so frightened that they scrambled forward, shouting, "It's a zombie! It's a zombie! I'm not dead!
The medicine my son brought saved me from the brink of death,"
Lang Juemin shouted hurriedly.
Upon hearing this, the workers stopped in their tracks, looking at Lang Juemin with astonishment.
Old Lang has a shadow. That means he's not a ghost. Old Lang is still the same as usual, except he's become quite handsome. That startled me. Turns out he wasn't dead. Ugh, I was almost scared to death."
The workers came back, chatting amongst themselves, pinching and touching Lang Juemin here and there to check his health. They chattered amongst themselves, wondering what kind of miraculous medicine could bring someone back to life after they had died.
Lang Juemin proudly declared, "This is a gene-enhancing drug my son bought for me for 20 million yuan. One injection and I came back to life."
"You're just bragging. There's no such thing as medicine that expensive. Yes, even if you did have it, your family couldn't afford that much money. I suspect they drank talisman water."
"Shoo, don't say that. You can't talk about this here."
Since the revival of spiritual energy, the world has undergone tremendous changes. Martial arts and technology have risen rapidly, the original social structure among people has been destroyed, and the newly formed social system is becoming more and more like the feudal dynasties of ancient times. The best and most abundant resources are always occupied by a small group of people at the top, while the remaining tiny amount is fought over by billions of people, resulting in a huge gap between the rich and the poor. This has allowed some demonic organizations to be revived and have fertile ground for their spread. After chatting for a while, everyone mostly praised Lang Juesheng for having such a fine son. Lang's father was beaming with joy, looking at his son who was even taller than himself, his eyes filled with pride. At this moment, Lang Mohan suddenly frowned and asked in confusion, "Dad, how did you suddenly fall off the construction site?"
"Logically speaking, you should be in charge of the inspection work, right?" The moment Lang Mohan uttered those words, the atmosphere instantly turned icy.
The workers who had been laughing and joking stopped what they were doing, exchanged glances, but no one spoke.
Lang's father, however, kept his head down and remained silent.
Lang Mohan realized something was wrong, and he continued, his voice like a bombshell dropped into a calm pool, creating a huge uproar.
"Dad, your injuries don't seem to be just from falling, do they?
Especially the marks on your face, they look like you were beaten up."
Upon hearing this, Lang Juemin's body trembled slightly, but he remained silent. "Old Lang, you two have a good talk."
"I still have some things to take care of."
A co-worker broke the awkward silence.
"Yes, I still have work to do. I'll go get busy first,"
another co-worker chimed in.
"Me too." And so, the workers found excuses to leave the room, and in the blink of an eye, only Lang Mohan and his father remained in the work workers' dormitory. After a moment of silence, Lang Juemin finally raised his head, a hint of helplessness and pain flashing in his eyes, and slowly said, "Don't ask about this anymore.
Let's pack our things and go home later." Lang Mohan's face instantly darkened, and an uncontrollable rage surged within him. He clenched his fists tightly and roared in a low voice, "Dad, who hit you? Tell me."
Lang Juemin said sternly with a straight face, "These people are not people we can afford to offend.
If you still consider me your father, then leave this matter alone."
Lang Mohan was filled with anger, but he still suppressed his emotions and packed things with his father. He secretly vowed that this matter could not be left unresolved and that he must find out exactly what happened.
Lang Juemin looked at his son, sighed helplessly, and said earnestly, "Son, we are just ordinary people.
There are some things that are beyond our control.
This time, we're just unlucky."
Lang Mohan sneered, a resolute glint in his eyes, thinking, "My father has been beaten.
How can I, as his son, be a coward and turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to this?" Lang Juemin silently picked up his bedding and other personal belongings, preparing to leave.
Seeing this, Lang Mohan hurriedly stepped forward, took the items from his father's hands, and hoisted them onto his own shoulder. Just as they were leaving the dormitory, a young man in red walked towards them, followed by a burly man. Lang Mohan keenly noticed that his father's body trembled slightly when he saw the two people. The young man in red showed a surprised expression and said mockingly, "Oh, I didn't expect your worthless life to be so tough.
You're still alive after being beaten like that?"
It turned out that the young man in red had heard from his subordinates that the inspector who had been beaten up some time ago was dead, but he had just heard that the man had miraculously come back to life, so he came here specifically to see what was going on.
"Dad, these are the people who beat you, right?"
Lang Mohan threw down the bedding in his hand, his eyes flashing with a hawk-like glint.
The young man in red laughed. "This must be your son, the so-called martial arts champion.
He looks quite respectable, unlike you, so weak and incompetent." Lang Mohan flashed forward and instantly rushed in front of the young man in red.
He grabbed the young man by the collar and lifted him up, angrily questioning, "Did you hit my father?"
The young man in red showed a hint of surprise, but quickly smiled and said, "Not bad.
Stay and be my bodyguard. How about 100,000 a month? You're courting death."
A murderous glint flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes.
Upon hearing this, Lang Juemin's expression changed drastically. He rushed over and grabbed Lang Mohan's arm tightly, saying anxiously, "Son, you mustn't. If you hit him, none of us will survive. You should think about your mother and sister, even if you don't think about yourself." Lang Mohan's heart tightened.
Seeing his father's anxious expression, he finally let go of his hand. The young man in red straightened his wrinkled collar, then reached out and patted Lang Mohan's face, arrogantly saying, "You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am?" At this moment, a burly bodyguard stepped forward and said loudly, "Young Master Wu's father is the city lord of Shuangluo City. You and your son should kneel down and apologize right now, and maybe young Master Wu will spare your lives if he's in a good mood." Upon hearing this, Lang Juemin's face turned extremely ugly, especially in front of his son, where he felt incredibly ashamed and embarrassed. But for the safety of his family, he could only humbly say to the young man in red, "Young Master Wu, let's leave now.
We won't get involved in anything here.
Please, young Master Wu, have mercy and spare our lives.
Kneel down and kowtow.
Make your son kowtow with you. If I'm satisfied with how much you kowtow, I might spare you."
Young Master Wu said with a playful expression, "I'll kowtow for you, I'll kowtow for my son." Lang Juemin said, about to kneel down, but Lang Mohan grabbed his father's arm. "Dad, what are you doing? A man's knees are worth gold. How can you just kneel down like that?" Lang Mohan said coldly.
But Lang Juemin wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lang Mohan. "No buts, leave this to me," Lang Mohan comforted his father. Lang Mohan turned his head, looking at Wu Xiao with icy eyes, and said in a chilling voice, "Do you like making people kneel? Do you like making people kowtow?" A flash of cold light, and a heavy battle blade was placed against Wu Xiao's neck. The sharp blade and heavy weight terrified Wu Xiao, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and not daring to breathe.
"Put down young Master Wu."
The burly bodyguard gripped a gun and pointed it at Lang Mohan.
Lang Juemin also pulled Lang Mohan back, saying, "Mohan, don't be impulsive. Let it go."
Suddenly emboldened, Wu Xiao sneered, "If you dare harm a single hair on my head, I'll make your whole family suffer." Lang Mohan sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He swept his leg across Wu Xiao's legs, and with a crack, Wu Xiao's legs were broken, the white bone fragments mixed with blood exposed. Wu Xiao knelt on the ground, looking at his bloodied legs. He trembled all over from the pain, and kept making chilling howls.
It's over. Father Lang's face was ashen. There was no possibility of resolving this matter any longer.
The burly bodyguard was also incredulous. This young man actually dared to break Wu Xiao's legs.
You have to know that Wu Xiao is the son of the city lord of Shuangluo City.
Ignoring the bodyguard holding a pistol, Lang Mohan lowered his head, grabbed Wu Xiao's chin with one hand, and said, "Word by word, don't you like having people kneel and kowtow to you? Now you'd better kowtow to your heart's content."
Kowtow.
With a flash of light, Lang Mohan's blade was about to slash at Wu Xiao's head. From the very beginning, Lang Mohan had been prepared to kill Wu Xiao.
Shao. At worst, I can flee with my family. With the system's support, once I'm strong enough, nothing will be a problem. A sharp, piercing sound cut through the air, as if it were about to puncture one's eardrums. A long alloy spear gleaming with a cold light descended from the sky like a meteor, shooting straight at Lang Mohan with a fierce aura. Lang Mohan's expression darkened, and he moved swiftly, grabbing his father like a ghost and retreating rapidly. The moment they left their spot, the spear plunged heavily into the ground, sinking more than 3 inches deep. The spear shaft was still trembling slightly, emitting a buzzing sound. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure wearing a green tactical vest sped towards them from a distance like lightning. This man was a full 1.9 meters tall, with muscles as hard as steel, bulging high and full of power. Every step he took made the ground tremble slightly, showing his extraordinary explosive power. A level 5 martial artist. Lang Mohan narrowed his eyes, secretly marveling. He gripped his sword tightly, holding it horizontally in front of his chest, his face grave. Judging solely from the force and speed with which the man had thrown his spear, it was clear that he was no ordinary opponent. What's going on here? The newcomer asked with a serious expression, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Lang Mohan. General Wang, quick, help me kill him. When Wu Xiao saw Wang Lingfeng, the military leader of Qingshan Fort, his face lit up with joy, and he shouted loudly. However, Wang Lingfeng completely ignored him, not even glancing at him. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Lang Mohan not far away and asked again, who are you? Why did you break Wu Yan's legs? Who I am is none of your business. I'm going to take this man's life today. Lang Mohan didn't bother to explain. This man was probably in cahoots with Wu Yong. Such arrogance. I am the head of Qingshan Fortress, a level 5 martial artist. Do you think this has anything to do with me? Wang Lingfeng said calmly, Dad, step back, lest you get hurt if we fight. Lang Mohan stared coldly at Wang Lingfeng and said in an icy voice, this man harmed my father, and I will kill him today. Are you sure you want to protect him? Wang Lingfeng smiled nonchalantly and said in a relaxed tone, whether you want to kill him is none of my business, but you can't kill someone on my turf, do you understand? General Wang, my father is Wu Pengfei, the city lord of Xuanlua City. You must save me. Wu Yong was terrified. He didn't care about his injuries and dragged himself to Wang Lingfeng, pleading desperately. Wang Lingfeng frowned slightly, seemingly hesitant, but quickly regained his composure. He glanced down at Wu Yong, pondered for a moment, and said, I can let you go now, as if nothing happened. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan's face hardened with determination. He shook his head vigorously and said in a deep voice, the hatred for the murderer of my father is irreconcilable. I must kill this man today. Then you're not giving me face. Wang Lingfeng's expression changed, and his aura instantly became sharp. He reached out and easily grabbed the alloy spear that was stuck in the ground. With a gentle flick, the spear landed steadily in his hand. Wang Lingfeng's eyes were sharp as an eagle's. He gripped the spear in his hand and gave it a sudden jerk. Instantly, several afterimages flashed through the air, dazzling the eye. Wang Lingfeng's spear traced sharp arcs through the air like a venomous snake, emitting a piercing shriek. Lang Mohan's eyes narrowed. He quickly dodged Wang Lingfeng's spear attack, his figure moving like a dragon weaving through the air, nimbly avoiding this fatal blow. In the instant Lang Mohan dodged, his figure moved with lightning speed, and the battle blade in his hand drew a streak of light, aiming straight for Wang Lingfeng's vitals. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Lingfeng hurriedly returned to defend. The two passed each other almost at the same time, their cold light flashing and sparks flying. Lang Mohan flashed forward and pounced on Wang Lingfeng again, launching a series of attacks. Wang Lingfeng remained calm and focused, and the battle between the two was as intense as lightning, creating a tense and exciting atmosphere. You're quite good. As a level 4 martial artist, you were able to fight me to a standstill and not be at a disadvantage. Wang Lingfeng praised. You're not bad either. Let's go again. A fighting spirit flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes. Wang Lingfeng shouted, alright, now I'm going to unleash my full power. Before the words were finished, a hurried figure rushed past in the distance, shouting, stop. Everyone stop. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Lingfeng and the other person involuntarily looked in the direction from which it came. Wang Lingfeng asked in surprise, Dean Chen, when did you arrive? Dean Chen replied breathlessly, I just arrived recently. We were attacked by the Howling Moon Wolves on the way, and suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, this young man came to our aid and killed the Howling Moon Wolf King, allowing us to safely reach Green Mountain Fortress. After saying that, he glanced gratefully at Lang Mohan beside him. Wang Lingfeng frowned and asked with concern, why didn't you call for help? If you had called me, I would have brought people to help you immediately. Dean Chen sighed and explained, it all happened so suddenly that there wasn't time to call for help. Besides, our convoy broke down, and our satellite phones weren't working either. Wang Lingfeng's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something, then he muttered to himself, this is really strange. Dean Chen quickly interjected, we're all friends, don't let a moment of impulsiveness ruin our harmony. He tried to ease the tense atmosphere. Wang Lingfeng laughed and said, it's not that I insist on fighting with this friend, but that he insists on killing Wu Pengfei's son in front of me. Dean Chen looked down at Wu Yong, whose legs were both broken, and a serious expression appeared on his face. He said to Lang Mohan, our super Supervisory Institute, is here today to investigate the illegal resale and substandard use of construction materials in Qingshan Fort. Wu Yong is one of our main suspects. After saying that, he looked at Lang Mohan, his eyes flashing with determination, and continued, "Young man, if you trust our supervisory commission, we hope you can hand Wu Yong over to us for processing. We will bring him to justice according to the law and regulations, and give the victims an explanation." Hearing this, Lang Juemin breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward, gently tugged at his son's clothes, and gestured for him to agree. Lang Mohan glanced at his father, then at Dean Chen, and finally nodded, saying that I'll have to trouble Dean Chen. Dean Chen was delighted to see that Lang Mohan had agreed to his request. He smiled and said, "Now that we're all friends, there's no need to be so polite. By the way, may I ask your name, young man?" Lang Mohan hesitated for a moment, but decided to stop hiding it. After all, the other party would find out his true identity sooner or later. So he answered frankly, "My name is Lang Mohan, and this is my father. He works as a quality inspector in our Qingshan Fort." Upon hearing this, Dean Chen's face lit up with surprise. He quickly said, "I see, that's wonderful. Perfect timing. I have some questions I need to ask your father, and I hope he can cooperate with our investigation. Would that be convenient for him? As long as Wu Yong can be brought to justice, I am willing to cooperate with Dean Chen's work," Lang's father said with a firm gaze. "That's great. It won't take long. Let's try to finish before dark." Dean Chen smiled and, with Wang Lingfeng's cooperation, quickly launched an investigation into Wu Yong and his group. Time passed by, and before Ling Juemin knew it, it was already completely dark when he came out of the room. Lang Mohan glanced at the sky outside and said to his father, "Dad, it's getting late. Why don't we leave when it's light tomorrow?" "Okay, I was just thinking of saying goodbye to my co-workers." Lang Juemin nodded in agreement, then bought some cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks, preparing to meet up with his co-workers for a while. Meanwhile, Lang Mohan was warmly received by Wang Lingfeng and Dean Chen. They drank and chatted together, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. However, just as the three had finished their meal, terrifying roars of beasts echoed from outside the castle. These roars grew increasingly shrill, recurring throughout the night and unsettling everyone. Wang Lingfeng put down his wine glass, frowned, and muttered to himself, "Why are the beast roars so frequent tonight? Could it be that the monster is about to make some big move in the next couple of days?" His face was full of worry. Dean Chen said with a smile, "With so many heavy weapons, plus General Wang guarding this place, even if more monsters come, they will all be doomed." Upon careful consideration, Wang Lingfeng realized that this was indeed the case. Large-scale attacks by monsters on human bases had become extremely rare in recent years. After all, those high-level monsters also possess considerable intelligence, and they know that acting rashly will only lead to trouble. That night, Lang Mohan finished the banquet, found his father who was already drunk, and took him to the guesthouse room that Wang Lingfeng had specially prepared for them. Lang Mohan gently pushed open the window, gazing at the dark night sky, the howling wind, and the low roars of beasts outside, feeling a persistent, indescribable unease in his heart. However, considering that Wang Lingfeng had been stationed here for a long time, and since he said there was no problem, then there shouldn't be any trouble. Perhaps I was just overthinking it? So he silently closed the window, went back to bed, and quietly waited for dawn to arrive. The next morning, just as the sun was rising, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded throughout Qingshan Fort. The soldiers of Qingshan Fort were jolted awake from their sleep and hurriedly climbed the city wall, anxiously watching the distance. Hidden in the bushes outside the city are countless monstrous figures. Their eyes gleam with an eerie green light like will-o'-the-wisps in the night sky, sending chills down one's spine. Sharp teeth, like daggers, gleamed with a chilling light, sending shivers down one's spine. Deep roars echoed, seemingly announcing to Green Mountain Fortress that a bloody battle was imminent. These monsters are diverse and varied. On the ground, there are surging werewolves with powerful limbs and huge bodies, as well as demonic beasts exuding an evil aura. Their fur stood on end, their eyes gleamed with ferocity, and they constantly emitted low growls. The sheer number of monsters was like a surging tide, sweeping towards Green Mountain Fortress. Their footsteps shook the earth, raising billowing dust, their momentum fierce and unstoppable. "The monster is charging," a soldier shouted in terror, his voice filled with tension and fear. Upon hearing the shout, the other soldiers turned pale instantly, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes revealing tension and unease. However, Wang Lingfeng remained unmoved. He stood quietly on the city wall, looking down at the distant horde of monsters. His gaze was cold and resolute, as if nothing before him could sway him. He took a deep breath and gave the order in a calm and powerful voice, "Prepare to defend. Don't give them any chance. Full firepower." His tone exuded absolute confidence and authority, inspiring courage in the soldiers. The automatic cannons, high-speed machine guns, and heavy machine guns on the city wall were all spitting flames wildly, making deafening noises. First came a horde of enormous, incredibly fast monsters, charging towards the city walls like a torrent. Then came monsters capable of scaling the walls, using their sharp claws and immense strength to scale them and engage the defending soldiers in fierce combat. Finally, in the sky, flying monsters soared, their enormous wings blotting out the sun. Their sharp claws and fangs inspired
inspired fear and put immense pressure on the defenders of the city. Anti-aircraft guns, anti-aircraft machine guns, high-altitude laser cannons, and other weapons fired simultaneously, forming a dense network of fire that enveloped the entire aerial battlefield. Despite the sheer number of monsters, human weapons were equally terrifying, and large numbers of flying monster corpses frequently fell from the sky. However, even with such strong human defenses, facing a massive number of monsters, they only held out for a dozen minutes before some monsters broke through the defenses and rushed into the interior of Qingshan Fortress. The warriors took up their weapons and engaged the monsters in close combat. In this world, the minimum requirement to become an ordinary soldier is an intermediate-level martial arts apprentice who, with the help of firearms, can eliminate many low-level monsters from a distance. However, once these monsters rushed into the fortress and engaged in close combat, these soldiers, who were only martial arts apprentices, were no match for them.
Dad, stay in your room and don't come out.
After closing the door, Long Mohan stood alone outside, sword in hand, like a steadfast statue. Whenever a monster rushed in and approached him, he would swiftly and accurately slice it in two with a single strike. A deafening roar suddenly echoed in the sky, followed by several missiles streaking across the heavens like meteors, accurately striking the horde of monsters outside the city. As the missile exploded, a powerful shockwave spread rapidly, creating a cloud of dust. Under this terrifying impact, hordes of monsters fell, instantly turning into piles of charred corpses. Long Mohan brandished his battle blade and once again successfully slew a blind monster. He thought to himself, missile attacks are still quite effective against these low to mid-level monsters, but I've heard that ordinary missiles are unlikely to cause fatal damage to high-level monsters of level 8 or 9. Just then, the sky gradually darkened, and the once clear sky was shrouded in thick dark clouds. Dark clouds slowly rolled in from the horizon, forming a thick gray wall that created a sense of oppression. A fierce wind howled past, carrying clouds of yellow dust that made the soldiers' clothes flutter wildly. They had to squint as they struggled to fight the monster. Long Mohan frowned, looking at the ever-changing weather in the sky, and muttered to himself, looks like it's going to rain. Rain doesn't seem to have much of an impact on monsters, but it's a problem for us humans and our weapons. Rain will make the ground muddy and difficult to move around in, and weapons will also be easily damaged by moisture. As he continued to slay the monsters inside Qingshan Fortress were almost completely wiped out, but the battle outside the city walls continued. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from outside the city. This terrifying roar, like a thunderclap, sent shivers down everyone's spine. Immediately afterwards, a purple-striped cloud-winged tiger, over 10 meters long and with wings on its back, suddenly flew out from the distant woods. Call! Blades of wind shot out from its mouth, their power immense, instantly slicing the laser cannons, machine guns, and other weapons on the city wall in two. The purple-striped cloud-winged tiger was extremely fast and capable of flight. With a single flap of its wings, it had already flown to the top of the city wall. Its wings gleamed with a metallic sheen, like steel blades, shimmering with a cold light. It flapped its wings nimbly, like the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of soldiers on the city wall. On the city wall, many soldiers were firing their rifles wildly at the purple-striped cloud-winged tigers. However, shockingly, the bullets bounced off the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger, failing to cause it any damage. The soldiers watched in horror as their attacks proved completely ineffective, while the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger moved with impunity, slaughtering their comrades with abandon. Soldiers fell one by one, their blood staining the city walls, the stench of blood filling the air. Only deathly silence remained atop the walls, as the purple-striped cloud-winged tigers slaughtered them. Just then, a furious shout came from afar. You beast, you're courting death. The voice was deafening, as if it could pierce the sky. General Wang is here. We're saved. General Wang is a powerful level 5 martial artist. He will surely be able to kill the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger. The little purple-striped cloud-winged tiger's end is coming when it encounters General Wang. Immediately afterwards, a figure streaked across the sky, wielding a gleaming alloy steel gun, and charged toward the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger at an astonishing speed. Clang! A crisp sound of impact rang out as the alloy steel spear pierced the wing of the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger. Instantly, a dazzling burst of sparks erupted, accompanied by a violent explosion. Wang Lingfeng's expression changed. He originally thought that his full-force attack would severely injure the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger, but the reality surprised him greatly. His shot failed to break through the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger's defenses, merely leaving a faint white mark on its wing. The purple-striped cloud-winged tiger's sharp claws slashed forward with lightning speed, but Wang Lingfeng dodged the fatal blow by a quick movement. He steadied himself, his eyes flashing, his entire aura as imposing as a mountain. He gripped the alloy steel gun tightly once more, his gaze sharply fixed on the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger. The purple-striped cloud-winged tiger roared, its body swayed, and it pounced on Wang Lingfeng again. Wang Lingfeng snorted coldly, gathered his strength in his feet, and suddenly leaped up. His figure was as fast as lightning, leaving several afterimages in the air as he dodged the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger's attack with lightning speed. The two sides exchanged blows, and a fierce battle unfolded on the city city walls. The alloy steel spear in Wang Lingfeng's hand was bent by the purple-patterned Cloudwing Tiger's grab, and he was also hit in the chest by the enormous force, breaking his sternum and injuring his internal organs. He fell heavily off the city wall and was temporarily incapacitated. It's over. I didn't expect that even General Wan wouldn't be a match for this monster. We're doomed this time. Wife, children, I'm so sorry. It seems I have no choice but to die for my country. Just then, a loud shout came from afar. Lingfeng, I'm here to help you. Din Shan leaped into the air and slashed at the purple-patterned Cloudwing Tiger with his sword. Seeing Din Shan's agile figure, hope was rekindled in the soldier's eyes. The purple-striped Cloudwing Tiger's wings were as flexible as arms. With a flick of its wrist, it struck Din Shan, sending him flying with a thud. Din Shan fell into a pile of rubble and never moved again. His fate is unknown. Wang Lingfeng shook his head and said helplessly, I am no match for this purple-striped Cloudwing Tiger, so Din Shan is even less likely to be one. If the base's reinforcements don't arrive soon, all 2,000 of us in Green-Shirt Fortress will probably die here. Dark clouds hung low in the sky, with flashes of lightning occasionally breaking through them, and sparse raindrops began to fall to the ground. The purple-striped Cloudwing Tiger roared, shaking its metallic feathers as if to taunt the humans. All the monsters inside and outside the city stopped in their tracks, awaiting the purple-striped Cloudwing Tiger's command. The purple-striped Cloudwing Tiger moved nimbly, leaping up like a purple lightning bolt and instantly reaching Wang Lingfeng, who was lying on the ground, powerless to fight back. The massive and majestic tiger head looked down at Wang Lingfeng, its eyes revealing contempt and disdain, as if mercilessly mocking the vulnerable opponent before it. Immediately afterwards, the purple-striped Cloudwing Tiger suddenly opened its blood-red maw, large enough to swallow a person whole, and pounced on Wang Lingfeng with fierce momentum, seemingly intending to devour him whole. Faced with such a horrific scene, Wang Lingfeng was filled with despair. He slowly closed his eyes and quietly awaited death. Meanwhile, Long Mohan, who witnessed all of this from a distance, felt extremely heavy-hearted. He clearly witnessed the entire process of Wang Lingfeng's defeat and deeply appreciated the terrifying strength of the purple-patterned Cloudwing Tiger. At this moment, he knew that there was a world of difference between him and this ferocious beast, and that he was simply no match for it. However, Wang Lingfeng has now been defeated. If no one steps forward, the entire castle will be destroyed, and countless innocent lives will be slaughtered. Thinking this, Long Mohan took a deep breath, his eyes hardening. He told himself, whether for my own safety, for my deceased father, or for the survivors in the castle, I must fight with all my might. Without hesitation, he pulled out the invaluable level 4 monster core, the Howling Moon Wolf King, from his pocket. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Mohan tilted his head back and swallowed the crystal core that emitted a mysterious light. In an instant, a powerful energy surged through his body like a raging torrent. Ding! Detected that the host has devoured the monster core of the Howling Moon Wolf King. Health and mana are rapidly increasing. 15,000, 20,000, 25,000. As the system notifications continued to ring out, Long Mohan felt his power increasing at an astonishing rate. With each tick of the number, he was one step closer to defeating the purple-striped Cloudwing Tiger. At this moment, he was ready to face the challenge of life and death. Long Mohan's chi and blood value continued to increase until it reached 40,000 points before stopping, an increase of nearly 20,000 points. Long Mohan felt his strength surge and his whole body was full of power. In particular, his mental strength surged to 2,000 points, and his body underwent a subtle change. Seeing that the purple-patterned Cloud-winged tiger was about to devour Wang Lingfeng, Long Mohan flashed forward like lightning and rushed towards the purple-patterned Cloud-winged tiger. Long Mohan's battle blade flashed through the air like lightning, emitting a chilling light, heading straight for the eyes of the purple-patterned Cloud-winged tiger. Sensing the danger, the purple-striped Cloud-winged tiger let out an angry roar, trying to dodge Lang Mohan's attack. However, Lang Mohan's speed was beyond its reaction time. The battle blade slashed towards the tiger's eye, tearing through the void. Just as the battle blade was about to pierce the tiger's eye, the purple-striped Cloud-winged tiger, enraged, retaliated by opening its massive maw and unleashing a cyan wind blade that swept towards Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan's expression darkened, and a silver light burst forth from his battle blade. The two powerful forces collided, producing a tremendous roar. The terrifying force forced Lang Mohan back, and as he retreated, he grabbed Wang Lingfeng. Once they were in a safe place, he gently put Wang Lingfeng down. "You should leave. This purple-striped cloud-winged tiger is a terrifying monster at the late stage of level 5. You definitely can't defeat it with your current strength," Wang Lingfeng advised with a worried expression. However, Lang Mohan remained silent as if he hadn't heard anything. He knew that everyone here had parents, wives and children, and their families certainly wouldn't want to see them all perish here. "Then let's give it a try." Lang Mohan's eyes were firm. After muttering to himself, his figure suddenly flashed, and he rushed towards the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger again like lightning. At the same time, the battle sword Pajun, which he held tightly in his hand, danced freely in the air like a nimble dragon, and every sharp slash seemed to contain a powerful force capable of destroying the world. It is worth mentioning that, thanks to Lang Mohan's level 3 talent, extreme speed, he is in no way inferior to the ferocious purple-striped cloud-winged tiger in front of him in terms of speed. The purple-striped cloud-winged tiger was agile and nimble, and its wings, like steel blades, collided with Lang Mohan's battle blade. The sharp blade of the Jean d'Alpajun sliced through the wings of the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger, and bright red blood gushed out. The purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger, in pain, dodged to the side.
Lang Mohan stared intently at the pool of crimson blood on the ground.
His originally icy face gradually revealed an undisguised look of joy, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. He slowly squatted down, carefully stretched out his hands, gently scooped up the thick, warm beast blood, and then put it into his mouth without hesitation, swallowing it in large gulps. This bizarre and terrifying scene struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present speechless with astonishment. Wang Lingfeng, in particular, was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out, and his mouth was wide open, unable to close it for a long time.
Who would have thought that this usually cold and ruthless man would do something so crazy and perverted? Is he really a bloodthirsty madman?
However, just as everyone was gripped by extreme panic and confusion, only Dean Shen, who had just struggled to climb out of the rubble, seemed unsurprised by the situation. As he wiped the dust from his face, he muttered to himself, "This kid really is a bloodthirsty man." His words revealed a deep sense of helplessness and regret. At the same time, a series of crisp and pleasant system notifications kept ringing in Lang Mohan's mind. 41,000, 42,000, 43,000,
59,000 points. Mental strength 2,600 points. As these numbers continued to climb, Lang Mohan could clearly feel an incredibly powerful force surging within his body.
This unprecedented feeling excited him greatly, and his blood boiled instantly.
Finally, Lang Mohan could no longer suppress his inner impulse.
He suddenly stood up, looked up at the sky and let out a long roar that shook the heavens. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed the sword beside him and dashed away like lightning, launching a fierce attack on the enemy in front of him. At the same time, the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger also rushed up, and the two fought fiercely for a time, with neither gaining the upper hand. Lang Mohan shot forward like lightning, disappearing into the lower abdomen of the enormous purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger, which was covered in purple patterns and had a pair of giant wings. At the same time, the sword he gripped tightly gleamed coldly, and with lightning speed, he slashed fiercely at the tiger's belly. However, at that moment, the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger suddenly spread its enormous wings that blotted out the sky, and its entire body soared into the air like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight into the clouds. Nevertheless, Lang Mohan's fierce blade still left a hideous wound on the belly of the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger. If the tiger hadn't reacted quickly and dodged in time, the blade would have ripped its belly open. The severely wounded purple-striped cloud-winged tiger was enraged and let out a series of deafening roars. It flapped its wings vigorously, gliding rapidly through the air, while opening its gaping maw and continuously spewing out streaks of azure wind blades. These wind blades were incredibly powerful. Wherever they passed, sturdy houses and solid bricks collapsed and crumbled, turning all buildings into ruins in an instant. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Lang Mohan naturally dared not confront it head-on. His figure was elusive, moving through Green Mountain Fortress like a ghost, skillfully using his small and agile body to constantly dodge the deadly wind blades that came whistling in. Just as Lang Mohan was dodging left and right, the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger became furious when it saw that its wind blades were missing their mark repeatedly. It swooped down from the sky again, like a falling meteor, and pounced on Lang Mohan with unparalleled power. At this moment, every swing of the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger's thick, powerful, and incomparably sharp forepaws would trigger a deafening explosion. Suddenly, Lang Mohan slowed down slightly and failed to completely dodge the fierce attack of the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger. A piercing tearing sound echoed all around as his body was slashed by the sharp claws, instantly creating a deep gash more than 2 inches long. Blood gushed out, staining the surrounding ground crimson. Fortunately, Lang Mohan's body was full of qi and blood, which circulated smoothly, and the wounds he was injured in quickly began to heal and stop bleeding. However, the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger was not having an easy time either. It had a deep, bone-revealing wound on its neck. The two were fighting desperately, exchanging injuries for injuries. Ignoring his injuries, the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger pounced again. Lang Mohan fought back fiercely, but his wounds grew larger and larger. The rain from the sky poured down harder and harder, and the rainwater mixed with blood stained the earth red. Lang Mohan was once again sent flying by the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger's wing. One of his arms was broken, several of his ribs were broken, and his whole body was covered in injuries. At this moment, he was completely powerless and lay on the ground unable to get up. Although the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger was also covered in wounds, its large size made it more resistant to injury than Lang Mohan. The purple-striped cloud-winged tiger staggered towards Lang Mohan step by step, its eyes filled with smugness. Although this human was powerful, he was ultimately no match for it. "It's over. Lang Mohan has finally lost," Wang Lingfeng said, his heart filled with despair. To be able to fight the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger to a standstill, even in defeat, is an honor, Dean Shen said with some admiration. With this powerful
powerful figure dead, we have no hope of survival. The soldiers were filled with despair. It's my fault for dragging my son into this mess. If he hadn't come to save me, I wouldn't have gotten into this crisis, Father Lang said remorsefully. He wasn't afraid of dying, but he was afraid of dragging his son down with him. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, with countless arcs of electricity churning in the clouds. Lang Mohan silently looked up at these arcs of electricity, lost in thought. The purple-striped cloud-winged tiger strode with agile and majestic steps, slowly approaching Lang Mohan. Its massive body exuded a chilling aura, and every step seemed to make the earth tremble. When it came to Lang Mohan, it stopped and carefully examined the tiny human in front of it with sharp, hawk-like eyes. A sense of pride welled up inside him, and he felt that he had completely taken control of the situation. Then, the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger suddenly opened its blood-red maw, large enough to swallow an elephant, and let out a deafening roar. The roar was like a thunderclap, echoing through the sky. It seemed to be a display of its unparalleled power and majesty to Lang Mohan, and even more so, a naked provocation and boast. However, faced with such a ferocious beast, Lang Mohan merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. Do you think this means victory has arrived? No. On the contrary, you are the one who has actually lost this battle, Lang Mo said coldly, his voice revealing unparalleled confidence and determination. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion flashed in the eyes of the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger, which were as large as lanterns. It simply couldn't understand why this seemingly vulnerable human dared to utter such arrogant words. Did he have some hidden trick up his sleeve? If the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger could speak at this moment, it would probably angrily question, I clearly beat you so badly that you were completely powerless and could barely move. How can you say I lost? Just then, the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger suddenly opened its terrifying maw again, preparing to devour Lang Mohan, who was standing right next to it. Everyone in Qingshan Fort closed their eyes in despair, unable to bear witnessing the cruel scene. The hero who stepped forward ultimately perished in the monster's jaws. Just as a bloody tragedy was about to unfold, at the critical moment, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Lang Mohan's face. He swiftly raised his right hand, lightly pointed it towards the sky, and uttered a soft cry, "Lightning, come!" Before the words were even finished, the once clear and cloudless sky suddenly changed color, and dark clouds gathered. Immediately afterwards, dazzling arcs of electricity began to flash and leap wildly in the air, like silver snakes dancing in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a loud crack was heard, and a giant bolt of lightning, as thick as an adult's arm, descended from the sky, striking the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger below with earth-shattering force. In an instant, the entire world was illuminated by this sudden burst of intense light, and in the white expanse, only the thick bolts of lightning stood out conspicuously. With a piercing crackling sound, a powerful electric current struck the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger's body. Instantly, a thick, pungent white smoke rose into the air, accompanied by a mouth-watering aroma of burning. The poor purple-striped cloud-winged tiger didn't even have time to react before it was severely injured and collapsed to the ground. The purple-striped cloud-winged tiger has fallen. It was struck by lightning. A gasp erupted from the crowd, filled with disbelief and a mixture of surprise and joy. It's like heaven is helping us. Even the heavens are on our side, someone exclaimed excitedly, gesturing wildly as if they had seen a glimmer of hope for survival. In a thunderstorm, with such a large size, who else would the lightning strike if not it? Another person chimed in, a hint of luck in their voice. Ha ha ha, we don't have to die. Cheers rose and fell, mixed with rain and tears, and everyone present was immersed in the joy of surviving a disaster. After all, being able to survive in the face of such a powerful enemy is already a great stroke of luck. Wang Lingfeng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the dying purple-striped cloud-winged tiger, his face full of astonishment. The lightning strike was so coincidental that it made him suspicious. Dean Chen, on the other hand, was much calmer. He gently wiped the rain off his face, squinted his eyes, and fell into deep thought. After a moment, Dean Chen analyzed, this should just be an accident. If it was done by an awakened superpower, they would need to be at least level 5 to awaken such an ability. And this kind of superpower that controls lightning, I'm afraid only superpower experts of level 7 or above can activate it. Everyone nodded in agreement with Dean Chen's view. They knew that the higher the level of superpower, the stronger the power that was displayed. Judging from the current situation, although Lang Mohan is exceptionally strong, it is almost impossible for him to summon such powerful lightning. Just as everyone was discussing this, Lang Mohan noticed that the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger was still breathing faintly. His eyes narrowed, he took a deep breath, and forced himself to walk forward. The massive body of the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger trembled slightly, its breathing extremely weak, but it was clear that it had not completely stopped breathing. Given enough time to recover, a monster of such enormous size could very well regain its vitality and life. Lang Mohan was fully aware of this. He gripped his sword tightly in his right hand, gathering all the energy in his body, and then swung it out with all his might. In an instant, a dazzling white blade of light suddenly appeared, as swift and fierce as lightning. With a dull thud, the enormous tiger's head was instantly separated from its body, splattering blood everywhere. At this point,
point, the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger finally breathed its last and met its end. The moment he successfully killed the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger, Lang Mohan could no longer suppress the surging emotions in his heart and couldn't help but shout out loud. The roar seemed to pierce the sky, releasing all the pent-up emotions. Just then, a deafening roar came from the sky. Looking up, I saw 3 fighter jets roaring in like steel behemoths. Immediately afterwards, precision-guided missiles rained down on the horde of beasts below. With the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger already dead, the monsters, now leaderless, were thrown into chaos. Faced with the overwhelming missile attack, they panicked and fled in all directions. The surviving soldiers, without hesitation, raised their weapons and launched a fierce pursuit. In an instant, shouts of battle and the sounds of gunfire resounded throughout the battlefield. In this fierce battle, many monsters were killed or wounded, lying scattered on the ground. Not long after, a dozen or so larger armed helicopters arrived in succession. A hatch slowly opened, and hundreds of fully armed soldiers and dozens of powerful martial artists leaped out in succession. They quickly threw themselves into the battle, engaging in a desperate struggle with the remaining monsters. Lang Mohan completely ignored the changes in his surroundings, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. At this moment, he was lying wholeheartedly on the body of the huge and mighty purple-striped cloud-winged tiger, sucking up the scarlet blood flowing from it. With each drop of blood entering his throat, he felt his own blood and chi rise again like a surging torrent. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound rang in Lang Mohan's mind. Ding. Host detected to be seriously injured. Do you wish to expend your chi and blood points to perform treatment? Faced with this sudden question, Lang Mohan replied without hesitation, I agree to the treatment. Before he finished speaking, a mysterious and powerful energy suddenly surged into his body and rapidly circulated throughout his body, working hard to repair the severe injuries he had suffered. In the blink of an eye, the broken bones returned to their original positions and began to regrow and heal, and all the pain disappeared without a trace in a short time. It turns out that, just as the thrilling battle was coming to an end, Lang Mohan successfully awakened his own unique superpower, the ability to control lightning. It should be noted that only those with extraordinary strength who have reached the 7th level of martial arts can possess such powerful mental strength and control it. What is truly astonishing is that, with the magical assistance of the system, Lang Mohan, who is only at level 4, has already achieved this feat ahead of schedule. The crystal core of this purple-striped cloud-winged tiger is absolutely a priceless treasure. We must not let it slip by easily. Thinking of this, Lang Mohan couldn't wait to stretch out his hands and search inside the enormous head of the purple-patterned cloud-winged tiger. Before long, he successfully found a strange crystal core that was about the size of an egg and was crystal clear. Son, are you alright? After seeing that there was no danger outside, Mr. Lang rushed over anxiously. When he saw his son covered in blood, his heart tightened and his face was full of worry. Lang Mohan said, Dad, don't worry, this bloodstains are not mine, but left by that monster. It turns out that after systematic treatment, Lang Mohan has now fully recovered, and the originally hideous wounds on his body have miraculously disappeared without a trace. Just then, a young man in a crisp military uniform, with a dignified expression, strode over. His sharp gaze scrutinized Lang Mohan from head to toe before he asked in a deep voice, I heard that you were the one who killed this incredibly ferocious purple-striped cloud-winged tiger? Faced with such a question, Lang Mohan nodded calmly. He recognized the young soldier, but the other party obviously did not remember him. Lang Mohan's tone was very humble. It was just good luck, nothing to mention. The young man smiled slightly, indicating his understanding, and continued, even so, luck is also a part of strength. It was thanks to your courage that the lives of thousands of people in Qingshan Fort were saved. On behalf of the entire war zone, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you. We will certainly reward you accordingly later. Just as they were talking, Wang Lingfeng, who had been seriously injured, received a mysterious gene serum. In no time, Wang Lingfeng was completely healed, as if he had been reborn. Immediately afterwards, he strode swiftly to Lang Mohan's side and introduced him with great enthusiasm. This is our Jiangbei War Zone's renowned and awe-inspiring deputy commander, General Chen Zhenglong, a level 7 martial artist. The words had barely left his mouth when Lang Mohan's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the legendary figure before him. He thought to himself, so he's General Chen Zhenglong. I've long admired his name. Lang Mohan still vividly remembers the harrowing experience he had just gone through months ago. At that time, a ferocious level 5 magical beast, the Griffin, suddenly broke into the Jiangbei region, rampaging and causing great disaster and panic to the local people. Just as this ferocious beast was wantonly slaughtering innocent civilians, this person stepped forward and, with a swift stroke of his blade, cut the mighty Griffin in two. It was at that moment that Lang Mohan miraculously awakened the powerful system that had been dormant within him for a long time. Not only that, Chen Zhenglong also generously bestowed upon him an antidote pill. Seeing this idol he once admired again, Lang Mohan was filled with emotion and gratitude. Although the other party may have long forgotten the unknown nobody he had saved on a whim, Lang Mohan always remembered him. So he quickly nodded to General Chen Zhenglong in greeting. Chen Zhenglong smiled and praised
priest Wang Lingfeng. Lingfeng, your performance this time was truly outstanding. After we return to the army, I will definitely report to my superiors and ask for your commendation and reward. All the injured were escorted back to Xuanluo City by the army that day. It is worth mentioning that Wu Yong and his bodyguard were, unfortunately, bitten to death by the monsters that broke in during the Beast Tide, which can be regarded as indirectly avenging Ling Juemin. Lang Juemin and Lang Mohan stood side by side, gazing silently at the magnificent villa before them, as if they were in a dream. Lang Juemin's eyes widened, and he asked incredulously, This is really a villa that the city awarded to us? His voice revealed a hint of astonishment and doubt. Lang Mohan smiled and replied, Of course, Dad, the mayor promised it himself, and we couldn't wait to move here the very next day. Mom and my sister both love this new home. His eyes sparkled with excitement and pride. Lang Mohan glanced at his watch, then gently nudged his father, who was still lost in surprise, and urged, Dad, stop spacing out. You've been standing outside for a full 10 minutes. Mom and Ma Yu are probably getting impatient. Come on in. Lang Juemin nodded as if waking from a dream, but his steps seemed somewhat hesitant. His family had always lived in a dark, damp, and cramped tenement building. Now, suddenly stepping into such a luxurious villa, surrounded by beautiful scenery with birdsong, fragrant flowers, and flowing streams, made him feel an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity and discomfort. As Lang Juemin slowly walked into the villa, he couldn't help but reach out to touch the exquisite furniture and decorations, muttering to himself, it all seems so unreal, like a beautiful dream. With each step he took, the awe he felt grew stronger. Finally, Lang Juemin pushed open the door to the villa, and the scene before him once again left him speechless. The magnificent chandelier shone brightly, and the spacious and bright living room was decorated in an elegant and grand manner. The floor was covered with a soft and thick carpet, and the walls were covered with valuable calligraphy and paintings. Lang Juemin couldn't help but gasp, muttering to himself, My God, how much money must have been spent to create such a luxurious residence? He was overwhelmed by this endless wealth and didn't know how to cope for a moment. I don't want a single penny. This is the reward my brother won for winning the city's martial arts championship. Lang Moyu's voice was filled with pride and joy. Lang Moyu was overjoyed and ran over quickly like a happy little deer, tightly hugging her father's broad and warm body. At the same time, Lang Mohan couldn't contain his excitement and shouted at the top of his lungs, Mom, we're back. His voice was as loud as a bell, echoing throughout the room. It turned out that Lang's mother had already learned of the good news that Lang Mohan and his son were about to return, and was currently busy in the kitchen carefully preparing delicious dishes. Upon hearing her sons calling her, she quickly took off her oil-stained apron and hurried out. When Lang's mother first saw Lang's father, tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, Mother Lang said, her voice filled with endless longing and concern. Her once bright and beautiful eyes were now blurred with tears, but the loving gaze remained undiminished. Seeing her husband and children return safely, Lang's mother finally felt a heavy weight lifted from her heart. Quickly wash your hands and sit down. I've already prepared the dishes. Our family is finally reunited. It must be said that Long Mu's cooking skills are superb and have always been highly praised. Now, with a spacious and comfortable environment, she can fully showcase her culinary talent. The table was laden with a dazzling array of delicacies, including some novel dishes that Lang Mohan and Lang Moyu had never heard of or seen before. Each dish was a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, making them incredibly tempting. Wow, Mom, your cooking skills are amazing. You can even make such exquisite dishes. Lang Moyu nestled next to her mother, shaking her arm as she exclaimed in a coquettish tone. Seeing this, Father Lang smiled with satisfaction and continued, You don't know, do you? Your mother was a young lady from a prestigious family. How could a few simple dishes possibly stump her? After saying this, the family looked at each other and laughed, enjoying each other's company. Mom, you were actually a young lady from a wealthy family? Lang Moyu asked in surprise. Mother Lang smiled slightly, gently placed some food on her plate, and said in a calm tone, You're hardly a young lady from a wealthy family, you're just a neglected and forgotten little maid. However, Lang's father, standing to the side, spoke solemnly and said, I, Lang Juemin, may not be very capable, but our son is truly outstanding. Do you know just how powerful your son is now? Upon hearing this, Mother Lang couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, replying, How could I not know? This luxurious villa we live in is a reward our son earned through his own hard work. Father Lang then added, Not only that, do you know that your son successfully killed a level 5 monster in Green Mountain Fortress? Are you aware of this? Upon hearing this, Lang's mother was immediately shocked and exclaimed, A level 5 monster? How is this possible? Mo Han is only a level 1 martial artist. Father Lang put down his spoon, took a sip of the hot soup, paused for a moment, and then slowly said, This is absolutely true. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and its authenticity is more precious than gold. Now it seems that it's time to tell the children some long-buried stories. Perhaps one day in the future, when your son has achieved great success, you will also be able to return to the capital. A glimmer of light finally appeared in the mother's eyes. She looked at her son and asked, Mo Mohan, is what your father just said true?
Lang Mohan laughed. It's true, I did kill a level 5 monster, the purple-striped cloudwing tiger. He went back to his room, took out a monster crystal core, and handed it to his mother, saying, "This is the monster crystal core of the purple-striped cloudwing tiger."
Lang Mu touched the monster's crystal core, lost in thought. After a moment, she looked up and asked, "What level of martial artist are you now?"
Level 4 martial artist, Lang Mohan said with a determined look in his eyes. Besides this level 5 crystal core, he will receive a generous reward from the military in a few days. With these resources, he knew that he was very close to breaking through to the 5th level, as if he could step into a new height with just a gentle push of that tightly closed door. Currently, Lang Mohan's chi and blood value has reached 59,000, which is only a hair's breadth away from the 60,000 chi and blood value required for a level 6 martial artist. It's important to know that the health and mana of a level 5 martial artist can range from 60,000 to an astonishing 200,000.
However, for Lang Mohan, this was not an unattainable goal.
Seeing his mother still somewhat hesitant, Lang Mohan dropped a bombshell without hesitation. "Mom, please believe me. After I graduate from the Shanghai Martial Arts School, even in the worst-case scenario, I will definitely become a powerful level 8 martial artist.
I have absolute confidence in this."
His voice was strong and resonant, revealing an unparalleled determination.
Hearing her son's bold words, Lang's mother fell into deep thought.
After a moment, she slowly spoke, "Child, while an 8th level martial artist is indeed exceptionally strong, in the eyes of some, they may not be enough to subdue them. You only need to focus on your cultivation and not put too much pressure on yourself. When you successfully break through to the 9th level, your mother will tell you everything."
A glint of doubt flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes. What kind of family could be so disrespectful that even an 8th level martial artist couldn't be looked down upon? Even Lang Moyu, who was standing to the side, was shocked. What family did her mother come from?
Seeing the somewhat heavy atmosphere, Mr. Lang smiled and said, "Speaking of which, there's an interesting story.
Back when I was serving in the army, I saved a comrade in arms. We were very close at the time. We even made a pact to arrange a marriage between our children if we ever had any."
Lang Moyu laughed and said, "That family must have had a girl."
Lang Mohan laughed and said, "If it's a boy, I'll let you marry him." "I don't want to," Lang Moyu said, wrinkling her nose.
Lang's father smiled and said, "Not long ago, your mother got sick, and I had no choice but to try calling this comrade in arms."
"Was that 100,000 yuan lent to you by your comrade in arms?" Lang's mother asked.
"Yes," Father Lang continued, "we talked for quite a while.
He's now transferred to a base city in Sichuan in Chongqing, working in a government department.
I told him that Mohan has excellent martial arts talent and has already been recommended to a martial arts school in Shanghai."
Guess what he said? Lang Mohan laughed and said, "Could it be that his son was also recommended to a martial arts school in Shanghai?"
"No, he doesn't have a son, only a daughter, who is said to be very beautiful and has excellent martial arts talent. She was also admitted to a martial arts school in Shanghai." His Lang Moyu gasped, "He wouldn't be trying to get my brother and his daughter to continue the marriage you two arranged, would he?" Father Lang nodded and said, "That's the idea, but they need to get to know each other better over time.
After all, it was just a casual remark back then.
It would be great if it came to fruition, but we can't force it if it doesn't. Dad, you might not know this, but my brother already has a girlfriend, and she's already come to our house."
"Mom and I are very happy with her," Lang Moyu said. "So fast?" Father Lang looked at Lang Mohan, who remained silent. "Her name is Chen Yushi, she's my classmate."
"Dad, the gene serum that saved you was indeed worth 20 million, and the money was borrowed from my girlfriend," Lang Mohan said calmly. "You really sold yourself to a rich woman." Although he was somewhat prepared, Lang's father was still a little surprised.
"Forget it, the arranged marriage is off. We can't interfere with your young people's feelings." The father was indebted to the girl, and his own life was indirectly saved by her. What else could he say? The family sat around the dining table, laughing and chatting as they enjoyed a sumptuous reunion dinner. Everyone's face was filled with happy and satisfied smiles, while Lang Mohan felt a strong determination rising in his heart to advance to the top level 9 martial artist as soon as possible. Only in this way could he have enough power to allow his mother to proudly return to the family in Kyoto that had once brought them humiliation and pain. That evening, Lang Mohan dialed Chen Yushi's phone number, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't get through.
Left with no other option, he sent her a text message inviting her to go out together the next day.
However, when he dialed Chen Yushi's number again the next morning, he still heard that unsettling busy tone. An ominous premonition welled up in Lang Mohan's heart, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. Knowing where Chen Yushi lived, Lang Mohan drove off without hesitation.
Upon arriving at his destination, he hurriedly entered the villa, only to be stunned by what he saw. The house was completely empty, as if all life had vanished overnight.
"Yushi has disappeared?"
Lang Mohan muttered to himself, his face full of astonishment.
He frantically searched each room, hoping to find a clue.
Finally, he confirmed that the place was indeed deserted. Apart from a few large household items that remained in place, all other personal belongings, such as clothing and jewelry, were nowhere to be found. This situation is clearly not a kidnapping, It seems more like the owner moved out on their own initiative. If Yushi really had an urgent matter to attend to, she would never leave without even saying a word to me. Lang Mohan was extremely anxious, pacing back and forth while frowning and thinking hard. He knew that Chen Yushi didn't have many close friends in Jiangbei, and given her personality, it was unlikely that she would suddenly go somewhere else without informing him. So, what exactly happened? Countless questions swirled in Lang Mohan's mind, but he couldn't find any answers. This neighborhood is equipped with all-around surveillance cameras, so I can find out everything just by checking it out. Lang Mohan rushed to the property management office and asked urgently, "Could you please tell me why Ms. Chen, who lives in villa number 306, has disappeared? Who are you?" The duty manager looked up and sized up Lang Mohan, feeling that he seemed familiar. "I am Miss Chen's boyfriend. I have been here a few times before, so you should remember me." A hint of anxiety appeared on Lang Mo's cold and stern face. "Oh, so you're Miss Chen's boyfriend. Now I remember, you're the overall champion of our city's college martial arts league." The duty manager slapped his forehead as if suddenly realizing something. "That's right, it is I." Lang Mohan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Ms. Chen was picked up by her family 2 days ago." The duty manager told the truth. "Her family picked her up? Did you witness it with your own eyes? Was it voluntary for her, or was she forced to leave with them?" Lang Mohan frowned and pressed for an answer. The duty manager tried hard to recall the scene and slowly said, "It didn't seem to be her choice. Our security personnel even heard a heated argument, but what's puzzling is that Ms. Chen ultimately chose to leave with those people." "Mr. Lang, please rest assured that this is not a kidnapping. We have personally confirmed with Ms. Chen that the person who came to pick her up was her own brother." "Can I see your security footage? I haven't met my brother-in-law yet." "Of course." The duty manager showed him the surveillance footage. "That tall man in the suit is Miss Chen's brother. They even look somewhat alike." Lang Mohan gave his brother-in-law a deep look, making sure he remembered him, before saying to the property manager, "Thank you so much." Lang Mohan took out 200 yuan and handed it to the property manager. "Yushi once mentioned that she came from the Chen family in Kyoto. If I want to find her, it seems that the only way is to go to Kyoto." Lang Mohan thought to himself as he drove. This incredibly cool sports car was actually purchased by Chen Yushi, with the original intention of using it for Lang Mohan's daily travel. Unexpectedly, to this day, it has become the only remaining comfort and concern in Lang Mohan's heart. Just then, a crisp notification sound rang out, and Lang Mohan subconsciously looked at the phone screen he was clutching tightly in his hand. A newly received text message was displayed on the screen, which he quickly tapped to view. The message reads, "Mohan, please forgive my abrupt departure. This was not my wish, but I have no choice but to return to Kyoto. I know this move was abrupt, but the reasons behind it are too complex for me to elaborate on. I urge you not to come looking for me rashly at this moment. My family is powerful and has a deep background. Your current abilities are not enough to catch their eye. However, I firmly believe that you possess unlimited potential, and I look forward to the day when you will grow into an unparalleled powerhouse and come to Kyoto to marry me with your invincible strength. Therefore, let's make a 3-year agreement. I firmly believe that, given time, you will surely achieve your grand ambitions." Mohan silently clenched the letter in his hand, a bitter feeling rising within him. He knew that this letter, which had been hastily sent away, must conceal some unspeakable secrets. Although he felt a pang of reluctance, he understood that he was not yet capable of retrieving the departed person despite the obstacles posed by that powerful family. "The 3-year agreement," Mohan murmured, his eyes flashing with determination and resolve. He knew it was a daunting challenge, but also a tremendous opportunity. He was determined to live up to the trust placed in him and to cultivate diligently so that when he returned to Kyoto 3 years later, he would have enough strength to face all challenges and to marry Yushi. Lang Mohan believed that with the system's support, he would definitely reach an amazing height in 3 years. He was not discouraged at all, but instead full of fighting spirit. Lang Mohan returned home, picked up the crystal core of the level 5 monster purple patterned cloud-winged tiger, and swallowed it without hesitation. Ding! Detected that the host has swallowed the crystal core of the level 5 monster, the purple striped cloud-winged tiger. Health and mana are increasing by 59,200, 62,000, 65,000, 68,000, 88,000 points. Lang Mohan took a deep breath. 88,000 points has already put me in the early stage of a level 5 martial artist, but my combat skills are still stuck at the 3rd level. Having superficial health and vitality is useless. I am very strong. When I was at level 1, I was able to kill Sun Kajie, who was at level 2. When I was at level 2, I also killed Sun Haojie, who was at level 3. This shows that a person's overall strength is the most important thing. Health points are not the only standard to reflect combat power. At this moment, Lang Mohan finally broke through the shackles and stepped into the ranks of 5th level martial artists, and his body underwent another significant change. Lang Mohan stared at the light screen in his mind, which displayed various data. Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Chi and blood value, 88,000 calories. Mental strength 3,000 N. Martial arts
Arts level, Level 5 Martial Artist. Martial Arts Techniques, Mountain Shaking Iron Fist, Tier 3, Minor Success, Secret Method of Embracing the Body and Maintaining Stillness, Tier 3, Minor Success, and Breaking the Edge Saber Technique, Tier 3. Special Talents, Extreme Speed, Tier 3, Iron Skin and Bones, Tier 2, Bone Shrinking Technique, Tier 2. System Shaking Mountain Iron Fist upgraded to Level 4 Great Perfection. With Lang Mohan's command, full of authority and determination, his body trembled violently, as if he had been struck by an invisible force. Instantly, the powerful blood energy that had reached Level 5 receded rapidly like a tide, and the associated mental energy also seemed to lose its support, returning to the level of 2000 N. It actually deducted a full 15,000 points of health. This system is really ruthless, Lang Mohan exclaimed inwardly, but at the same time he understood that this deal was definitely worth every penny. After all, thanks to this upgrade, his thunderous Iron Fist successfully leaped from the 3rd tier minor completion realm to the 4th tier major completion realm, resulting in a qualitative leap in his strength. Immediately afterwards, another crisp and pleasant notification sound rang out. Systems holding the body and guarding the center meditation secret method has been upgraded to the 4th level of mastery. In an instant, Lang Mohan felt his blood and chi surge again, but it quickly contracted rapidly like a deflated balloon. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that his chi and blood value had suddenly decreased from 73,000 to 53,000. A staggering 20,000 points of chi and blood value had been consumed. Faced with such a massive loss, Lang Mohan couldn't help but gasp, muttering to himself, "Good heavens, this guy is even more ruthless than before, expending so much precious health in one go." However, despite feeling heartbroken, Lang Mohan did not stop moving forward. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and continued issuing commands. System, upgrade the Breaking Edge Blade technique to Level 4. Fortunately, the amount of chi and blood deducted this time was relatively small, only 15,000 points. At this moment, Lang Mohan breathed a slight sigh of relief, his gaze fixed on the remaining 38,000 health points, pondering to himself, it seems that this health should be enough to further enhance the most crucial special talent, Ultimate Speed. Without hesitation, he issued his final command to the system. System, upgrade your special talent, Extreme Speed, to Tier 4. Ding! Host's chi and blood points have been depleted by 20,000, with 18,000 points remaining. Lang Mohan looked at the light screen in his mind, which displayed various data. Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Chi and blood value, 18,000/60,000. Spirit value, 3,000 points. Martial arts level, Level 4 Martial Artist, 10,000/60,000. Martial arts techniques, Earthshaking Iron Fist, Tier 4, Mastery, Secret Method of Embracing the Body and Maintaining the Center, Tier 4, Mastery, and Breaking the Edge Saber Technique, Tier 4, Mastery. Special Talents, Extreme Speed, Tier 4, Iron Skin and Bones, Tier 2, Bone Shrinking Technique, Tier 2. Special Ability, Control of Lightning, Tier 5. Lang Mohan pondered to himself that he was now much stronger than before. Even if he were to encounter that terrifying purple pattern cloud-winged tiger again, he would certainly not be beaten so badly as he had been last time. However, his vital energy was already severely depleted. If he wanted to further improve his special talents, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, and the Bone Shrinking Technique, he would probably need at least another 50,000 vital energy points to achieve his goal. Fortunately, these two talents are not urgent matters and can be developed gradually. At this moment, Lang Mohan felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. I wonder what kind of amazing and generous rewards the Warzone will bestow this time? You must understand that both the mountain of money and the rare and precious pills were crucial and indispensable to him, who was eager to fully improve his strength to the 4th level. Time flies like an arrow, passing in the blink of an eye. About a month later, the reward from the Warzone finally appeared before us like a beautiful woman who was late in arriving, a huge bonus of up to 1 million. Faced with this unexpected windfall, Lang Mohan made a decision without hesitation and immediately used it to purchase 2 chi-gathering pills. As the 2 magical pills entered his stomach, his internal energy and blood seemed to be ignited by a raging flame, instantly surging by a full 1,200 points. At this point, his total chi and blood had soared to an astonishing 21,000 points, but even so, he still maintained the powerful strength of a Level 4 martial artist. Before he knew it, summer vacation had quietly come to an end, and Lang Mohan had to say goodbye to his family and embark on his subway journey to Shanghai alone. Today, the 7 massive bases of the Dragon Kingdom are all closely connected by this high-speed subway system, which is buried dozens of meters underground. Compared to the dangers above ground, this mysterious and deep underground world seems relatively safer. After overcoming numerous hardships and traveling a long distance, Lang Mohan finally arrived in the enchanting city of Shanghai. Standing on the street, Lang Mohan gazed at the dazzling city before him and couldn't help but sigh. Shanghai truly lives up to its name. As the undisputed economic capital, its prosperity is incomparable to that of Jiangbei City. Looking around, the area is filled with towering buildings, one after another, resembling a steel ideal forest. Wide, boundless streets crisscross, like giant dragons winding and stretching out. Moreover, the number of martial artists in the city has increased significantly compared to Jiangbei. Lang Mohan took the city's convenient railcar and sped all the way to the Shanghai Martial Arts University, which everyone had been dreaming of. As soon as I got out of the car, I heard gasps of amazement from all around me. Look at this school gate. It's over 100 meters wide. It's truly magnificent, a new student exclaimed. Another person added, take another look at the inscription on the big stone at the school gate. It was written by the same hand of the world's strongest warrior, the god of war. At this moment, someone else chimed in, the admission scores for Magic Martial Arts University this year are ridiculously high. I almost missed out. A person next to him chimed in, that's right. In the past, you only needed 110 points of chi and blood to be accepted. Who would have thought that this year the admission standard would be raised to 120 points? That's a level that only a level 1 martial artist can reach. However, what happened next was even more astonishing. A voice suddenly shouted, did you know? Zhang Jian, the genius beauty from our Sichuanchongqing base city, has a blood energy value of 360 points. With her astonishing strength as a level 2 martial artist in the early stage, she was directly recommended to enter the Magic Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished and cast envious and admiring glances at him. Where are you from, classmate? How much chi and blood did you need to get into university? A freshman who had just entered the campus couldn't help but ask the calm and composed young man next to him, who was carrying a majestic battle sword. The young man smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth curving upwards to reveal a row of neat, snow-white teeth, and said softly, oh, me? I'm from Jiangbei Base City, and I was recommended here. These seemingly casual words appear to contain boundless confidence and pride. Admitted through special admission? Could it be, another exceptionally talented genius has arrived at our school? This freshman wasn't very tall, but his bright eyes sparkled with intelligence and cunning. He reacted quickly, immediately shouting enthusiastically, hey, classmate, which class have you been assigned to? My name is Zhang Yang, and I'm in class 16. Ha, what a coincidence, Zhang Yang. I never expected that we would be so destined to be together. I also just happened to be assigned to class 16. A hint of surprise flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes, clearly delighted by this unexpected connection. Seeing this, Zhang Yang was overjoyed and strode forward, saying generously, in that case, let me help you with your luggage. Before he finished speaking, he had already snatched the heavy suitcase from Lang Mohan's hands, his movements swift and decisive, giving the other party no chance to refuse. It's worth noting that in this renowned martial arts academy, the number of male students has always far exceeded that of female students. Therefore, regardless of their appearance, as long as a female student has some good looks, there will always be many attentive male students who will take the initiative to help lead the way and carry her luggage. At this moment, the natural friendship that developed between Lang Mohan and Zhang Yang undoubtedly made them acquaintances in their new environment. Soon, the two arrived at the registration point. Since Wuhan University in Shanghai offers free room and board and tuition for all students, they only need to submit their admission notice to successfully obtain their respective dormitory assignments. As expected, the two were assigned to the same spacious and comfortable double room. Looking at the clean, bright, and spacious room in front of them, Lang Mohan and Zhang Yang smiled at each other, their hearts filled with anticipation and longing for their future studies in life. Lang Mohan, let's go for a walk. Maybe we'll run into the school beauty, Zhang Yang said excitedly. He was a local from Shanghai and very familiar with the layout of the Magic Martial Arts Academy, so he had obviously been here before. The two then wandered around the school. Lang Mohan, this is the library, this is the cafeteria, this is the martial arts arena, and this is the school's beast taming garden. Beast taming garden? Our school actually has a course on beast taming? Lang Mohan's face was full of disbelief, and a hint of surprise flashed in his deep and sharp eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, Zhang Yang, who was standing next to him, smiled slightly and explained softly, hey, don't misunderstand, this beast taming is not the same as that. Beast taming. The beast taming mentioned here is not the kind of magical creature that can form a deep emotional bond with humans and fight side by side. Actually, this so-called beast taming garden only houses ordinary level 1, 2, and 3 monsters captured from outside. These monsters are kept here specifically for our school students to use as training and exams. After hearing this, Lang Mohan nodded in understanding, muttering to himself, oh, so that's how it is. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yang enthusiastically led Lang Mohan on a stroll around the campus, occasionally giving him detailed introductions to the various sites and facilities they saw along the way. Just then, a woman of unparalleled beauty suddenly appeared not far from them. This girl's features are so exquisite, as if they were sculpted by a master sculptor, with every line perfectly proportioned, exuding a captivating charm. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair, snow-white skin, adding to her charming and alluring beauty. When the woman overheard someone mention the name Lang Mohan, she seemed to freeze instantly, her body trembled violently, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. She subconsciously turned her gaze to Lang Mohan, who was
was walking towards her. At the same time, standing next to the beautiful woman was a tall, handsome young man.
He noticed the woman's unusual reaction and asked curiously, Jian, do you know these two new classmates? When asked by her companion, the girl named Jian replied expressionlessly, it's just the first time we've met. Is there something wrong with that?
Her voice was icy cold, devoid of any warmth, sending a chill down one's spine. The tall young man seemed to have a sense of awe towards the beautiful woman in front of him, and after hearing her indifferent reply, he suddenly became somewhat at a loss. But she forced a calm smile and said, it's nothing serious. I just thought that if you knew them, I might be able to look after these two juniors. But since even you don't know their background, let's just forget about it. Clearly, the tall young man appeared quite nervous and uneasy in the presence of this beautiful, aloof woman. Lang Mohan's mental strength is now astonishingly powerful, comparable to that of a level 7 martial artist. With his extraordinary and keen senses, he instantly caught a strange gaze from not far away. Someone was secretly watching him. Without hesitation, he turned his head and scanned the area with lightning speed, trying to find out who was so bold. What came into view was a beautiful young woman, elegant and charming. She was like a blooming flower, exuding a captivating fragrance, and like a dazzling star, shining with brilliant light. At this moment, even the well-traveled Lang Mohan couldn't help but be amazed by her beauty, and couldn't help but praise her in his heart as a rare beauty. Just then, Zhang Yang, who was standing nearby, also noticed the stunning beauty. He quickly tugged at Lang Mohan's sleeve and warned in a low voice, stop staring at her. She's a third-year student's girlfriend. We can't afford to mess with her. Even if we do, it'll be pointless. However, Lang Mohan seemed completely unconcerned, simply shrugging his shoulders before turning and leaving with Zhang Yang, as if he didn't care about the matter at all. As the two walked further and further apart, Lang Mohan suddenly asked, how can you be so sure she's the girlfriend of a third-year student? Do you have some special method to tell? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious and unpredictable smile. Then, he stopped being mysterious and explained directly, it's actually very simple. First of all, you can tell from her temperament and clothing that she should be a freshman this year. And the more important clue is the special badge that the senior was wearing on his left chest. The image of 4 crossed swords is engraved on it, which means that he is a member of the martial arts club and an elite figure whose strength has reached the 4th level of martial arts. It's important to understand that gaining entry into the martial arts club and achieving this level of recognition is no easy feat. Therefore, considering all the signs, it can be inferred that the two have an extraordinary relationship and knew each other before.
After listening to Zhang Yang's detailed analysis, Lang Mohan nodded thoughtfully, but still asked with some confusion, then why? Are you so sure that he is a third-year student? After all, there are other students in the school who may meet these conditions.
Zhang Yang chuckled and said, since the seniors have all gone out for internships, the ones still picking up girls on campus are naturally the juniors. But I must say, that girl was really beautiful. She's definitely the new campus beauty. After a hurried meal at the cafeteria, the two embarked on their vibrant university life journey.
As night fell, the homeroom teacher, as if keeping a promise, convened the first-ever class reunion in the entire school.
The homeroom teacher was a middle-aged male teacher with a dashing and unrestrained middle-part hairstyle. With a stern face, deliberately creating an atmosphere of authority, he announced in a loud voice, fellow students, I am your class teacher, Qian Dajuan, and also your martial arts instructor for the first year. It's worth mentioning that I am a genuine level 4 martial artist. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of exclamations erupted from the audience. Wow, a level 4 martial artist. This magic and martial arts school truly lives up to its reputation.
That's right.
Even a random teacher possesses such a profound level of cultivation.
That's amazing.
You know, back in my hometown, a level 4 martial artist is someone who can hold the position of bureau chief.
Hearing the chorus of praises coming from below, Chen Dajuan couldn't help but reveal an undisguised look of pride on his face.
Immediately afterwards, he waved his hand and continued to give orders. All right, students, please stand up one by one from the first row and briefly introduce yourselves, including where you are from, your names, your chi and blood values, and what martial arts you are good at, etc. So, the students in the class stood up one by one and introduced themselves. Before long, it was Lang Mohan and Zhang Yang's turn to appear. Zhang Yang straightened up and introduced himself with confidence. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Yang, and I'm a native of Shanghai. My chi and blood value is as high as 182 points, and I have now advanced to the mid-stage of level 1 martial artist. My most proficient technique is the Soaring Dragon combat technique. This technique is versatile, agile, and graceful, and has extraordinary endurance. As soon as he finished speaking, a contemptuous laugh came from the crowd. So-called varied fighting styles and agile movements. In the end, they are nothing more than people who are neither good at offense nor good at defense, but are quite good at running away. These words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Zhang Yang's heart.
With a loud boom, the entire classroom seemed to tremble as the sudden burst of laughter erupted. In an instant, the whole class burst into laughter, while Zhang Yang's face turned extremely gloomy. He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide with anger, and shouted, Jimingxiu, how dare you be so rude?
At this moment, Teacher Qian, who was standing on the podium, quickly reached out and made a downward pressing motion to try to calm the situation, and advised, alright, Zhang Yang, Ji Mingxiu was probably just joking with you.
Don't be angry, please sit down.
After saying that, he pointed to Lang Mohan, who was standing silently to the side, and said, next student, please start introducing yourself.
Lang Mohan calmly stood up and said in a deep and concise voice, my name is Lang Mohan, and I come from Jiangbei Base City. I am a recommended student.
As for my special skills, I am more proficient in boxing and swordsmanship.
After his concise self-introduction, he sat back down, exuding an awe-inspiring aura like an iceberg. Wow, he's a direct admission student.
I can't believe it. Our class actually produced a student who was admitted to university without taking the entrance exam. Those who are admitted through the recommendation system are all outstanding individuals, the pride of heaven.
Then let's just vote for him when we elect class monitor later.
That's right, we need to choose a capable person as class monitor, so that we won't embarrass ourselves when we go out. Upon hearing these comments, Ji Mingxiu's face instantly darkened, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Because he was determined to get the position of class monitor, just yesterday, his father took him to visit his homeroom teacher, Qian Dajuan, and had dinner with Lin Boxian, a senior from the Martial Arts Association, and also presented him with a generous gift. At that moment, he secretly vowed to get the position.
Alright, in that case, the next student can begin their self-introduction, Qian Dajuan said with a smile.
Before long, all 42 students had successfully completed their self-introductions. At this moment, Qian Dajuan addressed the class loudly, saying, classmates, our class urgently needs to elect a class monitor to better coordinate the relationship between teachers and students.
If any student is willing to participate in the election, please sign up.
As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Mingxiu stood up without hesitation and said loudly, teacher, I am very willing to be the bridge connecting you and the students, and do my best to help you manage the whole class.
Immediately afterwards, the freshmen who had just met Ji Mingxiu also chimed in, we support Ji Mingxiu. Their voices were loud and firm, as if they were declaring their stance to everyone.
Just as Qian Dajuan was about to nod in agreement, a clear and loud voice suddenly rang out.
Zhang Yang said, in my opinion, Lang Mohan is more suitable than Ji Mingxiu.
After all, he is a genuine guaranteed admission student.
Upon hearing this, someone in the crowd immediately stood up to retort, what's so special about being a recommended student?
Our brother Xiu has a qi and blood value of up to 250. He's definitely a powerful late-stage level 1 martial artist. The person who said this was clearly a staunch supporter of Ji Mingxiu.
However, another voice supporting Lang Mohan immediately followed. A mere 250 points of qi and blood. What's so great about that? Does anyone know that Lang Mohan is the champion of our Jiangbei City Martial Arts League?
Although it's unclear exactly how high his qi and blood levels are, he's likely at least at the peak of a level 1 martial artist, and might even be a level 2 martial artist. These words caused a huge uproar, instantly drawing gasps and astonishment from the entire audience. They're actually the champions of the Jiangbei City Martial Arts League.
Wow, that's an amazing title. Peak level 1, or even possibly level 2 martial artist? That's too strong. If he were to become the class monitor, I would definitely vote for him without hesitation.
Immediately, various discussions arose one after another. At this moment, Lang Mohan looked in the direction of the voice and found the speaker to be quite familiar. After a moment's thought, he suddenly smiled broadly. Ah, so you're Wang Tianxiang from Hongkou District.
This Wang Tianxiang is no ordinary person.
He was one of the top 4 contestants in that martial arts league, but unfortunately he was defeated by Wang Qianxian in the final. I never expected to run into someone from my hometown at Magic Martial Arts Academy.
Lang Mohan rarely showed a smile.
Ji Mingxiu's face was so gloomy it seemed to drip ink, like a piece of coal that had been burned black.
A half-smile played on his lips as he spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, is he really that amazing? Or is he just bragging? And that other guy, could he be a plant?
Seeing this, one of the underlings immediately chimed in obsequiously, of course, our brother Xiu is undoubtedly the number 1 in Shanghai.
However, Ji Mingxiu remained quite clear-headed and self-aware.
He quickly waved his hand to interrupt his younger brother, saying repeatedly, hey, you absolutely can't say things like that. I'm just the top student in the joint entrance exam of 16 universities in Jing'an District. It's really not a particularly outstanding achievement, and there's no need to publicize it so much or praise it excessively. After all, I'm not the kind of person who likes to indulge in self-admiration or be arrogant. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in approval, expressing their agreement with Ji Mingxiu's humble attitude.
Some couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Xiu is indeed very low-key.
Another person chimed in, that's right. In comparison, some people who keep claiming to be the martial arts champion of Jiangbei City, in my opinion, are probably more like champions who just brag.
Ha ha.
Immediately, bursts of laughter rose and fell, never ceasing. The so-called martial arts champion has now become the target of public criticism, a laughingstock and a ridiculous clown. Seeing this, Qian Dajuan clapped his hands vigorously, trying to quell the escalating verbal dispute. With a serious expression expression, he shouted loudly, all right, stop arguing.
Since that's the case, let's just elect a class monitor by voting.
As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Qian Dajun, waiting for the next instructions.
After a tense and exciting round of voting, the results were finally revealed, and everyone was surprised to find that Lang Mohan's votes far exceeded those of Ji Mingxiu. Ji Mingxiu's face instantly turned extremely gloomy, as if shrouded in a dark cloud.
He hurriedly turned his gaze to Qian Dajun beside him, hoping to get some support or help from him. However, Qian Dajun only showed a helpless and powerless expression, as if to imply that this matter was beyond his control, and even he could not go against the wishes of the majority to forcibly appoint Ji Mingxiu as class monitor. Just then, the person in charge of counting the votes announced loudly, 28-14.
Lang Mohan has been elected class monitor with an overwhelming majority. Upon hearing this news, Ji Mingxiu could no longer contain his anger.
He abruptly stood up, pointed a finger directly at Lang Mohan, and shouted, I refuse
to accept this.
The position of class monitor should belong to a true martial artist with great strength and absolutely cannot be given to a liar like him.
Immediately afterwards, several more people echoed, I disagree. I'm equally dissatisfied. We absolutely cannot let a liar and a clown become our class monitor. For a time, the classroom was filled with various voices of dissatisfaction and doubt.
Faced with this unexpected situation, Qian Dajun smiled slightly and then slowly said, since so many students are dissatisfied with the election results, in order to ensure fairness and impartiality, I think it's best to put the issue of class monitor selection on hold for now and discuss it later.
Before he could finish speaking, Ji Mingxiu immediately chimed in, smiling, that's right.
The position of class monitor should rightfully belong to the
strongest.
Therefore, I hereby formally challenge Lang Mohan, this so-called liar. If I can defeat him, then this position of class monitor should be mine. After saying that, he looked at Lang Mohan provocatively, his eyes flashing with confidence and fighting spirit.
We'll find out what it's made of once we take it out for a spin.
One of the henchmen stepped forward and shouted.
However, these words only earned him a disdainful glare from Ji Mingxiu.
The younger brother immediately realized he had misspoke and hurriedly corrected himself, saying, Brother Xiu, you are the undisputed champion among all 16 universities in Jing'an district.
Back then, you single-handedly snatched the crown from that martial artist who had already reached the peak of the first level, relying solely on your own formidable strength.
Zhang Yang, unable to contain his worry, gently tugged at Lang Mohan's sleeve and warned in a heavy tone, although Ji Mingxiu is
of despicable character, his strength should not be underestimated. All those glorious achievements he just mentioned are genuine. Qian Dajun thought to himself, this has finally provided Ji Mingxiu with an opportunity to become the class monitor.
The generous gift I received wasn't a waste after all.
Immediately afterwards, Ji Mingxiu stared defiantly at Lang Mohan and shouted, Lang Mohan, do you have the guts to accept my challenge? Faced with such a question, Lang Mohan sneered and replied without showing any weakness, why wouldn't I dare?
Dealing with a nobody like you only requires one hand.
Clearly, Lang Mohan didn't care about Ji Mingxiu himself or the so-called class monitor position at all. Humph, what a boastful tone.
You arrogant liar, you're already on the verge of death, yet you still dare to spout nonsense, someone shouted angrily. Just wait, when you get on the stage, I'll show you how Brother Xiu teaches you a lesson. I hope your mouth will still be as tough as it is now. Another person chimed in, his tone full of disdain and sarcasm.
That's just overestimating yourself. Xiu Ji is undoubtedly the best in our class.
Who dares to compete with him for that position? Another person shouted, their voice full of admiration for Ji Mingxiu.
That's right.
If we had to find an opponent, I'm afraid only that prodigy from the Sichuan-Chongqing region, Zhang Jian, could possibly be slightly better than Brother Xiu.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
Upon hearing this, Ji Mingxiu was overjoyed, a smug smile spreading across his face. Being compared to Zhang Jian was undoubtedly a great honor for him.
You have to understand, Zhang Jian is someone they can never reach.
At this moment, Ji Mingxiu spoke up, Lang Mohan, since you have accepted the challenge, then let's have a showdown tomorrow morning on the school's martial arts arena. His eyes were firm and confident, as if victory was assured. However, Lang Mohan gave him a cold look and calmly replied, no need for such formalities.
Today's matter can be settled tonight.
His voice wasn't loud, but it conveyed an undeniable authority.
Oh, interesting.
But it's already late at night, and the training grounds are closed.
How can we have a match? Ji Mingxiu asked with a hint of provocation. Lang Mohan remained calm and composed, replying indifferently, we can settle this here. Why would I need to use a second move against someone like you?
His words exuded confidence and composure.
Ji Mingxiu's face instantly darkened.
He glared at his opponent and roared furiously, fine, I'll compensate for everything that's broken tonight.
But you all have to be my witnesses that it was this reckless Lang Mohan who provoked us.
As soon as he finished speaking, a whoosh sound came from the classroom, as if a sudden storm had swept through. The tables, chairs, and benches that were originally neatly arranged now seemed to be under a spell, moving around and making a screeching sound. However, faced with such a chaotic scene, the homeroom teacher, Qian Dajun, stood by as if he were an outsider, watching everything unfold as if he were watching a a play. He seemed quite used to the students fighting and quarreling, and didn't take it to heart at all. After all, this was a martial arts school, and fights were commonplace.
And even if something unexpected happens, isn't there still this powerful level 4 martial artist to keep things under control?
Thinking of this, Chen Dajuan felt more confident. At this moment, everyone in the classroom was worried about Lang Mohan. They secretly prayed that the conflict would subside as soon as possible and not cause too serious consequences. Just then, a figure stepped out from the crowd and walked straight toward Lang Mohan.
This person was Wang Tianxiang.
He walked up to Lang Mohan and said softly, "Go easy on him later. After all, we're classmates and friends."
This seemingly well-intentioned reminder ignited the anger in Ji Ningxiu's heart like a fire.
"You bastard, you're putting on quite a show. Just you wait, I'll show everyone your true colors in a moment."
Ji Ningxiu cursed through gritted teeth.
Immediately afterwards, he took a deep breath and roared. Overlord's battle technique, Overlord lifting the tripod. With this roar, Ji Ningxiu, like a ferocious beast, suddenly threw a punch forward. This punch was powerful and incredibly strong, seemingly containing boundless energy, and carried by the force of his entire body, it hurtled straight towards Lang Mohan. If someone were to be hit by such a ferocious punch, the outcome would be far more gruesome than anyone could imagine.
Oh dear, what should we do now? Will Lang Mohan be able to successfully dodge this attack? Someone screamed in alarm.
Heh, who told him to overestimate himself and dare to provoke Brother Xiu? Another person sneered.
Exactly. He thinks he can even dream of becoming class monitor?
That's just wishful thinking.
Zhang Yang, standing in the crowd, also frowned deeply and said with great concern, "I really don't know if Lang Mohan is as powerful as the legends say."
Even Chen Dajuan, the homeroom teacher, was skeptical about whether Lang Mohan could dodge the punch. "Let's wait until Lang Mohan is seriously injured and falls to the ground before I intervene." However, only Wang Tianxiang knew Lang Mohan's true strength, so he remained remarkably calm and composed, simply staring at Lang Mohan, eager to see how he would launch his counterattack. Just then, a loud bang was heard, and a hand as hard as steel stretched out as fast as lightning, firmly clamping down on Ji Ningxiu's powerful iron fist.
Lang Mohan's hand seemed to transform into an indestructible iron clamp, firmly locking down the opponent's attack.
Ji Ningxiu's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with disbelief.
How could you catch my overlord lifting the cauldron barehanded?
You should know that my punch contained at least several thousand pounds of force.
How did you do that?"
Lang Mohan stood firmly in place like a sculpture, without moving an inch. His left hand, as hard as steel, gripped the opponent's fiercely slamming fist tightly, as if it were an insignificant, feather-light object. As Lang Mohan gradually increased the pressure between his fingers, Ji Ningxiu's fist emitted a series of crisp cracking sounds, like bones being crushed. At the same time, an excruciating pain spread rapidly throughout his entire body like a tidal wave.
"Ah, my hand is going to break."
Ji Ningxiu couldn't help but cry out in alarm, his face full of pain. Chen Dajuan, who was watching from the sidelines, turned extremely ugly upon seeing this.
He never expected that this contest would end in such an unexpected way.
Judging from the strength Lang Mohan is displaying at this moment, he has at least reached the mid to late stage of a level 2 martial artist and is even comparable to Zhang Jian, the famous prodigy from Sichuan and Chongqing. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chen Dajuan dared not be negligent in the slightest. His figure flashed suddenly, rushing towards Lang Mohan's side like a gust of wind. However, before he could get close, Lang Mohan suddenly swung his arm and pushed Ji Ningxiu backward like a kite with a broken string, sending him flying and crashing heavily into Chen Dajuan's arms. At this moment, Ji Ningxiu's face was as pale as paper, and his forehead was covered with large beads of sweat. He looked extremely disheveled. It was obvious that his hand had been severely injured by that attack, and the injury was quite serious. Wang Tianxiang's lips curled into a faint smile as he said softly, as expected, only one move is needed." Zhang Yang, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, muttering incredulously, This is just too powerful.
I was actually holding my breath for him just now."
The surrounding students began to whisper among themselves, exclamations of amazement rising and falling.
"Is this the legendary guaranteed admission student? He's so incredibly talented, it's terrifying. Given his abilities, if he can't be the class monitor, then who is qualified?"
With this level of ability, I will be completely convinced of Lang Mohan's abilities from now on. At that moment, a girl in the crowd, her eyes shining with admiration, excitedly shouted, "Didn't you guys think her move just now was incredibly cool?" At the same time, Chen Dajuan tightly grasped Ji Ningxiu's hand and vigorously rubbed it up and down several times. Miraculously, Ji Ningxiu's injuries were immediately and noticeably relieved.
Immediately afterwards, Chen Dajuan took out a precious healing pill from his pocket and fed it directly to Ji Ningxiu.
After everything was in place, he turned his gaze to Lang Mohan, his eyes full of admiration, and exclaimed sincerely, "Lang Mohan is exceptionally strong and outstanding. This position of class monitor is rightfully his." Although Ji Ningxiu offered him a generous gift in an attempt to curry favor, it was clear that Chen Dajuan valued the outstanding students with great potential and promising futures more.
After evening self-study, the students in the class gathered around Lang Mohan and talked.
Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Ji Mingxiu and his few swaggering lackeys looked rather disheveled and could only leave silently, looking dejected. Just then, Zhang Yang walked up to Lang Mohan, a worried look on his face, and said in a low voice, "Class monitor, I have some important news to tell you. Tomorrow, the academy will be conducting a practical test for us, and the location will be that mysterious beast taming garden that we visited today. And this time it's no simple task. Every student in our class has a formidable mission. We must personally slay a powerful level 1 monster."
Upon hearing this news, Lang Mohan's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "What? Such a thing actually happened? In previous years, weren't similar tests usually arranged during the final exams? Why was it suddenly brought forward so much this year?" Other classmates chimed in, "Yes, that was really unexpected." "That's right.
In the past, the tests were just to check everyone's basic qualities such as blood and energy, strength and speed.
But who would have thought that this year they would move the content that was originally part of the final exam to the beginning of the semester?" Someone scoffed, showing disdain. What's so special about that?
This year's admission standards have been significantly raised.
The minimum requirement to enter our academy is to become a level 1 martial artist.
Since the threshold has increased, the corresponding difficulty of the assessment will naturally increase as well.
Another person added, "I've also heard that this is the first time in history that we've had such a situation. It's likely that this practice will continue from now on."
The purpose is obvious: to rigorously screen and eliminate students who rely on drugs or injections to forcibly boost their chi and blood. After all, true strength comes from constantly pushing one's limits through personal effort.
Finally, someone added, "It's said that even martial arts schools in Beijing started implementing this new system last year, and I didn't expect
that our magic martial arts school would follow suit this year.
It seems that it won't be easy to establish a foothold here in the future."
Zhang Yang looked at the group in front of him and shouted, "If you don't think you're confident, then go ask our class monitor for help.
His strength is well known. This test allows teams to participate. It's not like you're fighting alone. As long as our class can hunt down 42 monsters, everyone will pass smoothly."
Upon hearing this, several girls immediately gathered around and pleaded in sweet, coquettish voices, "Class monitor, please help us, okay?"
As they spoke, they deliberately moved closer to Lang Mohan.
Meanwhile, another boy, not to be outdone, swayed his slender waist, his movements even more alluring than the girls, and said in a coquettish voice, "Class monitor, please help me out.
If you're interested in me, then he. As he spoke, he even gave Lang Mohan a flirtatious wink.
This sudden turn of events sent chills down the spine of the usually calm and collected Lang Mohan.
The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and cast down countless rays of light, although the blue
planet had undergone earth-shattering changes, only that blazing sun remained unchanged, tirelessly nourishing all things in the world. "Wow, there are so many new students at Magic Martial Arts University this year," someone exclaimed. "That's right, there are 36 classes in total, and each class has a total of 42 students.
If you do the math, you can see how many people there are," another person chimed in.
"Our class will probably have to wait patiently for the second round. I just made a special inquiry and found out that only 12 classes were able to go to the beast taming garden in the first round.
Moreover, there are extremely strict requirements. You must successfully hunt down a level 1 monster within a short period of 1 hour to pass the test, and the entire process will be closely monitored by teachers and a dense array of cameras, while advanced big data algorithms will be used to ensure fairness and impartiality," Zhang Yang explained methodically.
At this moment, Wang Tianxiang suddenly shouted excitedly, "Look,
isn't that Zhang Jiyan, the famous Sichuanchongqing prodigy from class 1?
Wow, she's so beautiful that she could eclipse the moon and shame the flowers. She's breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy descended from heaven." As he spoke, Wang Tianxiang was completely mesmerized, his eyes fixed on the front and refusing to move an inch. Seeing this, Ji Mingxiu chuckled and interjected, "Don't be delusional.
How could you possibly be worthy of such a stunningly beautiful woman?
Let me tell you, Lin Boxian, that popular guy in the third year, has already made a bold statement. If anyone dares to get even half a step closer
to Zhang Jiyan, it's tantamount to openly challenging him."
After saying that, Ji Mingxiu glanced at Lang Mohan with a slightly provocative look.
After hearing this, Wang Tianxiang muttered indignantly, "Isn't this senior Lin Boxian a bit too domineering and unreasonable?
It's one thing for him to like someone, but he doesn't even allow other people to get close to her."
Just you wait and see.
When we have enough strength in the future, we must find a way to get to know Zhang Jiyan and become good friends. His words were full of determination and resolve.
Lang Mohan said calmly, "Don't look at me. I already have a girlfriend. I'm not interested in Zhang Jiyan."
"Oh dear, this must have broken the hearts of so many girls,"
Zhang Yang exclaimed dramatically.
"Our class monitor, that dark horse, has already been snatched up by that girl. Stop talking nonsense. Let's find a shady place to rest for a while.
At this rate, it'll be almost noon by the time it's our turn." Lang Mohan laughed.
Time passed quietly, and after After about half an hour, the gate of the beast taming garden, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened slowly. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to a beautiful figure walking out of the door. The woman was dressed in a gorgeous martial arts outfit, with a graceful figure and an exquisite face, like a fairy descended from heaven. She was holding a rope tightly in her hand, and surprisingly, 7 level 1 monster heads were strung on the rope.
Wow, isn't that Zhang Jian? She's amazing.
She actually managed to kill 7 level 1 monsters in such a short half hour.
Exclamations of amazement came from the crowd, truly living up to his reputation.
No wonder he's a peerless genius sent from Sichuan and Chongqing, someone echoed. Look at her unique temperament, so cool and beautiful yet incredibly charming. It's simply captivating. Another man couldn't help but exclaim. In my opinion, she will definitely become the #1 genius in our grade in the future, another person said loudly.
At this moment, Wang Tianxian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. What #1 genius? Compared to our class monitor, he's probably still a bit inferior.
That's right, if the class monitor hunts down a few more monsters later, he'll definitely outshine Zhang Jian.
Lang Mohan, who was standing to the side, also laughed but didn't say anything more.
However, Ji Mingxiu, who had just recovered his strength, seemed to have forgotten his previous pain.
He once again spoke arrogantly. He dares to think he can be compared to Zhang Jian?
You're not even qualified to carry Zhang Jian's shoes.
Lang Mohan glanced at the other person indifferently, showing no intention of responding.
He slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping across the entire room, and said in a deep voice, "Students, please form your own groups. Those who are confident in their abilities can freely form teams with other students. In my opinion, these so-called level 1 monsters aren't particularly powerful, but since we're currently fighting bare-handed, we still need to leverage our large team size to ensure that no student is eliminated due to failing the assessment." At this moment, the few guys who usually fawned over Ji Mingxiu immediately surrounded him, saying with fawning faces, "Brother Xiu, we're counting on you this time."
Ji Mingxiu looked smug and patted his chest, guaranteeing, "Don't worry, even if we fight empty-handed, I can still kill a few monsters.
I'll make sure each of you gets a monster head later."
Just then, a voice came over the school's loudspeaker. "Attention, the first round of assessments is over.
Teachers in the beast taming garden, please arrange for the students to leave in an orderly manner." Upon hearing the broadcast, Zhang Yang said to the squad leader with a mixture of excitement and slight worry, "Squad leader, it's finally our turn to go on stage." The class monitor nodded solemnly, then waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go. Everyone, enter the field in the groups you were assigned beforehand.
Remember your team. Once inside, do not get separated. If you encounter any danger, immediately gather with me. I will assist you as needed to ensure everyone completes the assessments safely and successfully."
Within the vast and boundless beast taming garden, this place is a unique site meticulously constructed to mimic the wild ecosystem. The various monsters that inhabit the area were all captured by senior students in the wilderness. Their original intention was to allow junior students who were new to the school to hone their skills and accumulate practical experience here. Looking up, the park is filled with ancient trees that reach for the sky and are lush and green, but the ground is covered with shocking bloodstains. The blood had not yet dried and still emitted a faint fishy smell, clearly a trace left behind by the students who came to train in the previous round after their fierce battle with the monsters. With a deep, resonant roar, the loudspeakers in the beast taming garden suddenly blared. "The entrance examination competition has officially begun." Upon receiving the order, the school proctors acted swiftly, opening the sturdy iron cages filled with monsters without hesitation.
In an instant, a loud boom was heard, and all kinds of level 1 monsters surged out of the cage like a tide.
They were already starving, and when they saw the group of energetic young students in front of them, they pounced on them like hungry tigers. Faced with such a breathtaking scene, gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. Lang Mohan, however, remained calm and composed, shouting, "Don't panic.
Quickly gather around, back to back, and fight side by side. Show your true strength."
Having said that, he flashed forward several steps like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, a large, mottled, ferocious gray wolf pounced on him, bearing its fangs and claws.
However, Lang Mohan showed no sign of backing down.
Instead, he charged at the menacing gray wolf head-on, clenching his fist and smashing it down with tremendous force towards the mottled gray wolf's skull. With a dull thud, the large, mottled gray wolf fell straight down like a collapsing mountain. Its once indestructible skull was now deeply sunken, forming a shocking crater. Without a doubt, this ferocious beast has met its end, and all that was caused by Lang Mohan's powerful punch. The proctors standing not far away all cast admiring and pleased glances in this direction. It should be noted that although these level 1 monsters are not particularly strong, it is not an easy task for these students, who are also level 1 martial artists, to successfully kill them. After all, combat requires not only strength but also sufficient courage and practical experience, which are precisely the qualities that young students lack most.
Wow!
He killed that mottled gray wolf with just one punch.
The class monitor truly lives up to his name.
That's incredible. Look, the gray wolf is almost pouncing on his face, but he doesn't even look nervous at all.
With our squad leader here, we feel much more at ease. amaze. After witnessing Lang Mohan's amazing performance, the surrounding students couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, and their confidence also increased significantly.
Faced with the praise from his classmates, Lang Mo's cold and stern face did not show the slightest hint of pride. Instead, he calmly said, "Let's all work together, stay calm, and not panic.
These monsters aren't as difficult to deal with as you might think."
Inspired by his firm and powerful words, the crowd's morale soared, and they eagerly prepared to fight the monsters.
"Brother Xiao, come save me.
I can't hold on much longer," one of Ji Mingxiu's underlings cried out hoarsely. He was being tightly entangled by a ferocious monster with 2 horns on its head. Due to his lack of actual combat experience, he was seriously injured in no time and had no choice but to shout for help.
Seeing this, Ji Mingxiu did not hesitate to kick the monster in front of him away.
Then he rushed to his injured underling and threw a heavy punch, which slammed into the monster and knocked it to the ground.
Then, he asked with concern, "Are you alright? Is everything alright?" The younger brother, enduring the pain, replied, "Brother Xiu, I'm fine, just a minor injury."
Hearing this, Ji Mingxiu breathed a slight sigh of relief, but still reminded everyone, "That's good, but everyone should be careful and try to gather around me.
Don't get too far apart."
After saying that, he raised his voice and shouted again.
It must be said that Ji Mingxiu's strength is indeed quite outstanding.
Back then, his family specially sent him to a professional training ground for special training, focusing on improving his combat ability to fight monsters. Therefore, although he was a little nervous when facing these menacing monsters, he did not lose his composure.
He not only successfully
protected several loyal underlings, but also engaged in a thrilling battle with the monsters, and seemed to be handling the situation with ease. Meanwhile, Lang Mohan kept a close eye on the situation of the other students around him. Sometimes, he would offer some pointers. Occasionally, in a critical moment, he would decisively lend a helping hand. However, overall, he hoped that the students could rely on their own strength to defeat the monster in front of them. After about half an hour, more than half of the students had personally killed a monster.
Hey, Teacher Wang, release that level 2 monster, the Mad Bull, over there.
Give these young, inexperienced little guys some extra food. At this moment, Mr. Wang, a burly man who stood like a small mountain next to the huge iron cage, was listening intently to the vice principal's instructions coming through his earpiece. He smiled slightly and said, "Okay." Then, with swift movements, he opened the incredibly sturdy cage door and released the enormous, over 4-meter long, and exceptionally irritable blue bull from inside.
As expected of its name, the Mad Bull lived up to its name.
As soon as it stepped out of its cage, it launched a fierce attack on Teacher Wang, who was standing right next to it. Faced with this sudden attack, Teacher Wang, a 4th-level martial artist, remained calm and even showed a hint of contempt. He sighed softly, as if rebuking the arrogant beast. "Foolish animal, your mission should be to frighten those cowardly students, not to presumptuously come and provoke this teacher." Before he finished speaking, Teacher Wang flashed forward like a ghost, quickly moving in front of the Mad Bull. Then, he raised his palm and slammed it down hard on the Mad Bull's hideous face. With a sharp crack, the Mad Bull lost its balance after being hit so hard, its body swaying violently, and it almost fell to the ground in a sorry state. Having suffered a great loss, the Mad Bull finally realized that the seemingly ordinary human in front of him was no ordinary person, so it wisely chose to give up on continuing its entanglement with Teacher Wang, and instead, with its strong and powerful limbs, it raced towards the panicked students in the distance.
"Brother Xiu, look,
There's a raging bull with a green coat, looking like it's gone mad, charging towards us. We'd better run for our lives," one of the henchmen shouted, his face full of terror and his voice trembling. However, another henchman scoffed at this, replying dismissively, "Hey, you're a complete coward. Don't forget, we have Brother Xiu here, what's there to be afraid of?" Immediately afterward, another person chimed in, "That's right, look how long it's been, and we've already killed 7 monsters. This record is probably no less impressive than that of the renowned Zhang Jian." At this moment, the previously timid henchman, still worried, interjected, "But as far as I know, this kind of Mad Bull is very likely a level 2 monster.
Its power must be extraordinary."
Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by someone else. "TCH, stop talking nonsense. We're just participating in a freshman assessment test. How could such a powerful level 2 monster appear? That's utterly absurd."
That's right. Even if we really encounter a level 2 monster, as long as Brother Xiu is here, what is there to be afraid of? Everyone chimed in, flattering Ji Mingxiu.
Amidst this chorus of flattery, Ji Mingxiu's initially clear mind gradually became somewhat smug, and he even began to get carried away with his success. He stood tall and proud, and with a flourish of his hand, declared boldly, "Don't panic. Step aside and rest for a while. When that Mad Bull charges at us, just open your eyes wide and watch how I kill this monster with a single punch."
His words exuded confidence and an imposing aura.
The Mad Bull with its green skin stared intently at the humans around it with its large, bell-like eyes.
When it discovered that everyone was afraid of it and avoided it, there was a figure standing alone in front of it, showing no fear at all, and even extending its palm, as if openly provoking it. In an instant, the Mad Bull was enraged.
It suddenly raised its strong hooves and charged towards Ji Mingxiu like a storm.
"Brother Xiu, watch out. out. "The Mad Bull is coming," someone shouted in terror. However, others remained calm and confident, saying, "With Brother Shio's immense strength, why would we need to worry about him?" Some people confidently asserted, "Just you wait and see. Brother Shio can kill this Mad Bull on the spot with just one palm strike." Ji Mingxiu stared intently at the approaching, incredibly fast blue bull, a burning desire for battle surging within him. With a flash, he leaped into the air like an arrow released from a bow, letting out a deafening roar, smashing steel hand. Immediately afterwards, his powerful palm strike slammed into the hard, iron-like head of the Mad Bull. A dull thud followed, as if the entire earth trembled. After delivering the blow, Ji Mingxiu skillfully and gracefully flipped over and landed steadily to the side, quietly waiting for the moment when the Mad Bull would collapse to the ground and die. However, something unexpected happened. Contrary to expectations, the Mad Bull did not collapse. Instead, it remained vigorous and even let out a more piercing roar, continuing to pounce on Ji Mingxiu with its claws outstretched. Only then did Ji Mingxiu realize that the creature in front of him was no ordinary level 1 monster, but a genuine level 2 monster. In the blink of an eye, Ji Mingxiu turned and ran without hesitation, as if a vengeful ghost was chasing him. The Mad Bull, on the other hand, was like a madman, relentlessly pursuing him, seemingly determined not to give up until it got what it wanted. "Teacher, help!" Ji Mingxiu shouted for help as he ran, heading towards a teacher not far away. However, the teacher simply waved his hand, indicating that he couldn't help. Clearly, this teacher was merely a proctor and had no intention of getting involved in this life-or-death struggle with the monster. Seeing this, Ji Mingxiu felt a wave of despair, but his instinct for survival compelled him to continue desperately trying to escape. At this moment, everyone present realized that the green-skinned Mad Bull in front of them was actually a terrifying level 2 monster. Faced with such a powerful enemy, people panicked and scattered in all directions, fearing that they would be caught up in it and suffer misfortune. Ji Mingxiu's gaze swept across the crowd, and he suddenly spotted Lang Mohan and the others in the distance. His eyes lit up, an idea came to him, and he immediately changed direction, charging straight towards them. "Oh no! Class monitor, Ji Mingxiu has led the Mad Bull here," a classmate shouted in alarm. "This guy is despicable. He actually tried to use this method to shift the danger," another classmate said indignantly. "Run, everyone! Don't get hurt by the Mad Bull," someone shouted a warning. "Yeah, level 2 monsters are no joke, they're nightmares," someone else chimed in. "Who could possibly defeat a terrifying level 2 monster like the Mad Bull? Perhaps only Zhang Jiyan has that ability," someone exclaimed. While everyone else was in a panic, Lang Mohan remained remarkably calm and composed. His face was ashen, his eyes fixed firmly on the approaching blue-skinned Mad Bull, and he slowly said, "You don't need to panic, just scatter as soon as possible. As for this level 2 monster, leave it to me." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an irresistible air of authority and confidence. "Wow, the class monitor is actually planning to challenge the terrifying level 2 monster? That's absolutely insane." Exclamations of surprise came from the crowd. Someone said worriedly, "The class monitor is indeed exceptionally strong, but what he's facing right now is a level 2 monster. The gap between them is as insurmountable as an insurmountable chasm." The crowd began to discuss the matter, with some questioning. "Do you think the class monitor is any good?" Another person chimed in my opinion, at best it can only ensure that we ourselves are not harmed. Successfully killing that Mad Bull is almost an impossible task." Others nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right, the difference in strength between level 1 and level 2 monsters is just too great." At this moment, Ji Mingxiu stared at Lang Mohan's figure, which stood as still as a statue, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. "Hee, don't blame me for this. You brought this on yourself." Ji Mingxiu rushed towards Lang Mohan like a whirlwind, but when he was 2 meters away from him, he suddenly changed direction and sped off to the side. The Mad Bull, which had been relentlessly pursuing him, was unable to adjust its direction in time due to its excessive speed and inertia, and thus crashed straight into the place where Lang Mohan was. Seeing this, the onlookers held their breath in tension, and some even exclaimed, "Look, the squad leader hasn't made any dodging or defensive moves yet. Is he really frozen in fear?" However, some level-headed individuals immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? The squad leader is so calm and composed. He's clearly a veteran with extensive experience. How could he be easily intimidated? He must be frantically thinking of a solution. I'm praying and worried for our class monitor." A pretty girl closed her eyes tightly, clasped her hands together devoutly, and murmured something, as if she were telling the heavens about her deep concern for her class monitor. Her beautiful yet slightly nervous expression was truly moving. At the same time, everyone's attention was focused on the huge, ferocious bison in front of them, covered in blue fur and exuding a menacing aura. Everyone secretly wondered, this Mad Bull looks so fierce and powerful, its strength must be considerable. Can our squad leader really defeat such a formidable enemy? It's truly worrying. Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded. When the Mad Bull was only half a step away from Lang Mohan, he suddenly threw a punch, striking the Mad Bull's massive head with lightning speed and power. In an instant, the massive body of the Mad Bull seemed to be struck by an invisible force, instantly becoming stiff and then collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Seeing this astounding
astonishing scene, everyone present was stunned and speechless for a moment. After a long while, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. My God, what is going on? It's unbelievable. He killed the Mad Bull with just one punch? That's incredible. Is this student really just an ordinary freshman? This kind of strength probably requires at least the peak of the second-level martial artist realm. Wow, the class monitor is amazing. He's not only brave and fearless, but also so handsome. I absolutely adore him. One of the girls was so excited that her face turned red, and her eyes sparkled with excitement and admiration, making no attempt to hide her affection for Lang Mohan. The proctor standing not far away was also deeply shocked by what was happening before his eyes. He couldn't help but glance at Lang Mohan a few more times. He never expected that there was another hidden genius in the school besides Zhang Jiruo. The proctor stepped forward, examined the Mad Bull, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The Mad Bull had no injuries on its body, but its brain had been shattered. Student, you've already reached the second level of martial arts, the proctor asked, his face full of surprise and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan nodded slightly and replied, yes. In truth, he knew very well that his real strength was far greater than what he had shown, but no matter when or where, it was never a bad thing to keep some trump cards up his sleeve. This is truly unexpected. You can be considered another genius after Zhang Jian. You are exceptionally outstanding. After this student assessment, every student will receive a corresponding reward, and the top 3 will receive exceptionally generous rewards, the proctor said with a smile. Then, he changed the subject. You know, this Mad Bull was specially arranged by us as the final boss of this assessment. In the last round of the exam, even the final ferocious wild boar, Zhang Jian, failed to kill it. At the time, I thought that no one could defeat the Mad Bull in the second round of testing, but who would have thought that you would kill him with just one punch? In my opinion, you have a very good chance of becoming the champion of this test. Faced with the proctor's praise, Lang Mohan calmly replied, if I can really win first place, then it will naturally be my honor. Seeing this, the proctor couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and praise him, saying, you remain calm and composed in the face of both honor and disgrace, truly a gem for martial arts. Just then, a shout came through the proctor's headset. Hey, Teacher Zhang, are you sure this Mad Bull is really dead? With a smile on his face, Teacher Zhang said, Principal Zhou, I can tell you with absolute certainty that the Mad Bull is definitely dead. Moreover, it was killed by this student in front of you with just one punch. Look, this Mad Bull looks completely unharmed on the outside, but in reality, its head has been shaken to the point of being a complete mess. Oh, is it really that amazing? If that's the case, doesn't it mean that another exceptionally talented genius has emerged among this year's freshmen? At this moment, Principal Zhou was sitting upright in the monitoring room, staring intently at the surveillance video on the screen, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had witnessed everything that had just happened. After all, with today's advanced big data technology, image information could be transmitted in real time, displaying every detail with unparalleled clarity and realism, as if one were actually there. However, just to be on the safe side, he still planned to verify the situation with the teachers present. Following that, Principal Zhou continued to express his opinion. To be able to shatter the brain of the Mad Bull with just one punch to this extent, such strength must probably be at least at the late stage of the second level of martial arts. This kid named Lang Mohan is really calm and collected. He's definitely a rare talent. After saying this, Principal Zhou paused for a moment, then continued, make sure to take good care of the carcass of the Mad Bull. A teacher will come later to take it away and conduct a detailed examination. Also, time is almost up, so let's quickly get started on ensuring the students leave the assessment site in an orderly and safe manner. Before long, the allotted time quietly passed, and all the students who participated in the assessment left the examination room in an orderly manner. At this moment, all the students in class 16 gathered around Lang Mohan and started chattering amongst themselves. Our class passed this time. Everyone successfully killed a level 1 monster. Now we don't have to worry about anyone being eliminated anymore. This is all thanks to our class monitor's help, a student said excitedly. Class monitor, you're amazing. You killed that level 2 monster with just one punch, another classmate exclaimed. That's right, facing such a ferocious monster, you don't even feel the slightest fear, another person chimed in. What do you know? Our class monitor is a master of skills and has extraordinary courage, a slightly excited classmate shouted. That's right, level 2 monsters are no problem for the class monitor. Even higher level 3 monsters are a piece of cake for the class monitor, right, class monitor? Some people looked at Lang Mohan expectantly, as if they wanted to get a positive answer from him. However, in the face of everyone's praise and inquiries, Lang Mohan merely smiled slightly and did not respond. At that moment, he only had one thing on his mind, whether the school would recognize him as the first place winner and give him a generous reward. After all, martial arts schools in Shanghai have always been known for their abundant financial resources. The efficiency of the martial arts school in Shanghai was beyond imagination. The final results of the assessment were announced that very afternoon. Reassuringly, most students successfully passed the test, but at the same time, more than 40 students unfortunately failed and will face expulsion from from the school. Those students who successfully passed the test received an extremely attractive reward: 3 invaluable qi and blood pills every month. You should know that this kind of pill is a hot commodity on the market, with each one worth as much as 50,000 yuan. In other words, these 3 awards combined amount to a whopping 150,000 yuan. Faced with such a huge sum of money, the students couldn't help but cheer in unison. Wow, they're really rich. At this moment, Zhang Yang spoke up. Do you think our class monitor will be the first place winner? I heard that the reward for the champion is exceptionally generous, and the school reportedly allocates special resources to fully support him. His words sparked a heated discussion among the students around him. Wang Tianxiang, standing to the side, replied with a smile, is there even a question? It's definitely the class monitor. Even the strong Zhang Jian probably can't compare to our class monitor. However, just as everyone was having a heated discussion, a clear female student's voice suddenly rang out. Okay, stop arguing. Time's almost up. Everyone hurry up and look at the big screen. Before she could finish speaking, the huge screen in the classroom suddenly started flashing, and then 3 dazzling names appeared before everyone's eyes. First place, Lang Mohan from class 16. Second place, Zhang Jian from class 1. Third place, Wang Qianxian from class 7. Wang Qianxian? Class monitor, Wang Qianxian is here too. Wang Tianxiang exclaimed in astonishment. Lang Mohan smiled slightly and said, hee, it seems that quite a few people from Jiangbei have been admitted to Magic Martial Arts University. He didn't pay much attention to the arrival of these people. He was more concerned about the rewards he could receive as the champion. Just then, a crisp ding sounded, and a line of eye-catching numbers suddenly appeared on the large screen in front of everyone. Upon closer inspection, it clearly stated, Champion's rewards, 3 Qi gathering pills, 3 Qi nourishing pills, and 3 barrier breaking pills. In addition, a set of black gold defensive armor will be given as a gift. Immediately afterwards, the reward details for the runner-up and third place continued to scroll on the screen. Runner-up reward, 2 Qi gathering pills, 2 Qi nourishing pills, 2 barrier breaking pills, plus a green light sword. Third place reward, 1 Qi gathering pill, 1 Qi nourishing pill, and 1 barrier breaking pill. Also, a pair of swift wind boots. Upon seeing such a generous list of rewards, a chorus of exclamations immediately arose from those around them. Wang Tianxiang, in particular, was so excited that his eyes lit up. He looked at Lang Mohan with envy and muttered to himself, wow, this reward is amazing. Class monitor, I'm so envious of you. Zhang Yang, standing to the side, was also extremely excited, gesturing wildly and shouting, do you know? That set of black gold defensive armor is a top-tier armor meticulously crafted from extremely precious special alloys and the hides of level 4 magical beasts. I've heard it can withstand the fierce attacks of a level 4 monster. Moreover, each set of such armor is priceless, worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. His words were filled with amazement and longing. So many Qi and blood pills, Qi nourishing pills, and barrier breaking pills are worth millions. Plus this set of black and gold armor, the total value is over 10 million. Wang Tianxiang's family is not weak, and they are a prominent family in Jiangbei, but he really couldn't imagine a reward of over 10 million. In class 1, the top 3 finishers in this assessment were displayed on the big screen. What? The first place isn't Jian? This is unbelievable, someone exclaimed in surprise, their voice filled with disbelief. Jian has killed 7 incredibly powerful level 1 monsters. With such a glorious record, why can't she be at the top of the list? Another person exclaimed, equally puzzled. Who exactly is this guy named Lang Mohan? I've never heard of him before. Another person asked curiously. Could it be that the system malfunctioned? Otherwise, how could such an unknown person win the first place? Some people even questioned the fairness of the competition results. Maybe Lang Mohan is someone who got to his position through connections, some people speculated indignantly. In an instant, the classroom of class 1 was in an uproar. The students whispered and discussed among themselves, all feeling indignant on behalf of Zhang Jian. As for Zhang Jian, the person involved, her originally beautiful face now showed a slight hint of anger. It is worth noting that Zhang Jian displayed amazing martial arts talent from a young age. Despite her ordinary family background, her parents devoted all their efforts to nurturing her. As she grew older, not only did her appearance become increasingly beautiful and refined, making her a beauty that could topple kingdoms, but she also relied on her own strength to be recommended to the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, bearing the halo of Sichuan and Chongqing's pride. Here, she firmly believed that she was a first-rate genius, but she never expected that the glory that belonged to her would be so easily snatched away by Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan? Zhang Jian's lips curled into a cold smile as she murmured, could it be that you're trying to attract my attention this way? If that's the case, then fine, I'll give you that chance. His words revealed a strong sense of confidence and pride. In class 7, Wang Qianxian looked at Lang Mohan, who was ranked first, and a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She thought that she had broken through to the second level of martial artist after this summer vacation, but she did not expect to be surpassed by Lang Mohan. Her mood became heavier and heavier. Her father was a 7th level martial artist known as the God of War, renowned throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. How could she possibly lose to someone of low
slowly birth. Squad leader, how about we have a team building party tonight to celebrate you getting first place in our assessment? Zhang Yang suggested. Let's split the bill, someone suggested. No need to split the bill, it's my treat, Lang Mohan said generously. After receiving the reward, Lang Mohan returned to his dormitory and immediately swallowed the 9 pills. Host detected consuming Qi gathering pill, gaining 600 Qi in health points. Host detected consuming Qi gathering pill, gaining 600 Qi in health points. Host detected consuming Qi nourishing pill, gaining 600 Qi in blood points. Host detected consuming Qi nourishing pill, gaining 600 Qi in blood points. Host detected to have consumed a breakthrough pill, gaining 300 health points. Host detected to have consumed a breakthrough pill, gaining 300 health points. Lang Mohan looked at the light screen in his mind, which displayed various data. Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Qi and blood value, 24000/60000. Spirit value, 3000 points. Martial arts level, level 4 martial artist, 10000/60000. Martial arts techniques, earthshaking iron fist, tier 4, mastery, secret method of embracing the body and maintaining the center, tier 4, mastery, and breaking the edge saber technique, tier 4, mastery. Special talents, extreme speed, tier 4, iron skin and bones, tier 2, bone shrinking technique, tier 2. Special ability, control of lightning, tier 5. Looking at the light screen in his mind, Lang Mohan thought to himself, currently, I am considered quite well-rounded and solid among 4th level martial artists. If I could raise my special talents, copper skin and iron bones, 2nd tier, and bone shrinking technique, 2nd tier, to the 4th tier as well, that would be even better. However, the last upgrade to extreme speed consumed 20,000 points of Qi and blood. Upgrading both of these to level 4 will probably require another 40,000 points of Qi and blood. Lang Mohan smiled and shook his head, saying, it seems that even with a system, you still have to eat one bite at a time. Gourmet food court. As everyone gazed at the magnificent and imposing building before them, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Wow, this hotel looks so high-end and classy. It must cost a fortune, someone exclaimed. However, Lang Mohan replied with a smile, it's alright. Zhang Yang has already reserved 2 spacious and luxurious private rooms, which are more than enough to accommodate all of us. Everyone, please enjoy your meal and drinks tonight. Don't try to save me money. This class reunion should have been a joyful and peaceful gathering, but unexpectedly, Ji Mingxiu brought along his few followers as well. Despite being completely out of place in the class atmosphere, they remained oblivious and continued to do as they pleased. Stepping into the magnificent private room of the Taotai restaurant, Lang Mohan and his classmates sat around the table, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. When his classmates came to toast him, Lang Mohan displayed extraordinary magnanimity and generosity. He accepted all the toasts offered, drank every glass in one gulp, and treated everyone with courtesy and enthusiasm, giving them full respect and dignity. Meanwhile, Ji Mingxiu and his gang of lackeys sat uneasily in a corner. As other classmates raised their glasses to Lang Mohan in succession, the atmosphere became somewhat quiet and awkward after they only took a few sips of wine. At this moment, the group looked at each other, staring at each other, unsure how to break the deadlock. Finally, one of the underlings couldn't help but speak up. Brother Xiu, are we really going to keep going against Lang Mohan forever? Look at him, not only is he highly skilled in martial arts, but he's also incredibly talented. He's bound to have a bright future and achieve great things. If we keep risking our lives to provoke him, aren't we just asking for trouble and courting death? These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Ji Mingxiu's heart, causing him to fall into deep thought. Yeah, look how polite he is to his classmates. He doesn't mind going through the trouble during the assessments and helps out repeatedly, which is why none of our classmates were eliminated, another follower said. Ji Mingxiu muttered to himself. In fact, he was perfectly clear-headed and considered himself exceptionally intelligent, but a strong sense of jealousy clouded his reason like a fog. He knew very well that with the strength and potential that Lang Mohan had shown, he was bound to achieve extraordinary success in the future, and his future was limitless. However, asking him to set aside his pride and fawn over the other party is harder than climbing to heaven. Now that his underlings had made their point clear, he might as well go with the flow and take the opportunity to back down. So, he gritted his teeth and said in a faintly magnanimous tone, alright then, since you all say so, let's go and toast him for everyone's sake. But let me make this clear, if he doesn't appreciate it and doesn't give me face, then don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, he picked up a glass of wine, a hint of embarrassment and unease on his face, and walked towards Lang Mohan with slightly hesitant steps. As he approached, he took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then said, class monitor, I'd like to toast you too. Lang Mohan smiled slightly, interrupting him, and readily replied, alright, we're all classmates and friends, there's no need to make a big fuss over such trivial matters. Come on, cheers. A faint smile appeared on Lang Mo's cold and stern face. He gently raised his wineglass, lightly clinked it with the other person's, and then said, as the saying goes, a smile can dispel all enmity. Besides, Besides, what deep-seated hatred do we have between us? Come, drink this glass of wine, and let's leave all those unhappy things behind. We'll still be close classmates.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Mohan tilted his head back without hesitation and drank the full glass of wine in one gulp. Ji Mingxiu, who was standing to the side, had actually made full mental preparations beforehand.
He knew that he might be ruthlessly humiliated by Lang
Mohan, but after a long period of self-adjustment and mental preparation, he finally mustered up the courage to step forward and toast Lang Mohan.
However, to his utter surprise, Lang Mohan possessed such a magnanimous heart.
He had been the one meticulously plotting and making things difficult for him all along, yet now Lang Mohan had chosen to forgive him. At this moment, Ji Mingxiu felt as if a bottle of mixed emotions had been spilled in his heart. Various complex feelings intertwined, and his eyes couldn't help but redden slightly, with tears almost spilling out. He tried hard to control his emotions, and said in a slightly trembling voice, "I'm so sorry, my vision was too narrow.
I will definitely finish this glass of wine. I really didn't do well before. Please allow me to sincerely apologize to you here in front of all the classmates."
After saying that, Ji Mingxiu also tilted his head back without hesitation and drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. Upon seeing this, the surrounding students were first stunned, and then burst into enthusiastic applause. They were completely taken aback that Ji Mingxiu would so readily admit his mistake and humble himself.
At the same time, everyone was deeply impressed by Lang Mohan's magnanimity. "Squad leader, let's toast to you too." Several of Ji Mingxiu's henchmen stepped forward and said. Lang Mohan laughed and said, all right, we'll be good classmates from now on."
Zhang Yang poured him a full glass of wine, and Lang Mohan raised his glass to toast each of his classmates.
The atmosphere at the scene became even more intense. "Jiyan, this is a renowned restaurant in the area, and its delicacies are unparalleled. Tonight, let's feast here,"
Lin Boxian said softly, his words full of caution, for fear that the beauty beside him might be slightly displeased. Zhang Jiyan nodded slightly, her face cold and stern, radiating a chilling aura like an iceberg. The two entered a private room, and before they could even taste a few delicacies, they heard a series of noisy commotion coming from not far away next door. Zhang Jiyan frowned, her face showing displeasure.
Feeling restless and annoyed, she put down her bamboo chopsticks and lost all appetite. Upon seeing this, Lin Boxian was immediately enraged.
It was not easy to make an appointment with his beloved, but he never expected to be disturbed by this group of drunkards, which ruined his mood. He angrily stood up and walked straight to the source of the noise, the door of a spacious private room, and kicked the door open. Upon closer inspection, one could see a table of men and women inside the room drinking and making merry, seemingly students from the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Seeing this, Lin Boxian became even angrier and could hardly contain his resentment. His sharp, hawk-like eyes quickly scanned his surroundings, and just then, a familiar figure came into his line of sight.
In an instant, his anger erupted like a powder keg, and he cursed without any restraint. "Ji Mingxiu, you ungrateful bastard, what are you yelling about here? Don't you know I'm dining nearby?" Upon hearing Lin Boxian's furious rebuke, Ji Mingxiu's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly stepped forward, his face full of obsequious apology, and said, "I'm so sorry, Brother Lin. We were having a classmate reunion today, and we might have accidentally made a little too loud. I hope you'll be magnanimous and not hold it against us. I'll definitely bring some good wine to apologize in person later." However, before he could finish speaking, a sharp smack rang out, and Lin Boxian raised his hand without hesitation and slapped Ji Mingxiu hard across the face. At the same time, he continued to curse angrily, "Humph, who do you think you are? You dare to ask me to give you face? Where the hell did you find such a big face?" Immediately afterwards, Lin Boxian pointed at everyone present and roared fiercely, "All of you, slap yourselves in the face until I'm satisfied." Faced with such an unreasonable demand, some people couldn't help but protest, "Isn't this going too far?" Another person chimed in, "That's right, we just spoke a little too loudly and accidentally disturbed them. A sincere apology would have been enough. Why should we slap ourselves?" Another person angrily questioned, "Who do you think you are?" Others chimed in, shouting, "That's right, what are you so smug about?" The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became extremely tense and awkward. "Who am I? You'll find out soon enough." As he said this, Lin Boxian swayed slightly, his speed as fast as a ghost, leaving the students no time to react. In the blink of an eye, they were all slapped hard on the cheeks. The students who had been beaten were instantly enraged and began to hurl insults at each other. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared from the crowd like lightning, and then threw a punch with tremendous force, smashing it hard towards Lin Boxian. Lin Boxian felt an overwhelming force of punch coming towards him, and he was secretly shocked. He hurriedly raised his fist to meet it. With a sharp bang, Lin Boxian involuntarily stumbled back several steps, his face filled with astonishment as he looked warily at the figure. "Who exactly are you? How dare you attack me? Don't you know who I am?" Lin Boxian asked angrily. Faced with Lin Boxian's questioning, the figure coldly replied, "I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch my people, I will absolutely not stand idly by." The speaker was Lang Mohan. Upon hearing this, Lin Boxian was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. He turned to Ji Mingxiu behind him and said, Ji Mingxiu, you tell these ignorant fools who I really am? Ji Mingxiu's face looked extremely grim. He replied with a wry smile, this is Lin Boxian, a senior in our school. He's not only a top student and a level 4 martial artist, but also the vice president of the martial arts club. Oh no, what should we do? Someone cried out in panic. That hard slap just now, was it all for nothing? The other person's face was full of resentment and unwillingness. A level 4 expert. That's on par with our teachers. We've really gotten ourselves into big trouble this time. Another person sighed worriedly. Is it too late to apologize now? Someone muttered anxiously to themselves. However, Lin Boxian's face was filled with arrogance. His sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, swept across the surroundings, and no one dared to meet his gaze. A slight, contemptuous smile played on his lips as he said, You're their class monitor, aren't you? Looks like you're interested in being the one to stick your neck out. Very well, I'll grant you that rare opportunity today. Faced with the assertive Lin Boxian, Ji Mingxiu appeared extremely humble, saying in a low voice, Thank you for your tolerance and generosity, Senior Lin. You truly deserve to be called a senior. Unexpectedly, Lin Boxian then burst into maniacal laughter and said, Ha 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 ha, since that's the case, then you should immediately kneel down and kowtow to me to apologize, and I will forgive your mistakes. His laughter echoed in the air, filled with arrogance and swagger. What? They actually want the class monitor to kneel down and kowtow to admit his mistake? That's absolutely unacceptable. Everyone was indignant upon hearing this and expressed their opposition. That's right. Even if we suffer a beating today, we must not let our squad leader be humiliated like this and have to apologize. Roars of anger came from the crowd. This demand is an absolute insult to our dignity. We absolutely cannot agree to it. The crowd was indignant, and the scene descended into chaos. A cold smile crept across Lang Mohan's lips, his voice filled with mockery and disdain. Kneel down and apologize? Haha, are you dreaming? Do you really think you're some high and mighty senior student who can act recklessly and bully newcomers just because you're a level 4 martial artist? Upon hearing this, Lin Boxian's face instantly darkened. He snorted coldly and said, So what if I bully you today? This world is ruled by the strong. My strength far surpasses that of you weaklings. Since that's the case, I'll make you kneel. How dare you stand up straight? The atmosphere at the scene was becoming increasingly tense, as if a fierce conflict could break out at any moment. Just then, Ji Mingxiu hurriedly called out, Senior Lin, please calm down. How about this? Let me kneel down and apologize to you on behalf of the students. As soon as he finished speaking, his legs went weak, and he seemed to be really about to kneel down and beg for mercy. However, just as he was about to kneel down, a strong hand suddenly reached out, grabbed his arm tightly, and lifted him up forcefully. This immense power left Ji Mingxiu completely unable to resist, and he could only let the other party do as they pleased. When he looked up and saw who it was, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Oh, it's the class monitor. I just wanted to apologize to Senior Lin and hope that this matter could be put to rest. Why be so stubborn when we can both compromise? Lang Mohan stared coldly at Ji Mingxiu, his tone firm and resolute. A man's knees are worth gold. He can only kneel to heaven, earth, and his parents. How can he easily bow down and submit to an outsider or evil forces? I, Lang Mohan, was born with an unyielding spirit. Even if my head falls to the ground, my knees will never bend even a fraction. His eyes burned like flames, revealing an indomitable spirit. With a cold face, Lang Yamo said to Lin Boxian, Although we were at fault, you slapped my classmate right away and forced us to kneel down and apologize. This makes you seem too domineering and bullying. Since you like to bully others by relying on your power, then today I'll teach you a lesson on how to be a decent human being. Lin Boxian is a level 4 martial artist. Are you sure you want to challenge him? As this clear and melodious voice rang out, people turned to look. Not far away stood a graceful woman, Zhang Jian, a well-known figure in the school. At this moment, she was wearing a well-tailored, fitted cheongsam that perfectly outlined her graceful figure, and every gesture she made exuded elegance and poise. Her jet-black, glossy hair, cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, added to her gentleness and charm. From afar, she looks like a peerless beauty who has gracefully stepped out of an ancient painting, captivating all who behold her. Zhang Jian moved gracefully to the door of the private room. She slightly raised her chin, glanced coldly at Lang Mohan with a look full of disdain and contempt, and sneered, Wanting to stand out for your classmates is certainly a good idea. Aspiring to be a hero admired by everyone is also understandable. But don't you realize that your actions are tantamount to a mantis trying to stop a chariot and overestimating your own abilities? Seeing this, Zhang Yang quickly spoke up to persuade him. Class monitor, everyone knows that you are already a level 2 martial artist, and your talent is truly outstanding. You will definitely achieve extraordinary things in the future and have a bright future. However, the other party has already reached the level 4 martial artist. He paused, then continued, You know, there's a huge gap between a level 2 martial artist and a level 4 martial artist. Just in terms of chi and blood alone, there's a difference of nearly 10,000 points. So, we might as well be patient for now. Maybe we'll have a chance to surpass him in the future. Wang Tianxiang quickly advised, as the saying goes, a moment of patience can bring peace, and taking
taking a step back can open up a vast sky. Even if you suffer some humiliation right now, no one will laugh at you for it. After all, you are facing a real level 4 martial artist. The other classmates also offered words of comfort, saying that even if they chose to admit defeat, they would not feel ashamed at all, not because they were weak, but simply because their opponents were too strong. However, Lang Mohan resolutely shook his head and said, "Who told you that I am only a level 2 martial artist? Let me tell you the truth, I am actually a level 4 martial artist. I have even successfully killed a level 5 monster. Why should I be afraid of a mere level 4 Lin Boxian who has just returned from his training?" At this point, he clenched his fist tightly, his eyes gleaming with confidence, and then shouted, "To take his life, it only takes me one punch." Before he could finish speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from the room. The laughter came from Lin Boxian, while the students of class 16 stared wide-eyed and gaped, unsure of what to say. Lin Boxian laughed so hard he almost couldn't breathe, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Having finally managed to stop laughing, he retorted with a mocking expression, "Do you even know what nonsense you're spouting? You, a mere fresh-faced kid who's just entered the school, dare to claim you're a level 4 martial artist? That's utterly ridiculous." He paused, then continued his aggressive questioning. "Don't you know exactly how much chi and blood are required for a level 4 martial artist?" Lang Mohan snorted coldly and replied expressionlessly, "Of course I know that, it's just 10,000 points." Upon hearing this, Lin Boxian burst into another fit of laughter, cursing as he laughed. "You already know the situation, yet you still dare to spout nonsense. In my opinion, you've probably lost your mind." Zhang Jian couldn't help but sigh softly and said, "Lang Mohan, I originally thought you were the kind of real man who could endure humiliation and bend and stretch, but who would have thought that in the end you would just be a guy who only knows how to talk big and has an extremely tough mouth. In my opinion, the highest level you can reach in the future is probably only level 3 at most. To think you can achieve anything greater is simply a pipe dream, absolutely impossible." Just then, Zhang Yang stepped forward, put his arm around Lang Mohan's shoulder tightly, and said with a look of concern, "Brother, I know this has been a big blow to you, but we don't need to be so competitive, okay? If he really wants to hit someone, let him come at me. Anyway, I'm very strong and can take it." "That's right, class monitor, you absolutely can't get hurt. We are all so grateful to you," someone chimed in. "Squad leader, with your outstanding talent, you have a great chance to get revenge in the future. Don't act impulsively because of this temporary shock," another person shouted anxiously. "Squad leader, as the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood. What is this little humiliation? When we level up in the future, we can still be upright heroes." Everyone comforted Lang Mohan with their own words. However, faced with everyone's concern and comfort, Lang Mohan only showed a bitter smile and asked helplessly, "Do you really think I've been so traumatized that I've gone mad? Tianxiang, you're from the Jiangbei region, you should know whether Qingshan Fort has been attacked by foreign enemies before, right?" Wang Tianxiang didn't know why Lang Mohan suddenly brought this up, but he still said, "I know. A level 5 monster, the purple-patterned Cloudwing Tiger, suddenly led countless monsters in a surprise attack on Qingshan Fortress. I heard they even used missiles. In the end, General Chen Zhanlong, the deputy commander of the war zone, also went there. This even made the news." Lang Mohan said calmly that ferocious and powerful level 5 monster, the purple-striped Cloudwing Tiger, was personally slain by me. For that reason, the war zone bestowed upon me a generous reward. Hearing this, Zhang Jian's face was filled with disappointment and disdain. She angrily rebuked, Lang Mohan, I think you are beyond saving. You dare to pat yourself on the back in any way." Lin Boxian, standing to the side, mocked without any mercy, "You freshmen are really shameless. 1 minute you're bragging about being a level 4 martial artist, and the next you're claiming you can kill the level 5 monster, the purple-patterned Cloudwing Tiger. At this rate, wouldn't I be able to claim that I can kill the level 9 monster, the Blood Moon Sky Wolf?" As Lin Boxian finished speaking, the surrounding classmates felt that Lang Mohan's words were becoming increasingly absurd, and they looked at each other, completely at a loss. Just then, a tall and muscular young man slowly walked over from not far away. This person exuded an extremely powerful and domineering aura. With just a casual glance, he silenced everyone around him, and they didn't even dare to breathe. That invisible pressure was like encountering a ferocious beast from ancient times, making people tremble with fear. "I can testify for him." With a strong and resounding voice, the young man, who exuded a powerful aura and was extremely domineering, suddenly spoke up. At this moment, Lang Mohan also noticed the newcomer and quickly stepped forward to greet him, extending his right hand and smiling. As he said, "General Chen, hello. It's been a long time. I never expected to meet you again in Shanghai today. What a coincidence." General Chen responded just as warmly, shaking hands firmly with Lang Mohan and congratulating him with a smile. "Congratulations on successfully entering the Shanghai Martial Arts School, Lang Mohan. With your talent and hard work, your future is sure to be bright and limitless." Lang Mohan smiled modestly and replied, "Thank you for your praise, General Chen. It is my good fortune to be able to study at the Shanghai Martial Arts School. Actually, we are just taking advantage of the fact that the the school has just started to get together, get to know each other, and have some fun.
Hearing this, General Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That's really great.
I also graduated from the Shanghai Martial Arts School back then, and the scene
is still vivid in my mind. Time really flies.
More than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye.
His words revealed a deep sense of nostalgia for the past.
Upon hearing this, Long Mohan said with slight surprise, "So General Chen is actually our senior."
My apologies for not respecting him.
He never expected that this imposing general would have such a deep connection with him.
General Chen smiled slightly and continued to inquire,
"I think I heard some noise over here just now.
I wonder what happened." Lang Mohan replied calmly, "It's nothing serious, just a minor conflict.
I can handle it myself, so there's no need for General Chen to worry. After all, I don't even consider someone like Lin Baekhyun a threat." After listening, Chen Zhanglong gently patted Lang Mohan's shoulder and said earnestly, "It's good for young people to be confident, but sometimes they also need to know how to leverage external forces. In my opinion, you have great potential.
If you are interested in joining the military in the future, you might as well come to me. I believe you will definitely achieve something."
Lang Mohan nodded solemnly and said firmly, "Yes, General Chen, please rest assured that I will definitely visit you if needed in the future."
Chen Zhanglong and his classmates from Magic Martial Arts University were having dinner here when he accidentally stumbled upon this incident while going to the restroom.
He had originally intended to help Lang Mohan, but since the other party could resolve the issue, he decided not to say anything more. After Chen Zhanglong left, Wang Tianxiong finally exclaimed to his classmates, "This General Chen may look young, but he's actually a level 7 martial artist and the deputy commander of our Jiangbei war zone. It seems our class monitor really knows him." What he said earlier wasn't just bragging.
Lin Baxian scoffed, "So what if you know a level 7 expert? My father is a level 7 expert. What's there to be proud of?" Then he turned to Lang Mohan and said, "Didn't you want to spar with me? Fine, I'll give you that chance. We can't really show our skills
here, so let's go to the school's martial arts hall and have a match in front of everyone.
If you lose, you won't be able to make excuses."
Lang Mohan laughed, "Since you want to embarrass yourself in public, then I'll give you that chance."
"Ha ha ha, arrogant.
Whoever makes a fool of themselves, we'll see them in the ring." After saying that, Lin Baxian said to Zhang Jian, "Jian, why don't you go and watch the show too?" Martial arts school in Shanghai, martial arts training hall. Although it was already night, the place was still brightly lit, and many students were still training and honing their skills, which showed their dedication.
"Senior Lin is here. Is he still training here so late?"
"That's incredibly hardworking. I heard he's already a level 4 martial artist. I heard that he will be the next president of the martial arts club after the current president graduates." Just then, a loud shout rang out, "Everyone, stop what you're doing." The speaker was Lin Baxian, who clapped his hands vigorously, attracting everyone's attention.
"Tonight, I will be facing a challenge from a new student.
And that person is none other than Lang Mohan, who came in first place in today's entrance exam." These words caused an uproar in the audience. People stared at Lin Baxian in surprise, then turned their gaze to Lang Mohan standing to the side, their eyes filled with disbelief.
After all, Lin Baekhyun is no ordinary person.
He is not only the vice president of the martial arts club, but also a prodigy in the 3rd year, with terrifying strength. It's truly baffling that this inexperienced newcomer would dare to challenge such a powerful figure. However, Lang Mohan remained unusually calm in the face of everyone's doubts and ridicule.
He said calmly, "I'm worried you might not be able to accept defeat. Don't kneel down and refuse to apologize."
Although his tone was calm, the confidence and determination it conveyed were quite striking.
"This year's freshmen are too amazing," someone couldn't help but exclaim.
"He's just a freshman, yet he dares to challenge the vice president of the martial arts club."
"He's simply overestimating himself," another person chimed in. "Senior Lin is a level 4 martial artist. He could easily crush him with just one hand." The people around shook their heads, expressing their incomprehension of Lang Mohan's behavior.
He really doesn't know his place. Just wait and see how he begs Senior Lin for mercy."
Most people were just watching the show and waiting for the competition to begin.
Lin Baxian was the first to step onto the stage, looking down at Lang Mohan and saying, "It's not too late for you to admit defeat now, otherwise you'll be beaten to your knees by me later.
You might as well kneel down and admit defeat now." Lang Mohan's graceful and swift leap onto the stage earned him cheers from his classmates.
He said calmly, "You're not worthy to make me admit defeat.
Make your move, otherwise, you'll have no chance." "Ha, you're even more arrogant than me. Today I'll show you where your arrogance comes from." Lin Baxian roared in fury, his figure flashing like lightning as he unleashed a powerful punch.
At the same time, he shouted, "My family's secret martial art, the first move of the Xian Ning skill, the mountain pushing fist. Wow, this is actually Senior Lin's family martial art, Xian Ning Gong. It's a legendary 7th level martial art. This martial arts technique is said to have 17 moves. I wonder which move Senior Lin has mastered."
Even a single move or two, Lang Mohan can't withstand it.
Yes, after all, the difference in blood and chi levels is obvious. Not to mention high-level combat skills like Xian Ning Gong. Even ordinary combat skills would be too much for Lang Mohan to withstand. hand.
Alas, this is called overestimating one's own abilities, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot.
A hint of indifference flashed across Zhang Jian's cold and beautiful face. This Lang Mohan is talented, but he lacks self-awareness.
I was originally going to give him a chance. It seems unnecessary now. This kind of person has limited future prospects and is not worthy of following me at all. Lin Boxian, he's so strong. Do you think the class monitor can withstand this move? A female classmate asked anxiously.
It's very difficult. This is very difficult.
Ji Mingxiu said. I know Lin Boxian. Not only is his family prominent, but his father is also a level 7 martial arts expert. His family's Xian Ming Gong is extremely powerful, and it is said to be a yellow level combat skill.
Leaving aside the obvious difference in their blood and chi levels, even if they were both level 4 martial artists, our class monitor would probably have a hard time withstanding the power of that punch. You may not know this, but the higher the level of martial arts techniques, the rarer and more precious they are. Even in academies, obtaining a level 5 or higher technique is as difficult as ascending to heaven. You should know that high-level combat skills are extremely rare. They are usually not publicly displayed or taught to others. They are usually passed down through family inheritance or oral transmission between masters and disciples. These combat skills are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow, based on their quality.
Among them, the Heaven-level combat skills are undoubtedly at the pinnacle.
It is said that only a handful of people in the world, such as the God of War, can possess such divine skills. As for Earth-level combat techniques, they are the most advanced combat techniques that even those 9th-level grandmasters can reach. Each set of such martial arts techniques is regarded as a rare treasure. Unless it is passed on to a very few highly valued core disciples, it is impossible for it to be passed on to outsiders.
Let's talk about Shen-level martial arts combat techniques. They have become the limit that even some level 8 and even level 9 experts can reach.
As for yellow-level combat skills, they are the best combat skills that a 7th-level martial artist can obtain, and each one contains an astonishingly powerful force.
So do you guys think the class monitor has a chance of winning?
After hearing Ji Mingxiu's words, the scene fell into a deathly silence, as if time had frozen.
Everyone's face was extremely gloomy. The joy and anticipation they had shown vanished instantly, replaced by endless frustration and disappointment.
They once firmly believed that as long as they could get into the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, they would have a bright future, be able to join the upper class, and become the envy of everyone. However, upon learning that there were even higher levels of gaps, the pride and confidence in his heart instantly collapsed, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, leaving him feeling listless and dispirited.
At this moment, Lang Mohan's gaze was fixed on Lin Boxian, who was rushing towards him like lightning.
Facing such a formidable enemy, his face did not show the slightest fear, but rather revealed a sense of determination and composure.
He murmured, a yellow-level combat skill?
Very well, let me experience it today and see if my Jinshan Iron Fist, which has been cultivated to the 4th level of mastery, can defeat your Xian Ming skill. Having said that, he suddenly roared, Iron Fist suppresses the mountain. Immediately afterwards, he threw a punch with all his might, his fist faintly flashing with a red light, like a burning flame, and with overwhelming force, he slammed into Lin Boxian's mountain-shattering fist.
In an instant, a loud bang was heard, like a thunderclap, deafeningly loud.
An extremely terrifying shockwave swept outwards at an astonishing speed, forming a violent and powerful gust of wind.
Those students who were closer to the camera even had difficulty breathing, and their bodies involuntarily moved backward.
Surprisingly, despite the violent impact, Lang Mohan remained standing firmly in place, without swaying at all. On the other hand, Lin Boxian was like a kite that had lost its power, flying straight backward.
This scene was so unbelievable that everyone present was dumbfounded and could not believe their eyes.
The entire scene was unusually quiet, with only the lingering echoes in the air, seemingly telling the story of the thrilling duel that had just taken place.
Shouldn't it be Lang Mohan who flew out? Why is it Senior Lin Boxian? Yes, am I seeing things? Senior Lin Boxian, what exactly happened? The competition has reached such a crucial moment. Why are you still not going all out? Someone couldn't help but ask. At the same time, another voice rang out. Could it be that there's something strange about Lang Mohan? Everyone turned their attention to the 2 people in the room. At this moment, Zhang Jian's beautiful eyes widened, like 2 dazzling gems. Her delicate cherry-like mouth was slightly open, as if she had witnessed an unbelievable sight. How is this possible?
Senior Lin Boxian is a 4th-level martial artist.
Moreover, he practices the Xian Ming Gong, a family heirloom, which is extremely powerful. How could he lose to someone like Lang Mohan, who has no background and comes from a commoner family? Zhang Jian murmured to herself in astonishment. That's right.
I originally thought the class monitor was just talking nonsense, but now it seems he wasn't lying. He actually defeated Senior Lin Boxian with just 1 punch.
A gasp of amazement came from the crowd.
Then someone else chimed in, yes, class monitor Clay does indeed possess the strength of a level 4 martial artist. I heard he once personally killed a level 5 monster.
Wang Tianxian nodded in agreement. The squad leader's strength is simply freakish. We have to cling to his powerful coattails.
skills. Zhang Yang said with envy. He has already reached the level of a 4th level martial artist just by stepping into the school. Given time, he might become a world-renowned top expert at the 8th or even 9th level. Immediately, various discussions resounded throughout the venue, with everyone expressing both surprise and admiration for Lang Mohan's performance. Lin Boxian suddenly leaped up like a nimble carp and landed steadily on the ground. His face was filled with disbelief and astonishment. His eyes widened as he shouted, "I refuse to accept this. I absolutely cannot lose. That was just a momentary lapse of judgment on my part. I only wanted to test your martial arts skills, so I didn't go all out. Who would have thought that you, this treacherous and cunning scoundrel, would take advantage of my weakness and gain the upper hand? Now, I will go all out. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" "Oh, I see. No wonder Lin Baekhyun lost," someone said with sudden realization. "Yeah, it must be because he was too careless and didn't have time to dodge," another person chimed in. Senior Lin showed mercy to this guy named Lang Mohan, not using his true strength purely out of fear of hurting him. But he never expected that his kindness would be taken as weakness and vulnerability, and he would ultimately be defeated by the despicable Lang Mohan's full-force attack. Some people were indignant and spoke out for Lin Boxian. "That's great. Senior Lin is no longer holding back. Lang Mohan is definitely doomed." Everyone started discussing, and the atmosphere became tense and exciting. At this moment, Lin Boxian stared intently at Lang Mohan, whose expression remained calm and composed, and said through gritted teeth, "This time I will not show any mercy. I will unleash the 6th move of our Lin family's ancestral secret technique, the Xianming skill, which is the incredibly powerful yin-yang shattering stone palm." Before he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body, as if it were about to tear the surrounding air apart. My god, what terrifying combat technique is this? It's absolutely astonishing. Lang Mohan is probably doomed now, someone exclaimed in terror. He's truly a man of few words, but when he does speak, he's astounding. Senior Lin Baekhyun's move is absolutely a sure kill, another person exclaimed. That's right, Senior Lin Boxian is no pushover. Back then, he used this very move to kill the incredibly powerful level 4 monster, the two-headed horned sheep, with just one palm strike. From then on, his fame spread far and wide, someone next to him excitedly added. However, faced with the exclamations and praises of the crowd, Lang Yamo coldly curled his lips with a sneer, thinking to himself, is that all he's got? I just tested him out a little, and I've already figured out Lin Boxian's background. He's still far inferior to me." In the blink of an eye, Lang Mohan's figure flashed past like lightning, like an agile cheetah, instantly igniting a fierce fighting spirit, and he threw a punch. In an instant, the air seemed to be torn apart wherever the fist passed, and a sharp, ear-piercing roar resounded through the sky. Immediately afterwards, their fists collided violently again, producing a deafening roar. This time, Lin Baekhyun could no longer withstand such a huge impact. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string and then crashed heavily to the ground. At this moment, his arms were already numb and his body was trembling violently uncontrollably, clearly suffering a strong backlash from his own power. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. For a long time, apart from the occasional faint and painful groans of Lin Boxian coming from the arena, the surroundings were unusually quiet, as if you could clearly hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, incredulous at what was happening before them, completely stunned by this breathtaking duel. "Oh my god, what happened to Senior Lin? How did he fly away like a kite with a broken string again?" someone exclaimed. "Could it be that he didn't perform well again this time? Sigh, what a pity," another person sighed and shook their head. "Look, he's lying on the ground groaning. It looks like he's really lost this time," another person said, pointing at Lin Boxian. "Unbelievable." Lin Boxian, renowned throughout Magic Martial Arts University, was actually defeated twice in a row by a fresh graduate. TSK, TSK, TSK. People around him started talking, their words like sharp steel needles, mercilessly piercing Lin Baekhyun's proud heart. The sting from those words was hundreds of times more intense than the physical pain I was experiencing. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Baekhyun had never experienced such a painful moment. At this moment, how wonderful it would be if there were a crack in the ground he could crawl into. He would rather disappear from this world forever than face this embarrassing and humiliating situation. Only at this moment did he finally understand that everything Lang Mohan had said before was true. Now, however, he has become a stepping stone on the other party's road to fame, a laughingstock and a clown in the eyes of the public. I am a dignified 4th-level martial artist and the vice president of the Magic Martial Arts Association. Who would have thought that I would be knocked to the ground twice by a mere freshman? This is an absolute disgrace. All the reputation I've painstakingly built up over a lifetime has vanished in an instant. Zhang Yang shouted excitedly, "Our squad leader has knocked Lin Boxian down again. We won!" Wang Tianxiang exclaimed in disbelief. "So the class monitor really is a level 4 martial artist. He really has such terrifying strength." Ji Mingxiu was both surprised and delighted. He thought to himself, "I was really blind before, and I offended Lang Mohan badly. Fortunately, I am a man who can bend and stretch. Tonight, I successfully gained Lang
Lang Mohan's forgiveness. From now on, I must stick to this big guy. Zhang Jiyan's face was filled with disbelief, as if she had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. She stared wide-eyed at Lang Mohan in front of her, finding it hard to believe that this person possessed such terrifying strength. Lin Baxian, who was always arrogant and conceited, was easily knocked to the ground with 2 punches, and twice in a row. This was completely beyond Zhang Jiyan's comprehension. Just as everyone was in astonishment, Zhang Jiyan stepped lightly and firmly onto the arena. The entire audience erupted in uproar, whispering and discussing amongst themselves, all deeply surprised by Zhang Jiyan's actions. What exactly is this beautiful and charming woman's intention? Does she want to challenge Lang Mohan herself? At this moment, the once arrogant and domineering Lin Baxian was already ashamed. When he caught sight of his goddess Zhang Jiyan stepping onto the stage, he was so embarrassed that he blushed and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. However, despite being filled with guilt and self-reproach, he mustered his courage and stammered to Zhang Jiyan, "Jiyan, I have disappointed you. But please, believe me, from now on, I will work even harder, cultivate diligently, and be motivated by shame. It won't be long before I can reclaim the honor I lost today." His words revealed endless regret and determination. However, Zhang Jiyan remained indifferent and unmoved by Lin Baxian's sincere confession. She shook her head slightly and replied coldly, "You don't need to say these things to me. We are just ordinary classmates. Your wins and losses have no meaning to me, and you don't need to explain anything to me." After saying that, Zhang Jiyan turned away and refused to look at Lin Baxian again. These words were like a sharp steel knife, mercilessly piercing Lin Baxian's already broken heart. In an instant, he felt utterly hopeless, his heart turned to ashes, and he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. The pride and confidence of the past have vanished, replaced only by deep despair and pain. Zhang Jiyan didn't even spare a glance for Lin Baxian. Her gaze was fixed on Lang Mohan, her eyes revealing undisguised admiration and surprise. She said, "I really didn't expect your strength to be so outstanding, far exceeding my expectations." Lang Mohan remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about such praise, and simply replied, "Even so, so what?" His voice was calm and still, without the slightest ripple. Zhang Jiyan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile as she scrutinized the man before her. She thought to herself that such a resolute character and outstanding talent were indeed worthy of matching her own. So she puffed out her chest and asked proudly, "You should know who I am, shouldn't you?" Lang Mohan replied calmly and in a gentle tone, "Zhang Jiyan, a proud daughter from Sichuan in Chongqing, is rumored to be a future campus belle of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy." Upon hearing Lang Mohan accurately state his origins, Zhang Jiyan couldn't help but chuckle. Her smile was like a spring flower in full bloom, delicate and beautiful, as dazzling and breathtaking as a peony in full bloom. Everyone present was stunned by her unparalleled beauty, and felt ashamed of their own inferiority. At this moment, Zhang Jiyan was like a goddess high above, bestowing a rare opportunity upon ordinary mortals. She parted her lips slightly and said softly, "You know, at first, I really had no interest whatsoever in the arranged marriage that father mentioned. However, after meeting you today, I think you're quite acceptable. Therefore, I've decided to give you a chance to formally pursue me." These words were like heavenly music, yet they carried an irresistible majesty, as if they were a decree from heaven descending to earth. What? Zhang Jiyan is actually betrothed to Lang Mohan since childhood? These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. People stared wide-eyed at each other, their faces filled with disbelief, as if they had heard the most absurd thing in the world. "This is absolutely amazing," someone exclaimed, their voice filled with shock and disbelief. The others echoed their sentiments, chattering amongst themselves. "What did we hear?" another person murmured as if waking from a dream, still seemingly unable to accept the fact. Many others, however, looked completely bewildered and had no idea what was going on. The prodigies of Sichuan and Chongqing and the prodigies of Jianbei have actually been betrothed since childhood. This news spread like wildfire, and the entire scene was immediately thrown into an uproar. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, showing great interest in the matter. However, at that moment, Lin Baxian, who had been silent all along, suddenly turned ashen-faced. His body trembled slightly, and his lips quivered, but he couldn't utter a single word. At this moment, he felt as if 1,000 arrows were piercing his heart, and he even had thoughts of dying. He deeply loved Zhang Jiyan, but now he learned that she already had someone else in her heart, and that she had such a special connection with Lang Mohan. Lin Baxian felt like a pitiful wretch abandoned by the whole world, utterly heartbroken and with no will to live. At the same time, Lang Mohan finally came to his senses. He never expected that the beautiful, elegant woman in front of him, Zhang Jiyan, was actually the childhood betrothed his father had mentioned. Although Zhang Jiyan was indeed stunningly beautiful, in Lang Mohan's heart, there was always only one place for her, Chen Yushi. "So," he said calmly and expressionlessly, "I'm not interested in you. I already have a girlfriend." These words caused another uproar in the audience. People were stunned and turned their gazes to Lang Mohan, their faces showing disbelief. "What? Lang Mohan actually rejected Zhang Jiyan, such a stunning beauty," someone exclaimed, their voice filled with regret. "Yes, that's why he said he had a girlfriend," another person chimed
chimed in, his eyes full of confusion. Is he playing hard to get? Someone speculated, trying to find a clue behind Lung Mo's cold and indifferent attitude. Immediately, various speculations arose, making the already noisy scene even more chaotic. If it were anyone else, they would probably have fallen head over heels for Zhang Jian's alluring charm long ago.
How could they possibly utter such arrogant words as saying they have no interest in her? That's right. Anyone who can remain calm and unmoved in the face of someone as beautiful and charming as Zhang Jian simply can't be called a man. Upon hearing Lang Mohan's words, Zhang Jian did not show the slightest anger, because she had unwavering confidence in the unique charm she exuded.
After all, for so many years since she was a child, she has always firmly believed in one thing, that in this world, every single male creature will fall in love with her without exception, and this has become an irrefutable truth in her life.
What a hypocritical, aloof man. Humph.
Zhang Jian's lips curled into a slight smile, and she said coquettishly, very well then, I'll wait patiently for good news, and look forward to the moment you come to me of your own accord. As soon as she finished speaking, she swayed her graceful, slender waist and turned away without looking back.
Watching Zhang Jian's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Lang Mohan sighed helplessly and called out loudly, Zhang Jian, we're really not a good match. To tell you the truth, I already have a girlfriend.
As for the so-called arranged marriage between us, it was just a joke made casually by our elders, so please don't take it too seriously.
Class monitor, you're really keeping your secrets.
You've managed to keep such a big secret about your childhood betrothal to Zhang Jian, not revealing a single word, someone exclaimed in amazement.
That's right, class monitor. Zhang Jian is the dream girl of so many people.
How could you be so heartless as to reject her? Another person chimed in, their face full of disbelief.
Class monitor, do you actually have a girlfriend?
Or are you just making this up to fool everyone? Someone questioned, their eyes fixed on Lang Mohan.
That's right, class monitor. You have to keep a tight grip on Zhang Jian. Don't let her slip away from you.
Everyone chattered excitedly, seemingly filled with curiosity and anticipation about the matter. However, in response to these comments, Lang Mohan simply smiled and replied firmly, I do indeed have a girlfriend, and there is absolutely no way anything could have happened between Zhang Jian and me, so please stop making wild guesses. After saying that, he took a few steps forward, staring straight at Lin Boxian, who was about to turn and leave, with a faint smile on his lips.
Senior Lin, you're just going to walk away like this? Have you forgotten what we agreed on? Lang Mohan reminded him.
Lin Boxian paused, seemingly surprised, but quickly recovered, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes.
He gritted his teeth and said, Fine, Lang Mohan, you're ruthless. Killing someone is just a matter of a head falling to the ground. Why are you being so aggressive? Lang Mohan sneered and retorted, Am I being unreasonable?
Before we stepped onto the stage, you clearly said that whoever lost would have to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to the other.
How come you want to renege on your promise now?
His words were laced with undisguised sarcasm, making one take notice.
Lin Boxian's face turned pale and then green.
Finally, he gritted his teeth and was about to kneel down when Lang Mohan spoke up. Forget it.
Consider this a lesson for you. You should know that there are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding.
Don't be too ruthless in your actions, or you will suffer the same fate as today. Lin Boxian was silent for a moment before saying, Lang Mohan, you just wait.
I will challenge you again in a month. I hope you won't be a coward then. Also, I will not give up on Jian.
Even if you are engaged, I will still win her over.
I've agreed to both of your conditions. You wanted to challenge me, so I accepted. As for Zhang Jian, she has nothing to do with me. Go ahead and pursue her if you like.
Lin Boxian was feeling down, but there was nothing he could do, so he left dejectedly. The next morning, sunlight shone through the clouds onto the land of Magic Martial Arts University, but a shocking piece of news swept in like a whirlwind. The thrilling duel between Lang Mohan and Lin Boxian seemed to have wings, spreading to every corner of the entire Magic and Martial Arts Academy in a short period of time.
Oh my gosh, have you heard?
Just last night, our renowned senior Lin Boxian had a fierce match with Lang Mohan, a freshman who just enrolled, on the stage of the school's martial arts hall. And the result was astonishing, senior Lin Boxian actually lost. A student excitedly told those around him about this shocking news.
Another classmate immediately chimed in, I've heard about this too. He. To tell you the truth, that Lang Mohan is no ordinary character. He's a hidden genius.
Don't let his young age fool you. He's only 18, but he's already a powerful level 4 martial artist.
Someone couldn't help but ask curiously, really? How did he cultivate so rapidly? Did he start practicing diligently from the womb?
At this moment, another person lowered their voice mysteriously and said, I do know a little rumor.
It's said that Lang Mohan is the last disciple of Grandmaster Chen of the Bajiquan sect. As for this Grandmaster Chen, I'm sure everyone has heard of him, right?
Everyone nodded in agreement, and one of them chimed in, of course we know.
Master Chen is a very famous figure. He is the first founder of the Bajiquan sect, and he is an unparalleled
expert who emerged victorious after countless life and death battles during the Great Nirvana period.
It is said that he ranks 8th on the heavenly ranking in our Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in a astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, I never imagined Long Mohan's background was so profound.
No wonder he possesses such extraordinary skills at such a young age."
Hey, isn't that Lang Mohan?
One of them exclaimed in astonishment, pointing to a tall, distinguished young man not far ahead. Upon hearing this, another person nearby looked in the direction he was pointing and asked with a puzzled expression, "Yes, judging from his hurried manner, where is he going?" Immediately afterward, the third person seemed to suddenly realize something, his face showing surprise, and he exclaimed, "Judging from this direction, it seems he's heading towards the school committee.
Could it be he's going to see the principal?"
At this moment, Lang Mohan, strolling along the tree-lined paths of the campus, seemed oblivious to the murmurs around him, continuing to walk forward with firm and steady steps. Just recently, he received a call from his homeroom teacher, Chen Dajuan, who told him that he must go to the school committee after breakfast because the principal would be meeting him in person. Thinking of this, Lang Mohan couldn't help but give a helpless bitter smile, muttering to himself, "I wonder who spread this news, somehow managing to drag me into this mess with that so-called Master Chun from the 8th level sect."
Sigh. To be honest, Lang Mohan had never heard of the name Bajiquan before. As for the mysterious and unpredictable Master Chen, he had never even heard of him. The reason for this is simply that the people he had associated with in the past were all from the bottom of society, and their social class was too low to have any chance to touch the true martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, Lang Mohan arrived at the location of the school committee. However, it should be noted that this was actually the office of the executive vice president. The principal of the Magic Martial Arts Academy is Yi Qing-song, a peerless level 9 martial artist who is renowned throughout the world and ranks third on the heavenly ranking. However, this legendary figure was merely a figurehead. In reality, the school's daily affairs were entirely handled by Executive Vice Principal Hudelu. Knock knock knock. A series of crisp and rapid knocks suddenly rang out.
"Come in," came a deep and authoritative reply from inside the room. Lang Mohan gently pushed open the door and stepped into a spacious, bright, and elegantly decorated office. In the distance, a middle-aged man sat upright at his desk, gazing at him with great interest. His dyed and permed curly hair was particularly striking. Holding a thick cigar between his fingers, the swirling smoke exuded a unique charm. He wore a traditional long gown, perfectly blending retro and modern styles.
"Hello, Principal, I am Lang Mohan."
Lang Mohan bowed slightly and said respectfully. Hudelu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. "Of course I know you.
I saw yesterday's entrance exam and your amazing duel with Lin Boxian.
I must say, your strength is indeed very powerful, and judging from your performance in the battle, you obviously didn't use your full strength." As he spoke, he took a deep drag on his cigar, and suddenly, a thick plume of white smoke shot towards Lang Mohan like an arrow.
Faced with this sudden attack, Lang Mohan dared not be careless at all.
He instantly mobilized all his chi and blood and threw a punch. The fist whistled past, carrying an incomparably fierce momentum as it slammed into the oncoming plume of white smoke. With a loud bang, the two forces collided violently in the air, creating a dazzling display of light. The entire room seemed to tremble slightly from the powerful shockwave. With a loud bang, Lang Mohan threw a punch with all his might, finally managing to shatter and dissipate the mysterious white smoke. However, at the same time, he also suffered a powerful backlash from the white smoke. His body involuntarily staggered back several steps, and his originally calm and confident face instantly turned ashen, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. It should be noted that the power contained in Lang Mohan's punch just now would likely have been enough to seriously injure even a powerful level 5 monster. But now, a mere puff of smoke from Hudelu had forced him back so far, which was far beyond his expectations and caused a crack to appear in his unwavering belief. Seeing this, Hudelu was slightly taken aback but quickly regained his composure, revealing a hint of appreciation on his face. He said with a soft smile, "Young man, there's no need to be too discouraged. Although your blood and chi strength is only at the 4th level, the power displayed by that punch just now was no less than that of an ordinary 5th level martial artist. Among today's younger generation, apart from those outstanding scions from prestigious families or major sects, almost no one can compare to you. Therefore, you should be extremely proud of your abilities."
Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan's expression darkened further.
Although he knew he possessed a system that was difficult for others to match, he had never expected that there were other young talents in the world who could rival him. At this moment, he realized that perhaps his so-called talent was not as outstanding as he had imagined. Therefore, he secretly resolved that he would work harder in his cultivation in the future and never relax his self-discipline because of temporary convenience. After all, in this highly competitive world full of experts, only by constantly improving one's own strength can one remain invincible.
"Thank you for your encouragement, Principal. I'm really fine now."
Lang Mohan smiled slightly and replied softly.
Hudelu looked at the young man in front of him, a faint smile on his face, and said slowly, "I've heard that you are the last disciple of the famous Master Chen of the Bajiquan sect." Hearing this, Lang Mohan couldn't help but smile wryly, shaking his head helplessly, and explained, "To be honest, Principal, I'm completely clueless about this matter myself. Before this, I had never even heard of the Bajiquan sect, let alone that so-called Master Chen. Hu Delu seemed to know a lot about Lang Mohan's situation and continued to press, "Oh, but as far as I know, you have a close relationship with Chen Zhenglong from your Jiangbei war zone. Don't you know him?" Lang Mohan's heart skipped a beat. He wondered how the other party knew such details. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Well, I wouldn't say we're particularly familiar. We've only met a few times." Just then, as if suddenly realizing something, Lang Mohan's eyes flashed with a look of enlightenment, and he blurted out, "Could this General Chen be the prized disciple of Grandmaster Chen of the Bajiquan sect?" However, Hu Delu smiled slightly and said calmly, "You are indeed very intelligent, but unfortunately you only guessed half right. In fact, Chen Zhenglong is not only a student of the Chen family, but also the eldest grandson of Master Chen. Only with his own strength and family background can he be appointed as the deputy commander of a war zone at such a young age." These words struck Lang Mohan like a thunderbolt, instantly making him understand the reason behind them. "I never expected Chen Zhenglong's family background to be so illustrious," Lang Mohan thought to himself in amazement. Just then, Hu Delu spoke up, "Lang Mohan, I have summoned you here for two reasons. First, to reward you, and second, to hear your thoughts." His tone was slow and steady. Then, Hu Delu continued, "First of all, you have now successfully advanced to the 4th level of martial artist, which means that you have reached the level required to graduate smoothly from our magic and martial arts academy. Secondly, you have two options regarding your future plans. Firstly, do you intend to remain in your first year of university to further consolidate and improve your theoretical knowledge related to martial arts? Secondly, they considered directly advancing to the 3rd year to begin studying more advanced combat techniques." After a moment's thought, Lang Mohan replied, "Principal, to be honest, I do have some practical experience. I don't have an urgent need for common martial arts techniques and cultivation methods, but I know very little about the basic knowledge of martial arts, especially its principles. Therefore, I prefer to spend more time studying in depth during my first year." Hearing Lang Mohan's answer, Hu Delu smiled with satisfaction and agreed, "I think so too. Although practical operation is crucial, in the final analysis, martial arts theory is the guiding light for practice. Those peerless heaven rank and earth rank martial arts techniques are all the result of deep thought and dedicated research by grandmasters. It's truly commendable that you think this way. It fully demonstrates that you have an extremely clear and accurate understanding of yourself." Hu Delu praised with a smile. His deep, wise eyes gleamed with approval, as if he were seeing a rising star. Then, he said firmly, "Given your outstanding performance, I have decided to award you a special reward in the name of the school, 3 times the cultivation resources of 4th-year students. I hope you can use these valuable resources to work even harder in your cultivation, strive to achieve outstanding results as soon as possible, and bring glory to our Magic and Martial Arts Academy." Hearing these words, Lang Mohan felt a surge of gratitude. He bowed deeply to Hu Delu and thanked him, saying, "Thank you for your kindness and trust, Principal. I will do my utmost to cultivate diligently and will never let you down." Hu Delu nodded slightly in satisfaction, and then continued, "As for the second point, although you are currently just a freshman, after careful consideration, the school has decided to grant you the same rights as a senior student. I will personally communicate with your class teacher, Mr. Qian, about this and make proper arrangements." "Thank you very much, Principal," Lang Mohan said sincerely again. He knew this honor was hard-won and understood that it reflected the principal's high expectations for him. At that moment, he secretly resolved to prove his worth with concrete actions and not let down the principal and teachers. Finally, Hu Delu waved his hand and said, "All right, I've said everything I needed to say. The rest is up to you to work hard. Go back and focus on your cultivation." Lang Mohan nodded respectfully in agreement, then turned and left, walking briskly out of the school committee office. Along the way, his heart was filled with excitement, brimming with hope and anticipation for the future as he walked alone toward his classroom. Xian Dajuan watched Lang Mohan walk into the classroom with gentle eyes, and said with a friendly smile, "Lang Mohan, please go back to your seat." After Lang Mohan was seated, Xian Dajuan cleared his throat and began to recount the magnificent history of martial arts after the Great Rebirth. "Dear students, please pay attention to what I have to say. Before the Great Nirvana, Master Chen of the Bajiquan school was extremely poor and sickly from childhood. In order to give him a healthy body, his parents spared no expense to send him to a nearby martial arts school to learn the famous Bajiquan. Don't let Master Chen's thin and weak physique fool you. His comprehension was exceptionally high. Moreover, he was extremely diligent and hard-working. In less than a year, he had already mastered the traditional Bajiquan style quite well. Not only did his physical fitness improve significantly, making him stronger and more robust, but more importantly, he developed a more ambitious pursuit of traditional Chinese martial arts. After that, Master Chen was not satisfied with the status quo. Instead, he continued to delve into the profound theories of traditional martial arts and tirelessly traveled around to learn from various Bajiquan masters who possessed unique skills. He learned from the strengths of many schools, humbly absorbed the essence of each, and gradually summarized and organized a Bajiquan combat system with his own unique style. Therefore, long before
before that earth-shattering rebirth, Master Chen had already begun to distinguish himself and become a rising young master of Chinese martial arts. However, things are unpredictable. The world underwent tremendous changes, spiritual energy revived, and the world ushered in an unprecedented upheaval. Faced with such an opportunity, Master Chen had a unique vision and skillfully integrated his mastery of Bajiquan with the spiritual energy that filled the world, thus laying the foundation for the Bajiquan school to become famous throughout the world in the future. At this moment, in the classroom, Xian Dajuan looked around with bright eyes and asked loudly, "Classmates, does anyone know about the most thrilling and awe-inspiring battle fought by Master Chen of the Bajiquan school?" Before the words were even finished, Ji Mingxiu eagerly raised his hand from the crowd and answered, "Teacher, I know the answer to this question." Master Chen's first life-or-death battle was his brave fight against the level 9 behemoth, the azure-faced soaring dragon, on the shores of Dongting Lake. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. It should be known that the azure-faced soaring dragon is an extremely ferocious level 9 monster, possessing extraordinary abilities. It can ride the clouds and soar through the sky, and also swim freely in the water. Even more terrifying is that this fawn can also spew countless sharp water arrows, with astonishing destructive power, enough to destroy anything in its way, truly incomparably powerful. Master Chen, however, was undaunted and engaged in a protracted and fierce battle. 3 days and 3 nights passed, and the two sides fought so fiercely that the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. In the end, with his unwavering will and extraordinary martial arts skills, Master Chen successfully slew the rampaging blue-faced dragon with his sword. This earth-shattering battle undoubtedly became an immortal monument in Master Chen's illustrious life. Ring ring, the bell rang, and everyone was still immersed in the glorious deeds of Master Chen. Xian Dajuan smiled and said, "All right, that concludes our discussion of the history of martial arts in China today. The next lesson will be an overview of qi, blood, and spiritual energy." After arriving at Magic Martial Arts University, Long Mohan diligently absorbed all the martial arts knowledge. He originally only focused on actual combat and lacked theoretical knowledge. Their understanding of cultivation techniques is not deep enough, and they only have a superficial understanding of the theories of qi and blood and the changes in spiritual energy. Time flies, and about a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, he made remarkable progress, especially because he gained special privileges that were usually reserved for fourth-grade students. So he immersed himself in the vast treasure trove of knowledge in the library, absorbing knowledge with great eagerness. Thanks to his intelligence and diligence, he mastered knowledge even more quickly and deeply than his teachers had taught him. He's been making headlines lately. Every day, countless men and women secretly send him love letters or ask for his contact information, but without exception, Lang Mohan politely but firmly rejects them all. At first, he thought Lin Beqian would definitely be eager to come and seek revenge, but the reality was far beyond his expectations. More than a month had passed and there was still no sign of him. Not only that, Zhang Jian, who usually appears on campus, has also disappeared in recent days as if she has vanished without a trace. Lang Mohan did not show much concern or care about this situation. Not long ago, he happily received the triple resource reward awarded to him by the school. When he saw the 3 crystal-clear Qingling pills in his hand, which emitted a faint fragrance, an indescribable joy welled up in his heart. It should be noted that ordinary senior college students can only obtain 1 Qingling pill every 6 months for cultivation purposes, but Lang Mohan, due to special approval, was able to have 3 times more cultivation resources at once, which is 3 precious Qingling pills. Without the slightest hesitation, Lang Mohan immediately swallowed the 3 Qingling pills in one gulp. In an instant, a powerful and pure energy surged through his body like a raging torrent. As the medicine gradually took effect, his blood and qi began to soar at an astonishing rate, and his strength rose accordingly, becoming increasingly powerful and unfathomable. The 3 Qingling pills, one of which increased Lang Mohan's qi and blood by 20,000 points, totaled 60,000 points for all 3. Lang Mohan's qi and blood value also surged to 89,000 points. Therefore, Lang Mohan did not rush to upgrade to level 5. Instead, he upgraded his special talents, copper skin and iron bones and bone shrinking technique, to level 4. Lang Mohan looked at the light screen in his mind, which displayed various data. Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Qi and blood value, 49,000/60,000. Spirit value, 3,100 points. Martial arts level, level 4 martial artist, 10,000/60,000. Martial arts techniques, earth-shaking iron fist, tier 4, mastery, secret method of embracing the body and maintaining the center, tier 4, mastery, and breaking the edge saber technique, tier 4, mastery. Special talents, extreme speed, tier 4, iron skin and bones, tier 4, bone shrinking technique, tier 4. Special ability, control of lightning, tier 5. Although Lang Mohan's blood and qi values have not yet reached level 5, his strength has significantly improved. After more than a month of absorbing all kinds of knowledge with great eagerness, Lang Mohan's originally calm heart began to stir. He longed to leave the campus and venture future out into the world. It's important to know that fourth-year students in this academy are not promoted simply based on age or grade level, but rather on their own chi and blood levels and by passing rigorous examinations. If someone reaches the age of 40 and still cannot break through to the fourth level of martial arts and successfully complete the graduation assessment, then the fate awaiting them will be to be ruthlessly expelled from the school or even drop out. Fourth grade students have relatively free time, and the school's management of them is quite relaxed.
Many students go to the school's administrative office to take on various tasks. This allows one to hone their martial arts skills and accumulate practical experience.
It also provides an opportunity to exchange points with the school, which can then be used to redeem valuable training resources. Today, Lang Mohan walked into the office with great anticipation, intending to carefully select a task that suited him.
Ha! Isn't this Lang Mohan, the school's prodigy? I didn't expect to see you here today. Are you here on a mission too?
The mission area was incredibly spacious, like a vast hall, and the most eye-catching feature was the giant electronic screen hanging high on the wall. This screen is like a mysterious magic mirror, constantly flashing a dazzling array of mission information, ranging from the lowest level 1 missions to the highest level 6 missions. It has everything. At this moment, the young man standing in front of the big screen, carefully examining it, is none other than the well-known rising star Lang Mohan. Even the teacher in charge of this matter recognized this newly promoted prodigy at a glance. It should be noted that Lang Mohan is not only rumored to be the personal disciple of Grandmaster Chen of the Bajikwan sect, but his strength is also unfathomable, and may even have surpassed many of the teachers at Magic Martial Arts University. Faced with such a student with unlimited potential and a bright future, the teachers in the mission office naturally dared not neglect him, and their words were full of kindness.
Hello, teacher. I've come here to find some suitable tasks. I wonder if there are any that match my abilities recently? Lang Mohan asked politely.
His voice was clear and firm, revealing a unique confidence and composure. Upon hearing this, the female teacher immediately smiled kindly and replied softly, "In my opinion, given the formidable strength you've demonstrated so far, a level 4 mission would be most suitable. However, there are relatively few of these missions available recently. If you really have to choose, I'm afraid you'll have to go to Tsuewei Mountain to carry out that specific mission." After saying that, she frowned slightly, seemingly having some concerns about this only available task. Seeing this, Lang Mohan quickly asked, "Then, please tell me in detail about the mission at Tsuewei Mountain, teacher.
If there are any
difficulties or dangers, please tell me frankly." His eyes were bright and full of desire and anticipation for the unknown challenge.
The female teacher chuckled and said, "What's so troublesome about that? Isn't it a teacher's duty to teach students?" Normally, the female teacher is very strict and cold-faced, and never gives ordinary students a kind look. However, since it is Lang Mohan, she naturally has to greet him with a smile. After all, she cannot offend the future prodigy. Tsuewei Mountain is only about 300 miles away from our Shanghai, but it has been quite unsettled lately. For some reason, a large number of raccoon beasts have suddenly appeared there and are running rampant. Moreover, a large-scale beast tide breaks out every once in a while.
Previously, the war zone dispatched powerful high-level martial artists to clear out the high-level monsters in this area. Although those powerful figures have been eliminated, many level 4 and 5 raccoon beasts are still roaming around in the mountains. That's why the military region specifically entrusted our students from the Magic and Martial Arts Academy to wipe out these remnants.
Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, does that mean even the senior students went to Tsuewei Mountain?" Well, you could say that. Most of the senior students should be in Tsuewei Mountain right now.
After all, there aren't any particularly powerful monsters there, most are just level 4 or 5 creatures. And our school has a fairly large number of students, so once we arrive at our destination, everyone can freely form teams to hunt monsters.
Overall, the danger level of this trip isn't actually that high.
After a moment's thought, Lang Mohan replied, "Alright, in that case, teacher, please be sure to take on this task for me." The female teacher quickly clicked a few times on the computer, then smiled and told him, "No problem, it's all taken care of. You just need to bring your student ID to go directly to Tsuewei Mountain. When you arrive, just show the relevant documents to the military personnel, and they will escort you safely to your destination." Lang Mohan accepted the mission, carried his battle sword Pajun, and headed towards Tsuewei Mountain.
"Mr. Lang, we will escort you here. Your school's base is not far ahead," said an officer-looking person in an aircraft.
"Okay, just leave me at the Yamaguchi base up ahead,"
Lang Mohan said firmly.
The base was bustling with noise. A group of burly men, shirtless, sat together, with a few women occasionally seen wearing revealing tactical vests. They were engaged in a lively discussion. Suddenly, someone noticed a military aircraft in the sky and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, isn't that a military aircraft? Could it be that other people are here to hunt the raccoon beasts?" Everyone looked up, their faces showing confusion. After observing carefully, one of them pointed to a figure slowly approaching in the distance and said, "Look, that person is carrying a sword on his back and he's alone. Judging from his demeanor, he doesn't seem like a soldier." Another person chimed in, "Yeah, it definitely doesn't seem like it. Could it be someone from
from our school? How could that be? I know almost all the students in our school, but that's limited to the 4th grade guys. As for the other younger kids, I only know that Lin Boxian, who just arrived a couple of days ago. Someone else chimed in. At this moment, another voice rang out. Lin Boxian is quite impressive. At such a young age, he's already a level 4 martial artist at just 27. If he can pass the assessment at Suiwei Mountain this time, he can naturally advance to the 4th grade. The words were full of praise for Lin Boxian. However, someone immediately exclaimed, speaking of which, Zhang Jian, the freshman who came with Lin Boxian, is absolutely stunning. Her looks are arguably the most beautiful campus belle in the last 20 years. These words immediately caused a stir among those around them, who began to chatter about the new school beauty. Hey kid, where are you from? With a slightly provocative shout, a young man with a head of fluffy curly hair slowly stood up, staring intently at Lang Mohan in front of him, his tone full of doubt and curiosity. Faced with this sudden question, Lang Mohan's cold and stern face remained unchanged. He straightened his back and replied in a deep and powerful voice, Lang Mohan from the Shanghai Martial Arts School. It was as if this simple self-introduction was enough to explain everything. However, the curly-haired youth did not seem satisfied with this brief answer. He frowned and continued to ask, what grade are you in? I've never heard of you before? His words revealed a hint of doubt and disdain. Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile, and he calmly replied, I'm a freshman this year. It's normal that you haven't heard of me. His gaze was firm and confident, unwavering in the face of the other party's disdain. Upon hearing the word freshman, the curly-haired youth's eyes widened, and he asked again with a look of astonishment, freshman? This year's freshman? Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Clearly, he was quite surprised that a newcomer like Lang Mohan could be here. Faced with the curly-haired youth's suspicion, Lang Mohan didn't offer much explanation. Instead, he simply took out his student ID from his pocket and handed it to the other person without hesitation. The curly-haired youth hesitated for a moment before accepting the student ID and examining it closely. He noticed that the ID clearly displayed Lang Mohan's image, name, and other relevant information, identical to the student IDs they held. After confirming that everything was correct, the curly-haired youth's expression became increasingly complicated. He muttered to himself, this is simply absurd. How could the school grant you such high authority, you mere freshman? After saying that, he raised his head, looked at Lang Mohan with a reproachful gaze, and said sternly, this Suiwei Mountain is full of dangers, and level 4 and 5 monsters often appear in it. Even martial artists like us, who have already reached the 4th level of strength, must team up before venturing into this place. You are just a newcomer who has just entered the school. How can you easily set foot in this dangerous place? Lang Mohan sneered, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, and said, is it possible that I am actually a level 4 martial artist? Upon hearing this, Curly's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, you're a level 4 martial artist? That's unbelievable. You're just a freshman. Just then, a young man with a buzz cut and a square face stepped forward and said confidently, Curly, in my opinion, you've probably lost your mind. Since the school has granted him such high authority, it must have a high degree of recognition and affirmation of his own strength. Therefore, this brother should indeed be a level 4 martial artist without a doubt. Upon hearing this, Curly Hair couldn't help but show a look of astonishment, muttering to himself, are all the freshmen this competitive these days? It's only been a month since the start of the semester, and he's already advanced to the 4th level of martial arts? This is truly unbelievable. Seeing this, the square-faced youth snorted and said, what's so surprising about this? You know, among the top sects and aristocratic families, there are countless direct descendants who have become 4th level martial artists at this age. After all, with top-tier cultivation techniques, extraordinary talent, and a continuous supply of rare resources, achieving such a feat is not difficult. After hearing these words, Curly's expression softened considerably. He quickly handed his student ID to Lang Mohan and said with a fawning smile, brother, may I ask which prestigious family or powerful force you come from? Why not tell us a little, so that we can broaden our horizons and admire you? Lang Mohan gave a bitter smile and said softly, to be honest, I am just an ordinary commoner. I have neither a powerful master who commands respect in the region nor a once illustrious family to back me up. I hope that you two seniors will not make unwarranted assumptions. Upon hearing this, the curly-haired man quickly waved his hand and replied with a smile, hey, brother, we all know exactly what's going on. People from big families like yours have always been low-key and reserved in their actions, and we know that perfectly well. After saying that, he exchanged a smile with the square-faced young man beside him, as if everything was understood without words. At this moment, the square-faced youth stepped forward and solemnly introduced himself. My name is Feng Zhanghua, and this curly-haired gentleman is Han Fujiang. We are both students in class 6 of the 4th year of this school, and we are also roommates in the same dormitory. We came here together to carry out this mission at Suiwei Mountain. Then, curly-haired Han Fujiang added, young brother, to tell you the truth, we've been in Suiwei Mountain for over a month. This place is fraught with danger and peril. It's definitely not a safe place. You seem to be new here and unfamiliar with the place. Why don't you just join our team? That way, we can all look out for each other, right? Upon hearing this, Long Mohan fell into deep thought. Thinking it over carefully, it was indeed as the other person said. Although he was quite confident in his own strength, the environment was unfamiliar, and traveling with others would undoubtedly increase his safety. After careful consideration, Long Mohan finally nodded in agreement. In that case, I'll have to trouble you two seniors to take care of me in the future. After speaking, he clasped his hands together and bowed to the two of them. Oh, don't be so formal with us. From now on, we'll be working together in the same pot, so don't be so reserved. Han Fujian laughed heartily, and then reached out and put his arm around Lang Mohan's shoulder in a familiar and friendly manner, his tone exceptionally warm and friendly. Fang Zhenghua and Han Fujian warmly invited Lang Mohan into their tent, and then quickly brought out their treasured wines and delicacies to entertain their new friend. After a few glasses of strong and mellow wine, the initially somewhat unfamiliar atmosphere instantly became lively. Fang Zhenghua's face was flushed red, slightly slurred with drunkenness. He patted Lang Mohan's shoulder forcefully and said confidently, "Brother Lang, you don't need to worry about anything at all. Let me tell you the truth, your brother Han and I are among the best of the 4th level martial artists. As long as the two of us join forces, ordinary level 4 monsters are no match for us at all. Even if we encounter a level 5 monster, we have enough strength to ensure our safe retreat. You can rest assured about our safety." Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan raised the glass filled with strong liquor in his hand and thanked them, saying, "Thank you both for your help, seniors. I'd like to offer you a toast first. I'll drink this in advance, and I hope you two enjoy yourselves." Before he finished speaking, he tilted his head back without hesitation and downed the entire glass of strong liquor in one gulp. Seeing Lang Mohan's bold and unrestrained manner, Fang Zhenghua and Han Fujian couldn't help but cheer in unison. What a great capacity for alcohol. After saying this, the two men raised their glasses and downed their drinks in one gulp. Laughter and cheerful conversation filled the tent, everyone immersed in the joyful atmosphere. "Let's rest for a day, and go up the mountain together tomorrow. Let's drink today, and not leave until we're drunk." At dawn the next day, the morning light shone through the clouds onto the earth. After a whole night of dedicated practice of the secret method of embracing the child and guarding the center in meditation, Lang Mohan finally slowly withdrew his aura and ended his cultivation state. At that moment, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, forming a faint smile. Because every day, he can absorb the rich and pure spiritual energy between heaven and earth and skillfully transform it into the power to nourish his own blood and chi, thereby constantly tempering and honing his incomparably resilient physique. Moreover, to his great delight, he gained a full 100 points of chi and blood every day. How could he not be overjoyed and ecstatic with such a generous reward? Brother Lang is truly diligent and hardworking. From what I've observed, he actually stayed up all night cultivating. With such outstanding talent, he still strives so hard. No wonder he was able to successfully break through to the 4th level at such a young age. It's clear that he is far superior to those spoiled brats from prestigious families, Fang Zhenghua said, his words revealing his admiration and respect for Lang. Clearly, he hadn't truly indulged in the wine last night. Han Fu, standing beside him, chuckled in agreement. Exactly. We must cultivate a good relationship with such a prodigy. After all, one day he might become a crucial connection for us to enter the upper echelons of Chinese society. After saying that, Fang Zhenghua took 3 large pieces of meat from an unknown monster, each emitting a strange aroma, from the oven beside him, and shouted to Lang Mohan, "Brother Lang, come and try these delicacies. After breakfast, we'll set off together on our journey into the mountains." So the three of them sat together, savoring the unique flavor of the chi and blood elixir while enjoying the juicy and tender roasted meat feast. After a satisfying meal, they tidied themselves up briefly and then set off towards the summit. This raccoon beast is about 2 meters long. Compared to other ferocious beasts, its size may not be considered large, but its speed is lightning fast and its reaction is extremely sharp. Even if we manage to injure it, killing it completely would be an impossible task. That's why, despite having stayed here for a long time and clashed with these rat-like beasts several times, they always manage to escape unscathed. The group walked slowly, chatting as they went, and soon arrived at a spot halfway up the mountain. Here, people temporarily set up numerous tents. With a smile, Han Fu turned to Lang Mohan and said, "Because the base at the foot of the mountain is too far from here, and the round trip takes too long, this place is currently the most forward temporary base." Before the words were finished, a sarcastic voice came from afar. "Hey, Lao Feng, Lao Han, didn't you two swear before that you would never bring any newcomers? Why have you suddenly changed your minds today?" Han Fu quickly lowered his voice and explained to Lang Mohan, "This person is named Tang Sanshao. He is the vice president of the Martial Arts Club. His cultivation has reached the late stage of the 4th level of martial arts, and he has always been at odds with us." Fang Zhenghua replied with a gloomy expression, "We can bring people if we want, and we can't bring them if we don't want to. Do we need his permission?" Tang Sanxiao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a half-smile, and he said sarcastically, "I'm telling you guys, if you really want to bring someone along, at least pick someone who's more capable. Taking on such a frail and inexperienced newbie is just asking for trouble, isn't it?"
What? If we encounter any crisis, not only will it slow you down, but you might even lose your own lives.
Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Shut up, Tang Sanchao.
Look at your hypocritical and ugly appearance, it's disgusting. Han Fu retorted angrily with a look of contempt, not wanting to give Tang Sanchao any face at all. Hearing this, Tang Sanchao finally dropped his pretense. He stood up abruptly, slammed the table in front of him, and roared angrily, "Fine.
You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences.
How dare you show me such disrespect?
I'll teach you a lesson, you ignorant fools. You've offended me, and you'll regret it.
I guarantee you'll never have a chance to rise in this industry again." At this moment, Fang Zhenghua, who had been silent all along, slowly spoke, his tone low and firm.
"Tang Sanchao, don't be so arrogant. Do you think you're some great person? You're just a mere vice president. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're the principal, able to expel whomever you want?" Upon hearing this, Tang Sanchao's face grew even more gloomy. He snorted coldly and threatened viciously, "Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being ruthless. From now on, you can forget about getting any supplies from this temporary base, and don't even dream of settling here peacefully. If you unfortunately encounter danger, don't expect us to come to your aid." After he finished speaking, his previously calm face instantly became ferocious and twisted, and his eyes revealed a hint of sinister and vicious intent, as if he wanted to devour the person in front of him. At the same time, more than 20 burly men with fierce expressions suddenly appeared behind them. They were all rubbing their fists and staring at the three people in front of them with a menacing look. They exuded a chilling aura, clearly showing that they were numerous and powerful and that their intentions were not good. Faced with this situation, Fang Zhenghua was furious and shouted, "Humph! Who would want to set up camp here? Old Han, Old Lang, let's go. Let's find another place to set up our own camp." Before he finished speaking, he resolutely turned and left, with Lang Mohan and the other men following closely behind. And so, under the close watch of Tang Sanchao and his men, they slowly made their way to a place about a mile away from here, and finally arrived at the edge of a steep and dangerous cliff. Upon arriving at their destination, the three quickly set to work and began setting up a simple temporary camp. While busy with his work, Han Fu kept muttering curses at Tang Sanchao, his words filled with contempt and disgust for his character and behavior. That Tang Sanchao is simply a treacherous, cunning, and ruthless scoundrel. He always likes to kick someone when they're down and then betray them after they've served their purpose. Once he's had his fill, he immediately flips the table to prevent the people behind him from getting any food. He's utterly despicable. When he got excited, Han Fu suddenly swung his arm, as if he wished he could rush up to Tang Sanchao and give him a few loud slaps. Then, he turned to Lang Mohan beside him and earnestly advised, "Brother Lang, you must be more careful in the future. Stay far away from that Tang Sanchao to avoid suffering any undeserved disaster. Who knows, you might get caught up in a thunderstorm one day." Night fell quickly, and a thick, inky darkness enveloped Suowei Mountain, as if draping it in a mysterious and heavy black veil. From time to time, deep roars of beasts echoed from the depths of the mountains and forests. These sounds were particularly clear in the silent night, sending chills down one's spine and adding to the eerie and desolate atmosphere of this already dark and gloomy place. "Sanchao, I've done everything you asked me to do." A man with a lewd face and a hunched back stood in front of Tang Sanchao and said with a fawning expression. His tattered clothes were already soaked in blood. Are you really confident you can lure that level 5 raccoon beast over there?" Tang Sanchao frowned, a hint of doubt in his eyes. After all, a level 5 raccoon beast is no ordinary monster. Its cunning and strength should not be underestimated. Seeing this, the sleazy man patted his sunken chest vigorously and assured him confidently, "Third young master, you can rest assured. I've shed over 100 pounds of fresh beast blood on my way here. That smell, TSK, let alone a level 5 raccoon beast, even a level 6 or 7 demon beast would probably find it hard to resist such temptation. As long as it follows this strong smell of blood, it will definitely follow the blood trail to Fang Zhenghua's camp. Then we just need to sit back and watch the show." After hearing this, Tang Sanchao's tense expression finally eased slightly, but he still reminded her, "This matter is of great importance, so you must not take it lightly. If anything goes wrong, the consequences will be beyond what you and I can bear." The sleazy man nodded repeatedly in agreement, indicating that he would definitely be careful. Then, he glanced at Tang Sanchao cautiously and asked tentatively, "Third young master, if this mission is successfully completed, I wonder if you will really keep your promise and help me find a good job after I graduate?" Tang Sanchao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile, and he replied firmly, "Of course, this young master always keeps his word. As long as you do your job well, you'll be rewarded in the future." Upon receiving a positive reply, the sleazy man was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear, and hurriedly thanked him, saying, "Thank you so much, third young master. I will do my best and live up to your expectations." After saying that, he turned and left in a hurry, disappearing into the vast night. Tang Sanchao wore a nauseating lewd smile and said in a low, sinister voice, This is the fate you ignorant fools deserve for offending me, Tang San." In the still of the night, the moonlight spills like water onto the earth, as if draping the whole world in
in a silver veil. In this tranquil setting, a lithe raccoon beast, relying on its keen sense of smell, relentlessly pursued the strong, pungent scent of blood. After speeding for about several dozen miles, the originally extremely strong bloody smell suddenly disappeared without warning. The raccoon stopped in its tracks, looked up in confusion, and its gaze was immediately drawn to the scene before it. 3 makeshift human tents stood there. Just as it was about to approach and investigate, a clear and melodious bell suddenly rang in its ears. The raccoon lowered its head, staring curiously at the thin red rope at its feet and the bell hanging from it, wondering with great suspicion why this seemingly ordinary object would suddenly make a sound.
Oh no, a monster is coming.
With a soft shout from Fang Zhenghua, 3 young men instantly sprang out from the tents, each holding a weapon and watching the scene ahead warily.
Damn it, it's actually a level 5 raccoon beast. What bad luck. Han Fu cursed. These things are usually deep in the mountains and forests. How did they end up near our temporary base? Fang Zhenghua pondered. Why think so much?
Han Fu said seriously, Brother Lang, stand back. Protect yourself when the fight breaks out.
We might not be able to take care of you. Yes, Brother Lang. Be careful, Fang Zhenghua added.
Lang Mohan gripped his battle sword, Pajun, and said calmly, it's alright, I'll join you in slaying this raccoon beast.
Brother Lang, this is a level 5 monster.
Not to mention you, even the 2 of us brothers might not be able to escape unscathed this time.
In a little while, if
we are no match for it, you should run towards the temporary camp.
There are many people and eyes there, and Tang Sanxia will not leave you to die, Han Fu said. Lang Mohan was very touched and said, it's just a level 5 monster. I've killed them before. Don't worry, leave this monster to me. Fang Zhenghua said speechlessly, Brother Lang, don't be a show-off.
The strength of this level 5 monster is beyond the comprehension of someone like you who has just entered the level 4 martial arts realm. As the 2 were talking, the raccoon suddenly pounced on them. Fang Zhenghua and Han Fubian coordinated perfectly. One swung his sword at the raccoon's eyes, while the other flashed forward and slashed at its abdomen.
However, the raccoon was very agile and dodged it with a slight movement.
At the same time, it swung its long tail, which struck Han Fubian like a whip. Han Fubian had no time to dodge and could only raise his long sword in front of his chest to block the raccoon beast's tail. With a muffled thud, the long sword in Han Fubian's hand seemed to be hit by a huge force and flew out of his hand instantly.
Damn it, my weapon flew away. Han Fu cursed angrily.
The raccoon beast whirled around with lightning speed, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, and pounced on Han Fu with overwhelming force. Its incredibly sharp claws gleamed with a chilling metallic luster, seemingly capable of easily tearing apart anything in its path.
Han Fubian turned pale with fright and scrambled to hide behind a thick tree.
With a dull thud, the raccoon's claws sliced through the tree trunk like blades, and the half-meter thick tree instantly collapsed under the weight, raising a cloud of dust. Taking advantage of the brief moment, Han Fu hurriedly rolled off the ground and quickly picked up his dropped long sword. However, when he looked closely, he found that the once incredibly hard alloy sword in his hand was now bent and deformed, completely losing its former imposing presence.
Damn it, my alloy battle sword is bent. How am I supposed to fight like this?
Han Fu couldn't help but curse, his heart filled with despair and anger. Just then, Fang Zhenghua stepped forward, holding a gleaming longsword, and stood firmly in front of Han Fubian, protecting him tightly.
Brother Lang, we'll hold them off here for a moment. You run now.
Fang Zhenghua shouted solemnly, his eyes firm and resolute. However, Lang Mohan smiled slightly and replied calmly, thank you for your concern, but it's just a mere raccoon beast. Watch me wipe it out with a flick of my wrist. Having said that, he prepared to step forward to meet the challenge. But Han Fubian wasn't about to let him take the risk. In a flash, he appeared beside Lang Mohan, grabbed his clothes without a word, and ran outside without further ado. At the same time, he kept muttering, we've come this far, and you still can't shake this bad habit of bragging. The 2 had only run a few dozen meters when they heard a deafening explosion behind them. Immediately afterwards, Fang Zhenghua's massive, mountain-like body floated down from midair and crashed down like a meteorite not far from them, raising a cloud of dust.
Damn it, when did old Fang learn to fly? Han Fu couldn't help but curse, but his actions were without hesitation. He flashed like lightning and rushed towards Fang Zhenghua, who was lying on the ground, asking anxiously, old Fang, are you alright? Are you hurt? Of course I'm in trouble. Fang Zhenghua gasped for breath, his voice trembling slightly as he replied, my leg seems to be broken. Don't worry about me, just run away. Run away my ass. Do you think I, Han Fubian, am the kind of person who would abandon my brothers and only care about my own survival? Han Fubian's eyes widened in anger. He tightly hugged Fang Zhenghua, then with all his might, he flung him toward Lang Mohan, who was standing not far away, and shouted, Brother Lang, please, you must take old Fang away safely. Even if I, Han Fubian, die here today, I will forever remember your great kindness. After saying that, Han Fu turned around and stared intently at the level 5 raccoon beast that was unhurried and had a playful look in its eyes. At this moment, he gripped the slightly bent battle sword tightly in his hand, his gaze firm and resolute, as if he were prepared to die. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, old Fang, let's be brothers again in the next life. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pounced forward like a ferocious cheetah, his battle blade flashing with a cold light as he slashed straight at the raccoon beast.
beast. Suddenly, the raccoon beast swung its incredibly sharp claws, clashing violently with the battle sword tightly gripped in Han Fu's hand. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and the enormous impact caused Han Fubian's battle sword to fly out of his hand again, shooting away like a meteor. At the same time, Han Fubian himself was also knocked to the ground by this powerful force, and fell in a disheveled state not far from the raccoon beast. As the raccoon beast slowly approached, Han Fu turned his head with difficulty, only to be surprised to see that Lung Mohan was still standing straight in the same spot, showing no sign of leaving. Suddenly, a nameless rage surged within him, and Han Fu unleashed a torrent of curses. Lung Mohan, you idiot. You're nothing but a good-for-nothing spoiled brat. We've reached this critical moment of life and death, and you're still standing here like a fool, refusing to leave.
Do you really want old Fawn to perish here with us? Fang Zhenghua, standing to the side, revealed a bitter smile and said softly, it's better that we're not leaving. When we swore brotherhood back then, we vowed, we don't ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but we ask to die on the same day, month, and year. Now that's how it is, what does it matter?
We are martial artists, and we are brothers as close as sworn brothers.
Being able to die together in battle isn't such a bad thing, is it? Perhaps, this is just fate ordained by heaven.
Upon hearing these words, Han Fubian, who had been furious, suddenly fell silent, and his expression gradually became calm and composed. A moment later, a slight, self-deprecating smile appeared on his lips as he muttered to himself, ah, if only I had known then what I
know now. How could I have been so foolish as to make such a vow to you? Who could have imagined that it would come true today?
Fang Zhenghua looked at Lung Mohan, who was being gently put down, and shouted urgently, Brother Lang, you'd better run for your life.
Every second you live is a good thing.
Maybe this raccoon beast will be full after eating Han Fubian and won't chase you anymore. Meanwhile, Han Fu, who was not far away, stared at the enormous head of the raccoon beast that was so close to him. He was both shocked and angry, and he cursed loudly, I'm so small and thin, how could I be enough to fill this guy's teeth? I'd have to eat you, you old bastard, before I could even fill my stomach. However, facing such a tense and dangerous situation, Lung Mohan gripped the battle blade named Pajun tightly in his hand, and replied calmly and
unhurriedly, who said you would definitely die? I said it before, it's just a level 5 raccoon beast. With my strength, I can kill it with one hand. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghua couldn't help but show a face full of admiration, and said with deep emotion, Brother Lang, do you know what I admire most about you? Lung Mohan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then asked in return, oh, what is Brother Fawn referring to?
Before Fang Zhenghua could answer, Han Fu, completely ignoring the raccoon beast sniffing him, interrupted, his tone full of disdain and sarcasm. What he admires is that you scions of great families can still be so calm and boastful even when facing life or death situations.
I'd like to ask, can't you survive without bragging and putting on an act?
Lung Mohan sneered, slowly shook his head, and said firmly, if you don't believe me, then I have nothing to say.
But it doesn't matter, I'll prove everything with facts.
Having said that, he resolutely strode forward, shouting loudly, you raccoon beast, come here.
Tonight, the one who will truly fight you is me.
With Lung Mohan's shout, the raccoon beast that had been suppressing Han Fubian seemed to instantly sense the strong provocation emanating from him. Suddenly, the raccoon beast released Han Fubian, who was on the verge of death and completely incapacitated, and then pounced on Lung Mohan with lightning speed. Its speed was so fast that it was like a black lightning bolt streaking across the night sky. Its incredibly sharp claws drew several chilling streaks in the air, while its gaping maw emitted a pungent, fishy stench as it viciously bit down on Lung Mohan's neck. Seeing this scene, Fang Zhenghua sighed deeply and said with a look of regret, alas, it seems that Brother Lang is in grave danger. Even at such a critical moment, he is still frozen in fear. Han Fubian, who had just escaped from the brink of death, sighed with lingering fear. These spoiled brats always refuse to learn until they're faced with dire consequences, always thinking they're invincible. They only realize their true strength after suffering some hardship.
It's such a pity.
His words were filled with pity and helplessness for Lung Mohan. With a sharp, piercing sound, the raccoon beast pounced on Lung Mohan with lightning speed, its bared fangs gleaming with a chilling light. However, at this critical moment, Lung Mohan, who had been standing still, suddenly burst forth like a spring that had been triggered. The long sword he gripped tightly in his hand was like a lightning bolt slicing through the dark night sky, carrying a dazzling white light, like a surging white dragon descending from the sky, with a majestic and unstoppable momentum.
Immediately afterwards, a deafening, muffled crash resounded.
The enormous body of the raccoon beast was instantly cleaved in two and collapsed to the ground. Crimson, scalding blood splattered everywhere like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. The scene was both bloody and shocking.
What? He killed a level 5 raccoon beast with just one strike? This is simply unbelievable.
Han Fu, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could fit an egg.
You're clearly only a level 4 martial artist. Even a level 5 martial artist would probably find it difficult to kill a level 5 raccoon beast with such a smooth and effortless strike. Fang Zhenghua was also stunned and bewildered, standing there blankly, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. Faced with the
the crowd's doubts and astonishment, Long Mohan snorted coldly, shook his head helplessly, and said, "I told you all long ago that killing a raccoon beast is as easy as turning my hand, and I can even do it easily with just one hand, but you just won't believe me." As he spoke, he looked down at the Pajun battle sword in his hand, which exuded a chilling aura. There was not a trace of blood on the blade, and it still shone with a cold and piercing light. Clearly, Long Mohan felt an immense love and admiration for this divine weapon that had accompanied him through countless battles. Then something even more astonishing happened. Long Mohan bent down and began to drink deeply from the bleeding corpse of the raccoon beast.
Are all the scions of powerful families this abnormal now? Do they like to drink the blood of monsters raw? This was the first time Fong Zhenghua had ever seen anything like it. This might be a little quirk of gods and demons. Haven't you heard that some powerful people have their own quirks? Han Fu said. After drinking the beast blood, Long Mohan's health and vitality increased significantly, which pleased him greatly. He wiped the bloodstains from his mouth and reached out to pry out the monster crystal core of the raccoon beast. Then he turned around and walked to Fong Zhenghua's side, saying, "I'll take you down the mountain for treatment in a bit." Han Fu smiled and said, "These injuries don't require going down the mountain. We have healing pills and bone-setting gene potions in our tent. Just take us there, and our injuries will be fully healed overnight." Long Mohan smiled and said, "All right." With one arm around Fong Zhenghua and the other dragging Han Fubian, he led the two back to the tent. After taking pills and receiving gene serum, their injuries visibly improved. "Don't worry, we'll be back to our old selves by tomorrow morning," Han Fu said. "Brother Lang, I didn't expect you to be so strong. We misunderstood you before, please forgive us," Fong Zhenghua said. "No need to be so polite, you all rest. I'll go and dispose of the raccoon beast's carcass," Long Mohan said with a smile. Near the temporary base about a mile away, Tang Sanxiao, accompanied by two lackeys, was carefully observing the situation from a tree. Because it was dark, they couldn't see very clearly. "Why is there no sound? Did the raccoon beast eat them all?" one of the henchmen asked. "Of course, what could they possibly kill the raccoon beast?" another henchman said. Tang Sanxiao nodded and said, "As long as we lure the level 5 fox-like beast over Fong, Han, and that newcomer will surely die tonight." This is what happens to them who dared to offend Sanxiao," one of the henchmen flattered. "All right, go and see. What's going on now?" Tang Sanxiao suddenly said to his underling. "Oh, ugh, my stomach suddenly hurts. I need to poop," the younger brother suddenly said, clutching his stomach in pain. "Damn it, you good-for-nothing idiot. You go." Tang Sanxiao pointed at another underling. "Okay, Sanxiao, I'll go even if it costs me my life." The younger brother jumped down from the tree, then suddenly cried out, "Sanxiao, something's wrong. My leg might be broken. I can't walk anymore." Tang Sanxiao was speechless. Why were all the people around him such oddballs? He cursed, "A bunch of good-for-nothing trash. I don't need you anymore. I'll go see for myself." Tang Sanxiao jumped down from the tree and cautiously walked forward with a wary expression. He was also very nervous. After all, a level 5 monster, the Tanuki beast, might appear at any time. What normally takes a minute took him 10 minutes to walk. In the dim moonlight, he could vaguely see a figure chopping something. Lang Mohan was cutting up the meat of the raccoon beast with a knife. Han Fu had said that the meat of the raccoon beast was very tender and delicious, and hoped that he would cut some good pieces so that they could be roasted tomorrow. Suddenly his ears twitched, and he shouted into the distance, "Who's there? If you don't come out, I'll kill you." "What? You guys are still alive?" Tang Sanxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Lang Mohan walked towards them step by step, carrying a gleaming battle blade. As he drew closer and recognized the newcomer, his expression darkened, and he coldly demanded, "Tang Sanxiao, what are you doing here?" I just happened to hear some noise coming from your side, so I thought I'd come and see if you need my help," Tang Sanxiao said with a shameless chuckle. Then, feigning concern, he asked, "By the way, I just heard the deafening roar of the raccoon beast. Are Lao Fong and Lao Han all right?" They are both safe and sound, and the raccoon beast has been killed by us. There is no need for you to lend a hand now," Lang Mohan replied coldly. Tang Sanxiao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. That's good, that's good." After speaking, he turned around and walked away, but muttered to himself, "How is this possible? Could it be that something went wrong somewhere? Did it attract a level 4 raccoon instead of a level 5 raccoon? That's right. If it's just a level 4 raccoon beast, Fong and Han might have a chance to kill it. But if it's truly a level 5 raccoon beast, the two of them are absolutely no match for it. It seems this plan has ultimately failed. Let me reconsider carefully." As he walked further and further away, his voice gradually became indistinct. Lang Mohan gazed in the direction the man had left, a strange feeling rising within him. Why did this man named Tang Sanxiao choose to appear at this very moment, of all times? Could it be that his visit was not accidental, but intentional, as if he were secretly testing something? Thinking of this, Lang Mohan became more vigilant and began to carefully observe his surroundings. By the faint, almost imperceptible moonlight, Lang Mohan suddenly noticed a long trail of blood on the ground. The bloodstain looked rather eerie, as if someone had deliberately spilled it there. Lang Mohan's heart tightened, and he decided to follow the bloodstain. He walked cautiously, following the winding trail of blood.
blood. Throughout, he remained vigilant, watching for any potential dangers. After walking for several miles, Long Mohan finally became absolutely certain this was definitely something that someone had deliberately arranged. The mastermind behind this is very likely Tang Sanshao, who just came by. Clearly, their objective was very clear: to use the bloodstains to lure the raccoon beasts to the vicinity of their tent. Therefore, the fierce conflict that occurred tonight was probably not ordained by fate, but rather a meticulously planned conspiracy. After figuring out the truth, Long Mohan quickly returned to the tent and told Fang and Han what he had discovered.
Damn it, that Tang Sanshao, it must be him who did this.
Only a shameless, despicable scoundrel like him could do something so heinous.
Han Fu cursed angrily. Fang Zhenghua, standing to the side, sighed with a sorrowful expression. We've been classmates for many years after all. I never expected Tang Sanshao to be so cruel, actually trying to kill us. Alright, everyone, let's rest for now. We'll just have to be more careful in the future.
That Tang Sanshao will definitely not let this go. Lang Mohan also returned to his tent. He had drunk the blood of a level 5 monster again tonight, and his health points had increased once more. Lang Mohan looked at the light screen in his mind, which displayed various data.
Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms.
Chi and blood value, 77000/200,000.
Spirit value, 5,300 points.
Martial arts level, level 5 martial artist, 10,000/60,000. Martial arts techniques, earthshaking iron fist, tier 4, mastery, secret method of embracing the body and maintaining the center, tier 4, mastery, and breaking the edge saber technique, tier 4, mastery. Special talents, extreme speed, tier 4, iron skin and bones, tier 4, bone shrinking technique, tier 4. Special ability, control of lightning, tier 5. Although Long Mohan's blood and chi values have not yet reached level 5, his strength has significantly improved. Lang Mohan thought to himself, devoured the blood of a level 5 monster, my health increased by 10,000 points, and my spirit increased by
200 points. That's not bad for me right now, but what I can get is far more than that.
I also have the monster core of this raccoon beast.
Compared to the blood of a monster, its crystal core is the essence of its entire body. Last time I devoured the crystal core of a level 5 monster, the purple-striped Cloud-winged tiger, my health points increased by nearly 30,000. I wonder how much I will increase by devouring the crystal core of a level 5 raccoon beast this time. Without hesitation, Lang Mohan took out the crystal core of the raccoon beast and swallowed it whole. Ding!
Detected that the host has devoured the crystal core of a level 5 monster, the raccoon beast. Health points are increasing by 77,000, 79,000, 81,000.
110,000 points of blood.
Lang Mohan's eyes widened in disbelief, and an overwhelming joy welled up inside him. This raccoon beast's crystal core is so magical that just one of it increased his health points by a full 33,000. Compared to the previous boost from the purple pattern Cloud-winged tiger, this time the health and mana value is several thousand points higher.
Do you know what having 110,000 health points means?
This marks the threshold of the mid-stage of a level 5 martial artist. Such strength is enough to be considered a powerful figure even in the vast world. A level 5 martial artist can survive on their own even if they leave the city base. At this moment, Lang Mohan felt as if he had been reborn, his whole body filled with endless power and vitality. Not only that, he was also pleasantly surprised to find that his mental value had also increased significantly, reaching an astonishing 7,300 points.
This change greatly enhanced his ability to perceive his surroundings, especially lightning, which made him exceptionally sensitive.
He could clearly feel the free ions in the air, as if they were part of his own body.
Lang Mohan couldn't help but stretch out his fingers and rub them together gently.
A dazzling arc of electricity instantly burst forth from his fingertips, leaping and flashing between his fingers like a nimble sprite. This is the special ability he possesses, the ability to control lightning.
As his mental strength continues to rise, his control over lightning becomes increasingly adept and precise.
Now, even outside of thunderstorms, he can easily summon powerful lightning with a mere thought.
Lang Mohan gazed expectantly at the sky not far away, then without hesitation stretched out his right hand, pointed to the horizon, and softly commanded, "Lightning, come."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the previously clear sky suddenly became overcast, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. A thick bolt of lightning, like a silver serpent, ripped through the sky and struck straight down. In the pitch-black night, the once silent sky suddenly seemed to be torn apart, and a dazzling bolt of lightning as thick as an arm descended from the sky without warning, striking down with terrifying force. The dull, deafening roar was like a heavy bomb exploding in the air, echoing throughout the entire temporary camp. Tang Sanshao, who was fast asleep, was suddenly awakened. He shuddered and scrambled out of bed in a panic. His eyes widened in horror as he stared at the charred tent, now emitting wisps of smoke. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and he was filled with lingering fear.
Is it going to rain? But why is there thunder all of a sudden?
Tang Sanshao muttered to himself as he crawled out of the tent.
However, when he looked around, he was surprised to find that there was not a breath of wind and no sign of rain. This made him wonder, and he pondered to himself, with so many tents standing here, why was it only my tent that was struck by lightning? Thinking of this, Tang Sanxiao couldn't help but steal a glance at his classmates who were still fast asleep, feeling increasingly uneasy. He was certainly unwilling to admit that he was so unlucky. After all, it would be embarrassing to talk about such a thing. So he secretly made up his mind. Luckily, no one saw this. I need to quickly change into the spare tent under the cover of darkness. Otherwise, if others find out I was struck by lightning, it will definitely have a huge negative impact on my image. Lung Mohan never expected that his casual lightning bolt would almost kill Tang Sanxiao while he was sleeping. If it weren't for the fact that his tent was conductive and his bed was made of soft rubber, he would have been killed without a doubt if he had been struck by lightning. At dawn the next day, sunlight shone through the thin clouds, bringing a touch of freshness and vitality to the world. Fang Zhenghua and Han Fubian slowly walked out of the tent. After a whole night of rest, their injuries had completely healed. Old Fawn, did you hear that earth-shattering thunder last night? Han Fu asked casually while carefully washing up. How could I not hear such a loud sound? I thought it was going to pour rain, but after waiting for ages, not a single drop fell. It's really strange, Fang Zhenghua replied, his face full of doubt. Just then, Lung Mohan stepped forward with a smile and said, Seniors, I've finished grilling the raccoon beast meat. Come and have a taste. It turned out that he had been cultivating all night, but showed no signs of fatigue. Fang Zhenghua and Han Fubian happily accepted the golden brown, crispy, and fragrant raccoon meat. Taking a small bite, they felt the juicy juices burst in their mouths, and the rich aroma of the meat filled their nostrils. Han Fu couldn't help but wolf down the food, exclaiming repeatedly, wow, this is the first time I've ever tasted such sweet, delicious, tender, and juicy level 5 raccoon meat. Every bite feels like my tongue is melting. This roasted meat is absolutely delicious, truly a dish unparalleled in the world. Fang Zhenghua gave Lang Mohan a thumbs up, expressing his sincere admiration and gratitude. If it weren't for Brother Lang's help, how could we be so fortunate as to enjoy this incredibly precious level 5 raccoon beast meat? Yes, I didn't expect Brother Lang to be so fierce last night, cleaving a level 5 raccoon beast in two with a single strike. As Han Fu spoke, he said with a self-deprecating laugh, we always thought Brother Lang was a newbie, but we never expected him to be such a hidden master. Lang Mohan laughed and said, do you believe me now? We'll believe you, we'll believe you. From now on, we'll believe anything you say, Han Fu said, taking a big bite of the raccoon meat, his words slightly slurred. Even if you said you were a level 5 martial artist right now, I'd believe you. It's so delicious. After finishing the barbecue, Han Fu patted his round belly and sighed, it's a pity my belly is too small, otherwise I could eat some more. Oh dear, stop eating. If you keep going like this, you'll stuff yourself to death. I never expected that your little body could eat more than mine. When we go up the mountain later, don't be too tired to walk. Fang Zhenghua teased with a smile. Then he turned to Han Fu beside him and continued with a smile, Brother Lang, it's about time we packed up and got ready to set off. Just a few days ago, after a torrential downpour, someone unexpectedly discovered an extremely rare blood spirit fruit deep within the mysterious Tsuiwei mountain. At this point, Fang Zhenghua couldn't help but show excitement. Upon hearing this, Han Fu, unable to contain his excitement, quickly interjected, yes, we must hurry on our way. As the saying goes, first come, first served. You know, the blood spirit fruit is a legendary treasure, said to possess miraculous marrow cleansing effects, capable of enhancing a martial artist's innate talent. In short, it's an incredible boon for us martial artists. With that, he eagerly urged everyone on. So, after tidying themselves up a bit, the three of them picked up their weapons and marched with firm steps into the deeper parts of the forest. At this moment, Fang Zhenghua looked at the person walking hurriedly ahead and couldn't help but tease, hey, Brother Lang, as soon as you heard there was treasure, look how anxious you are? Is it really necessary? Actually, news about this treasure has been circulating for over half a month now, but our school has sent out several teams, and none of them have been able to successfully obtain it. This shows that getting the blood spirit fruit is by no means easy, so sometimes even the first to arrive may not be the first to get it. Let's go early. What if someone else gets there first? Lang Mohan laughed. It's good for us to have a race and digest our speed. As he spoke, Lang Mohan lifted his foot and rushed forward. Fang Zhenghua and Han Fubian were surprised. Lang Mohan was so fast, the two had no choice but to speed up and catch up. An hour later, the three had walked over 50 li, approximately 25 kilometers, of mountain road. Fang Zhenghua and Han Fubian were panting heavily. They said, Brother Lang, slow down. We can't catch up. Lang Mohan then stopped, thinking to himself, I've been keeping my speed down the whole time. If I were to run at full speed, you probably wouldn't even be able to see my shadow. Seniors, how far is it from the place you mentioned? Lang Mohan asked. If you slow down, we'll be there by noon. We're really impressed. You're incredibly fast. You can run for dozens of miles without even breaking a sweat. Han Fu said, our destination is just ahead. Look, there's a huge crowd in that valley. It's so lively. Han Fu excitedly pointed to the distance, his voice booming like a bell. Upon hearing this,
this, Lung Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he replied, "Very well, let's not delay any longer, let's go and find out together." After saying that, the group quickened their pace and walked forward. As they got closer, they discovered that nearly 100 people had gathered there, most of whom were fourth-year students from the Magic and Martial Arts University. After scanning the area, Lung Mohan unexpectedly caught sight of two familiar faces, Zhang Jian and Lin Baxian. Just then, Han Fu angrily cursed, "That damned Tang Sanshao, that treacherous and cunning fellow, actually arrived even before me." His words were filled with anger. Seeing this, Fang Zhenghua speculated, "Who knows, maybe this guy set off before dawn." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a slightly sarcastic voice rang out, "Oh ho? Isn't this old Fang and old Han? I never expected the two of you to dare to set foot here." Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a young man in a yellow shirt looking at them with a mocking expression. Faced with the other party's provocation, Fang Zhenghua retorted without backing down, "Why wouldn't I dare? So-called rare and precious materials should belong to those who are destined to receive them. We've come here simply to try again." His words revealed his firmness and decisiveness. "Ha, rare and precious treasures naturally belong to the strong. If you hadn't run fast a few days ago, you would have almost been eaten by the level 5 raccoon beasts. With your strength, you think you can get the blood spirit fruit?" The young man in yellow shook his head slightly, a disdainful smile on his lips, and said mockingly, "This treasure is not something people like you can covet." Han Fu responded with a smile, pointing to a person standing beside him, and said confidently, "Originally, our hopes were indeed slim, but now the situation is quite different because we have gained a super powerful expert on our side." The young man in yellow looked in the direction Han Fu pointed, a look of confusion on his face. He asked curiously, "Is this the person standing next to you? He looks a little unfamiliar to me. Is he also a student at our school?" At this moment, Lin Baxian quickly stepped forward and interjected, reporting to Chairman Huang, "Yes, this person is indeed a new student who enrolled in our school this year." Upon hearing this, the young man in yellow frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. He rebuked him sternly, saying, "This is utterly reckless. Suiwei Mountain is an extremely dangerous place. How can you allow a newcomer to set foot here?" He then turned his angry gaze to Fang Zhenghua and Han Fubian, and questioned them sternly, "Do you two have any sense of organization or discipline at all? How dare you bring an inexperienced freshman to such a dangerous place? If something unexpected happens, are you capable of taking responsibility?" Before the words were even finished, Tang Sanxiao, who had been waiting for an opportunity, seized the chance to kick someone when they were down, echoing the accusation, "President Huang is absolutely right. People like Fang Zhenghua and Han Fubian, who disregard the rules and act recklessly, should be reported to the school immediately and given the punishment they deserve, and at the same time, all their cultivation resources should be taken away." Han Fu said with a big smile, "Our brother Lang, don't underestimate him just because he's a new student. He actually holds the authority of a level 4 martial artist in the school." Then, he raised his voice and shouted, "That's right. This brother Lang is no ordinary person. He's not just a level 4 martial artist, he's a ruthless character who can kill a level 5 raccoon beast with a single strike. Everyone, tell me, with his strength, is he qualified to set foot on Suiwei Mountain? Is he capable of participating in this fierce competition for the blood spirit fruit?" However, these words drew an uproar and skepticism from the surrounding crowd. Someone scoffed, "How could that be? You're not just making this up, are you?" Others chimed in, saying, "That's right. No matter how strong a freshman is, he can only be considered a level 2 martial artist at most, about the same level as junior sister Jian." Some even mocked, "Oh ho, you still claim to be a level 4 martial artist? Why don't you just say you're a level 5 martial artist then?" Faced with numerous questions from the crowd, Lung Mohan remained silent and offered no explanation, because he knew that true strength always speaks through one's own superior abilities, rather than through pointless verbal battles. Just then, Zhang Jian, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, "Lang Mohan is indeed a genuine level 4 martial artist." Her voice was clear and resonant, like a gentle spring flowing through everyone's hearts, instantly silencing the noisy scene. "Junior sister Jian, why are you speaking up for a mere freshman?" Tang Sanshao frowned slightly, his face full of doubt, seemingly puzzled by Zhang Jian's behavior. Zhang Jian gently shook her head, her gaze firm, and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Senior Lin Baxian. Right there on our school's martial arts stage, Lung Mohan defeated him in just 2 moves." Her voice was clear and loud, echoing in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, Chairman Huang stared at Lin Baxian in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Baxian, on the other hand, wore a bitter expression, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. He never expected that Zhang Jian would be so shameless as to tell the story in public without hesitation. Faced with the strange looks from everyone, he had no choice but to explain helplessly, "That is indeed true, but I was feeling a little unwell at the time, so I accidentally lost to him." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. They all knew very well that Lin Baxian had clearly lost, and that his so-called physical discomfort was just an excuse. After all, as a level 4 martial artist, his internal energy and blood are as vigorous as a blazing furnace, and he has long reached reached the point where he is immune to all diseases.
How could he easily experience physical discomfort? This is clearly just an attempt to find a plausible excuse for one's failure.
Although Lin Boxian is only a newly entered 4th-level martial artist, he was able to defeat him in 2 moves, which shows that he is not weak. Chairman Huang thought to himself,
Fong Zhenghua and Han Fubian have found a good helper.
As for killing a 5th-level raccoon beast with 1 strike, that is definitely not true.
Even I would find it difficult to do. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to me. After a month of careful observation, I have finally made a discovery.
Every full moon, the mysterious blood spirit fruit will appear for a full 7 hours. Chairman Huang coughed twice and said in a loud voice, "Tonight is the night of the full moon, which means we will have a full 7 precious hours to obtain the legendary blood spirit fruit." He paused, then solemnly reminded everyone, however, it is important to note that the blood spirit fruit grows on a steep and treacherous cliff, which is also the habitat of the raccoon beasts. It is a place fraught with danger and peril. Although everyone here desires this rare treasure, you must act with caution and not risk your lives because of excessive greed. President Huan looked around and continued, "This valley is the only way to the location of the blood spirit fruit. There are 3 paths to choose from in the valley, some of which are far away and some are relatively close. However, based on our investigations over the past few days, that seemingly shortcut is actually far more treacherous, while the path further away is safer.
From now on, you
are free to form groups and travel together. As for whether you can successfully obtain the blood spirit fruit, that depends entirely on your individual abilities and fortune." At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "We are willing to follow Chairman Huang. If we are fortunate enough to obtain the blood spirit fruit, we will present it to Chairman Huang with both hands."
Another person quickly chimed in, "That's absolutely right.
In my opinion, if we're talking about who has the best chance of winning the blood spirit fruit, then it has to be President Huang." Then someone else shouted excitedly, "Whichever path Chairman Huang chooses, we will follow him steadfastly. Even if the road ahead is fraught with danger and thorns, we will never back down." Hearing these words, Chairman Huang couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After chuckling softly a few times, he said, "Those who walk alongside me today are all my sworn brothers.
If I am fortunate enough to obtain the blood spirit fruit, my brothers will not return empty-handed. Each of you will receive a cleansing spirit pill as a small token of my appreciation."
These words immediately drew shouts from the crowd. President Huang truly lives up to his reputation as the martial arts president of Magic Martial Arts Association. His style of doing things is so bold and generous.
Following Chairman Huang's lead is definitely the right thing to do.
As long as Chairman Huang can achieve great success, it would be a good thing for us to benefit from it.
President Huang is truly majestic and imposing.
Before long, the vast majority of people gathered around Chairman Huang, forming a powerful force. However, Tang Sanxiao has a small group of staunch supporters, but he is unwilling to get entangled with Chairman Huang. After all, once you get involved with Chairman Huang, even if you eventually succeed in obtaining the blood spirit fruit, it will probably fall into Chairman Huang's hands. Rather than doing that, it would be better to focus on your own well-being and lead your team to fight for that sliver of hope.
Miss Xian, would you be willing to team up with me?
You know, our team is full of talented people and experts.
Joining our team will not
only give you ample training and allow you to quickly improve your skills, but more importantly, you will have absolutely no safety concerns. The speaker was none other than Chairman Huang, who was staring intently at the graceful woman before him, Zhang Jian.
Her stunning beauty and extraordinary temperament were unparalleled in the world.
Even Chairman Huang, who was experienced and knowledgeable, had long harbored desires for her. However, Chairman Huang was very arrogant and firmly believed that he could win the heart of the beauty with his outstanding talent. He completely disregarded that guy named Lin Boxian. After all, whether in terms of ability or family background, he was a cut above Lin Boxian. Faced with Chairman Huang's offer, Zhang Jian nodded slightly and said softly, "I am grateful for Chairman Huang's kindness, but I already have someone I love, so I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone present understood that this was a polite refusal. In an instant, Chairman Huang's face turned extremely gloomy, and he was secretly furious. No woman had ever dared to defy him like this before. But in just a moment, he quickly adjusted his emotions and once again presented himself as a refined and gentle nobleman.
Tang Sanxiao's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. He immediately stepped forward with elegant and confident strides and extended an invitation in an extremely gentlemanly manner. "Miss Xian, would you like to join our team?"
"Admittedly, we may not be as powerful as Chairman Huang's team, but please believe that we will do our best to take care of you and ensure that you enjoy the best treatment." However, Zhang Jian gently shook her head and politely declined, saying, "I am very grateful for your kindness, but I already have a team in mind." Seeing that Zhang Jian had first rejected Chairman Huang's invitation and now refused Tang Sanxiao without hesitation, everyone couldn't help but feel suspicious and fell into deep thought. After all, Zhang Jian was only a level 2 martial artist. If she lost the protection and escort of a powerful figure, she would not only fail to reach the place where the blood spirit fruit grows, but she would also have difficulty surviving even in this Suiwei Mountain. At this moment, a soft laugh came from beside Han Fu.
He teased, since Zhang Jian neither chooses Chairman Huang nor favors Tang Sanshao, does she intend to choose our team?
Judging from the current situation, it seems that only our team is left for her to choose from.
Fang Zhenghua said thoughtfully, scratching his head.
Even the usually calm and collected Lang Mohan was quite puzzled at this moment.
Could it be that Zhang Jian was hiding some powerful tricks or methods, and that she was pretending to be weak while actually preparing to go alone to pick that incomparably precious blood spirit fruit?
I want to join Lang Mohan's team,
Zhang Jian said softly.
What? Zhang Jian is going to join this worst team?
Why is this happening? I really don't understand.
She wouldn't choose either of the two strong teams. She insisted on choosing the worst team.
Han Fu Bian was immediately indignant. He cursed. What do you mean we're the worst team? Let me tell you, we're actually terrifyingly strong right now. Miss Jian, welcome to our team. Although there are only 3 of us, we will absolutely not let you suffer the slightest grievance, Fang Zhenghua said happily. Everyone loves beauty, and no man could resist Zhang Jian.
Zhang Jian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile, and she said softly, I just wonder if Lang Mohan will welcome my arrival? Her voice was as melodious as a nightingale's, yet it seemed to contain a hint of unspoken anticipation and trepidation.
Han Fu, who was standing to the side, quickly replied with a smile, how could we not welcome you? Miss Shang, you are a distinguished guest.
His smile was exceptionally warm, as if he wanted everyone to know how much he welcomed Zhang Jian. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Lang Mohan, wanting to see his attitude towards the matter.
However, Lang Mo's cold and stern face showed no emotion whatsoever.
He simply said, don't look at me like that. This team isn't under my control. His tone was surprisingly calm, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Upon hearing Lang Mohan's reply, Fang Zhenghua couldn't help but laugh and said, in that case, we would naturally be very happy to welcome Miss Zhang Jian to join our team. His laughter was hearty and sincere, revealing his inner joy.
Just then, a commotion arose from the crowd. Someone shouted indignantly, why?
Why didn't Miss Jian choose us, but instead joined the team of those two good-for-nothing guys, Fang Zhenghua and Han Fubian?
Another person chimed in, this is absolutely outrageous. Could it be that this Miss Jian has been bewitched by something?
Others shook their heads, expressing their incomprehension. I really can't understand what she was thinking. Immediately, various doubts and dissatisfaction arose one after another, and the whole scene became chaotic. Standing to the side, Chairman Huang's face grew increasingly grim, so dark it was almost dripping with gloom. He clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with anger and humiliation. This was undoubtedly a blatant slap in the face. Zhang Jian's blatant disregard for his team, choosing instead to join the weakest group rather than his own, infuriated him. On the other side, Lin Boxian sighed with a helpless and bitter expression, then lowered his voice and said to Chairman Huang, Chairman Huang, actually, Jian and Lang Mohan were once engaged as children. Although his words were gentle, they were like a bombshell dropped into a lake, instantly creating a huge uproar.
So that's how it is.
No wonder Zhang Jian made that decision. It turns out it was because of this special relationship. Thinking about this, Chairman Huang's mood grew even heavier.
Oh, so they know each other.
No wonder she chose Fang Zhenghua's team. It turns out it was for Lang Mohan, the freshman. They were betrothed as children, which means they've known each other for a long time. With a stern face, Chairman Huang waved his hand and said, since Miss Jian has made her choice, let's go. Chairman Huang chose the shortcut because there were many of them, so they were not afraid of the dangers along the way. Tang Sanshao said with a dark face, we'll choose the middle path. It's neither too far nor too close, and the risk level is moderate.
Han Fu asked, Old Feng, which way should we go? Fang Zhenghua looked at Lang Mohan and said, Brother Lang, which path do you think is better?
Lang Mohan thought for a moment and said, since there are few of us, let's try to choose the less dangerous, longer route.
Although it's a bit longer, it's relatively safer. After all, we're outnumbered, and if there are more monsters, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up.
So the 4 of them resolutely embarked on the more distant path. During their journey, Han Fu and Fang Zhenghua chatted with Zhang Jian from time to time, creating a harmonious and pleasant atmosphere. However, Lang Mohan kept his head down and walked silently, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. He was taciturn and seemed extremely reluctant to communicate with Zhang Jian, simply because deep down he felt that he and this woman were not kindred spirits. After traversing more than 10 miles of rugged mountain paths, Zhang Jian, who had been treated coldly by Lang Mohan, finally could no longer suppress her anger.
Her eyes widened in anger as she shouted at Lang Mohan, did you do this on purpose? Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan was quite surprised and asked in confusion, what exactly do you mean by that? At this moment, Zhang Jian was even more furious.
She put her hands on her hips and said coquettishly, Humph, you're clearly playing hard to get, pretending to ignore me to get my attention.
Am I wrong?
Then, she raised her chin, adopting an arrogant posture, and continued, let me tell you, back when I was 13, I already saw through these little tricks completely. So, this approach simply won't work on you. After hearing this, Lang Mohan shook his head helplessly and replied with a sneer, this is ridiculous.
He's just a madman.
This infuriated
Zhang Jian. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, fine, you despicable Lang Mohan, how dare you be so rude to me? Just you wait and see, I'll make you taste my power someday. Old Lang, you can't treat such a delicate girl like Jian like this. Your attitude is really bad. Fang Zhenghua felt sorry for Zhang Jian when he saw Lang Mohan treating her so rudely. That's right, Miss Jian rejected Chairman Huang and Tang Sanshao, but she chose our weakest team. And you're still not satisfied? You even gave Miss Jian a hard time. That's too much. You are just born into good fortune but don't know it. Han Fu echoed, his words full of reproach. Just then, a furious roar was heard. Upon closer inspection, everyone saw a massive, level 3 monster, the Grey-Horned Ram, suddenly leap out from the forest ahead. This Grey-Horned Ram is 3 to 4 meters long and more than 2 meters tall. When it saw the group of humans who had suddenly appeared, it did not hesitate at all and pounced on them like a cannonball. Miss Xian, be careful. Let me cut this beast down with my blade. In the blink of an eye, Han Fu swiftly drew his long sword from his waist and rushed in front of Zhang Jian, attempting to use his body to block the fierce attack. However, Zhang Jian smiled slightly and said softly, no need to trouble you. This level 3 monster is just the right subject for me to hone my martial arts skills. Before she finished speaking, she had already drawn the long sword that gleamed with cold light. With a swift movement, she resembled a beautiful flower blooming in a flower garden, or a beautiful butterfly dancing lightly in the air. In the blink of an eye, she was engaged in battle with the Grey-Horned Ram. Zhang Jian was exceptionally agile, her movements swift and elegant. Every move she made was as natural and fluid as flowing water, and her sword strikes were incredibly fierce, forcing the Grey-Horned Ram to retreat repeatedly. The long sword in her hand gleamed with a chilling light, as if proclaiming to the world the superb swordsmanship of its master. Although the Grey-Horned Ram was incredibly strong, it gradually fell into a disadvantageous position under Zhang Jian's exquisite swordsmanship. Zhang Jian swiftly and decisively slashed the Grey-Horned Ram's neck with her sword. Bright red blood gushed out, and the Grey-Horned Ram seemed to lose all its strength instantly, collapsing to the ground with a thud. A trace of despair flashed in its eyes. Miss Jiruo is truly amazing. With the strength of a second-level martial artist, she actually managed to slay that ferocious and powerful third-level monster with her sword. She truly deserves to be called a prodigy. Fang Zhenghua was shocked. He secretly rejoiced that he had been prepared to step in and provide assistance at any time, but he never expected that Zhang Jian, who seemed weak, was not just a pretty face but possessed real and formidable strength. Just then, Han Fu, who had been standing to the side, quickly stepped forward and said with a fawning expression, Miss Jian, please wait a moment. Let me dig out the crystal core from the body of this Grey-Horned Ram for you. You mustn't get your delicate hands dirty with such heavy work. After saying that, Han Fu moved with practiced skill and speed, and in the blink of an eye, he took the precious monster crystal core out of the corpse. Then, he carefully wiped away the bloodstains on the surface of the crystal core with a tissue, and respectfully handed it to Zhang Jian, praising, look at this crystal core, its color is crystal clear, its quality is excellent, it is truly a rare treasure. Miss Jian, your hunting operation this time was simply perfect. Zhang Jian took the level 3 crystal core that emitted a faint light, turned her gaze to Lang Mohan who had remained silent beside her, and gently raised the crystal core in her hand to ask, Lang Mohan, in your opinion, what do you think of this crystal core? Lang Mohan glanced at it indifferently and replied, not bad, let's get going. After saying that, he took the lead and walked forward, seemingly unconcerned about everything that had just happened. Seeing this, everyone followed in his footsteps and continued on this journey full of unknowns and challenges. You Lang Mohan, just wait until you fall in love with me, and see how I handle you. Zhang Jian stomped her foot, secretly angry. In a faraway place, a deep and dense forest suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Lang Mohan suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop, and shouted, everyone, please pause for a moment. There may be some potential danger ahead. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian immediately widened her beautiful eyes and looked around warily, but she did not notice anything unusual. She couldn't help but chuckle, saying with a hint of sarcasm, it's perfectly quiet ahead, with nothing out of the ordinary. I think you're just making a fuss over nothing, trying to get my attention. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan was speechless, muttering to himself, what does this have to do with anything? It's utterly baffling. At this moment, Fang Zhenghua bent down, picked up a few stones, and threw them forcefully into the forest ahead. Several pebbles flew through the air in arcs before falling into the forest with a crisp, clear sound. Surprisingly, apart from these brief noises, the entire forest remained as quiet as ever, as if it had never been disturbed at all. Seeing this, Fang Zhenghua smiled with relief and turned to Lang Mohan, saying, Old Lang, in my opinion, you're probably too nervous. Although the route we've chosen is a bit remote, it's generally quite safe. After all, it's not easy to encounter high-level ferocious monsters here. Standing to the side, Han Fu Bian chimed in, yes, it seems there's no problem. Why don't we continue on our way? Faced with the two men's doubts and urging, Lang Mohan shook his head helplessly, but he did not insist on his own opinion anymore. Instead, he silently followed the group and continued to move forward, because only he himself knew that his immense mental
strength was comparable to that of a level 5 superhuman. He often possessed keen insight and advanced precognitive abilities regarding dangerous factors in his surroundings.
So although things seemed calm on the surface, he remained highly vigilant and prepared to deal with any possible emergencies. After walking several hundred meters without encountering any monsters, Zhang Jian sneered at Lang Mohan. "Is this the danger you were talking about? I don't see any danger here at all." Fang Zhanghua laughed and said, "Old Lung, it's good to be vigilant.
After all, monsters roam Suwei Mountain, so we should be careful at all times to avoid making mistakes." Zhang Jian's beautiful face was filled with hatred.
She hated Lang Mohan's indifference towards her.
She had been pampered since childhood, and no man had ever been unmoved by her. She refused to believe that Lang Mohan didn't like her. She was convinced that Lang Mohan was deliberately playing hard to get in order to attract attention. Just then, from the once quiet and silent dense forest, a huge, ferocious-looking level 4 raccoon beast suddenly rushed out without warning. Its speed was as fast as lightning as it rushed towards Fang Zhanghua, who was leading the way at the front of the group.
"Oh no, there really is a level 4 raccoon beast here."
Upon seeing this, Han Fu, who was standing at the rear, instantly became serious. He shouted loudly and, without hesitation, raised his extremely sharp broadsword and charged towards the aggressive level 4 raccoon beast like an arrow.
Fang Zhanghua and Han Fu attacked almost simultaneously,
joining forces to fight against the exceptionally ferocious level 4 raccoon beast.
However, even amidst the fierce battle, they did not forget Lang Mohan and Zhang Jian, who were in danger, while desperately fending
off the attacks of the raccoon beast. Fang Zhanghua anxiously shouted to Lang Mohan, "Old Lang, you must protect Miss Jian." Zhang Jian was clearly quite frightened by this sudden situation, but her stubbornness made her unwilling to easily show weakness in front of Lang Mohan. She gave a soft snort and said firmly, "I don't need his protection.
I can handle this on my own."
After saying that, she quickly drew her gleaming sword from her waist again and focused intently on the battle. Just as everyone was fully focused on fighting the first level 4 raccoon beast, something unexpected happened. From the bushes on the other side not far away, another dark figure suddenly darted out. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be another, even larger and more ferocious raccoon beast, whose aura was significantly stronger than that of the previous level 4 raccoon beast. A level 5 raccoon beast.
Zhang Jian, with her sharp eyes, recognized the true identity of the enormous creature in front of her at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Faced with such a formidable enemy, Zhang Jian immediately realized that the situation had become extremely dire, and that continuing to stay and fight them head-on was by no means a wise move. She had only one thought in her mind: escape. Immediately afterwards, she turned around abruptly and ran towards Lang Mohan at top speed. That was Zhang Jian's only thought at that moment, but the raccoon beast was already an extremely fast monster, let alone a level 5 monster.
How could Zhang Jian possibly escape?
Therefore, she needed Lang Mohan to hold off the enemy for a moment so that she would have time to escape.
Zhang Jian even regretted pairing up with Lang Mohan and the others.
If she had chosen Chairman Huang, she probably wouldn't be in such a sorry state right now.
Lang Mohan is such an idiot.
A level 5 raccoon beast charged at him, and he didn't even try to dodge. He just stood there like a dumb goose, practically handing me a perfect life-saving charm.
Zhang Jian swiftly passed by Lang Mohan, her eyes revealing a deep sense of contempt.
However, when faced with the ferocious attack of the level 5 raccoon beast, Lang Mohan remained unusually calm and showed no fear. Suddenly, the battle sword Pajun, which was strapped to his back, was drawn from its sheath. A dazzling, cold light flashed, followed by a crisp poof sound. The once menacing raccoon beast instantly lost its life force and stopped in place, still in the act of charging forward. Just then, Fang Zhanghua and Han Fubian also worked together to successfully kill the level 4 raccoon beast. Now, they finally had time to turn their attention to where Lang Mohan was.
"Ha, why did this raccoon suddenly stop moving?" Fang Zhanghua asked, puzzled. Han Fu speculated, could it be that Brother Lang has already killed this level 5 raccoon beast?
Meanwhile, Zhang Jian, who had run more than 100 meters, finally felt a little relieved and mustered the courage to look back. When she saw with her own eyes that the level 5 raccoon beast was frozen in place as if it had been frozen in place by a spell, she was so shocked that her mouth gaped open as if an egg could fit inside.
"Miss Jian, the crisis is over now. You don't need to run anymore,"
Han Fu shouted at the top of his lungs.
Hearing this, Zhang Jian walked back with some skepticism.
When she got closer and looked at the motionless level 5 raccoon beast, she asked, "Why isn't this level 5 raccoon beast moving?
"Could it be that one of you is a superhuman?"
Han Fu laughed and said, "You should ask Brother Lang that."
Zhang Jian looked at Lang Mohan in confusion, thinking to herself, could it be that Lang Mohan is a superhuman?
Thinking this, she felt a pang of regret for her earlier actions.
Lang Mohan didn't say anything.
He simply stepped forward and gently touched the corpse of the raccoon beast.
The raccoon beast's massive body collapsed with a crash, breaking in two. A single strike could actually cleave a level 5 raccoon beast in two. Just how terrifying must one's strength be to achieve this? Zhang Jian exclaimed in astonishment.
Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lang Mohan, revealing not only deep shock but also an indescribable curiosity. The man before before her was far too mysterious and unpredictable, and this mystery only fueled her burning desire to conquer him. However, Lang Mohan completely ignored the gaze that Zhang Jian cast at him, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. He slowly bent down and greedily sucked the blood flowing from the raccoon beast. His bizarre action stunned the other three people present, leaving them speechless for a long time.
Brother Lang,
you. Fang Zhenghua's tongue got tied, and his speech became hesitant and stuttering. Just then, Lang Mohan had finished drinking all the beast blood with great relish. He straightened up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve with great gusto, and then said with a smile, "This beast blood is a rare and precious treasure.
Senior Fang, Senior Han, don't you want to take a bite while it's still piping hot?"
No need, we are not worthy of such a treat." Han Fu shook his head frantically, waving his hands in a panic as he refused.
Seeing this, Lang Mohan turned his gaze to Zhang Jian.
At this moment, Zhang Jian was struggling to suppress her urge to vomit, her face as pale as paper.
When she noticed Lang Mohan's gaze, she trembled and hurriedly turned her head away, repeatedly muttering, "I won't drink it, I absolutely won't drink it. Please stop looking at me." Lang Mohan didn't take it seriously.
This time, after drinking the blood of the raccoon beast, his health only increased by 3,000 points. It seems that consuming the blood of the same type of monster will lead to drug resistance.
3,000 points is still not bad.
Lang Mohan reached out and took the level 5 crystal core, putting it into his backpack without any pretense.
Lang Mohan killed this level 5 monster, the raccoon beast, alone, so the crystal core was naturally his spoils of war, which is indisputable.
Han Fu went to retrieve the crystal core of the level 4 raccoon beast, and then the group continued on their way.
After this incident, Zhang Jian gained a clearer understanding of Lang Mohan's strength.
She became increasingly close to Lang Mohan on the way, and would occasionally make ambiguous gestures and say ambiguous things. However, all of this seemed so natural and unpretentious, flowing freely and naturally, without arousing any resentment or disgust from others.
Lang Mohan's mind was like a clear mirror, and he knew Zhang Jian perfectly well. Compared to his ex-girlfriend Song Chuchu, Zhang Jian's methods were obviously much more sophisticated, and her tea ceremony skills far surpassed the former's.
He shook his head slightly and said firmly, "I already have a girlfriend, and I don't want her to misunderstand anything because of these things."
Hearing this, Zhang Jian still wore that gentle smile and said softly, "Brother Mohan already has a girlfriend? I wonder where she studies. You must find a chance to introduce us sometime. To be honest, I really want to see for myself what kind of outstanding girl is worthy of someone as excellent as Brother Mohan."
Lang Mohan calmly replied, she originally planned to study in Shanghai, but in the end her family decided to send her back to Beijing, so he really does have a girlfriend. But whether it's true or not, she's not with him right now.
Humph, I refuse to believe that with my irresistible charm, I can't make Lang Mohan fall for me? Thinking of this, Zhang Jian couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a confident attitude. She thought to herself, once he's completely in love with me, won't he be completely at my mercy?
Although the remaining journey was long, it was fraught with danger but without any real peril.
Although they encountered a few level 3 or 4 monsters, Fang Zhenghua and Han Fubian joined forces to kill them all. Is this the legendary place where the blood spirit fruit appears?
There are so many beautiful red flowers blooming here.
Zhang Jian gazed at the red flowers blooming like flames on the cliff face and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement.
Lang Mohan, standing to the side, looked puzzled. The steep cliff was covered with countless red flowers, each about a meter in size and as tall as a person.
It was a truly unique and extraordinary sight.
Han Fu quickly explained, about a month ago, someone accidentally discovered that deep within this sea of red flowers, at night, a blood spirit grass, emitting a strange red light, was gently swaying in the wind. It was because of this that everyone knew that a ripe blood spirit fruit was growing here.
Lang Mohan frowned slightly, asking with a puzzled look, if it was discovered a month ago, why didn't the people at that time pick it? Instead, it's now known to everyone.
At this moment, Fang Zhenghua hurriedly interjected, it's because several powerful level 5 raccoon beasts frequently appear in this area.
Whenever someone dares to step into this patch of red flowers, those ferocious monsters will immediately appear and attack humans.
Therefore, we have not been able to find a suitable opportunity. Moreover, this blood spirit fruit is usually hidden in this flower field that stretches for several miles, and it is extremely difficult to find it under normal circumstances. Only after the full moon hangs high in the sky will it emit a strange red light.
Only by relying on this unique feature can its location be accurately pinpointed. So that's how it is. In that case, even if someone gets here first, they probably won't be able to get it first. They'll have to wait until the full moon tonight to succeed. Zhang Jian couldn't help but sigh softly. Han Fu turned his head to look around, then suddenly burst into laughter. Judging from this situation, we should be the first to arrive here.
Although the path we chose is the longest and most distant, it is obviously the safest and most secure one. Before Han Fu could finish speaking, a series of noisy sounds suddenly came from afar. Everyone looked closely and saw Tang Sanxiao leading a group of people, all of them covered in wounds and looking disheveled. struggling to emerge from the mountain path.
Tang Sanxiao, what happened to you? Why are you in such a miserable state? Did you run into some kind of troublesome danger? If you really encounter a situation you can't handle, just say the word. We classmates will definitely not sit idly by and will definitely lend a helping hand.
Han Fu stepped forward and mocked with a sarcastic expression.
It's none of your business to meddle. We'll walk our own path. We don't need your help, Tang Sanxiao said angrily.
They were attacked by multiple groups of monsters and barely managed to break through the encirclement with all their might. However, 2 of them perished in the beast's jaws, and the others were also seriously injured. If it weren't for the pills and medicines, it's unknown whether they would have made it here alive. Just as they finished speaking, a sound came from another narrow mountain path. Chairman Huang and his group emerged from there in a disheveled state. They had also lost several people, and their brothers were all injured, but they looked to be in better shape than Tang Sanxiao's group of transvestites.
Hey, look, everyone's finally here. I never expected this. We deliberately chose a shortcut, but we ended up being the last to arrive. Ah, this is so funny,
Chairman Huang said with a smile while glancing at the other 2 teams. Tang Sanxiao's team was missing 2 people, and everyone looked disheveled, covered in wounds, clearly having suffered a significant loss. In contrast, Lang Mohan's team was completely intact, and everyone looked calm and composed, as if they had not experienced too many hardships.
Miss Jian, you haven't been injured on your journey, have you?
Chairman Huang asked politely.
Thank you for your concern, President Huang. I'm perfectly fine. Speaking of which, I've been protected by Brother Mohan the whole way.
If it weren't for his selfless help, I'm afraid I would have already perished in the jaws of those ferocious beasts. Zhang Jian's voice was soft and melodious, making everyone's bones almost melt.
Brother Mohan?
The moment she uttered those words, everyone present turned their gazes toward Lang Mohan, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. It was as if those gazes could turn into sharp blades, Lang Mohan would have already been torn to pieces countless times. Seeing this, Chairman Huang looked slightly embarrassed and said listlessly, "It's good that everything is alright. It's good that everything is alright." After saying this, he led his men to a place to sit down and rest, and began to practice his martial arts. As night gradually falls, a bright full moon slowly rises from the horizon, hanging high in the sky like a silver plate, casting its cool light. Not far away, on the cliff face, the red flowers covering the mountainside emitted an eerie glow under the moonlight. Soon after, a blood spirit flower, which was significantly taller than the other flowers, slowly grew taller, and a blood spirit fruit emitting a red glow swayed gracefully in the moonlight.
Blood spirit fruit. Suddenly someone shouted. Following the shouts, everyone looked in the direction and indeed saw the dazzling blood spirit fruit.
A series of agile figures, like wild horses, galloped toward the dazzling cluster of flowers above the cliff,
vying for the legendary blood spirit fruit with reckless abandon. Among the crowd, Zhang Jian's beautiful and refined face was filled with anxiety and anticipation.
She stared intently at the large tree in front of her, which was full of blood spirit fruits, and her eyes shone with determination.
Brother Mohan, this blood spirit fruit is really too important to me. Please help me, okay?
Zhang Jian's big, watery eyes revealed a pitiful expression, as if crystal tears were about to fall at any moment. She moved gracefully to Lang Mohan's side, gently took his strong arm with her jade-like hand, tilted her head slightly, and gazed at him with tender affection. Her eyes were as gentle and passionate as a spring stream, full of deep affection.
However, Lang Mohan remained unmoved by Zhang Jian's tender and affectionate advances.
He gently shook his head, shook off her hand without hesitation, and took a step back to create some distance between them. He said in a deep voice, "I told you before that I already have a girlfriend, so please keep a proper distance from me in the future to avoid causing unnecessary trouble and misunderstandings for my girlfriend." After a pause, he added, "Besides, this blood spirit fruit is so rare and precious, and so many people here are eyeing it covetously.
I might not be able to obtain it successfully. Even if I were lucky enough to get my hands on it, I would use it to improve my cultivation, so there's no way I would give it to you."
Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jian was so angry that her eyebrows shot up. Her once beautiful and charming eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the cold and ruthless man in front of her. She couldn't understand why Lang Mohan would remain unmoved and even reject her so ruthlessly when a stunningly beautiful woman like herself took the initiative to throw herself into his arms.
Is his heart truly as hard and cold as stone?
"Miss Jian, if I get the blood spirit fruit, I'm willing to give it to you."
Tang Sanxiao stepped forward and patted his chest to make a promise.
"Miss Jian, some people are truly ungrateful. They don't even know how to cherish and appreciate a beauty as beautiful and charming as you.
In my opinion, why don't you join our team now? As long
as I, Huang, can successfully obtain the blood spirit fruit, I will gladly offer it to Miss Jian." President Huang extended his invitation with a beaming smile, his words sincere and enthusiastic. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Jian immediately joined the team led by Chairman Huang. She gently raised her hand, slowly wiping away the glistening tears that slid down her cheek, and said in a soft, sweet voice, "From now on, Jian will have to rely on Chairman Huang a lot." Upon hearing this, Chairman Huang was slightly excited and quickly immediately replied, Miss Jian, please rest assured. I, Huang, will do my utmost to obtain this blood spirit fruit and present it to you. However, at that moment, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out. This is bad. There are several level 5 raccoon beasts hiding in the flower bushes. Immediately afterwards, everyone could clearly hear the shrill screams of those who had rushed into the flower bushes and the roars of the raccoon beast. In just 3 breaths, the once noisy and chaotic red flower cluster returned to silence. The clusters of bright red, blood-red flowers swayed gently in the breeze, appearing even more exquisite and eerie against the backdrop of the blood-soaked ground. What should we do? With so many level 5 raccoon beasts, it will probably take a level 6 martial artist to obtain the blood spirit fruit. Even if all of us were together, we probably wouldn't be a match for a level 5 raccoon beast. Even if we make it up there, we won't get the blood spirit fruit. Why throw our lives away in vain? As the discussions unfolded, an atmosphere of despair and negativity spread through the ranks. President Huang suddenly waved his hand and said, "What are you afraid of? We are all martial arts elites of Magic Martial Arts University, the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. Can this little problem stump you all? Don't be afraid, everyone. These red flowers are just blocking your view and are not good for us. As long as we eliminate these red flowers little by little and work together, what are these few level 5 monsters? If any level 5 monsters charge at us, I'll go first. It's not like we haven't killed level 5 monsters before." With Chairman Huang's plan and encouragement, everyone gained a lot of confidence and soon began to systematically eradicate the red flowers, gradually getting closer to the blood spirit fruit. Tang Sanxiao and the others no longer acted alone, but instead cooperated with Chairman Huang's plan. "Old Lung, what do we do?" Han Fu asked. After all, Lang Mohan's strength was outstanding and he was the leader of their team. Lang Mohan said seriously, "This matter is not urgent. I have a feeling that it is not that simple. Let's wait and see." President Huang and Zhang Jian were locked in combat. Looking at Lang Mohan and the others who still hadn't made a move, President Huang threatened, "If no one contributes now, they will naturally not get a share when we kill the raccoon beast and seize the blood spirit fruit. If you dare to forcibly seize it, don't blame us for being ruthless." Lang Mohan sneered and slowly said, How could things be so easy? We just need to wait and see." Seeing Lang Mohan's confidence, Fang Zhenhua and Han Fubian sat down to rest with him. Just then, someone shouted, "President Huang, we have successfully cut down 1/3 of the safflowers so far." Upon hearing this good news, Chairman Huang immediately raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, don't let your guard down. Keep up the good work. We're almost there for the blood spirit fruit." Upon hearing this, the crowd's morale soared, and they moved even faster. Zhang Jian, standing to the side, chuckled softly, "Brother Huang, after we get the blood spirit fruit, can you give it to me?" President Huang laughed heartily and replied, "Of course, junior sister Jian. What's a mere blood spirit fruit compared to winning the heart of a beauty?" Zhang Jian turned to look at Lang Mohan, her eyes revealing a hint of contempt, and said sarcastically, "Look at Brother Huang, how understanding and generous he is, unlike some people who are so cold-hearted and stingy." Hearing Zhang Jian's words of praise, Chairman Huang was naturally overjoyed. He boasted smugly, "Don't worry, junior sister Jian. If you follow me in the future, all kinds of rare resources will be readily available, and you will never have to worry about lacking them. After all, my own brother is a powerful 7th level expert." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Jian's beautiful eyes, and she asked coquettishly, "Is this really true? Level 7 experts are considered to be at the top of the entire martial arts system. If one could establish such a relationship, wouldn't the future be bright and smooth?" Thinking of this, she couldn't help but become more and more fond of Chairman Huang in front of her. "Ah, so many monsters." With this terrified cry, suddenly, dozens of dark figures rushed out from the shadows like lightning. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be a group of enormous, ferocious-looking raccoon-like beasts. They exuded a chilling aura, clearly indicating that they were all-powerful beings at the 4th or 5th level. "Get out! Get out now!" Chairman Huang shouted in alarm. However, in the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 of their companions had been pounced on by the ferocious rat-like beasts and died instantly. Upon seeing this, the others turned pale with fright and fled in panic, creating chaos and an extremely critical situation. At this moment, Chairman Huang could no longer maintain his usual composure and calmness. He suddenly swayed and rushed towards the group of rat-like beasts like an arrow released from a bow. The long sword in his hand gleamed with a cold light, like a sharp bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. In an instant, a level 4 raccoon beast let out a miserable cry and collapsed to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Immediately afterwards, Chairman Huang brandished his long sword, desperately protecting the people behind him, fighting and retreating, making a difficult retreat down the cliff. After everyone was finally safely evacuated to the ground, they looked up at the cliff top and couldn't help but gasp. There, a densely packed group of about 30 raccoon beasts could be seen, most of which were powerful level 4 monsters, while there were also 6 or 7 level 5 monsters. These rat-like beasts were staring intently at the crowd below with fierce eyes, as if they were about to pounce and tear them to pieces at any moment. "Guild leader, we've lost 6 more brothers. What should should we do now? A survivor asked, his face filled with grief. Chairman Huang frowned, his heart filled with anxiety. Faced with so many powerful raccoon beasts, it was virtually impossible for his nearly 100 men to eliminate them all. If there were only 1 or 2 level 5 monsters, I might be able to handle them with my abilities, but there are quite a few level 5 monsters we've encountered today, and it's really difficult for me to win by myself. The others can barely manage to fight these level 4 monsters together, but what should we do with the extra level 5 monsters? For a moment, even the usually resourceful Chairman Huang found himself in a dilemma. Just then, Zhang Jian suddenly spoke up. Lang Mohan, you are truly a cold-blooded and ruthless person.
You watched helplessly as many
senior students died tragically under the claws of monsters, yet you refused to lend a helping hand.
Their tragic deaths should be blamed on you.
Tang Sanxiao asked with a face full of suspicion. He's just a freshman who has just entered the 4th level of martial arts. What use could he possibly be? Rushing forward would only be a pointless death. President Huang also looked puzzled. Jian, he's just a novice who's only just started out.
Even if he were to go into battle, I'm afraid it would be of no use.
Faced with everyone's doubts and incomprehension, Zhang Jian firmly shook her head and replied, Brother Huang, you don't know this, but although Lang Mohan is only a level 4 martial artist, his true strength is
extremely powerful.
Back then, we encountered a level 5 raccoon beast on our journey, and he only swung his sword once to cut the raccoon beast in half at the waist.
How can such skill be regarded as mediocre? Does he really have that much strength?
Chairman Huang's gaze was sharp as arrows, as if he wanted to see through Lang Mohan. I thought he was just a talented newcomer, but I didn't expect his strength to be so great that he could be compared to me. Han Fu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mocking smile, and said loudly to the crowd, Brother Lang can kill that level 5 raccoon beast as easily as killing a
chicken or a dog.
If you all are willing to offer the blood spirit fruit to Brother Lang, perhaps he will take pity on you and personally come to save you from your predicament. Before he could finish speaking, a rustling sound came from above the cliff.
Then, dozens of huge, ferocious-looking rat-like beasts leaped down like a black torrent.
They moved swiftly and quickly, landing in the blink of an eye and quietly forming a tight circular encirclement, trapping everyone present inside. At this moment, the entire scene was filled with an increasingly intense atmosphere of tension, as if a thrilling life-or-death struggle was about to begin.
Faced with this scene, a furious shout suddenly rang out from the crowd.
I don't believe it. He's just a freshman who just arrived. How could he have such
extraordinary abilities?
The speaker was Lin Boxian, whose face was flushed red and whose eyes were wide open, clearly very dissatisfied with what Han Fu said.
Immediately afterward, another person chimed in, that's right, I find it unbelievable too.
Even if he is a top-tier 4th level martial artist, it is absolutely impossible for him to kill a 5th level raccoon beast so easily. This person was Tang Sanxiao, and his tone was full of contempt and disdain. President Huang, who had remained silent until now, slowly spoke up. Jian, you must have been misled and deceived by these ignorant and arrogant people.
In my
opinion, even if the 3 of them joined forces, or even with the help of several others, they would probably not be able to successfully hunt down a level 5 behemoth. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads, plunging those who were already harboring doubts into even deeper worry.
That's right, level 5 monsters are extremely powerful.
Even if 5 or 6 level 4 martial artists worked together, they would probably have a hard time fighting against them, let alone the fact that there are only 3 of them right now. Someone in the crowd whispered among themselves, their words filled with fear and unease. Immediately, various doubts and sighs arose, making the already precarious situation even more unpredictable.
Zhang Jian was also a little confused at this moment.
She did not see Lang Mohan kill the level 5 monster with her own eyes, but the raccoon beast was indeed level 5. As the lead raccoon beast let out a deafening roar, numerous raccoon beasts surged forward like a tidal wave, instantly surrounding the group and igniting a fierce melee.
President Huang is indeed a veteran of countless battles.
His strength is unfathomable. He has already entered the ranks of 5th level martial artists and also possesses a family-inherited Huang level martial arts combat technique. However, at this moment, he was caught in a dilemma. He had to fight back against attacks from all directions while also protecting Zhang Jian, who was a burden beside him, making it difficult for him to fully unleash his true strength. On the other side, Lang Mohan and Fang Han were also fiercely attacked by the raccoon beasts, but fortunately, Lang Mohan, a powerful martial artist, stepped forward and firmly held the line. Whether it's a ferocious level 4 raccoon beast or an even more ferocious level 5 raccoon beast, they can hardly withstand a single move from him.
Often, a single strike is enough to kill them.
In the short time it takes to drink a cup of tea, 5 or 6 corpses of raccoon beasts lay scattered at Lang Mohan's feet. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and Lang Mohan swung his long sword fiercely, killing another level 5 raccoon beast.
Only then did everyone realize, as if waking from a dream, that what Zhang Jian had said earlier was true. So everything she said was true. The level 5 raccoon beasts were indeed so vulnerable in his presence. They were truly one-hit kills. Great, now we're saved. Lang Mohan, please save us.
People shouted excitedly, their eyes rekindled
kindling with hope. Since they had asked for help, Lung Mohan couldn't bear to see them all die. And so, he flashed like lightning, instantly plunging into the dense, menacing horde of beasts. In an instant, a flash of cold light appeared, and wherever the blade gleamed, crimson blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, Lung Mohan was like a tiger descending the mountain or a dragon entering the sea. With each swing of his sword, a raccoon beast would scream and fall to the ground dead. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 raccoon beasts had perished under his incredibly sharp swordsmanship. What was particularly remarkable was that even 2 level 5 raccoon beasts were killed in a short period of time. As Lung Mohan stormed into the battlefield, the pressure on the others immediately lessened. The previously struggling situation was instantly reversed, and Chairman Huang seized the opportunity to successfully kill a level 5 raccoon beast. This completely shattered the morale of the raccoon pack. They lost all will to fight and scattered in all directions, fleeing wildly into the deep mountains and forests. However, after this fierce battle, everyone suffered heavy casualties and was exhausted, so they had no time to pursue the fleeing raccoon beasts. Everyone looked at Lung Mohan with amazement. This young man was incredibly powerful. Someone stepped forward and asked, "Student Lang, I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. Could you perhaps be a descendant of some mysterious ancient martial arts family?" Han Fu hurriedly stepped forward and said proudly, "Brother Lang, don't let his unassuming appearance fool you. He's actually from a prominent family, he's just naturally low-key." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in sudden understanding, exclaiming, "So that's how it is. No wonder he's so outstanding, he truly comes from a prestigious family." Some people couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and praised him, saying, "Just because he's so young, he has already surpassed people like us. Given time, he will surely become another top martial artist at the Grandmaster level." At this moment, a level 4 martial artist staggered forward, his face full of gratitude, and said, "Lung Mohan, thank you so much. If it weren't for your timely help, we would probably all be dead here." Another martial artist quickly added, "Yes, we misunderstood you before. Please don't take it to heart." Everyone gathered around. Not only was Lung Mohan exceptionally strong, but he was also the heir of a powerful family, and everyone wanted to befriend him. Now that the crisis was over, all eyes in the crowd were focused on the incomparably precious blood spirit fruit. One of them spoke up, saying, "This blood spirit fruit should rightfully belong to a true powerhouse. Among those present, Brother Lang is the strongest, so this blood spirit fruit rightfully belongs to him. Yes, a BMW is for a hero, and this blood spirit fruit should be for a disciple of a great clan like Brother Lang. Brother Lang, please don't stand on ceremony. You truly deserve this blood spirit fruit." Once everyone learned of Lung Mohan's prestigious family background, they all fawned over him, not even giving him a chance to explain. Seeing this, he could only sigh helplessly. Chairman Huang, standing to the side, muttered to himself with a solemn expression, "So he comes from a powerful family. No wonder he's so strong." However, at this moment, Zhang Jian, who was standing to the side, shouted anxiously, "What big family? His family is just an ordinary poor family. His father once borrowed a full 100,000 yuan from our family." She gripped Chairman Huang's sleeve tightly and said anxiously, "Brother Huang, you mustn't let Lung Mohan take the blood spirit fruit away. I'm counting on this blood spirit fruit to improve my innate talent." Upon hearing this, Chairman Huang's lips curled into a cold smile, and he replied firmly, "Humph, if he weren't born into a powerful family, he probably wouldn't have been able to take this blood spirit fruit so easily today. Watch me expose him in public." Chairman Huang coughed twice to clear his throat, and then said in a loud voice, "As far as I know, Lung Mohan does not come from any prestigious family. He comes from an ordinary family, and his family situation is probably not as good as many of the friends here." Upon hearing this, the entire scene instantly fell into astonishment. People looked at each other in disbelief, and someone couldn't help but blurt out, "So it turns out that Lung Mohan wasn't some so-called scion of a noble family at all. We've been scammed. Hey, what a waste of time. I thought I could get to know a disciple of a prestigious family. Liar, it was all a lie." Han Fubian, who had been silent all along, could no longer contain his excitement. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "If Lung Mohan is truly not from a noble family, as everyone says, then how do you explain the fact that he possesses such great strength at such a young age? In my opinion, only those noble families with profound foundations and long histories have the ability to cultivate such an extraordinary prodigy. Isn't that right?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd began to whisper among themselves, echoing, "That's right, that's exactly it. If it weren't for the support and nurturing of a vast family behind him, how could he be so powerful at such a young age?" Just then, Zhang Jian stepped forward and walked straight up to Lung Mohan. She stared at him sharply and questioned him firmly, "Lung Mohan, things have come to this point, you should at least give me an explanation. Do you have the courage to admit in front of everyone whether you come from a noble family or a poor one?" Faced with this sudden questioning, Lung Mohan showed no fear. He straightened his posture and calmly replied, "I was indeed born into an ordinary family with no distinguished background whatsoever. Everything I have achieved is the result of my own relentless efforts and hard work. I have a clear conscience about this, and there is no need for me to hide it." Ha, everyone heard that, right? He comes from
from an ordinary family, you don't need to idolize him, Tang Sanxiao said smugly.
President Huang continued, to obtain this blood spirit fruit, we lost countless classmates. If you want to take the blood spirit fruit, we, the 100 or so of us, will not agree. That's right. We've also shed blood and sweat. We can't just give up the blood spirit fruit so easily. The blood spirit fruit should belong to everyone, after all, we have all shed blood for it.
Fang Zhenghua sneered. I wonder who saved you just now. If it weren't for Lang Mohan's intervention, most of you would probably be dead by beasts. Now you're kicking me while I'm down, you're truly shameless. Tang Sanxiao said, we acknowledge that Lang Mohan played a role just now, but it was also the result of our hard work in repelling the beast tide. Han Fu was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He cursed, I've never seen such shameless people before. Old Lang, let's not talk to them anymore. The blood spirit fruit is first come, first served, whoever is the strongest gets it. Chairman Huang suddenly said, alright, then let's rely on our own abilities. Whoever gets it first gets it. Brothers, charge. Miss Xi Yan is determined to get this blood spirit fruit. What I said before still stands. Every brother who contributes will receive an invaluable cleansing spirit pill. Chairman Huang knew that this was a critical moment and that he had to motivate everyone with generous rewards. Among the many people present, apart from a few who were seriously injured, everyone else rushed towards the steep cliff like tigers descending a mountain, engaging in a fierce competition to seize the coveted blood spirit fruit. Han Fu, watching anxiously from the side, quickly asked Lang Mohan, Brother Lang, why are you still standing there motionless? Have you given up on the blood spirit fruit? Lang Mohan revealed a profound smile and said softly, as the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. What is destined to belong to someone will be futile no matter how others try to take it. Upon hearing this, Chairman Huang couldn't help but let out a contemptuous sneer. Humph. In this world, it's always the case that the first to strike wins, and the last to strike suffers. Do you think that just by standing there, the blood spirit fruit will obediently fall into your hands? That's utterly delusional. Zhang Jian giggled along. Now that even that annoying raccoon beast is no longer an obstacle, obtaining the blood spirit fruit will be a piece of cake, won't it? After we successfully obtain the blood spirit fruit, don't be jealous and try to snatch it from us. Lang Mohan remained calm and composed, saying in a steady tone, in my opinion, this matter is probably not so simple. Just as everyone was about to reach the location of the blood spirit fruit, an unexpected incident occurred. Suddenly, the delicate red flowers sprang up, their soft stamens instantly transforming into sharp thorns, while their beautiful petals conjured a gigantic, ferocious maw that swiftly devoured anyone who approached. In an instant, heart-wrenching screams echoed through the sky, and none of those who bravely rushed forward survived. They were all swallowed up by these terrifying flowers. Man-eating flower. Chairman Huan lost his usual composure and cried out in terror. They're all dead. They're all dead. Fang Zhenghua cried out in anguish, his heart breaking. Despite their conflicts with these individuals, they were all, after all, classmates in their fourth year at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. The fact that nearly 100 students lost their lives here is undoubtedly an unprecedented and devastating loss for the Magic and Martial Arts Academy since its founding. Brother Huan, what should we do now? Is there really no way to obtain the blood spirit fruit? Zhang Jian was extremely anxious and couldn't help but feel a little agitated. Everyone's already dead, and you're still only concerned about the blood spirit fruit. Zhang Jian, can you please stop being so willful and reckless? Han Fubian has always been forthright, honest, and frank, and he deeply abhors evil. At this moment, he felt extremely disappointed and angry at Zhang Jian's performance. Although he also liked Zhang Jian, when he saw everyone suffering misfortune, she disregarded everyone's life and safety, and only thought about obtaining the blood spirit fruit, which was truly chilling. President Huang frowned and muttered to himself, this situation is really too bad. We must report it to the school immediately. With our current strength, let alone obtaining the blood spirit fruit, we probably can't even guarantee our own safety. At this moment, Zhang Jian suddenly turned her head, glaring angrily at Lang Mohan, and cursed, you cruel and heartless butcher, cold-blooded executioner. You knew perfectly well that these red flowers were deadly man-eating flowers, so why didn't you warn everyone beforehand? You just stood by and watched so many innocent people die. Lang Mohan sighed helplessly and slowly explained, actually, I just had a gut feeling that this matter might not be as simple as it seemed on the surface, and that there might be a huge crisis hidden within. But who could have imagined that these seemingly beautiful red flowers would actually be terrifying man-eating flowers? Hearing this, Chairman Huang gradually calmed down and said firmly, there's no time to lose, let's inform the school about the situation here first. However, Zhang Jian firmly objected, saying, absolutely not. If we wait for those experts from the school to arrive, they will definitely take the blood spirit fruit, and there will be no chance for us. Before she could finish speaking, she couldn't help but sob, tears streaming down her face like broken pearls. You all swore you like me, but when what I've always dreamed of is so close, you all shrink back because you're afraid of danger. No one is willing to step forward and help me get it. Wah! The cries echoed in the air, filled with endless sorrow and despair. Zhang Jian cried so pitifully, it was heartbreaking, like a delicate flower ravaged by wind and rain, making her all the more endearing. As Chairman Huang gazed at the beautiful woman before him, tears streaming down her face, a ripple of emotion stirred within him.
For a moment, he found himself in a dilemma, unsure of what to do.
But at that moment, he suddenly gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind, and said loudly, "Things have come to this point, and I can no longer hide my true strength. Jiyan, even if it costs me my life, I will help you obtain this blood spirit fruit." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Jiyan's tears vanished instantly, replaced by a smile that went straight to her face.
Overjoyed, she said, "I knew Brother Huang loved me the most. Whatever I longed for, no matter how difficult the obstacles, you would do everything you could to get it for me, wouldn't you?"
Seeing this, Lang Mohan, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, felt disgusted, but Chairman Huang nodded without hesitation,
and replied, "That's right. In fact, I have another identity that I have never revealed to anyone. I am actually a superhuman."
A superhuman. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned and couldn't help but shout out in surprise. I never expected that Chairman Huang would be hiding such an astonishing secret. As a person with superpowers, he really kept it a secret.
It's unbelievable.
Chairman Huang is not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also a rare superhuman. A hint of undisguised surprise flashed across Zhang Jiyan's beautiful eyes. She lightly tiptoed, like a butterfly in flight, and quickly planted a gentle kiss on Chairman Huang's resolute cheek, saying sweetly, "Brother Huang, I never knew you were a superhuman."
"You're amazing. I wonder which type of superhuman you are."
With a face full of pride and smugness, Chairman Huang answered with his head held high, "I am a fire-type ability user." After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Lang Mohan to the side.
"What? It's a fire-based ability."
"You know, this is one of the top offensive abilities among all the abilities. Its power is only slightly inferior to the legendary lightning ability." Han Fu's voice trembled with excitement. Hearing this, Zhang Jiyan's eyes became even brighter and more captivating, shining like brilliant stars in the night sky.
She looked at President Huang with anticipation, and softly made a promise.
"Brother Huang, you are so outstanding.
If you can help me get that blood spirit fruit this time, then I will promise to let you be my boyfriend. Is this true?"
Upon hearing this, Chairman Huang was instantly excited, as if the blood in his body was boiling.
"Of course, it's even more real than gold."
Zhang Jiyan smiled sweetly, as beautiful and delicate as a flower blooming in spring.
President Huang was filled with excitement and his blood was boiling. He immediately patted his chest and promised, "Sister Jiyan, don't
worry. For you, no matter how many difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, I will definitely succeed in obtaining that blood spirit fruit."
"Brother Huang, you're so good to me, unlike some people who are cold and heartless," Zhang Jiyan said meaningfully.
President Huang laughed and said, "For the sake of Sister Jiyan, I have no choice but to use my fire-type ability today." Chairman Huang stretched out his right hand and gently beckoned. Countless red dots of light in the void seemed to be summoned and quickly gathered in his palm. Just a few breaths later, a red flame the size of a soccer ball suddenly appeared in his palm, burning fiercely and radiating intense heat.
"Wow, is this fire-based superpower?"
"It looks incredibly powerful," someone exclaimed. "The temperature of this flame looks extremely high, at least 1,000 degrees," another person guessed. "I never imagined that Chairman Huang's fire-type ability was so powerful," someone exclaimed. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Chairman Huang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of smugness.
He shouted, "Fire beam!"
Immediately, the flames in his hand shot out towards the red carnivorous plants on the mountain.
As a plant-based life form, the carnivorous plant has an innate fear of fire.
When the flames struck, they were instantly charred, emitting a series of low, sharp screeches.
However, at that moment, Zhang Jiyan, who was standing to the side, suddenly covered her head, her face turned pale, and her body swayed as if she was about to fall to the ground.
I feel a little dizzy," she murmured to herself, trying to stay awake, but her body swayed involuntarily. At this moment, Chairman Huang was completely focused on using his fire-based superpower and did not notice Zhang Jiyan's unusual situation. After all, most of the people present were level 4 martial artists, and their mental strength was relatively stronger, enabling them to withstand this level of influence. Zhang Jiyan was only a level 2 martial artist, and her strength and mental power were far inferior to those of the others. As Chairman Huang continued to unleash his fire-based superpower, the carnivorous plants rapidly withered wherever the flames touched. In the blink of an eye, very
few carnivorous plants remained on the entire cliff.
Chairman Huang's sustained use of his power for such a long time had taken a heavy toll on his mental energy.
He took a deep breath and then said to Lang Mohan, "Lang Mohan, what do you think of my fire ability?"
Lang Mohan replied indifferently, "Not bad."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiyan immediately pouted and retorted disdainfully, "Not bad? Humph, I think you're just sour grapes. How could Brother Huang's fire ability be so powerful? Aren't you dying of jealousy right now?" Lang Mohan calmly explained, "I'm stating the facts. This flame is indeed only decent, but it's not necessarily powerful."
Chairman Huang's lips curled slightly upward, and he asked with a hint of sarcasm, "My fire ability isn't that impressive.
Do you also have fire abilities? And are you stronger than me?" Lang Mohan gently shook his head, indicating that he did not possess fire abilities. However, he knew in his heart that although he did not have fire abilities, he possessed far more powerful lightning abilities, the power of which far exceeded that of Chairman Huang's fire abilities. Lang Mohan, I advise you not to have any wicked thoughts. I am determined to get this blood spirit fruit. If you dare to compete with me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Chairman Huang said to Lang Mohan with a gloomy face. Having said that, he extinguished the flames and charged towards the cliff like a cheetah, his long sword flashing with cold light, instantly sweeping away the remaining carnivorous plants. The blood spirit fruit grows at the top of the blood spirit flower, emitting a faint red light as it sways in the wind. Looking at the blood spirit fruit so close at hand, President Huang confidently called out to Zhang Jian, Sister Jian, watch me pick this blood spirit fruit for you right now. Han Fu, anxiously urging Lang Mohan from below the cliff, said, Brother Lang, why aren't you moving? It looks like Chairman Huang is about to take the blood spirit fruit away. However, Lang Mohan remained unmoved and stood quietly in place. Seeing this, Zhang Jian couldn't help but mock. He doesn't dare to move because he's witnessed the power of Brother Huang's fire ability and knows he's no match for him, so he doesn't dare to go up and die. Lang Mohan sneered and said, things aren't that simple. He probably won't be able to get this blood spirit fruit. Besides, although the flames just now looked spectacular, they were extremely taxing on mental energy. Right now, I'm afraid President Huang won't even be able to unleash a single fireball. Upon hearing Lang Mohan's words, Zhang Jian immediately flew into a rage. She shrieked, you're talking nonsense. You're not a superhuman. How do you know that Brother Huang's mental energy is exhausted? I think you're just jealous and envious. Zhang Jian reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, and she immediately bristled. Lang Mohan glanced at Zhang Jian with disdain, then turned to look at Chairman Huang on the cliff, a mocking smile on his lips. On the cliff, Chairman Huang confidently reached out to pick the blood spirit fruit, but just as he was about to touch it, the situation suddenly changed. Suddenly, the blood spirit flower grew taller and taller, and in an instant, it grew into a towering tree 30 or 40 meters high, with countless branches spreading out and covered with man-eating flowers with sharp barbs. A level 6 plant-type monster, President Huang exclaimed. The blood spirit fruit actually grows on a level 6 monster. Now everything makes sense, Lang Mohan muttered to himself. At this moment, Chairman Huang's face was as pale as paper, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He stared intently at the man-eating flower tree in front of him, his heart filled with fear and despair. Zhang Jian, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. She never imagined things would turn out this way. That's why so many rat-like beasts came to guard us when we wanted to harvest the blood spirit fruit. It turns out they were under the control of a high-level monster. I sensed the intense spiritual energy on the cliff before, so I don't think President Huang can obtain the blood spirit fruit so easily. Now we can be certain that this is not an ordinary blood spirit fruit, but a much more powerful crimson flame fruit. According to the Illustrated Compendium of Heavenly Treasures, the crimson flame fruit is not only one tier higher than the blood spirit fruit, but it also has the wonderful effect of nourishing the soul, and even has a certain probability of awakening supernatural abilities in the user. Oh no! Chairman Huang is entangled by this plant monster. Fong Zhenghua suddenly shouted. Suddenly, countless branches extended from the giant plant monster's body, wrapping around Chairman Huang as if they had eyes. However, Chairman Huang reacted exceptionally quickly. He kept wielding his long knife, making a piercing sound as he cut down the branches one by one. However, the plant monster's branches were numerous and seemingly endless. No matter how fiercely Chairman Huang's sword energy flew, he could never truly escape the encirclement of the branches. Help me! Chairman Huang was pale, cold sweat poured down his forehead, and the knife in his hand began to tremble. He was no match for the level 6 monster and was filled with fear. He didn't want to die there, so he couldn't help but shout for help. He even felt a pang of regret. If he hadn't been so captivated by Zhang Jian's beauty, he might not have ended up here, much less be in this desperate situation. But it's too late to say anything now. He can only hope that someone else will save him. Seeing Chairman Huang in his predicament, Zhang Jian showed no concern for him, but instead revealed a hint of disdain. She sighed inwardly. Could it be that I'm truly not meant to have the blood spirit fruit or the crimson flame fruit? No, I can't give up this opportunity. If I can get this precious crimson flame fruit, I might awaken my superpowers and become a powerful martial artist. I absolutely can't miss such a good opportunity. Zhang Jian's eyes darted around, and a plan came to her mind. She walked up to Lang Mohan and said in a sincere yet firm tone, Mohan, can you do me a favor? Lang Mohan frowned slightly and asked, do you want me to go and save Chairman Huang? Zhang Jian quickly shook her head. No, I know your strength is limited and you can't save him. I just want you to help me pick that crimson flame fruit. If you can do it, I will be extremely grateful. And I can also agree to be your girlfriend. As she spoke the last sentence, a blush rose on Zhang Jian's face, but her eyes remained unusually firm. Fong Zhenghua and Han Fubian were shocked. It seemed that Zhang Jian only cared about interests. Whether it was Lin Boxian, who had always followed her before, or Chairman Huang now, they were just stepping stones for her to become strong.
stronger. I will get the Crimson Flame Fruit, but whether Chairman Huang will live or die is uncertain.
Lang Mohan said, slowly drawing his battle sword. Mohan, if you help me get the Crimson Flame Fruit, I promise I'll be your girlfriend. Lang Mohan scoffed, your promise is worthless. I remember you said the same thing to Chairman Huang before. I already have a girlfriend.
Besides, I only took the Crimson Flame Fruit for myself.
What does it have to do with you? Lang Mohan replied coldly. You.
Zhang Jian was so angry that her teeth itched, but she had nothing to say. At this moment, Fang Zhangwei and Han Fu hurriedly advised, Brother Lang, don't be impulsive.
This is a level 6 monster.
President Huang is a level 5 martial artist. Even he is no match for him. Don't go and throw your life away,
Han Fu said anxiously. Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he said confidently, just you wait and see.
Having said that, he moved with lightning speed, leaping onto the cliff in the blink of an eye. Driven by his inner energy, the battle blade in his hand unleashed a sword aura several meters long, instantly severing the branches of the level 6 plant-type monster. Chairman Huang, who was already covered in injuries, immediately felt the pressure ease and couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Lang Mohan.
He shouted, thank you. However, Lang Mohan did not answer him.
He lightly touched the ground with his toes and soared upwards like a bird, his long sword once again deflecting the shooting branches.
His spirit is as powerful as a long river. With a loud shout, Lang Mohan's sword aura surged several meters higher, slashing down on the tree trunk with tremendous force.
A half-meter deep knife mark appeared on the tree trunk, but compared to the tens of meters of tree trunk, this damage was obviously not enough to seriously injure this level 6 plant-type monster.
However, this strike successfully enraged the tree monster, whose branches swung away Chairman Huang and launched a full-scale attack on Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan was not to be outdone.
He wielded his long sword with impenetrable force, constantly seeking opportunities to inflict wounds on the tree monster. His gaze was calm and focused, and each swing of his sword carried a sharp momentum, as if he wanted to completely tear apart the tree monster's defenses. The tree monster's branches lashed out repeatedly, creating afterimages as it tried to stop Lang Mohan's attack.
However, Lang Mohan was exceptionally agile and could easily evade these attacks, delivering a fatal blow to the tree monster in an instant.
As the battle continued, Lang Mohan gradually mastered the tree monster's attack rhythm.
He began to take the initiative, using his speed advantage to quickly move between the tree monster's branches.
His swordsmanship was as fierce as a sudden storm, each strike containing boundless killing intent. Sensing Lang Mohan's threat, the tree monster began to frantically shake its body, and man-eating flowers opened their blood-red mouths and pounced on Lang Mohan. But Lang Mohan dodged the onrushing man-eating flower in a flash, seizing the opportunity. His long sword slashed fiercely at the tree monster's trunk again, leaving deep wounds. Green blood flowed from the tree monster's trunk, staining the surrounding land green.
The tree monster let out a painful roar, and its branches became even more ferocious, lashing out at Lang Mohan incessantly.
However, Lang Mohan had fully entered battle mode, and his swordsmanship became increasingly sharp, breaking through the tree monster's defenses time and time again. Chairman Huang narrowly escaped death and jumped off the cliff.
Fang Zhangwei reacted quickly and rushed forward to catch him.
After regaining his footing, Chairman Huang fixed his gaze on Lang Mohan, who was locked in fierce combat with the tree monster, and exclaimed in amazement, Lang Mohan's strength is so great that he can actually fight a level 6 monster to a standstill. Han Fu, standing to the side, chuckled and chimed in, I said before that if Brother Lang wasn't born into a prestigious family, he must have received guidance from a master.
Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable strength? At this moment, Zhang Jian also stepped forward.
Her beautiful face was filled with concern as she softly asked Chairman Huang, Brother Huang, it's all Jian's fault. You were almost in danger. Chairman Huang recalled the regret he felt when he fought fiercely with the tree monster, but now, looking at Zhang Jian's beautiful face and the faint sense of self-reproach in her eyes, his heart softened. He smiled and comforted her. Fortunately, Lang Mohan came to my aid in time, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't have survived. Zhang Jian cautiously pulled Chairman Huang to a corner and whispered, don't be fooled by Lang Mohan.
He doesn't want to save you at all. I begged him for a long time, but he wouldn't agree. He even said that it would be better if you died, so he could take me for himself and force me to be his girlfriend.
Upon hearing this, Chairman Huang's face turned red with anger, and he angrily cursed, that bastard, how could he be so despicable?
I thought he really came to save me out of kindness.
Zhang Jian continued to sow discord, saying, he's actually a selfish and petty person who only cares about getting the Crimson Flame Fruit for himself and doesn't care about your life or death at all. Moreover, he knew all along that the blood spirit flower was dangerous, but he deliberately kept it from everyone, wanting you to scout ahead so he could reap the benefits. Once you've exhausted the tree monster's power, he can easily obtain the Crimson Flame Fruit and also steal mine.
This person is far too cunning and insidious.
Chairman Huang was furious, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
He gritted his teeth and said, damn it, I really misjudged Lang Mohan. I must find a chance to kill him.
The longer the tree monster grappled with Lang Mohan, the more wounds it sustained, and the weaker its aura became. Suddenly, the tree monster trembled trembled violently, and man-eating flowers transformed into spheres that shot towards Lang Mohan. With a flash of light, Lang Mohan's longsword unleashed a chilling aura that slashed directly at the man-eating flower sphere. Suddenly, the man-eating flower exploded violently like a cannonball. Before Lang Mohan could react, several more man-eating flowers attacked. Lang Mohan had no time to dodge, and the man-eating flowers exploded again around him. The terrifying explosion sent debris flying everywhere, the ground shook violently, and thick smoke billowed as if the area had been bombarded by a missile. Lang Mohan's expression darkened. The impact of the man-eating flowers explosion made him feel the crisis of life and death. If it weren't for his level 4 copper skin and iron bones, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die today. Those in the distance saw Lang Mohan being blasted away, followed by several more man-eating flower balls exploding around him, and they all thought that Lang Mohan was doomed this time. Brother Lang, Fong Zhenghua and Han Fu called out anxiously. Shocked, Chairman Huang said fiercely, it would be better if he were dead. Zhang Jiyan sighed, what a pity about this crimson flame fruit. Suddenly, before the thick smoke had even dissipated, a dazzling light flashed across the sky, instantly turning the dark sky into daylight. Immediately afterward, a bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's waist struck down from the sky. The massive bolt of lightning hurtled straight toward the tree monster. The tree monster realized with horror that something was wrong, but it was too late. Its main body could not move like other monsters. It could only instantly gather its branches into a defensive posture. Lightning ripped through the sky, piercing directly through the tree monster's body and knocking it heavily to the ground. The tree monster let out a mournful howl, and its body began to gradually disintegrate, turning into a small tree about half a person's height that swayed in the air. Lang Mohan slowly stood up, his long sword still tightly gripped in his hand. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he slashed at the small tree with his sword. The sapling arrived as soon as it was called, and Lang Mohan grabbed a bright red crimson flame fruit in his hand. He took a gentle sniff, and a unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils, making him feel refreshed. It's not a Shen-grade spiritual fruit, just smelling it, I can already sense its wonderful effects. Lang Mohan took out a small box from his waist and carefully put the precious crimson flame fruit inside. This is the crystal core of a level 6 tree monster. Lang Mohan reached into the tree trunk and took out a bright green crystal core. Feeling the powerful energy contained within, he put it into his pocket with satisfaction. Lang Mohan's actions had already shocked everyone below the cliff. They thought Lang Mohan had already died in the explosion, but unexpectedly, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, killing the tree demon instantly. Lang Mohan is so lucky, he got a crimson flame fruit for free. Zhang Jiyan felt disgusted, as if she had swallowed a fly. Brother Huang, you absolutely have to help me get the crimson flame fruit, okay? President Huang said with difficulty, the crimson flame fruit is currently in Lang Mohan's hands. Unless we forcibly take it from him, why would he give it to us? Zhang Jiyan whispered a few words in Chairman Huang's ear. Chairman Huang's expression changed several times, and he resisted, saying, isn't this a bit inappropriate? If this gets out, how can I continue to hold this position? No poison, no man. We can just kill them all. We can always blame it on the tree monster in the end. Zhang Jiyan said coquettishly, Brother Huang, please do it for my sake. Great men don't concern themselves with trifles, and they can't be sentimental. Don't you agree, Brother Huang? Alright, I give up my life for you, let alone my reputation. We'll act according to the situation later. Chairman Huang made up his mind. Brother Lang, you're incredibly lucky. We all thought you were dead. Fong Zhenghua flew forward and said to Lang Mohan, whose clothes were tattered. Yes, there was a thunderclap in the sky, and it killed the tree monster instantly. What a coincidence. Anyone who didn't know better would think that you summoned the heavenly lightning. Han Fu said with a smile as he walked over to Lang Mohan to check if he was injured. Seeing Lang Mohan's tattered clothes and disheveled appearance, they all assumed he had been seriously injured in the explosion. In fact, Lang Mohan possessed the innate talent of copper skin and iron bones to protect him. Although his injuries looked severe, they were not actually that serious. Summoning heavenly lightning? He doesn't deserve it. Chairman Huang walked up with a gloomy face, coldly looking at Lang Mohan. What do you mean? Fong Zhenghua asked, dissatisfied. Only 1 in a million people awakens their superpowers, and the probability of awakening lightning superpowers is extremely low, only 1 in a billion. Every one of them is a powerful superpowered individual. Chairman Huang sneered. Zhang Jiyan also stepped forward and mocked. There are only a handful of people in our Dragon Kingdom who are strong in lightning abilities. You can count the number of people who can summon this kind of heavenly lightning on one hand. Although Lang Mohan has some talent in martial arts, it is impossible for him to become a lightning ability user. Lang Mohan thought to himself, since you all believe that I am not a superhuman and cannot summon lightning, then I can keep a secret. Let's go then. We should also inform the school about what happened here. Lang Mohan looked around with a heavy expression. He never expected the losses to be so enormous. At least half of this graduating class of seniors perished here. It seems that Lin Bexin and Tang Santiao also unfortunately perished in the mouths of the man-eating flower. Now, only 8 people are left alive. Just as they were
were about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. Stop. Lang Mohan, you can't just leave so easily now. Everyone looked over at the sound and saw Chairman Huang standing there with a gloomy face and a greedy glint in his eyes. Lang Mohan sneered and said indifferently, what do you mean? Am I not even allowed to leave now? At this moment, Zhang Jian stepped forward and said in a sweet voice, hand over the crimson flame fruit and the crystal core of the level 6 monster, and we'll let you go. You just fought a fierce battle with the tree monster, and you must have been seriously injured. Your strength must have been greatly reduced now. As she spoke, she looked at Lang Mohan with a provocative gaze. On the contrary, Brother Huang's mental strength has recovered quite a bit. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better obediently hand over the crimson flame fruit and the crystal core. Otherwise, Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Otherwise what? Are you going to try and take it by force? Fang Zhenghua and Han Fubian stepped forward without hesitation and stood beside Lang Mohan, saying in unison, if you want to take advantage of someone in distress, you'll have to get past us first. Chairman Huang stretched out one hand, and countless red light spots quickly gathered on his palm. A blazing fireball danced in his palm, radiating a scorching aura. He looked at the three of them expressionlessly and said coldly, you'd better hand it over willingly, or don't blame me for being impolite. President Huang is not only a level 5 martial artist, but also a fire-type ability user. At only 29 years old, he has already achieved such success, making him a rare outstanding figure in magic martial arts. Upon seeing this, Fang Zhenghua and Han Fubian felt a chill run down their spines. At this moment, Lang Mohan was seriously injured. The two of them were only level 4 martial artists, and they were powerless to fight back against the raging flames in President Huang's hands. Brother Lang, how about we hand over the crimson flame fruit and the crystal core? Fang Zhenghua suggested hesitantly. Yes, Brother Lang, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. The treasure is good, but life is more important. Han Fu quickly chimed in. Lang Mohan, I advise you to be sensible and not force Brother Huang to attack you. You should know that even a single spark of his flames could leave a bloody hole in you. Zhang Jian laughed. Her smile carried a hint of cruelty and smugness, as if she could already see Lang Mohan begging for mercy. Lang Mohan sneered, you wish? You want me to hand over the treasure? Let's see if you have the ability. His gaze was firm and calm, without the slightest hint of fear. Han Fu quickly advised, Brother Lang, don't be impulsive. As long as we're alive, we can always fight again. Let's admit defeat now, and with your talent, we'll have plenty of opportunities to get revenge later. Fang Zhenghua chimed in, yes, Brother Lang, don't let the treasure cloud your judgment, our lives are the most important thing. Both of them seemed a little nervous, worried that Lang Mohan would really fight to the death with the other party. Lang Mohan snorted coldly and said, do you think we can leave alive after handing over the treasure? His voice was deep and magnetic, revealing a resolute air. Han Fu and Fang Zhenghua exchanged a glance, seemingly understanding something, and asked in unison, you mean, yes, not only will I not leave here alive, but none of you here will leave alive either. Am I right, Chairman Huang? Lang Mohan stared directly at Chairman Huang, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Chairman Huang's face darkened, clearly realizing that Lang Mohan had hit the nail on the head. He hadn't expected this young man to be so clever, able to see through his plan, but he didn't intend to admit it, and just snorted coldly, kid, don't talk nonsense. As long as you hand over the treasure, we can let you go. Lang Mohan didn't intend to waste any more words with them. Instead, he drew his battle sword, Pajun, pointed the blade at Chairman Huang, and said calmly, come on, if you want my treasure, then let's see if you have the strength. Brother Huang, Lang Mohan won't learn his lesson until he's faced with a death sentence. Please teach him a lesson. Zhang Jian emphasized the word lesson in her voice. Fire beam. With a soft shout, Chairman Huang sent out a beam of fireball that transformed into a beam of light. Lang Mohan smiled slightly, leaped into the air, and unleashed a powerful strike with his battle sword, which collided with the incoming beam of light. Sparks flew everywhere, and blades flashed. People around hurriedly dodged, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Lang Mohan shattered the opponent's beam of flames with a single strike, and in a flash, he rushed to Chairman Huang's side. He was no longer willing to show mercy, and with a flash of light, he was about to slash at the opponent's neck. Just then, a huge energy wave shot from a distance. Lang Mohan sensed the danger and barely dodged the attack. The half-burnt cigar exploded in place, creating a crater the size of a wash basin, demonstrating the immense power of this force. Everyone's eyes turned to the distance. A mysterious master slowly walked over, his posture upright, with a subtle smile on his face, as if he had already anticipated all of this. The appearance of this mysterious expert plunged the entire battlefield into silence. Lang Mohan, Chairman Huang, Zhang Jian, and the others all focused their attention on this mysterious expert, as if waiting for his next move. The mysterious expert slowly spoke, there's no need for this fight to continue. You are all among the best of geniuses, why resort to life or death duels over such trivial matters? His voice was steady and melodious, carrying a hint of persuasiveness. Lang Mohan, Chairman Huang, and Zhang Jian all felt a strange sense of awe, as if the words of this mysterious expert possessed an irresistible power. Lang Mohan, don't you think so?
The mysterious voice rang out, tinged with a hint of mockery. His slightly wavy hair swayed gently in the breeze, and the half-smoked cigar between his fingers burned with a faint flame, slowly exhaling a wisp of white smoke that swirled in the air, forming small circles. He looked at Lang Mohan with interest, waiting for his response. The mysterious person who arrived was Hu Delu, the executive vice president of Magic Martial Arts University, and also a powerful level 7 expert. Under these circumstances, Lang Mohan had to act cautiously, as confronting such a powerful figure was not a wise move.
I'll listen to the principal, Lang Mohan replied calmly.
Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to compromise under the pressure of a level 7 expert.
Even if he didn't want to, he knew he couldn't kill Chairman Huang in front of Hu Delu.
This could not only cause bigger trouble, but could also put you in an irreparable situation. Hu Delu nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Chairman Huang.
Huang Deluan, do you agree?
His voice was deep and authoritative, revealing an unquestionable aura. Huang Deluan was pale, and cold sweat still clung to his forehead. The near-death experience he just went through still leaves him feeling lingering fear. Hu Delu saved him at the critical moment, otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. At this moment, he was filled with gratitude towards Hu Delu, but he also understood that the current situation was beyond redemption.
I agree, Huang Deluan said in a trembling voice.
He knew that without Hu Delu's timely appearance, he would have surely died. He was grateful for the life-saving grace, but also understood that he had to accept the outcome. Just then, footsteps came from not far away, and a group of figures gradually approached. These people were the senior students who rushed up earlier, about 5 or 6 of them, including Tang Sanshao and Lin Boxian. Surprisingly, they were all still alive.
Hu Delu frowned and said in a serious tone, if Tang Sanshao hadn't made an emergency call to the school, and if I hadn't happened to be nearby, would you have continued to make the same mistake today?
Huang Deluan, as the president of the Martial Arts Association and the only level 5 martial artist among the senior students, you should have shouldered the responsibility
of protecting the safety of your fellow students.
However, for your own selfish desires, you have caused countless students to lose their lives here.
How can you face them?
His eyes revealed disappointment and anger, expressing his dissatisfaction with the students' behavior. Principal, the great loss this time is not actually Huang's fault. The blame lies with Lang Mohan. He knew there was danger, but he didn't warn us, which led to such serious consequences. Zhang Jian was very anxious when she saw that Huang Deluan was about to be punished, because she knew that only Huang Deluan could help her, and he was also the only valuable sycophant in the future. She couldn't just watch him be punished, so she couldn't help but defend him. However, it would have been better if she hadn't spoken. As soon as she did, it immediately displeased Hu Delu.
Hu Delu's face darkened, and he said sternly, Zhang Jian, this is a 4th-year mission. You're just a newly enrolled level 2 martial artist. Who brought you here? Aren't you just making a fool of yourself? Upon hearing Hu Delu's words, a flicker of panic crossed Zhang Jian's face. Realizing she might have said something wrong, she lowered her head, avoiding Hu Delu's gaze.
Zhang Jian turned to Lin Boxian, gesturing for him to come out and speak. Lin Boxian stepped forward with a bitter expression and said, Principal, I brought Zhang Jian here. If you want to punish someone, punish me.
Hearing Lin Boxian step forward to take the blame, Zhang Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief.
She didn't want any blemishes on her resume.
Lin Boxian is still somewhat useful as a simp at crucial moments. Let's continue to use him as a backup plan. Zhang Jian had already decided on Lin Boxian's place in her mind.
Hu Delu said with a dark face, now everyone come down the mountain with me.
When we get back to school, none of you will escape your punishment.
With Hu Delu, a level 7 martial artist, escorting them, the return journey was very safe. He only slightly released his aura, and the monsters along the way fled in panic. The group quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain and boarded the aircraft to return to the school.
The penalty notice was issued the next day.
Huang Deluan was removed from his position as president of the Martial Arts Association. The school suspended the distribution of training resources to him this year, and he received a major demerit. Lin Boxian was suspended from receiving cultivation resources for a year and given a minor demerit for taking Zhang Jian, a second-year student, to participate in a 4th-year student's trial mission without authorization.
Zhang Jian received a verbal warning and a written reprimand.
Despite such a lenient punishment, she felt deeply ashamed and even wanted to kill Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan, on the other hand, was not affected at all. He continued to attend his classes, and on the night he returned, he consumed the Crimson Flame Fruit, the level 6 Monster Crystal Core, and 4 level 5 Monster Crystal Cores. Lang Mohan looked at the light screen in his mind, which displayed various data.
Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms.
Chi and blood value, 660,000/900,000.
Spirit value, 40,000 points.
Martial arts level, level 6 martial artist, 200,000/900,000. Martial arts techniques, earthshaking iron fist, tier 4, mastery, secret method of embracing the body and maintaining the center, tier 4, mastery, and breaking the edge saber technique, tier 4, mastery. Special talents, Yes, extreme speed, Tier 4, iron skin and bones, Tier 4, bone shrinking technique, Tier 4, special ability, control of lightning, 6th tier. I devoured the crystal core of a level 6 tree monster, and my health points surged by 250,000. Then I devoured the crimson flame fruit, and my health points increased by another 100,000. The 4 level 5 monster crystal cores added another 200,000 points, and now my health points have reached a terrifying 660,000. The effects of the crimson flame fruit are even more amazing. It not only increased my chi and blood by 100,000, but also improved my physique and constitution, making my future potential even higher. And most importantly, it increased my mental strength. I originally only had 7,300 mental points, but now it has increased to 40,000 points. My original spiritual power was like a small pond, but now it has become a large pond. I used to be able to summon a bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's waist, but now I can even summon 10 bolts of lightning as thick as buckets at the same time. My lightning ability has evolved to level 6. Its power is more than 10 times stronger than before. Now, even if I encounter a level 7 monster, I am confident that I can go toe-to-toe with it. Although my health points have reached level 6, my combat skills are still at level 4. It seems I'll need to consume a lot of health points to level up again. System, how much chi and blood will be consumed to upgrade the martial arts technique Earth-Shaking Iron Fist Tier 4 Great Perfection to Tier 6 Great Perfection? Lang Mohan asked. To advance to the 6th level of mastery, the host needs to consume 300,000 chi and blood points. What? There are so many? Lang Mohan exclaimed in surprise. I thought my 660,000 chi and blood was already amazing, but compared to the system, my chi and blood value is obviously not enough. What if the Breaking Edge Blade technique is upgraded to level 6? The pinnacle. Host, upgrading the Breaking Edge Blade technique to level 6 requires 400,000 health points? Lang Mohan was somewhat speechless and asked, what about my special talent, Extreme Speed, which has been upgraded to level 6? Host, increasing the Extreme Speed to level 6 requires consuming 500,000 health points. This is too much. If I upgrade all my skills to level 6, how many level 6 monsters would I need to kill? Lang Mohan thought for a moment. My most important skills right now are swordsmanship, movement techniques, and my special ability, lightning magic. My lightning technique is already at level 6, so there's no need to upgrade it for now. However, my movement technique and swordsmanship are the foundation of my life, so I must upgrade them. So he said again, system, then upgrade the Breaking Edge Blade technique directly to the 6th level mastery. Ding! System loading complete. Breaking Edge Blade technique upgraded to 8 directions vertical and horizontal blade technique, 6th tier, mastery. When Lang Mohan looked at the light screen panel, his health points had plummeted to 260,000. But it doesn't matter. Although my health is only 260,000, I am still a level 6 martial artist in the early stage. However, I have focused on upgrading my swordsmanship and combat skills. My combat ability will not only not weaken, but will only become stronger. Next, I should continue to hunt monsters outside to quickly improve my strength. The 3-year agreement will pass quickly, and I don't know if I will be able to meet Yushi's requirements by then. The day after returning to school, Zhang Jian and her Simplin Boxian appeared in front of Lang Mohan once again. This time, Zhang Jian remained arrogant. Staring at Lang Mohan, she said coldly, Lang Mohan, I'm giving you a chance now. Give me the crimson flame fruit. Hearing this, Lang Mohan was speechless and replied indifferently, why should I? Zhang Jian sneered and said disdainfully, why should I? Because when your family was in trouble, our family lent you 100,000 yuan. Lang Mohan frowned and retorted, didn't my dad already pay you back? He even gave you an extra 10,000 as interest. However, Zhang Jian disagreed. She scoffed and continued, humph, can this be measured in money? This is a favor, and now I need you to repay it. I don't want your level 6 monster core, just give me the crimson flame fruit. Lang Mohan sneered, looking at Zhang Jian with mockery, and said, I think you're out of your mind. How could I possibly give you something so important? Zhang Jian was enraged by Lang Mohan's words. Her eyes widened, and she shouted angrily, Lang Mohan, how dare you speak to me like that? Seeing this, Lin Boxian quickly chimed in, Jian, this Lang Mohan is truly a heartless and ungrateful scoundrel. Your family has done them an immense favor, and he's already forgotten it all. Seeing Lang Mohan remain unmoved, Zhang Jian grew increasingly anxious. She gritted her teeth and said patiently, Lang Mohan, this crimson flame fruit is really important to me. If I can eat it, I can not only quickly advance to the 3rd level of martial artist, but also have a chance to awaken my special ability. Please give it to me, okay? I'm begging you. Lang Mohan sighed calmly and replied firmly, you're too late. I already ate it last night. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed excitedly, impossible. You actually ate it? How could this be? This crimson flame fruit has always been a rare and priceless item. You must be lying to me, right? Lang Mohan frowned and said helplessly, I did eat it. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Zhang Jian's face turned pale. She wasn't sure if Lang Mohan was lying, but the news was really hard for her to accept. After calming herself down, she spoke again. Lang Mohan, I admit that my attitude towards you wasn't friendly enough before, but from now on, I can promise you that I will treat you very well in the future, and I'm even willing to be your girlfriend. Don't you want to have a beautiful and charming girlfriend like me? Lang Mohan frowned and replied seriously, I'm sorry, I already have a girlfriend, and I don't like girls like you. Also, there's absolutely no way I can give you the crimson flame fruit. However, if you need a cleansing spirit pill, I can give you one. Who wants your cleansing pill? If I wanted it, I'd have plenty. Lang Mohan, are you sure you don't want to give me the crimson flame fruit? Zhang Jian said angrily, her voice filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Lang Mohan replied indifferently, I've already eaten. How can I give it to you? If you have nothing else, I'll be leaving. After saying that, he turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, Lang Mohan suddenly stopped, turned around and said to Zhang Jian, don't come looking for me again. We're not that close. Hearing this, Zhang Jian turned pale with anger, gritted her teeth and said hatefully, Lang Mohan, you treated me like this today, I will definitely make you know the consequences of offending me in the future. Faced with Zhang Jian's threat, Lang Mohan sneered and uttered a single disdainful word, TCH. That tisk fully expressed his contempt and indifference towards Zhang Jian. He is now a level 6 martial artist, powerful enough that he doesn't take Zhang Jian seriously, let alone care about her threats. After spending 2 days at school, Lang Mohan couldn't wait to go to the mission office to check if any new missions had been issued. However, several days passed, and all he saw were still missions targeting level 3 or 4 martial artists. These tasks held little appeal for Lang Mohan, who was now a level 6 martial artist. Disappointed, he returned to his dormitory. Back in the dorm, Lang Mohan couldn't help but ask his roommate Zhang Yang, do you know where there are any high-level magical beasts around here? Zhang Yang is a native of Shanghai and is very familiar with his surroundings. Hearing Lang Mohan's question, he smiled and replied, the Magic City base is the second strongest base city in the country after Kyoto. There are basically no high-level monsters within a few hundred kilometers of this area, because if a monster does appear, experts will go to eliminate it. So, finding high-level magical beasts is not easy. Seeing Lang Mohan's worried expression, Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh. Don't you even care about the tasks at school? Lang Mohan shook his head helplessly and said, I want to challenge some powerful monsters, at least level 5. Otherwise, I won't be interested. The blood and crystal cores of monsters below level 5 provide too little to increase Lang Mohan's health and mana, who is now a level 6 martial artist. After listening, Zhang Yang frowned and thought for a while, then his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, if you want to challenge powerful monsters, there is a way. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan immediately became interested and quickly asked, what method? Zhang Yang smiled mysteriously and replied, have you heard of the Mercenary Association? Lang Mohan said, in our hometown, Zhangbei Base City, there's a level 7 martial artist named Wang Zhenhai, the Wind God of War, who's supposedly part of one of the top 10 mercenary groups. Zhang Yang laughed and said, I've heard a lot about Wang Zhenhai. His mercenary group is a large mercenary group, ranking 8th among mercenary groups in the country. He's considered a very powerful figure. The Mercenary Association I mentioned earlier is an association composed of thousands of mercenary teams in the country. Its president is Jiang Yue, the king of mercenaries, who is ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking and is a level 9 expert. 5th on the heavenly ranking? A level 9 martial artist named Jiang Yue? That sounds incredibly impressive. Lang Mohan thought with a hint of longing. Zhang Yang was very satisfied with Lang Mohan's shock. He could finally demonstrate some of his value. The headquarters of the Mercenary Association is in Shanghai. They release a huge number of mercenary missions every day. You can choose anyone you like. You won't have to worry about not having any powerful monsters. Lang Mohan was delighted and said, alright, I'll go take a look tomorrow. Zhang Yang, I'll treat you to dinner later. You've really helped me a lot. We're roommates in the same dorm. If you become successful in the future, just don't say you don't know me. From the beginning of the semester, Zhang Yang had hoped to build a relationship with Lang Mohan, so he had been doing his best to provide Lang Mohan with all kinds of help. After all, we're all classmates and roommates, so we see each other all the time. If we can make a great friend, it will be very beneficial for our future. Lang Mohan patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and laughed, you're being a bit too polite. How about this? I can make you a promise. If you ever encounter any difficulties in the future and need my help, I'll lend you a hand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, even feeling a surge of tears. He was deeply moved. Everyone can see that Lang Mohan's future is limitless. He may very well become a level 9 grandmaster in 20 years. Now he can give himself a promise, which is much more precious than 100 million or $1 billion. Brother Lang, thank you. I really don't know how to thank you enough, Zhang Yang said excitedly. Lang Mohan waved his hand and said with a smile, no need to thank me. We're roommates, so helping each other is only right. Zhang Yang nodded and said, Brother Lang, you're such a good person. If you ever need my help, just let me know. Lang Mohan smiled and said, okay, I'll definitely ask for your help when I have the chance. Zhang Yang exclaimed happily, let's go to the best hotel for a lavish meal. Since returning
returning from Tsuiwei Mountain, Huang Deluan has encountered a major setback.
Not only was he deprived of a year's worth of cultivation resources, but more importantly, he was stripped of his position as president of the Magic Martial Arts Association. For someone who values face so much, this blow was like a bolt from the blue, something he could hardly bear. Therefore, his hatred for Lang Mohan deepened, almost reaching its peak. As night fell and the city lights came on, Huang Deluan sat alone in the VIP room of Night Bar, drinking one glass of wine after another in an attempt to numb his inner pain with alcohol. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared beside him. It was Tang Sanxiao. With a sinister smile on his face, Tang Sanxiao asked, "President Huang, why are you so gloomy, spending your days drowning your sorrows in alcohol?" Huang Deluan raised his head, glanced at Tang Sanxiao, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. At this moment, his handsome face was shrouded in dejection, and his original spirited expression had long since disappeared. This incident dealt a heavy blow to his prestige at school. Those classmates who had once followed him either died in the Battle of Tsuiwei Mountain or began to distance themselves from him after returning. In response to Tang Sanxiao's question, he replied irritably, "What are you doing here?" Tang Sanxiao smiled slightly, seemingly unconcerned about Huang Deluan's attitude. He and Huang Deluan were rivals at school, but now, because of Lang Mohan's appearance, they have both suffered great losses and have become brothers in misfortune who share the same fate. "Don't you want revenge? Do you really want to tolerate Lang Mohan shitting on our heads?" A sinister glint flashed in Tang Sanxiao's eyes, his tone seductive. Huang Deluan gripped the wineglass tightly in his hand, making each glass rattle as if it might shatter at any moment. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and anger, but he didn't say a word. Seeing that Huang Deluan had no reaction, Tang Sanxiao continued to incite him. "Everything we've lost now is caused by Lang Mohan. Don't you hate him?" Huang Deluan finally couldn't hold back any longer and smashed the wineglass on the ground, making a crisp shattering sound. He roared angrily, "Of course I hate him, but what can I do? You've seen Lang Mohan's talent. It's obvious that the school chose Lang Mohan this time and abandoned us." Tang Sanxiao revealed a sinister smile and lowered his voice, saying, "So what? I'm saying, if Lang Mohan suddenly died, what do you think would happen to the school?" Huang Deluan was startled, staring wide-eyed at Tang Sanxiao with an expression of disbelief on his face. He was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "How is that possible? You've all seen Lang Mohan's strength. Although he's only a level 4 martial artist, his combat power is comparable to a peak level 5. We're no match for him?" Tang Sanxiao smiled coldly, a cunning glint in his eyes, and said, "Who said we should confront him head-on? We can find an opportunity to strike. As long as the plan is well thought out, we will definitely succeed." Huang Deluan frowned, feeling hesitant. He knew it was risky, but the hatred in his heart prevented him from letting go. He gritted his teeth and said, "So what if we kill Lang Mohan? The school won't let us off the hook." Tang Sanxiao patted Huang Deluan on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, as long as we do it cleanly and efficiently, the school may not be able to find out. Besides, with Lang Mohan dead, the school will lose a genius, which is a good thing for us." Huang Deluan shook his head again, knowing that the consequences would be unimaginable if this were discovered. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "No, we can't do that. Lang Mohan is too strong. We have no chance of winning. Besides, the school won't allow us to kill him." Tang Sanxiao didn't care. He leaned close to Huang Deluan's ear and whispered, "Don't you have an older brother? I heard he's a level 7 martial artist." Huang Deluan gave a wry smile and replied, "Do you think a level 7 martial artist would care about such a trivial matter? In their eyes, our conflicts are nothing more than children's squabbles." Tang Sanxiao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile, and he said, "I know someone who might be able to help us solve this problem." Huang Deluan asked curiously, "Who?" Tang Sanxiao lowered his voice and uttered 3 words in a sinister tone, "Level 7 martial artist, Song Fei." Upon hearing the name, Huang Deluan was so shocked that he jumped up from the sofa, staring at Tang Sanxiao in disbelief. "No need to be so surprised." Tang Sanxiao calmly picked up the wine bottle, poured a full glass for Huang Deluan and himself, and then handed it to Huang Deluan. He continued, "With Song Fei's strength, killing Lang Mohan would be a piece of cake. Song Fei, the lecherous devil among women. A martial artist at the early stage of the 7th level, he is a womanizer who loves young and beautiful women the most. When he was young, he coveted his brother's wife and plotted to kill his sworn brother, and finally took his brother's wife for himself. This man has a very bad reputation among the 7th level martial artists. It is said that he is over 60 years old and still spends his days indulging in debauchery and wandering among brothels." Huang Deluan frowned slightly, gently rubbing his wine glass as he lowered his head, deep in thought. After a while, he raised his head and said in a somewhat serious tone, "Song Fei is not a man short of money. It won't be easy to persuade him." Tang Sanxiao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. He said confidently, "Although he is not short of money and cultivation resources, don't forget that he is a notorious womanizer. As long as we can find a woman who can make his heart flutter, we won't have to worry about him not being able to use us." Upon hearing this, Huang Deluan's heart stirred, and his eyes sharpened, as if he had thought of something. But he couldn't help but ask. Song Fei had seen countless
women in his life, what kind of woman could move him?
Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Sanxiao answered directly, Zhang Jian.
Upon hearing this name, Huang Deluan's face instantly turned extremely ugly.
His eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief.
He stared intently at Tang Sanxiao, muttering to himself, You actually intend to offer her to Tsong Fei? How is that possible?
Huang Deluan's voice was filled with anger and resentment, as if all his strength had been drained away. His eyes gleamed with despair, as if he couldn't accept this cruel reality.
No, I won't let you do that,
Huang Deluan said through gritted teeth, his body trembling slightly, clearly on the verge of extreme anger. However, Tang Sanxiao scoffed dismissively, looking coldly at Huang Deluan, and said disdainfully, What kind of woman is Zhang Jian? You're just blinded by your own involvement.
She's a sophisticated egoist. You think she really likes you? She only likes your power and resources. Tang Sanxiao's words pierced Huang Deluan's heart like a sharp arrow.
His face grew paler and his lips began to tremble slightly.
Although he knew Zhang Jian's character well, he was unwilling to admit it.
When you can no longer provide him with more resources, I believe Zhang Jian will abandon you without hesitation and turn to someone stronger. Tang Sanxiao continued to sneer, his eyes filled with mockery and smugness. Upon hearing this, Huang Deluan felt a pang of pain in his heart. He knew Tang Sanxiao was right. Nevertheless, he still couldn't accept this fact. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and blood flowed from his fingertips. But he was completely oblivious, only glaring fiercely at Tang Sanxiao, his eyes burning with anger.
Zhang Jian comes from an ordinary family. Why do you think she has so many resources, became a recommended student, and became a level 2 martial artist? That's because she has someone backing her.
Wake up,
Chairman Huang. What is Zhang Jian?
Only by killing Lang Mohan can we avenge ourselves.
Think about it, once he grows up, will we still have a chance to survive?
Huang Deluan remained silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Alright, it's decided then. I want to see Lang Mohan die with my own eyes. The two clinked their glasses, and a crisis loomed over Lang Mohan. Meanwhile, he and Zhang Yang were enjoying a delicious meal and discussing the future at a hotel not far away.
The next day, early in the morning, Lang Mohan didn't go to class either.
He can go whenever he wants, or he can skip class whenever he doesn't want to. This is the authority that Principal Hu Delu has given him.
Lang Mohan took the subway in the city and arrived at the headquarters of the Mercenary Association in Baofeng District.
A 72-story, semicircular skyscraper stands tall in the sky, with four large, blood-red characters, Mercenary Association, firmly affixed to its surface. Under the sunlight, these four characters shone brightly, inspiring awe in all who beheld them. This is the gathering place for all the mercenaries in Baofeng District, where they accept missions, receive rewards, and exchange experiences. Every day, thousands of mercenaries enter and leave this building, seeking their own opportunities and challenges. Dressed in a black martial arts outfit, with a sharp battle sword slung across his back, Lang Mohan's tall and imposing figure exuded an awe-inspiring aura as he walked step by step into the Mercenary Association building. The hall covers an area of nearly 10,000 square meters and is bustling with people coming and going, shoulder to shoulder. Huge electronic screens flash with various colorful fonts and pictures, dazzling the eyes. Brother, what level of martial artist are you? We have a level 4 quest here, and we're looking for a martial artist who can both tank and fight.
Interested in joining? The rewards are quite generous.
A burly man with a full beard noticed Lang Mohan's tall and imposing figure standing there looking around, so he went up to ask him something.
A level 4 mission?
I'm not interested in missions of that level, Lang Mohan replied indifferently.
Hey, brother, looks like this is your first time here. You're not even interested in a level 4 mission. Are you some higher level martial artist?
The burly man with a bushy beard said with some dissatisfaction. That's right, I am a level 4 martial artist, but I only accept missions from level 5 or above, Lang Mohan replied calmly and firmly.
A level 4 martial artist? Are you kidding me?
Are you even 20 years old? The burly man with the bushy beard questioned.
So what if I'm 18? Does being young mean I can't be a level 4 martial artist? Lang Mohan was baffled.
Upon hearing this, the people nearby all showed a hint of mockery on their faces and laughed. This kid is just bragging, right?
An 18-year-old level 4 martial artist? Do you believe that?
I fought my way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and at 36 years old, I'm only a level 4 martial artist. How dare you, a mere brat, claim to be a level 4 martial artist? I heard that the youngest level 4 martial artist at Magic Martial Arts University is Huang Deluan, the president of the Martial Arts Association. He is a prodigy of Magic Martial Arts University, and he was only 25 years old when he reached the level 4 martial artist level.
You're just bragging.
I heard Huang Deluan from Magic Martial Arts Academy is already a level 5 martial artist.
Are you really that much stronger than Huang Deluan?
Faced with the crowd's doubts, Lang Mohan sneered. He didn't want to argue with them anymore. He slowly pulled an ID card from his jacket pocket, held it up in front of the crowd, and shouted, "Open your eyes and look."
What is this?
Upon closer inspection, everyone saw that it was a red student ID card with the words Magic Martial Arts University printed on it, along with Lang Mohan's photo and personal information. information.
A fourth-year student ID from Magic Martial Arts University, someone exclaimed in surprise. Lang Mohan, 18 years old? Someone else read out his name and age. He really is a student of Magic Martial Arts University. An 18-year-old level 4 martial artist. This is a genius of the Magic Martial Arts Academy. Even Huang Deluan can't compare to him. Finally, everyone was stunned into silence. The burly man with a thick beard took a big step forward, grasped Lang Mohan's hands tightly, and said earnestly with a sincere expression on his face, "Please, you must agree to join us." Lang Mo coldly withdrew his hand, his face showing displeasure and a hint of helplessness in his voice, saying, "What exactly is going on? I don't know anything about your situation. Am I just supposed to blindly join you like this?"
The burly man with a thick beard quickly explained, "There are so many people coming and going here, it's not convenient to talk. We can go to the coffee shop next door, find a quiet place to sit down, and discuss this matter in detail while we have some coffee." Lang Mohan hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted the invitation and said he was willing to listen to their opinions. So the two of them walked together to the coffee shop located on the west side of the lobby on the first floor. Along the way, Lang Mohan noticed that behind the bearded, burly man were two men and a woman, and the group arrived at the coffee shop in a grand procession. Upon entering the coffee shop, the burly man with a bushy beard greeted Lang Mohan warmly, saying, "Brother Lang, what kind of coffee do you like? It's on me today, so please order whatever you like." Lang Mohan shook his head, indicating that he did not know the differences between various coffees, and casually replied, "I don't know much about coffee, as long as it's expensive, it's fine." Upon hearing this, the burly man with the bushy beard and his companions exchanged glances, a hint of surprise and doubt flashing in their eyes. They originally thought Lang Mohan would choose a common type of coffee, but they didn't expect him to be so different. However, the burly man with the bushy beard did not show any displeasure. Instead, he smiled and said, "All right, then give Brother Lang a cup of our shop's most expensive civet coffee." After saying that, he turned around and ordered from the waiter. The waitress smiled broadly, knowing how precious and rare this civet coffee was. This coffee typically costs up to $1 million a cup, and few people are willing to try such an expensive drink. As a waitress, she could earn a substantial commission, a full 50,000 yuan. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the area of Earth has suddenly expanded 10,000 times, making the distance between the 9 great nations of the world incredibly vast. Currently, the exchange of supplies and personnel between them can only be accomplished by high-altitude spacecraft, and each round trip requires enormous resources. Therefore, civet coffee, which was already quite expensive, has now become an astonishingly priced commodity, with each cup costing as much as 1 million. When Lang Mohan heard the name cat poop coffee, he frowned and quickly reached out to stop the waiter. He asked doubtfully, "Is the civet coffee you're talking about really made from cat poop?" The waiter replied earnestly, "Sir, please rest assured, we serve genuine Kopi Luwak civet coffee. These coffee beans undergo a special process, fermenting inside the intestines of the civet cat, a level 4 monster from Oran. You'll understand once you try it, otherwise, how could we possibly sell it for $1 million a cup?" "$1 million for a cup of coffee? Or from, ugh." Lang Mohan quickly waved his hand and said, "I don't want this coffee, just give me a cup of whatever coffee they're drinking." Upon hearing this, the waiter's expression clearly showed some disappointment, but he still politely replied, "Yes, sir, it will be prepared for you shortly." At this moment, the burly man with a thick beard shouted, "I want a cup of Blue Mountain coffee." The people around him chimed in, "I want a Blue Mountain too. I'd like a cappuccino. I'd like an iced Americano, extra ice." The burly man with a bushy beard looked at the tall, short-haired woman beside him and asked in confusion, "Mina, can you drink something cold today?" Mina rolled her eyes and replied irritably, "Yes, I can drink." A hint of joy immediately appeared on the burly man's face, but when Mina glared at him fiercely, he turned his head away embarrassedly and continued talking to Lang Mohan. "Brother Lang, what would you like to drink?" Lang Mohan looked blank, indicating that he didn't understand any of this. Seeing this, the burly man with the bushy beard enthusiastically recommended, "Then you should try Blue Mountain coffee, it tastes really good." So, Lang Mohan nodded and said to the waiter, "I'll have a Blue Mountain coffee too." After the waiter left, the burly man with the bushy beard solemnly said to Lang Mohan again, "Brother Lang, please, no matter what, you must agree to join us." Lang Mohan was completely confused and didn't know how to answer. The burly man with a thick beard seemed to sense his confusion and began to introduce himself in detail. "Let me introduce myself first. Our mercenary team is called the Big Bang Team. I'm the team leader, my name is Majeka, and everyone calls me Iron Bear. I'm the team's meat shield." This man with the buzz cut looks a bit like me, doesn't he? He's my younger brother, Matt Tony, and he's the machine gunner in the team. This short-haired beauty, her name is Mina, she is the team's ability user and also a healer. The last member is a chubby guy with glasses. His name is Li Young. Don't let his size fool you, he's incredibly agile and skilled in gathering, assassination, and stealth. He's our team's assassin. Although our mercenary team only has 4 people, we usually take on level 4 missions and occasionally level 5 missions. We are currently in need of a warrior who can both withstand attacks and fight. If you join us, we can take on more level 5 missions. You should know that the rewards of a level 5 mission are much greater than those of a level 4 mission. By the way, I am a level 5 martial artist, while my brother Tony and Li Yang are peak level 4 martial artists. And Mina is a level 4 ability user. At this moment, the waiter brought the coffee. Lang Mohan picked it up and took a small sip. The coffee was sweet but slightly bitter in his mouth, and there was a slight sourness after drinking it. Lang Mohan put down his coffee, a confident smile playing on his lips, and said calmly, "Sorry, I have the ability to fight a level 5 monster on my own, so I'm not particularly interested in your plan." Upon hearing this, Ma Jieka's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He hadn't expected Lang Mohan to be so strong, but the stronger he was, the less he could let him escape. He quickly recovered and stroked his long beard, patiently explaining, "Brother Lang, is this your first time at the Mercenary Association? You probably haven't registered yet." Lang Mohan smiled slightly, nodded, and replied, "Yes." A shrewd glint flashed in Ma Jieka's eyes as he continued, "Brother Lang, you may not know this, but while there are lone wolves in our mercenary group, most of us have our own teams. This is because many of the missions we issue have strict requirements. If you don't meet the required level and number of members, you won't be able to get the mission." Lang Mohan frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled, and asked, "What does this mean?" Ma Jieka smiled and continued, "For example, some missions require a level 4 mercenary team to accept, or a team of at least 4 people to complete. No matter how strong an individual is, they cannot meet these conditions and therefore cannot accept the mission." Lang Mohan nodded thoughtfully, indicating his understanding. Seeing that he understood, Ma Jie added, "Our Big Bang mercenary team is a level 5 team, which can take on missions of level 5 and above. If you join us, you can not only take on more challenging and rewarding missions, but also cooperate with other team members and grow together. In this way, your strength will improve faster and you will gain more rewards." After listening, Lang Mohan fell into deep thought. Ma Jieka continued, "As for how the rewards will be divided, our team's principle is, the more you work, the more you get. Whoever puts in the most effort will receive more. With Brother Lang's strength capable of single-handedly fighting a level 5 monster, there's naturally no need to worry about that." Lang Mohan thought for a while and thought to himself, "I'm unfamiliar with the world on my own, so it's okay to find a team to get used to first. Once I have enough points and permissions, I can act on my own." Having made up his mind, Lang Mohan extended his hand and said with a smile, "Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you." Ma Jieka and Lang Mohan shook hands tightly. "Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Tony, or you can call me Tony Ma. I'm in charge of firepower in the team." Tony Ma has a cool, buzz cut, and a tall, muscular build, exuding a powerful aura. His eyes were firm and sharp, as if they could see through everything. His face was cold and ruthless, yet he possessed composure and fortitude. He exuded an aura of awe. Lang Mohan and Tony Ma shook hands amicably. "I'm Li Yang, in charge of reconnaissance and gathering. Don't let my size fool you. My only weakness is that I can't take a beating. I hope you'll take good care of me in the future." Li Yang is chubby and looks like an adorable homebody. He always had a bright smile on his face, which made people feel very friendly. Although he was somewhat overweight, he was exceptionally agile and displayed remarkable nimbleness. His eyes were bright and full of energy, revealing a clever and quick-witted quality. Lang Mohan and Li Yang shook hands in a gesture of goodwill. "I'm Mina, a wood-type ability user. My main responsibilities are healing you and disrupting/delaying the enemy. I'm also this big oaf's girlfriend." Mina extended her slender hand and gently shook hands with Lang Mohan. Her voice was gentle and melodious, like heavenly music. Her skin was as white as snow, as delicate as silk, and exuded a faint fragrance. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently, giving her a fresh and natural look. Her eyes were like a deep lake, clear and transparent, revealing endless tenderness. Her lips curved slightly upward, forming a captivating smile that was irresistible. Lang Mohan and Mina nodded to each other in a friendly manner. Ma Jieka said, "Brother Lang, how about this? I'll take you to register for mercenary qualifications, so you don't have to run back and forth." Lang Mohan said, "Then thank you very much." With Ma Jieka, a seasoned mercenary who knew the ropes, Lang Mohan quickly registered as a mercenary. Magic Martial Arts University is so much better. Brother Lang only needs to show his student ID, and we don't need to do so many tests. Back then, we had to have our chi and blood values tested, as well as our strength and speed, which took us several days. Ma Jieka exclaimed. After registering, the group ate together at a nearby restaurant. As a level 5 mercenary team, they were not short of money. Advanced martial artists generally don't lack money, but rather precious resources such as pills, potions, cultivation techniques, and weapons. The 5 people drank and chatted happily at the dinner table, and the atmosphere was lively and cheerful. They quickly became acquainted. "Brother Lang, with your talent, you should be the top dog in Magic Martial Arts Academy, right? You shouldn't be much worse than that martial arts president Huang Deluan, right?" Ma Jia asked, slightly drunk. Lang Mohan picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and said with a smile, "He's just a defeated opponent. I can kill him in one move." Ma Jieka looked at Lang Mohan in surprise, seemingly taken
taken aback by the answer. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Lang, are you really that strong?" Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. "Of course, I'm not joking." The others also expressed surprise and admiration, but they all thought that Lang Mohan was just boasting while drunk and did not take it seriously. Oh, Brother Lang, you're so amazing," someone exclaimed excitedly. "Come on, let's drink to Brother Lang." Another person raised his glass and toasted with everyone. Brother Lang might become the president of the Magic Martial Arts Association in the future, someone boldly predicted. Everyone raised their glasses, wishing Lang Mohan a bright future. Everyone took his words as drunken ramblings, thinking he was just bragging while intoxicated. Little did he know that Lang Mohan was telling the truth. He was now a level 6 martial artist, and his level 6 8 directions vertical and horizontal blade technique had been perfected, in addition to his level 6 lightning ability. Killing Huang Deluan would be a simple matter of one move. After dinner, Lang Mohan took the subway back to Magic Martial Arts University. This happened in the afternoon, and Lang Mohan didn't go to class. Instead, he went back to his dormitory to rest. As night fell, Lang Mohan went to the back mountain near the school to practice his meditation skills as usual. Far from the hustle and bustle of the city, this place boasts a tranquil and serene environment, fresh air, and a relatively rich spiritual atmosphere, making it ideal for practicing meditation. He found a flat rock, sat down, and prepared to begin his cultivation. However, shortly after he sat down, he noticed something was amiss. The back mountain was unusually quiet tonight, even eerily so. With his powerful mental strength, which surpasses that of a level 6 martial artist, he can keenly perceive subtle changes in his surroundings. Someone is lurking around. Could this be an ambush specifically targeting me? Lang Mohan thought to himself, his hand unconsciously reaching for the battle sword beside him. He raised his voice and proclaimed, "Who are you, you cowardly rat, hiding your head and tail? Now that you've come, why don't you dare show yourself?" His voice echoed in the night sky, but received no response. Lang Mohan frowned slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He knew that the person lurking in the shadows might not reveal themselves easily, but he was not afraid of the challenge. He stood up, gripped his sword, and warily surveyed his surroundings, ready to deal with any potential dangers. After a moment, Lang Mohan continued, "You think I wouldn't know who you are just because you're hiding? Humph, you're nothing more than Huang Deluan and Tang Sanshao. At most, it's just Zhang Jiyan and Lin Boxian." His voice carried a hint of disdain. You made the right decision to invite me here. This kid's mental strength alone far surpasses that of an ordinary level 5 martial artist." A lean, middle-aged man emerged from the darkness. His eyes gleamed with a shrewd light, and he wore a wicked smile, looking extremely greasy. However, this person gave Lang Mohan a very dangerous aura, as if he were a ferocious beast. Two figures emerged from behind the lean man, Huang Deluan and Tang Sanshao, who had some grudge against Lang Mohan. The two of them looked at Lang Mohan with eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent. Lang Mohan's gaze was sharp as he sneered, "Humph, it really is you." A hint of mockery was in his eyes. "Lang Mohan, today is your death day," Huang Deluan said through gritted teeth. Lang Mohan stared coldly at the two people before him, gripping his battle sword Pajun tightly in his hand. His eyes were as cold as frost as he calmly and firmly said, "If you want to kill me, you'll have to see if you have the ability." Upon hearing this, Tang Sanshao couldn't help but chuckle sinisterly, his voice low and hoarse. "Do you know who's in front of you?" Lang Mohan remained expressionless, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and coldly replied, "I don't care who he is, he'll be a victim of my blade soon enough." At this moment, the lean man beside him raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a cruel smile, and looked at Lang Mohan with great interest. "Interesting, very interesting. Such an arrogant genius, it would be more interesting to kill you." "Humph, let me tell you the truth. Standing in front of you is Tsong Fei, a 7th level expert renowned throughout Shanghai." Tang Sanshao shouted in a somewhat frenzied manner, "Lang Mohan, are you scared now? Are you terrified? Are you going to continue being so arrogant?" However, Lang Mohan showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, his eyes gleamed with intense fighting spirit and confidence. He straightened his body and sneered, "What's there to be afraid of? So what, if you're a level 7 martial artist? I haven't killed a level 7 martial artist yet. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep today, I'll use your blood to refine my battle blade." After speaking, he stared intently at Tsong Fei, his eyes burning with a fierce fighting spirit. He took a deep breath, circulated his inner energy, and the battle blade Pajun in his hand emitted a sharp killing intent. "Tsong Fei, let me see your strength." Lang Mohan let out a low shout, suddenly exerted force with his feet, and rushed towards Tsong Fei like lightning. With a flash of sword light, a powerful aura swept out. Seeing Lang Mohan's calmness and decisiveness, Tsong Fei's eyes flashed with surprise, which deepened his expectations of him. He hadn't expected Lang Mohan to be so decisive and resolute when facing a level 7 martial artist. This courage and determination gave him a sense of challenge and excitement. Upon seeing Lang Mohan's actions, Tang Sanshao immediately sneered, "Do you think you can fight against a level 7 martial artist? You're too naive." His words revealed a hint of smugness and contempt. He believed that Lang Mohan was just an overconfident person who was no match
match for a level 7 martial artist.
Huang Deluan laughed and said, "You're overestimating yourself by trying to stop a chariot. A level 7 martial artist could crush you like an ant."
However, a hint of seriousness flashed in Song Fei's eyes. He clearly sensed that Lang Mohan's strength far exceeded the 4th level that Huang Deluan and Tang Sanxiao had mentioned. This single strike alone demonstrated the power of a 7th level martial artist. He dared not be careless in the slightest, his blood and chi surging, and he raised his hand to throw a punch to meet Lang Mohan's attack.
Song Fei did not choose to confront Lang Mohan's blade head-on, but instead dodged it with a swift movement.
He nimbly circled around to Lang Mohan's side, simultaneously unleashing a powerful punch to Lang Mohan's ribs.
Song Fei's fist was like a violent storm, swift as lightning, and exceptionally fierce. Lang Mohan's battle blade seemed to have eyes.
He was not flustered. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, easily dodging
Song Fei's fist.
At the same time, his battle blade did not stop, drawing a cold light and heading straight for Song Fei's waist. Song Fei narrowed his eyes, his body suddenly flipped in midair, using the force to dodge Lang Mohan's attack, and at the same time, he kicked down with great force, creating a deep pit in the ground. Lang Mohan remained calm and composed, slightly shifting his body to the side as his battle blade slashed diagonally towards Song Fei's back.
Sensing danger, Song Fei instantly used the momentum to flip over, performing a handstand in midair to dodge Lang Mohan's fatal blow.
At the same time, Lang Mohan followed closely, unleashing a series of rapid sword strikes, the blade flashing as he attacked Song Fei like a sudden storm.
Song Fei stepped into the void, his figure elusive, skillfully dodging Lang Mohan's continuous attacks.
At the same time, he swung his right fist out, turning it into a gust of wind that went straight for Lang Mohan's chest. A deep fighting spirit flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes. He slightly shifted his body to the side, dodging Song Fei's heavy punch, and at the same time slashed his knife towards Song Fei's throat. A look of surprise flashed in Song Fei's eyes. He moved with the agility of a dragon, dodging Lang Mohan's fatal blow. At the same time, he swung out both fists at once, striking Lang Mohan's back.
This move, though seemingly simple, contains boundless power, carrying the force of thunder, and is aimed directly at Lang Mohan's vital points. Lang Mohan shouted, and Pajun appeared behind him in an instant.
Song Fei punched Lang Mohan's sword with both fists, and the sword in his hand was immediately knocked away by the enormous force.
"Ah, kid, you are a rare genius. How old are you? Yet you are so strong. If I hadn't come today, even these two kids combined wouldn't have been a match for you,"
Song Fei said with a shocked expression, his tone full of admiration and surprise. He originally thought Lang Mohan was just an ordinary teenager, but now it seems that he completely underestimated the other party's strength.
Upon hearing Song Fei's words, Huang Deluan and Tang Sanxiao's expressions turned extremely ugly.
Their eyes widened in astonishment, a surge of intense fear rising within them. They never expected that Lang Mohan's strength had become so great that he could fight Song Fei, a 7th-level martial artist, to a standstill. Tang Sanxiao gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with resentment, and said through gritted teeth, "Lang Mohan, I underestimated you. You actually have combat strength close to that of a level 7 martial artist. But fortunately, I invited Senior Song Fei. Today, you will surely die." His voice revealed a hint of smugness and confidence, as if he could already see Lang Mohan's impending death. Huang Deluan, standing to the side, shook his head in disbelief, his face filled with shock and confusion. He simply couldn't accept the reality before him.
How could Lang Mohan, who was only 18 years old, be so powerful?
Even his brother Huang Tianbao, who was hailed as a genius, did not display such abnormal strength. "Senior Song Fei, please kill this man quickly. If he escapes today, we will surely suffer a terrible fate in the future." Huang Deluan's eyes revealed deep fear and worry. He knew Lang Mohan's extraordinary talent, and if he were allowed to escape, he would inevitably become a major threat to them in the future. At this moment, he could only hope that Song Fei would act quickly and kill Lang Mohan here.
Song Fei nodded, secretly thinking that if Lang Mohan continued to grow stronger, he himself would probably be unable to contend with him. He sighed deeply and said with emotion, "What a pity. With the talent and potential you have shown so far, given enough time, you will surely become a grandmaster in the future.
I just never thought that such an outstanding martial arts genius would die at my hands." After saying that, he turned his head and stared sharply at Lang Mohan, saying in an icy tone, "If you choose to commit suicide now, perhaps I can leave you with a complete corpse.
But if you wait until I take action, then it's hard to say."
Faced with the encirclement and threats of the crowd, Lang Mohan calmly and composedly observed their every move, without the slightest sign of panic. He curled his lips into a slight, disdainful smile and said softly, "You're all far too confident.
Do you really think you can kill me so easily?"
Upon hearing Lang Mohan's words, Tang Sanxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud, mocking, "You're already at the brink of life and death, and you still dare to spout such nonsense. I'd like to see what you're capable of to dare to utter such arrogant words." However, Huang Deluan, standing to the side, appeared somewhat worried and uneasy. He anxiously called out to Song Fei, "Senior Song Fei,
let's get rid of Lang Mohan as soon as possible.
Otherwise, things might get complicated and unforeseen circumstances might arise."
Song Fei nodded in agreement.
He flashed forward, rushing towards Lang Mohan with lightning speed, his movements astonishing. At the same time, he swung his right fist, and with a deafening roar, it slammed into Lang Mohan's head like a speeding train. This punch was incredibly powerful. If someone were to be hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lang Mohan looked at Song Fei rushing towards him, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. His eyes were cold and deep, as if they could see through everything. He slowly extended his right hand, pointing his sword at the void, and whispered, "Lightning, come." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an irresistible authority. "Ha, has Lang Mohan gone mad? He's about to die, yet he's still playing tricks on us." Tang Sanxiao laughed disdainfully as he watched Lang Mohan's actions. He believed that Lang Mohan had reached a dead end and could only resort to this method to scare people. Could it be that Lang Mohan really wants to summon heavenly lightning? Huang Deluan frowned and muttered to himself. He pondered to himself and suddenly remembered a scene he had seen on Suiwei Mountain not long ago. At that time, when Lang Mohan was fighting the level 6 tree monster, it was also night when a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere in the sky. Lang Mohan might possess lightning powers. Huang Deluan suddenly shouted, his expression turning serious. Just then, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket streaked across the sky, instantly illuminating the entire dark night sky as if it were daytime. The dazzling white light was so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it, as if it were about to pierce through everyone's eyes. At that moment, Song Fei, whose fist was less than a meter away from Lang Mohan, suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis rising from the depths of his soul. His hair stood on end, and his body trembled involuntarily. He knew this was a matter of life and death, and without regard for Lang Mohan, he did a somersault and rolled to the right. Boom! A white bolt of lightning struck Song Fei, producing a deafening roar that instantly turned the entire mountain pale. Song Fei trembled violently, his face frozen in pain and despair. He let out a shrill scream, as if the whole world was collapsing. Lang Mohan's eyes remained indifferent. He slowly withdrew his finger, the lightning disappeared, and the peaceful night returned. A hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes, as if he had foreseen the outcome of this battle. Tang Sanxiao and Huang Deluan stared in shock at what they saw before them, unable to believe that Lang Mohan actually possessed such terrifying superpowers. Tang Sanxiao's mouth gaped open wide enough to fit a duck egg, while Huang Deluan felt an indescribable shock. Song Fei's body was charred black by lightning, smoke billowed, and his life force gradually disappeared. He struggled to open his eyes, staring at Lang Mohan, filled with confusion and resentment at this unacceptable ending. It's a rare lightning ability, and so powerful at that. It would be an honor for me to die at your hands. As Song Fei lay dying, he mustered his last breath and said, your future achievements will certainly not be inferior to those of the martial god. After uttering the last word, Song Fei slowly closed his eyes. Lang Mohan gave Song Fei a deep look, his indifferent expression revealing a hint of sorrow, as if he were silently bidding farewell to his former rival. Tang Sanxiao's body trembled like a leaf, and his legs could no longer support his weight, causing him to kneel down. His forehead slammed heavily against the ground with a crisp sound, as if he were about to smash his head apart. Lang Mohan, please spare me. I'm willing to be your slave, just don't kill me. Tang Sanxiao was in tears, his voice filled with despair and fear. He had never imagined he would end up like this, let alone that Lang Mohan was so powerful. Lang Mohan's gaze was cold and ruthless, as if he were looking at a dead man. He did not soften his heart because of Tang Sanxiao's pleas for mercy. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Do you think begging for mercy will do any good now? When you plotted to kill me, did you ever think of letting me go? Lang Mohan sneered, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Tang Sanxiao was terrified and filled with regret. If he could do it all over again, he would never have provoked Lang Mohan, that wicked star. But it was too late now, and all he could do was beg for mercy, hoping for a glimmer of hope. However, Lang Mohan had no intention of letting Tang Sanxiao go. With a flick of his toe, a thumb-sized stone on the ground shot out at high speed like a bullet. The small stone pierced through Tang Sanxiao's head with perfect accuracy, splattering blood everywhere. Tang Sanxiao's body fell limply to the ground, his face still bearing the last trace of fear. Lang Mohan stared silently at Tang Sanxiao's corpse, his heart unmoved. These people once wanted to kill him, and now they have finally gotten what they deserved. Lang Mohan turned to look at Huang Deluan, only to find Huang Deluan unusually quiet. He smiled bitterly and said, Lang Mohan, you've hidden your strength too well. I think I'm the only person in the world who knows your true strength right now. Lang Mohan picked up his battle sword but did not answer. Instead, he silently looked at Huang Deluan. Huang Deluan took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress all his emotions. He straightened his back, his eyes gleaming with determination, and said, Lang Mohan, I admit you are strong, but I will not easily give in. I was originally a martial arts prodigy of Magic Martial Arts Academy, with a bright future and promising prospects. However, since I met you, my fate has undergone earth-shattering changes. I once thought that with my talent and hard work, I could achieve great success on the path of martial arts, but my battle with you has made me realize that the gap in strength cannot be bridged by hard work. Your existence makes me feel threatened and uneasy, so you must die. Huang Deluan's voice carried a hint of helplessness
helplessness and resentment. But I, Huang Deluan, will never kneel and beg for mercy like Tang Sanshao. I would rather die standing than kneel before anyone. Come on, Lang Mohan, end my life with your blade. This may be the best end for me. Huang Deluan's eyes revealed a resolute determination. He was ready to face Lang Mohan's final blow. Lang Mohan stared silently at Huang Deluan, gripping his battle sword tightly in his hand. He didn't speak, but a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Then, a flash of light appeared, and Huang Deluan's body slowly collapsed. All the grudges between him and Lang Mohan vanished with his death. After examining the corpses, Lang Mohan found nothing of value. He gathered the three bodies together, laid some dry firewood on top, and with a whoosh, flames rose up, quickly engulfing the three corpses. Then he turned and left, his figure gradually disappearing into the night, leaving behind a pile of ashes and a trail of blood. Brother Lang, I've got a level 5 quest that might interest you? Jack Ma called Lang Mohan early in the morning. Of course I'm interested. Brother Ma, please tell me more. After returning last night, Lang Mohan first reviewed and analyzed the situation, and then continued to cultivate all night. The ruins of Jinhua City, more than 1,000 miles away from Shanghai, are now overrun with bloodfang boars. Their blood fangs are exactly the kind of material that research institutions are in dire need of, so many mercenary teams have gone there to hunt down the bloodfang boars. Jack Ma's voice carried a hint of excitement and anticipation. What do you think, Brother Lang? If we can successfully wipe out these bloodfang boars, we can not only get a generous reward, but also increase our points significantly. Lang Mohan nodded and said, alright, then I'll accept this mission. 3 days later, the Big Bang mercenary team, aboard an advanced aircraft, traversed the clouds and arrived near the ruins of Jinhua City, thousands of miles away. When the aircraft landed on a barren piece of land, the team members felt a sense of oppression. This place was once a bustling city, but now only ruins and wreckage remain. It is a city that has long been forgotten. This is Jinhua City. It used to be a well-known pig breeding base in China. However, after the spiritual energy revived and underwent a great rebirth, the pigs here all mutated. Jack Ma stood at the front of the line and said with emotion. His eyes revealed a longing for the past and anxieties about the future. His words filled the team members with a heavy feeling. Just imagine the scene of hundreds of thousands of mutated pigs. What a terrifying sight that would be. So the survival rate of people here was not high at the time. The military later used missiles to cleanse the area, but the effect was not very good. Jack Ma continued. Recently, the Shanghai-based city has shown signs of expanding outwards again, making this area a potential danger point. Jack Ma continued. Li Yang, you conduct reconnaissance within a 10-mile radius. After Jack Ma finished speaking, Li Yang took out a small drone from his backpack. With his control, the drone quickly took off and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Looking at everything that was happening before his eyes, Lang Mohan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had originally thought Li Yang was an agile martial artist, but now it seemed that his abilities were far more than that. This small drone showcased Li Yang's expertise in technological reconnaissance, earning Lang Mohan's admiration. After a while, Li Yang retrieved the drone and reported to everyone, 7 miles ahead, there is a herd of hundreds of bloodfang boars in an artificial lake, and there are also many dilapidated high-rise buildings nearby, which are suitable for us to hide and snipe. Everyone was very excited upon hearing the news. Jack Ma nodded in agreement and ordered, alright, let's find a high vantage point first and then scout the surrounding area. With that, he led the way, carrying 2 boxes of bullets in his hands and his giant axe on his back. The others followed closely behind, ready to face the challenge ahead. His brother Tony Ma was no less impressive, with bullet belts wrapped around his body, a 100-pound ammunition box on his back, and his heavy machine gun in his hand, as he also ran forward with all his might. Li Yang carried a tactical backpack filled with various equipment and supplies on his back, and held his electronic sniper rifle in his hand. He moved nimbly, showing none of the clumsiness typical of overweight people. Mina was carrying a medium-sized tactical backpack and a box of ammunition in her hand, all for Tony's machine gun. In contrast, Lang Mohan's supplies were the simplest. Besides the essential water, energy bars, and some healing pills and potions, all he carried was the huge battle sword on his back. After only the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the group arrived near the artificial lake that Li Yang had mentioned, and from afar they could see hundreds of blood-toothed wild boars frolicking in the lake. The surrounding high-rise buildings are dilapidated and covered with green vines, as if nature has taken them back. The group quickly climbed the somewhat worn-out stairs to the rooftop. Tony found a clear spot, mounted his machine gun, and proudly told Lang Mohan, this electronic machine gun can fire 10,000 rounds per minute. Even a level 5 monster would be killed if it were hit. Li Yang quickly opened his backpack, took out his drone, and began to survey the surrounding area again. Boss, there are 120 or 130 bloodfang boars in the artificial lake across the way. Most of them are level 3 or 4 monsters, and there are also 6 level 5 monsters. Li Yang said with a serious expression. Majeka laughed. These monsters are just enough for our team to handle. Everyone, prepare for battle. Li Yang, take the first precise shot at the leader of the level 5 bloodfang boar. Tony, follow up with your machine
machine guns as soon as the first shot is fired. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. After setting up the electronic sniper rifle and adjusting the settings, Li Yang said softly, "I'm ready here, I can fire anytime." Tony immediately adjusted the angle of the machine gun and aimed it at the Pig King. With Jack Ma's command, the electronic sniper rifle fired with a clang, and Tony's machine gun roared deafeningly as dense bullets rained down on Pig King. A level 5 Bloodfang Boar leader, 7 or 8 meters long, was accurately hit on the head by a special sniper bullet. The bullet entered its head, and the huge impact caused the level 5 Bloodfang Boar leader to fall into the water. Before the Bloodfang Boars could react, a dense hail of bullets swept through the herd. The boars in the water were startled and scattered in all directions, with many low-level Bloodfang Boars falling to the bullets. Li Yang then fired a few more shots, killing several level 4 Bloodfang Boars, whose blood stained the lake water red. In less than a minute, all the blood-toothed wild boars in the artificial lake, except for the dead and the injured that couldn't move, had run away. Jack Ma grinned at Lang Mohan and said, "Brother Lang, now it's our turn. We only want the blood fang and the monster core, nothing else. Be careful, the monster might play dead. You know, a level 5 monster is quite intelligent." After saying that, Jack Ma waved his hand, and with his tactical backpack on his back and a giant axe in his hand, he quickly rushed downstairs, with Lang Mohan following closely behind. The artificial lake, a kilometer in size, was now filled with the carcasses of bloodfawn boars. Jack Ma was the first to jump in, and with a single swing of his giant axe, he cleaved a bloodfawn boar in two. He quickly and skillfully extracted the crystal core and the bloodfawn. Lang Mohan also quickly took out the bloodfawn and crystal core. His skill and speed were no slower than Jack Ma's, and even much faster. Look, Lang Mohan's speed is just as fast as the boss's. It seems we chose the right person this time. Li Yang kept a close eye on the movement on the lake through his sniper scope, his gaze sharp and focused. Tony Ma methodically organized his ammunition belts and said in a calm tone, "I have less than 4,000 rounds left. After we finish this round, we need to return to the nearby temporary base to resupply." Just then, a huge level 5 bloodfawn boar on the lake surface suddenly moved slightly, alerting Li Yang. He immediately alerted through his tactical headset, Boss, that level 5 bloodfawn boar floating 40 meters ahead of you seems to have moved slightly. I couldn't see it very clearly, so please keep an eye on it." Ma Jeka heard Li Yang's warning, but he was not afraid at all. He grinned, a confident look on his face, and replied, "Don't worry, whether it's really dead or not, take this axe blow first." After saying that, he unhesitatingly pried out a crystal core stained with blood, his smile radiant. After dealing with the level 4 monster in front of him, Majek quickly swam towards the level 5 monster not far ahead. As he swam, he muttered to himself, "Level 5 monster cores are incredibly valuable. This mission is going to be a huge success." His voice revealed excitement and anticipation. As he approached the level 5 monster, he swung his giant axe without hesitation, hacking fiercely at the floating level 5 bloodfawn boar. Majek's giant axe slashed fiercely at the level 5 bloodfawn boar, but just as the axe was about to strike, the bloodfawn boar suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, flashing with ferocity, and launched a powerful counterattack. Caught off guard, Ma Jia was knocked away by the wild boar's massive body and fell into the lake, spitting out blood. Li Yang and Tony Ma fired simultaneously, unleashing a hail of bullets. However, the cunning level 5 bloodfawn boar seemed to have anticipated their actions. It nimbly turned around and dived directly into the water. Despite the hail of bullets, it did not cause any further damage to the wounded monster. "Boss, let's go." Jack was stunned by the sudden attack from the level 5 monster. Hearing the shouts coming from his earpiece, he didn't care about anything else and quickly swam towards the shore. But in the water, how could he possibly compare to a wild boar that spends all day immersed in water? Underwater currents surged, and a huge ripple rapidly approached him. Jack Ma realized that continuing to run away was futile, so he gritted his teeth, leaped out of the water, gripped his axe tightly, and swung it forcefully underwater. He knew that only by fighting hard could he have a chance of survival. Jack Ma wielded a giant axe and slammed it into the lake. A flash of red light appeared, and water splashed several meters high, but there was no sign of the bloodfawn boar in the shadows. His heart sank, and he instantly realized that something was wrong. However, before he could react, a level 5 bloodfawn boar suddenly burst out of the lake behind him, its two blood-red tusks like sharp scimitars, heading straight for Jack Ma. "I'm doomed." Jack Ma sensed something was wrong the instant he was about to strike. When he felt the movement behind him, he knew he was in trouble. On the dilapidated high-rise building, Tony, Li Yang, and Mina were pale-faced, with a hint of despair in their eyes. Even if they opened fire immediately, it would be too late to save Jack Ma. Is Jack Ma really going to die like this? "Boss, you can't die, Jack." Just then, in this thrilling, life-or-death moment, a nimble and agile figure, like a cheetah, swiftly stepped onto the lake's surface, walking on the water. Jack Ma caught a glimpse of a white streak of water rushing past out of the corner of his eye, and his heart skipped a beat. Could that be Lang Mohan? The three people standing on the rooftop could see more clearly that Lang Mohan was moving as fast as a speedboat, running as if he were treading on water. This is too powerful," Li Yang exclaimed
exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock and awe. He can actually walk on water, and as if it were flat ground. Tony exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The moment Lang Mohan saw Jack Ma being knocked away, he immediately realized the situation was bad and quickly swam over. However, when Jack Ma's axe missed its mark, Taki realized something was wrong. At this moment, Lang Mohan had no time to hide his strength. He took a deep breath, and his aura exploded instantly, with powerful energy surging within him. He leaped out of the water, splashing water everywhere, like a dragon emerging from the sea. Immediately afterwards, he quickly ran across the water, each step sending water flying, as if he were flying on the water. Lang Mohan actually possesses such extraordinary skills. Mina exclaimed in amazement, her eyes wide as she stared in disbelief at the rapidly approaching Lang Mohan. As a level 6 martial artist, Lang Mohan pushed his speed to the limit, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. In addition, due to Lang Mohan's special talent extreme speed, his speed is 3 points faster than that of martial artists of the same level. Ripples spread across the lake as a white figure streaked across the surface like lightning, its speed astonishing. Lang Mohan's expression was solemn, his eyes revealing a hint of determination and worry. His black hair flowed like a waterfall in the wind, exuding an unparalleled heroic aura. A dazzling blade of light shot up several meters, and with a soft thud, the Bloodfang boar's body was cleaved in two, its blood staining the lake water crimson. Lang Mohan's movements did not pause at all. He flashed and appeared next to Shueya's corpse like a ghost. His gaze was cold and sharp, as if it could pierce through all obstacles. He swiftly grabbed Jack Ma, and in the blink of an eye, he was on the shore. Jack, are you alright? Lang Mohan asked with concern, his tone revealing a hint of worry. Jack Ma was saved by Lang Mohan at the last moment of life and death. He felt like he had escaped a disaster and was filled with gratitude for Lang Mohan. He was panting heavily, and said with a face full of gratitude, Brother Lang, I really owe you a lot this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would be dead. Lang Mohan smiled slightly, took out a gene serum from his pocket, and injected it directly into Jack Ma's arm without hesitation. However, at that moment, he noticed a bloody hole in Jack's back, with blood gushing out. Clearly, despite Lang Mohan's timely arrival, the Bloodfang boar's tusks still managed to pierce Jack Ma. If Lang Mohan had arrived any later, Jack Ma would have surely met his end in the northwest. At that moment, Tony and the others' anxious voices came through the earpiece. Boss, are you alright? I'm fine, all thanks to Brother Lang for saving me. Jack Ma quickly replied, his voice filled with relief and gratitude. Come on, let's go up to the roof first. It's still a bit dangerous down here. Lang Mohan helped Ma Jeka up to the roof quickly, and Meina also hurried down to help him. Old Ma Mina said with some heartache as she looked at Ma Jack's injuries. Ma Jeka laughed nonchalantly. I'm fine. Martial artists at our level can recover quickly as long as they don't die. With a wave of her hand, a green light swirled above Ma Jack's head, resembling a hat woven from green leaves. The light emanated from the hat and seeped into Ma Jack's body, causing his injuries to heal rapidly. 15 minutes later, Mina looked somewhat tired, clearly indicating that using her superpower had greatly depleted her mental energy. Tony stepped forward with concern and asked, Boss, how are you feeling now? Ma Jeka laughed easily. It's alright, I should be fully recovered after another day of rest. After saying that, he stretched his body, feeling the power rapidly recovering within him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Ma Jeka was out of danger. After a while, Ma Jeka said, Brother Lang, I won't thank you for saving my life. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know. I'll go through fire and water for you. They sat around on the rooftop, discussing their next course of action. Brother Lang, could you and Tony please collect the remaining crystal cores and blood fangs? Isn't this the kind of resource we've been fighting for? Jack Ma said somewhat embarrassedly. Lang Mohan nodded and said, no problem, I'll go in a bit. At this moment, the sun gradually disappeared from the sky, and patches of dark clouds drifted in from the distance, slowly enveloping the ruins of the city, bringing a sense of heaviness and gloom. Lang Mohan looked up at the sky, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. But he didn't pay much attention to it and continued to focus on the task at hand. Lang Mohan and Tony Ma returned to the lakeside and quickly went into the lake to harvest blood fangs and crystal cores. They moved swiftly and skillfully, collecting these valuable resources as quickly as possible. Just as the two had finished their haul and were preparing to go ashore, they suddenly heard Li Yang's voice. Tony, Lao Lang, come back quickly. There are about several thousand red-tusked wild boars walking this way from several streets in the distance. I feel something is wrong. Upon hearing this news, Lang Mohan and Tony Ma exchanged a glance, both feeling a surge of alarm. Okay, we'll go back right away. Lang Mohan replied. He and Tony immediately sped up, climbed ashore from the lake, and ran towards the rooftop. Once on the roof, they saw that Ma Jeka, Li Yang, and Mina all looked extremely grim, and they immediately sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? Lang Mohan stepped forward and asked. Look, Ma Jia pointed at the drone's screen, a look of surprise on his face. The screen showed that several thousand red-tusked wild boars were marching towards the artificial lake from 5 or 6 streets in all directions. These red-tusked wild boars are huge, with sharp tusks, and have a menacing appearance. So many red-tusked wild boars? Lang Mohan couldn't help but gasp. He had never seen such a large herd of red-tusked wild boars, and a sense of unease welled up in his heart. Could these red-toothed boars be coming for us? Tanama blurted out. His face tensed up and fear showed in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. We only killed a few dozen bloodfawn boars. It's not like we've caused such a commotion. Jack Ma quickly stopped him. Although he was surprised, he did not believe that the red-tusked boars were coming for them. These blood-fanged boars don't seem to be a group. Li Yan noticed something amiss. Everyone looked at the screen and, sure enough, found that the red-toothed boars had split into two groups. One group consisted of red-toothed boars covered in white fur, and the other group consisted of red-toothed boars with black and white stripes. Yes, they look a little different, Nina chimed in. The one on the left has white fur and red fangs, while the one on the right has black and white red fangs. It seems that even the bloodfawn boars have different factions, Tony speculated. Look closely, isn't that 8 or 9 meter tall red-tusked wild boar a level 6 wild boar king? Suddenly, Li Yang noticed several exceptionally tall red-tusked wild boars, emanating a powerful aura. Hey, it really is. I see there are 7 or 8 level 6 red-toothed boars on the left alone, and there are even more than 100 level 5 red-toothed boars. The red-toothed boar on the right looks about the same strength. Could it be that they're going to have a duel? Lang Mohan said with a smile. I hope they're arranging a fight, everyone exclaimed. Faced with such a powerful herd of red-toothed boars, they realized they might be in danger. The leader of the red-toothed boars, the Boar King, roared angrily as he looked at the boar carcass still floating in the lake and the water stained red with blood. With that roar, the two blood-toothed boars charged forward at full speed, colliding like a stampede of horses and tearing at each other with ferocity. The scene was truly spectacular, resembling a chaotic free-for-all. Ma Jie stroked his big beard and said excitedly, "That's great. After these bloodfawn boars are both badly injured, we can go down and pick up the materials and crystal cores directly." He smiled smugly. This is what they call when the snipe and the clam fight. The fisherman benefits. Nina laughed along. The level 6 bloodfawn boars on both sides of the artificial lake did not participate in the battle. Only the low-level bloodfawn boars were fighting amongst themselves. The scene was exceptionally bloody and brutal, with various roars echoing throughout the dilapidated city. Buzz. Lang Mohan possessed extremely strong mental power. He suddenly pointed to a small black dot in the sky and said, "Look, what's that?" Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a small black dot hovering in the air. Li Yang glanced at it once and said with certainty, "That's a drone. Damn it, we can forget about getting all the benefits now. This place has been discovered." Tony couldn't help but curse. "Boss, should I shoot it down with a sniper rifle?" Li Yang asked. "What's the point of taking it now? The enemy might have already seen the footage. Let's find a place to hide to avoid being filmed by the drone. If they try to take advantage of us, we'll play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Jack Ma's face revealed a fierce glint. Several people quickly picked up their equipment, hid in the stairwell, and carefully observed the drone's movements. Several miles away from them, 7 large displacement armored vehicles were parked, with a mercenary team of nearly 100 people sitting inside. The electronic screen on one of the vehicles was playing a video of a battle between wild boars in an artificial lake. "Captain, there are a few dilapidated high-rise buildings nearby. We can set up a few heavy machine guns on the rooftops, and then everything on the artificial lake will be under our control." The speaker was a team member, pointing to a tall building not far away, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The captain, a burly man with a face full of scars, nodded upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, "Good idea, move out immediately. Use a large drone to send people and equipment up there. Be quick, and don't alert the bloodfawn boars below." After he finished speaking, a look of determination and resolve flashed in his eyes. Then, the captain picked up the walkie-talkie and addressed the entire team. "Brothers, this mission is of utmost importance. If we can wipe out this pack of bloodfawn boars, I will definitely petition the leader to award you all the credit and ensure you receive the rewards you deserve. So, everyone must pull yourselves together and not disgrace our Wind mercenary group." At the top of the dilapidated high-rise, the wind howled, making the broken bricks and tiles rustle. A large drone slowly hovered on the rooftop, and 7 or 8 strong men untied their ropes and jumped lightly to the ground. They quickly deployed their equipment and began setting up their defensive lines. Suddenly, a team member shouted alertly, "It seems someone has been here before. Everyone stay alert." Upon hearing the alarm, the others gripped their weapons tightly, ready for action. The man crouched down, gently touching the scattered shell casings with his hand, and said with a serious expression, "These shell casings are still warm. Moreover, there are special armor-piercing machine gun shells and alloy bullets from the K-48 electronic sniper rifle. It seems that someone has already arrived here before us." Just then, the captain's voice came through everyone's earpieces, "Old cat, find this little mouse immediately. Be quiet and don't make too much noise so as not to disturb our prey downstairs." Meanwhile, Lang Mohan and the others, who were hiding in the stairwell, had already sensed the enemy's intentions when the drone appeared on the roof, but they were powerless to do anything about it. The other side is likely a large mercenary group, possessing not only high-altitude reconnaissance drones but also
also large unmanned transport aircraft. It seems we can't be the final winners, Majeka said with a bitter expression.
Li Yang comforted him, saying, we've already gained quite a bit this time.
As long as we can evacuate safely, it won't be considered a loss. Mina chimed in, since the situation is unfavorable, let's not force it and just give up this opportunity.
Come out, friends who are hiding in the stairwell.
Just then, a figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the stairwell.
This person was none other than Old Cat.
With a flick of his wrist, he tossed out a miniature reconnaissance device.
At this moment, Jack Ma,
who had been hiding, stopped hiding, and jumped out, shouting, we are the Big Bang mercenary team.
May I ask who you are?
Old Cat smiled slightly and replied,
we are from the Roughing Mercenary Group. You can come out now. We guarantee your safety.
Hearing this, Jack Ma sighed helplessly and could only wait for his team members to come out. The Wind Mercenary Group was a large mercenary group. They should have some rules to follow. The group returned to the rooftop, only to find it already filled with 7 or 8 level 5 warriors, each glaring at them menacingly as if they wanted to devour them alive. At this moment, the unmanned transport plane flew back again, and 7 or 8 more people jumped off.
Captain, you've arrived.
The other side is the Big Bang mercenary team, a level 5 team. Old Cat reported to the newly arrived man. The man nodded, his gaze shifting to Jack Ma, a hint of surprise on his face.
He then said jokingly, so it's you, Jack Ma? What a coincidence. It's you, Wang Wei.
I didn't expect you to be a squad leader in the Roughing Mercenary Group now.
Majeka revealed a hint of joy. This is my old buddy, Wang Wei.
We used to be comrades in a medium-sized mercenary group, and I was the one who trained him. Hearing this, the members of the Big Bang team breathed a sigh of relief.
Since it was someone they knew, things would be much easier. However, Wang Wei's expression was rather unpleasant. He clearly didn't want his underlings to know about his past, so he immediately teased, Ma Jack, you're doing pretty well now. You even have your own mercenary team, much better than we used to be. Gentlemen,
Ma Jack used to be a core member of the Hurricane Mercenary Group, a late-stage level 5 martial artist. But he was seriously injured during a mission and fell to the early stage of level 5. From then on, he became a useless piece of trash with no future. Upon hearing this, Ma Jia frowned deeply. He hadn't expected Wang Wei to rub salt into his wounds. They used to have a good relationship. He had even genuinely taken care of Wang Wei, a newcomer to the mercenary group. But now, Wang Wei's words were full of sarcasm and ridicule, which made Ma Jia feel extremely disheartened. Majeka lowered his head and said in a low voice, this was originally the place we arrived at first, but since you've taken a liking to it, we'll just back out. Is that alright?
Wang Wei's lips curled into a cold smile as he replied sarcastically, want to leave?
Of course, but you'll have to leave all your supplies behind.
What? Upon hearing this, the members of the Big Bang team were instantly enraged, their anger surging into their hearts.
Wang Wei, however, continued dismissively, of course, you have a second option, just keep this beauty here. After all, there are very few women in the mercenary group.
You wish. Tony immediately rushed forward, roaring angrily.
However, before he could react, a blur flashed by, and Tony was instantly knocked away, his body flying backward. Fortunately, Lang Mohan reacted quickly and caught him in time, thus preventing him from falling from the rooftop. Ma Jieka's eyes were red, filled with anger and confusion.
He shouted, Wang Wei, what exactly do you want to do? Wang Wei's eyes revealed deep resentment as he gritted his teeth and said, what do I want to do? Humph, have you forgotten how you treated me back then? You bossed me around all day, treating me like a dog. Did you fucking think that was taking care of me?
Ma Jieka said with a wry smile, I never expected that my training of you would be taken as an insult.
If I hadn't stepped in to discipline you back then, would you have improved so quickly? Wang Wei snorted coldly and said, stop pretending.
If you want to leave today, either leave all your supplies or leave this pretty girl behind. You choose. Ma Jieka's eyes turned bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead, but he still managed to suppress his anger. He knew perfectly well that the other side was not only powerful but also numerous, and that they would definitely suffer losses if a conflict broke out. So he took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm, and said, we are willing to hand over all our supplies, we just hope you can let us leave here. After saying that, he looked at Lang Mohan with remorse and said, Brother Lang, I'm really sorry for what I did this time.
I will definitely make up for your loss later.
Lang Mohan gently shook his head and said with a smile, now that we're a team, let's not stand on ceremony.
It's just some crystal cores and materials. Let's just give them to them.
Then, without hesitation, he threw his backpack on the ground, which was filled with various crystal cores. Lang Mohan's current strength is comparable to that of a level 7 martial artist, so he doesn't take these people seriously. However, since he has just joined this team, he is unwilling to fully reveal his strength.
As long as they weren't pushed too far, Lang Mohan would let them go.
As for the lost supplies, he could retrieve them later.
Li Yang also took out the remaining crystal cores and blood fangs.
Finally, Ma Jieka sighed helplessly and said to Wang Wei, this is all we've gained this time.
Can we leave now? Wang Wei laughed smugly and said, ha, you think you can leave like this? How naive. Then, he kicked away the crystal core on the ground, revealing a greedy expression, and said, I'll take your supplies too, and I certainly won't let this beauty go. Ma Jieka Jieka's eyes widened, and he angrily questioned, Wang Wei, how could you go back on your word and break your promise? Click click click. Amidst a commotion, nearly 100 members of the Ruffing mercenary group had gathered on the rooftop. Armed with various cold and hot weapons, they neatly pointed their guns and blades at the crowd, forming a tight defensive line. If Ma Jieka and his men make the slightest move, death awaits them. Wang Wei swayed and kicked the battle axe out of Ma Jieka's hand. Then, he raised his hand and slapped Ma Jieka hard across the face. This slap contained tremendous force, knocking Ma Jieka to the ground. Boss! Boss! Seeing this, the others shouted angrily, but they could only helplessly suppress the opponent's powerful force. A vicious smile flashed across Wang Wei's lips. He had never intended to let these people go. First, he wanted to vent his pent-up resentment over the years by humiliating these people. Second, he planned to kill them in the end. Wang Wei took a deep breath, as if the grievances that had been building up in his heart for many years were being released at this moment. His expression relaxed, and he said to Jack Ma, who was lying on the ground, Now, can you understand how I felt back then? Ma Jieka sensed the other party's murderous intent. He straightened his neck and said, If you have a grudge against me, then kill me. Please spare my team members. Release your team members? You wish. Wang Wei raised his foot to stomp on Jack Ma's stomach. Lang Mohan couldn't listen any longer. He had originally planned to hide his strength, but now that Wang Wei had the idea of killing everyone, Lang Mohan no longer cared about concealing his power. He dodged forward, raising his foot to block Wang Wei's stomp. The immense force sent Wang Wei staggering back several steps, while Lang Mohan pulled the fallen Ma Jieka behind him. Just because Ma Jieka used to boss you around, you not only want to humiliate him today, but you also want to kill him. Killing someone is just a matter of beheading them. You've gone a bit too far. Lang Mohan said calmly. Wang Wei looked at Lang Mohan with interest and sneered. Where did you come from? Although you have some strength, you have no right to speak here. Wang Wei, Brother Lang just joined our mercenary team, and this is his first mission. Please, have mercy and let him go, Ma Jieka pleaded. Whatever your grudge, come at me. If you're a man, don't make things difficult for my teammate. It's not impossible to spare him, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, and call me Grandpa 3 times. Maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood, Wang Wei said smugly. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan's expression darkened, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He gripped his battle sword tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Wang Wei, don't go too far, Ma Jieka shouted angrily. However, Wang Wei was unfazed and continued to provoke. What, you're scared now? Then you can just wait to die. Just then, Lang Mohan said calmly, Wang Wei, if you dare to lay a finger on them, I guarantee you'll pay the price. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei burst into laughter. Ha, who do you think you are? A greenhorn who dares to threaten me? Lang Mohan didn't say anything more, but took action directly. He flashed and instantly appeared in front of Wang Wei, slashing his battle blade at Wang Wei. Lang Mohan's speed was incredibly fast, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. Wang Wei was smugly threatening Lang Mohan and the others when Lang Mohan suddenly made a move. He was terrified and quickly retreated, trying to avoid the attack. However, Lang Mohan was too fast, and Wang Wei didn't have time to completely dodge. Wang Wei's armor emitted a purple light, attempting to withstand Lang Mohan's attack. However, Lang Mohan's power was too great. The blade easily pierced through the armor, leaving a deep wound on Wang Wei's body. Blood gushed from the wound, staining Wang Wei's clothes red. You actually dared to lay a hand on me, Wang Wei shouted angrily and in shock. He couldn't believe that Lang Mohan actually dared to attack him, and even managed to break through his armor and injure him. It should be noted that his battle armor is a yellow tier battle armor, made from the scales of a level 7 monster and rare alloys, with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Lang Mohan stared at him coldly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. His voice was icy cold, like a messenger from hell. I've warned you not to hurt my teammates anymore. If you don't listen, don't blame me for being impolite. Wang Wei retreated rapidly, a look of fear on his face. He realized he had met a formidable opponent and was filled with regret. However, he did not give up. Instead, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Attack! Leave no one alive. At his command, the surrounding team members raised their weapons, and bullets of various types rained down on them. The people on the rooftop had nowhere to hide, and for a moment, their faces showed despair. They all thought to themselves, I'm doomed. A cold glint flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes, and the battle blade Pajun in his hand roared, unleashing a burst of sword energy several meters long. This blade of energy was like a ferocious dragon, carrying boundless power and domineering aura, turning all the bullets fired at them into ashes. Before anyone could react, Lang Mohan flashed forward like a ghost. He wielded his sword like a raging storm, each swing unleashing a sharp and fierce blade aura. These blade energies, like ferocious venomous snakes, pounced towards the enemy. The members of the Wind mercenary team had no time to react before they were engulfed by the terrifying blade energy. Their bodies fell like fallen leaves swept away by the autumn wind, one after another, into pools of blood. Some people didn't even have time to scream before they lost their lives. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 members of the Wind mercenary group had been killed or wounded, leaving only a few people wearing special armor barely standing. Lang Mohan stood firmly in the pool of blood. blood, holding a long sword. His figure was like a death messenger emerging from hell, cold and ruthless. A single glance was enough to make the survivors tremble. The entire scene was deathly silent. No one dared to make a sound. Wang Wei was trembling uncontrollably, his face as pale as a sheet of paper, his lips bloodless, as if he had witnessed the most terrifying sight in the world. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, wanting to say something, but his throat was choked by fear. Finally, he opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and low. You are a level 7 martial artist? Lang Mohan did not answer him, but simply stared at him quietly, his eyes as calm as still water. His tone was so calm it was frightening. I had no intention of intervening, but you brought this upon yourself, so you can't blame me. After saying that, he stopped looking at Wang Wei and turned his gaze elsewhere. Ma Jieka and the others behind Lang Mohan looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening before them. These were all experienced adventurers who had seen many grand scenes, but such a bloody scene still shocked them greatly. They couldn't help but have deep doubts about Lang Mohan's strength. Just who was this person? Why does it possess such formidable strength? Could he really be the legendary level 7 martial artist? This guess gave them a jolt. If it was true, then they had encountered a true master today. The group of people were all secretly wondering just how powerful their newly recruited teammate was. Just now, everyone thought they were doomed, but unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better, and Chiang Mai's situation completely reversed. Are you going to commit suicide? Or do you want me to do it myself? Lang Mohan's eyes were icy. He always did things by eliminating all traces of trouble, so Wang Wei and the others had to die. Wang Wei's face was extremely ugly. He subconsciously took a few steps back and said bitterly, "You can't kill me. I am a member of the Ruffing mercenary group. Our leader is the 7th level expert, Ruffing war god, Wang Zhenhai." Lang Mohan withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Unless Wang Zhenhai comes in person today, you are all doomed. Fine, since you are unwilling to commit suicide, then I will send you on your way." Lang Mohan's figure blurred, and a chilling blade aura emanated from his hand, carrying a powerful force, like an invisible wave of energy, rolling towards Wang Wei and the others. Wang Wei and the others felt the threat of death. They realized they were on the verge of life and death. "Since you don't want me to live, then none of us should live either. You can all be buried with me," Wang Wei shouted frantically. His eyes flashed with despair and determination as he pressed the button in his hand. This button is actually a self-destruct switch, which is connected to the drone's self-destruct mode. Lang Mohan's sharp blade swept over Wang Wei and the others, who had no time to dodge and were instantly killed. At the same time, buzz. A deep and awe-inspiring sound came from the distant sky. A heavy drone, fully loaded with munitions, is hurtling toward the building at an alarming speed. Upon hearing the buzzing sound from the sky, Li Yang's expression immediately turned grave. He shouted anxiously, "The enemy has activated the drone's self-destruct mode. We must escape this place immediately. Quick, run downstairs. Hopefully, this building can withstand the drone attack." Ma Jia shouted anxiously. Lang Mohan quickly picked up the 2 bags of crystal cores from the ground and rushed downstairs at top speed. Just as everyone had run down 2 floors, a deafening roar suddenly erupted as the drone crashed into the roof like a cannonball. In an instant, the entire building began to tremble and shake violently from the explosion, and raging flames shot into the sky, as if to dye the entire sky a fiery red. The powerful shockwave alerted the Bloodfang boars engaged in fierce combat below. They stopped fighting, raised their heads, and turned their gazes toward the burning building. "Oh no! This building is going to collapse!" Tony Ma shouted in terror. Before his voice had even faded, the century-old building, weathered by time, began to sway precariously. As time went on, the building could no longer withstand such a severe blow and finally collapsed with a loud bang. "Gather all around me!" Lang Mohan shouted, releasing his vital energy to form a solid red aura that tightly enveloped everyone. Nevertheless, Lang Mohan still had to constantly dodge and evade the surging ruins. However, they were eventually buried deep within these ruins. Time ticked by, and Lang Mohan's face grew paler and paler, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He felt as if his body was about to collapse under the weight of the pressure. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. With only one thought in his mind, he had to hold on and prevent anyone from getting hurt. Finally, after a long time, Lang Mohan took a deep breath and used all his strength to push away the stone slab pressing down on him. Then, he threw several punches in succession, smashing the surrounding large rocks one by one and clearing a path. Lang Mohan struggled to his feet and looked around, only to find the place in complete disarray. The once towering building had been reduced to rubble, and they were buried inside. Lang Mohan was frantic and rushed forward to search for his companions. When he found the unconscious people, he felt a little relieved. He stepped forward and gently touched each person's nose to make sure they were still breathing. Lang Mohan breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "Are you all alright?" After saying that, he began to try to wake them up and inject them with medicine. Jack Ma was the strongest among them, so he was the first to awaken. He groggily opened his eyes and murmured to himself, Am I still alive?" Lang Mohan smiled and comforted him, "Of course you're alive." Jack Ma only came to his full senses after hearing Lang Mohan's words. Jack Ma subconsciously cautiously took out a pill from his pocket and put it in his mouth. This pill can quickly restore his strength and injuries. Then, he quickly went to call for his other companions. Nina also woke up soon after. Although she was only a level 4 martial artist, she was able to regain consciousness more quickly due to her strong mental strength. Looking at her companion who was still unconscious, Nina was filled with worry and anxiety. She took a deep breath, concentrated, and began to unleash her supernatural abilities. With a thought, beams of green light emerged from her hands, radiating a sacred and warm aura. These green lights, like a clear spring, slowly seeped into the bodies of several unconscious teammates. After a short while, Tony and Li Yan were the first to wake up. They blinked and gradually regained consciousness. When they saw that Nina and the others were safe and sound, their faces lit up with joy. Ma Jieka sighed deeply and said with great emotion, "This time, we really owe a great debt to Brother Leng for his help. Otherwise, even if we hadn't been killed by Wang Wei, we would have been crushed to death inside this building." His voice revealed a deep sense of gratitude towards Leng Yan. Then, Ma Jieka grasped Leng Yan's hand tightly and said sincerely, "Brother Leng, I can't thank you enough. If you ever need anything from us in the future, just let us know, and we will go through fire and water for you." Leng Yan smiled slightly, gently patted Ma Jieka on the shoulder, and comforted him. "We're all members of the same team. Helping each other is only natural, no need to be so polite. The problem we face now is how to get out of this place." Everyone nodded in agreement, and then looked around together. They found themselves in a narrow space made of piled-up rocks, with stones constantly falling from above, making them feel very dangerous and uneasy. Li Yan calmly observed the surrounding situation and analyzed, "We don't know our exact location right now, and there are collapsed bricks and stones everywhere, so it will be very difficult to find a way out." His words plunged everyone into deep thought, and each person realized the gravity of the current situation. What's there to be afraid of? The building collapsed and didn't kill us. Now that we have Brother Leng, a quick-thinking expert, we're not afraid of not getting out. Tony Ma had complete confidence in Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan laughed and said, "There's no better way right now than to punch our way through, one punch at a time." As he spoke, Lang Mohan began to throw punches, each punch carrying immense power, shattering the obstacles in front of him. Lang Mohan led the group and they quickly cleared a path. With Lang Mohan's strength as a level 6 martial artist, all obstacles were shattered under his iron fist. About half an hour later, Lang Mohan suddenly laughed and said, "I can feel the wind blowing in from outside. It seems we're very close to the exit." Everyone was overjoyed to hear this. The mission was originally going to be very fruitful, but many unexpected twists and turns occurred along the way. However, with Lang Mohan, a super expert, they were always able to turn danger into safety. Now that they saw hope of getting out, how could they not be happy? With his final punch, Lang Mohan finally opened the exit, and sunlight streamed into the passage, bringing warmth and hope to everyone. As Lang Mohan shattered the stone slab blocking his path with a punch, a ray of warm sunlight shone on his face, and Lang Mohan leaped out. "Everyone come out. We're coming out." As soon as Lang Mohan spoke, the others jumped out one by one. Looking at the ruins around them, they felt a sense of relief. If it weren't for Lang Mohan's protection, how could they have survived in this environment? "Let's hurry and leave. It's still too dangerous here," Nina urged. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, but she always sensed a hint of danger. "What's there to be afraid of? With Brother Leng here, Wang Wei couldn't kill us, and we didn't die when the building collapsed. Now that we're out, what's there to be afraid of?" Jack Ma said, patting the dust off his clothes. "Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? If it weren't for Mr. Leng, we would have died several times over." Tony Ma chimed in from the side. "Boss, let's hurry up and leave. I remember there are still a lot of bloodfawn boars around here. Such a commotion must have alerted them." Li Yang calmly analyzed. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. "Then let's hurry up and leave. This bloodfawn boar is not to be trifled with." They were now in a low-lying area of the ruined building. The group ran along the ruins towards the top. Tony Ma was the first to run up, and once he got there, he froze. "Tony, have those bloodfawn boars left?" Nina asked. But Tony didn't answer them. Instead, he just stood there, motionless, like a statue. "Tony, what's wrong? What are you spacing out for?" Jack Ma frowned and shouted impatiently. However, Tony seemed to have lost his soul, unresponsive to his calls, and remained standing there blankly. "Boss, look over there." Mina suddenly pointed in a direction and said in a trembling voice. Noticing Tony's unusual behavior, Lang Mohan's eyes narrowed, and he flashed to the highest point of the ruins. When he saw the scene before him, even he, with his composure, was stunned. Looking ahead at the ruins, one could see thousands of blood-toothed wild boars, densely packed together, all staring intently at the group with their scarlet eyes, which gleamed with ferocity and greed. "Ah, how can there be so many bloodfawn boars?" Ma Jieka's eyes widened in horror, and he involuntarily backed away. He swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly, clearly terrified by the sight before him, revealing his inner tension and fear. With a series of deep and awe-inspiring roars, the group of bloodfawn boars seemed to have received some mysterious command and began to stir. Their fur stood on end, their fangs bared, and they spewed out thick breaths, creating an atmosphere of danger and terror. "Run! Run!" Ma Jia shouted. Without needing his reminder, everyone took off running
running and threw down all their equipment as they fled at full speed. Bloodtooth boars surged in from all directions like a tidal wave, frantically chasing the fleeing group. The thunderous roar of thousands of hooves shook the earth, a magnificent scene that sent chills down one's spine.
Lang Mohan was extremely fast. If he escaped alone, these bloodfang boars would definitely not be able to catch him.
However, he couldn't bear to watch his teammates die. It didn't align with his principles.
A narrow street appeared ahead, and Lang Mohan decisively waved his hand and shouted, "You guys hurry up and go this way, I'll hold them off."
Majeka did not choose to run away, but stood firmly in place, trying to dissuade Lang Mohan. "Brother Lang, if we're going to leave, we'll all leave together.
How can we bear to leave you here alone to risk your life?" A warm feeling welled up in Lang Mohan's heart.
He was glad that he hadn't underestimated Majeka, who still cared about him in such a critical moment.
Tony stopped and chimed in, "Yes,
Brother Lang, if we're going to leave, we'll leave together. If we're going to die, we'll die together.
You've already saved us twice, you gave us our lives. How could we let you take the risk for us again?" Although Liang and Meina did not speak, the determination and courage in their eyes showed their stance.
A warm feeling welled up in Lang Mohan's heart. He knew he had made the right choice. He looked at his teammates, whose eyes shone with determination and trust, which made him feel extremely gratified.
He secretly resolved that he must not let them down and that he must protect their safety no matter what.
Lang Mohan's lips curled into a confident smile as he said, "Don't worry, brothers. I'll protect myself.
Time is of the essence, so you should get out of here quickly and find a safe place to hide.
I'll rejoin you after I've dealt with these wild boars." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the group of ferocious wild boars. Majeka watched Lang Mohan's departing figure, his heart filled with worry, but also with admiration for him.
He prayed silently, hoping that Lang Mohan would return safely.
The other team members followed Majia and quickly left the dangerous place, heading to a nearby base to seek assistance. Just then, a level 5 red-tusked boar charged over, letting out a deafening roar. Its sharp fangs gleamed coldly, as if they were about to tear everything apart. Lang Mohan took a deep breath, gripped his battle sword tightly, and his eyes became sharp and determined. He knew that at this moment, he had to do everything in his power to protect the lives of his teammates. Inside his body, his blood and chi surged wildly like boiling magma, like a raging torrent continuously pouring into the battle blade Pajun in his hand. The sword seemed to have become an extension of his body, merging with him and radiating a chilling aura. With a roar, a massive blade of energy, tens of meters long, suddenly cleaved out, like a towering mountain descending from the sky. This blade of energy carried unparalleled power, instantly tearing apart the surrounding air and forming a powerful airflow that swept everything away.
"Sweep through the enemy ranks."
Lang Mohan's voice boomed like thunder, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. The terrifying and sharp blade energy flashed across the sky like lightning, slashing fiercely downwards. Under the blade's aura, hordes of bloodfang boars fell one after another, none of them able to withstand the power of this strike, regardless of their level. In an instant, blood and gore filled the air, and the stench of blood was nauseating.
However, there were simply too many bloodfang boars. As the boars in front fell, even more bloodfang boars charged forward.
In the blink of an eye, Lang Mohan was once again surrounded by bloodfang boars. He was surrounded by bloodfang boars, yet he showed no fear. He brandished his battle sword, each swing unleashing a sharp glint of light, its aura spreading and chilling his enemies. Bloodfanged boars fell to the ground one after another, blood splattering everywhere, but more monsters continued to surge in, seemingly endless. In these ruins, the stench of blood permeated the air, dust swirled, and battle cries echoed throughout the city. Lang Mohan felt the surging power within him, and he fought bravely with all his might. The sword's blade energy crisscrossed, turning the bloodfang boars into minced meat wherever it went, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over the battlefield, and a gigantic level 6 bloodfang boar appeared. Its fur was as black as ink, its eyes gleamed with ferocity, and it exuded a chilling aura. With the roar of the bloodtooth boar, the surrounding bloodtooth boars charged towards Lang Mohan as if they had gone mad. They were fearless and tireless, charging forward one after another.
Lang Mohan took a deep breath.
He had already consumed more than half of his vital energy. If he continued to kill like this, he was afraid that he would not be able to kill all the wild boars, but would instead be worn down to death. Lang Mohan reached out and grabbed at the air, shouting, "Lightning, come!"
Boom!
Thunder rumbled across the sky, and a dozen bolts of lightning as thick as buckets descended from the heavens, striking the wild boar herd with sparks. Large numbers of wild boars fell dead from the electric shock, their bodies emitting a burnt smell.
The terrifying power halted the attack of the surrounding wild boars. The bloodfang boar was clearly terrified of the heavenly thunder.
However, suddenly, 5 level 6 bloodfang boars appeared, and their arrival caused the bloodfang boar herd to charge forward again in a frenzy. A level 6 bloodfang boar exuded a terrifying aura, its tusks glowing with a reddish light, and its eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Lang Mohan's heart sank. These level 6 bloodfang boars were no less powerful than peak level 6 human martial artists. With his current strength, it would be quite difficult for him to deal with so many peak level 6 bloodfang boars. Lang Mohan gritted his teeth and swung his battle blade out suddenly, unleashing a sharp sword aura that instantly slashed towards the level 6 Bloodfang boar. However, the level 6 Bloodfang boar nimbly dodged Lang Mohan's attack and pounced on him at an extremely fast speed. Lang Mohan was startled and quickly dodged to the side, but was still grazed on the shoulder by the tusks of the level 6 Bloodfang boar, and blood instantly stained his clothes.
Damn it! Lang Mohan's face darkened.
He knew he couldn't continue like this and had to find a way to break through the encirclement. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in Lang Mohan's mind, and he came up with a solution. With a flash, he ran swiftly towards the rear of the wild boar herd, simultaneously unleashing bursts of blade energy that slashed and killed the wild boars blocking his path.
Follow me!
Lang Mohan shouted a provocative shout at the level 6 Bloodfang boar behind him, then accelerated and sped forward. Upon seeing this, the 6 level 6 Bloodfang boars assumed that Lang Mohan was about to escape and immediately gave chase. A cold smile crept across Lang Mohan's lips as he ran, keeping an eye on his surroundings.
He was overjoyed when he saw an abandoned steel plant. This is it!
Without the slightest hesitation on Lang Mohan's cold and stern face, he flashed into the abandoned steel mill, and the level 6 Bloodfang boars followed him without hesitation.
Inside the abandoned steel plant, various old steel equipment are placed in the production workshop.
The workshop is still relatively spacious for humans. However, for a giant, level 6 peak Bloodfang boar that is over 10 meters long and 8 or 9 meters tall, the space is extremely cramped. This somewhat restricts their movement due to their large size.
Lang Mohan was secretly delighted.
He had anticipated this, which was why he chose this abandoned steel factory as the battlefield. He must make full use of the terrain to engage in a life-or-death struggle with these level 6 Bloodfang boars. The steel mill was surrounded by steel, which was undoubtedly an excellent environment for Lang Mohan, who was skilled in lightning abilities. Here, he can better unleash the power of his lightning ability and deliver a fatal blow to his enemies. 6 level 6 peak Bloodfang boars surrounded Lang Mohan, their scarlet eyes flashing with ferocity, and foul-smelling saliva dripping from their mouths. At that moment, a hint of human-like smugness flashed in their eyes. Clearly, they believed that the human before them was already theirs and was doomed.
Lang Mohan remained calm and his eyes were firm.
Facing the 6 level 6 Bloodfang boars in front of him, he showed no intention of backing down. He gripped the battle sword tightly, feeling the power of lightning in the world constantly gathering on the blade. This is a new combat technique he has just mastered, combining martial arts with the power of lightning. Suddenly, Lang Mohan moved. He was incredibly fast, like an arrow released from a bow, and charged straight at one of the level 6 Bloodfang boars. Sensing the threat, the blood-toothed boar let out a deafening roar, brandishing its sharp tusks, and charged fiercely at Lang Mohan. However, Lang Mohan was agile and easily dodged the wild boar's attack. His sword, crackling with lightning, swiftly sliced through the wild boar's body, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound. Surprisingly, not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound. Instead, it was charred by the powerful electric arc, emitting a strong burnt smell. The Bloodfang boar, at the peak of level 6, also trembled involuntarily due to the terrifying electric shock. Seeing this, the other 5 Bloodfang boars launched an attack, roaring as they charged toward Lang Mohan in an attempt to stop his advance. Despite being surrounded, Lang Mohan showed no fear, displaying exceptional combat skills and reflexes. He skillfully dodged the wild boar's attacks, sometimes wielding his knife to fight back, and sometimes using the surrounding environment to evade them. The scene became extremely intense, with a bloody atmosphere filling the air, creating a sense of tension and excitement. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a sharp whooshing sound, a level 6 peak Bloodfang boar suddenly trembled violently as it faced Lang Mohan's battle blade slashing down from above. Suddenly, hundreds of sharp spikes burst forth from its body, shooting towards Lang Mohan like a dense barrage of arrows. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Lang Mohan had no time to dodge. He immediately swung his long sword, and the flashing blade formed an impenetrable defensive net, blocking the incoming spikes one by one. However, at that moment, the other 5 bloodtooth boars also launched an attack. They suddenly spewed out large amounts of white smoke, which filled the entire workshop in an instant. Hiss! The white smoke in the workshop grew thicker and thicker, completely obscuring Lang Mohan's vision, leaving only a vast expanse of white before his eyes. This situation made him extremely uncomfortable, but he did not panic. Instead, relying on his keen intuition and combat experience, he rushed out of the workshop. However, just as he was about to reach the workshop door, he suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than a dozen red lights streaked across the air, shooting towards Lang Mohan like lightning. Lang Mohan frowned, and without hesitation, he flicked his finger, sending out a blue bolt of lightning that collided with the dozen or so red lights in mid-air, instantly igniting a dazzling burst of fire. With the help of the firelight, Lang Mohan was able to see what the red light that was shooting out was. It's the red fangs of a Bloodfang boar. It turns out that the level 6 Bloodfang boar has such a terrifying attack method, it can control its blood fangs to shoot out and attack enemies from a distance. These red blood fangs are not only incredibly sharp, but also extremely fast. Any steel equipment that is hit by them will be instantly cut in two. Faced with Bloodfang's swift attack, Lang Mohan raised his battle blade without hesitation and roared, "Heavenly Thunder, aid me!" energy. As soon as he finished speaking, countless lightning elements in the world rapidly gathered on Lung Mohan's battle blade, forming a huge lightning blade. A massive lightning net was woven around the lightning blade, and with the surrounding steel, it instantly formed a powerful lightning domain.
Within this lightning domain, Lung Mohan seemed to receive a mysterious boost, greatly enhancing his speed and strength, while the flying bloodfangs noticeably slowed down.
Lung Mohan's eyes were like torches, and the lightning blade in his hand flashed with dazzling light. He roared, "Thunderous might!" He then swung his lightning blade with force, slashing it at a level 6 peak bloodfang boar beside him.
A thick bolt of lightning roared out from the battle blade, carrying unparalleled power, and slammed heavily into the bloodfang boar.
The level 6 peak blood pressure wild boar beast, with its extremely strong defense, was like a block of tofu under Lung Mohan's lightning blade, easily cleaved in two. The death of a level 6 peak bloodfang boar instantly ignited the rage of the other bloodfang boars, who then launched a frenzied attack on Lung Mohan.
However, under Lung Mohan's domain, all of this was in vain.
With a swift stroke of his blade, another level 6 peak blood pressure wild boar beast was killed, its blood splattering everywhere and its corpse flying about. The wind howled and lightning flashed. The battle in the steel workshop was extremely fierce, but along with the roars and the clash of blades, the screams of wild boars could also be heard.
The remaining level 6 peak bloodfang wild boars were gradually defeated under Lung Mohan's lightning blade. The third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one.
After a fierce battle, Lung Mohan finally succeeded in killing all the level 6 bloodfang boars. He was exhausted, but a victorious smile appeared on his face.
Finally, it's resolved. Lung Mohan breathed a sigh of relief.
Lung Mohan was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Clearly, the fierce battle had left him severely exhausted. He sat on the ground, catching his breath and trying to regain his strength. After a while, the surrounding white smoke gradually dissipated. Looking at the bloodstains and corpses all over the ground, Lung Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. He bent down, scooped up a pool of blood with his hands, and put it into his mouth without hesitation. As the blood flowed into his abdomen, he felt a warm power spreading through his body, and his originally exhausted body gradually regained its vitality. He knew that this was the vital energy he needed. For Lung Mohan, the blood of this monster could provide him with valuable health points, but the amount of health points that each monster could provide was limited, and no matter how much he drank, he could not gain any more improvement. However, the monster's core could bring him an even bigger surprise. Lung Mohan looked at the 6 level 6 crystal cores in his hand, his heart filled with anticipation. 6 level 6 crystal cores, I wonder how much health points they will bring me. These crystal nuclei shimmered with a faint light, as if they contained endless energy. Lung Mohan recalled his initial plan, which was simply to help the Big Bang team adapt to mercenary life and accumulate more points. But now it seems that the gains from this adventure have far exceeded his expectations.
Despite encountering many dangers, the final result made it all worthwhile for him. Lung Mohan looked at the level 6 monster crystal cores in his hand and swallowed them one by one without hesitation.
Lung Mohan looked at the light screen in his mind, which displayed various data.
Host, Lung Mohan. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms.
Chi and blood value, 1.2 million/2.7 million.
Spirit value, 50,000 points.
Martial arts level, level 7 martial artist, 900,000/2, 700,000. Martial arts techniques, earth-shaking iron fist, tier 4, mastery, the secret method of embracing the center and maintaining stillness, tier 4, mastery, the 8 directions vertical and horizontal saber technique, tier 6, mastery. Special talents, extreme speed, tier 4, iron skin and bones, tier 4, bone shrinking technique, tier 4. Special ability, control of lightning, 6th tier. Looking at the millions of chi and blood points, Lung Mohan couldn't help but smile slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. But he did not become arrogant or complacent because he knew clearly that his great progress was entirely due to the system's help. Without the system, he might still be just an ordinary martial artist. Therefore, he was not overly excited about his rapid improvement in strength. He knew that if his combat skills and techniques couldn't keep up, then even with high health points, it would be nothing more than a flashy castle in the air. Therefore, he decided to invest a portion of his health points into upgrading his special talents in order to improve his overall strength. Without hesitation, he issued a command to the system, "System, help me upgrade my special talent, extreme speed, to level 6. As Lung Mohan finished speaking, the system immediately responded, "Ding,
loading complete.
Special talent extreme speed increased to level 6, consuming 500,000 HP. In the blink of an eye, Lung Mohan's health value plummeted from 1.2 million to 700,000, but he didn't care at all. After all, he knew very well what extreme speed meant to him. At this moment, Lung Mohan clearly felt the changes in his body.
He lightly tiptoed and instantly darted hundreds of meters away like lightning.
This astonishing speed made him feel as free as the wind, traversing between heaven and earth. Lung Mohan secretly estimated that this astonishing speed was almost comparable to that of Hu Delu, the executive dean of the Magic Martial Arts Academy. Now, Now, Long Mohan not only possesses 6th level swordsmanship but also 6th level extreme speed and powerful lightning abilities.
However, he is clearly aware that his only weakness is his insufficient defense.
Looking at the scabbed wounds on his body, Long Mohan fell into deep thought. Despite his lack of defense, his incredible speed allowed him to survive the fierce battle against a level 6 peak monster. Without such outstanding speed, he would probably have already perished. Now it seems that in terms of offensive combat skills, I have mastered the 6th tier, fully fledged 8 directions blade technique, but there doesn't seem to
be an urgent need to further improve my single fist technique.
At this moment, I should focus more on improving my special talent, copper skin and iron bones. Long Mohan had made up his mind, and immediately issued an order to the system. System, please upgrade my special talent, copper skin and iron bones, to level 6. With a crisp notification sound, the system responded quickly, ding,
loading complete.
The special talent copper skin and iron bones has been successfully upgraded to tier 6, consuming 500,000 HP. In an instant, Long Mohan's health value plummeted from 70,000 to 200,000. With his copper skin and iron bones upgraded to the 6th level, Long Mohan immediately felt the changes in his bones, muscles, and skin. Countless streams of chi and blood continuously nourished these tissues, like surging waves, one after another, making him feel that his whole body was filled with endless power. He closed his eyes tightly, focusing all his attention on feeling this new life force flowing through his body, like thousands of streams converging into a wide river, surging endlessly. Every muscle seems to be remodeling, every inch of skin is undergoing subtle changes, gradually becoming as tough as steel, indestructible. Long Mohan took a deep breath, then slowly opened his eyes sparkling with a bright light. A surge of confidence and unwavering determination welled up within him, because he clearly realized that he had been transformed and now possessed a completely new vitality. The powerful defensive capabilities granted by the 6th tier copper skin and iron bones will serve as a solid shield in his future battles, enabling him to face all challenges with greater composure and confidence. Long Mohan reached out and picked up the red blood tooth from the ground, gripping it tightly in his hand, his eyes revealing a resolute look. Without hesitation, he chopped down hard on his own arm, his movements decisive and powerful. A sharp sound rang out, accompanied by a streak of sparks. The crimson fangs were incredibly sharp, but when they struck Long Mohan's skin, they produced a crisp, ringing sound, as if they had struck hard metal.
Long Mohan's skin was undamaged, with only a faint white mark remaining on it.
However, as Long Mohan's blood and chi flowed, the white mark quickly dissipated, leaving not even a trace. Long Mohan was overjoyed. With my current defensive power, I won't need to run away if I encounter a level 6 peak Bloodfang boar again.
My terrifying defense can withstand their damage.
With my current strength, if I were to encounter a level 7 early stage martial artist like Song Fei again, I wouldn't even need to use my lightning ability. I could kill him within 3 moves with my speed alone. Long Mohan looked at the light screen in his mind, which displayed various data.
Host, Long Mohan. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms.
Chi and blood value, 200,000/900,000. Spirit value,
50,000 points.
Martial arts level, level 6 martial artist, 200,000/900,000. Martial arts techniques, earth-shaking iron fist, tier 4, mastery, the secret method of embracing the center and maintaining stillness, tier 4, mastery, the 8 directions vertical and horizontal saber technique, tier 6, mastery. Special talents, extreme speed, tier 6, iron skin and bones, tier 6, bone shrinking technique, tier 4, special ability, control of lightning, 6th tier. Long Mohan cut off a strip of wild boar hide to use as a rope, strung all the bloody teeth on the ground together, and then slowly walked outside. Previously, Long Mohan had killed quite a few blood pressure wild boar beasts in the city. Although most of them were level 3, 4, or 5 monsters, Long Mohan still collected them afterward, adhering to the principle that even a few mosquitoes are meat. When Long Mohan returned, the herds of Bloodfang boars had mostly dispersed, and the remaining ones, sensing the terrifying killing intent emanating from Long Mohan, had all fled far away. After all,
these monsters aren't stupid.
An aircraft was hovering at low altitude over Genoa City, and several people on board were anxiously looking down with wide eyes.
I wonder if Brother Lang is alright?
Ma Jia looked down at the collapsed houses and the monster corpses scattered all over the ground, and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart.
Brother Lang is very lucky and will definitely be alright. Mina clasped her hands together and prayed silently. Brother Lang, you have to hold on. We've already invited Senior Lee here. You must be alright.
Tony Mai turned around and looked at a middle-aged man in front of him, feeling much more at ease. This middle-aged man was the Senior Lee they were talking about, a powerful level 7 martial artist. They were lucky, too. They had only gone a dozen miles when they saw the armored vehicles left behind by Wang Wei and his men on the road. These armored vehicles gave them a glimmer of hope, so they didn't hesitate to go up and kill the remaining personnel, and used the satellite dishes on the vehicles to contact a military base hundreds of miles away, requesting support from there. After much pleading, Li Jun, a level 7 martial artist known as Deadly Hand, hand, happened to be resting at the base. Upon hearing about the matter, he immediately decided to come to the rescue in person. This delighted everyone. With such a skilled expert assisting them, they believed that Long Mohan would definitely receive timely support. Li Jun stared intently at the ruins below, having already formed his own judgment. He said in a serious tone, such a large-scale beast tide must be commanded and controlled by a high-level monster.
To organize and control thousands of Bloodfang boars, the monster must be at
least a level 6 monster, and possibly more than one. If your friend only has the strength of a level 5 or 6 monster, then he is probably in grave danger right now.
You must be prepared.
Li Jun is well aware of the hardships and cruelty of life at the bottom of society. Such life or death tests are not unfamiliar to them. Friendships that have truly withstood the test of life and death are even more precious. Just then, Li Yang suddenly spoke up. I wonder if Brother Lang still has our tactical headset?
Perhaps we can try to contact him through it.
With that, he strode to the cockpit and asked the pilot, could you please call the 576 MHz channel for me?
The pilot nodded and began operating the aircraft's screen.
Soon, the co-pilot spoke up, calling 576 MHz.
Calling 576 MHz, please respond. Brother Lang, Brother Lang.
Ma Jie shouted into the microphone several times, but all he heard from the microphone was a crackling sound of electricity. Just when everyone had given up hope, a familiar voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker. I am Long Mohan, I am Long Mohan. Overjoyed, Ma Jie grabbed the microphone and excitedly shouted, Brother Lang, are you alright?
We've already brought in a top expert, and we'll be able to rescue you right away. Thank you, I'm alright now.
The voice from the microphone sounded calm.
Brother Lang, where are you now?
We're looking for you over the artificial lake,
Ma Jie asked impatiently. Lang Mohan jumped down from a large tree, then flicked his finger, and a blue arc of electricity flashed instantly.
Immediately afterwards, a pile of debris not far away began to burn fiercely.
He spoke into the microphone. I'm outside the city.
I just lit a bunch of fires around here.
When you see thick smoke rising, that's where I am.
Upon hearing Lang Mohan's words, Ma Jieka and the others immediately urged the pilot to fly according to the instructions.
The pilot didn't hesitate and quickly changed direction, flying out of the city.
Just half a minute later, the pilot saw thick smoke billowing from near a large tree.
This is it, the pilot shouted excitedly. As the pilot descended, Ma Jieka was the first to jump.
Seeing that Lang Mohan was unharmed, he excitedly went up to him and gave him a big hug.
Brother Lang, it's so good that you're still alive. Ma Jieka was so happy he almost cried. Lang Mohan chuckled and patted Ma Jieka on the shoulder, saying, of course I won't die. A few mere Bloodfang boars can't do anything to me.
Yes, yes. Not to mention a level 6 Bloodfang boar. You can easily kill even a level 7 Bloodfang boar. Mina stepped forward, looking Lang Mohan up and down, her eyes full of surprise and satisfaction. She saw that Lang Mohan was full of energy, and his aura was even stronger than before. Although his clothes were a bit tattered, he had not suffered any serious injuries. At this moment, the other team members also came over and hugged Lang Mohan one by one, expressing their concern and joy for him. However, at that moment, Mina suddenly widened her eyes, opened her mouth wide, pointed to the tree not far away, and said with a shocked expression, Lang Mohan, you. Upon hearing Mina's words, Ma Jie turned around and asked, Mina, what's wrong? Brother Lang is safe and sound. You don't need to worry.
Look.
Mina swallowed hard, her hand trembling as she pointed to the tree below.
Following her finger, everyone saw a pile of monster cores and bloodfangs under the tree, covered with weeds for concealment. Brother Lang, this is. Ma Jieka's mind went blank for a moment.
He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, unable to believe what he was seeing.
Lang Mohan stepped forward, ripped off the disguise, revealing a colorful monster core and a mountain of bloodfangs. These monster cores and bloodfangs emitted powerful energy fluctuations, sending chills down one's spine. So much.
A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. Everyone was too shocked to speak by the sight before them.
That's way too much.
It wasn't that they were unfamiliar with the world or monster crystal cores, rather, they had never seen so many monster crystal cores piled up together. Their eyes widened and their mouths gaped open, as if they could fit an egg inside.
After a long pause, Ma Jie swallowed hard and asked nervously, Brother Lang, did you do all this?
His voice was filled with an incredible quality.
Lang Mohan smiled calmly, nodded, and said,
His tone was calm, but his eyes revealed a hint of confidence and pride. Just then, a voice came from behind, your friend is really something else. The speaker was Li Jun, a level 7 expert whom Ma Jieka and his group had invited. He had been silently observing Lang Mohan from the sidelines, and finally couldn't help but speak up in praise.
Senior Li.
Everyone snapped out of their daze and greeted Li Jun respectfully. Li Jun stepped forward, picked up a huge and sharp bloodfang, examined it carefully, and then said with a hint of surprise, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a level 6 bloodfang from a wild boar.
What? Level 6 bloodfang?
Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed disbelief, and they all turned to look at Lang Mohan.
His eyes seemed to be asking him, did you kill all of these people? However, Lang Mohan simply smiled and humbly replied, just lucky.
At this moment, Li Jun's lips curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, No, my friend, you are too modest. I believe things are not simply a matter of luck. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his palm and slapped it hard, sending a powerful gust of wind whistling out and blowing towards the mountain of blood teeth. As the palm wind blew, part of the pile of blood fangs was blown away, revealing more than a dozen level 6 blood fangs of the same size as before. So many level 6 blood fangs!
Majeka and the others exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes wide.
At this moment, even the most foolish person could understand that Long Mohan was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. These 12 level 6 blood fangs mean that he once faced 6 level 6 bloodfawn boar beasts and successfully killed them.
Such strength is truly astonishing.
Majia couldn't help but touch his mouth, mumbling, "Brother Lang, you've really been hiding your strength.
Since you possess such formidable power, why did you choose to join our small mercenary team?" Long Mohan smiled and explained, "Actually, I broke through during the battle.
My strength wasn't originally this great." A smile appeared on Li Jun's lips as he asked softly, "To be able to single-handedly kill 6 blood pressure boar beasts, your strength must be at least at the peak of level 6 martial artist, right?"
"Is that right?"
However, Long Mohan simply smiled and did not give a clear answer. In reality, his blood and chi were only at the mid-stage of a level 6 martial artist at this moment, but he showed no fear in the face of a level 7 martial artist. Therefore, it is not accurate to judge a person's true combat strength solely by their chi and blood. Before the others arrived, Long Mohan had already devoured more than 10 level 5 monster cores. For some reason, his blood and chi only increased by a little over 300,000 before stagnating.
Long Mohan addressed the crowd. "What are you all standing there for?
These are all valuable treasures and points. I've worked so hard to collect them all, just to bring them back to the base." Majeka, standing nearby, chimed in with a smile, "That's right, these are Brother Lang's spoils of war. We need to move them onto the aircraft as soon as possible."
Lang Mohan generously declared, "What's mine is everyone's. This is the spoils of war for our Big Bang mercenary team."
Everyone knew perfectly well that they had not only contributed nothing to this mission, but had also dragged Lang Mohan through several crises with them. If it weren't for Lang Mohan's repeated rescues during this time, they would probably have died long ago. They simply couldn't bring themselves to divide the spoils that Lang Mohan had risked his life for.
"Brother Lang, you have saved us so many times, we don't know how to repay you. These spoils of war were obtained by you at the risk of your life. How can we accept them?"
Ma Jia hurriedly declined.
Li Yang chimed in, "The boss is right.
If we take these spoils, word will get out and our Big Bang team will have no place in the mercenary world."
Seeing that everyone was refusing, Lang Mohan suggested, "How about this?
I'll take half, and you brothers can divide the rest."
No, how can you do this?"
Everyone shook their heads and waved their hands, expressing their disagreement. Finally, after some polite refusals, Lang Mohan received 80%, with the remaining 20% distributed among the other team members. After everyone loaded the bloodfawn materials and crystal cores onto the aircraft, Lang Mohan pointed to a pile of crystal cores and supplies and said to Li Jun, "Senior Li, you've come all this
way to rescue me, so we can't let you come for nothing. Here are some supplies, please take a look and see if there's anything you like. If you see anything you like, please feel free to choose."
Li Jun is a level 7 martial artist.
Such a person is extremely rare in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Why would he care about mere level 6 monster materials and crystal cores? However, he grew to appreciate Lang Mohan more and more.
After all, this young man possessed such amazing strength at such a young age, and judging from his words and actions, he was a responsible, ungreedy, and cheerful person.
"If you don't mind my age, just call me brotherly."
Li Jun laughed and said, "As for your spoils of war, I don't need them, but I'm determined to be your friend." Upon hearing this, Long Mohan was quite pleased. Making a friend from a level 7 martial artist was definitely a good thing. He quickly replied, "It is my honor to be your friend, Senior Li."
"Don't call me senior."
Li Jun waved his hand and joked, "I'm not even 60 yet. I'm not that old.
Just call me brotherly from now on."
"Okay, brotherly." And so, the two grew closer. The group chatted and laughed along the way, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Before long, they returned to the nearby military base.
Inside the temporary military base,
Li Jun clasped Lang Mohan's hands tightly, his eyes resolute, and said, "Brother Lang, see you again someday.
Here's your business card. You must come to my birthday party in 2 weeks."
Lang Mohan replied with a smile, "Brotherly, don't worry, I will definitely be there on time." After saying that, Lang Mohan took the gleaming gold business card and escorted Li Jun to the aircraft, watching it slowly take off and leave. Yesterday, when Lang Mohan returned to the temporary military base from outside, he invited Li Jun to have dinner together in the base's restaurant.
The two chatted at the dinner table and got along very well.
Today, Li Jun is about to leave. Before leaving, he gives Lang Mohan a business card and sincerely invites him to his birthday party in 2 weeks. After Li Jun's aircraft disappeared into the sky, Ma Jia walked up to Lang Mohan and said, "Brother Lang, congratulations.
You finally found a powerful patron. This Senior Li is no ordinary person. He himself is a powerful level 7 martial artist, and his master, Wen Tai Lai, is an awe-inspiring level 9 grandmaster."
In Shanghai, many people try to curry favor with him, but he looks looks down on them. Now that you've established a good relationship with him, you'll be able to easily handle any problems you encounter in Shanghai in the future. Lang Mohan smiled slightly, inwardly marveling that Emil had led him to meet such an important person.
However, Lang Mohan had other plans in mind.
He knew that relying on others was not a long-term solution. True strength lay in one's own abilities, and external help was ultimately only temporary.
Brother Lang, if there's nothing else, let's hurry back to Shanghai.
It's best to exchange these materials and magic crystals for cash and deposit them into a bank account as soon as possible. That's the safest way. Having spent a long time in mercenary groups, Ma Jeka knew all too well the allure of wealth. Previously, when Li Jun was here, no one dared to make any moves against them, but now that Li Jun has left, the situation has become unpredictable, so it would be best to return to Shanghai as soon as possible. After experiencing many twists and turns, Lang Mohan and the others returned safely to Shanghai. They went to the mercenary guild to deliver their missions and sold the captured materials and crystals directly to the mercenary guild. After some calculations, although Lang Mohan could only receive 80% of the profits, his net worth had already reached more than 300 million yuan. Unfortunately, the more than 300 million yuan only stayed in his account for a short while before being quickly spent by Lang Mohan. He spent 300 million yuan to buy a spirit-nourishing pill from the Mercenary Association, the spirit-nourishing pill.
One of them costs 300 million. High-grade pills have always been so expensive. After Lang Mohan obtained them, he immediately consumed them, and his mental power surged by 30,000 points. His mental power has now reached a terrifying 80,000 points.
Although his mental strength surged at this moment, Lang Mohan did not sense any signs that his lightning ability had broken through to the 7th level. Zhang Yang hadn't seen Lang Mohan for several days. When he saw Lang Mohan again, a happy smile appeared on his face. He asked with a smile, "Brother Lang, how did the mission go? Was it successfully completed?" Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile as he replied, "Yes, it went quite smoothly. This mission was very fruitful." Then, he asked curiously, "Has anything unusual happened at school recently?" A smile crept across Zhang Yang's lips as he said mysteriously, "Of course. During the time you were away, Zhang Jian came to see you many times, but each time she failed to get what she wanted, and her face was extremely gloomy and ugly when she left." Lang Mohan shook his head helplessly and said with a wry smile, "Oh dear, she's really persistent." Zhang Yang suddenly glanced towards the dormitory door, then cautiously approached Lang Mohan and whispered, "By the way, did you know? Our school's Tang Sanshao and President Huang Deluan are both dead." After he finished speaking, he stared intently at Lang Mohan, as if trying to discern something from his face.
Lang Mohan frowned and asked calmly, "Really? Has the school found out who killed them?"
Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, then said slowly after a brief silence, "No. I heard that among the people who died at the scene was Tsong Fei, a level 7 expert from Shanghai.
Moreover, all 3 bodies were charred, and their identities were only confirmed through DNA testing."
"Oh," Lang Mohan said indifferently. Zhang Yang continued, "But Lin Boxian spread rumors about you, saying that you killed these people, or that you hired someone to kill them, because you had a conflict with these 2 people.
Lin Baekhyun." Upon hearing this name, a chill flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes.
"It seems that none of these people can be let go, otherwise they will always jump out and cause trouble for us from time to time." Looking at Lang Mohan's cold face, Zhang Yang cautiously said, "The school also sent people to our dormitory to ask if I knew where you went, and whether
you went to the back mountain that night.
I told them that you stayed in the dormitory all night and went to the Mercenary Association the next morning." Lang Mohan patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Well done, you're truly my good brother. But now that you know the truth, I won't hide it anymore. Yes, I did kill those people."
"What?"
Zhang Yang's eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and his face was filled with astonishment. Although he had suspected it for a long time, he still found it hard to accept when Lang Mohan admitted it in person. After all, Tsong Fei is a renowned level 7 expert, and Huang Deluan and Tang Sanshao are not weak either, yet they were all. Lang Mohan sat upright on the bed and said confidently, "If I encounter them again now, killing them is as easy as killing chickens, and it won't be so troublesome." Zhang Yang was stunned for a long time, his mind racing, before finally saying, "Be careful, the school will probably have to talk to you again." Around noon, sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a golden glow. After lunch, Lang Mohan and Zhang Yang began to consider whether they should attend a few classes. Just then, his phone rang, and the screen showed that the caller was the school board. Lang Mohan frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then answered the phone. The other party told him to come to the school committee immediately. At the entrance of the school committee building, Lang Mohan saw 2 people standing there waiting for him. One of them was Zhang Jian, the school beauty who was famous throughout the Magic Martial Arts Academy. She was beautiful and charming, but at this moment she had an angry look on her face. The other person is her loyal sycophant and follower, Lin Baekhyun.
"Lang Mohan, you finally dare to come back.
You actually murdered Senior Huang and Senior Tang, and this has already reached the school committee's ears. I think you're dead this time."
Zhang Jian reprimanded loudly without any politeness, with a hint of smugness on her face. Lang Lang Mohan coldly replied, "Did you see me kill someone with your own eyes?" Zhang Jian sneered and said, "Everyone knows you, Lang Mohan, have a deep-seated grudge against Senior Huang and Senior Tang. It must have been you with ulterior motives who lured them to the back mountain, then colluded with Song Fei to kill them. Am I right?" After saying that, she smiled slightly, a hint of smugness on her face. Lang Mohan gently shook his head and sighed. "Your imagination is truly extraordinary. Why not try writing novels? Why waste your time practicing martial arts here?" He then ignored Zhang Jian and strode confidently into the school committee building. Seeing Lang Mohan strolling leisurely with an air of composure, Zhang Jian's anger grew even stronger. She glared fiercely at Lang Mohan, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. Lin Boxian, standing to the side, revealed a sinister smile and whispered to Zhang Jian, "Jian, don't be angry. Even if Lang Mohan didn't do it, this matter is like a bucket of shit being dumped on his head. It won't be easy for him to get rid of this stain." Zhang Jian covered her nose, frowned in disgust, and said unhappily, "Can you please stop saying such disgusting things? But you're right, Lang Mohan is finished this time. Humph, who told him to offend me so many times? Last time I asked him to give me the crimson flame fruit, and he actually refused. I'll just wait and see the day he regrets it." After saying that, she laughed triumphantly. At this moment, the atmosphere in the school's administrative office was unusually heavy. Sitting in the very center was Executive Principal Hu Delu, surrounded by 7 school leaders, each of whom stared intently at Lang Mohan with sharp eyes, as if trying to see right through him. Hu Delu, with a thick cigar between his fingers, took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled the smoke and asked Lang Mohan with concern, "Lang Mohan, how did the mercenary mission go this time?" Lang Mohan smiled slightly and replied easily, "Thank you for your concern, Principal. Everything is going smoothly." His tone was firm and confident, without the slightest hint of fear. "You should stay in school as much as possible. You're still young, and you'll have plenty of opportunities to gain experience in the future. Most mercenary missions are very dangerous. You haven't matured yet, and it wouldn't be worth it if you got injured out there," Hu Deluan said earnestly. Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile, and he replied, "Don't worry, Principal, I will be careful. I will stay at school and study hard during this period and will not run around outside anymore." Hu Delu's expression was serious as he said earnestly, "You probably know why we called you here today, right?" Lang Mohan nodded slightly to indicate that he understood, and replied, "I know a little. I heard that seniors Huang Deluan and Tang Sanshao unfortunately passed away. I feel deeply sorry and saddened by this." A hint of sadness was in his eyes. Then, Lang Mohan added, "Although we had some conflicts, they were never to the point of life or death. I never expected that they would both perish. It's such a pity." At this moment, a teacher wearing glasses asked seriously, "Lang Mohan, where were you on the night of the 17th? His gaze was fixed on Lang Mohan, as if trying to discern something from his face. Lang Mohan said calmly, "I stayed in my dorm practicing all night. My roommate Zhang Yang can vouch for me. In fact, the school has already retrieved the surveillance footage, but disappointingly, Lang Mohan was not seen in it. It turns out that, in order to avoid being discovered by others, Lang Mohan would deliberately avoid surveillance equipment whenever he went out to practice martial arts at night." After a moment of silence, Hu Delu finally concluded, "Although Song Fei is only a level 7 early-stage martial artist, Lang Mohan is currently no match for him, let alone able to kill him. This must have been the work of some expert." Then, he earnestly instructed Lang Mohan, "Go back, study hard, practice martial arts diligently, and don't waste your talent." After Lang Mohan left, the bespectacled teacher said, "Judging from Lang Mohan's calm demeanor and restrained aura, he is clearly not the 4th-level martial artist that is rumored to be." Hu Delu smiled and replied, "No matter what level of martial artist he is, as long as he is a student of our magic martial arts school, that's enough. For the past few decades, our magic martial arts school has always been suppressed by Beijing Martial Arts School. Now that such a genius has emerged, perhaps we can win a victory in the exchange competition in the future. Anyone who dares to kill someone in our magic martial arts academy, no matter who they are, we will find them." Do they really think our magic martial arts academy is a vegetable market where you can come and go as you please? Hu Delu's expression changed, and he said domineeringly. Lang Mohan walked out of the school committee building with an air of nonchalance, his face calm and expressionless, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Zhang Jian, standing at the door, looked at him with suspicion and confusion in her eyes. "Lang Mohan, it's strange that you weren't arrested on the spot?" Zhang Jian couldn't help but ask. Lang Mohan gave her a cold look and walked straight ahead, completely ignoring her presence. This action infuriated Zhang Jian. She immediately stopped Lang Mohan and angrily questioned him, "Lang Mohan, what makes you so great? I, Zhang Jian, have both beauty and figure, and I am a rare genius. Why do you ignore me?" Lang Mohan stopped in his tracks, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He flashed past Zhang Jian with astonishing speed, so fast that Zhang Jian could barely see his movements. "I've told you so many times, I don't like you. Please stay away from me from now on." Lang Mohan coldly said this before disappearing again. Zhang Jian stood there, stunned, her heart filled with anger and resentment. She had never imagined that
that she would be so looked down upon by a man, and that man was none other than Lang Mohan. Zhang Jian gritted her teeth in anger, her heart filled with incomprehension and fury.
Why is Lang Mohan so cold and heartless towards her? She simply couldn't understand the reason behind it.
At that moment, a crystal tear slid down her cheek, and she secretly vowed that she would make Lang Mohan pay a heavy price for this in the future. Just then, Lin Boxian handed her a tissue with concern and comforted her. Jian, don't be sad. Lang Mohan is really blind. He actually ignores your beauty, but I truly like you.
Look at this. Zhang Jian stopped crying, glanced at it casually, and asked in confusion, what is this? An invitation? Lin Boxian excitedly explained, this is an invitation to the birthday banquet of Li, the 7th level expert in Shanghai. It's extremely valuable.
Many people want to attend his birthday banquet, but only a few receive an invitation. Then, Lin Boxian continued enthusiastically, these are all big shots from Shanghai going this time.
Would you like to come with me?
Zhang Jian nodded slightly in agreement. It would be good to go and see for yourself.
Seeing that Lang Mohan had returned quickly, Zhang Yang finally felt relieved and hurriedly went up to him, asking, Brother Lang, are you alright? Has the school given you any trouble? Lang Mohan's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, of course it's fine. The school doesn't believe that a level 4 martial artist like me can kill a level 7 martial artist, right?
After hearing this, Zhang Yang suddenly realized and nodded in agreement, exclaiming, yes, no one would believe that a freshman has such ability.
Then, Zhang Yang asked curiously, Brother Lang, what do we do next?
Lang Mohan gently patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, the school has already cleared my name. After saying that, Lang Mohan suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to ask Zhang Yang, by the way, Zhang Yang, I want to ask you something.
You're a local from Shanghai. Do you know where I can buy special gifts?
Zhang Yang was taken aback at first, then laughed and said, Brother Lang, don't tell me you're going to buy those cheap, mass-produced items from the market. Lang Mohan smiled slightly and explained, of course not, I want to buy a special gift for someone.
Zhang Yang's eyes lit up, and he pressed, do you want to give it to a man or a woman?
Lang Mohan answered without hesitation, an older brother, he's a level 7 martial artist.
Zhang Yang was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth, exclaiming, a level 7 expert? And he's the elder brother? Brother Lang, you're amazing.
You've only been in Modu for a short time, and you've already made friends with such a powerful person. Zhang Yang stroked his chin, lost in thought. He muttered to himself, if the other party is a level 7 martial artist, then ordinary worldly gifts are definitely not suitable.
There must be something precious to pique their interest. Let me think about it.
Then, Zhang Yang continued, a level 7 expert like them probably wouldn't even look at gifts bought on the market.
And money isn't an issue for them, so money won't sway them.
Right. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he excitedly said, I once heard my father mention that there's a small island called Golden Fire Island, located 3,000 miles
east of Shanghai. It's a well-known black market there. If you're looking for some rare gifts, you could go there and have a look. You might find something unexpected.
Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan was overjoyed and quickly patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, praising, you really are a know-it-all.
You know everything.
However, due to the excessive force, Zhang Yang was slapped so hard that he grimaced, but he still smiled and replied, I don't have any special talents, I just like to know about world affairs, and I want to become an all-knowing scholar in the future. Lang Mohan smiled and encouraged him, with your intelligence, you will definitely be able to achieve this goal.
Next, under Zhang Yan's careful planning, Lang Mohan began to study the route to Golden Fire Island and the precautions to take. Golden Fire Island is in no man's land.
It is jointly managed by 3 gangs, so it is relatively loosely controlled.
Martial artists are often robbed in the surrounding area, so it is definitely not safe for ordinary martial artists to go there. But you are different,
Zhang Yang said with a smile.
Oh, why am I different? Lang Mohan asked curiously. Zhang Yang laughed and said, it's good that you didn't rob them.
Anyone who dares to rob you is like a little devil robbing the king of hell, and they'll only face death. And so, Lang Mohan stayed at school obediently for a week before deciding to go to Golden Fire Island. It was a mysterious and dangerous place, but for Lang Mohan, it wasn't considered particularly dangerous. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Black Mountain, a man covered in blood and with a resolute expression had just returned to the temporary base. He exuded a powerful aura, as if he had just been through a fierce battle.
Just then, the satellite phone in his room suddenly rang, breaking the silence.
The man glanced at the caller ID, a slight smile appearing on his stiff face, and then answered the phone. A woman's sobbing came from the other end of the phone. Her voice was filled with grief and despair.
Hey, son,
your brother has been murdered. The woman wept uncontrollably, her hands trembling incessantly. Clearly, the grief of losing her son overwhelmed her. Upon hearing this news, the man's face instantly darkened, and his eyes flashed with anger. He gripped the phone tightly, took a deep breath, and tried to remain calm. Mom, don't rush, tell me slowly.
What happened? My brother is dead? How did he die? Who killed him?
The man's voice was deep and powerful, like a muffled thunderclap in the air. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, carrying an undeniable authority that made people afraid to look him in the eye. A terrifying aura quietly rose from him, like a towering mountain mountain, making it hard for people to breathe. The martial artists in the surrounding tents felt a surge of power and immediately began to circulate their chi and blood to resist it with all their might. Hearing the man's words, the woman calmed down a little. She gripped her phone tightly as if it were a lifeline, and said, choking back tears, I only found out from the school. They said they haven't found the killer yet. I don't know what to do, that's why I'm calling you. After saying this, the woman began to sob again, her voice filled with helplessness and grief. The man listened quietly to his mother's sobbing, a surge of uncontrollable anger rising within him. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm, and reassured her, Mom, don't worry, I will find out the truth about this. Whoever it is, they must pay the price. The woman sobbed as she recounted the events to the man in detail. It turns out that her youngest son was attacked by unknown assailants near a martial arts school in Shanghai and tragically died. After listening, the man remained silent for a moment, then slowly said, Mom, don't be sad. I'll be back right away and I'll definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. I will give my brother an explanation. You must take care of yourself. Deluan can't have died in vain. I must avenge him. My brother, Huang Tianbao's brother, can't have died so unjustly. After saying that, the man hung up the phone, a resolute glint in his eyes. He stood up, exuding a strong killing intent. His fists were clenched, veins bulging, as if he were about to explode at any moment. The surrounding martial artists sensed his change and became wary, wondering what Huang Tianbao was up to. Lang Mohan was unaware that Huang Deluan had an older brother who was a level 7 martial artist and was investigating him. Huang Tianbao had already identified him as the prime suspect. Huang Tianbao walked out of the principal's office with a gloomy expression. Just as his mother had said, there was still no trace of the murderer. Moreover, those who died on the spot included not only his younger brother Huang Deluan, but also his classmate Tang Sanshao and Song Fei, a local powerhouse from Shanghai. Huang Tianbao was also a local of Shanghai, so he naturally knew the name of Song Fei, the womanizer among women. This person's strength is only considered low among level 7 martial artists, and I look down on him, but he is, after all, a level 7 martial artist. Therefore, the one who killed him must also be a martial artist of level 7 or above. The question of why his younger brother and Song Fei were killed in the mountains near the school troubled Huang Tianbao's mind. Not far away, a man and a woman were watching Huang Tianbao furtively. Although they were being discreet, Huang Tianbao, a level 7 martial artist, had extremely sharp intuition. Come here, all of you. Huang Tianbao's eyes flashed like sharp swords, and his voice was majestic and domineering. Upon hearing this, the two men turned deathly pale. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with terror. They thought their actions were discreet, but they hadn't expected to be discovered. Their legs trembled as they slowly approached Huang Tianbao, heads bowed, not daring to look him in the eye. The couple were clearly students of Magic Martial Arts University, and Huang Tianbao could ask them for information about his younger brother. What are you doing here? Do you know something? Tell me now. Huang Tianbao's voice was tinged with impatience and anger, and his gaze was fixed on the two men as if he wanted to see right through them. However, this young female student was absolutely stunning in appearance and figure, and her younger brother was the president of the Martial Arts Association here. He couldn't possibly let such a beauty slip by. The two men trembled with fear at the palpable killing intent emanating from Huang Tianbao. Lin Boxian stammered, We were just passing by and glanced at you a few times. We really didn't mean anything by it. Huang Tianbao frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. His eyes became sharper, as if they could see through any lie. He asked coldly, Don't lie to me. You must know something. Tell me now, or you'll face the consequences. His voice carried a hint of threat, which chilled the two men to the bone. Zhang Jian had the lowest cultivation level, and under Huang Tianbao's oppressive aura, she finally couldn't hold back any longer. Her voice trembled as she asked, Are you Huang Tianbao, Senior Huang's older brother? Upon hearing Zhang Jian's words, Huang Tianbao's eyes flashed, and he nodded, saying with a serious expression, I am Huang Tianbao. Do you know anything about the inside story of my brother's death? Zhang Jian seemed a little nervous. She hurriedly replied, We heard that your younger brother and Senior Tang were murdered in the back mountain, but we don't know the specifics. However, there are rumors in the school that it was Lang Mohan, a freshman, who killed them. Moreover, before this, Lang Mohan had a conflict with Senior Huang and Senior Tang, so there are rumors circulating in the school that he killed the two seniors. After hearing this, Huang Tianbao remained silent for a moment, his doubts deepening. He murmured softly, A freshman? Then, he raised his voice and asked, How could a freshman have such great strength to kill Diren? Zhang Jian quickly explained, You may not know this Lang Mohan. Although he is only a freshman, he is extremely strong. When we were at Suiwei Mountain before, he had a conflict with Senior Huang. If Principal Hu Delu hadn't intervened in time, he probably would have killed Senior Huang. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianbao's expression became very serious, and his brows furrowed tightly. He found the news unbelievable, because he couldn't imagine that a freshman could become his brother's rival. After all, his younger brother is a person with great strength and potential. He has not only reached the level of a 5th level martial artist, but has also awakened fire-type superpowers, which means that that his future has unlimited possibilities and may even surpass his own. Even the most skilled freshman is at most a level 3 martial artist, and even elite disciples from large families or ancient martial arts sects are at most level 4. How could these people possibly be compared to his own brother? Thinking about this, Huang Tianbao was filled with doubt and confusion.
Where is Leng Mohan now? Summon him to me immediately.
Despite his doubts, Huang Tianbao decided to meet Leng Mohan in person.
However, Zhang Jian shook her head helplessly, indicating that they couldn't find any trace of Leng Mohan.
A hint of resentment crept into her voice. Leng Mohan is an elusive person. We have no idea where he is right now. And given his arrogant personality, even if we find him, it would be difficult to get him to obediently come to see us.
Huang Tianbao's face instantly darkened, as if a storm was about to break. Zhang Jian and Lin Boxian felt a chill rise from their spines, their hair stood on end, and goosebumps appeared on their skin.
Huang Tianbao slowly stretched out his hand, holding a mobile phone, and looked at them expressionlessly. His voice was deep and serious. Let's exchange contact information first.
After that, you must tell me all of Leng Mohan's information without reservation. As
long as you cooperate, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. Whether it's money, pills, cultivation techniques, or anything else, I will satisfy your needs. After saying that, his eyes became even sharper, and his tone became even more aggressive. But if you dare to deceive me,
don't think that.
Just because you are students of Magic Martial Arts University, I would dare to kill you even if you were teachers of Magic Martial Arts University. Lin Bekhaian's heart was pounding, his face was as pale as paper, and his lips were trembling slightly. He knew how terrifying the powerful man before him was, and his heart was filled with fear and unease. He nodded quickly in agreement and promised to send Leng Mohan's information to Huang Tianbao as soon as possible.
Huang Tianbao nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes.
Then, he turned around and left Magic Martial Arts Academy without looking back. Despite his great strength, he dared not openly attack the students on the Magic Martial Arts Academy. After all, the executive principal here, Hu Delu, also possesses formidable strength, and the school has several level 7 martial artists holding leadership positions. More importantly, the principal of Magic Martial Arts Academy is the renowned Yiqing Song, which makes him have to be cautious.
That's a Grandmaster level figure, a terrifying level 9 expert. Soon, Huang Tianbao received a detailed report from Leng Mohan. From an ordinary family?
Who would believe that silly trick?
It's no wonder Huang Tianbao didn't believe it.
If Leng Mohan really had the strength of a 4th level martial artist, it was absolutely impossible for an ordinary family to raise him. He cultivated himself to the mid-stage of the 7th level, and he deeply felt the hardships of martial arts. In addition to talent and hard work, expensive cultivation resources are indispensable.
He also met his master, Sun Xianjue, which enabled him to cultivate rapidly to the 7th level, a process that took him a full 30 years. Leng Mohan rode in the aircraft, speeding away from the bustling and noisy city of Shanghai, heading towards the coast of the East China Sea, thousands of kilometers away. Genoa Island is located on the coast of the East China Sea, not far from the coastline, but aircraft cannot directly reach the island and can only land at Panlong Fort, which is close to the sea. Because there are many flying monsters on the coast, flying in the air is far more dangerous than flying on land. Therefore, when the aircraft landed at Panlong Fortress, Leng Mohan did not linger and embarked on his journey to Jinhua Island alone. When he arrived at the seaside, a magnificent sight unfolded before his eyes. The vast ocean, with its surging waves, constantly crashes against the rocks on the shore. On the distant sea, huge fish monsters would occasionally leap out of the water, emitting low, muffled roars. In the sky, flocks of bird monsters soared freely. Strangely, however, there was no dock, no boats, and not even a single person in sight. Leng Mohan wandered around for a long time, but still couldn't find a way to get to Golden Fire Island. Just as he was feeling confused and helpless, he suddenly heard a faint sound of fighting coming from the distant shore. He was startled, and without hesitation, he dodged and rushed forward at an astonishing speed. Between a rocky outcrop, waves crashed against the rocks, making a constant sound. A young warrior, wielding a harpoon, is fiercely battling a gigantic 4-legged fish monster.
This fish monster was covered in scales and had sharp fangs in its mouth. It was extremely strong, and every attack made the young martial artist feel strained. The young martial artist, with his agile skills, skillfully evaded the fish monster's attacks and occasionally used his harpoon to stab it.
Leng Mohan stood at a distance, quietly watching the battle. He thought to himself, a level 1 martial artist dares to fight a sea monster on the beach? This young man is incredibly brave. However, he did not intend to lend a hand, because he knew that such a battle was also an opportunity for the young man to grow. The young man's harpoon was exceptionally sharp, and as time went on, the fish monster had been pierced dozens of times, its red blood staining the puddles near the reef. Leng Mohan nodded in approval. This young man's combat skills are quite good. He successfully lured the fish monster into the trap by using the gaps between the rocks, then entangled it with a metal fishing net to restrict its movement, and finally attacked it with a harpoon. If nothing unexpected happens, this young man does indeed have a chance to kill this level 2 fish monster. However, a hint of regret appeared appeared on Lang Mohan's face. What a pity. I can smell blood even here, let alone those sea beasts with their keen sense of smell. Sure enough, not long after, ripples began to appear on the calm sea, and a group of lizards swam in from all directions. They bared their fangs and claws, their eyes gleaming with greed, clearly attracted by the smell of blood. Young man, get out of here quickly. Look at the monsters on the sea. Lang Mohan warned as he saw more and more lizards on the surface of the sea. The young man heard the sound but didn't turn around. He glanced ahead and saw a swarm of lizards rushing towards him. The young man was somewhat unwilling. He was sure he could kill the fish monster if he had another 10 minutes. However, the lizard on the sea surface had already rushed towards the reef, forcing him to abandon his prey. He turned and ran quickly toward the shore, but the lizard behind him abandoned the injured sea monster and rushed toward the young man instead. Oh my god, this is terrible. These lizards are going to eat me, the young man shouted in terror as he ran. He saw Lang Mohan still standing on the shore watching, and shouted as he ran, "Run, the lizards will be rushing up soon." At that moment, the group of lizards were chasing after the young man, who was fleeing in a sorry state. He cursed himself inwardly for his bad luck, wondering how he could have run into such a group of ferocious monsters. He ran while trying to find a place to hide, but all around him were bare rocks and seawater, with nowhere to hide. Looking at everything that was happening before his eyes, Lang Mohan couldn't help but sigh at how naive this young hunter was. While their courage is commendable, they still know too little about sea monsters. He decided to lend a helping hand and show the young man what true strength is. Then, Lang Mohan smiled and said loudly, "You can't outrun the level 2 lizards behind you. Come over here and let me help you." The young man turned his head at the sound and, sure enough, saw a huge level 2 lizard rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. His expression changed drastically, and in a panic, he mustered all his strength to run towards Lang Mohan, praying that the young man carrying a long sword on the shore could save his life. However, at that moment, a loud bang rang out, and the level 2 lizard suddenly leaped high into the air, covering a distance of more than 10 meters, and pounced straight at the young man like a cannonball. Feeling the whistling wind behind him, the young man knew he could not escape, so he gripped the harpoon tightly, turned around abruptly, and thrust it forward with all his might. Looking at the ugly and ferocious four-legged snake in front of him, the young man felt a surge of despair. Faced with such a powerful level 2 monster, he knew he had no chance of confronting it head-on and killing it. At this moment, he felt that he was very likely to die here. Lin Feng was all alone, with no ties to him, and he was already content to have lived this long. If he were to die here, it would be a relief, as he could reunite with his family and never be separated again. With this thought in mind, he felt relieved and no longer feared death. A pebble the size of a fist shot out at an extremely high speed, piercing the head of the level 2 lizard with the accuracy of a bullet. The lizard, still in mid-air, instantly lost its life and fell heavily to the ground, landing squarely on the harpoon in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng was stunned by the sudden impact, and the 2 or 3 meter long lizard pressing down on him made him feel suffocated. He pushed it away with all his might, panting heavily, and struggled to his feet. When he saw the huge hole in the lizard's head, he immediately realized that the young man behind him had saved his life. Thank you. If it weren't for your help, I would probably be dead by now." Lin Feng thanked Lang Mohan repeatedly. "No need for thanks. Just stay close to me, and I will get you out of here safely," Lang Mohan replied calmly. Just then, a huge sea monster, over 10 meters long, suddenly appeared on the distant sea. "Hurry up," Lang Mohan said with a hint of caution as he looked at the sea monster emerging from the sea. The young man was filled with gratitude towards Lang Mohan. He nodded vigorously and followed closely behind Lang Mohan, not daring to relax in the slightest. Lang Mohan led the young people on a frantic run, and soon they arrived at a relatively safe area. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Lin Feng. I will definitely repay you when I have the chance," Lin Feng said sincerely. Lang Mohan smiled and nodded, indicating that it was nothing to worry about. "Lin Feng, how dare you, a level 1 martial artist, come to the beach to kill a sea monster?" Hearing Lang Mohan's words, Lin Feng gave a bitter smile and replied, "My benefactor, my parents are both dead. I'm just a penniless drifter with no ties. I only want to earn money to buy a martial arts manual. Do you know? Even the cheapest level 1 martial arts manual costs 100,000 yuan. As Lang Mohan listened to Lin Feng's story, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. He deeply understood the helplessness and predicament of the poor. Lang Mohan nodded, indicating his understanding and expressing sympathy for Lin Feng's plight. Lang Mohan suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to ask Lin Feng, "By the way, Lin Feng, how old are you now? You don't look that old." Lang Mohan carefully examined the dark-skinned boy in front of him. Although Lin Feng's face appeared mature, his eyes still remained clear and innocent. Lin Feng smiled slightly and replied calmly, "I'm 14 this year." Lang Mohan couldn't help but show a look of surprise. To become a first-level martial artist at the age of 14 was truly admirable. It should be noted that the entrance standard for the Magic Martial Arts University was precisely a first-level martial artist. Lang Mohan pondered to himself that Lin Feng was about the same age as his younger sister, and his sister's current chi and blood value was probably less than 30 points. In comparison, Lin
Lin Feng's ability to become a first-level martial artist at such a young age without the aid of pills or cultivation techniques is truly a testament to his exceptional talent.
Thinking of this, Long Mohan couldn't help but feel admiration for Lin Feng.
Lin Feng gave a bitter smile and said helplessly, "If I had been able to kill that level 2 sea monster today, I could have saved up 100,000 yuan and bought a level 1 martial arts manual.
Who would have thought? Sigh. I'm lucky to have survived." Long Mohan looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Isn't it just a level 1 martial arts manual? I'll teach you."
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief.
He was so excited he was incoherent. Really? Really? Long Mohan smiled and replied, "Of course it's true."
Lin Feng was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and his joy was palpable.
Bang bang bang.
Without hesitation, Lin Feng knelt on the ground, kowed out several times to Lang Mohan, and said with tears of gratitude, "Thank you, master, for teaching me martial arts."
Lang Mohan quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't do that. I can't be your master. Just call me Lang Mohan."
However, Lin Feng was very persistent. He earnestly said to Lang Mohan, "You impart knowledge, teach skills, and resolve doubts.
You have taught me the techniques, so you are my master.
Although my parents died early, they taught me the principle that a teacher for a day is a father for life." Lang Mohan couldn't argue with him, so he had no choice but to let him call him that. Lang Mohan then passed on his first-level cultivation technique, Han Yuan Zhuang, to Lin Feng, who eagerly studied it. Han Yuan Zhuang is a first-level body-refining technique that can stimulate the body's qi and blood, strengthen muscles and bones, and is not too difficult to understand. Lin Feng mastered it in less than an hour. Seeing Lin Feng perform that Han Yuan Zhuang stance so well, Lang Mohan was secretly delighted, feeling that Lin Feng was indeed a promising talent, and his affection for him grew even stronger. At this moment, Lang Mohan remembered the purpose of his trip to find Golden Fire Island.
He turned to look at Lin Feng and asked, "Lin Feng, you're a local. I'm asking you, is Golden Fire Island nearby?"
Lin Feng obtained the Han Yuan Zhuang technique, and after practicing it for only a short while, he felt his blood and qi surging within his body, which made him extremely happy. Upon hearing Lang Mohan's question, he respectfully replied, "Master, look at that black dot on the beach. That's Golden Fire Island." Lang Mohan looked in the direction Lin Feng pointed and indeed saw a small black dot on the distant sea, and a sense of anticipation welled up in his heart. However, when he looked around again, he found that there was no dock and no aircraft dared to fly there.
He frowned and muttered to himself, "How do I get across?"
Lin Feng grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and explained, "Master, Golden Fire Island is located by the sea, in a lawless place.
Only intermediate and
advanced martial artists come here. On the 1st and 15th of each month the tide recedes, exposing the land on the island, and we can walk directly across." Lang Mohan suddenly realized and said with a smile, "Oh, I see."
He thought for a moment and then asked, "If we want to go to Golden Fire Island, won't we have to wait another 2 days?"
Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "That's right, today is the 13th of the lunar calendar, we still have to wait 2 more days." Then, Lin Feng warmly invited, "Master, I'll take you with me then."
Lang Mohan smiled and nodded in agreement.
Then, Lin Feng suggested, "Master, it's getting late, and it's not safe here at night.
Let me take you back to my home to rest." Lang Mohan agreed, "Okay."
So the two of them walked together for more than 10 miles until they came to a small hill. There is a towering earthen wall here, surrounded by a moat several meters wide. Lin Feng warned, "Master, stay close to me."
Apart from the designated roads, the rest of the area is riddled with traps.
After saying that, Lin Feng led Lang Mohan toward the village. He turned left and right, the road leading into the village winding and confusing. He walked to the entrance of the village and saw an old man sitting there leisurely, smoking a pipe. The old man turned his head and stared at Lin Feng with his deeply wrinkled eyes.
"Lin Feng, you're back.
Why didn't you have any luck today?" the old man asked, his voice tinged with concern.
Lin Feng smiled and said, "Grandpa Chief, although we didn't catch any prey today, I become your apprentice. This is my master." The old chieftain nodded, a look of approval on his face. "That's a good thing. By the way, I'm planning to announce a meeting today to discuss rent increases. You should be prepared." "Another rent increase? Wasn't there a rent increase 6 months ago?"
Lin Feng asked with some doubt, his brows furrowing slightly.
"The Black Dragon Gang is coming to collect the rent tomorrow, and I have no choice."
The old chieftain sighed softly, a hint of worry in his eyes.
Lang Mohan followed Lin Feng into a cave dwelling. Lin Feng scratched his head sheepishly and said softly, "Master, the conditions are indeed a little bit lacking."
Lang Mohan waved his hand, a faint smile on his face, and replied nonchalantly, "It's alright, I also come from a poor background, this kind of hardship is nothing to me." Just then, a girl who looked about 16 or 17 years old slowly walked into the house. She was dressed in very simple clothes, but even so, her innate beauty could not be concealed in the slightest, especially her bright and captivating eyes, which are as dazzling as stars in the night sky.
"Lin Feng, you have guests at your home.
I'll go pour them a cup of tea," the girl said softly, her voice clear and melodious, like a nightingale singing in a valley. Then, she picked up a clean cup with a few tender green tea leaves floating in it and gracefully handed it to Lang Mohan. "Please have some tea." Seeing this, Lang Mohan quickly extended extended both hands to take the teacup and smiled in response. Thank you, young lady. Lin Feng stood to the side, a hint of embarrassment and awkwardness showing on his face. It turned out that his home was extremely poor, and apart from the old cup he used every day, he couldn't find another extra cup. If it weren't for the timely help from my kind neighbor, Sister Chui, I probably would have embarrassed myself in public again. After handing out the tea, Xiao Chui turned around gracefully to leave. However, as she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and turned back, saying to Lin Feng, if you ever need anything at home, just let me know. After saying that, Xiao Chui smiled slightly and then left the room with light steps. After Xiao Chui left, Lin Feng and Lang Mohan sat facing each other, and the atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. Lin Feng watched the departing young woman, Miss Chui, his eyes filled with gratitude. He introduced her, Master, this is my neighbor, Sister Chui. Since my parents passed away, her family has taken great care of me. I, Lin Feng, will never forget this kindness.
Lang Mohan nodded and said, I always repay kindness and avenge wrongs. This is my principle in life.
I hope you will take it to heart as well. Through this in-depth exchange, Lang Mohan gained a more comprehensive and in-depth understanding of Lin Feng, and also learned more about Lin Feng's past experiences and stories. It turns out that Lin Feng was able to grow up successfully entirely because of his own persistent efforts and desperate struggles, which enabled him to survive in such a difficult environment. This made Lang Mohan secretly resolve that it would be a great pity if such an outstanding martial arts talent as Lin Feng were to remain buried in this desolate wilderness. Just then, a voice called out from outside, Lin Feng, the chieftain is having a meeting tonight. You'd better hurry. Lin Feng stood up and said, Master, please sit for a moment. I'll be right back. After a while, Lin Feng returned with a long face.
Lang Mohan asked, what's wrong with you?
Lin Feng said, Master, the chieftain said at a meeting that the Black Dragon Gang wants him to pay protection money, so everyone has to pay an extra 20,000 yuan tomorrow morning. If they don't pay, they will be kicked out of the village. Lang Mohan knew perfectly well that the people living here were all homeless, those who had been driven out of the city. These people lost their identities and could no longer return to live in the city. They could only wander and roam outside. Lin Feng sighed helplessly and said, 20,000 yuan is no small sum for us. Many people don't even have a combined net worth of 10 or 20,000 yuan. Lang Mohan patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and comforted him, since you've already called me your master, then from now on, follow me. I will take you to the demon city and help you rebuild a completely new identity so you no longer need to live in this kind of place. Lin Feng said with tears of gratitude, thank you, master, but although I can leave this place, I can't bear to see my friends driven out and die tragically outside. After a moment's thought, Lang Mohan replied, alright, let's observe the situation tomorrow, and I'll handle this for you. The next morning, as the sun rose, the earth trembled slightly. It's the sound of a car. Many people in the village climbed onto the village wall and looked towards the gate. In the distance, they saw more than a dozen cars speeding towards them, raising a cloud of dust. More than a dozen cars came to a steady stop outside the village. Who are you? A resident shouted. Who goes there? Humph. A cold snort rang out, and a burly man stepped out of a car, holding a long knife, looking imposing and intimidating. Suddenly, the burly man lightly tapped his toes, and his figure leaped more than 10 meters away like a ghost, instantly arriving at the foot of the village wall. He suddenly swung his long sword, and a cold light flashed like lightning, slashing straight towards the gate. With a crisp crack, the heavy alloy iron gate at the entrance of the village snapped in two, collapsing with a roar and kicking up a cloud of dust. This sudden turn of events terrified everyone on the stockade wall. They all turned pale and trembled with fear. I am Jean Busher, the leader of the Dragon Claw Hall of the Black Dragon Gang. Tell your chief to get out here. The leader roared, his voice like thunder, making the ears of the tribespeople present ring and their heads spin. The chieftain was an elderly man, but his steps were still firm and powerful, each step seemingly containing endless strength. Clearly, this chieftain was also a martial artist. He respectfully bowed to the people in front of him and said loudly, Heroes of the Green Dragon Gang, I have prepared the money. Please show mercy and do not harm the people in the village. After speaking, the chieftain bowed deeply to show his respect and humility. The chieftain knew very well that the Black Dragon Gang was one of the three most famous gangs in the area, and its leader was a level 6 martial artist. He himself was just a level 2 martial artist. How could he dare to provoke such a powerful force? The entire village has only 123 people in total, but they are being asked to pay more than 2 million dragon coins, which is undoubtedly an astronomical sum for them. The chieftain sighed helplessly, then waved his hand. Two burly, strong men standing behind him, each carrying 2 heavy money bags, nervously and tremblingly presented them to the Black Dragon Gang leader. At this moment, a member of the Black Dragon Gang stepped forward and carefully examined the valuables in the money bags. A moment later, the gang member turned to the leader and reported, Boss, after counting, there are indeed more than 2 million dragon dollars here. However, the Jin Kingdom's Sure Hall master gave a cold snort with a gloomy expression and said in an unfriendly tone,
How come it's only such a small amount of money? Do you think I'm easy to fool?
Upon hearing this, the village chief hurriedly stepped forward and explained with a forced smile, Master, please calm down. Our village only
only has a little over 120 people at most. Based on the standard of 20,000 yuan per person, I have really brought you every penny. Jin Guosher exhaled heavily through his nose, his face full of undisguised displeasure. He glared at them and said sternly, "What you're collecting is a head tax. My brothers drove all this way, and they needed food and drink along the way, and the cars needed gas. Every single one of those things cost money. Do you think these expenses can be ignored? Fine. I'm being generous and don't want to make things too difficult for you, but you have to add a little more." Upon hearing this, the chieftain's face instantly contorted into a bitter expression filled with resentment and helplessness. His voice trembled as he asked, "Then, how much more should we add?" Jin Guosher replied expressionlessly and in a cold tone, "Make it a round number, 3 million. Not a penny less." Upon hearing this number, the chieftain's face turned deathly pale, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He pleaded desperately, "Master, this little bit of money is what our entire village painstakingly scraped together. We really only have this much left, and we can't afford any more. Please, have mercy and let us off the hook. We'll make sure to repay your gang as soon as we've saved enough next year." However, Jin Guosher remained completely unmoved by the chieftain's pleas. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist and the long knife in his hand flashed with a cold light. The chieftain's head flew off like a ripe watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding ground red. "The chieftain is dead," someone screamed in terror. Immediately afterwards, a commotion and cries erupted from the crowd. "The chieftain has been killed," someone cried out in grief, tears streaming down their face. "The chieftain was such a good person, treating everyone like family. How could he die so inexplicably?" Many people were filled with grief and indignation, and they all condemned the Black Dragon Gang's brutality. How can the Black Dragon Gang be so unreasonable? They said they could settle things by paying money. How can they go back on their word and kill people like that? Angry roars rose and fell, echoing through the sky. But faced with the powerful and ruthless Black Dragon Gang, the crowd could only feel grief, indignation, and condemnation, yet they were powerless to do anything about it. "Chieftain!" Xiao Chui shouted hoarsely, completely disregarding the wolfish threat of the Black Dragon Gang. She rushed over like an arrow, suddenly bent down and hugged the chieftain's headless corpse, and cried out in heartbreaking grief. Tears flowed like a burst dam, instantly flooding her once delicate face, which was now covered with deep and shallow tear tracks. Xiao Chui slowly raised his head, staring intently at Jin Guosher, whose face was contorted with rage, with eyes swollen and red like walnuts. The anger in his heart seemed to burn the other man to ashes. She cursed through gritted teeth, "You heartless bandits and robbers! Our chieftain was an upright and kind man who cared deeply for us underlings. How could such a good and honest person suffer such a terrible fate at the hands of you wicked people? You are utterly unforgivable and deserve to be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Jin Guosher, however, paid no attention to the scathing rebuke and instead turned his gaze to Xiao Chui with great interest. She was crying with tears streaming down her face, looking delicate and pitiful, but her eyes were filled with undisguised hatred. This stirred something in Jin Guosher's heart, and a wicked lustful thought arose within him. He leered at Chui, looking her up and down, and when he saw her round and full buttocks, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He stared at her for a while, secretly determined to get his hands on this girl no matter what. TSK, what a spirited young lady. Jin Guosher wore a lewd smile and said maliciously, "Look at her. Although she looks a bit disheveled now, with a little grooming, she'll definitely be a beautiful young lady." He. As he spoke, he approached Xiao Chui step by step. "Little beauty, as long as you obediently submit to me, I will not pursue the extra money today." Kim Guksuk laughed greedily as he reached out to touch Choi's face. However, how could Xiao Chui easily submit to such a shameless person? Without hesitation, she spat in Jin Guosher's face, then glared at him and shouted, "Puh, you beast, worse than a pig or a dog. You have committed countless evil deeds and are utterly devoid of conscience. Even if you go to the 18th level of hell, it will not be enough to appease the hatred in people's hearts. You will surely receive the punishment you deserve and never be reincarnated." As Jin Guosher wiped the nauseating saliva from his face with his sleeve, his expression instantly turned extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence, "If you don't obediently follow me today, don't blame me for being ruthless and slaughtering everyone in your entire village." Hearing this, Xiao Chui, who was standing to the side, trembled with anger. Without fear, she straightened her neck, glared at him, and shouted, "Bah, you shameless scoundrel, wanting to get me is just a pipe dream. Give up on that idea." At this moment, Lin Feng was extremely anxious, stamping his feet like an ant on a hot pan, but he was helpless because he was outnumbered and had no ability to fight against Jin Guosher and others. He gripped the harpoon tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Anger, anxiety, and helplessness intertwined within him, causing him immense torment. "No, I can't take it anymore. Even if it means death, I'll fight them to the death. I absolutely can't let them take Sister Chui away like this." Lin Feng steeled his resolve, his eyes turning bloodshot, like an enraged wild beast, and charged towards the stone god of the Golden Kingdom without regard for anything else. Just at this critical moment, a pair of strong and powerful hands suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's arm firmly. The enormous force was like an iron clamp, making Lin Feng
Feng unable to move at all. Lin Feng turned around in surprise and found that it was his master, Lang Mohan.
Master? But, I really can't just watch Sister Cui be taken away by them,
Lin Feng said, his eyes reddening and his voice trembling with tears.
Lang Mohan's face was serious, his brows furrowed. He glanced at Jean Guisher and the others, and said coldly, "Leave this matter to me. The Black Dragon Gang is really going too far."
However, Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, his attitude unusually firm and stubborn, and said, "Master, you should leave.
This is a matter for our village, how can we involve you?
Besides, the Black Dragon Gang is a powerful force with many experts. It will be very dangerous for you to stay here."
Lang Mohan gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said earnestly, "How can you know the outcome if you don't try?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Mohan pushed through the crowd without hesitation and strode out. Lin Feng gripped the gleaming steel fork in his hand tightly, following closely behind. At this moment, Jean Guisher's gaze was like that of a venomous snake, fixed intently on Lang Mohan. When he saw the incredibly sharp battle blade on Lang Mohan's back and the tight-fitting martial arts uniform he was wearing, he
couldn't help but think to himself, this person was clearly no ordinary resident of the village who couldn't even kill a chicken. Who exactly are you?
How dare you be so reckless as to rush up here to throw your life away?
Jean Guisher asked viciously, his face contorted with rage.
However, Lang Mohan remained unfazed by Jean Guisher's questioning, coldly replying, "Who I am is not important.
What is truly important is that what you have done has gone too far."
As Lang Mohan spoke, the surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly, and his icy voice was like millennia-old ice from the depths of the netherworld, sending chills down one's spine.
Upon hearing Lang Mohan's words, Jean Guisher was slightly taken aback.
Then, he gripped his long sword and burst into wild laughter, laughing so hard that he leaned forward and backward, almost losing control. He laughed and mocked, "Ha ha ha, you're such an arrogant and conceited fellow. Do you really think you can stand up to our entire Black Dragon Gang all
by yourself?
Let me tell you, anyone who dares to be so arrogant and presumptuous on our Black Dragon Gang's territory will never have a good ending." However, Lang Mohan remained unusually indifferent and calm in the face of Jean Guisher's threats and ridicule. His deep, ocean-like eyes revealed a chilling killing intent. He slowly spoke, "I am indeed unaware of this, but I am very certain that you utterly depraved scoundrels will die today."
"I'm arrogant enough, but I never expected to meet someone even more arrogant than me today."
Jean Guisher's face instantly turned extremely gloomy, as if shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds. He suddenly swung his already strong and powerful arm, and the long sword in his hand, which was gleaming coldly, danced in the air in a dazzling and spectacular display. With his sharp movements, the surrounding air seemed to be stirred up, emitting a series of whistling sounds. Jean Guisher's eyes widened, flashing with a fierce light, and he shouted sharply, "Humph!
I hate those who are more arrogant than me.
Today, I will kill you here first, and then I will slaughter all these lowly ants."
As he finished speaking, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body. This momentum was like a surging sea wave, sweeping outwards with overwhelming force.
The long sword in his hand was also affected by this aura, and began to tremble violently, emitting a series of low rumbling sounds. Immediately afterwards, Jean Guisher roared, gathering all his strength into his right hand. The long sword in his hand instantly transformed into a dazzling white streak, slashing fiercely towards Lang Mohan with earth-shattering power.
"Master, be careful.
This Jean Guisher is a level 4 martial artist, and his strength is extremely formidable." Lin Feng, standing behind Lang Mohan, shouted anxiously upon seeing this. At this moment, he was filled with worry and fear, because he had no idea what his master's true strength was. If master is no match for Jean Guisher, not only will master's life be in danger, but everyone here will likely suffer as well. At the same time, a glimmer of hope also flashed in Xiao Chui's crystal-clear eyes. She stared intently at the figure confronting Jean Guisher, secretly praying that this mysterious guest, Lin Feng's master, would successfully defeat Jean Guisher and save everyone from their predicament. Facing the sharp blade of light slashing towards him, Lang Mohan showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, his gaze grew increasingly cold and deep, revealing a chilling aura. He slowly raised his right arm, clenched it into a fist, and then swung it forward with a sudden motion. This punch may seem simple and casual, but it contains boundless power, like a thunderbolt in a storm, unstoppable. With a loud bang, Lang Mohan's fist collided violently with Jean Guisher's long sword, which had transformed into a streak of lightning. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and powerful energy surged forth, causing the entire space to tremble. The two powerful forces, like two raging dragons, collided and intertwined fiercely in the air, bursting forth with dazzling light and deafening sounds. Jean Guisher's eyes widened, his face filled with terror. He gripped the long sword tightly in his hand and slashed fiercely at his opponent, but it was as if he had struck an extremely hard steel. Not only did it fail to cause any damage, but an extremely terrifying recoil force traveled along the longsword like a surging tide to his arm, and then spread throughout his body. A dull, loud thud followed bang. Jean Guisher was sent flying backwards like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs had been shattered into countless pieces, and waves of excruciating pain pain washed over him, almost causing him to faint. Jean Guisher used his last bit of strength to lift his head and look at the young figure standing not far away. He simply couldn't believe that such terrifying power could come from this young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old. His eyes gradually became unfocused and vacant, eventually losing all their luster, and his consciousness completely dissipated into the world. Jean Guisher, the arrogant leader of the Dragon Claw Hall of the Black Dragon Gang, died just like that. At this moment, one of Jean Guisher's men cautiously stepped forward, intending to help him up. However, when their hands touched Jean Guisher's body, they found that his body was limp and boneless, lying on the ground like a pile of mud. The subordinate's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly reached out a finger to check Jean Guisher's breath, only to find that there was no breath at all. In an instant, fear and despair overwhelmed him, and he cried out in a trembling voice, "Master, Master was killed with a single punch." The sound echoed in the air, lingering for a long time. Everyone present was deeply shocked by the scene before them. For a moment, there was complete silence, except for the cry of the subordinate, which sounded particularly mournful in the empty space. My God! The leader of the Black Dragon Gang was actually killed by a mysterious person with a single punch. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, instantly breaking the previously quiet atmosphere. That's right, this mysterious person's strength is terrifying. Just who is he? Someone echoed, their tone filled with disbelief and amazement. The Black Dragon Gang is known for its vindictiveness, and our village is in for it. They certainly won't let us off so easily. Another person spoke up with concern, his words filled with worry for the future. Immediately, the people in the village began to whisper and discuss among themselves, their faces filled with anxiety and unease. Everyone was discussing it amongst themselves, as if they had already foreseen the impending disaster. Just then, Lin Feng, who had been standing silently to the side, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Master, I never expected you to be so powerful. You killed that level 4 martial artist who was wielding a weapon with a single blow, all with your bare hands." His eyes revealed undisguised admiration, as if Lang Mohan before him were an invincible god of war. Meanwhile, the young lady next to him, Miss Cui, stared intently at Lang Mohan with wide, bright eyes. Her beautiful eyes were now gleaming with an unusual light. This was the first time she had ever witnessed such a powerful force, and a strong desire welled up in her heart, a desire to one day possess such extraordinary abilities. Faced with everyone's surprise and praise, Lang Mohan simply responded calmly, "It's alright, it was just a small favor." After saying that, he waved his hand lightly, indicating that he didn't care about such empty fame. However, Miss Cui did not stop there. She quickly stepped forward, bowed deeply to Lang Mohan, and said with tears of gratitude, "Thank you so much, sir, for avenging my grandfather, the chieftain. If it weren't for your help, our entire village would have been doomed. I will never forget this kindness." Seeing this, Lang Mohan quickly reached out to help Miss Cui up, and said with a smile, "No need for formalities. Helping those in need is what we chivalrous people should do. Besides, the Black Dragon Gang has committed many evils, and everyone has the right to kill them." Lin Feng stared intently at the terrified residents behind him, and said worriedly, "Master, although we successfully killed Jean Guisher of the Dragon Claw Hall and temporarily relieved the current crisis, the Black Dragon Gang is no ordinary force. They are a dominant force within this area of 100 miles. Moreover, I heard that their leader is a martial artist with a strength of level 6. Such a powerful enemy will certainly not give up easily." Lang Mohan nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Lin Feng's words, and then replied with a firm expression, "Lin Feng, don't worry. Since I have taken charge of this matter, I will definitely take full responsibility and will never let the people here suffer any further trouble or distress." After saying that, he suddenly turned his head, staring intently at the remaining Black Dragon Gang members with piercing eyes, exuding a chilling aura. He coldly demanded, "Tell me immediately where the Black Dragon Gang's headquarters is located. Take me to see your gang leader." Faced with Lang Mohan's overwhelming pressure, the members of the Black Dragon Gang couldn't help but show fear on their faces. They looked at each other in bewilderment, and for a moment no one dared to speak first. Finally, after a moment of silence, one of them, trembling, stammered, Please calm down, sir. I dare to report that our Black Dragon Gang's headquarters is located on Black Dragon Mountain, 100 miles away from here. Our gang leader is currently overseeing things there." Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan's expression remained calm, but his tone left no room for doubt as he said, "Alright, lead the way and take me to Black Dragon Mountain immediately to meet your so-called gang leader." After saying that, he lifted his foot and took a step forward. Seeing that his master had already set off, Lin Feng hurriedly followed and said anxiously, "Master, your disciple is willing to go with you so that we can look after each other." At this moment, Miss Cui, who had been standing silently to the side, couldn't help but step forward and said to the two men with concern in her eyes, "Sir, Lin Feng, this journey is fraught with danger. I hope you will be careful and return safely." The group sat comfortably in the Black Dragon Gang's luxuriously decorated and spacious vehicle, which sped away at breakneck speed. Before long, they arrived at their destination, Heilong Mountain. The mountain is not very large, it stands out like a solitary pearl on the vast plain. It is about 7 or 8 miles long from east to west, and the mountain is not very high.
high, with a height of no more than 500 meters. "My lord, this is our Black Dragon Mountain." A short but clever-eyed leader cautiously approached Lang Mohan and replied respectfully and prudently. Along the way, the meticulous Lang Mohan, through conversations with others and secret observations, had already gained a fairly good understanding of the actual situation of the Black Dragon Gang. It turns out that the leader of the Black Dragon Gang is named Black Dragon, and he was originally an outcast expelled from a notorious martial arts sect. However, relying on his superb martial arts skills, he managed to make a name for himself in the martial arts world. You must know that he is a master with the strength of a 6th-level martial artist. Even in the East China Sea, where there are many talented people, such a level of cultivation would be enough to make him a local overlord who could run rampant without restraint. Moreover, the Black Dragon Gang's sphere of influence is extremely wide, controlling more than 300 villages of varying sizes within a radius of over 100 miles. The lives and deaths of tens of thousands of people in these villages were firmly in the hands of the Black Dragon Gang. More importantly, the Black Dragon Gang also colluded with 2 other well-known gangs, the Fierce Tiger Gang and the Grey Wolf Gang, to jointly control the mysterious Lower Golden Fire Island. Although Jinhua Island is only open to the outside world twice a month, it has long been a well-known underground black market in the East China Sea due to its unique geographical location and special trading nature. The enormous profits obtained from this black market each year are simply staggering. "Wang Defa, my goodness, how come you're back so soon? You've only been gone a short time. Did you have a very successful trip, so you're returning early? Hee, tell me, how much profit did your Dragon Claw Gang make this time?" As the leader guarding the mountain gate spoke, he grinned and approached Wang Defa, his face full of curiosity and anticipation. "You should know that going down the mountain to collect rent is always a lucrative job, and those who are sent out to carry out such tasks are either of a certain status or are deeply trusted by the gang leader." Wang Defa, as a subordinate of Lang Mohan, was no exception. Wang Defa, with a cold face, pointed to Lang Mohan behind him in a mournful manner and said helplessly, "Sai, don't talk about any profits or not. I didn't come back to collect rent this time. I brought this guest to see our gang leader." The leader was taken aback at first, then turned his gaze to Lang Mohan, looked him up and down, and said with a smile, "Oh, I see. The gang leader is currently up on the mountain drinking with several vice gang leaders and hall masters. If you hurry over now, you might be able to get a few drinks." After saying that, he stepped aside to make way. So, Lang Mohan followed Wang Defa and continued up the winding mountain road. The mountain road is rugged and extremely steep, with cliffs on both sides. A slight misstep could send you plunging into a bottomless abyss. Fortunately, the Black Dragon Gang members were very familiar with the terrain, and with their usual meticulous maintenance, it could be considered a dangerous place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. As he walked, Lang Mohan discovered that not only were there many heavy machine guns deployed near the mountain gate, but there were also several mortars. These weapons and equipment are arranged in a neat and orderly manner, clearly indicating that someone regularly maintains and cares for them. This shows that the Black Dragon Gang did a very good job of protecting its strongholds, which explains why it was able to occupy a peaceful place in this chaotic world. In addition, this mountain was originally fraught with danger, with ferocious monsters hiding everywhere. However, since the Black Dragon Gang moved in, after a hard-fought and arduous extermination operation, the mountains are now free of those terrifying monsters and have become a relatively safe place. This is why more and more people are joining the Black Dragon Gang in search of protection. The Black Dragon Gang's main hall was brightly lit and bustling with activity. At this moment, the gang leader, Black Dragon, with his broad and muscular upper body bare, revealing his bronze skin and ferocious tattoos, was drinking and playing drinking games with several leaders on the mountain. He was surrounded by several beautiful women who served him with charming smiles, pouring him wine and serving him food from time to time. Just then, a member of the gang hurriedly stepped forward and whispered in Black Dragon's ear, "Boss, Wang Defa said that guests have arrived outside." Heilong paused slightly upon hearing this, his wine glass hovering in mid-air. He asked in confusion, "Guests? Are they from the Fierce Tiger Gang or the Azure Wolf Gang? Why didn't you give us a heads up? Quickly invite them over for a drink." However, before the gang member could respond, a figure walked in like a ghost. This person was Lang Mohan. His face was cold and stern, and his black clothes fluttered in the wind, exuding a chilling aura. Without looking to the side, he walked straight to the Grand Master's chair in the very center of the hall and sat down steadily. This sudden action attracted everyone's attention, especially the short leader who was closest to the scene. He stepped forward, his face contorted with rage, and pointed at Lang Mohan, shouting, "Boy, who are you? How dare you sit in our gang leader's seat?" Despite the leader's reprimand, Lang Mohan remained unfazed and didn't even glance at him. He raised his right hand slightly, and a sharp burst of energy suddenly shot out from the tip of his index finger. The burst of energy, like lightning, pierced through the leader's head in an instant. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the leader's body fell straight backward, crashing heavily to the ground. This bloody scene stunned everyone present, and the once noisy gathering hall instantly fell silent. The Black Dragon Gang members stared at Lang Mohan in terror, terror, their eyes filled with fear and vigilance. They gripped their weapons tightly, glaring at him menacingly, ready for battle. Only the gang leader, Black Dragon, remained calm. He slowly put down his wineglass, took a sip of the wine, and then looked up at Lang Mohan, saying in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you? What brings you to my Black Dragon gang today?" Lang Mohan relaxed his body leisurely and leaned back slowly against the old but sturdy wooden chair. His expression was indifferent, as if he had just discussed something far more serious than a human life. He simply said in a calm and even tone, "Jean Busher has been killed by my sword." These words caused a huge stir, leaving everyone present astonished. One of them exclaimed in disbelief, "What? You actually dared to kill Jean Busher, the leader of the Dragon Claw Hall?" The other man, his face contorted with rage, demanded, "How dare you commit such a heinous crime? Instead of fleeing to save yourself, you brazenly climbed our Black Dragon Mountain to seek your own death." Immediately afterward, someone else chimed in, "Our leader, please order this man to be severely punished. This arrogant brat must be made to pay with his blood and avenge our fallen leader." Immediately, the crowd was filled with indignation, and the gang members gathered around Black Dragon, discussing the matter animatedly. Black Dragon narrowed his eyes slightly, his two sharp, knife-like gazes shooting straight at Lang Mohan, as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. His face was gloomy, and his voice was low and suppressed as he said, "You came here today, do you really think you're so tough that you can treat my Black Dragon gang like nothing, and come here specifically to seek death?" Faced with the Black Dragon's questioning, Lang Mohan calmly nodded and replied, "What you say is true. I did come here today with the intention of dying, but not to throw my own life away. I came specifically to take your dog's life. I am pressed for time and have no time to get entangled with you all here." Having said that, he lightly hooked his right index finger provocatively toward the Black Dragon and loudly proclaimed, "Black Dragon, hurry up and come forward to meet your death." Seeing this, Black Dragon couldn't help but sneer, his mockery overflowing. "You're just a greenhorn. What can you possibly be good for at such a young age? You actually dare to try and imitate others as a hero? Do you really think you're here to eliminate evil and uphold justice? Ha 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 ha." As the Black Dragon roared with laughter, the gang members around him seemed to receive some kind of signal and burst into laughter as well. The laughter echoed through the mountains, deafeningly loud. Lin Feng's face flushed red like a ripe apple. He stood awkwardly beside Lang Mohan, facing the menacing Black Dragon gang members, and a sense of tension rose in his heart. However, at this moment he could no longer suppress his anger. He took a step forward, his eyes wide with rage, and shouted at the Black Dragon gang members, "Humph, my master can easily kill someone like Jean Busher with one punch. As for you rabble, killing you is as easy as crushing ants. I can wipe you out with just a flick of my finger." Upon hearing this, Heilung's expression instantly turned serious. He narrowed his eyes, sizing Lin Feng up and down, and slowly said, "Although Jean Busher is only a level 4 early-stage martial artist, being able to kill him with one punch is enough to prove that you do have some real skills. Tell me quickly, which sect do you belong to? If we have some connection, perhaps I can show leniency today and spare your life." The previously silent Lang Mo coldly replied, "No sect or faction. Stop your nonsense and try to stall for time. If you have the guts, come and die." Hearing Lang Mohan's firm reply, Black Dragon's face darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with rage. He roared, "Fine. Since you refuse to listen to reason and stubbornly refuse to reveal your sex background, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Men, attack. Remember, I want this brat dead, and I will not spare a single survivor." Originally, Black Dragon had some reservations about Lang Mohan, worrying that he might be an elite disciple from a powerful family or prestigious sect who was out on a training mission. Out of a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble, Heilung even considered letting Lang Mohan go. But now that he saw how ungrateful the other party was, he naturally stopped showing any mercy. Who knew this guy would be so clueless? Since he refused to reveal his sect affiliation, I could just pretend to be confused and kill him. Inside the Hall of Righteousness, the 3 deputy leaders and 3 hall masters followed Black Dragon's orders and rushed forward, surrounding Lang Mohan menacingly. Faced with this overwhelming and unpredictable attack, Lang Mohan remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Suddenly, his figure blurred, and he appeared beside everyone like a ghost in the dark. His moves were as fast as lightning, sometimes throwing punches and sometimes slashing with his palms, each move containing immense power. Before the Black Dragon gang members could even react, they were all struck and fell to the ground. With a series of dull thuds, they fell one after another, unable to get up again. What's even more chilling is that all of these people were killed by Lang Mohan with a single blow. His ruthless and decisive methods are terrifying. This series of fluid movements happened in the blink of an eye, as if it were just the time it takes to breathe. Upon seeing this, the Black Dragon, who had been sitting steadily in the chair, suddenly stood up. His once confident and calm gaze was now replaced by astonishment and disbelief. Previously, Heilung had secretly calculated that the kid in front of him was at most a level 4 martial artist. With the strength of his many deputy gang leaders and hall masters, capturing and subduing him would be a piece of cake. However, to his surprise, the boy's martial arts skills were so unfathomable that he killed several of his own experts in the blink of an eye. Therefore, this person
is at least a level 6 martial artist. Thinking of this, Black Dragon couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. To possess such astonishing skills at such a young age, one's identity must be extraordinary.
What kind of amazing background does one have?
But at this moment, he clearly had no time to hesitate any longer. The Black Dragon's eyes widened in fury, and it let out a deafening roar. At the same time, the muscles on its bare upper body suddenly bulged high, like blocks of incredibly hard rock, exuding a terrifying sense of power.
He threw a punch, which slammed into Long Mohan's head with a terrifying howl.
Black Dragon was originally a discarded disciple of the Shaolin sect in the Central Plains base city. He possessed the 13 Tai Bao, external strength kung fu, which he had now mastered to perfection, making him one of the best among 6th-level martial artists. It should be noted that the 13 Protectors horizontal training kung fu is a high-level martial art, considered a superior technique in the
Shaolin School.
Black Dragon's kung fu was stolen, which is why he was hunted down by the Shaolin School and fled to the coast of the East China Sea.
Long Mohan's figure was like lightning, his speed as fast as a storm.
With an agility beyond human imagination, he easily dodged the ferocious attack from the Black Dragon. His movements were fluid and graceful, as if he were one with the wind.
At this moment, Long Mohan's fierce attacks were like a relentless storm.
Every move he made was filled with boundless killing intent and a deadly threat, sending chills down one's spine. Faced with such a formidable foe, the Black Dragon was not to be outdone. It exerted all its power and instantly transformed into an incomparably ferocious dragon, its skin glowing with golden light. With a deafening roar, it launched wave after wave of fierce attacks on Long Mohan. As the Black Dragon's fists and palms swung through the air, gusts of wind howled past, and the entire space seemed to be stirred by this powerful force. However, even when faced with such a terrifying attack, Long Mohan's movements remained as agile and unpredictable as a ghost. He would sometimes parry and change his moves, and sometimes suddenly appear, making all of Black Dragon's attacks unpredictable and unable to cause him any effective damage.
Long Mohan also noticed the special nature of the Black Dragon's external martial arts.
Although his fist technique was only at the 4th level, it was still very powerful when he used his blood and chi. The Black Dragon remained calm and composed after taking many punches from him, and his defense and resistance were no less than his own copper skin and iron bones. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, suddenly, a chilling glint flashed in Long Mohan's deep eyes. Then, without warning, he stopped his rapid movement, clenched his fists, and simultaneously swung them out. In an instant, a powerful and suffocating aura erupted from his body.
2 dragons emerged from the cave.
As Long Mohan's deep roar resounded, he thrust his hands forward with a fierce shove, unleashing a powerful and incomparable wave of energy that hurtled towards the Black Dragon with the force of a world-destroying explosion.
The Black Dragon keenly sensed the unusual aura contained in the shockwave, and its heart tightened involuntarily.
Unfortunately, everything happened too quickly, and it was too late for it to escape. Left with no other choice, it poured all its vital energy into its arms and roared, "Weituo offers his pestle."
With a loud bang, their fists collided violently. In an instant, a massive energy surge erupted, sweeping outwards like a surging wave.
Wherever the terrifying aftershocks of energy passed, tables, chairs, benches, cups, plates, and bowls were shattered and scattered into countless tiny fragments. Even the incredibly sturdy structure of the entire gathering hall could not withstand such a terrifying impact. With a tooth-grinding creaking sound, the entire house began to shake violently and finally collapsed completely with a loud bang, turning into ruins. The Black Dragon, being in the middle of it, was the first to be hit, directly struck by this unimaginably powerful force. He flew backward at an incredible speed, like a kite with a broken string. After tracing a long arc in the air, he crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the sky and making it almost impossible to see what was happening inside. Once the dust had settled a bit, you could see the Black Dragon lying on the ground, struggling in agony. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper, clearly indicating that he was seriously injured. Despite his best efforts to get up and rejoin the fight, his body seemed to have a mind of its own, and every attempt to stand up caused him excruciating pain, making it impossible for him to muster enough strength to stand up again. In stark contrast, Long Mohan remained standing quietly in place, like an unshakable mountain. His cold, deep eyes flashed with a chilling light as he coldly stared at the Black Dragon struggling in the distance, his face expressionless, as if everything happening before him had nothing to do with him.
"What kind of bizarre skill do you possess? How can you have such terrifying strength and such abnormal defensive power?" Long Mohan asked.
At this moment, the Black Dragon, which had been barely breathing, had a glint of light in its eyes after hearing these words. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to speak. Xiao, Lin, Shan, Men, 13, Tai, Ba, Hung, training. As soon as he finished speaking, his head slumped to the side, and then he breathed his last, dying instantly.
"The 13 protectors of Shaolin Temple, practicing external martial arts?"
Long Mohan frowned, muttering to himself slowly. Knowing the power of this martial art, he couldn't help but sigh to himself, it truly is an extremely powerful martial art.
It's just a pity that that this black dragon hasn't mastered it to perfection yet. If he could reach the pinnacle, even if I didn't use any weapons, defeating him would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Just then, Lin Feng struggled to crawl out from the ruins. Ignoring his own injuries, he rushed to Lang Mohan and anxiously asked, "Master, are you alright?" Seeing that Lin Feng was unharmed, Lang Mohan breathed a slight sigh of relief. He calmly replied, "I am fine. Black Dragon is dead. Go outside." Immediately to announce this news and summon all the leaders of the Black Dragon gang. I have some important matters to instruct them on. After receiving the order, Lin Feng immediately rushed towards the door. Before long, the remaining minor leaders of the Black Dragon gang arrived. When they saw that the once glorious Hall of Righteousness had been reduced to ruins, and that the cold corpses of the gang leader Black Dragon, the deputy gang leader, and the various hall masters lay scattered on the ground, everyone was stunned by the tragic scene before them. They finally recognized the harsh reality and realized that the Black Dragon gang was doomed to decline. Now that Black Dragon is dead, I appoint my apprentice Lin Feng as the leader of the Black Dragon gang. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Lang Mo's cold and stern face was expressionless, and his sharp, eagle-like eyes were like two sharp swords, mercilessly scanning everyone present. The atmosphere was heavy, as if even the air itself had frozen. Wang Defa, who had returned with Lang Mohan, was known for his quick wit. With a flick of his eye, he instantly grasped the situation before him. Without hesitation, he leaped out and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I, Wang Defa, wholeheartedly support young Master Lin Feng in becoming the new leader of our Black Dragon gang." His voice, like a resounding bell, echoed endlessly in the silent space. Lang Mohan nodded slightly in agreement. He said in a deep and authoritative voice, "Very well, in that case, I hereby formally appoint you, Wang Defa, as the deputy leader of the Black Dragon gang, to fully assist Lin Feng in managing all affairs of the Black Dragon gang." Before he finished speaking, a smile of surprise and delight immediately spread across Wang Defa's face. He trembled with excitement, and without saying a word, he knelt down with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly to Lang Mohan and Lin Feng in gratitude, shouting, "Thank you for your guidance, sir. I, Wang Defa, swear to heaven that I will be loyal to you and Chief Lin with all my heart for the rest of my life. If I have any disloyalty, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." The members of the Black Dragon gang were all shocked by what they saw. They knew the situation was settled, and Wang Defa, who was the first to jump out and surrender, was immediately entrusted with an important task and promoted to deputy leader. The others started to get excited, realizing that this was the perfect opportunity to show their loyalty. As a result, one after another, people in the crowd knelt down, shouting words of loyalty in unison, their attitude extremely sincere. Lang Mohan's gaze was sharp as he carefully selected from among the kneeling people. Ultimately, he selected several people who seemed agreeable and capable, and appointed them as the leaders of their respective branches. The scene was bustling with excitement, everyone thrilled to have received a new position. However, beneath this seemingly harmonious facade, a new storm is quietly brewing in the martial arts world. "Master, look, I found this in a very well-hidden secret compartment in the Black Dragon's room." Lin Feng excitedly carried a seemingly ordinary yet mysterious wooden box and hurriedly ran to Lang Mohan. His hands trembled slightly, as if he were holding a rare treasure. A hint of curiosity and anticipation flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes as he slowly reached out and took the wooden box. When he gently opened the lid, a musty smell wafted out. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a martial arts manual carefully wrapped in a yellowed craft paper. This secret manual was none other than the peerless martial art that had previously shocked Lang Mohan and made him yearn for the 13 Protectors' horizontal training. Lang Mohan's heart suddenly raced. Unable to contain his joy, he eagerly opened the manual. He flipped through the yellowed pages of paper, which were densely covered with profound and exquisite martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. As he read on, a look of mixed surprise and delight gradually appeared on Lang Mohan's face. This technique truly lives up to its reputation. If I could combine it with my unique talent, copper skin and iron bones, my defense would be even stronger. At the same time, my strength will be enhanced like never before. At that point, I will essentially have no weaknesses. Who among the 7th level martial artists could be my match? Lang Mohan grew more and more excited as he thought about it, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He raised his head, his gaze falling gently on the obedient and sensible disciple before him. He nodded with satisfaction and said, Lin Feng, you have truly made a great contribution this time, managing to find such a precious martial arts manual for your master. I am deeply gratified to have such an outstanding disciple as you." Upon hearing his master's praise, Lin Feng's face instantly broke into a bright smile. He quickly bowed and said humbly, "Master, you flatter me. It is my honor to be able to share your burdens. As long as I can see you happy, I am happy too." The master and apprentice smiled at each other, and a warm atmosphere filled the room. Lang Mohan smiled and said, "You can't practice this manual yet. I'll pass it on to you when you reach the 4th level of martial artist. Tonight I'll teach you the Black Tiger body refining technique, and once you've built a solid foundation, I'll teach you the Flying Stone Shattering Fist." Lin Feng was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, master." Lin
Lin Feng strode forward and said respectfully, Master, after this period of exploration, I have gained a rough understanding of the Black Dragon Gang, but my disciple's strength is still too weak. I'm truly worried that I won't be able to keep those people in check in the short term. Lang Mohan smiled slightly, a hint of confidence and composure flashing in his eyes, and gently comforted him. No need to worry, I will stay here for the next few days.
I will remove any obstacles that may hinder your progress. Your appointment as gang leader is like my personal involvement.
Even if these people harbor some ulterior motives, they still have to respect my presence. Furthermore, I will impart another secret to you, simply be clear about rewards and punishments.
As long as rewards and punishments are fair and reasonable, you will naturally establish your authority.
After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng seemed to suddenly remember something important and hurriedly added, Oh, right, Master.
After the tide recedes tonight, the road to Golden Fire Island will be unobstructed. The leaders of the Fierce Tiger Gang, the Azure Wolf Gang, and our Black Dragon Gang will all personally go to the island to oversee operations. Therefore, I humbly request that Master accompany me on that trip. Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu, who was standing to the side, laughed heartily and replied generously, Don't worry. It's quite a coincidence, but the reason I came to the coast of the East China Sea was precisely to see the novelties on Golden Fire Island.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy, and he quickly replied, Master, this matter is easy to handle. On the 18th of every month on Golden Fire Island, our three gangs will jointly host a grand auction. At that time, all sorts of rare and exotic items will appear at the auction. We can take advantage of our proximity and have a head start. Shortly after noon, the Black Dragon Gang's massive convoy, consisting of dozens of cars, slowly drove out from near the mountain gate, resembling a long dragon. After about an hour, Lin Feng pointed to the dense, swarming crowd in front of him. He turned to his master and said, Master, look, those people are all here to participate in the black market transaction on Golden Fire Island. And, according to the rules, anyone who wants to set foot on this island must first pay a full 20,000 yuan. Lang Mohan looked in the direction Lin Feng pointed, and after just a casual glance, he couldn't help but smile slightly and say, Goodness.
Judging from this, there must be several thousand people.
If that's the case, the ticket revenue from this alone will be quite considerable. Lin Feng laughed after hearing this, and then said, Master, this morning I thoroughly investigated the Black Dragon Gang's entire operation.
I was shocked by what I found.
Their public accounts have a staggering 1.3 billion dragon yuan.
And what's even more astonishing is that in Black Dragon's bedroom, I also found 5 anonymous bank cards with huge denominations, totaling over 5 billion dragon yuan.
After saying that, Lin Feng smiled and reached into his pocket to rummage around. In no time, he pulled out 5 bank cards and handed them to Lang Mohan.
Lang Mohan was genuinely surprised when he saw the bank card Lin Feng handed him. He never expected the Black Dragon Gang to be so wealthy.
After a brief moment of surprise, Lang Mohan quickly recovered, casually took a bank card from Lin Feng's hand, stuffed it back into Lin Feng's hand, and said with a smile, Here, this one is yours. However, Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hands repeatedly, firmly refusing. Oh, Master, I absolutely cannot accept this. Lang Mohan forcefully shoved the money into his hand, saying, Take it.
How can a gang leader be without money? After this black market event, I need to return to Shanghai. I can't stay here forever. Lin Feng was immediately dejected.
Without Lang Mohan, he felt as if he had lost his backbone.
Hey, the Black Dragon Gang is here.
Someone shouted this, and the sound quickly spread through the crowd. Everyone turned to look, and saw a large convoy slowly approaching. The convoy was impressive, with the lead vehicles all being black luxury cars, their bodies gleaming with dazzling light, as if proclaiming their nobility and majesty to the world. As the Black Dragon Gang's convoy drew closer, the previously noisy crowd seemed to be magically parted to create a wide path.
The vehicle drove smoothly and eventually stopped in the designated spot.
The car door opened, and Lang Mohan stepped out first. He was tall and imposing, with a stern face and piercing eyes that made people afraid to look him in the eye. Following closely behind was Lin Feng, who was agile, moved with light steps, and exuded an innate confidence. As soon as the two got out of the car, Wang Defa rushed to greet them. He bowed and scraped, his face full of obsequiousness, and quickly brought out 2 luxurious chairs from the car, carefully placing them on the ground. He said, ingratiatingly, Mr. Lang, Chief, please have a seat. The tide won't completely recede into the sea until evening, so we'll have to wait a little longer. Lang Mohan nodded slightly and plopped down in the chair without any hesitation, while Wang Defa stood by to serve him. However, the two had barely sat down when Wang Defa's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, Boss, the Fierce Tiger Gang is here.
Wait, the Azure Wolf Gang is here too.
As he spoke, he pointed ahead. Following the direction he was pointing, a group of people were seen walking briskly towards them. Leading the way were a burly man and a tall old man, followed by a large group of henchmen, all of whom looked fierce and were clearly not to be trifled with. Lang Mohan stared intently at the newcomers, and with just one glance, he could tell that neither of them were ordinary people. The strong, muscular man was dressed in white, his muscles clearly defined, and every step he took was firm and
powerful. The tall old man, dressed in a blue robe, walked with a steady gait, seemingly strolling leisurely, yet exuding an invisible pressure. Lang Mohan thought to himself, these two are extraordinary in martial arts. Their steps are powerful and resounding, far beyond what ordinary martial artists can achieve. At this moment, Wang Defa quickly stepped forward and introduced in a low voice, Mr. Lang, Chief. The burly man in white is Siekuation, the chief of the Fierce Tiger Gang, and the tall old man in blue is Fan Kishan, the chief of the Azure Wolf Gang. These two are both late-stage level 6 martial artists, quite powerful. We must be careful. Although our three gangs jointly manage Golden Fire Island and appear to be at peace on the surface, there are actually many conflicts and constant open and covert struggles behind the scenes. Now that you've just taken the position of gang leader, I'm worried they might take this opportunity to provoke us. Lin Feng slowly turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Lang Mohan, his eyes seemingly silently seeking the other's thoughts and opinions. Lang Mohan smiled slightly, waved his hand calmly, and said loudly, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. They're just level 6 martial artists. I've never taken them seriously. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Wang Defa's eyes widened, and their faces showed disbelief. They wondered to themselves, could their master, Mr. Lang, actually be a legendary level 7 martial artist? Once this idea popped into their heads, it grew wildly in their minds like weeds, leaving them utterly astonished. Lin Feng's initially uneasy heart instantly became firm because of his master's domineering words. He took a deep breath, stood up, and walked with his head held high toward the two gang leaders who were getting closer and closer. Seeing this, Wang Defa quickly waved to his gang members behind him to follow, and the group of people escorted Lin Feng forward in a grand procession. At this moment, Siekuation and Fan Kishan on the opposite side also exchanged glances, both of them sensing a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. Siekuation frowned, his gaze fixed on Wang Defa, and asked in an unfriendly tone, where is your gang leader, Black Dragon? He doesn't even show up on such an important day every month. Isn't that a bit too presumptuous of him? It should be noted that although Black Dragon is only a level 6 early-stage martial artist, the external martial arts he cultivates are extremely powerful. He not only possesses terrifying strength, but his body's defense is also abnormal. Even when facing a level 6 late-stage expert, he is not inferior at all, and sometimes even has a slight advantage. Wang Defa strode forward and, with a respectful expression, introduced himself to the crowd. Heroes, please hear me out. The once arrogant and domineering Black Dragon Gang's former leader, Black Dragon, was so ignorant of his place that he dared to offend our highly respected Mr. Lang. As you can imagine, not long ago, Black Dragon was killed on the spot by Mr. Lang, which was well deserved. And now, the position of Black Dragon Gang leader will be taken over by Mr. Lang's prized disciple, Lin Feng. These words were like a thunderclap in the crowd. Upon hearing this, Siekuation and Fan Kishan, who were standing to the side, couldn't help but exchange a glance. They clearly caught a deep sense of shock and astonishment in each other's eyes. What? The Black Dragon is dead? Siekuation stared wide-eyed, muttering to himself in disbelief. The Black Dragon Gang has changed hands just like that? Fan Kishan was also astonished, his mouth agape for a long time. This astonishing news not only shocked the two of them, but also those around them who heard the conversation. They were all speechless with surprise, their astonishment evident on their faces. It should be noted that these three gangs have coexisted on this Golden Fire Island for more than 20 years. Over the years, the three forces have checked and balanced each other and jointly managed this land. It can be said that the prosperity of Golden Fire Island today is the result of the concerted efforts of the three factions. However, at this moment, the Black Dragon Gang suddenly underwent such a dramatic change. Not only did the gang leader Black Dragon die, but the position of gang leader was also taken over by a new person. How could this not be shocking? At this moment, Siekuation and Fan Kishan both turned their gazes to the new gang leader, Lin Feng. With their profound martial arts skills and keen insight, they could see through the depth and strength of Lin Feng's martial arts with just one glance. It turns out that although Lin Feng looks somewhat immature, his strength is at most that of a level 2 martial artist. After all, for advanced martial artists like Siekuation and Fan Kishan, a person's chi and blood state is completely transparent to them, making it extremely difficult to conceal. Unless this person has practiced a unique martial art specifically designed to conceal their own vital energy, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape their keen eyes. This child is nothing but a manipulated puppet. The one who controls the Black Dragon Gang now is undoubtedly that mysterious and unpredictable Mr. Lang. The fact that this mysterious Mr. Lang was able to easily kill the Black Dragon and quickly bring the entire Black Dragon Gang under his control is enough to prove that he has extraordinary strength. It's best for our Fierce Tiger Gang to refrain from provoking the Black Dragon Gang for now. We can plan ahead and gradually investigate their background. At this moment, Fan Kishan spoke up. Chief Lin, I've heard that the road to Golden Fire Island is about to be completed. As is customary, we should discuss the relevant matters thoroughly. Please come with me here for a detailed discussion. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng first glanced at Wang Defa beside him without making a sound, then turned his head to look at the bustling crowd behind him, hoping to find his master among them. However, all that came into view were the members of the the Black Dragon Gang, and there was no sign of his master. Boss, this has been an unchanging rule for decades. Every month, different gangs take turns managing the auction on Golden Fire Island and handling unified tax collection. And this month it just so happens to be our Black Dragon Gang's turn. Wang Defa lowered his voice and whispered a reminder in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng nodded slightly to indicate that he understood, then put on a mature and composed demeanor and said loudly, "Alright, then this gang leader will discuss this matter with the two gang leaders." Having said that, he strode confidently toward the place where they were discussing the matter. The group slowly walked to a sunshade pavilion not far away, where everything had already been prepared. Under the spacious pavilion, there are several exquisite tables and chairs. Each table is neatly arranged with fresh and delicious fruits, a wide variety of snacks, and all kinds of wine jugs and cups filled with fine wine. It is a complete set of everything. In addition, several beautiful maids stood quietly to the side, ready to serve the arriving guests at any time. Lin Feng followed the others into the pavilion, and the scene before him made him slightly taken aback. After all, such a lavish display was a first for him. For a moment, he felt slightly uneasy, but he quickly calmed down and tried to appear as if he had seen it all before. Xiaoquishan and Fan Kishan, who were standing to the side, showed a hint of disdain when they saw Lin Feng's slightly nervous expression. They thought to themselves, "Look at this kid, he really is just a naive little brat who's never seen anything like this." For them, such gatherings are just like everyday meals, nothing out of the ordinary, and there is no need for much discussion. In previous years, at this time, the leaders of various gangs would gather here to drink, make merry, and chat. This time, the only addition was Lin Feng, who was new to the area. However, despite their initial disdain, Xiaoquishan and Fan Kishan did not let their guard down. They knew all too well the dangers of the martial world, and that every new character might be hiding an unknown background and power. So, after everyone was seated, the two began to inquire about Lin Feng's background and the strength of his master, intentionally or unintentionally. Faced with the repeated questioning from these two seasoned veterans, Lin Feng remained extremely calm and composed. Having experienced many hardships since childhood, he has quite a knack for dealing with people. No matter how the other party tried to probe or subtly test him, Lin Feng remained tight-lipped and kept his mouth shut. Those two cunning old foxes racked their brains and used every trick in the book, but in the end, they still couldn't get any useful information out of Lin Feng. With a stern expression, Lang Mohan beckoned to one of his gang members. His sharp, hawk-like gaze swept over the growing crowd, and he frowned slightly as he asked, "Judging by this, there must be tens of thousands of people here. How come our Golden Fire Island black market is so bustling?" The minor leader standing to the side quickly stepped forward and respectfully replied, "In response to Mr. Lang, most of these people are refugees from within 100 miles around. At low tide, some seafood washed ashore is left behind in this foreshore area, and occasionally you can even find some precious materials left behind by monsters. For these nearby residents, this is a rare opportunity to earn extra income." After listening, Lang Mohan nodded thoughtfully, indicating that he understood the reason, and muttered to himself, "Oh, I see." Time passed by, and before we knew it, the sky was getting dark. The once turbulent sea was now receding rapidly at a visible speed, and as the coastline continued to retreat, more and more land began to be exposed. Upon seeing this, the refugees who had been waiting around rushed towards the shore like a pack of hungry wolves that had smelled food. Fortunately, there were many well-trained members of the three gangs around to maintain order, so although these ordinary refugees were anxious, they did not dare to rush in. Not long after, a deep rumble was heard, and several huge and imposing Daxing bulldozers slowly drove out. Like steel behemoths, they strode with heavy, powerful steps, rapidly clearing away the thick silt accumulated at the bottom of the foreshore. With the roar of machinery and the swinging of buckets, a wide, flat, and incredibly sturdy cement road soon appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon seeing this, Lang Mohan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "There really is a hidden path below? This is truly fascinating." The underling beside him said obsequiously, "Mr. Lang, this road has been in place for over 20 years, and the mud has to be cleared every month. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to wade through the mud to get to the island." Although night had fallen, high-powered lights stood all around, illuminating the area as bright as day. The entire road has been cleaned and washed until it is almost spotless, as if it had just been paved. "Mr. Lang, the gang leader's convoy has already started moving. Let's hurry up and set off too," the junior leader said respectfully. "Okay." Mr. Lang nodded slightly in response. Before long, the three major gangs were seen driving in rows of vehicles. Those who had come specifically to participate in the transaction only began to enter Jinhua Island in an orderly manner after all the vehicles had passed. At this time, the Black Dragon Gang had already arranged for people to collect tickets and maintain order at the scene. After most of the people waiting to enter had entered the island, the people on the shore were then allowed to disembark. In an instant, people surged down like a tide, some choosing to go alone, while others went in groups of 2 or 3. However, fights sometimes break out because people find their favorite treasures. However, the members of the three gangs on the shore turned a blind eye to these small-scale conflicts. In their view, as long as there was no large-scale riot, there was no
no need to get involved. After all, outside the 7 major base cities, the cruel and ruthless law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest. That's why everyone is fighting and struggling to survive. On the vast and boundless sea, about 3 or 4 kilometers from the coastline, stands a mysterious and unique island, Golden Fire Island. This island covers an area of nearly 7,000 acres, and its vast land gives it endless possibilities and room for imagination. This place was once a paradise where sea monsters roamed freely. However, as time has passed and with the continuous expansion and development of human activities in recent decades, this territory that originally belonged to the sea monsters has undergone tremendous changes. Today, Jinhua Island has been transformed into a notorious black market on the East China Sea coast. The 3 major gangs, with their keen insight, recognized the potential of this treasure land and began large-scale construction projects there. They not only established advanced power plants to ensure a stable power supply on the island, they also built satellite signal base stations, enabling people to maintain close contact with the outside world at any time. All kinds of houses and buildings sprang up like mushrooms after rain, providing a place for people from all over the world to live. The entertainment facilities are also fully equipped, allowing people to relax and unwind after a busy day. In addition, for security, towering watchtowers stand majestically around the island. The tower is equipped with various light and heavy artillery pieces and machine guns, ready for battle. It can be said that any type of firearm that can be traded on the black market can be found on Golden Fire Island. This is why this seemingly peaceful island actually harbors hidden dangers and challenges. The island is guarded year-round by members from 3 major gangs, who diligently protect this land. On the 15th of each month, Golden Fire Island will hold a grand opening day, attracting merchants and adventurers from all over the world, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. The market will gradually close on the 29th, temporarily restoring its former tranquility. It is worth mentioning that there are also 3 powerful level 6 martial artists stationed on Golden Fire Island, and hundreds of other martial artists guarding the checkpoints. Over the years, although some level 7 experts have occasionally visited this place, most of them have only come to trade. For these top experts, the benefits brought by Golden Fire Island are insignificant and cannot be of any interest to them. It is precisely because of the checks and balances between various forces and the disdain of high-level martial artists that Golden Fire Island has been able to maintain relative stability and peace amidst the turmoil. The streets of Jinhua Island were bustling with people, jostling each other as they passed through. A man with a resolute face, a leopard-like head, and piercing eyes stood on the street, his sharp gaze sweeping over the passers-by like a hawk. He exuded a strong aura of malevolence, as if he came from the deepest hell, which sent chills down one's spine. People around him instinctively kept their distance from him, afraid of angering this menacing figure, but the man paid no attention to this and continued to observe the surrounding vendors and crowds with focused attention. Friends from all over the world, come and take a look. This is a top-quality water-repelling stone. Holding this gemstone allows you to travel freely in water for 3 days and 3 nights. It is truly a rare treasure in the world. A loud shout suddenly rang out. It turned out to be a vendor dressed in martial arts attire, holding up a blue gemstone and hawking it. This gemstone is crystal clear and has a faint bluish glow, as dazzling as a pearl in the deep sea. The vendor's cries instantly attracted the attention of many pedestrians nearby, who gathered around to examine the legendary water-repelling stone with curiosity. "How much do you want for this thing?" A burly man, as thick as an iron tower, pushed through the crowd and stepped forward to ask in a gruff voice. "It's very cheap, only 100 million dragon coins," the vendor said with a big smile, gently stroking the items displayed in front of him as he spoke. "Too expensive. This thing is worth at most 30 million. The burly man standing in front of the vendor stared wide-eyed and shouted loudly with a face full of dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the vendor was not angry at all. Instead, his smile widened. He calmly replied, "All right, I'll sell it to you for 30 million. The burly man was caught off guard by the vendor's straightforward answer and was momentarily at a loss for words. "It's a business transaction. I can ask for whatever price I want, and you can certainly bargain down to the bottom. Since you've already said 30 million, then I'll be your friend and sell it to you for 30 million. The vendor's eyes gleamed with shrewdness, and his smile seemed to tell the other party that he would definitely not suffer a loss. The burly man was taken aback at first, clearly not expecting things to develop this way. He hesitated for a moment, secretly calculating whether the deal was worthwhile. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind, saying, "All right, I'll take this water-repelling stone." The two then completed the card transaction. After the transaction was completed, the burly man carefully held the water-repelling stone in his hands and examined it closely. He gently stroked the smooth surface of the water-repelling stone, thinking to himself, "With this thing, my range of activities in the East China Sea will be much greater. Even diving into the deep sea shouldn't be a problem. Who knows, I might even find some incredibly precious sea sand here." As he thought about it, a hint of anticipation appeared on the burly man's face. He took a few more steps forward with the water-repelling stone in his hand, and suddenly noticed a delicate jade box displayed in front of a vendor not far ahead. Curious
Curious, he leaned forward to take a look and saw that inside the jade box was a fairy herb emitting a faint glow, which was none other than the fairy herb he had always dreamed of. Is this the immortal grass? The burly man's face was filled with astonishment, his voice involuntarily becoming rapid, his eyes fixed like nails on the spiritual herb radiating a mysterious aura before him. The man was tall and strong, with bulging muscles in his arms, as if he contained endless power. The vendor, a level 5 martial artist, remained remarkably calm and composed in the face of the situation. He smiled and replied, "That's right, sir, you have a good eye. This is genuine immortal jade grass. Absolutely no fakes." Upon hearing the affirmative answer, a glint of excitement flashed in the burly man's eyes, and he immediately asked the price. "So how much do you plan to sell this immortal jade grass for?" The vendor held out a hand, spread his 5 fingers, and slowly uttered a number. 15 billion. What? So expensive? The burly man frowned deeply upon hearing this, his face showing disbelief. His aura suddenly changed, and an incomparably powerful aura surged out from his body, sweeping outwards. The crowd that had been watching the spectacle felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, as if they had been struck hard by a hammer, and they involuntarily retreated, their faces showing fear. It turns out that this seemingly burly man was actually a high-level martial artist with a chi and blood value of level 6. The pressure emanating from him was terrifying. The vendors opposite were also startled by this terrifying aura, but they quickly regained their composure. After all, this is the famous Golden Fire Island, where 3 powerful gangs are based. Even if this big man is very strong, he probably wouldn't dare to openly rob people here. So the vendor composed himself and explained calmly, 15 billion is not expensive at all. Think about it, this immortal cloud grass is the main ingredient for refining the 7th grade Azure Cloud Pill. The value of a single 7th grade pill is immeasurable, so what is a mere 15 billion? The vendor's face was beaming with smiles as he thought to himself, I obtained this immortal cloud grass by chance. I can't keep it in my hands for long. If I don't act quickly this time, and those level 6 or 7 martial artists find out, it will inevitably lead to my death and the theft of my treasure. At this moment, a knowledgeable person in the crowd chimed in, that's right. This immortal cloud grass is one of the main ingredients for refining the Azure Cloud Pill. But the Azure Cloud Pill is a wonderful thing. Not only does it greatly assist a level 6 martial artist in breaking through to level 7, but even level 7 martial artists can significantly improve their blood and chi after consuming it. Upon hearing this, the people around nodded in agreement, and some even shouted, 15 billion is not a penny more. You're so kind, stall owner. The burly man standing to the side stared intently at the immortal grass, his eyes filled with longing. It turns out that this burly man is currently in the late stage of the 6th level martial artist. If he can successfully obtain this immortal cloud grass and invite a high-level alchemist to help him refine a jade cloud pill, then he is very likely to break through to the 7th level martial artist realm in one fell swoop. It's important to know that among martial artists, the 7th level is a significant dividing line. Once you become a level 7 martial artist, you will undoubtedly be among the top experts, whether in the entire Dragon Kingdom or in the world. Thinking of this, the burly man took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said to the vendor, Boss, to be honest, I really don't have that much cash on me. However, I have 3 level 6 monster cores and 6 Wuji monster cores here. I wonder if I could use them to exchange for this immortal jade grass. As he spoke, he took out the few shimmering crystal cores from his pocket and handed them to the vendor. The vendor shook his head and said, level 6 monster cores, unless they are extremely rare and can sell for 400 million, are all worth 300 million dragon coins each. Your 3 are worth 900 million. A single level 5 monster core is only worth 20 million, and all yours combined are only 1.02 billion, which is far less than my 1.5 billion. The burly man's previously calm expression instantly darkened, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he roared viciously, That's all the money I have. Take it or leave it. Don't give me any more nonsense. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out a palm the size of a palm fan and grabbed at the exquisite jade box displayed in front of the vendor with lightning speed. The vendor was horrified at the sight. How could he possibly let his treasure fall into the hands of others? He immediately reached out without hesitation to stop it. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was enormous. The burly man was a late-stage level 6 martial artist with unfathomable power. With a casual wave of his hand, a tremendous force surged forth. The vendor felt a blur before his eyes and was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. The vendor watched helplessly as his prized possessions were stolen, feeling both angry and anxious. Coupled with the pain he had sustained, he was even more furious. He struggled to his feet and shouted at the top of his lungs, Someone is openly robbing people on Golden Fire Island. Aren't you 3 gangs going to do anything about it? His desperate shout was like a thunderclap, instantly causing an uproar in the crowd. Just then, the Black Dragon gang members who had been maintaining order around the area heard the commotion and quickly gathered around. The stall owner finally managed to stand up straight, and with trembling hands, pointed at the burly man, saying indignantly, "It's this man. He forcibly took my treasure and even injured me." At this moment, a newly appointed leader of the Black Dragon gang stepped forward. He first sized up the burly man, secretly assessing his strength. He knew this man was not easy to deal with, but as the leader of the Black Dragon gang, he could not show weakness or back down at this time. So, he steeled himself, clasped his hands in a fist and bowed, and said, "Hero, we all make a living on this Golden Fire Island. In all things, we hope you can leave some room for maneuver. Today, please, for the sake of our Black Dragon gang, return the items to their rightful owner." The burly man, as thick as an iron tower, had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He glared angrily at the person in front of him. He roared, "I've already given you the monster core. The two are practically the same value, so what difference could there be? What are you trying to do by shouting like this? I'm determined to get this immortal grass today, and no one can stop me." As soon as the burly man finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. Everyone knew that this burly man's unreasonable behavior was clearly a blatant act of extortion, and even the renowned Black Dragon gang seemed to have lost its usual intimidating power at this moment. However, the Hall Master was a seasoned veteran of the martial world, and he did not panic in the face of this sudden situation. With just a slight glance, his underlings understood and quickly ran off into the distance. "My lord, please calm down. This matter is of great importance and cannot be decided by me alone. We must wait for our leader to handle it." The Hall Master tried his best to remain calm and spoke in a gentle tone. However, the burly man was unmoved. He snorted coldly and replied disdainfully, "Humph. Even if your gang leader Black Dragon came in person, I would not be afraid of him at all." Meanwhile, atop the luxurious restaurant with its circular roof in the northern part of Jinhua Island, one can enjoy an extremely wide view, taking in the beautiful scenery of every corner of the island. And this restaurant happens to be the headquarters of the island's three major gangs. At this moment, Lin Feng and Lang Mohan of the Black Dragon gang, Xiekuation, the leader of the Fierce Tiger gang, and Fan Kishian, the leader of the Azure Wolf gang, were sitting together leisurely drinking tea and chatting with each other from time to time. They appeared relaxed and at ease, but in reality, they were constantly testing each other's strengths and weaknesses through their words. Throughout, Lang Mohan maintained a calm and composed demeanor, skillfully deflecting the verbal attacks from the other two gang leaders. Lin Feng's initial nervousness gradually subsided after seeing Lang Mohan's calm and composed demeanor. "Boss, something bad has happened. There's trouble outside." With an anxious shout, a Black Dragon gang member rushed in, his forehead covered in sweat and his expression extremely tense. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, who was sitting, jumped to his feet, his face showing tension. He asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Who's causing trouble?" The underling hurriedly reported, "Chief, the other party seems very powerful, possibly a level 6 martial artist. He forcibly robbed a merchant of his treasure, and now Hallmaster Feng of the Dragon Scale Hall is leading his men to hold him off. But the situation doesn't look good." A level 6 martial artist. Lin Feng was shocked upon hearing this news. You should know that a level 6 martial artist is not an easy opponent. Just then, Xiekuation, the leader of the Fierce Tiger gang, and Fan Kishin, the leader of the Azure Wolf gang, exchanged a glance, and a hint of schadenfreude flashed in their eyes at the same time. They all knew that the Black Dragon gang had just changed its leader and its foundation was not yet stable. At this time, a level 6 martial artist had come to cause trouble, which was undoubtedly a major test for the Black Dragon gang. If the Black Dragon gang fails to handle this matter properly, it will inevitably severely damage its prestige in the underworld. They also wanted to use this incident to see just how strong Lang Mohan really was. Lin Feng naturally understood the seriousness of the matter. With his current abilities, he was simply unable to handle such a thorny situation. So he turned to Lang Mohan, who had been silent beside him, and respectfully asked, "Master, what do you think should be done about this?" Lang Mohan slowly stood up, his expression still calm and composed, and said softly, let's go out and see what's going on first." After saying that, he walked towards the door. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly followed. Xiekuation and Fan Kishin, who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, exchanged a knowing smile and followed behind at a leisurely pace, ready to enjoy the farce. Make way, everyone. Our gang leader is here." The Black Dragon gang members shouted loudly as they swiftly and skillfully drove away the crowd blocking their path. Fawn, the leader of the Dragon Scale Hall, stood there with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. When he saw the gang leader Lin Feng and Lang Mohan walking side by side, his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. In fact, to the entire Black Dragon gang, Lin Feng was nothing more than a puppet being manipulated, a fact that was known to almost everyone. However, the one who was truly frightening was Lang Mohan standing behind Lin Feng. Back then, Black Dragon, the original leader of the Black Dragon gang, along with a group of vice leaders and hall masters, all perished at the hands of Lang Mohan in the blink of an eye. That terrifying strength was chilling, and that's why everyone obeyed Lin Feng without question and dared not
not disobey him in the slightest.
Boss, Mr. Lang, this is what happened.
Fang Tangju lowered his voice and carefully approached Lin Feng and Lang Mohan, whispering the whole story to them. Lang Mohan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood the situation, and then stepped forward.
Approaching the burly man, Lang Mohan bowed respectfully and asked in a calm tone, "May I ask how this valiant man is addressed?"
The man's eyes were sharp as he carefully sized Lang Mohan up and down before answering in a booming voice, "My name is Wang Taizhan. I've been wandering the martial world for many years, and my friends have given me the nickname Taizhan Cow, Iron Mountain Lean."
Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan smiled and said, "So it's Brother Wang. I've heard so much about you." Wang Taizhan sized up Lang Mohan and asked, You're not Black Dragon, are you?"
He paused slightly before continuing, "I've heard that your gang's previous leader, Black Dragon, was a burly and powerful man, but today, you seem to be much younger than the Black Dragon of legend." With a cold and stern face devoid of expression, Lang Imo spoke loudly and forcefully, "Friends, since you are all here today, I would like to take this opportunity to solemnly announce an important matter in front of everyone. The former leader of the Black Dragon gang, Black Dragon, is dead. From this day forward, Lin Feng, the gang leader standing behind me, will succeed Black Dragon as the new leader of the Black Dragon gang." As soon as Lang Mohan finished speaking, the entire scene erupted in an uproar. People whispered among themselves, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief. It should be noted that He Long is a formidable figure on the shores of the East China Sea, having roamed the martial world for over 20 years. Now that he has suddenly passed away, the vast empire he built has changed hands in the blink of an eye. Such a change is truly astonishing. Wang Taizhan, standing in the crowd, stared intently into Lang Mohan's clear yet unfathomable eyes, and slowly asked, "So, you killed the Black Dragon with your own hands?" Faced with Wang Tieshan's questioning, Lang Mohan did not hesitate or evade the question. He nodded frankly and answered decisively, "That's right, it's me." Upon hearing this, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and countless eyes focused on Lang Mohan. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, his face handsome yet with a hint of coldness. However you look at it, he's just a young man in his 20s. It should be noted that He Long is a powerful level 6 martial artist who has dominated Heilong Mountain for more than 20 years. It is truly unbelievable that such a ruthless character would die at the hands of such a young person. Not far from the bustling crowd stood a man with a resolute face, a leopard-like head, and piercing eyes. His sharp, hawk-like eyes were fixed on Lang Mohan, as if trying to see right through him. This man was named Huang Tianbao, and he had traveled a long and arduous journey to this place. Huang Tianbao came here for only one thing, to avenge his tragically murdered brother, Huang Diluan. Therefore, he spared no effort to use every possible means to search for Lang Mohan's whereabouts. Arriving at Jinhua Island on the coast of the East China Sea, he spent an entire day searching among the crowded people, but still couldn't find any trace of Lang Mohan. However, to his surprise, he would meet Lang Mohan in such a way at this moment. Huang Tianbao stared at Lang Mohan, thinking to himself, I didn't expect that he could kill such a powerful level 6 martial artist as Black Dragon. This shows that his strength should not be underestimated. It seems the rumors that he had the ability to kill Diluan and Song Fei were not unfounded. Thinking of this, Huang Tianbao clenched his fists, and the fire of revenge burned fiercely in his heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Taizhan was gently stroking the jade box in his hand, which contained the incomparably precious immortal grass. No matter how powerful the enemy he faces today, even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, he will never easily give up this immortal grass. He stared resolutely ahead, fully prepared to engage in a fierce battle at any moment. Lang Mohan, who was the center of attention, did not care about the tense atmosphere around him. He simply turned his head and looked at the vendor holding the immortal grass. He asked in a calm tone, "How much do you intend to sell this immortal jade grass for?" Upon hearing this, the merchant replied without hesitation, 15 billion dragon coins. Lang Mohan slowly pulled out a bank card that shimmered with a mysterious light from his body and said casually, "This is an anonymous high-denomination bank card containing a full 1.5 billion. Today, your immortal grass belongs to me." After saying that, he casually tossed the bank card in front of the vendor. The vendor, who had been looking worried, instantly beamed with joy and hurriedly said, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I am extremely grateful." However, at this moment, Lang Mohan suddenly turned to look at Wang Taizhan beside him, his eyes firm and deep, and said in a deep voice, "I will give this immortal jade grass to you." Wang Taizhan had already secretly gathered his internal energy, preparing to fight Lang Mohan at any moment. After all, everyone present believed that Lang Mohan would definitely use force to suppress them in order to establish his authority. But who would have thought that Lang Mohan would do something so astonishing, leaving Wang Taizhan stunned and his face full of surprise? The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded, clearly not expecting things to develop this way. Even Xie Kuishan and Fan Kishan, who had been looking forward to a fierce fight, had gloomy faces and were filled with disappointment. They sighed inwardly that their original expectations had ultimately been dashed. After a long while, Wang Taizhan finally recovered from his initial astonishment, then threw his head back and burst into laughter. "Brother, you've truly surprised me. In that case,
case, I'll accept this generous gift. Immediately afterwards, he bent down, picked up the pile of glittering monster cores scattered on the ground, and handed them to Lang Mohan with both hands, saying generously, "Brother, you have been so generous. I, Huang, have nothing to repay you with, so please consider these cores as a gift for our first meeting." Lang Mohan smiled slightly, accepted the crystal cores without hesitation, and said loudly, "In that case, I shall respectfully accept your offer." For a moment, the two looked at each other and burst into laughter, their laughter echoing throughout the market, as if they were in a world full of chivalrous spirit, their friendship as rich and passionate as strong liquor. "Brother Wang, if you have nothing else to do, I'd like to invite you upstairs for a drink. It's fate that we've met." Lang Mohan invited. "Alright, let's go have a drink," Wang Taishan shouted with a big smile. He had just acquired a treasure he had always dreamed of, and his joy was palpable. At this moment, he felt a strong liking for this capable and promising new friend and couldn't wait to have a drink with him. "Everyone, disperse. Everyone, go do what you need to do." Seeing that the matter had been resolved so smoothly, the members of the Black Dragon Gang began to disperse the crowd. "Oh dear, it's a shame they didn't fight," someone sighed regretfully. "Yeah, why did the Black Dragon Gang suddenly back down?" another person chimed in. "That young man said he killed the Black Dragon, but I wonder if it's true or not," someone muttered skeptically. "Even if it was poisoned, it still counts as murder, right?" someone else chimed in. Just as the crowd was gradually dispersing, suddenly, a loud and stern shout, like the roar of a great bell, came from not far away. "Lang Mohan, you stop right there." The sound was so loud that everyone present had a buzzing in their ears, as if it were about to puncture their eardrums. Upon hearing the roar, Lang Mohan frowned and looked in the direction from which the sound came. A burly man with a leopard-like head and piercing eyes strode toward him. This person exuded a chilling aura, like a ferocious beast that had emerged from the ancient primordial era. His intense killing intent surged like a tidal wave, sending shivers down one's spine. "A level 7 martial artist," Wang Taishan exclaimed in shock. These 4 words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. The 6th level martial artists present felt it most deeply because the gap between them and the 7th level martial artists was the smallest, so they could truly experience that overwhelming and powerful sense of oppression. Lang Mohan's expression was solemn, his gaze fixed on the figure that was approaching step by step. He secretly wondered who this person was, possessing such terrifying strength. "Who are you?" Lang Mohan asked in a low, wary voice. At this moment, he dared not be careless in the slightest, because he could feel a chilling aura emanating from the other party, just like that of Hu Delu, the principal of Magic Martial Arts School, and Li Jun, the Deadly Hand. "Humph, I am Huang Deluan's older brother, Huang Tianbao." The man snorted coldly and replied through gritted teeth, "Lang Mohan, you really are a master of deception. I never expected to discover your true strength until today." As he spoke, Huang Tianbao continued to stride forward, each step seemingly carrying immense force, causing the people around him to involuntarily retreat. Lang Mohan nodded slightly, indicating that he already knew the other party's purpose, and then replied indifferently, "So, you came here specifically to seek revenge?" As he spoke, his eyes met Huang Tianbao's. In an instant, their sharp gazes collided and clashed in the air, revealing their murderous intent. "That's right. Today is your death day. I will tear you to pieces and use your blood to comfort the spirit of my tragically deceased brother in heaven." Huang Tianbao roared fiercely, his eyes wide with rage. Lang Mohan calmly surveyed his surroundings, looking at the pale-faced onlookers, and slowly said, "This place is too crowded and cramped. It probably can't withstand our fight. How about we move elsewhere?" After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Lang Mohan pointed to a reef 100 meters away from Jinhua Island and said. Huang Tianbao didn't say anything. He leaped forward with lightning speed and arrived on the reef in the blink of an eye. Lang Mohan's face was ashen, his eyes sharp as he stretched out his right hand and shouted, "Give me my battle sword." Before he finished speaking, 2 strong and sturdy gang members struggled to carry a huge and thick battle sword and slowly walked forward. The sword gleamed with a cold light, its blade incredibly sharp. It was clearly a deadly weapon. Seeing this, Lang Mohan suddenly swung his arm, and a powerful suction force suddenly erupted. The sword, which had been tightly gripped by the 2 gang members, broke free of its restraints and flew into his hand like lightning. Immediately afterwards, he moved with incredible speed, disappearing from the spot in the blink of an eye. Only a series of blurry afterimages remained, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. Everyone hurriedly looked ahead and saw that Lang Mohan had already stood steadily on the distant reef. He stood tall and straight, like an unshakable mountain, exuding a breathtaking aura. At this moment, Fan Kexian in the crowd couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Lang Mohan actually wants to fight a level 7 martial artist? This is simply courting death. Xiakuation, standing to the side, said with a mocking expression, maybe after he killed the Black Dragon, he became arrogant and didn't even put a 7th level martial artist in his eyes. Wang Taishan stared intently at the towering figure in the distance. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration seemed to strike him, as if he had remembered something of utmost importance. He raised his hand excitedly and pointed at Huang Tianbao standing on the reef, shouting, "That man is none other than the infamous bloody hand butcher Huang Tianbao." Upon hearing this
Siakuation, who was standing to the side, widened his eyes instantly, his face filled with disbelief, and he stood frozen in place as if petrified. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and stammered to himself, Blood Hand Butcher Huang Tianbao. How could it be him? At the same time, Fan Kexian was also struck dumb, his face turned deathly pale, his eyes were empty and lifeless, and he muttered unconsciously, how could he come to our Donghai?
Long Mohan is probably doomed now.
Wang Tieshan's heart was churning with excitement, his chest heaving as he spoke, his voice trembling slightly.
Bloody Hand Butcher Huang Tianbao
was already famous more than a decade ago, and even among the many level 7 martial artists, he can be considered an outstanding expert. Then, Wang Taizhan took a deep breath and continued his eloquent narration. Speaking of his bloodlight blade technique, it can truly be described as extremely brutal, bloodthirsty, and insane. After successfully advancing to the 7th level of martial arts, he resolutely ventured into the mysterious and unpredictable Black Mountain. During that time, with his unparalleled swordsmanship, he successively slew the terrifying Lord-level monsters, the three-eyed demon spider, the armored giant lizard, and the bloodthirsty Black Panther. At this point, Wang Taizhan paused, his eyes flashing with a mixture of admiration and fear, and then added, later, Huang Tianbao left Dahishan, and came out of the mountains again, and challenged Mo Yiming, the cold Lightblade, who was ranked 17th on the human ranking at the time. Unfortunately, they ultimately fell short by a single move and lost by a narrow margin. However, even so, Mo Yiming openly admitted that Huang Tianbao possessed the strength to rank among the top 30 on the human ranking.
From then on, the name Huang Tianbao began to appear frequently in the public eye.
Wang Tieshan's gaze swept over everyone present, his face bearing a mysterious yet solemn expression.
He slowly continued, have you ever wondered who Huang Tianbao's master was?
He paused, successfully capturing everyone's attention, before revealing the answer word by word. His master is that renowned and revered level 9 expert, a legendary figure who can be called a grandmaster, the Thousand Machine Elder, Sun Qianjue. As soon as he finished speaking, a gasp of surprise rang out from the crowd.
Everyone stared wide-eyed at Wang Taizhan, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard.
What? It's actually the Thousand Machine Elder, Sun Qianjue, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with astonishment and shock. It should be noted that in the entire vast Dragon Kingdom, there are only a dozen or 20 level 9 experts. Each of them possess terrifying strength like human nuclear weapons, with the power to destroy the world. At this moment, people looked at Huang Tianbao with even greater awe. They already knew how formidable Huang Tianbao was, but they never imagined that behind this exceptionally skilled expert stood such an extraordinary master.
With such a background, how many people in the world would dare to provoke them easily? Immediately afterwards, everyone's gaze turned to Long Mohan's lonely figure not far away.
At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Long Mohan appeared incredibly small and fragile. Facing the formidable enemy Huang Tianbao, with whom he was about to engage in a life-or-death battle, and his towering master Sun Qianjue, Long Mohan seemed to have no chance of winning. Thinking of this, many people felt a chill for Lang Mohan, and a deep sense of despair welled up in their hearts. However, unlike them, although Wang Taizhan had only known Lang Mohan for a short time, through their brief interactions, he knew that Lang Mohan was not the kind of person who was reckless and arrogant. He pondered for a moment, then muttered to himself, since he dared to go up and accept the challenge, he must have some trump card up his sleeve. Otherwise, why would he so easily risk his life and throw it away? Lin Feng had been anxiously listening to everyone's discussions. When he heard that his master's opponent was a terrifying level 7 martial artist, his heart jumped into his throat. At this moment, he was extremely anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, at a loss for what to do. Oh dear, what am I going to do? Lin Feng stamped his feet anxiously, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. But he was only a level 1 martial artist, full of will but lacking the strength. He prayed silently, hoping that his master would be able to defeat the powerful enemy safely. On a towering reef in the vast ocean, two figures stood facing each other, as majestic as mountains. The surrounding waves crashed against the rocks like ferocious beasts, creating deafening roars. The sea breeze howled and swept past, as if to tear everything apart. The clothes of the two people fluttered wildly in the gale. Huang Tianbao stared intently at the slightly younger face opposite him, Long Mohan. The resentment in his heart was like a raging fire, almost consuming him completely. Because his beloved younger brother, Huang Diluan, was killed by this man. Long Mohan, why did you commit such a heinous act to kill my brother? Huang Tianbao asked through gritted teeth, his voice filled with endless grief and anger. Long Mohan glanced coldly at Huang Tianbao, a slight sneer playing on his lips. He snorted and said, kill your brother? Humph, he only got what he deserved. Blinded by beauty and desire, he recklessly came to provoke and frame me. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless, you'll only end up being killed by me. After saying that, he slowly turned his head and looked at the surging, endless sea. His expression remained calm and indifferent, as if what he had just said was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. Huang Tianbao trembled with rage, his face as dark as the sky before a storm. He simply couldn't accept this fact. In his mind, his younger brother, Huang Diluan, had always been an obedient, sensible, and filial person. Moreover, Huang Diluan not only has extremely high talent in martial arts, but also possesses extremely rare fire-type superpowers. Originally, Huang Tianbao planned to introduce his younger brother to his mentor, Sun Xianjue, after he graduated and beg his master to accept him as a disciple. However, all the beautiful dreams and expectations vanished at this moment, all because of the cold and ruthless Lang Mohan in front of them. Humph, what else is there to say? You dared to kill my own brother. Today I will take your life to avenge this blood feud, Huang Tianbao said through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, his facial muscles contorted with rage. He slowly drew the long, blood-red sword from his back. The blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight, as if reflecting a blood-red killing intent. Come on, let me see what you're really made of, Huang Tianbao roared, his figure flashing as fast as lightning as he rushed towards Lang Mohan. At the same time, the long and sharp blood-red blade in his hand suddenly burst forth with a bewitching blood-red light, like a death scythe from hell, slashing straight towards Lang Mohan's vital parts. Faced with this fierce attack, Lang Mohan showed no intention of backing down. He suddenly darted forward, his movements as swift as a ghost. Immediately afterwards, the battle sword Pajun in his hand began to dance rapidly, bringing with it streaks of silver lightning, as if it were about to tear this space apart. In an instant, Huang Tianbao's blood-red longsword and Lang Mohan's silver battle blade clashed fiercely in the air, producing a series of crisp metallic clanging sounds. Huang Tianbao's attacks were exceptionally fierce. Each swing of his sword was accompanied by a piercing whistling sound and flashes of eerie bloodlight, sending chills down one's spine. However, Lang Mohan remained calm throughout. His swordsmanship was not only fierce and swift, but also unpredictable, always managing to skillfully evade Huang Tianbao's deadly attacks. In this life-or-death struggle, blood and silver light intertwined, creating a terrifying and breathtaking scene in the night sky. The two sides traded blows, neither willing to yield an inch. The entire scene was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere, as if even the surrounding air had frozen. The two fought so fiercely that they were evenly matched and neither could gain the upper hand, which greatly surprised everyone on Golden Fire Island. Before this, everyone thought that Lang Mohan would be killed by Huang Tianbao with a single blow, without any chance to fight back. However, the battle situation before them took everyone by surprise. No one had expected Lang Mohan to possess such formidable strength. Just as the two sides were locked in fierce combat, suddenly, Huang Tianbao let out an extremely shrill roar. Immediately afterwards, he transformed into a blood-red whirlwind, moving with lightning speed that was too fast for the eye to follow. As he turned, the blood-red light emanating from the blade became even more dazzling, as if it could pierce one's eyes. Mysterious shadow and bloodlight. As Huang Tianbao roared, 13 blood-red rays of light, like spiraling shadows, hurtled towards Lang Mohan from all directions. These blood-red lights carried endless killing intent and a fierce aura, as if they wanted to tear Lang Mohan to shreds. Faced with this incredibly violent power, Lang Mohan's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing within them. At the same time, the battle sword Pajun, which he held tightly in his hand, suddenly burst out with a strong light. Its sharpness was even greater than before, like an indestructible sword that easily cleaved through the void. Sweep through the enemy ranks. Lang Mohan shouted and swung his broken army blade. In an instant, an extremely violent blade light erupted like a surging torrent, forming an enormous blade shadow. This blade shadow carried a world-destroying power, slashing fiercely at the 13 streaks of bloodlight with overwhelming force. Boom! The two enormous forces collided, instantly unleashing a deafening roar. The surrounding reefs were violently destroyed by the shockwave, and the seawater surged wildly, creating a spectacular scene. The battle between the two was like a clash of two destructive forces, causing everyone present to hold their breath and stare intently. The entire battlefield resembled a breathtaking scene, showcasing an earth-shattering battle between two masters. The vast and boundless sea was turbulent, and the reefs that once stood out abruptly had all turned into dust and disappeared into the vast ocean. The two stood on the void, hovering a few feet above the sea. Their vital energy and blood flowed like a torrent to their legs, supporting their bodies and allowing them to stand firmly in this turbulent place. Their eyes met, like two bolts of lightning colliding in the air, sparking intense flames. One of them was named Huang Tianbao, a powerful martial artist whose strength had reached the late stage of the 7th level. The other person was Lang Mohan, who was previously thought to be just a level 6 martial artist. However, at this moment, after a fierce battle, the two sides were evenly matched and unable to gain the upper hand. Huang Tianbao stared intently at Lang Mohan before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a strong fighting spirit. He snorted coldly and said, Lang Mohan, I thought you were just a level 6 martial artist, but I never expected that you could contend with me, a level 7 late stage expert. I underestimated you. Now, I won't hold back anymore. I will do everything in my power to kill you right here. And I hope you won't disappoint me. Show me all your skills. After saying that, the fighting spirit in his eyes grew even stronger, as fiery and dazzling as a burning flame. Faced with Huang Tianbao's provocation, Lang Mohan lightly twirled his long sword, creating a dazzling sword flourish, and then calmly replied, You are indeed a worthy opponent. I can use you to hone my martial arts skills. Before he could finish speaking, Huang
Tianbao roared, "Arrogant! Take this blood blade, overlord blade!" As his roar rang out, the greatsword in his hand instantly burst forth with a dazzling crimson light, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of crimson beams of light were unleashed. These blood-red lights, like extremely sharp blades, shot towards Lang Mohan with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. Seeing such a fierce attack coming, Lang Mohan naturally dared not be negligent in the slightest. He shouted in unison, across all directions. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably sharp sword aura surged out from his body, sweeping towards the dozens of bloody lights like a raging torrent. The two sword energies clashed fiercely in mid-air, producing a deafening clang. The Blood Blade Overlord blade and the 8 directions strike blade intertwined, sword light and shadow crisscrossing and entangled, creating an exceptionally intense scene. The two moved back and forth across the battlefield at a speed that was dazzling to behold. Their flashing swords created a dazzling scene, making the entire battlefield appear as fiery as a blazing inferno. The battle lasted for a while, and the two figures gradually blurred in the flashing blades, leaving only the sound of blades clashing and the explosion of sword energy echoing in the air. Although Lang Mohan was slightly inferior to Huang Tianbao in terms of blood and chi, his amazing speed and excellent defensive ability were in no way inferior. In particular, his swordsmanship was sharp and ruthless, each strike carrying a chilling aura, as upright and unyielding as a sword of justice. Huang Tianbao's repeated attacks failed to succeed, and he gradually became anxious. He originally only wanted to avenge his younger brother, but he never expected to encounter such a powerful opponent. Just then, Huang Tianbao gritted his teeth and pulled out a jet-black sphere from his pocket. Taking advantage of a brief lull in the fierce battle, he threw the black ball forcefully at Lang Mohan without hesitation. The moment the black sphere left his hand, it instantly transformed into 36 extremely tiny throwing knives. These throwing knives, like streaks of light, shot towards Lang Mohan with lightning speed. Upon seeing this, Lang Mohan was greatly alarmed. He quickly brandished his long sword, his body surging with crisscrossing sword energy, attempting to block the sudden attack. However, unexpectedly, these 36 throwing knives seemed to have eyes, and were able to nimbly evade the sword energy that Lang Mohan was vigorously swinging. They darted and weaved through the air like agile fish, always keeping a close watch on Lang Mohan's figure. Lang Mohan felt a chill rise up his spine, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He dared not be negligent in the slightest, pushing his body to its limit as he retreated rapidly. But the throwing knives followed him like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing him and getting closer and closer. Seeing this, Huang Tianbao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smug smile. This throwing knife was a priceless treasure he obtained when he bravely ventured into the mysterious and unpredictable Shenangjia ruins. Once launched, this throwing knife automatically tracks its target and launches a fierce attack. Its speed is as fast as lightning streaking across the sky, leaving the viewer breathless. Its power is earth-shattering, enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, and destroy everything in its path. Even more terrifying is that the throwing knife is coated with a rare paralyzing poison. If an enemy is unfortunate enough to be hit by it, their body will quickly become immobilized as if under a spell, instantly losing their ability to fight. At that very moment, 36 gleaming throwing knives came hurtling in from all directions like a sudden storm, aiming straight for Lang Mohan's vital points. Faced with such a perilous situation, Lang Mohan knew that he was at a critical juncture of life and death, and could no longer afford to conceal his strength. Suddenly, he let out a deafening roar, "Lay Lai!" In an instant, it seemed as if the world itself changed color. In the once tranquil void, countless violent lightning elements seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, frantically converging towards where Lang Mohan was. In the blink of an eye, an extremely powerful electromagnetic field suddenly formed around him, shining with a dazzling purple light, tightly protecting his entire body within it. The flying knives that shot towards us immediately veered off course and flew around haphazardly, like drunkards, upon touching this electromagnetic field. At this moment, Lang Mohan was enveloped in a dense layer of purple electricity, like a thunder god descending from the sky, exuding a terrifying aura that made people's hearts tremble. The 36 originally menacing throwing knives were now completely under his control by his electromagnetic field, unable to break free. Furthermore, as Lang Mohan's control over his lightning abilities deepened and strengthened, the power of his lightning electromagnetic field became increasingly terrifying. Huang Tianbao, who had been watching from a distance, showed an expression of disbelief and horror when he witnessed the rolling lightning rising around Lang Mohan. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed in shock, You're actually a master with such powerful lightning abilities." Lang Mohan remained silent, his face cold and stern, as if he hadn't heard Huang Tianbao's words. He suddenly swung his right hand forward, and 36 throwing knives shot out from his hand in an instant. With the powerful enhancement of the electromagnetic field, these throwing knives, like dazzling streaks of light, hurtled straight toward Huang Tianbao at an astonishing speed. Huang Tianbao was terrified as he watched the 36 deadly flying knives hurtling towards him. He knew he was no match for such a deadly move, so without hesitation, he pushed off with both feet and shot off like an arrow toward Jinhua Island not far away. However, even the battle-hardened Huang Tianbao was helpless against the dense barrage of flying knives. Because once these throwing knives are launched, they only know how to kill the enemy and don't care who their so-called master is. In the blink of an eye, just as Huang Tianbao was desperately running away, Leng Mohan flashed and chased after him as swiftly as a ghost. At the same time, he stretched out his finger again and gently touched the sky. In an instant, a thick bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the once clear sky, striking Huang Tianbao with devastating force. Huang Tianbao was so focused on escaping that he didn't notice the sudden, fatal blow coming from above. With a loud bang, the lightning bolt struck him squarely. Struck by such a heavy blow, Huang Tianbao staggered and fell forward involuntarily, eventually plunging heavily into the turbulent sea. However, Huang Tianbao possessed an extremely powerful physical strength. Despite being struck by the terrifying lightning and falling into the sea, he regained his senses in just a moment. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Huang Tianbao gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to continue his escape. But at that moment, the throwing knives that were relentlessly pursuing them caught up with them like shadows. Huang Tianbao knew there was no way to retreat, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and swing his long sword, trying to block wave after wave of fierce attacks. A series of crisp, ear-piercing impacts rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. Huang Tianbao's blood-stained blade clashed repeatedly with the rapidly flying knives. In just a few breaths, his prized blood-red blade was covered with wounds and nicks of all sizes, while the throwing knives, on the other hand, still gleamed with a cold light, demonstrating the hardness and sharpness of their material. With that dull yet chilling sound, Huang Tianbao ultimately couldn't withstand the dense barrage of flying knives raining down upon him. Several gleaming throwing knives mercilessly pierced his body, though the wounds were not in vital areas and would not immediately kill him. However, the intense dizziness that followed terrified him, as if the whole world was spinning around him. Just then, Leng Mohan, who had been watching from behind, suddenly let out a deafening roar. In an instant, an extremely sharp blade of energy erupted from the long sword in his hand, shooting straight towards Huang Tianbao's vital points like an arrow released from a bow. Huang Tianbao's heart tightened suddenly, and he instantly sensed the scent of death. He hurriedly tried to dodge with all his might. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Leng Mohan's blade energy struck his body with lightning speed. With a whoosh, a blood-red light flashed, followed by Huang Tianbao's shrill scream that echoed through the sky. He fell heavily onto the sea, and blood gushed out from his wounds like a burst dam, forming shocking columns of blood. Upon closer inspection, a huge hole appeared in Huang Tianbao's chest. Leng Mohan's earth-shattering strike had almost severed his body in half. At that moment, the scarlet blood quickly stained the surrounding sea, turning the once calm surface into a blood-red expanse. Huang Tianbao's pale corpse rose and fell with the waves, appearing particularly desolate. Huang Tianbao, who was once arrogant and regarded as a prodigy, died a tragic death. At the same time, the 36 throwing knives that had completed their mission seemed to be drawn together by some mysterious force, automatically gathering together and merging into a black sphere no bigger than a ping-pong ball. The sphere hovered silently in the air, exuding an eerie and chilling aura, as if announcing the end of this bloody massacre. Leng Mohan waved his hand, and the black sphere flew into his palm. He stroked it, thinking, what a nice weapon. But this thing belongs to me now. On Golden Fire Island, everyone present stared in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment. They never imagined that Leng Mohan possessed such terrifying strength. You must know that Huang Tianbao was a top expert who could squeeze into the top 30 of the human ranking, but such a famous figure lost his life at the hands of Leng Mohan. Everyone's eyes followed Leng Mohan's figure as he slowly walked across the sea, and a deep sense of fear welled up in their hearts. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, his steps steady and powerful, as if nothing in the world could stop him from moving forward. The sea breeze howled past, blowing his black clothes and adding to his cold and dignified air. Gentlemen, the matter is now settled. You can conduct your transactions here with complete peace of mind, without any further concerns. I believe that from now on, no one on Golden Fire Island will dare to cause trouble again. A faint smile appeared on Leng Mo's cold and stern face as he spoke in a calm yet firm tone. Upon hearing these words, a chorus of agreement immediately arose from the crowd. Yes, yes. With Mr. Leng here, any fool who dares to cause trouble here is simply courting death. That's right. Even a peerless expert like Huang Tianbao was defeated by Mr. Leng, so who else can compare to him? At this moment, Xie Kuishan and Fan Kishin exchanged glances, then bowed to Leng Mohan and said, Mr. Leng, from now on, our Fierce Tiger Gang and Azure Wolf Gang are willing to take the Black Dragon Gang as our leader and follow your lead. Leng Mohan nodded slightly in agreement, then said loudly, alright, in that case, let's not waste any more time, let's go have a drink together. Wang Taishan, the youngest hunter, said, Brother Leng, you're truly a hidden talent. I think it won't be long before your name appears on the list of heroes. Leng Mohan waved his hand and said, I don't care about these empty titles. Having said that, he took the lead and walked forward, followed closely by Xie Kuishan and the others. The group gradually walked away and disappeared into the bustling market. Nothing on Golden Fire Island was Leng Mohan's original intention, but since things have come to this point, he might as well lay the groundwork here, as he will eventually need to build his own power. The coast of the East China Sea is sparsely populated and no powerful figures are interested in it now, so it's a good opportunity for me to make some moves here. After a meal and some drinks to build rapport, Lang Mohan successfully persuaded Wang Taizhan to take on the position of elder in the Black Dragon Gang. This would not only give him freedom and access to the gang's resources, but more importantly, it would also put him on Lang Mohan's good side. At night, Lang Mohan stared into deep thought at the 6 level 6 monster crystal cores and 10 level 5 monster crystal cores in front of him. Apart from the few coins Wang Taizhan took out during the day, the rest were all gifts from Siekuation and Fan Kashian. Lang Mohan was worried that his chi and blood were not enough to cultivate the 13 protectors' horizontal training, and now he has a good opportunity to replenish them. He swallowed them one by one, and his internal energy and blood levels began to rise rapidly under the system's prompts. Lang Mohan looked at the light screen in his mind, which displayed various data. Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 81 kilograms. Chi and blood value, 1.9 million/2.7 million. Spirit value, 50,000 points. Martial arts level, level 7 martial artist, 900,000/2, 700,000. Martial arts techniques, earth-shaking iron fist, tier 4, mastery, the secret method of embracing the center and maintaining stillness, tier 4, mastery, the 8 directions vertical and horizontal saber technique, tier 6, mastery. Special talents, extreme speed, tier 6, iron skin and bones, tier 6, bone shrinking technique, tier 4, special ability, control of lightning, 6th tier. Lang Mohan's gaze was sharp as he stared intently at the empty space before him. He said in a deep voice, "System, immediately help me upgrade the 13 protectors' horizontal training to the 6th level Great Perfection realm." As his words fell, a crisp notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding, this upgrade requires 1 million chi and blood points from the host. Please confirm whether to continue? Lang Mohan nodded without hesitation and replied, confirmed. Then another notification sound came. Ding, upgrade complete. In an instant, Lang Mohan felt as if his body was enveloped by a mysterious and powerful force. This force was like a warm spring breeze, gently caressing every inch of his skin, every muscle and bone, and even penetrating deep into his internal organs. That wonderful feeling was like parched land receiving timely rain, greedily drinking in the life-giving water. As time went by, Lang Mohan clearly felt his strength increasing at an astonishing rate. His originally somewhat thin muscles gradually bulged, becoming clearly defined and full of explosive power. The bones also emitted a series of crackling sounds, as if the steel had become even harder after being quenched and forged. Even the internal organs seemed to have been greatly strengthened, and their functions became smoother and more powerful. At the same time, a complete and exquisite demonstration of the martial arts technique flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Each move seemed simple, but in reality, it contained endless variations and profound mysteries. These movements were as if he had practiced them since childhood, naturally integrated into his bodily memory, and deeply imprinted in his bones. At this point, Lang Mohan had finally mastered the peerless martial art, 13 Protectors horizontal training. He felt the surging power within his body and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, truly worthy of being a legendary Earth-rank martial art. Just by raising my level 6 to the Great Perfection realm, my strength has more than doubled. My strength has now doubled, and my defense has increased by a full 50%. Add to that my special talent, copper skin and iron bones, and I doubt anyone among the entire 7th tier martial artist can rival me in defense. Thinking of this, Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. The attacks of those 6th level martial artists are nothing more than scratching an itch for me now. Even against a level 7 martial artist, if they don't use weapons, it would be incredibly difficult for them to harm me. I am now at the early stage of the 7th level martial artist realm, but I am still a 7th level martial artist after all. If I could acquire some more high-level monster cores, or precious spiritual herbs, magical pills, and other treasures, I would be able to steadily step into the ranks of level 8 martial artists in the near future. Just then, a crisp and urgent knocking sounded on the door. Clang clang clang, master. It turned out to be Lin Feng knocking on the door. Come in. With my response, Lin Feng pushed open the door and entered. With a face full of excitement, he strode up to me and said, Master, the auction held by our Black Dragon Gang is starting tomorrow. Didn't you keep saying you wanted to find some good treasures at this auction? Take a look at this detailed list of auction items. As he spoke, Lin Feng respectfully handed over a long scroll of paper, which was densely filled with information about various items that would be auctioned. Lang Mohan took the list and examined it carefully. This paper not only clearly describes the unique effects and specific functions of each item, but also clearly marks their grade. For items whose value is difficult to accurately assess, corresponding labels and explanations are thoughtfully provided. Furthermore, the list also details the owner's desired selling price for each item, the reasonable valuation given by the Black Dragon Gang's professional appraisers, and the final starting bid price. Looking at such a detailed and comprehensive list, I couldn't help but exclaim, this is really impressive. This list shows that the Black Dragon Gang is indeed quite professional and reliable. undeniable.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, who was standing to the side, smiled and echoed, "Yes, master."
So you can rest assured and boldly choose the treasure you like. After all, this auction is being hosted by our own people, so the truly good stuff should naturally be prioritized for our own family.
Lang Mohan's gaze swept across the dazzling array of items before him with lightning speed, and two items immediately caught his eye.
The first item was a soul-gathering grass. This is a 6th-tier spiritual herb with extremely miraculous effects.
It can condense a martial artist's soul power, help the martial artist stabilize their soul foundation, enhance their soul strength, protect their soul from external attacks, and prevent their soul from collapsing due to severe damage.
Lang Mohan secretly marveled, "This is truly a rare treasure. I think if I were to devour this soul-gathering grass, I might be able to increase my spiritual power, which hasn't increased in a long time." Looking at the price mark next to the item, its owner actually hoped to sell it for as much as 200 million dragon yuan, but after the Black Dragon Gang's evaluation and pricing, it was finally set at 100 million yuan. Another treasure that interested Lang Mohan was a piece of amethyst warm jade. It is a 7th-tier treasure, possessing the powerful effects of absorbing the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth and nourishing one's blood and chi. For martial artists, wearing this jade would undoubtedly bring a significant boost to their strength. This amethyst warm jade is just the right gift for a level 7 martial artist. It won't make them lose face. After carefully examining the descriptions of the two treasures, Lang Mohan decisively said, "Then it's decided. I will bid for these two items tomorrow."
Lin Feng, go and arrange the relevant matters. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly nodded respectfully and replied, "Yes, master."
"Don't worry, just bid tomorrow. I don't think any fool will dare to compete with our Black Dragon Gang."
The following day, the Jinhua Island auction house was packed with people and bustling with activity. Looking around, there were about 200 or 300 people, some chatting in small groups, others sitting alone waiting for the auction to begin. Meanwhile, Lang Mohan was sitting in a luxurious private room with Wang Taizhan, Xia Kuishan, Fan Kexian, Lin Feng, and others.
Amidst the clamor, a young man dressed in splendid attire strode arrogantly into the venue.
His arrogant stride seemed to pound the ground with holes, each step exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance. Following behind this young master were two burly, muscular men, who resembled two moving iron towers, exuding a chilling and fierce aura.
"Who is this? He looks so arrogant," someone in the crowd muttered. "You don't recognize this person?"
"This is the young master of the Zhou family in Shanghai," someone immediately replied.
"The Zhou family of Shanghai? Is that the Zhou family of the famous Zhou Technology Group?"
The person who asked the question widened their eyes, their face full of surprise.
"That's right, it's that company. This cool suit of armor and sword I'm wearing are all made by them." The respondent proudly showed off his equipment.
"Why would the young master of the Zhou family come to a place like this?" another person asked, puzzled.
"Who knows? Maybe they're looking for something rare. After all, what treasures don't they have at home?" Everyone shook their heads and sighed.
At this moment, the young master of the Zhou family, led by members of the Black Dragon Gang, walked to the center of the first row and sat down steadily. This special arrangement clearly pleased the young master of the Zhou family greatly. A slight, almost imperceptible smile appeared on his lips. As the host announced the official start of the auction, one precious item after another was presented to the audience. However, the young master of the Zhou family kept pinching his nose, his face full of dissatisfaction. These so-called rare treasures seemed to be utterly insignificant in his eyes. The auction is already halfway through, and not a single item that looks even remotely decent has appeared.
My Uncle Chen's birthday is a big deal. If I can't present a presentable gift, wouldn't I lose face in front of all the guests? Zhou Xiao complained anxiously.
His attendant quickly comforted him. "Young Master Zhou, don't worry. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. The truly good things are often saved for last and at the very end. This Golden Fire Island is a notorious black market in the East China Sea. Countless shady treasures are traded here. With your discerning eye and good luck, young Master Zhou, you're sure to find something to your liking."
Hearing this, Zhou Xiao nodded slightly in agreement.
Although he was still a little anxious, he forced himself to wait patiently.
At this moment, the auctioneer on the stage shouted loudly, "The next item to be presented to you is a rare soul-gathering grass. This herb is a 6th-tier spiritual herb, and its effects are incredibly miraculous. It can effectively condense a martial artist's soul power, helping them stabilize their soul foundation and enhance their soul strength." With the auctioneer's detailed and vivid introduction, the audience gradually gained a clear understanding of the miraculous effects of the soul-gathering grass. However, since the cultivation process of low to mid-level martial artists has not yet reached the point of controlling and utilizing soul power, this item, though extremely precious, is not of paramount importance to them.
The starting price is 100 million dragon dollars, and each bid must be at least 1 million dragon dollars higher. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the audience fell into a brief silence. After all, 100 million dragon coins is no small sum, and the soul-gathering grass is not something most people urgently need right now.
However, after a moment, someone finally shouted out the price: 100 million dragon coins per time. 100 million dragon coins twice.
The auction hall hall was quiet and everyone remained silent. The owner of the soul-gathering grass looked anxiously at the audience below, secretly lamenting that this precious soul-gathering grass was going to fail to sell. Just when he was almost in despair, a voice suddenly came from the corner. 101 million. Everyone turned to look and saw an unremarkable-looking man stand up. He was the underling that the Black Dragon gang had arranged in advance. Any more bids? The auctioneer shouted, but all he received in response was a suffocating silence. The entire auction hall seemed to be shrouded in an invisible pressure, and no one dared to easily make a bid. Finally, the auctioneer's gavel slammed down, and he announced loudly, "Sold. 101 million. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding on the soul-gathering grass." Sitting in the front row, Zhou Xiao shook his head slightly and curled his lip in disdain, saying, "We have plenty of this stuff at home. It's just a useless thing. Apart from being somewhat useful for refining pills, it's completely worthless." His attendants quickly echoed his opinion, expressing their agreement with their young master's view. Time passed slowly, and the auction continued smoothly. After a while, the auctioneer revealed a mysterious smile and raised his voice, announcing, "Next up is an extraordinary item. Ladies and gentlemen, please open your eyes wide. It is the 7th-tier treasure, the Amethyst Warm Jade." Amethyst Warm Jade. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, a gasp of amazement erupted throughout the room. "This is a 7th-tier treasure." People whispered in disgust among themselves, their eyes fixed on the beautiful jade radiating a purple glow on the display stand. Even the usually composed Zhou Xiao's eyes flashed with an undisguised gleam as he excitedly exclaimed, "This treasure is amazing. We absolutely must get it. Giving it as a gift will not only impress others but also show our generosity. It's definitely a valuable present." The host stepped forward and explained in detail the amazing effects of Amethyst Warm Jade, captivating everyone present. The auction then officially began. Starting price, 300 million dragon dollars. Each bid must be at least 1,310 million. Young Master Zhou raised his sign without hesitation and was the first to call out the price. His confident demeanor seemed to tell everyone that this piece of amethyst warm jade was rightfully his. 320 million. An unassuming member of the Black Dragon gang, hearing the notification tone coming from his earpiece, couldn't help but shout loudly. As time went on, the bidding became increasingly fierce, and the price skyrocketed, reaching an astonishing 600 million in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had been sitting steadily on the sofa, frowned slightly. His sharp eyes were fixed on the auction stage, and he asked in a low voice, "What exactly is going on? Who is that person? How dare he compete with our Black Dragon gang for something?" Wang Defa, who was standing to the side, quickly lowered his voice and replied, "Boss, that man is Zhou Yaoxing, the young master of Zhou's technology group." Upon hearing this name, Lin Feng's face instantly darkened. He gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Humph, I don't care if he's some young master of the Zhou family or anyone else. Today, this purple crystal warm jade must become my master's possession. No one will be able to take it from me." After saying that, Lin Feng slammed his hand on the table, making the teacups on the table jump. Looking at the furious Lin Feng, Wang Defa inwardly groaned, but dared not disobey the order. He could only nod reluctantly, then turned and walked out of the room with a distressed expression. Just then, as Zhou Gongzi was basking in the joy of his successful bid and feeling smug, a figure suddenly appeared silently beside him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Wang Defa, the vice leader of the Black Dragon gang. "Young Master Zhou, young Master Zhou." Wang Defa cautiously stepped forward and called out softly. When young Master Zhou heard someone call his name, he frowned, turned around, and sized up the unfamiliar man before him. He asked impatiently, "Who are you? What business do you have with me?" Wang Defa quickly put on a smiling face and bowed respectfully, replying, "Young Master Zhou, I am Wang Defa, the vice leader of the Black Dragon gang." However, young Master Zhou clearly didn't take this so-called Black Dragon gang seriously. He merely raised an eyebrow casually, not even bothering to glance at Wang Defa again, completely disregarding him. After all, compared to the powerful Zhou family, small gangs like the Black Dragon gang are as insignificant as ants. Moreover, the Zhou family's highly respected ancestor was a level 8 martial artist, only one step away from the Grandmaster realm, and his fame spread far and wide, intimidating all directions. His father was the only level 7 martial artist in the family, and there were quite a few level 6 martial artists in the family as well. The leader of the Black Dragon gang, a small gang, was only a level 6 martial artist. "We hope that young Master Zhou can be lenient and give our Black Dragon gang some face. Our Black Dragon gang is determined to have this amethyst warm jade, and we beg young Master Zhou to reluctantly part with it." Wang Defa looked at Zhou Yaoxing with a fawning expression. However, Zhou Yaoxing was unmoved, a cold smile appearing on his lips as he mocked, "Humph, your Black Dragon gang? You're nothing but a bunch of rabble. Do you think you deserve the respect of my Zhou family? That's utterly delusional. I'm taking this piece of amethyst jade today. If you have the guts, buy it from me with your money. Otherwise, shut up." Faced with Zhou Yaoxing's arrogant and domineering attitude, Wang Defa was furious, but he also knew that these young masters from powerful families were always arrogant and conceited. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and had no choice but to turn and leave helplessly. How could this arrogant and ignorant young Master Zhou be so out of touch with reality? Upon learning of this, Lin Feng was furious and began to curse loudly. Since experiencing the various benefits of power a few days ago, his temper has grown increasingly irritable and easily angered. Seeing this, Fan Kishan quickly stepped forward to comfort him, saying, "Chief Lin, please calm down.
Don't get angry and hurt yourself. Although our three gangs still have some influence in this East China Sea area and can act recklessly and bully others, but once we enter that base city, facing those powerful and influential families, we'll be as insignificant as ants. They won't even give us a second glance." "That's right, Chief Lin. In my opinion, we shouldn't bother with this young Master Zhou Yaoxing too much.
As the saying goes, it's better to avoid trouble than to cause trouble. There's no need to invite endless trouble for yourself over a piece of amethyst warm jade."
Xia Kuei-shen quickly chimed in.
Lan Mohan's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile as he said, "Very well.
We've always acted with integrity, so let's not bully others. Fair competition is much more satisfying. Let's have everyone continue bidding. I'll start with a bid of 800 million.
At Lang Mohan's command, the Black Dragon gang members sitting in a corner of the auction hall immediately understood. One of his underlings, upon receiving the instruction, stood up without hesitation and shouted, 800 million. This sudden bid was like a bombshell, instantly causing a huge uproar at the auction. The crowd began to whisper among themselves, their voices rising and falling in unison.
My God, they added a whole 200 million at once. Just who is this person? That's incredible. That aura is simply unmatched. At this moment, Zhou Yaoxing, who had been sitting calmly, couldn't help but frown, and his face instantly turned extremely gloomy. His sharp eyes glared fiercely at the Black Dragon gang member who was bidding, and he couldn't help but mutter curses under his breath. Damn Black Dragon gang, how dare they openly oppose me? They really don't know what's good for them. However, Zhou Yaoxing was a man who had seen his share of big events. After a brief moment of anger, he quickly calmed down. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and announced his new price, 900 million. However, before everyone could recover from their shock, an even more astonishing voice rang out again, 1 billion. For a moment, the entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the exorbitant price. Wow, who is this? He's so brave, he doesn't even take young Master Zhou seriously. I heard it's someone from the Black Dragon gang. It looks like today's auction is going to be a fierce battle. Exclamations of surprise came from the crowd. At this moment, Zhou Yaoxing could no longer remain calm.
His face turned bright red, and he stood up abruptly in a fit of rage and shame. A pair of fiery eyes, like a scanner, fiercely scanned the entire venue. Then, he roared at the top of his lungs, "Are you Black Dragon gang tired of living? How dare you challenge my Zhou family? Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Lin Feng watched as Zhou Yaoxing completely tore off his mask of hypocrisy, and the hideous face made him sneer inwardly. Since the other party has already disregarded face, why should he show any courtesy? Without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped out of the private room, a mocking smile on his lips, and said coldly, "Who was the one who refused to give whom face first? This auction has always been based on the principle of the highest bidder wins. If you don't have enough money, just sit there quietly and keep your mouth shut. Why are you shouting and making a fool of yourself?" Zhou Yaoxing had been pampered since birth, and no one had ever dared to speak to him so rudely. At this moment, being publicly reprimanded by a mere underage boy, he felt an inexplicable anger surge to his head, burning his face red with rage. Enraged, he suddenly raised his hand and slammed it hard against the table next to him. With a loud crash, the sturdy table shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground.
Air, you two go up there right now and chop this arrogant brat into mincemeat." Zhou Yaoxing roared furiously.
It should be noted that although Zhou Yaoxing himself is only a level 3 martial artist, his two bodyguards are both level 5 martial artists. However, faced with their master's furious orders, the two bodyguards did not act blindly, but instead hurriedly tried to persuade him. One of them said cautiously, "Young master, this is, after all, Black Dragon gang territory. Black Dragon, the gang leader, is not someone to be trifled with. He's said to be a renowned level 6 martial artist. Moreover, I've heard that the Black Dragon gang, the Fierce Tiger gang, and the Azure Wolf gang are closely connected and share the same interests. If we rashly make a move here, we'll likely only end up hurting ourselves." Zhou Yaoxing's face was contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. He glared and roared, "A bunch of useless trash, utterly worthless. I'm going to get my dad to personally take action and wipe out this despicable Black Dragon gang." After saying that, he clenched his fist forcefully, as if to add weight to his words. Just then, Lin Feng walked up unhurriedly, a disdainful sneer on his lips, and said sarcastically, "Your old man? Oomph, don't dream. Even if he comes, he won't be able to touch the Black Dragon gang in the slightest. Unless you can summon your family's patriarch, there might be no chance." Then, Lin Feng took another step forward, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring directly at Zhou Yaoxing and the bodyguards behind him, and continued, "If you don't believe me, you can go out and ask around and see how the infamous blood-hand butcher Huang Tianbao died tragically at the hands of my master a few days ago. Do you think Huang Tianbao is some nobody? He's a native of Shanghai, and his master, Sun Qianjue, is a renowned and illustrious 9th-level grandmaster who is famous throughout the martial arts world. I've heard that Huang Tianbao's strength is enough to place him among the top 30 on the human ranking. He's no ordinary person.
And what about your father, Zhou Duong?
He's just an ordinary level 7 martial artist, not even making it into the top 100 of the rankings. Compared to him, he's like comparing mud to clouds. Upon hearing these words, the previously arrogant bodyguards' expressions immediately changed drastically. They certainly knew the name of Huang Tianbao, the blood-handed butcher, and had also heard of his master, Sun Qianjue, a 9th-level grandmaster. Thinking of this, one of the bodyguards quickly moved closer to Zhou Yaoxing and whispered, "Young master, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle.
Why don't we retreat first? As long as we're alive, we can always fight again.
There will be plenty of opportunities to avenge ourselves later. There's no need to rush."
However, Zhou Yaoxing was already blinded by rage.
His face instantly turned bright red, like a cooked pig's liver, and his eyes widened so much that they almost popped out. He gritted his teeth and forced out a cold sentence. "Do you expect me to swallow this insult and slink away like this? Do you want me to cower in front of these guys and act like a coward?" Faced with Zhou Yaoxing's questioning, the bodyguard helplessly lowered his head and chose to remain silent. Because he knew very well that Zhou Yaoxing wouldn't listen to any advice at this moment, and what he was trying to say was that he hoped Zhou Yaoxing could be patient for the time being and not act impulsively. Seeing Zhou Yaoxing's stubbornness, the bodyguard could only sigh inwardly, unsure of how to handle the situation.
"Get out of here.
This isn't the bustling, extravagant, and decadent metropolis of Shanghai, nor is it a place where your Zhou family can act recklessly and throw tantrums." Seeing Zhou Yaoxing's fearful expression, Lin Feng felt even more smug. He curled his lips into a contemptuous smile and said, You. Zhou Yaoxing felt as if countless bees were buzzing in his ears, and an unnamed rage surged into his heart as if it would burn him to ashes. However, at that moment, suddenly, a surge of scorching air rushed up like a tidal wave, hitting his head directly. His vision went completely black, and he stumbled and fainted.
"Oh dear, something terrible has happened. Young Master Zhou has fainted."
The two bodyguards standing to the side reacted quickly, rushing forward and supporting Zhou Yaoxing's swaying body on either side. Then, like dragging a dead dog, they hurriedly pulled him out of the venue.
The entire auction hall descended into chaos.
The crowd stared in astonishment at the sudden turn of events, then erupted in deafening laughter.
"Ha ha ha, this is hilarious.
Zhou Yaoxing is usually so arrogant and domineering, but I never expected him to get such a setback today and even faint from anger."
"That's right, don't they even know where they are? How dare they be so insolent? They're just asking for trouble."
The crowd buzzed with discussion, and various jeers and jeers filled the air. At this moment, the auctioneer quickly cleared his throat, trying to quiet the room. He picked up the small hammer in his hand, slammed it on the table a few times, and shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet."
The
auction was disrupted by this young Master Zhou, but it's alright, let's resume the auction of this rare treasure, the amethyst warm jade. The starting bid remains at 300 million.
As soon as the words were spoken, the originally noisy venue instantly fell silent.
Everyone held their breath, and their eyes were all focused on the warm amethyst jade that was emitting a mysterious light. After a long silence, someone finally broke the silence and shouted out the first bid, 310 million. However, unlike the previous fierce bidding, the scene was unusually quiet at this moment, and no one was raising the price anymore. Everyone present knew very well that this piece of amethyst warm jade was the item that the Black Dragon Gang wanted to bid on. They had all witnessed the tragic end of young Master Zhou from Shanghai, so naturally no one was willing to easily offend this powerful force.
So no one was bidding 310 million twice. 310 million 3 times.
Sold. The auctioneer brought down the gavel, and the room erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. However, amidst this lively atmosphere, only the original owner of that amethyst warm jade had a mournful face, full of regret and resentment. The treasure, originally worth 1 billion dragon yuan, was now auctioned off for a mere 310 million, a huge discrepancy that tore his heart apart. Even so, he dared not utter the slightest complaint or dissatisfaction. After all, this piece of amethyst warm jade was something he had acquired by chance. If someone were to offer 1 billion to buy it, he would really worry about whether he could leave the East China Sea alive with this huge sum of money. Although the Black Dragon Gang can guarantee the safety of transactions on Golden Fire Island, once they step off the island, no one can guarantee that their life and property will be protected. At this moment, the two bodyguards, Ada and Aer, carefully lifted the unconscious Zhou Yaoxing and slowly left the bustling Jinhua Island. When they finally boarded their luxurious aircraft, Zhou Yaoxing, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide.
"Young master, you're all right," Ada exclaimed with delight upon seeing Zhou Yaoxing wake up.
Zhou Yaoxing didn't respond to Ada's words, but glared at him fiercely with red eyes, and then said through gritted teeth, "If I don't avenge this humiliation, I, Zhou Yaoxing, swear I'm not a man."
Upon hearing Zhou Yaoxing's harsh words, both Ada and Aer fell silent.
They knew their young master's temperament well. Once he made up his mind to do something, he would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. After a while, Zhou Yaoxing seemed to calm down a bit, and then instructed the 2 bodyguards, after you go back, immediately conduct a full investigation into the Black Dragon Gang, including their membership, sphere of influence, and daily activities.
I want to find out everything about them.
Also, Uncle Lee's birthday is in a few days.
I must do everything I can to persuade him to come out of retirement and lend me a hand. I want to wipe out the entire Black Dragon Gang. Not a single one will be left alive. After the Golden Fire Island auction ended, life seemed to suddenly become calm, and no other major events occurred. After careful consideration, Lin Feng decided to leave Wang Defa behind to handle the follow-up matters. Wang Taizhan readily agreed, expressing his willingness to stay until the transaction was fully completed.
With Wang Taizhan, a level 6 martial artist, in charge, even if those with ill intentions in the surrounding area are eager to make a move, they probably won't be able to stir up much trouble. Lin Feng rushed back to the village without stopping. With utmost respect and gratitude, he devoutly paid homage to the respected old village chief who had once led the people. After the worship ceremony, Lin Feng rested briefly before setting off to bring Miss Chui to Black Dragon Mountain. Lang Mohan stayed at Black Dragon Mountain for 2 more days, during which time he closely monitored every move within the Black Dragon Gang. Seeing that everything was progressing smoothly and in an orderly manner, he felt secretly gratified. Thus, the idea of leaving gradually took hold. That day, Lang Mohan found Lin Feng and said earnestly, "Lin Feng, I plan to return to Shanghai. If you encounter any troublesome matters in the future, just give me a call. It is truly remarkable that you have ascended to the position of leader at such a young age, but you must not let this lead you to indulge in arrogance and recklessness. You must know that in this martial arts world, only profound martial arts skills are the foundation for survival. Only those with sufficient strength can firmly hold on to this top position. You must diligently practice the techniques I taught you, and never slacken your efforts." Lin Feng was filled with reluctance at the prospect of Lang Mohan's impending departure. However, all good things must come to an end, and he knew that Lang Mohan's return was for a reason. After all, there were only 2 days left until Li Jun's birthday party. Finally, under Lin Feng's deeply affectionate farewell gaze, Lang Mohan embarked on his journey home, disappearing into the distance. In the heart of this bustling city stands an incredibly luxurious villa complex. At that moment, a crisp, piercing sound rang out from inside the villa. Snap! A beautiful porcelain vase worth hundreds of thousands of yuan crashed heavily to the floor, instantly shattering into countless fragments. Outside the villa stood 2 beautiful maids. They looked at each other, their faces filled with fear, and whispered among themselves. One of the maids said worriedly, "Is the young master still angry? It's been several days now." Another maid sighed softly and replied, "Yes, ever since the young master came back last time, he has been locking himself in his room drinking and throwing tantrums. He has smashed almost all the precious ornaments in the room." At this point, the maid paused, her expression growing increasingly terrified, then whispered, "Do you know Xiao Hong? She's the maid who always serves the young master personally. Last night, she was carried out of his room, and I heard she's dead." Before she could finish speaking, another maid stared wide-eyed and exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Little Red is dead? How could this be?" The maid who spoke first quickly covered the other person's mouth, nervously reminding her, "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let the young master hear. If we anger him, none of us will be in good shape." Just as the 2 were still in shock, a furious roar suddenly came from inside the house. "Where is that bitch Shuchi? Where the hell have you been? Get your ass back here right now." It turned out that the beautiful maid standing at the door was Shuchi. When she heard the roar, her body trembled involuntarily, and a look of extreme fear immediately appeared on her face. However, she knew all too well that she could not disobey the hot-tempered young master in the house. So, she gritted her teeth, put on a look of resignation, and slowly pushed open the heavy door with trembling hands. As soon as the door opened, the room was a complete mess. Broken porcelain, overturned tables and chairs, and books and miscellaneous items scattered all over the floor, as if they had just experienced a fierce storm. The air was thick with the pungent smell of alcohol and a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere. Zhou Yaoxing was wearing a loose bathrobe, half-naked, and holding a red pill. As the pill slid down his throat, a bewitching red appeared on Zhou Yaoxing's tired and greasy face, and his expression began to become excited. He squinted his eyes and twisted his body wantonly, as if enjoying it immensely. This is the infamous hallucinogenic drug found on the black market. His actions terrified Shuchi even more. Shuchi trembled with tension, knowing that the young master had taken an stimulant even more potent than the forbidden drug before the great nirvana. Zhou Yaoxing suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the trembling Shuchi, and a hint of excitement flashed across his face. He lightly beckoned with his finger, pointed to his feet, and lewdly said, "Crawl over here on your knees." Shuchi suppressed her fear and crawled over step by step, trembling uncontrollably with nervousness. Zhou Yaoxing leered and said, "Raise your head." Shuchi's eyes glistened with tears as she stiffly raised her head. Seeing the terrified look on their faces, Zhou Yaoxing became even more excited. He exclaimed, "Open your mouth." Shuchi trembled as she obeyed Zhou Yaoxing's commands, her face streaked with tears, her eyes gleaming with helplessness and fear. Looking at her, Zhou Yaoxing's lips curled into an even more cunning smile. He gently rubbed the pill in his his hand, as if enjoying the thrill of being in control of everything. Be a little more obedient. Zhou Yaoxing's voice was clearly teasing. This kind of appearance is really irresistible. As he watched Shuqi tremble in fear, his desire grew even stronger. Shuqi replied in a trembling voice, "Young master, please spare me."
Ha ha ha. Zhou Yaoxing couldn't help but let out a lewd laugh. Let you go? I want to see you trembling with fear like this.
Seeing the tears in Shuqi's eyes, he suddenly pushed her to the ground and shoved the pill in his hand into her mouth. Filled with an uncontrollable desire, Zhou Yaoxing's eyes became even more ferocious, as if he wanted to devour her completely. Zhou Yaoxing muttered under his breath, his eyes flashing with a crazed light, "Long Mohan, I want you dead. I want you dead." Shuqi closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face, her heart filled with endless despair. Zhou Yaoxing's madness and debauchery left her feeling powerless and terrified, and all she could do was let out helpless screams. This room, which should have been peaceful, has now become a twisted and terrifying hell. The woman outside the door heard a series of chilling sounds coming from inside the house, sounds that seemed to come from the depths of hell, each one striking her fragile heart. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, and her body swayed precariously like a withered leaf in the wind, as if she might faint at any moment from extreme fear. Time passed second by second, and an hour later, there was finally no more movement inside the house. A moment later, two burly men with cold faces strode in. Dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses, they exuded a chilling aura. These two were none other than Zhou Yaoxing's personal bodyguards, Ada and Aer. However, they ignored Su Hua's terrified face, walked straight past her, and went into the house with serious expressions. An eerie atmosphere permeated the room, as if even the air itself had frozen. Not long after, Ada and Aer reappeared at the door. At this moment, they had something else in their hands, a white bed sheet. The bed sheet tightly wrapped around a human-shaped object, which looked heavy. As they passed by Su Hua, she glanced at them instinctively, and what she saw terrified her. A corner of the bed sheet had slipped down, revealing a pale, snow-white wrist. On her wrist was a gleaming silver bracelet, a bracelet that was all too familiar to Shuqi, as it was the very accessory that Shuqi loved to wear. Shuqi is dead. She was actually tortured to death by the young master. This thought flashed through Su Hua's mind like lightning, instantly shattering her rationality. She felt everything go black, the world spin, and her whole world collapsed. Then, like a puppet that had lost its support, she collapsed to the ground with a thud. At this moment, Su Hua had completely lost control, repeatedly muttering, "Shuqi, Shuqi." Tears streamed down her face like a burst dam, blurring her vision. Zhou Yaoxing slowly walked out of the house, looking exhausted. His face was frighteningly pale, and his once handsome features were now twisted and ferocious, like a demon who had just had a feast. When he saw the paintings and calligraphy lying on the ground, a flash of disgust and annoyance crossed his eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and kicked the paintings and calligraphy hard in the head. With a muffled thud, Su Hua's petite body was kicked several meters away like a kite with a broken string, before crashing heavily onto the cold ground and falling still. Zhou Yaoxing frowned, raised one hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight, and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, this is so damn disappointing. These two people in a row are so easily exhausted, it's really boring. After he finished cursing, he staggered as if he were about to fall at any moment, and swayed as he walked toward the room. Upon entering the room, he collapsed heavily onto the bed like a lump of mud, and in the blink of an eye, he began snoring and fell into a deep sleep. Not long after, Ada and Aer returned. When they stepped outside, they immediately saw the lifeless calligraphy and paintings on the ground, their bodies cold and devoid of any vitality. However, the two of them remained unusually calm in the face of such a scene, as if they were already used to it and showed no surprise whatsoever. Then, without saying a word, the two of them stepped forward, slowly lifted the body of the calligraphy and painting, and then left the room quietly as usual. The whole process was quiet and quick. Night fell quietly, and all around was silent. Zhou Yaoxing, lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes groggily, feeling an unbearable pain in his head as if it were about to explode. He groaned in pain as he fumbled around for something, finally managing to grab a bottle of strong liquor. Without saying a word, he unscrewed the bottle cap, put the bottle opening to his mouth, and took a big gulp. The incredibly spicy liquor burned down his throat, bringing a strong tingling sensation, but at the same time, it instantly cleared his previously drowsy mind. After regaining his composure, Zhou Yaoxing picked up the phone placed beside the bed and skillfully dialed a number. A deep voice came quickly from the other end of the phone. "Young master, you're awake." Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Yaoxing immediately asked, "Ada, have you investigated Long Mohan's background thoroughly?" "Yes, he lives in Jiangbei Base City," Ada replied. It's just a mere Jiangbei Base City, what's there to be afraid of? Send men over there immediately and take care of his parents." Zhou Yaoxing said viciously. "I understand, boss." But, Ada hesitated, then stopped himself. "But what? Speak up," Zhou Yaoxing shouted impatiently. "We also found out that Lang Mohan has a younger sister who is in junior high school," Aishao reported cautiously. Upon hearing this, a lewd smile flashed in Zhou Yaoxing's eyes. His lips curled into a chilling grin. He, since that's the case, then bring his sister to me. Remember, bring her to me unharmed. I want to personally teach her a lesson." After finishing Finishing the phone call, Zhou Yaoxing let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, Lung Mohan, you're just a lowly commoner, yet you dare to fight me. I'll make you watch your loved ones die one by one. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. I'll toy with your sister right in front of you. I'll show you the consequences of offending me, Zhou Yaoxing. After indulging in his fantasies, Zhou Yaoxing calmed down. He clicked his tongue and dialed the number again. Ada, I can't wait any longer. Does Lang Mohan have any close friends or relatives in Shanghai? Let me grab one and have some fun. Ada said, his roommate at Magic Mart is on good terms with him. But young master, we'd better not get involved with anyone from Magic Mart. After all, we can't afford to offend them. Zhou Yaoxing scoffed, with so many people at Magic Martial Arts University, if one goes missing or dies, who's going to investigate? We have our ancestor backing us up. We can handle any trouble, no matter how big. Let's bring him to our secret base. I'm going to have some fun there tomorrow. After several days of separation, Lang Mohan finally set foot on this familiar land again at the Magic and Martial Arts University. When he returned to the dormitory, he was surprised to find that Zhang Yang was not in the room. At first, Lang Mohan didn't take it to heart, thinking that Zhang Yang might have just gone out to run errands or met up with other friends. However, as night fell, Zhang Yang was still nowhere to be found, which made Lang Mohan feel a little suspicious. Lang Mohan tried dialing Zhang Yang's number several times, but each time he heard the cold message, the user you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Now, Lang Mohan began to wonder, where exactly did Zhang Yang go? Why won't you answer the phone? Is something wrong? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Lang Mohan's bed, marking the start of a new day. When they arrived at the classroom, the teacher took attendance as usual. When Zhang Yang's name was called, the classroom fell silent. No one responded. At this moment, Lang Mohan finally realized that something might be wrong. After class, he hurriedly asked the students around him if they had seen Zhang Yang, but the answer was unanimous. No one had seen Zhang Yang in the past 2 days. Just then, Ji Mingxiu, who always loved to joke, came over with a grin and teased, maybe Zhang Yang got lost. Although he knew Ji Mingxiu was joking, Lang Mohan's heart still tightened. He frowned and said seriously to everyone, please help out and look for him. We mustn't let anything really happen. Although Zhang Yang is a local, and in theory it shouldn't be easy for him to get lost, there's always a chance of something going wrong. Lang Mohan suddenly remembered that there was an important matter waiting for him to handle today. He had to attend Li Jun's birthday banquet. To show respect and courtesy, Lang Mohan specially changed into a brand new set of clothes, making him look exceptionally energetic and handsome. But at this moment, his mind was not on his clothes at all, but rather preoccupied with his missing friend Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was not only his roommate, but also the first friend he made in Shanghai. Although there are some utilitarian factors involved in their relationship, friends are still friends after all. Just then, an indescribable sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in Lang Mohan's heart. On the other side of Shanghai, there is a place called Jinmei Garden. This area is filled with rows of detached villas, each with its own unique features and exquisite beauty. What's even more astonishing is that these villas are located in one of the most bustling and vibrant areas of Shanghai. As such, one can imagine how precious this land is, truly worth its weight in gold, and its level of luxury is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After Lang Mohan arrived here by taxi, he took out the exquisite invitation from his pocket and showed it to the security guard at the door. After careful verification, he was finally granted permission to enter this mysterious and prestigious villa area. However, he had only taken a few steps when a very familiar voice reached his ears. Wow! Is this the legendary residence of the nobles of Shanghai? It's as beautiful as a fairyland. The speaker was Zhang Jiyan. Her big, bright eyes were wide open, her face full of surprise and envy. At this moment, she was staring intently at the dreamlike and beautiful scene before her, as if she were in a real garden. Lin Boxian said with a big smile, Senior Li is a renowned level 7 martial artist. Only someone of his status and position is worthy of living in such a luxurious villa. Let's go in quickly. You see, everyone invited here today is a prominent and influential figure from all walks of life in Shanghai. If we're lucky enough to meet a few promising young talents, this trip will truly be worthwhile. Standing to the side, Zhang Jiyan nodded slightly in agreement and said softly, Baekhyun, you did a really good job this time. Hearing his beloved's praise, Lin Baekhyun was overjoyed, and a blissful smile bloomed on his face. He excitedly said, seeing you smile is the greatest happiness of my life. However, Zhang Jiyan secretly felt that these words were rather nauseating, but she couldn't bear to spoil Lin Boxian's pleasant mood, so she had to suppress her discomfort and smile without saying a word. Just then, a tall, slender figure hurried past them. Zhang Jiyan couldn't help but be drawn to the figure. The man was tall and imposing, with a steady gait, giving off an inexplicable sense of pressure. She stared at the person's retreating figure, muttering to herself, why does this person look so familiar? Lin Boxian followed Zhang Jiyan's gaze, and upon recognizing the person's face, he was greatly surprised and blurted out, isn't this Lang Mohan? What's he doing here? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiyan also looked surprised and lowered her voice to say, isn't Huang Tianbao always at odds with Lang Mohan? Didn't he go and cause
trouble for Lang Mohan? Why don't we chase after him and find out what's going on?
As they spoke, the two quickly followed the tall, slender figure.
Lang Mohan.
Zhang Jian's angry and anxious shouts echoed in the air, but Lang Mohan seemed not to hear them, continuing to walk forward as if nothing had happened, pondering to himself why they had appeared here. Seeing that Lang Mohan was ignoring her, Zhang Jian quickened her pace to catch up, reaching out to grab the hem of his clothes. However, whenever she was about to reach him, Lang Mohan seemed to sense it in advance and quickened his pace, making it so that Zhang Jian always just missed him by a little bit. Lang Mohan raised his head, his gaze falling on a magnificent and luxurious villa not far ahead. Above the villa's main gate, two large characters were engraved in a flowing, elegant style, Li Mansion.
At this moment, the area in front of the Li residence was bustling with activity, as many elegantly dressed servants were busy greeting the guests coming and going.
Just then, a sharp-eyed waiter spotted Lang Mohan and quickly stepped forward with a beaming smile, respectfully gesturing for him to come in and enjoy some fragrant tea. Lang Mohan, you stop right there. Zhang Jian caught up breathlessly, completely disregarding her status as a lady from a respectable family, and shouted at the top of her lungs. This sudden, angry shout was like a thunderclap in the crowd, instantly attracting the attention of many guests at the door. Seeing this, Zhang Jian's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of smugness flashed in her eyes. She walked gracefully up to Lang Mohan, straightened her back, looked him straight in the eye, and questioned him sternly. Lang Mohan,
do you know where you are? Do you know what an important day this is?
How dare a clueless liar like you brazenly infiltrate this place? These words caused an uproar at the scene. Like a bomb dropped into a calm lake, it instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. Just then, the people around suddenly erupted in chatter and began whispering and discussing among themselves. Although Lang Mohan was well-dressed and handsome, everyone was more inclined to trust Zhang Jian, the girl who wore an exquisite and fitted dress and shone like a dazzling pearl. Someone couldn't help but say, judging from this young man's appearance, he really doesn't seem like a conman. However, another voice immediately retorted, as the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not their heart.
Do you think a liar would have the word liar engraved on their face?
Someone else commented, these days, it's unbelievable that even a conman can be so handsome. Some even sighed regretfully, it's a pity he only has a pretty face. Despite the pointing fingers and doubts from the crowd, Lang Mohan remained calm and composed. He spoke slowly and calmly, saying, Zhang Jian, you're really persistent. You're always following me around, going against me at every turn, making things difficult for me.
Is it all just to satisfy your petty vanity? Hearing this, Zhang Jian couldn't help but sneer and retorted, who's following whom here? We came here today specifically to attend Senior Li's birthday banquet. We were all formally invited.
But you're clearly a hypocrite with ulterior motives, trying to infiltrate this place to do those shady things. Lin Baxian calmly pulled out a bright red invitation from his pocket, then proudly declared to the crowd, look everyone, we are legitimate guests with invitations.
This guy is most likely a fraud. He must have taken advantage of the crowded and noisy environment today to sneak in,
and who knows, he might even be plotting something sneaky or nefarious. As Lin Baxian finished speaking, many guests and staff members responsible for welcoming guests turned their attention to Lang Mohan.
Their gazes were filled with doubt and skepticism, clearly indicating that everyone had deep doubts about Lang Mohan's true identity.
Faced with this situation, Lang Mohan couldn't help but feel annoyed, but he was unwilling to get entangled with Zhang Jian and the others indefinitely. So he quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden invitation card, holding it high to show everyone,
who says I don't have an invitation card? Open your eyes and look carefully. However, to Lang Mohan's utter surprise, when Zhang Jian saw the golden invitation, she burst into a sharp and piercing laugh without any restraint.
Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Have you lost your mind? How dare you show such a fake invitation and embarrass yourself like this?
Open your eyes and look closely. All the invitations we have are red.
If you wanted to forge them, you could at least make them the same color as ours.
Now even the color is completely different. You've been completely exposed.
Zhang Jian laughed so hard she almost fell over, pointing at the golden invitation in Lang Mohan's hand with a look of disdain on her face. Lang Mohan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then looked down at the golden invitation in his hand.
The document bears Li Juanlong's elegant signature and Lang Mohan's clear and unmistakable name. He hadn't paid much attention to the color of the invitation before.
Just then, a deep and mysterious voice suddenly came from the once bustling banquet hall.
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a guest dressed in a black tailcoat whispering to his companion, did you know?
It is said that Senior Li once sent out more than a dozen extremely precious gold invitations. These invitations were personally written by him and were specially used to invite those prominent and distinguished figures. For example, there's our mighty General Qin from the Shanghai War Zone, the wealthy and powerful head of the Zhou family, Principal Hu of the Magic Martial Arts University with his countless students, General Chen of the garrison commanding a large army, and the illustrious war god Commander Wang, and so on.
Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jian, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but show a look of astonishment.
A hint of doubt and surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes as she thought to
herself, could it be that the invitation in Lang Mohan's hand is the legendary rare golden invitation? If that's the case, it's just too unbelievable. At this moment, the staff member in charge of welcoming the guests stepped forward with a smile and politely accepted the invitation from Lang Mohan's hand with a very respectful attitude. He carefully unfolded it, examined it closely, and then a look of awe appeared on his face. He said sincerely, "Dear Mr. Lang, please forgive our previous oversight. After verification, this is indeed a gold invitation handwritten by the host himself. We are truly honored by your presence." However, just as people were curious and amazed by Lang Mohan's identity, a cold laugh full of disdain and mockery suddenly came from not far away. Everyone turned to look and saw a tall, handsome young man with a strange fragrance walking slowly towards them with elegant steps. This man was Zhou Yaoxing. Today, he was wearing a well-tailored, high-quality slim-fit suit that perfectly accentuated his slender figure. His meticulously styled hair was neatly combed, clinging tightly to his scalp without a single strand out of place, as if every single hair had been precisely placed in the most suitable position. What's even more striking is that his fair face is covered with thick foundation and vibrant makeup, making him look as dazzling as a star on stage. The rich, exotic fragrance emanated from him continuously, permeating the entire banquet hall and giving people an unusual feeling. On the man's wrist was an exquisite and expensive high-tech watch, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, as if it contained endless high-tech secrets. Around his neck hung a necklace meticulously crafted from monster crystal cores. The crystal cores emitted a mysterious and dazzling light, each one priceless. Such luxurious accessories unmistakably highlighted his incomparably noble status. "Oh my, who is this guy? A grown man wearing such heavy makeup." Someone couldn't help but mutter under their breath. "Hey, you don't even know him? This is young Master Zhou from Zhou's technology group. He's incredibly powerful." Another person quickly chimed in, his tone full of awe. "What? He's young Master Zhou. I've heard his father is a powerful level 7 martial artist, and his grandfather even reached the astonishing level 8 martial artist realm." Another person exclaimed, looking at young Master Zhou with envy. "He truly is a scion of a legendary aristocratic family. He is indeed extraordinary." Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Zhang Jian, who originally disliked Zhou Yaoxing, suddenly had a gleam of joy in her beautiful eyes after learning of his illustrious identity. She thought to herself, this Zhou Yaoxing doesn't seem too bad. Although he's a man, he wears heavy makeup. But I suppose a big family like theirs always has a unique style. At this moment, Zhou Yaoxing also noticed Zhang Jian, who was as dazzling as a star in the crowd. As if they were of one mind, the two of them turned their gazes to each other almost simultaneously. A hint of longing flickered in the depths of Zhang Jian's eyes, while Zhou Yaoxing's eyes revealed an undisguised strong desire and possessiveness. Zhou Yaoxing sneered at Lang Mohan, his hatred growing even stronger. He said coldly, his golden invitation must be fake. How could someone from a poor background, who managed to get into the Shanghai martial arts school by sheer luck, possibly receive an invitation from Uncle Li? And a golden one at that. People around them started pointing and whispering again, as if they were watching a fascinating show. Lang Mohan smiled and looked at Zhou Yaoxing, saying slowly, "So it's you. It's true what they say, enemies are destined to meet. I didn't expect to run into you here again." His tone revealed a hint of mockery and disdain. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaoxing laughed mockingly and said coldly, "Our Zhou family and the Li family are old friends. How could trash like you from the bottom of society understand this?" His tone was full of arrogance and contempt, as if he regarded Lang Mohan as an insignificant being. A murderous glint flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that today was Li Jun's birthday, Lang Mohan would have killed him no matter what. Lang Mohan stared at the welcoming waiter with a stern expression, and asked in an icy tone, "I'm asking you, is this invitation real or fake?" The waiter's heart tightened, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He quickly took the invitation, examined it carefully, and then respectfully replied, "Honored guest, this invitation is indeed genuine. Please come inside." Although the waiter was unclear about the entanglements and conflicts between these people, he knew that the situation could not be allowed to deteriorate further. So he did not dare to delay and quickly led Lang Mohan into the courtyard. As soon as Lang Mohan stepped into the main hall of the courtyard, he looked around and saw that a lot of people had already gathered there. However, he found most of these faces unfamiliar. Just then, he heard announcements coming from the doorway. "General Qin from the Shanghai War Zone has arrived." As the announcement was made, everyone's eyes turned to the door, where a dashing man in military uniform strode in. "General Chen from the Shanghai garrison has arrived." Immediately afterwards, another imposing general entered the hall. "Principal Hu of Magic Martial Arts Academy has arrived." The person who walked in this time was a scholar with a refined and scholarly demeanor. "Commander Wang, the god of war, has arrived." A lithe and imposing officer followed closely behind. "The Zhou family head of the Zhou group has arrived." More than 20 powerful figures of high rank and influence arrived in succession, each of whose appearance caused a small commotion. Their arrival made the already bustling Li residence even busier. Everyone in the Li family began to work in a tense but orderly manner to ensure that these distinguished guests could be properly
properly entertained. As the host, Li Jun naturally dared not be negligent. He personally walked briskly to the door to greet the guests, his face beaming with a warm smile, exchanging pleasantries with them. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire scene became increasingly fervent, as if a grand celebration was unfolding. However, at this moment, everyone present was focused on those famous and respected figures, completely forgetting about Lang Mohan. He was left all alone in an extremely remote corner, surrounded by second or third-rate characters from Shanghai. Just then, a portly middle-aged boss sitting next to him noticed the young Lang Mohan and asked with a big smile, "Brother, may I ask where you work?" "I am the chairman of Huang's Materials Company in Shanghai." Lang Mohan slightly raised his eyes and calmly replied, "I am just a student at Magic Martial Arts University." Upon hearing this, the chubby boss's already small eyes lit up instantly, and he asked with great interest, "So you're a student of Magic Martial Arts University? You must have come with Principal Hu, right?" Lang Mohan replied indifferently, "That's not the case. I'm just an ordinary student." Upon hearing this, the fat boss's smile froze instantly, and the light in his eyes dimmed quickly. He replied perfunctorily, "Oh, I see." Then, as if remembering something, he changed the subject and said, "In that case, you should eat more of the food here today. You should know that the dishes prepared by the Li family today are all top-quality delicacies carefully cooked by a 5-star chef. Young people like you probably rarely get to see them on ordinary days. As for me, I often have the opportunity to taste such delicacies because of business dealings. Speaking of which, young man, you're quite impressive, managing to infiltrate the Li family's birthday banquet at such a young age. When I was your age, I didn't have such a great opportunity." Lang Mohan remained silent, intending to sit for a while, present his gift, say goodbye to Li Jun, and then leave. This birthday banquet was utterly pointless. As soon as the fat boss finished speaking, his darting little eyes began scanning the entire room like radar, and he quickly locked onto his target. His face instantly lit up with a smile, and he carefully held the wine glass in both hands, walking hurriedly toward the person with slightly bloated steps. As he walked, he greeted everyone warmly, "Young Master Zhou, it's been so long. I wonder if you still remember me. I'm Xiao Huang from Huang's Materials Company." At this moment, Zhou Yaoxing was surrounded by a group of people, chatting and laughing, displaying the demeanor of a noble young master. Hearing the call, he turned his head slightly and did indeed have some impression of the smiling, overweight man in front of him. Thinking back to the antique vase I accidentally broke a few days ago, wasn't it a gift from this person? So he smiled and replied, "Oh, it's Mr. Huang. It's fate that we meet here today." Upon hearing this, Boss Huang was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, "That's right, young Master Zhou. As soon as I heard there was a gathering here, I knew someone like you would definitely be invited, so I came to pay my respects to you." Zhou Yaoxing took a sip of his drink and said casually, "Well, our group needs to purchase a batch of important materials recently, and we are currently preparing for the bidding process. If Mr. Huang is interested, you can try to participate in the bidding." Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang's small eyes widened immediately, his excitement evident. He quickly said, "Oh my, thank you so much, young Master Zhou, for this opportunity. I wonder if you still like the antique vase I gave you last time. I recently acquired 2 wonderful pieces, a Ming Dynasty white-glazed porcelain plate depicting a maidservant exquisitely beautiful. I will personally deliver them to your residence tomorrow. Please do not hesitate to admire them." Zhou Yaoxing smiled slightly and replied politely, "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Huang." Witnessing that this unknown boss Huang was able to obtain a valuable opportunity from young Master Zhou, the people around him immediately became even more obsequious, doing everything they could to flatter and please young Master Zhou. They fawned over Zhou Xiao, showering him with obsequious praise. The scene was truly astonishing. Not far away, a beautiful figure caught everyone's attention. That was Zhang Jian. Her captivating eyes, glancing around, revealed a longing and yearning for the scene before her. "This is the real high society life I want," Zhang Jian thought to herself. "Although Lin Boxian listens to me obediently, when it comes to family background, he's far inferior to this young Master Zhou." Thinking of this, Zhang Jian couldn't help but gently stroke the exquisite wine glass in her hand, her mind racing as she considered how to strike up a conversation with young Master Zhou. After all, in her view, this Mr. Zhou would undoubtedly become a key stepping stone and entry ticket for her to enter high society. Just then, Zhou Yaoxing, who had been the center of attention, suddenly noticed Lang Mohan sitting alone in a corner not far away. A slight, almost imperceptible sneer flashed across his lips. Immediately afterward, Zhou Yaoxing strode towards Lang Mohan, deliberately raising his voice as he said, "Oh ho, isn't this Lang Mohan with the golden invitation? Why is he being placed in such a secluded corner?" However, in the face of Zhou Yaoxing's obviously provocative words, Lang Mohan simply turned away as if nothing had happened, not even bothering to look at him directly. However, Zhou Yaoxing clearly had no intention of letting Lang Mohan off the hook. He secretly plotted how to make this guy he disliked look ridiculous in front of everyone. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile, and continued in a provocative tone, "Oh, shouldn't a big shot like you, with your high position and power, be drinking and chatting with General Qin, Principal Hu, and Commander Wang?
Yaoxing, those other prominent figures? Why are you sitting here all alone, looking like a lonely soul? Just then, Zhang Jian walked up to her as quickly as a gust of wind. In fact, making Lang Mohan look bad in public was something she secretly longed for. Moreover, if she could use this opportunity to get in touch with young Master Zhou, that would be even better. So she chimed in, saying in a coquettish voice, that's right, he knew perfectly well that his so-called golden invitation was fake. Although he managed to sneak in here using some underhanded methods, he didn't have the guts to show his face openly. What if someone I know recognizes me later? I'll be exposed right there and then. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiao couldn't help but turn his gaze to Zhang Jian. The woman before him had a beautiful face, skin as white as snow, arched eyebrows, and a pair of large, watery eyes that twinkled like stars in the night sky. Her cherry-red lips were naturally red and delicate. With such a bright and beautiful appearance, she can be considered an extremely rare beauty even in the bustling city of Shanghai. Zhou Yaoxing sighed inwardly, this woman should only exist in heaven, she's a rare sight on earth. I absolutely cannot miss this golden opportunity to get to know her. Thinking of this, Zhou Yaoxing immediately put on a gentlemanly smile, gracefully stepped forward, and said softly, what this lady said is absolutely right. Great minds think alike. May I ask the name of such a beautiful and charming lady? May I ask? Seeing this, Zhang Jian was extremely pleased with herself. She deliberately made her voice sweet and coquettish, and replied coquettishly, oh, Mr. Zhou, you can just call me by my nickname, Jian. Miss Jian, it is truly my great honor to have the chance to see your beautiful face today. Zhou Yaoxing, all smiles, hurriedly bowed his head and bent over, his body almost at a 90-degree angle. At the same time, Zhang Jian slowly extended her slender, jade-like fingers. Seeing this, Zhou Yaoxing quickly and carefully took Zhang Jian's hand and gently kissed it. However, in this seemingly ordinary gesture, Zhou Yaoxing subtly squeezed Zhang Jian's hand. Despite Zhou Yaoxing's frivolous behavior, Zhang Jian's face remained calm, but a hint of anger and provocation flashed in her beautiful eyes as she glared at Zhou Yaoxing. With just that one glance, Zhou Yaoxing was instantly captivated, his mind completely blank. If no one were around at this moment, he probably would have already been unable to suppress his inner impulse and pounced on Zhang Jian to the ground, doing whatever he wanted. This woman is truly stunningly beautiful, with a beauty that could topple kingdoms and make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. She is simply too captivating. At this moment, it was as if an invisible current was intertwining and colliding between the two. Their burning gazes were like dry wood meeting a raging fire, or like snakes and rats sharing the same nest, each harboring their own secrets and acting in unison. All sorts of complex thoughts were hidden in their intersecting eyes. Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from the crowd. Mr. Li is out. Hearing the sound, everyone turned to look, and saw Li Jun, dressed in a loose and comfortable casual tang suit, walking steadily out of the house. Behind him followed more than 20 high-ranking and powerful individuals, all of whom exuded an aura of authority and power. Upon seeing Li Jun appear, the surrounding people immediately swarmed around him and surrounded him. Today is my 56th birthday. I am deeply grateful to the distinguished people from all walks of life who have taken time out of their busy schedules to celebrate with me. I, Li Jun, feel that my blessings are shallow and my virtue is shallow. I have wasted these decades of my life and have accomplished nothing remarkable. However, I am extremely humbled and overwhelmed by the kindness and favor shown to me by all my friends today. Here, Li Jun has specially prepared a small feast and sincerely invites everyone to enjoy themselves. If there is any inadequacy in the hospitality, please forgive me for my old face. After Li Jun finished his polite remarks, everyone began to present their carefully prepared birthday gifts one by one. At this moment, the master of ceremonies, who was in charge of announcing the names, shouted loudly, General Qin has sent a ginseng root of the 8th grade, wishing Mr. Li good health and long life. Before he finished speaking, a chorus of exclamations erupted from the surrounding crowd. It should be noted that this 8th grade Dragon Eye ginseng is an extremely rare and priceless item. Then, the MC continued, General Chen presents Mr. Li with an 8-tiered, 5-colored mushroom, wishing him health and longevity as well. These words elicited gasps of surprise from the crowd. This 5-colored cloud fungus was also a rare treasure. Then, the MC announced loudly again, Principal Hu of Magic Martial Arts University presents Mr. Li with a section of 8th grade purple thunder bamboo, and sincerely wishes him happiness, health, and a long life. As the names of each incredibly precious gift were announced, the atmosphere became increasingly lively. The surrounding audience couldn't help but gasp and exclaim in amazement. After all the items these big shots offered were tier 8 items, and each gift was worth no less than 1 billion, which was truly astonishing. Li Jun listened with a smile as his old friends presented him with carefully prepared gifts, his eyes sparkling with joy and his face radiating happiness. After the respected elders had presented their gifts one by one, everyone eagerly awaited the moment when the younger generation would give their gifts. Zhou Yaoxing stepped forward with steady and respectful steps, bowed slightly, and said in a gentle voice, Uncle Li, I have prepared a small gift for you, a piece of 7th grade, 3-star copper essence. I sincerely wish you good health and a long and happy life. Upon hearing this, Li Jun burst into laughter, waved his hand, and said, Ha, Yaoxing, your father has already given me a generous gift. You don't need to spend so much. Wouldn't it be better to keep these as pocket money for yourself? However, Zhou Yaoxing responded sincerely, Uncle Li, the gift my father gave you represents the respect of the entire family. While this is just my personal sentiment, the two sentiments are naturally incomparable. I hope you will accept it with a smile. At this point, the surrounding guests also began to chime in. Someone laughed and said, Old Li, you should accept it quickly. After all, this is all from the child's sincere heart. Others nodded in approval, saying, that's right, look at Yaoxing, they've really put a lot of thought into your birthday. Some even gave a thumbs up and praised, Yaoxing is a really good kid, he's bound to have a bright future. While everyone was talking amongst themselves, Zhou Yaoxing remained well-behaved and polite, a stark contrast to the perverted, cruel, and tyrannical image that people usually had of him. Just then, Li Jun glanced to the side and found Lang Mohan sitting there quietly by himself, looking rather lonely. He waved his hand gently, a friendly smile on his face, and said loudly, Brother Lang, why are you sitting alone in that corner? I was looking around and thought you had something to do and couldn't come today. As he finished speaking, everyone present turned their heads and focused their attention on the person Li Jun had greeted. The person in question was none other than Lang Mohan, who had previously been questioned and accused of looking down on others. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd, and many people looked on with astonishment and confusion. They simply couldn't imagine what kind of mysterious background this seemingly ordinary young man had that would make a powerful expert like Li Jun address him as brother. At this moment, Lang Mohan naturally couldn't refuse Li Jun's request. He slowly stood up, walked forward with steady and powerful steps, clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and solemnly said, I wish Brother Li boundless happiness and longevity. Hearing Lang Mohan's sincere words of blessing, Li Jun's smile deepened. He strode forward, grabbed Lang Mohan's hand tightly, turned to face the crowd, and loudly introduced, everyone, this is my good brother, Lang Mohan. Don't underestimate him just because he's young. He's actually already a powerful martial artist who's about to surpass me. These words were like a thunderclap that exploded on the scene, leaving everyone stunned and speechless, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The fat, yellow-haired boss, in particular, stared wide-eyed and gaped, dumbfounded at the young man before him. Recalling his boastful and arrogant behavior in front of Lang Mohan, he wished he could immediately raise his hand and slap himself a few times. Such a remarkable person was standing right in front of me, and instead of cherishing the opportunity to befriend him, I arrogantly showed off in front of him. Looking back now, I was incredibly foolish and deserved to die. At this moment, Zhang Jian's beautiful face was distorted by extreme jealousy. She stared intently at Lang Mohan, who was being treated affectionately and warmly by Senior Li, her heart filled with resentment and bitterness. She muttered to herself, why? What makes Lang Mohan so special that he gets such treatment from Senior Li? Why can't it be me? In terms of talent, I, Zhang Jian, am a once-in-a-century genius. In terms of appearance, I am a beauty that could topple kingdoms. In what way can I possibly be inferior to that despicable Lang Mohan? Lin Boxian, standing to the side, looked at Lang Mohan, who was surrounded by stars and radiating dazzling light, and sighed deeply. He knew very well that no matter how hard he tried in his life, he would never be able to catch up with Lang Mohan's pace of progress. From now on, she may only be able to hide humbly in Lang Mohan's huge shadow forever, with no chance of ever getting ahead. Thinking of this, Lin Baxian's eyes dimmed. However, Zhou Yaoxing on the other side had a face full of resentment and malice. He glared at Lang Mohan through gritted teeth, his anger burning fiercely. He never expected that Lang Mohan and Li Jun were so familiar with each other, even to the point of addressing each other as equals. However, he was always just an insignificant junior in front of Li Jun. This disparity almost drove Zhou Yaoxing to the brink of madness. His jealousy surged like a tidal wave, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Just then, Li Jun warmly grabbed Lang Mohan's hand and introduced him to the group of bigwigs around him with a big smile. Come, everyone, let me introduce you. This is my good brother, Lang Mohan. Let's all get to know each other well. If we happen to meet in our Dragon Kingdom in the future, I hope you'll all take good care of him for my sake. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hu Delu burst into laughter and replied, Old Li, you're being too polite. The students from our Magic and Martial Arts Academy are all elites among elites. They don't need you to help them expand their network. Upon hearing this, everyone looked puzzled and turned to Hu Delu, seemingly wanting a reasonable explanation from him. With a proud smile on his face, Hu Delu said loudly, You may not know this, but Lang Mohan is the most outstanding genius in the history of our Magic and Martial Arts Academy, and he's still a student. Just then, Chen Zhonglong, who was standing to the side, came over and joked with a smile. Hey, brotherly, to tell you the truth, I've known Lang Mohan for a long time. He was once the top champion of our Jiangbei High School Martial Arts League. He's incredibly skilled. He had already achieved remarkable feats before even graduating from high school. Once, during a terrifying beast horde battle, he single-handedly charged forward and actually managed to slay a terrifying level 5 monster, the purple-striped cloud-winged tiger. Hearing this, the renowned war god Wang Zhenhai, who was standing next to him, could not contain his excitement and quickly interjected, My little daughter Chanqian often mentions the name Lang Mohan to me. They both study at the Magic and and Martial Arts Academy, so they must know each other quite well, right? Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan subconsciously reached out and touched his nose, pondering to himself. You should know that not long ago, he personally wiped out an entire squadron of the roughing mercenary group, and even the squadron leader Wang Wei and other members all died at his hands. Thinking of this, Lang Mohan composed himself and then smiled as he said, yes, I have indeed met Wang Qianxian a few times, so we are somewhat familiar with each other. Upon hearing this, Li Jun burst into laughter and said, oh dear, I didn't expect that you all know this kid Lang Mohan. It seems that my original plan to introduce him to people and expand his network is going to fall through. Just then, Zhou Yaoxing's father, Zhou Hengjian, keenly noticed the resentful look in his son's eyes. Following his son's gaze, he saw that his son was staring straight at Lang Mohan. Based on his understanding of his son, Zhou Hengjian instantly realized that there must be some kind of conflict between his son and the man named Lang Mohan in front of him. Zhou Hengjian smiled, but his words carried a hint of provocation as he said, since this young friend Lang is brother Li's close friend despite the age difference, I'm sure he has prepared a generous gift for such an important occasion as today. I wonder what kind of precious and rare gift it is. Upon hearing this, Li Jun, who was standing to the side, frowned slightly, clearly quite dissatisfied with Zhou Hengjian's words. However, given the current situation and their relationship, he couldn't show his displeasure on the spot and could only suppress his displeasure and remain silent. Seeing this, Zhou Yaoxing quickly pressed his advantage, saying, yes, we're all very curious. We wonder what kind of gift Lang Mohan will give. If it's just some cheap stuff, it probably won't express his sincerity and respect for Uncle Li. At this moment, Zhang Jian, who had been silently observing the situation, already understood everything. She knew Lang Mohan's background well, and the prominence he displayed today had already aroused a strong sense of jealousy deep within her. At this moment, she naturally hoped to see Lang Mohan make a fool of himself in public, so that she could feel a sense of satisfaction. So, she smiled sweetly and chimed in, the gift Lang Mohan gave must be extraordinary, perhaps even more impressive than the one you prepared, young Master Zhou. Even the most obtuse among the bigwigs present could see the animosity between Zhou Yaoxing and Lang Mohan, and understood that Zhou Yaoxing was deliberately trying to embarrass Lang Mohan in front of everyone. Chen Zhenglong secretly resolved that if he saw Lang Mohan show even the slightest sign of difficulty, he would immediately step forward to help Lang Mohan resolve the crisis. Facing the curious, expectant, or ill-intentioned gazes of the crowd, Lang Mohan remained calm and composed, a faint smile still playing on his lips, as he replied unhurriedly, how did you know I had a precious gift delivered to me? Lang Mohan's lips curled slightly as he leisurely reached into his pocket. Everyone's eyes followed his movement, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Finally, Lang Mohan slowly took out a small and exquisite wooden box. The surface of the box was carved with delicate patterns, as if it contained some kind of mysterious power. Lang Mohan gently placed the wooden box in his palm, then carefully opened the lid. In an instant, a faint but dazzling light burst forth from the box, illuminating the faces of everyone present. Upon closer inspection, everyone saw that it was a beautiful purple jade stone lying quietly inside. The jade stone was crystal clear, and its dreamlike colors were captivating. Wow! It's actually a 7th-tier amethyst warm jade. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in surprise, instantly breaking the previous silence. The others quickly echoed his exclamation. This is an incredible treasure. It's said to have the magical effect of nourishing the soul, someone exclaimed excitedly. That's right. Treasures of this caliber are incredibly rare. Their value is simply immeasurable, someone else added. Moreover, it is in no way inferior to the 7th-tier 3-star bronze essence that Zhou Yaoxing gave us before. Some people even compared the two. Immediately, discussions arose all around, with various words of praise ringing out. However, these words sounded like sharp thorns to Zhou Yaoxing, making his face grow increasingly grim. His meticulously made-up face was now contorted with rage, a bluish tinge showing beneath his once fair skin. In stark contrast, Li Jun, standing to the side, burst into laughter. He stepped forward, patted Lang Mohan on the shoulder, and said, Brother Lang, this gift is truly precious, but more than the gift itself, I value your sentiment. After saying that, he waved his hand warmly, signaling the butler next to him to come forward and take the gift, and said, Come, friends, please come in with me and let's have a good drink. After speaking, she reached out without hesitation and tightly grasped Lang Mohan's long and strong hand. Then, with firm and bold steps, she strode confidently into the mansion. Everyone's eyes followed closely as Lang Mohan and the group of imposing and powerful figures walked into the inner hall. Standing there, watching their departing figures, Zhou Yaoxing felt a surge of anger, like a volcanic eruption. His once handsome face was now contorted with rage, his eyes blazing with fury, his teeth grinding together, and the resentment in his heart was beyond words. Just then, Zhang Jian gracefully stepped forward and asked softly, Young Master Zhou, do you also despise Lang Mohan so much? Zhou Yaoxing turned around upon hearing the voice, and his mood instantly improved when he saw the stunningly beautiful and graceful woman in front of him. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his agitated emotions, and then said in a deep voice, That's right, I hate that Lang Mohan to the core. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian's beautiful eyes flashed, and she quickly
quickly chimed in, "Oh dear, what a coincidence.
I also hate Lang Mohan to the core."
Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaoxing's face immediately lit up with joy, thinking to himself that this was truly a godsend. So he generously suggested, "Since we have a common enemy, why don't we find a quiet place to have a good drink and chat about how to deal with that despicable Lang Mohan?" Zhang Jiyan readily agreed, and the two quickly found a quiet place to sit facing each other. For the rest of the time, they enjoyed the fine wine and food while endlessly listing all of Lang Mohan's faults, sometimes gritting their teeth and sometimes glaring angrily. Before they knew it, the banquet had lasted for a full 2 hours. Slightly tipsy, Zhou Yaoxing took Zhang Jiyan's hand and said, "Jiyan, my cat can do somersaults, do you want to go see it?" Zhang Jiyan said, "Really? I really want to see it." Meanwhile, in the inner hall, Lang Mohan, with his outstanding talent and extraordinary charm, successfully blended in with a group of bigwigs, and they chatted happily together. It's important to know that these people are all well-known and influential figures in Shanghai, each possessing extraordinary strength and extensive connections. I believe that this in-depth exchange will definitely benefit Lang Mohan's future development. In the afternoon, Lang Mohan and Hu Delu, having eaten and drunk their fill, returned to Magic Martial Arts Academy together.
When I returned to the dormitory at Magic Martial Arts University, Zhang Yang still hadn't come back. Lang Mohan went outside and saw Ji Mingxiu smoking. Yusher called out to him and asked, "Ji Mingxiu, have you received any news about Zhang Yan?"
Ji Mingxiu shook his head, his expression grave, and replied, "So far, we haven't received any news about Zhang Yang, and we don't know what happened to him."
Could something really have happened to him?
Lang Mohan frowned slightly, a sense of worry rising in his heart. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and onto the incredibly luxurious bed. Zhang Jiyan slowly woke up, feeling sore and weak all over, as if her whole body had been disassembled and reassembled. Every movement felt like thousands of tiny needles were pricking her body at the same time. She struggled to open her eyes, her slender, willow leaf-like eyebrows furrowing slightly as she looked at Zhou Yaoxing, who was still fast asleep beside her, completely unaware of her presence.
He couldn't help but curse inwardly, "That damn guy is a beast. He almost killed me last night."
Despite her discomfort, Zhang Jiyan struggled to sit up. She looked down at her exposed skin, which was covered with bruises and welts, some of which were even oozing blood. Seeing this, she could no longer suppress her anger and grievances, and cursed under her breath again. "I never thought this guy would
be so monstrous.
If it weren't for my level 2 martial artist's strength, I would probably have been tortured to death by him long ago." Despite her resentment, Zhang Jiyan quickly got dressed. She didn't want to stay there a moment longer. However, just as she was about to turn and leave, a pair of strong arms suddenly wrapped tightly around her slender waist from behind.
Zhou Yaoxing's slightly languid voice rang in her ear. "Baby, are you in such a hurry to leave? Have you forgotten how much fun we had last night?"
Hearing this, Zhang Jiyan sneered inwardly. "Humph, of course you're happy, but I'm suffering.
But in order to get on your good side, I can only keep these words to myself."
So she feigned shyness and scolded, "Oh dear, I still have classes at school today. I'll be late if I don't hurry." Zhou Yaoxing didn't seem to have any intention of letting go of her. Instead, he hugged her even tighter and said mysteriously, "Don't rush, baby.
Don't go yet.
I'll take you to see something really fun later."
"And haven't you always harbored hatred for that Lang Mohan?
What we're about to do will surely cause him unbearable pain and utter despair."
Ding!
A crisp and abrupt notification sound suddenly rang out on Lang Mohan's communication software, breaking the original silence. His heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously clicked to take a look. The scene before him made his eyes widen instantly, and his anger erupted like a volcano.
What appeared on the screen was a heartbreaking video. The usually energetic and spirited Zhang Yang was now beaten black and blue, a pitiful sight.
His hands and feet were tightly bound, and he hung helplessly in midair. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure, whose entire body was covered in thick mosaic, was wielding a thick leather whip and lashing it fiercely at Zhang Yang as if he had gone mad. Each lash brought with it a piercing whistling sound, followed by the dull thud of the whip hitting flesh. The Zhang Yang in the video has lost his former glory. He keeps emitting shrill screams that seem to penetrate people's souls and send chills down their spines. Meanwhile, the merciless whip continued to fall on his body without mercy, again and again, seemingly without ever stopping. Lang Mohan stared intently at the video, his teeth grinding together, his eyes practically spitting fire. The anger in his heart was like a raging torrent, one wave higher than the next. He wished he could rush to that place right now and personally tear the guy who had cruelly treated Zhang Yang to pieces.
Just then, a sinister voiceover suddenly came out. "Lang Mohan, how is it? Doesn't it feel especially good to see this scene? Who told you to offend me without knowing your own death?
Let me tell you, not only will you die without a burial place, but your so-called friends and family will also die one by one in endless pain and despair."
Ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter echoed in the air, filled with evil and arrogance. Then another voice followed, angry, furious, in pain. "Hee hee, I love seeing you like this, it's so funny."
After saying that, he burst into unrestrained laughter again. Before the words were even finished, the entire screen suddenly went black, and the terrifying video abruptly ended.
Unable to bear the torment any longer, Lang Mohan picked up his phone without hesitation and quickly dialed the other party's number. However, the cold system notification tone ruthlessly told him that the other party had already blacklisted him. Lang Mohan quickly recalled the people he had offended in Shanghai, and soon names came to mind one by one. Zhou Yaoxing, it must be that damned Zhou Yaoxing. We've had a deep grudge against him lately. It's definitely him. The more Lang Mohan thought about it, the more terrified he became, and even a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. The Zhou family is a powerful and influential family. If they really want to harm my family, the consequences would be unimaginable. The thought of this terrifying possibility made Lang Mohan's heart race, as if it were about to leap out of his throat. Without the slightest hesitation, Lang Mohan quickly took out his phone and rapidly dialed that extremely familiar number. The call was quickly answered, and the father's steady yet concerned voice came through the receiver. "Hello, son." Hearing his father's voice, Lang Mohan's anxious heart calmed down a little, but his tone was still extremely anxious. "Dad, where are you and Mom now? Your mother and I are at home." "What's wrong, son? Did something happen? Also, your school is about to have its winter break, right? Are you coming home to see us then?" The father's words were full of longing and concern for his son. However, Lang Mohan had no time to care about any of this at the moment. He took a deep breath and tried his best to keep his voice calm. "Dad, I accidentally offended an enemy in Shanghai. The other party is quite powerful. I'm worried they'll send people to Jiangbei to cause trouble for you, Mom, and your younger sister, so please don't go out recently. MOU, don't go to school. Stay home for a while until I've completely sorted things out here. Then you can go out and do your own thing." Upon hearing this, Lang's father was shocked. He never expected that his usually sensible and obedient son would get into such big trouble outside. But he still tried to remain calm and comforted his son, saying, "Son, don't be afraid. We live in Shanshui Garden, which is the most prestigious villa area in Jiangbei Bay City. The security measures are extremely tight. Those criminals shouldn't be able to break in so easily. But since you've said so, let's do as you say and stay home for now. But your sister hasn't gotten out of school yet. I'll ask the school for leave for her as soon as she gets out." Although the father tried to sound relaxed, he couldn't hide his nervousness. "Son, can you handle this?" Lang Mohan's expression was calm and composed as he slowly said, "Dad, please don't worry. I can solve any problems on my end, but I am truly concerned about the situation at home." Hearing this, Father Lang sighed deeply and replied in a heavy tone, "Son, I am powerless to help you now. All I can do is try to avoid causing you any more trouble." After speaking, the father's deep remorse was evident in his words. However, Lang Mohan comforted his father, saying, "Dad, don't say that. From now on, I will be the one to support this family." Afterwards, the father and son talked for a long time. At the end, Lang Mohan said, "If this matter can be handled properly, I will definitely go home during the winter vacation." Unexpectedly, as evening approached, Mr. Lang called again, his voice filled with anxiety. "Son, something terrible has happened. Your sister has disappeared. I've called their school and even reported it to the police." Lang Mohan was already flustered, but in an instant, he forced himself to calm down, quickly regained his composure, and reassured him, "Dad, don't panic. My sister will definitely be alright. You can just stay home and wait for news. I might know her whereabouts. Leave your sister's affairs to me." Lang Mohan hung up the phone with a gloomy expression, feeling as if a raging fire was burning in his chest, which instantly transformed into an extremely intense killing intent. He clenched his teeth, his cheeks bulging with rage, and squeezed out a hateful utterance. "Zhou Yaoxing, you beast, I swear I will not be human if I do not tear you to pieces and slice you into 1,000 pieces." Before he could finish speaking, Lang Mohan had already pulled out his phone with lightning speed, his fingers trembling as he opened the video he had received earlier. His eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the screen, scrutinizing every detail, hoping to find even the slightest clue. And so he focused intently and tirelessly reviewed it several times, just when he was almost about to give up. Suddenly, a very brief but crucial scene came into view, in the corner of the video frame. A pair of pink high heels flashed by, appearing for only a fraction of a second, but still couldn't escape Lang Mohan's sharp gaze. "These shoes. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before." Lang Mohan frowned, trying hard to search for relevant information in the depths of his memory. He closed his eyes, various scenes flashing through his mind, trying to grasp that fleeting inspiration. Finally, like a lightning bolt streaking across the dark night sky, he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of sudden realization flashing in them. At the same time, he cursed viciously, "Zhang Jian, so it was you, you bitch. These are clearly the high heels that Zhang Jian wore." Then, more memories related to these shoes came flooding back. That's right, Zhang Jian wore these shoes at the banquet hosted by Li Jun yesterday. Lang Mohan became more and more furious as he thought about it, and veins bulged on his forehead. In that case, Zhang Jian must be in cahoots with Zhou Yaoxing. She must know Zhang Yang's whereabouts. If my sister really falls into their hands, given Zhou Yaoxing's heartless nature, he will definitely torture her in every way possible, just as cruelly as he treated Zhang Yang. They might even film it to provoke me and carry out shameless retaliation. Thinking of this, Lang Mohan could no longer suppress his anger. He gripped his phone tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force, as if he wanted to crush the phone. "Zhou
Yaoxing frowned, his brain racing like a high-speed machine. He thought to himself, the current head of the Zhou family, Zhou Hengjian, is just an ordinary level 7 martial artist. If I go directly to his door like this, it won't be difficult to take his life. However, the Zhou family patriarch is a genuine level 8 martial artist. With my current strength, I have absolutely no chance of winning a head-on confrontation with a level 8 martial artist. Since a direct assault won't work, we'll have to resort to strategy. Now that Zhang Jian and Zhou Yaoxing are together, I just need to keep a close eye on Zhang Jian, and I'm sure I'll find Zhou Yaoxing's trail. Thinking of this, a resolute look flashed in Zhou Yaoxing's eyes, and he acted decisively.
Lin Baxian and Zhang Jian are inseparable. If you find Lin Baxian, you'll find Zhang Jian. Before long, he quickly obtained a clue about Lin Baxian, and Lang Mohan swiftly located Zhang Jian.
At that moment, a fierce argument was taking place in the stands of the school playground.
Lin Baxian grabbed Zhang Jian's arm tightly, his face full of anger as he questioned, Jian, why didn't you come home last night?
I called you countless times, but you never answered.
Did you sneak off to Zhou Yaoxing's house? And what happened to these shocking injuries on your body?
Faced with Lin Buxian's repeated questioning, Zhang Jian struggled with all her might, trying to break free from his hands that were tightly gripping her like iron clamps. However, no matter how hard she tried, it was all in vain. This was because Lin Baxian, being a level 4 martial artist, possessed a strength far beyond what she, with only a level 2 martial artist cultivation, could contend with. At this moment, she was like a fawn trapped in a desperate situation, powerless to resist the threat of a ferocious wolf. Her beautiful eyes widened in anger as she stared intently at Lin Baxian, roaring, Lin Baxian, can you please stop treating me like this? But what she received in response was Lin Buxian's face, which was distorted by extreme anger, and his increasingly fierce questioning. Tell me clearly, did you sleep with Zhou Yaoxing or not?
And all these marks on your body, weren't they inflicted by that bastard in bed?
Upon hearing such offensive words, a deep look of disgust flashed in Zhang Jian's eyes.
She gritted her teeth and said, word by word, Lin Baxian, do you even understand the situation? We're just ordinary friends.
I have the right to choose who I associate with, and even more so, the right to decide who I sleep with.
That's entirely my personal freedom, so please stop bothering me.
Lin Baxian's face was extremely gloomy at this moment, as if a terrible storm was about to erupt at any time. His eyes widened, and he roared at Zhang Jian with a look of utter despair. You actually slept with him.
Since we met, I have always treated you sincerely and wholeheartedly, and I can honestly say that I have never wronged you in any way. I've never even kissed your hand, but what about you? She actually cheated on me with another man.
By the end, his voice was hoarse, revealing endless pain and despair.
I've given you so much. I've given you almost everything I had without reservation.
For so long, I have been silently enduring all kinds of hardships and grievances by your side, without complaint or regret, working tirelessly and without resentment. But now you're so casually telling me that we're just ordinary friends. Lin Baxian's face was ashen, and his voice was so cold it seemed to freeze the air. You keep saying you've done so much for me, but all you want is to sleep with me. Stop trying to act all high and mighty here.
Zhang Jian sneered disdainfully. Let me be blunt with you today.
We're not on the same path at all. Since I met Zhou Yaoxing, I've realized that only the two of us are truly compatible at our core. Her eyes gleamed with a firm and resolute light, and the scene of her and Zhou Yaoxing brutally torturing Zhang Yang yesterday flashed through her mind. That was what she truly loved.
Moreover, your two families have such vastly different backgrounds. If I don't choose him, why would I choose you? You should give up on this idea as soon as possible. From now on, give up on that idea. I,
Zhang Jian, only wish to be the woman of a strong person in this life. These words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Lin Baxian's heart. Upon hearing these heartless words, Lin Baxian felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, chilling him to the bone. In an instant, he felt as if his soul had left his body, leaving him feeling somewhat lost and disoriented. His hands, which had been tightly gripping Zhang Jian's, seemed to lose their strength and involuntarily loosened. So from beginning to end, you never truly loved me. All along, I was just a stepping stone for you to climb higher in your life. Lin Baxian's eyes were empty and lifeless, and he muttered to himself, as if he had lost all perception of the world. Looking at Lin Baxian, who was listless and like a walking corpse, Zhang Jian couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. She parted her lips slightly and said softly, Lin Baxian, I know I'm not a good woman, so just forget about me.
If you really feel you've been taken advantage of then I'll just sleep with you once.
However, these words not only failed to untie the knot in Lin Buxian's heart, but instead struck his already battered heart like an incredibly heavy iron hammer. With a muffled thud, Lin Baxian felt his heart shatter instantly, turning into countless fragments scattered on the ground. The faith that had sustained him all along collapsed at this moment. His face was ashen, a terribly sad smile lingering on his lips, and he staggered away into the distance. His mouth opened and closed, muttering something to himself in a low voice that was almost inaudible, but from his pained and contorted expression, one could guess that it must be some unpleasant words. Zhang Jian stood quietly, gazing at Lin Buxian's retreating figure until it disappeared from sight, and sighed softly. Then, she took out her phone and skillfully dialed Zhou Yaoxing's number. Hey, young Master Zhou,
It's already this late and you're still not up? Oh dear, I'm so bored being all alone. Why don't you send a car to pick me up? By the way, after we finish eating, shall we go to that usual spot again? You've got some new stuff again? Hee hee, that's fantastic. Okay, see you in a bit.
Just now, Zhou Yaoxing said on the other end of the phone, he has already sent people to capture Lang Mohan's sister.
After we
finish eating, we'll go over there together and give her a good beating, so that kid can taste what it's like to lose a loved one.
Lang Mohan, I will make you taste the pain of losing a loved one. Who told you to be so reckless as to offend me?
Zhang Jiyan gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, her beautiful face contorted with anger. After saying that, she seemed to suddenly realize something, and quickly covered her mouth with her hand while cautiously looking around. Just now, she clearly felt a bone-chilling coldness, as if a pair of cold and ruthless eyes were watching her from the shadows. Once she was sure no one around her was paying attention to her, Zhang Jiyan breathed a sigh of relief and then tiptoed out of the school gate with trepidation. However, she was unaware that behind a large tree not far from her, Lang Mohan was standing quietly, his deep pool-like eyes filled with coldness and murderous intent. Just now, he clearly heard every word Zhang Jiyan said. When he learned that his most beloved younger sister had fallen into the hands of that scoundrel Zhou Yaoxing, his anger was instantly ignited, and a sharp killing intent involuntarily emanated from his body. If he hadn't restrained himself, he probably would have rushed out and torn Zhang Jiyan to pieces on the spot. Fortunately, Zhang Jiyan did not notice anything amiss, and hurriedly got into a black car and drove away. Seeing this, Lang Mohan immediately got into his car without saying a word, stepped on the gas, and followed far behind the black car. The car sped along and eventually drove into the luxury villa area where the Zhou family lived. However, Lang Mohan did not rush in, but parked his car on the side of the road and waited patiently. Not long after, the black car drove out of the villa area again. Upon seeing this, Lang Mohan quickly started the vehicle and continued to follow from a distance. And so, the two cars drove one after the other on the road, until finally the black car slowly stopped in front of a high-end restaurant in a bustling area of Shanghai. Immediately afterwards, the car door opened, and the people who got out of the car were indeed Zhang Jiyan and Zhou Yaoxing. They walked into the restaurant side by side, chatting and laughing. Looks like these two are going to eat, Lang Mohan thought to himself. He continued to lie in wait in the shadows, like a patient cheetah, quietly waiting for the best opportunity. Time passed slowly, and a full hour later, the two men finally staggered out of the restaurant, half-drunk. Their faces were flushed, their eyes were unfocused, and their steps were unsteady, as if they were walking on cotton. The two helped each other to the car, struggled to open the door, then swayed and climbed into the car, started the engine, and slowly drove away. Seeing this, Lang Mohan quickly started his car and silently followed the black car in front. The black car sped along, as if escaping the hustle and bustle of the city. It drove through bustling streets and crowded streets, eventually entering a remote area on the outskirts of the city. The area is sparsely populated, with rugged roads and only a few dilapidated warehouses scattered around. After a long while, the black car finally stopped in a desolate warehouse area. Zhang Jiyan and Zhou Yaoxing got out of the car. Zhang Jiyan complained coquettishly, "Young Master Zhou, it's really fun, but it's always so far away. Just the car ride takes an hour." Zhou Yaoxing smirked and reached out to touch her round buttocks, whispering, "Baby, although this place is remote, it's secluded and safe. Few people come here. We can do whatever we want here without worrying about being discovered." After saying that, he put his arm around Zhang Jiyan's waist and walked towards one of the warehouses. Before long, the two entered a spacious and empty warehouse. Upon entering, a pungent, musty smell hit me. The warehouse was dimly lit, with only a few weak rays of sunlight filtering through the dusty window cracks onto the floor. In the center of the warehouse, a young man, barely alive, was bound hand and foot with ropes, suspended in midair. His head was bowed, and his disheveled hair obscured his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. In a nearby corner, a teenage girl was also bound hand and foot, pitifully curled up on the cold cement floor. In addition, two burly men sat next to the two victims, their faces fierce and menacing. They were Zhou Yaoxing's bodyguards, Ada and Aer. At this moment, they were coldly watching everything that was happening before them, like two emotionless statues. "Is this Lang Mohan's sister?" Zhou Yaoxing raised an eyebrow and asked Ada beside him with a look of suspicion. Ada hurriedly nodded and bowed, replying, "Young master, rest assured, we absolutely did not arrest the wrong person. This girl looks exactly like the one in the photo you gave me, and she herself has admitted it." After receiving an affirmative answer, Zhou Yaoxing curled up a wicked smile, slowly walked forward, and roughly tore off the tape stuck to the girl's mouth. The moment the tape was torn off, the girl glared fiercely at the arrogant man in front of her, her eyes filled with anger and defiance. Zhou Yaoxing stared with interest at the girl's delicate yet somewhat heroic face, and asked again, "You're Lang Moyu? Lang Mohan's younger sister?" The girl, showing no sign of backing down, glared angrily, and roared through gritted teeth, "If you dare to lay a finger on me, my brother will never let you get away with it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaoxing was not afraid at all. Instead, he threw his head back and burst into laughter. After laughing, he threatened viciously, "Humph, I'll kill you first and then send the video of you being tortured to your dear brother. After that, go and get rid of your parents, make them watch helplessly as their loved ones leave them one by one, and live a miserable, agonizing life. Finally, I will naturally bring him here myself and torture him to death slowly.
You scum, you heartless demon.
I curse you to a terrible death. Lang Moyu's eyes were bloodshot as she used all her strength to curse Zhou Yaoxing. However, Zhou Yaoxing not only didn't take the fierce curses to heart, but laughed even harder.
He squinted, looking Lang Moyu up and down, and said lewdly,
I didn't expect her to be such a fiery little firecracker. I'm really starting to like her more and more. She might even be a virgin who's never been with anyone before. As he spoke, his greasy and dirty hands slowly reached towards Lang Moyu's delicate, snow-white face, as if he wanted to defile it.
However, at that moment, Lang Moyu spat directly onto Zhou Yaoxing's disgusting face without hesitation.
Zhou Yaoxing was taken aback at first, then hurriedly reached out and started wiping haphazardly, muttering something under his breath. Immediately afterwards, he stood up abruptly and roared angrily, "Guards,
tie this arrogant brat to the pillar right now.
I'm going to teach her a lesson today. I'll play with her for a bit, then give her a good beating, and finally send her to her death. When I'm done playing with it, I'll give it to you brothers to enjoy together. I want to see if that damned Lang Mohan dares to come to his sister's rescue, so he can taste the miserable consequences of offending me." After saying that, Zhou Yaoxing turned to Zhang Jian beside him, a fawning smile on his face, and asked softly, "Jian, you shouldn't mind me doing this, right?
I just want to get revenge on that despicable Lang Mohan." At this moment, Zhang Jian showed no anger whatsoever. On the contrary, her eyes revealed an almost perverted excitement.
A slight blush rose to her cheeks, and she said in a sweet voice, "Go ahead and play. After you're done, I'd really like to try pouring some chili water down her throat."
That feeling must be incredibly exciting.
Upon hearing this, Lang Moyu felt a chill run down her spine, her heart filled with fear and despair. She screamed with all her might, "You demons, you will all go to hell. My brother will never let any of you get away with this. He will definitely avenge me. The violence and harm you have inflicted on me now, he will repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold, in pain one day."
Your brother? Where is your brother now? Shout as loudly as you want. It won't do any good no matter how much you shout.
Zhou Yaoxing's arrogant and domineering voice echoed in the air. "You too, hurry up and tie her to the pillar. This young master can't wait to have some fun." Before he finished speaking, he quickly reached into his pocket, pulled out a smooth, round pill that emitted a strange fragrance, and put it into his mouth without hesitation. The moment the pill entered the mouth, it melted away in the blink of an eye, like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. Almost at the same instant, a powerful force surged within him, and the medicine began to take effect. Standing to the side, Adatian dared not delay and immediately stretched out his strong, powerful hands, rushing towards Lang Moyu who was lying on the ground. At this moment, Lang Moyu was twisting her body frantically with all her might, trying to break free from her restraints, but her resistance seemed so insignificant in front of Ada's hideous face revealed a lewd smile, and he swore, "Hee, little beauty, don't waste your energy, it's all in vain no matter how much you struggle. Be a good girl and listen to me, and maybe I can save you some trouble." However, at that moment, a chilling, bone-piercing light flashed by like lightning. Ada felt a blur before his eyes, and then he was horrified to find that his outstretched right wrist had been cleanly severed at some point. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and his entire hand flew rapidly into the distance like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, Ada felt his body gradually becoming numb, and he felt no pain at all for the shocking wound on his wrist. But before he could even process what had happened, a strange, indescribable feeling suddenly welled up inside him. He subconsciously looked down and saw a bloody hole in his chest from which blood was gushing out. Ada suddenly felt dizzy, and the scene before his eyes became blurry. His legs seemed to have lost their support, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Immediately afterwards, darkness surged in like a tidal wave, completely engulfing his consciousness. Air, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, turned deathly pale upon witnessing this scene. His eyes widened, his face filled with shock and fear, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "It's bad. Enemy attack. Everyone be careful." Zhou Yaoxing's face instantly turned ashen, his eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and he trembled uncontrollably like a rabbit that had been terrified. His heart was pounding, as if it would leap out of his throat.
Filled with panic and helplessness, he could only cry out in a trembling voice, "Air, come and protect me."
Upon hearing his young master's shouts, Air immediately ran towards Zhou Yaoxing's location. As a level 5 martial artist, he knew all too well how powerful the person who could kill his brother so silently must be. Thinking of this, Air couldn't help but feel a pang of fear, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead.
"Young master, the enemy's strength is unfathomable. We're probably no match for them. We should call for backup as soon as possible,"
Air said, while nervously observing the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaoxing hurriedly pulled out his phone from his pocket and quickly dialed his father Zhou Hengjian's number. The call had barely connected when Zhou Yaoxing cried out in a tearful voice, "Hey, Dad, come save me," before Zhou Hengjian could even ask what was wrong.
Hearing his son's panicked voice on the other end of the phone, Zhou Hengjian's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" However,
However, before he could finish speaking, a loud bang was heard, followed by a flash of cold light that streaked past like lightning.
The phone in Zhou Yaoxing's hand slipped out instantly and fell heavily to the ground.
He hurriedly bent down to pick up the phone, only to find a black hole the size of a finger on the previously intact screen, and the phone had completely stopped responding. Seeing this, Zhou Yaoxing's face grew even paler.
He raised his head, looked around in terror, and roared hoarsely, Who are you? Show yourself if you dare.
But all that answered him was a deathly silence. The deep fear of the unknown and mysterious forces made Zhou Yaoxing's legs go weak and his body tremble uncontrollably.
Zhang Jian's once beautiful face was now deathly pale with fear.
Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and she had only one thought in her mind: to escape this terrible place as quickly as possible. Without a doubt, this mysterious person must be Zhou Yaoxing's enemy. She didn't want to be dragged into this bloody conflict for no reason and become an innocent casualty.
Ha ha ha,
you bunch of heartless demons, now you finally know fear. It must be my brother who came to save me.
Didn't you guys say you wanted to take my life? Bring it on if you dare.
Looking at the panicked and terrified appearance of the enemy in front of him, Long Moyu couldn't help but let out a wanton sneer. It must be said that this girl's courage is truly admirable. Even in such a dangerous situation, she was able to remain calm and even let out such a contemptuous laugh.
Lang Mohan?
Zhang Jian forced a confident expression and said decisively, It absolutely cannot be Lang Mohan. As far as I know, he is at most a level 5 martial artist. Even if he wanted to face a martial artist of the same level as him head-on, it would not be an easy task. The reason that guy named Ada died was simply because he was caught off guard by Lang Mohan's sudden attack, which gave him the opportunity to strike. At this point, Zhang Jian slightly raised her chin, seemingly full of confidence in her judgment. However, Zhou Yaoxing, standing to the side, looked utterly despairing. He retorted in a trembling voice, You don't understand the real situation at all. Lang Mohan may have already broken through to the 7th level of martial arts. Huang Tianbao, one of the top 30 masters on the list of martial arts figures, was rumored to have died at the hands of Lang Mohan not long ago. Given our current strength and condition, if we were to actually encounter Lang Mohan, we probably wouldn't even have a sliver of a chance to escape.
What? How is this possible? Zhang Jian exclaimed in disbelief, Relying on you. How old is he this year? How could he possibly be a level 7 martial artist? Even if he cultivated from the womb, it's impossible. Then Zhou Yaoxing dropped a bombshell. Lang Mohan is the mastermind behind Golden Fire Island on the coast of the East China Sea. If he didn't have the strength of a level 7 martial artist, how could he have made 3 gangs submit to him?
Long Mayu's face was filled with undisguised surprise as she excitedly exclaimed, Wow, my brother has actually become a level 7 martial artist. Hee, from now on I won't have to practice martial arts so hard anymore. I can just cling to his leg. However, just then, a calm yet slightly reproachful voice came from not far away. How can that be?
The martial arts skills you cultivate are your own. For example, this time, if I hadn't been by your side, wouldn't you have been easily dragged to Shanghai?
As the words fell, Long Mohan, with his tall and straight figure, slowly walked out from behind her. Hearing that familiar voice, Long Moyu turned around abruptly, and when she saw that still handsome and dashing face with its distinct features, her eyes lit up with a mixture of surprise and joy, and she couldn't help but shout, Brother, it really is you. At this moment, Long Mohan's black robes fluttered in the wind, further highlighting his extraordinary temperament. He slightly raised his right hand and gently tapped with his index finger. In an instant, an extremely sharp burst of energy shot out from his fingertips, like an extremely sharp blade, instantly severing the ropes binding Long Moyu's body.
Long Moyu was finally free.
She quickly stood up, her eyes red with excitement, and said in a trembling voice, Brother, I always believed that you would come to save me.
You can't even imagine how terrified I was when they grabbed me.
Lang Mohan gently stroked his younger sister's hair, a doting smile on his face, and softly comforted her, Silly girl, you're safe now. However, once you return home, you must remember to practice diligently and never again allow yourself to be so easily manipulated and bullied as you did this time.
It really is you, Long Mohan.
When Zhou Yaoxing's gaze fell upon that cold, aloof figure, his pupils instantly contracted, as if he were seeing a demon climbing out of an endless abyss. Fear surged into his heart like a tide, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, and he fell into a state of near-frozen state. At this moment, Long Mohan appeared calm and composed.
He walked steadily toward the dying Zhang Yang, his eyes filled with concern, and asked softly, Zhang Yang, you have suffered.
Zhang Yang's face was swollen like a ripe peach, making it almost impossible to recognize his original features. He squinted with difficulty, and replied in a hoarse and weak voice, I have indeed suffered, sob sob sob. Before she could finish speaking, tears welled up in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks and soaking the ground. Upon seeing this, Long Mohan frowned, a surge of anger rising within him. He quickly took out a fragrant healing pill from his pocket, gently placed it in Zhang Yang's mouth, and comforted him. Zhang Yang, don't be sad. I will avenge all the suffering you have endured these past few days. Just then, Zhou Yaoxing suddenly shouted hysterically, Air, go and kill him right now. However, the attendant named Air looked troubled and hesitated for a moment before saying, Young master, with my strength, how could
I possibly be his match? In my humble opinion, we should stall for time and wait for the master to arrive before making any further plans. Upon hearing Ah Er's reply, Zhou Yaoxing roared in exasperation, "Idiot! Didn't you see that he's busy treating Zhang Yang right now? This is the perfect opportunity for you to launch a surprise attack. If we can deliver a fatal blow, perhaps we still have a sliver of hope." Faced with Zhou Yaoxing's constant urging, large beads of sweat appeared on Er's forehead, but his deep fear of Lang Mohan still made him hesitate to take any action. Lang Mohan slowly stood up, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "Young master, it's bad. Lang Mohan has actually stood up. We don't have a chance to launch a sneak attack." Ah Er shouted, his face full of frustration and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaoxing's eyes widened instantly, his face turned deathly pale, and his lips trembled as he roared, "You fucking idiot. You're utterly useless and more likely to ruin everything." He cursed inwardly, "I was planning to turn around and run away as soon as you idiot, charged in, but you didn't fall for it." At this moment, Zhou Yaoxing was filled with despair and anger, wishing he could slap Ah Er to death. Lang Mohan's cold and stern face was expressionless, and his eyes were as cold and piercing as a deep pool. He took steady and powerful steps, slowly approaching Zhou Yaoxing and the others. Every step they took seemed to carry an endless pressure, making Zhou Yaoxing, Zhang Jian, and the other two feel as if they were facing an incomparably ferocious prehistoric beast, and an intense fear involuntarily rose in their hearts. The three men's faces were as pale as paper, and their bodies trembled slightly uncontrollably. Just then, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, Ah Er's legs went weak, and he knelt down with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly and shouting hoarsely, "Mr. Lang, please have mercy and spare my life. I truly never laid a finger on your friend. I only arrested them on the orders of the young master of the Zhou family. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. If you want revenge, go find that bastard Zhou Yaoxing. It has nothing to do with me." Seeing Ah Er's actions, Zhou Yaoxing was stunned. It took him a while to come back to his senses. He was so angry that he trembled all over and cursed, "Ah Er, you treacherous dog. How dare you betray me at such a crucial moment? Don't you know what a terrible fate awaits those who betray the Zhou family?" However, Ah Er completely ignored Zhou Yaoxing's scolding and still looked at Lang Mohan with a fawning and sincere expression, saying, "Mr. Lang, please let me go." Then he looked at Zhou Yaoxing sincerely and said, "Young master, if I am lucky enough to escape this calamity today, then you can punish me however you want." After saying that, Ah Er continued to kowtow to Lang Mohan, and soon a red swelling appeared on his forehead. A fleeting, enigmatic smile flashed across Lang Mohan's cold, stern face, like ice breaking in the dead of winter. His deep, magnetic voice slowly rang out, "Interesting, Ah Er. Since you're somewhat sensible, I'll show you mercy today and spare your life." Upon hearing this, Ah Er felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and the huge weight that had been hanging over his heart finally lifted. He hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly, saying with tears of gratitude, "Thank you, Mr. Lang, for sparing my life. I will serve Mr. Lang through fire and water without hesitation." After saying that, Ah Er slammed his head heavily onto the ground, making a bang 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 sound. However, just when Ah Er thought he had escaped a calamity, Lang Mohan suddenly changed his tone, his voice turning sinister. But just two words made Ah Er's heart, which had just relaxed, jump into his throat again. His face turned ashen, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. "But what? Mr. Lang, just tell me what you need. As long as it's within my power, I guarantee I'll complete the task without fail." Er feigned composure and solemnly made a promise to Lang Mohan. At this moment, Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. He stared at Er and said, "Word by word, this matter should be a piece of cake for you. Go and break that bastard Zhou Yaoxing's legs. Then they would use every cruel method to torture him, to make him taste the agony of a life worse than death, just as he tortured others in the past." At this point, a cold glint flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes. "You've always been by his side, serving him hand and foot. You must be very familiar with his heinous acts?" Lang Mohan asked with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Ah Er didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately stood up from the ground, patted his chest, and pledged his loyalty to Lang Mohan, saying, "Mr. Lang, please rest assured, when it comes to methods of torturing people, I'm the expert. You just need to sit back and watch the show. I definitely won't let you down." Ah Er's face was grim, and his eyes revealed endless ferocity as he approached Zhou Yaoxing step by step. As Zhou Yaoxing watched Ah Er approach, his heart was filled with fear, and his body involuntarily retreated. He screamed in terror, "Ah Er, what do you want to do? I am your master. How dare you be so disrespectful to me?" However, Ah Er remained unmoved. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhou Yaoxing tightly like an iron clamp. Immediately afterwards, Ah Er delivered a powerful knee strike to Zhou Yaoxing's abdomen. Zhou Yaoxing let out a scream instantly, his whole body curling up in pain, like a boiled shrimp. "Humph, what master and servant? From now on, my only master is Mr. Lang. And you, Zhou Yaoxing, you heinous demon with blood on your hands, you who disregard human life, are ruthless and cruel. Today I will stand trial for those you have innocently murdered." After saying that, there was a loud bang and Ah Er raised his foot and stomped hard, actually breaking Zhou Yaoxing's leg. Zhou Yaoxing was in excruciating pain and couldn't help but burst into loud cries, cursing incessantly, you just wait and see. When my dad comes, he'll make you wish you were dead. I'm going to kill your whole family. Upon hearing this, Aer's expression changed drastically, and his already fierce look became even more ferocious and terrifying. He roared through gritted teeth, that last kick was for Shuchi, this next kick is to avenge Shuhua. Before he could finish speaking, Aer kicked again, stomping heavily on Zhou Yaoxing's other leg. With a crisp crack, Zhou Yaoxing's other leg also broke, and he collapsed to the ground, completely unable to resist. Zhou Yaoxing's once handsome face was now contorted in extreme pain, and he screamed in agony, I'm calling you Grandpa. Please, have mercy on me. However, Aer responded expressionlessly, let you go? Don't even dream about it. If I let you go, do you think Mr. Lan will let me off so easily? After saying that, Aer swung his arm and easily lifted Zhou Yaoxing up, his movements as swift as an eagle catching a chick. He then strode towards the center of the warehouse, the very spot where Zhang Yang had been tied up earlier. Upon arriving at their destination, Aer ruthlessly hoisted Zhou Yaoxing high into the air, leaving him dangling precariously. Immediately afterwards, Aer picked up a leather whip from the side and soaked it in a container of salt water. After pausing for a moment, he curled his lips into a cruel smile and said, hee, today I'll let you really taste the unique flavor of this stir-fried pork with chili. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp crack was heard, and Aer's leather whip struck Zhou Yaoxing's body like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, Zhou Yaoxing let out another heart-wrenching howl. And so, Aer continued to wield his leather whip, each lash accompanied by a sharp whistling sound and excruciating pain as it struck Zhou Yaoxing. In just a short while, Zhou Yaoxing had already endured more than 20 heavy lashes. By this time, he was covered in wounds and blood, his body almost unrecognizable as human. If he were just an ordinary mortal instead of a level 3 martial artist, he would probably have died long ago. It is worth mentioning that during the entire torture process, Aer would dip the whip back into the salt water after every few lashes, demonstrating his skillful technique and clearly indicating that he had considerable experience in this type of behavior. On the other side, after taking the pills given to him by Lang Mohan, Zhang Yang felt that his body gradually regained a lot of strength. When he saw Zhou Yaoxing's miserable state, a desire for revenge welled up in his heart. So he turned to Lang Mohan beside him and asked, Brother Lang, could I also get a couple of lashes from the whip to vent my anger? This guy really hit me hard. He almost killed me several times. If he hadn't fed me healing pills a few times, I probably would have died already. Lang Mohan readily agreed, laughing, today is the day to avenge you, so go ahead and hit me as hard as you want. A flame of revenge flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes. He took the whip from Aer's hands, as if he could feel the pain that Zhou Yaoxing had once inflicted on him. The whip was dipped in salt water, and as it drew cruel arcs through the air, each lash was accompanied by Zhou Yaoxing's painful screams. Zhang Yang was filled with complex emotions, including hatred for Zhou Yaoxing and the thrill of taking revenge himself. Each lash he lashed was imbued with his deep resentment towards Zhou Yaoxing, and he only stopped when Zhou Yaoxing was almost unconscious. Brother Lang, Zhou Yaoxing is about to be beaten to death. Zhang Yang gasped for breath, his eyes still blazing with anger. Lang Mohan smiled and took out a bottle of healing pills from his pocket, handing it to Zhang Yang. Feed him. We can't let him die so easily. His voice carried a hint of coldness, as if he were toying with Zhou Yaoxing's life. Zhang Yang took the pill, walked to Zhou Yaoxing's side, and forcibly fed it into his mouth. The healing pill had an immediate effect. Zhou Yaoxing's breathing gradually stabilized, and his complexion regained some color. He opened his eyes, staring intently at Lang Mohan, and said in a hoarse voice, Why didn't you kill me? Why did you save me? Lang Mohan sneered, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. Save you? Why would I save you? I just don't want you to die so soon. He turned to look at Aer, his voice carrying a hint of command. Lang Mohan's words revealed a hint of ruthlessness, as if he were toying with Zhou Yaoxing's fate. His gaze shifted to Aer, his voice carrying an unquestionable command. Aer, is that all you have? He's only suffering physically, but not mentally yet. You need to think of something quickly. His words carried a hint of dissatisfaction, clearly indicating his disappointment with Aer's methods. Aer nodded, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He said, I stabbed him so that I could humiliate him mentally. Imagine, a young master from a wealthy family, only ever being pinned down by a former servant. The humiliation is unimaginable. I can give it to him after everything is over. Lang Mohan, who was standing to the side, frowned as he listened, his eyes revealing a hint of reluctance, clearly disgusted by such cruel methods. In contrast, Lang Moyu exclaimed excitedly, That's a great idea. Let's do it. Lang Mohan frowned even more and said sternly, What are you doing meddling in this, you little girl? Go to the side and cover your ears. His words carried a hint of reproach, clearly indicating that he did not want Lang Moyu to participate in such a cruel matter. Although it's a bit cruel, it's a perfect match for Zhou Yaoxing. Go for it. Zhou Yaoxing's expression changed drastically in midair. He pleaded, Let me die. I beg you, let me die. His words carried a hint of despair, clearly showing his fear of the impending humiliation. Aer said excitedly, It's not that easy to die. His words carried a hint of mockery, clearly showing satisfaction at Zhou Yaoxing's fear. Zhou Yaoxing's body began to tremble, and his eyes
eyes were filled with fear. As he spoke, Air pulled Zhou Yaoxing down. Zhou Yaoxing couldn't help but curse. Air roughly tore off his clothes, then forcefully thrust into him. His body was roughly pressed down by Air, and his dignity was ruthlessly trampled. He felt an unprecedented humiliation, and his heart was filled with anger and resentment. A moment later, Air stood up, while Zhou Yaoxing was still cursing weakly. Air stepped forward and dislocated his jaw, his face darkening as he chuckled. So you enjoy swearing? Here, give it to me. Having said that, Zhou Yaoxing was completely heartbroken. His eyes were lifeless, staring blankly at Air, his hatred for him even stronger than for Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan hadn't expected Air to be so monstrous. He sighed and said, "Kill him. Give him a quick death." Air slapped Zhou Yaoxing on the head. "Zhou Yaoxing is dead." Lang Mohan's gaze shifted to Zhang Jian, who stood in the corner, trembling and pale. Her eyes were filled with fear and despair. She knew she was in dire straits. Lang Mohan laughed and said, "Zhang Jian, it's your turn now." Zhang Yang said, "That crazy woman Zhang Jian hit me yesterday too. She's insane." Zhang Jian witnessed Zhou Yaoxing's death and was already terrified. She quickly backed away and said, "Lang Mohan, you can't do this to me. Our family has been kind to you, and we even have a betrothal agreement. Look how beautiful I am. How about I be your woman?" "Oh, right, you have a girlfriend. I can be your secret lover. I'm really good in bed. I can definitely take good care of you." Lang Mohan sneered, "You've already squandered all the kindness your family had shown you. I even heard today that you're planning to abuse my sister." "Lang Mohan, how could you treat me like this? How could you treat me like this? If you spare my life, I am willing to be your slave and do whatever you want." Zhang Jian's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes, while Lang Mohan's face remained as cold and ruthless as an ice sculpture. Lang Mohan knew in his heart that a woman like Zhang Jian could not be allowed to live. She was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Her fate was already sealed. "Zhang Jian, so be it. I will give you a swift end, and may your soul find peace. I hope that in the next life we will not be enemies." Lang Mohan's voice was calm as still water, yet it carried an undeniable decisiveness. Zhang Jian's face was filled with resentment and bitterness. She roared, "Lang Mohan, are you really not going to let me go?" Lang Mohan's face remained expressionless. With a flick of his finger, an iron ball streaked across the night sky like a shooting star. With a flash of cold light, Zhang Jian felt a chill on her neck. Her body began to stiffen, her consciousness gradually blurred, and endless fear and resentment surged in her heart. Her final thoughts were filled with despair for her fate. Lang Mohan, in the end, still took my life. Lang Mohan's gaze was like a frost blade in winter, cold and sharp. He stared at Zhang Jian's lifeless, cold body, but his face remained expressionless. His gaze then turned to Air, a faint smile playing on his lips, his voice calm as still water. "Air, you did well today, you can leave now." An unbelievable joy bloomed on Air's face. He hurriedly knelt down, his forehead slamming heavily onto the cold ground, his voice trembling as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Lang, for your magnanimity in sparing my life." He had originally thought that even if he helped Lang Mohan, he would still be doomed. However, Lang Mohan actually kept his promise. Air was filled with relief. He walked briskly, as if each step was on clouds, and hurried towards the door. Lang Moyu frowned slightly, her eyes filled with doubt. She knew her brother's style all too well. Letting the enemy go was definitely not his way. Just then, the iron ball in Lang Mohan's hand streaked across the night sky like a meteor, instantly transforming into streaks of cold light that pierced Air's heart with unparalleled precision. You promised not to kill me." Air's voice was filled with disbelief and despair. He turned his head with difficulty, his eyes filled with shock. Lang Mohan's face remained as cold as ice, and his voice was devoid of any warmth. "How could I really let someone like you leave? You're supposed to be a veteran of the martial world, yet you're still so naive." Zhang Yang witnessed all of this, and his throat involuntarily swallowed. Looking at the once familiar Lang Mohan, he felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity welling up inside him. Lang Mohan's eyes remained unwavering. He was like an ice sculpture, calm and resolute. Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Zhang Yang with a half-smile, teasingly saying, "Hey, don't stare at me like that, as if I'm some kind of monster. I'm the kind of person who's always been completely open and honest with my friends, but when it comes to enemies, well, then I'm ruthless and merciless to the extreme." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat. He forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace and stammered, I know, I'm very clear about that." At this moment, Lang Mohan suddenly turned his head and his gaze fell on a car parked outside the door. Then he turned to Zhang Yang and said, "Zhang Yang, I have a car parked outside. Why don't you drive it and take my sister back to school first?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Moyu, who had been standing silently to the side, couldn't help but ask, "Brother, aren't you coming with us?" Lang Mohan shook his head slightly and replied with a serious expression, "No, you guys go first. Things here aren't finished yet. Someone has to stay and clean up this mess, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang quickly said, "Brother Lang, how can that be? If you don't leave, we absolutely won't leave either. We brothers share the good times and the bad." Lang Mohan patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and earnestly advised, "All right, stop dawdling. Let's go. Your presence here will not not only be of no help but will also distract me.
Besides, we have a tough battle ahead and I don't want to hold back because of you guys.
Lang Moyu stepped forward and hugged Lang Mohan tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance and worry. She whispered, "Brother, you must be careful and take good care of yourself.
In that case, we'll be going now."
After saying that, she let go of his hand and turned to walk towards the car. Zhang Yang looked at Lang Mohan, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he swallowed back the words that were about to come out. He gave Lang Mohan a deep look, then quickly followed Lang Moyu's footsteps. After watching Zhang Yang and his sister drive away, Lang Mohan took a deep breath, composed himself, and then, with a flash, swiftly entered the nearby warehouse like a ghost. About 10 minutes later, the roar of a car engine could be heard coming from afar.
Immediately afterwards, 3 extended luxury cars slowly drove into the warehouse entrance.
With a dull thud, the lead vehicle slammed into the warehouse gate, kicking up a cloud of dust. In that instant, 3 black sedans sped towards them like wild horses, and then the doors swung open, and more than a dozen dark figures rushed out like ghosts.
These people were dressed in uniform black outfits, each with agile figures and imposing aura.
Their strength was at least at the level of a 5th-level martial artist. After the leader got off the car, the rest of the group immediately formed a tight formation, cautiously guarding against any movement around them as if facing a formidable enemy. The leader was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 50s. His face was resolute, exuding an imposing aura without anger, and his brows revealed a decisive and ruthless air honed by years of battlefield experience.
This person was none other than Zhou Yaoxing's father, Zhou Hengjian.
As soon as Zhou Hengjian got out of the car, he eagerly pushed aside the black-clad martial artist blocking his way and scanned the area ahead with his eyes. However, when he saw what was before him, he couldn't help but shudder, a chill running down his spine. For what lay before him was a cold, lifeless corpse. His eyes widened, and with a sudden swing of his arm, a powerful burst of energy shot out like an arrow, striking the corpse with perfect accuracy and lifting it into the air. As the body slowly fell to the ground, Zhou Hengjian stared intently, his heart filled with shock. Air? Before he could think, Zhou Hengjian's figure flashed by like lightning, appearing in the center of the warehouse in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even more gruesome scenes came into his view. Besides the one he had just discovered, there were 2 other corpses lying on the ground. One of the bodies belonged to a stunningly beautiful but lifeless young girl. Her delicate face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The other body belonged to Zhou Yaoxing's bodyguard, Air, whose body was covered with wounds of all sizes, and whose blood stained the ground. The most heartbreaking thing was the last corpse, which was Zhou Hengjian's biological son, Zhou Yaoxing. His skin was torn and bleeding, covered in wounds. His once crisp clothes were now tattered and torn, and even his trousers had been pulled down to his ankles. Clearly, the deceased suffered extremely cruel torture and murder before his death.
His gruesome appearance was unbearable to look at. Who killed my son?
Zhou Hengjian's eyes were bloodshot with rage. His hair stood on end, like that of an enraged lion. With a roar, his blood and chi surged forth like a volcanic eruption, and a terrifying pressure instantly spread out, making the surrounding black-clad warriors feel breathless, as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on their chests.
Everyone, search for him.
Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find the murderer who killed my son. I will tear him to pieces to vent my hatred.
Zhou Hengjian roared hoarsely.
Upon hearing the order, the black-clad warriors around immediately sprang into action, weapons in hand, carefully searching every corner of the dimly lit warehouse. However, at that moment, a cold light suddenly flashed across the darkness like lightning, followed by a series of muffled groans. One by one, the black-clad warriors fell to the ground without any warning, dying before they could even utter a scream. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen black-clad warriors had lost their lives. This sudden turn of events immediately put the surrounding martial artists on high alert. The enemy is still here.
Everyone, be extremely careful.
Before the words were finished, another black shadow flashed by like a ghost, and with a few short screams, several more black-clad warriors were killed on the spot.
Seeing this, Zhou Hengjian could no longer suppress his anger. He moved swiftly, shooting towards the shadowy figure like an arrow released from a bow.
At the same time, he suddenly swung out a palm, the wind howling as it slammed into the dark figure with overwhelming force.
Despite Zhou Hengjian's fierce attack, the dark figure remained unfazed.
He simply snorted, turned swiftly, and unleashed a powerful backhand punch. This punch was incredibly powerful and domineering, and it actually collided head-on with the palm strike from Zhou Hengjian.
In an instant, a loud bang was heard, like a thunderclap from a clear sky.
The shockwave generated by the collision of the 2 incredibly powerful forces spread wildly in all directions, blowing away nearby shelves and goods. Zhou Hengjian was so shaken by the immense force that he was forced to retreat several steps before he could barely regain his footing. As the dust slowly settled, a familiar figure gradually came into focus in the distance.
Zhou Hengjian's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, his lips trembling slightly as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Lang Mohan, how could it be you?" Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he calmly replied, "Patriarch Zhou, how have you been? What a small world we are. I didn't expect to meet again so soon." After the initial shock, Zhou Hengjian quickly scanned Lang
Mohan's entire body, secretly marveling at the powerful strength the other party had displayed. However, his astonishment was instantly replaced by a surge of rage. He stared intently at Lang Mohan, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Did you kill my son?" Faced with Zhou Hongjian's questioning, Lang Mohan did not hesitate at all and nodded frankly, replying, "That's right, that heartless beast Zhou Yaoxing did indeed die at my hands. Although it was actually Ah Er who killed him, it was all at Lang Mohan's behest." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongjian's face instantly turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. He roared furiously, "Our Zhou family has never interfered with yours and has no enmity whatsoever. Why did you have to resort to such a vicious act and take my son's life?" Lang Mohan sneered, his eyes revealing endless coldness, and said coldly, "No grudge? That Zhou Yaoxing guy first kidnapped my friend for no reason and then tortured him severely to get revenge on me. Then he sent his men to try to kidnap my sister to Shanghai, and they were constantly plotting how to take my life. You actually dare to shamelessly claim that there are no grudges or entanglements between us." Zhou Hongjian's face was like a chameleon, changing color from blue to white, his expression unpredictable. Although he was unwilling to believe that his son could be so reckless and wicked, he was actually well aware of Zhou Yaoxing's usual character. However, even knowing he was in the wrong, he could not possibly let the murder of his son go unpunished. So, his face darkened to an extreme, and he forced out each word through gritted teeth. "Lang Mohan, blood for blood. Today is your death day. Prepare to die." Having said that, she pulled out a leather belt from her waist, flicked her wrist, and the belt transformed into a long rainbow sword. Then, she flashed and attacked Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan, unarmed, stared calmly at Zhou Hongjian. Zhou Hongjian's long rainbow sword gleamed coldly, swiftly thrusting towards Lang Mohan like a venomous snake. Lang Mohan dodged the attack by sidestepping, and at the same time, his fist swung out like a gust of wind, striking Zhou Hongjian's chest. Upon seeing this, Zhou Hongjian quickly swung his sword to defend himself. The sword and fist clashed, producing a crisp sound. Zhou Hongjian seized the opportunity to unleash a series of sword strikes, the sword shadows weaving together, leaving no room for error. Lang Mohan remained calm and composed, nimbly weaving through the sword shadows and skillfully dodging Zhou Hongjian's attacks each time. Zhou Hongjian was annoyed to see that his killing moves had been countered by Lang Mohan. He roared and unleashed his ultimate technique, Sword Rain. Countless sword shadows rained down on Lang Mohan, dazzling the onlookers. Lang Mohan took a deep breath, and his body suddenly emitted a faint light. He clasped his hands together, then thrust them forward with a powerful surge of air that collided with the rain of swords. The rain of swords was dispersed by the airflow, and Zhou Hongjian was also shaken and forced to take a few steps back. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lang Mohan launched an attack, his fist striking Zhou Hongjian like lightning. Zhou Hongjian hurriedly swung his sword to defend, but Lang Mohan's fist was extremely powerful, and Zhou Hongjian's sword was bent. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lang Mohan kicked Zhou Hongjian in the chest, sending him flying. Zhou Hongjian fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but Lang Mohan had already walked up to him. Lang Mohan's eyes were filled with indifference and disdain. He said indifferently, "Is this all the strength you have?" Zhou Hongjian glared at Lang Mohan through gritted teeth, his heart filled with resentment and anger. But he knew he was no match for Lang Mohan. "Lang Mohan, I know you are exceptionally strong. However, my grandfather is an 8th level martial artist. Are you not afraid of him taking action?" Lang Mohan said in a deep voice, "An 8th level martial artist? So what? For me, that's not an insurmountable level. What is there to fear?" Zhou Hongjian, who was supporting himself on the ground, quietly put his hand behind his back and gently stroked the ring on his hand. This ring is the latest product of Zhou's technology company, which utilizes extremely advanced technology. Once activated by qi and blood, it can instantly shoot out a plasma beam. This beam is extremely fast and incredibly powerful. Even an 8th level martial artist would be hit if caught off guard. Zhou Hongjian stared at Lang Mohan, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Suddenly, he shouted to Lang Mohan's back, "Dad, you've arrived. Kill Lang Mohan immediately." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly activated the plasma beam in the ring, and a blinding light, like lightning, shot towards Lang Mohan's back. Lang Mohan, however, seemed to have anticipated this, and with a swift movement, he dodged the fatal blow. His movements were as swift as a ghost, dazzling the eye. Seeing that his first attack had missed, Zhou Hongjian quickly adjusted his posture and launched another attack. He waved his hands, and beams of plasma swept out like a whirlwind, rushing towards Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan remained calm and composed, his palms flashing as bolts of lightning shot out from his palms, dissolving Zhou Hongjian's plasma beams one by one. His palm techniques flowed like clouds and water, seemingly gentle but in reality containing boundless lightning power. The two exchanged blows, neither giving an inch, and for a time it was difficult to determine a winner. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by their imposing presence, forming an invisible whirlwind. Suddenly, Lang Mohan's figure blurred, appearing behind Zhou Hongjian like a phantom. His fist, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, slammed fiercely towards Zhou Hongjian's back. Zhou Hongjian was shocked and tried to turn around to defend himself, but it was too late. He felt a tremendous force strike him, and his body was involuntarily thrown forward.
forward. Lang Mohan pressed his advantage, relentlessly pursuing Zhou Hengjian with a series of fierce attacks. Zhou Hengjian was forced to retreat steadily, utterly powerless to retaliate. Finally, Lang Mohan kicked Zhou Hengjian to the ground. Zhou Hengjian coughed up blood, his face turned pale, and he was unable to get up. Zhou Hengjian suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, which splattered on the ground like blooming red lotuses. His face instantly turned ashen, devoid of any color, and he looked like a lifeless corpse. All of this was thanks to Lang Mohan's final, astonishing move. The power of this move was so great that it shattered Zhou Hengjian's internal organs, leaving him on the verge of death with no chance of survival. Lang Mohan's face was ashen as he slowly walked forward, each step carrying an invisible pressure. When he reached Zhou Hengjian, he stopped and looked down at his dying opponent, coldly asking, "Do you have any last words?" Despite the excruciating pain, Zhou Hengjian forced a ferocious smile onto his face and roared with all his might, "It's all about the victor and the vanquished. Why are you so smug? My father will never let you get away with this. He will definitely avenge me. Ha, Lang Mohan, just wait and see what happens." After saying that, he burst into wild laughter again, a laugh that sounded incredibly miserable and desperate. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan frowned slightly, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. He snorted coldly and said, "Even now, you still dare to spout nonsense. You're truly courting death." Before he finished speaking, he raised his foot and stomped hard on Zhou Hengjian's head. With a muffled thud, Zhou Hengjian's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter everywhere, creating an extremely bloody and terrifying scene. Upon seeing this scene, the martial artists who had been watching were all stunned into silence, their mouths agape, their eyes wide, and their bodies trembling as if they had been frozen in place. However, at that moment, dazzling bolts of lightning suddenly erupted from Lang Mohan's body. These bolts of lightning danced wildly around his body, flashing and leaping incessantly. Immediately following, accompanied by a deafening roar, dozens of thick bolts of lightning shot out from a radius of tens of meters centered on Lang Mohan. Wherever the lightning passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, crackling and popping. The black-clad warriors had no time to react before they were struck by the sudden lightning and fell to the ground screaming in agony. For a moment, the entire site was filled with a strong, burnt smell that made people want to vomit. Lang Mohan stretched out his right hand and gently rubbed his slightly sore nose, muttering to himself, as expected, "The power of this lightning ability is really great. This is my true trump card. It seems I need to hurry up and level up to level 8, otherwise, when I encounter those veteran level 8 powerhouses, my current abilities will be no match for them." As he spoke, he bent down and carefully picked up Zhou Hengjian's lifeless hand from the ground, his gaze falling on the ring on the other's finger. The ring was jet black, with a faint, mysterious glow. Lang Mohan picked it up curiously and examined it closely. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that this thing was full of high-tech features. Then an idea struck him, and he quickly called out to the system in his mind, "System, quickly help me examine this ring, and give me a detailed instruction manual while you're at it." As he finished speaking, a crisp ding sounded. Immediately afterwards, a mechanical voice rang in his ear, "Plasma ring maser energy remaining at 1%. Instruction manual successfully loaded. Please check." Instantly, a large amount of complex data flooded into Lang Mohan's mind like a tidal wave. After a brief period of digestion and understanding, he finally figured out how to operate the plasma ring. It turns out that this thing is not only extremely easy to operate, but also has a very practical function, automatic charging. Whether it's the rich spiritual energy permeating the world or the ordinary electrical energy in daily life, both can become its inexhaustible source of power. Furthermore, if needed, it can be quickly charged using a special device, greatly reducing the waiting time. However, despite how magical the ring looked, Lang Mohan secretly shook his head in his heart. He thought to himself that, given his ever-increasing strength, this ring was rather useless to him. After all, as one's own abilities improve, the role that external objects can play will become smaller and smaller. Perhaps one day in the future, when I truly stand at the pinnacle, this kind of equipment will already be obsolete. Thinking of this, Lang Mohan casually slipped the ring onto his finger, just as a keepsake. However, he could give it to his younger sister. He was often away from her, and with this ring, even ordinary martial artists would be no match for her. With a cold expression, Lang Mohan slowly stepped out of the warehouse. With a flick of his finger, a dazzling spark of electricity surged out like a dragon, instantly tearing through the dark space. The electric spark seemed to have a life of its own, rapidly drilling into the warehouse. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud boom, and flames shot into the sky from the warehouse. The raging fire, like a demon, raged and devoured everything in its path. Meanwhile, at the martial arts school in Shanghai, Lang Moyu sat anxiously in Lang Mohan's dormitory. Her beautiful eyes lost their former sparkle, and she seemed completely distracted. Although she was confident in her brother's abilities, she couldn't help but worry, as she didn't know what kind of powerful opponent he would be facing this time. Suddenly, a crisp ringtone broke the silence in the room. Zhang Yang hurriedly opened his phone and saw Lang Mohan's phone number displayed on the screen. He quickly pressed the answer button and asked anxiously, "Hey, brother Lang, are you alright?" A steady but slightly tired voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm fine.
fine, I'll be at Magic Martial Arts Academy in a bit. How's my sister? It turned out that Lang Mohan hadn't gone far from the warehouse when he couldn't wait to call Zhang Yang to check on his sister's condition. Before Zhang Yang could reply, Lang Moyu, who was anxiously waiting, suddenly grabbed the phone, held it tightly to her ear, and said urgently, "Brother, I'm so glad you're alright. I'm in your dorm. Come back quickly. I'm waiting for you here." Hearing his sister's concerned words, Lang Mohan felt a warmth in his heart and gently comforted her. "Okay, fine. Just stay there and don't wander off. I'll be there soon." After saying that, he quickened his pace and sped off towards the Shanghai Martial Arts School, Magic Martial Arts University, inside the school dormitory. "Brother, you're finally back." Lang Moyu rushed over like a bullet, her beautiful eyes sparkling with tears of excitement and joy. She hugged her brother tightly, as if trying to merge herself into his embrace, afraid that he would disappear like a phantom in the next second. "How could anything happen to me? I'm back safe and sound." Lang Mohan smiled and gently stroked his sister's hair, his tone full of tenderness and comfort. Standing to the side, Zhang Yang watched the brother and sister embrace each other affectionately, and a sense of envy welled up in his heart. He has many siblings, a total of 4, but they are not all born of the same mother, so their relationships are not harmonious. The deep emotional bond between the Lang siblings before him filled him with warmth and longing. After calming down a bit, the three of them found a quiet place to sit down. Zhang Yang couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Lang, what exactly happened after we left?" His eyes were full of curiosity and concern. Lang Mohan frowned slightly, seemingly unconcerned about what he was about to say, and simply replied casually, "Zhou Yaoxing's father came, but I killed him later." "You killed Zhou Hongjin?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's eyes widened suddenly, staring intently at Lang Mohan with an expression of disbelief, as if he had seen a creature from outer space. "You must know that Zhou Hongjin is no ordinary person. He is a renowned level 7 expert. It is a well-known name in the entire city of Shanghai." It was truly unimaginable that Lang Mohan could kill him so easily, as if he were casually swatting a fly. Even Lang Moyu was stunned, his mouth agape for a long time before he came to his senses and hurriedly asked, "Brother, what is your strength now? In a place like Shanghai, how dare they just kill people like that?" "I'd heard Zhang Yang mention before that the Zhou family wields immense power in Shanghai," Lang Mohan coldly said. "So what? He dared to provoke me, so I have the guts to take his life. The only troublesome issue now is the Zhou family patriarch." Zhang Yang, standing to the side, looked worried and said anxiously, "The Zhou family patriarch is a peak level 8 expert, known in the martial arts world as half-step grandmaster." Upon hearing this, Lang Moyu's expression instantly turned serious, and she thought to herself, "How could my brother have accidentally offended such a powerful family? This is truly worrying." However, Lang Mohan replied nonchalantly, "You don't need to worry so much. Although I am not entirely confident that I can kill the Zhou family patriarch, it is absolutely impossible for him to take my life." Seeing her brother still looking calm and composed, Lang Moyu subconsciously chose to trust him. After all, no matter when or where, my brother was always so confident, as if he could solve any problem. After a moment of contemplation, Lang Mohan instructed, "Alright, Moyu, you will set off immediately tomorrow morning to return to Jiangbei Base City, and then head straight to Kyoto Base City without stopping." Then, he frowned slightly and added seriously, "What I am most worried about right now is your safety and that of your parents. You must understand, even an 8th level expert wouldn't dare to indiscriminately kill innocent people in a place like Kyoto. Besides, with Chen Zhenglong's help, you can travel to Kyoto without anyone noticing, and your safety will be guaranteed." Lang Moyu nodded, knowing that she and her parents were her brother's concerns. "Okay, I'll leave first thing tomorrow morning." Lang Mohan patted his sister's head and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry that I made you so worried and now I have to make you go out and hide." Lang Moyu laughed and said, "What's this? As long as I see my brother getting stronger every day, what's a little hardship?" On the other side, in that sealed chamber, Zhou Zhenqian closed his eyes and focused all his energy on breaking through the bottleneck of a level 9 martial artist. At this moment, he had entered a profound state of cultivation, his aura flowing around him like surging waves. However, at this crucial moment, a sharp and urgent ringing suddenly rang out, shattering the tranquility and focus like a bolt from the blue. Damn it, I was so close. Just that thin membrane away. I was about to break through to level 9 martial artist. Which bastard dared to disturb me at this crucial moment, ruining my breakthrough? I will tear him to pieces. Zhou Zhenqian roared in uncontrollable rage, suddenly opening his eyes, which flashed with fierce anger. With a wave of his right hand, his wide sleeves billowed out, and a powerful burst of energy erupted forth. With a loud bang, the heavy stone door of the secluded training room was shattered by the force of the impact. Zhou Zhenqian, his face ashen, strode out of the secret room. When he saw the figure kneeling at the door, his anger erupted like a volcano, becoming uncontrollable. It turned out that the person kneeling there was his second son. The second son was already middle-aged, but he was so frightened by his father's rage that he trembled all over, like a withered leaf in the wind. "Didn't I repeatedly tell you that no one should disturb me when I'm practicing? Why don't you listen? Do you all just ignore my words?" Zhou Zhenqian roared fiercely, his voice seemingly able to pierce the clouds and make the surrounding walls vibrate.
disintegrate. The second son raised his head tremblingly, his face full of terror, and stammered, "Father, father, something terrible has happened." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenxian frowned deeply and said in a deep voice, "Could it be that the Blood Moon Wolf has invaded again? No, it's not the Blood Moon Wolf." The second son shook his head desperately, his voice trembling with tears. "What exactly is it? You're already middle-aged, so why do you still act like a rash and flustered young man?" With a face full of anger, Zhou Zhenxian loudly reprimanded, "Since the founding of my Zhou family, most of the children born have been mediocre and incapable of achieving anything great, just like you. Fortunately, your eldest brother is quite capable and manages to uphold the reputation of our Zhou family." Upon hearing this, the second son couldn't help but exclaim, "My eldest brother is dead." "What? Whose elder brother died?" Zhou Zhenxian asked in astonishment. The second son, his face deathly pale and lips trembling, replied, "My eldest brother, Zhou Hengjian, is dead." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenxian's eyes widened instantly, veins bulging on his forehead. He grabbed his second son by the collar and lifted him up, roaring, "You unfilial son, how dare you curse your own elder brother to die? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I'm telling you this now, even if your elder brother really does pass away, you will absolutely not be the head of the Zhou family. That position will definitely belong to Yaoxing in the future, and you better remember that." At this moment, the second son was so oppressed by his father's overwhelming aura that he was almost suffocating and unable to breathe properly. When Zhou Zhenxian finally let go, he gasped for breath like a fish out of water. After a long while, the second son, who had finally caught his breath, spoke again with difficulty, "Father, eldest brother, and Yaoxing and the other two, have been murdered. It happened just a short while ago." Zhou Zhenxian was struck as if by lightning. His body staggered backward several steps, his face filled with disbelief, and he froze on the spot. After a long while, he came to his senses and asked in a trembling voice, "How is this possible? Who on earth has the audacity to kill my son? And your elder brother is a level 7 martial artist. There are very few people in the entire Demon City who can rival him. Who could possibly kill him?" At this moment, Zhou Zhenxian's eyes were bloodshot and the veins on his forehead were bulging, making him look like a lion in extreme rage. The second son was equally terrified, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Faced with his father's sharp and oppressive gaze, he couldn't help but shiver and stammered, "Father, father, my elder brother and Yaoxing died in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. According to the preliminary forensic examination, they were likely brutally murdered before being set on fire." The scene was horrific. At this point, the second son seemed to recall the scene from that time, and his body couldn't help but tremble again. Zhou Zhenxian clenched his teeth, his eyes fixed on his trembling second son, as if trying to see the truth through his eyes. Feeling his father's chilling gaze, the second son felt as if he had seen a raging flood, and his heart grew increasingly fearful and uneasy. However, he still forced himself to continue speaking despite his fear. "According to the descriptions of the people around my eldest brother, it seems that Yaoxing has gotten into quite a bit of trouble outside. So the eldest brother personally led his men to deal with it. They thought that with the eldest brother's strength they could easily solve the problem, but who knew that they would end up like this, with the entire army wiped out and no one surviving. As for the specific perpetrator, the police are still conducting a full investigation." After listening to his second son's account, Zhou Zhenxian's face turned terribly gloomy. After a moment of silence, he coldly said, "Take me to see your eldest brother's body immediately." His tone was icy cold, sending chills down one's spine. Just then, news of Zhou Hengjian's death swept through the entire city of Shanghai like a fierce whirlwind. This news was like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar among families of all sizes. People were shocked and discussed the bizarre murder case extensively. After all, the Zhou family is quite powerful in Shanghai. How could the sudden murder of Zhou Hengjian, the eldest son of the Zhou family, not shock and surprise everyone? For a moment, the entire city of Shanghai was shrouded in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. It should be noted that the Zhou family can be considered a second-rate family in Shanghai. Although they are not top tier, their strength is not weak. The main reason is that their ancestor, Zhou Zhenxian, is a peak level 8 expert. "Who dares to kill Zhou Hengjian?" These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the sky above Shanghai, startling everyone who heard them, who then looked at each other with puzzled expressions. "You must know, Zhou Hengjian is the future head of the Zhou family. He was of noble birth and held a prominent position. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on him would be committing an irreconcilable feud with the entire Zhou family, and would be doomed forever." At this moment, Zhou Zhenxian stood in the morgue with a gloomy expression, staring at the cold corpses on the ground, his anger burning fiercely. After a long while, Zhou Zhenxian took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart, and then slowly said, "The murderer who killed your elder brother was also a level 7 martial artist. Police have reviewed all the surveillance footage in the surrounding area, but so far they have not found any useful clues. However, the police must give me a satisfactory answer to this matter. Otherwise, The next morning, sunlight shone through the thin clouds and fell softly on the earth. Accompanied by Zhang Yang, Long Moyu embarked on her journey back to Zhangbei. With Zhang Yang, a powerful first-level martial artist, traveling with us, we can naturally avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble
trouble along the way. Meanwhile, Lang Mohan, far away in Shanghai, contacted Chen Zhenglong, who had just been transferred there, and asked him to use the military's connections to secretly escort his parents and sister to the Kyoto base city.
Given the current complex situation, more safeguards mean more security.
Inside the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, the atmosphere in the vice principal's office was unusually heavy.
This morning, a very important person suddenly arrived. Zhou Xinxian personally visited.
Faced with this imposing figure, the executive vice principals of Magic Martial Arts School all appeared somewhat uneasy. One of them said cautiously, "Senior Zhou, we are also deeply saddened and regretful about the unfortunate passing of Brother Heng Jian.
However, how can you suspect without any basis that this was done by students from our Magic and Martial Arts Academy? Could there be some misunderstanding?"
The person speaking explained anxiously, with beads of sweat even appearing on their forehead.
"That's right, Senior Zhou.
The highest level student in our Magic Martial Arts Academy is only a 4th level martial artist, still some
distance from a 5th level martial artist.
How could someone possibly be able to kill Brother Heng Jian, a 7th level martial artist?" Another person quickly chimed in, their voice filled with disbelief. "Senior Zhou, there's something else I must mention. Our student, Zhang Jian, was also tragically murdered.
So in this matter, we are also victims. Don't you agree?"
Everyone turned their attention to Zhou Xinxian, hoping he would listen to what he had to say.
Zhou Xinxian's face was grim as he coldly said, "You don't need to say anything more. Bring that Lang Mohan here immediately. I
want to interrogate him personally.
I've already given the Magic Martial Arts Academy plenty of face by coming to you today."
Upon hearing this, the vice principals looked embarrassed and could only turn to look at Hu Delu helplessly. Hu Delu naturally knew that he could no longer shirk responsibility, but at the same time he firmly believed that Lang Mohan could not have killed Zhou Hengjian. After all, Zhou Hengjian and he were both level 7 martial artists, and their strength was beyond doubt. After a moment of silence, Hu Delu slowly said, "Alright, go and call Lang Mohan over. This will help dispel Senior Zhou's doubts." A crisp, rapid knocking broke the silence in the room. "Come in," came a steady and powerful reply.
Lang Mohan gently pushed open the door and stepped into the room.
The room was full of people, and the atmosphere was somewhat heavy, but his face showed no surprise. He stood tall and straight at the door, like a pine tree standing proudly against the snow and frost, poised and elegant. Everyone present turned their curious and scrutinizing gazes toward Lang Mohan, but he remained fearless, calmly meeting each gaze with his own. Just then, Lang Mohan noticed an elderly man with white hair staring intently at him from the crowd with eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Those eyes seemed to see through all secrets, carrying an invisible pressure.
Lang Mohan showed no sign of backing down and bravely met that gaze.
In an instant, their gazes met and collided in the air, like two bolts of lightning intertwining. They stared at each other, each seemingly trying to glean more information from the other's eyes. The others present also sensed the tense atmosphere, and for a moment the entire room fell silent. Finally, Hu Delu, who was sitting at the head of the table, broke the deadlock. "Lang Mohan, the reason I called you here today is because this Senior Zhou wants to ask you some questions.
Don't be nervous, just answer truthfully."
As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the white-haired old man. Upon hearing this, the old man known as Zhou Xinxian narrowed his eyes slightly, and his already sharp gaze now pierced directly at Lang Mohan.
At the same time, he shouted sternly, "Lang Mohan, do you know my grandson Zhou Yaoxing?"
His voice was full of authority and questioning. Faced with such a fierce aura, Lang Mohan remained calm and composed, even a faint smile appearing on his lips as he calmly replied, "I know him." Zhou Xinxian was clearly taken aback by the other party's quick and decisive admission, and was slightly stunned.
But he quickly recovered and continued to ask, "Then do you know my son, Zhou Hengjian?" "I know him." Lang Mohan's answer was still concise and clear, without the slightest hesitation. "Do their deaths have anything to do with you?"
This question was like a thunderclap in the air, and the whole scene instantly fell into dead silence.
"Yes," Lang Mohan said calmly.
Zhou Xinxian suddenly stood up, his body as upright as a mountain, and a powerful, suffocating aura burst forth from his body.
This aura was almost tangible, transforming into a surging torrent that swept outwards. Everyone present paled and began to exert their full strength to resist it.
Hu Delu frowned deeply, veins bulging on his forehead. While struggling against the terrifying aura, he anxiously shouted, "Senior Zhou, please calm down.
Don't act impulsively. Let's hear what Lang Mohan has to say."
After speaking, he quickly turned his head, staring intently at Lang Mohan, and said in a deep voice, "Mohan, this matter is of utmost importance, concerning life and death. You must think carefully before you answer." However, faced with such a tense and solemn atmosphere, Lang Mohan sneered. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a
disdainful expression, and said loudly, "Isn't he just trying to find out who killed his son Zhou Yaoxing and grandson Zhou Hengjian? Fine, then I'll tell him plainly now that I personally killed them."
These words caused an uproar. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering statement.
"What? How is this possible?"
A vice principal exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. "Zhou Hengjian is a dignified 7th-level martial artist, and his strength is renowned in the martial arts world. How could he have died so easily at the hands of Lang Mohan?" Another vice principal shook his head and muttered
muttered to himself. There must be a huge misunderstanding here. Lang Mohan could never have such abilities, someone shouted.
In my opinion, Lang Mohan was probably so frightened that he fainted, which is why he started talking nonsense, someone else said.
Zhou Xinxian's lips curled into a sinister sneer.
His eyes were fixed on Hu Delu with piercing gaze.
He gritted his teeth and said, now.
That Lang Mohan has personally confessed that he is the murderer of my son, Principal Hu. Things have come to this.
What else do you have to say?
Hu Delu's expression changed slightly, and a layer of fine sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. He rubbed his hands together and stammered. There must be some misunderstanding here.
Think about it, right? Lang Mohan is just a freshman at our school this year. Even if he's exceptionally talented and strong, he probably couldn't possibly harm someone like Jianheng, right?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinxian, who had previously believed it without a doubt, frowned slightly, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. After a moment of silence, he turned and cast a sharp gaze at Lang Mohan, questioning him in a stern voice. Lang Mohan, I doubt you would actually dare to commit such a heinous act and become a murderer. If you can truthfully reveal the mastermind behind this, perhaps I will spare your life out of consideration for the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Facing the anxious gazes of the crowd, Lang Mohan's cold and stern face remained unmoved. He slowly raised his right hand and gently waved it at the anxious Hu Delu and the others, saying firmly and resolutely, no need to say more, there is no so-called mastermind behind the scenes. Zhou Xinxian, your son was indeed killed by me. He then took a deep breath and continued, previously, Zhou Yaoxing had a conflict with me, and afterwards he went so far as to kidnap my friends and family and subject them to inhumane torture. To save them from their dire situation, I had no choice but to ruthlessly kill that villain. As for your son Zhou Hengjian, he received Zhou Yaoxing's distress call and rushed to the suburban warehouse in a hurry. Once there, without saying a word, he led a group of people to seek revenge on me. Unfortunately, they were no match for me, and in the end, they all became my victims. Your son was the same. He was no match for me and was killed because he was too weak.
Isn't that perfectly normal?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinxian trembled with rage, his face turning ashen, but he still suppressed his anger and gritting his teeth as he laughed. Fine, so you killed him because he was too weak. A life for a life, a debt for a debt, that's only right and proper. There's nothing more to say about it. Before he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in Zhou Xinxian's eyes, and killing intent instantly spread.
Lang Mohan, today is your death day. I will use your head to pay homage to my son's spirit in heaven. With a roar, he shot out like lightning, heading straight for Lang Mohan. In an instant, a gale howled, sand and stones flew, and the entire space seemed to tremble. At the same time, Hu Delu, the vice principal, and several other vice principals who were nearby saw that things were not going well and stepped forward to try to stop Zhou Xinxian. However, they were ultimately only level 7 martial artists, and compared to Zhou Xinxian, a level 8 peak expert, the difference in strength was simply too great. Despite their best efforts in unleashing various martial arts techniques, Zhou Xinxian's speed was simply too fast, moving among them like a ghost, making him impossible to stop. Facing Zhou Xinxian's menacing charge, Lang Mohan showed no fear. A glint flashed in his eyes, like two dazzling stars, radiating a chilling aura. Immediately afterwards, he roared, his voice like a thunderclap, shaking heaven and earth. Suddenly, he threw a punch containing boundless power, which brought with it a terrifying shockwave that swept towards Zhou Xinxian like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, their fists and palms collided fiercely. In an instant, energy surged everywhere, sparks flew, and the powerful impact seemed to tear the surrounding air apart. Two immense forces intertwined and clashed, forming an invisible storm that spread outwards from the two individuals. Everyone present was stunned by this powerful force and involuntarily retreated. With this earth-shattering roar, the entire office building collapsed instantly, as if slammed down by an invisible giant hand. In an instant, smoke and dust billowed, obscuring the sky and the sun, as if the end of the world had arrived. The immense impact caused the ground to tremble violently, and the surrounding buildings shook as well. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of many teachers and students at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. They all dropped what they were doing and hurried toward the direction from which the sound came. Exclamations and murmurs rose from the crowd. Everyone wanted to know what had happened. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, dispersing the dust that filled the air, finally allowing people to see the scene in the ruins. Amidst the ruins, 7 or 8 figures stood. Surprisingly, each of them was enveloped in a protective aura of varying colors and shimmering light. It was clear that despite the building's collapse, they were not injured in the slightest. Hu Delu and the other vice principals were filled with disbelief and indescribable shock. Their astonishment reached its peak when they discovered Lang Mohan standing there unharmed. Before this, they almost all believed that Lang Mohan must have died in the terrible disaster just now. However, the fact is that Lang Mohan was not only unharmed, but also looked energetic and full of fighting spirit, as if he was ready to meet new challenges at any time. How could Lang Mohan possess such formidable strength? At that moment, the same question arose in the minds of everyone present. It should be noted that Zhou Xinxian, who fought against Lang Mohan, was a martial artist with peak level 8 strength, just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. Looking across the
entire world, apart from a very small number of level 9 martial artists who would dare to easily contend with him.
But now, Lang Mohan was actually able to withstand Zhou Xinxian's full-force punch head-on and survive, which is simply an unbelievable miracle. Just how monstrous is Lang Mohan? He's only 18 years old this year. Who would have thought that someone so young would possess the strength to rival an 8th level martial artist? The crowd exclaimed in amazement, discussing among themselves. Lang Mohan absolutely cannot die. If he is given enough time to grow, he might really become a formidable figure like the god of war in the future. Hu Delu pondered to himself, unconsciously turning the ring in his hand. He knew the situation was critical and that he had to act quickly to bring the principal to the scene. Only the principal's presence could possibly prevent Lang Mohan from being murdered. On the other side, Zhou Xinxian narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of undisguised shock in them as well. Originally, he always thought that Lang Mohan had at most killed his son Zhou Hengjian through some schemes and tricks, and that his true strength was at most only around level 6 or 7. However, to his utter surprise, Lang Mohan was able to catch the punch he had just thrown with his bare hands. You should know that Zhou Xinxian's seemingly ordinary punch actually contained a full 30% of his power. This shows that Lang Mohan's current strength is no less than that of a martial artist at the early stage of level 8. It seems that what Lang Mohan said before was not false.
There was indeed no so-called mastermind behind him, and his children and grandchildren did indeed die at his hands. This young man appears to be no more than 20 years old, yet his extraordinary talent is astonishing and awe-inspiring. At this moment, Zhou Xinxian's heart was filled with endless fear and killing intent, and only one thought echoed wildly: this child must not be allowed to live. If he is given more time to grow, I'm afraid even I will not be able to kill him. Meanwhile, Lang Mohan stared intently at Zhou Xinxian, his eyes blazing. He thought to himself, I used 70% of my strength in that punch just now. I thought I could seriously injure him, but I only managed to push him back. This shows that the higher a martial artist's level, the greater the difference in their vital energy and the vastly different their power becomes.
Just then, Zhou Xinxian suddenly roared, Lang Mohan, prepare to die.
With this roar, his aura surged, and he unleashed his full power without reservation. He flashed forward, leaping into the air like an arrow released from a bow, his hands quickly pushing and lifting in front of his chest. In an instant, a surging, overwhelming palm force roared out, like Mount Tai collapsing or a river bursting its banks, pressing down on Lang Mohan with earth-shattering power. This terrifying energy was like the roar of a demon from the deepest hell, causing sand and stones to fly and strong winds to rise wherever it passed, leaving no room for resistance. In a daze, it seemed as if an unparalleled demon king from ancient times had reappeared in the world, ready to tear this world apart completely. At this moment, Lang Mohan knew that the critical moment had arrived and had no intention of holding back any longer. He took a deep breath, as if to gather all the power around him into his body. In an instant, a dazzling golden light shone from his body, so bright that it was almost impossible to look directly at him. As the light emerged, his skin began to undergo a miraculous change, gradually transforming into an ancient and profound bronze color. At the same time, his already strong and muscular body expanded rapidly like an inflating balloon, with every muscle bulging high, full of boundless explosive power and strength. Upon closer inspection, the bulging muscle lines were clearly visible, each distinct, like a legendary dragon coiled upon his body. Such a magnificent sight was truly awe-inspiring. This is precisely the manifestation of the culmination of the 13 Protectors' horizontal training. Immediately afterwards, Lang Mohan let out a deafening roar, as if he was about to release all the energy that had been pent up in his heart. With that roar, he suddenly threw a heavy punch, which slammed forward with overwhelming force. The force of the punch whistled past, tearing the air apart and creating a series of crackling and popping sounds. The sound was like thunder, resounding throughout the entire space and chilling everyone to the bone. With Lang Mohan's roar, the heavy punch shot out like a cannonball, tearing through the sky and carrying a scorching shockwave, as dazzling as a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Immense energy gathered in his fist, and the force it released seemed capable of tearing the sky apart and destroying everything in its path. That strike, imbued with all of Lang Mohan's anger and determination, was incredibly violent and unstoppable. A sharp killing intent flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to crush all enemies into powder without any mercy. The surrounding air seemed to freeze in shock from this attack, and all living beings felt the immense pressure emanating from Lang Mohan. His strength was beyond imagination, like a beast awakening, about to charge forward and destroy all enemies. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were splitting apart. The sound was deafening and terrifying. Two immense torrents of energy collided violently, instantly unleashing boundless light and blazing flames. Their power was so great that it was as if a giant missile had exploded in midair. As this violent force struck, the earth trembled violently, as if an earth dragon were turning over. The soil and rocks on the ground were lifted up, forming deep cracks that spread outwards. The once solid ground has now become incredibly fragile, as easily torn apart as a sheet of paper. The sky also changed color due to this powerful energy fluctuation. The originally azure sky was instantly dyed a fiery red, and the clouds rolled and surged, as if the end of the world had arrived. At the point where these two terrifying energies converged, a huge, bottomless crater appeared within a radius of several hundred meters around the location of the two people. The soil inside was scorched black, and rocks flew everywhere. Houses within a kilometer radius collapsed, turning into ruins. The tall, thick trees were instantly destroyed into countless fragments, which flew everywhere, like rotten wood. Thick plumes of smoke and dust shot into the sky, obscuring the sun and forming a massive mushroom cloud hundreds of meters high, which slowly rose into the air. The students in the vicinity of this area were in trouble. They didn't even have time to react before being blown away by the surging air currents. Some people slammed into walls or tree trunks, spitting out blood on the spot. Some people fell heavily to the ground, their bodies convulsing, bleeding from their 7 orifices, their fate unknown. Even the powerful Hudelu and others were not spared. Although they quickly moved away in an instant, they were still shaken by the terrifying shockwave, causing their blood to churn, their faces to turn red as blood, and their breathing to become rapid. This demonstrates just how astonishing the power of an 8th-level martial artist's all-out attack truly is. Zhou Xinxian, who was at the heart of the storm, also felt unprecedented pressure. He was forced to retreat by the terrifying air currents, each step sinking deep into the ground and leaving clearly visible footprints. Even so, he did not lose his balance. The radiant aura around him kept flashing with dazzling light, blocking out all the waves of energy that came his way. At the same time, his black hair flew wildly, his robes fluttered, and he exuded an unparalleled aura of majesty. In contrast, Long Mohan's situation was much worse. He was knocked back more than 30 meters before he could barely regain his footing. At this moment, the spiritual light on his body flickered and was extremely unstable, clearly indicating that he had suffered a great loss in this fierce collision. It seems there is still a considerable gap between him and Zhou Xinxian, a half-step grandmaster. Those who were still able to stand stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, which looked like the end of the world. They were so shocked that their mouths were agape, but they couldn't utter a single word. This is the terrifying power displayed by an 8th-level martial artist. Such terrifying power is far beyond what a 7th-level martial artist can compare to. It should be noted that the maximum health value of a level 7 martial artist is only 2.7 million points, while the maximum health value of a level 8 martial artist is an astonishing 5.7 million points. The difference between the two is simply a difference of millions of health points. At this moment, they simply could not imagine the earth-shattering power that a master-level figure at the peak of level 9, like a martial god with tens of millions of health points, could unleash with every move. Zhou Xinxian took a deep breath and sighed inwardly. I've used all my strength and gone all out, but this brat is still not dead. If I cannot kill him here today, I fear I will never have another chance to take revenge. Moreover, if we cannot avenge this blood feud, our Zhou family will likely find it difficult to continue to stand and survive on this land of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, no matter the cost, this kid is doomed to die today. Hudelu stood there anxiously, his eyes fixed on the distant sky, his mind racing. When will the principal finally arrive? If he's any later, it'll be too late. At this moment, he felt as anxious and restless as an ant on a hot pan. Hudelu knew that the current situation was very unfavorable to Lang Mohan. Looking at Lang Mohan, who was confronting Zhou Xinxian, he secretly prayed for a miracle to happen. Although Lang Mohan is quite strong, he is clearly no match for Zhou Xinxian. If Lang Mohan were to be killed by Zhou Xinxian today, it would be a huge loss for our Magic Martial Arts Academy. You should know that this child is exceptionally talented, and given time, he will surely be able to break through to the level of a 9th-level martial artist. If he manages to escape this calamity today, then our Magic Martial Arts Academy will have 2 Grandmaster-level experts in the future. At that time, even compared to the Kyoto Martial Arts School, we might not be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Hudelu clenched his fists, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Meanwhile, Lang Mohan on the other side was also in a state of utter confusion. While desperately fending off Zhou Xinxian's fierce attacks, he quickly calculated in his mind how many bargaining chips he still had left. If it weren't for the fact that he had already mastered the 13 Protectors' horizontal training and possessed the special talent of having copper skin and iron bones, he would probably have already lost his life. However, despite this, the nearly 2 million difference in chi and blood still seemed like an insurmountable chasm before him. I still have my thunder magic to unleash, and my throwing knives and iron balls are quite powerful. Combined with my lightning-fast speed, I might be able to hold my own against Zhou Xinxian for a few dozen rounds. But, will this really be enough to defeat him? Lang Mohan's heart was filled with doubts and worries, but he did not give up the fight. Instead, he gritted his teeth and prepared to face the even more brutal battle ahead. With such a huge commotion at the Magic Martial Arts Center, it won't be long before those level 9 experts here become aware of it. They absolutely cannot sit idly by. After all, behind Magic Martial Arts is Yi Qingsong, a top expert on the heavenly ranking. With this terrifyingly powerful figure backing me, I have absolutely nothing to fear. At this moment, Lang Mohan pondered to himself. Zhou Xinxian, standing to the side, was well aware of this simple and easy-to-understand principle. That's why he knew he couldn't give Lang Mohan any more breathing room.
room. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Zhenxian leaped into the air like a nimble cheetah. At the same time, his large hands moved up and down with the agility of butterflies flitting among flowers, and streams of silk-like energy continuously gushed out from his palms. These streams of energy were as fine as gossamer threads, yet as light and graceful as willow catkins, dancing up and down. These wondrous sights are Zhou Zhenxian's hidden masterpiece, willow catkins suspended in the air. Faced with Zhou Zhenxian's extremely fierce offensive, Long Mohan naturally dared not slacken his efforts in the slightest. Suddenly, a purple light shone brightly all over his body, so intense that it was as dazzling as the Ziwei star in the night sky. In an instant, countless lightning elements seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, frantically converging towards Lang Mohan and surrounding his body. At this moment, Lang Mohan was surrounded by lightning and thunder, and he seemed to be a thunder god descending to earth, exuding a powerful and terrifying aura. With a loud shout, Lang Mohan and Zhou Zhenxian launched their attack almost simultaneously. The two moved like lightning, transforming into two streaks of light that shot straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had leaped hundreds of meters into the air. The onlookers below were terrified and turned pale. They retreated in fear, afraid of being caught in the crossfire of this extraordinary battle. In an instant, the entire scene seemed to be shrouded in an invisible pressure, the atmosphere so tense that it was almost impossible to breathe, and everyone's gaze was drawn to the life-or-death battle about to unfold in the sky, as if drawn by a magnet. Everyone's hearts pounded involuntarily in the tense atmosphere, as if they were about to leap out of their throats. Just as Lang Mohan and Zhou Zhenxian were about to clash, a thunderous voice suddenly rang out in the air, "Stop!" However, at this moment, the two were already like arrows released from a bow, unstoppable. The surging power within them flowed out continuously, such a massive energy output could not be stopped so easily. Seeing the terrifying lightning snakes flashing between Lang Mohan's fists, hurtling towards Zhou Zhenxian with earth-shattering force. At the same time, Zhou Zhenxian's willow catkin energy transformed into countless white threads flying in the sky, rushing towards Lang Mohan with overwhelming force. Just as these two terrifying energies, powerful enough to tear apart the void, were about to collide, suddenly, a figure as white as snow appeared between them like a ghost. Before anyone could even see the mysterious man in white's movements, they saw him gently wave his arms, and his wide sleeves billowed up like two nimble wings, creating a gust of wind. Then, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The two enormous energies, which had been fiercely clashing and refusing to yield to each other, vanished without a trace in an instant, as if swallowed by a black hole. Lang Mohan and Zhou Zhenxian were stunned. They lost their balance and fell straight down from the sky like two large birds with broken wings. The man in white stood steadily in mid-air, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his robes fluttering like a fairy, exuding an unparalleled sacred aura, as if he were a deity descended to earth, inspiring awe in all who beheld him. Lang Mohan stood on the ground looking at the white-clad figure floating in the air, his eyes filled with envy. This was the legendary level 9 expert, a grandmaster-level figure, an existence comparable to a humanoid nuclear weapon. A level 9 martial artist has already transcended the constraints of gravity and can freely soar through the sky. Every gesture they make contains earth-shattering power, and only such beings can be revered as grandmasters. As Hu Delu watched the white figure appear, the huge weight that had been hanging over his heart finally lifted, and he let out a long sigh of relief. The visitor was none other than Yiqing Song, the principal of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy and the undisputed true creator of this academy, a peerless expert ranked among the top 10 on the heavenly ranking. However, even Hu Delu had never witnessed Yiqing Song personally take action before, and what he saw this time was truly an eye-opener for him. It should be noted that the strength of an 8th-level martial artist is already terrifying, but in front of Yiqing Song, a person who has transcended the ordinary, he could not even cause the slightest ripple. "Greetings, Principal." Hu Delu and the other vice principals dared not be negligent in the slightest and hurriedly bowed respectfully to the man in white. In an instant, the entire Magic and Martial Arts Academy was plunged into an uproar. That man in white is actually our principal? Yiqing Song, a top expert on the heavenly ranking. My God, I am actually fortunate enough to see a living, breathing level 9 expert today. To neutralize the fierce attacks of two top experts with just one hand, this is the extraordinary skill that a true Grandmaster level martial artist should possess. All the teachers and students present were deeply shocked, their eyes revealing undisguised envy. After all, they were all students embarking on the path of martial arts, and deep in their hearts, they all longed for the day when they too could possess such unparalleled power. Yiqing Song descended slowly from the sky like an immortal. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, and everyone gazed at this renowned expert on the heavenly ranking with utmost reverence. "Principal, you finally arrived. If you had been any later, our Magic Martial Arts Academy's martial arts talents might have been ruined." Hu Delu rushed over anxiously and said with lingering fear. Upon hearing this, Yiqing Song turned his gaze to the aloof figure not far away, Lang Mohan. After looking him up and down, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Is this the martial arts prodigy you mentioned? Truly outstanding. In terms of talent and ability alone, she is in no way inferior to me in my youth." Upon hearing this, a gasp and whispers erupted
throughout the room. No one expected that Yi Ching-song, who was always picky and demanding, would give Lang Mohan such a high evaluation.
Doesn't this mean that Lang Mohan will inevitably become a level 9 powerhouse like Yi Ching-song in the future? Just then, Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a humble yet confident smile. He stepped forward steadily, bowed to Yi Ching-song, and said, "Student Lang Mohan greets principal." Yi Ching-song nodded slightly in return, then asked with interest, "How old are you this year?"
Lang Mohan straightened up and respectfully replied, reporting to headmaster, "I have just turned 18 this year."
"What? You're only 18? Upon hearing this answer, even the well-informed Yi Ching-song was taken aback.
It is important to know that highly skilled martial artists can often maintain a youthful appearance for a long time, and their aging process is much slower than that of ordinary people. So before this, Yi Ching-song had always thought that Lang Mohan was at least in his 20s or 30s. At the young age of 18, he had already reached the mid-stage of the 8th level of martial arts. Such an astonishing achievement would be hard to find even in the entire world. If what Lang Mohan said is true, then without a doubt, he has successfully broken the martial arts record set since the Great Nirvana era.
Ha ha ha, that's great. Our lineage of magic and martial arts finally has a successor. Everyone cheered excitedly.
However, at that moment, Yi Ching-song's previously joyful gaze suddenly turned cold, shooting straight at Zhou Zhenxian not far away, like a sharp sword, and he shouted sharply, "Zhou Zhenxian, why did you have to kill our magic martial arts seed?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenxian trembled violently, but when he recalled the tragic deaths of his children and grandchildren, the hatred in his heart instantly overwhelmed his fear. He clenched his teeth and recounted the grievances between himself and Lang Mohan in detail. After Zhou Zhenxian finished speaking, Yi Ching-song turned to Lang Mohan and asked with a stern face, "Lang Mohan, is what Zhou Zhenxian said true?" Lang Mohan nodded coldly and replied, "That's true. They dared to provoke my family and friends. They deserve to die." Yi Ching-song frowned slightly after hearing this, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "The grudges and affections in the martial world should not be my concern. But as a member of the magic and martial arts lineage, I naturally cannot stand by and watch Lang Mohan die at your hands.
In my opinion, how about this?
As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Why don't you agree on a time, say 10 years from now, and then have a life or death battle to determine the victor?" Those around Yi Ching-song couldn't help but laugh when they heard his words. With Lang Mohan's current talent, he might become a level 9 martial artist in 10 years.
Will Zhou Zhenxian still have a chance to take revenge by then?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenxian was like a powder keg that had been lit. He was instantly consumed by rage, his head was buzzing, his blood rushed to his head, and even the base of his neck turned bright red.
His eyes widened in anger as he roared in a low voice, "Master Yi, aren't you blatantly bullying me?
Give Lang Mohan another 10 years, and even if I fight with all my might, I probably won't be able to kill him then." At this moment, Yi Ching-song narrowed his eyes slightly, gently twirled a wisp of beard on his chin with his right hand, and deliberately pretended to be quite troubled, saying, "Oh dear, this is really a tricky problem.
On the one hand, I don't want to just stand by and watch you kill Lang Mohan.
On the other hand, I have no reason to stop you from seeking revenge against Lang Mohan."
This is truly a dilemma.
However, at this moment, Lang Mohan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, "Principal, please don't worry. I don't need 10 years, 1 month will suffice. 1 month from now, I will have a life or death duel with Zhou Zhenxian at the foot of Misty Peak." As he said this, Lang Mohan stood tall and proud, his face full of confidence, as if victory was already in his grasp. Upon hearing this, Yi Ching-song was greatly shocked, and was so surprised that he almost broke off a beard hair.
He stared wide-eyed at Lang Mohan in disbelief, shaking his head and saying, "Are you really sure? You have to understand that your skills can't possibly improve much in just 1 month.
In my opinion, it would be more prudent to extend the deadline to 1 year.
What do you think?" Faced with Yi Ching-song's doubts, Lang Mohan remained unmoved.
His gaze was firm, and he answered decisively, "Principal, you can rest assured. Since I dare to say it will only take a month, it shows that I have absolute certainty and confidence in it." Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed across Zhou Zhenxian's face. He was afraid that Yi Ching-song would forcefully intervene, but now that Lang Mohan was being unreasonable and insisted on showing off, he couldn't let this opportunity pass.
"I agree, Lang Mohan. Let's settle this with a life or death struggle at the foot of Misty Peak in a month." Zhou Zhenxian bowed to Yi Ching-song, then turned and sped away into the distance, fearing that Lang Mohan might change his mind.
A month would also give him more time to make thorough preparations. "Principal, look how noisy it is here. It's really not a suitable place to have a conversation.
How about we move to the auditorium conference room at the back and have a proper talk?"
Seeing that the crowd gathering around him was growing larger and larger, Hu Delu quickly stepped forward and respectfully made a suggestion to the principal. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then they all walked towards the auditorium conference room. Upon entering the conference room, one finds the interior decorated in a solemn and elegant manner.
Apart from Lang Mohan, everyone else present was a high-ranking leader of magic martial arts.
They took their seats one by one, and the atmosphere became somewhat solemn.
Once everyone was seated, Yi Ching-song spoke spoke first, asking, Lang Mohan, what are your specific plans for the next month? Do you need any resources to help you? Whether it's precious martial arts manuals, miraculous elixirs, weapons, or armor, whatever you need, I have it all. Lang Mohan shook his head slightly and said firmly, thank you for your care and kindness, Principal, but I don't need these things right now. I have made plans to spend this month going to the Black Mountain to gain some experience. I firmly believe that only by teetering on the brink of life and death can I unleash my full potential and rapidly enhance my combat capabilities. Upon hearing this, Yi Ching-song couldn't help but show his appreciation. He clapped his hands vigorously and exclaimed, now I finally understand why Lang Mohan has been able to grow and improve so quickly. It turns out that they've been constantly pushing their limits, always braving life and death. And look at you lot, so many years have passed and you're still stuck at the mere 7th level, making no progress. The reason for this is simply that they are too pampered in their daily lives and lack the kind of mental tempering and refinement they need. Hu Delu and his group sat there with extremely embarrassed expressions on their faces. They could only manage a forced, awkward smile to cover up their unease and embarrassment. At this moment, Yi Ching-song slowly turned his head, staring intently at Lang Mohan with admiration and expectation in his eyes. He spoke slowly, you are a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. You not only possess unparalleled strength and have become an awe-inspiring 8th level martial artist, but you are also a rare lightning ability user in the world. With your extraordinary talent, if you manage to survive this fierce battle, your future achievements will certainly not be inferior to mine. At this point, Yi Ching-sung paused slightly, then raised his voice and asked, Lang Mohan, would you be willing to become my disciple? What? Principal Yi actually wants to take Lang Mohan as his disciple? Upon hearing this, Hu Delu and the others were all shocked, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. However, after calming down a bit, they thought about it again and realized that with Lang Mohan's extraordinary talent, it was only natural that Yi Ching-sung would want to take him as a disciple. After all, the strength and potential that Lang Mohan has shown so far indicate that he is about to enter the ranks of quasi-grandmasters. Just as everyone turned their attention to Lang Mohan, fully expecting him to agree without hesitation and with great joy. But Lang Mohan remained calm and composed, replying in a steady tone, I'm sorry, Principal Yi, I don't have any plans to become an apprentice at the moment. These words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present stunned. Hu Delu and the others couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh, secretly lamenting that Lang Mohan was truly ungrateful. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was right in front of him, yet he didn't know how to cherish it. Yi Ching-sung is a world-renowned and revered figure on the heavenly ranking. Furthermore, he ranked 3rd on the heavenly ranking, making him a true grandmaster. If one could establish a relationship with such a person and cling tightly to this powerful figure, then who in the entire Dragon Kingdom would dare not give him some face? Unfortunately, Lang Mohan didn't know how to cherish such a rare opportunity. When Yi Ching-sung heard Lang Mohan refuse without hesitation, he was clearly taken aback. He was slightly stunned and a look of surprise appeared on his face. But he quickly regained his composure, chuckled, and said, young man, you're quite arrogant. It seems you look down on this old man, Lang Mohan. Faced with Yi Ching-sung's slightly teasing words, Lang Mohan quickly waved his hand and explained sincerely, Principal Yi, you misunderstand. I absolutely did not mean to belittle or look down on you in the slightest. The reason is that ever since I embarked on the path of cultivation, I have always relied on my own continuous exploration and progress. Through years of accumulation and practice, I have gradually developed a unique cultivation method that suits me. If I were to rashly accept a master at this time, it might have some impact on my current cultivation progress. So please forgive me. At this point, Lang Mohan paused, then added, furthermore, as the principal of our Magic and Martial Arts Academy, you are, in terms of both sentiment and reason, like my mentor. No matter where I am in the future, I will always remember that I am a member of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, and your student. This bond between teacher and student will never change because of whether or not I formally become your disciple. Yi Ching-sung's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he said softly, hey, you little monkey, after saying so much, you still look down on me in the end, huh? Very well, with the amazing talent you've shown so far, it's only a matter of time before you surpass me. Besides, at your level of understanding, the help I can offer is truly limited. He paused slightly, then continued, just as you said yourself, from now on, you will bear the mark of our Magic Martial Arts Academy, as well as the mark of me, Yi Ching-sung. These are marks you can never erase. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just come to me. Within this Dragon Kingdom, I still have some influence and connections. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ching-sung's gaze sharpened, and his figure suddenly blurred, instantly transforming into a blur as he sped out of the open window like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the figure soared into the sky, disappearing into the boundless horizon at a speed that was beyond the reach of ordinary people, as if it had never existed. At this moment, Hu Delu stepped up to Lang Mohan and said with a look of surprise, oh my, Lang Mohan, you've really hidden yourself well. I always thought you were only at the level of a 5th level martial artist, but I never expected you to have already reached the strength of an 8th level martial artist. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan couldn't help but laugh and replied confidently, "Principal, you're wronging me. I really have never deliberately hidden my strength. The main reason is that my talent is simply too outstanding, and my progress is too fast. Even I sometimes find it unbelievable, and there's nothing I can do about it." Upon hearing this, Hudelu shook his head helplessly and chuckled, teasingly saying, "Look at you, you're actually getting smug." Everyone laughed. In the vast and boundless sky, a sleek and stylish hypersonic high-altitude aircraft streaked past like a bolt of lightning. It traversed layers of clouds at an astonishing speed, breaking through atmospheric resistance and forging ahead. Time seemed to lose its meaning at this moment, and no one knew exactly how much time had passed. Finally, with a slight mechanical hum, the aircraft began to gradually slow down. It's like a tired bird, slowly descending its altitude. Finally, the aircraft hovered steadily in mid-air and slowly descended. Inside the cockpit, the pilot turned around, his face filled with awe, and respectfully said to the handsome young man beside him, "Mr. Lang, we have arrived deep in the Tahitian mountains. Please get ready, fasten your parachute, and you may jump at any time." The young man, referred to as Mr. Lang, nodded slightly and whispered a thank you. Immediately afterwards, he moved swiftly, disappearing from the cabin like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the vast sky. Several seconds later, a bright blue parachute suddenly bloomed in the distant sky. The parasol resembled an elegant blue flower, appearing exceptionally beautiful and captivating against the backdrop of blue sky and white clouds. The young man, however, clung tightly to the parachute ropes, letting his body sway in the air with the wind. This mysterious black mountain has been a forbidden area for humankind since ancient times. However, for those with great power, this place is their dream paradise. Once upon a time, Tahitian was just an ordinary, inconspicuous mountain range. But since the revival of spiritual energy, everything has changed dramatically. The landscape here is extremely unique, with towering peaks reaching into the clouds, bottomless valleys, rushing and roaring rivers, and lush forests. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air is far higher than in the surrounding areas, so dense that it is almost suffocating. Such a unique environment naturally attracted countless high-level monsters to inhabit and reproduce here. They are either fierce and brutal, or cunning and treacherous, making this region full of endless dangers and challenges. Legend has it that a terrifying level 9 monster is hidden deep within the Tahitian mountain. This monster possesses world-destroying power, and even the strongest experts would avoid it. However, it is precisely because Tahitian contains such abundant spiritual resources and numerous precious natural treasures that it is considered a sacred place. Therefore, every year hundreds or even thousands of high-level experts from all over the Dragon Kingdom risk their lives to flock to this place and embark on one thrilling adventure after another. Those who dare to set foot on the land of Tahitian are at least powerful individuals with the cultivation level of a 6th-level martial artist. When they were still tens of meters above the ground, Lang Mohan's body suddenly trembled slightly, and the parachute he was carrying broke apart instantly. Immediately afterwards, he plummeted from the sky like a great bird spreading its wings. Roar! Just as his feet touched the ground, a series of roars echoed throughout the entire mountain range. These roars came from all sorts of monsters, rising and falling incessantly, as if proclaiming to the world the extraordinary nature of this great black mountain. In an instant, a dark shadow flashed past like lightning, and at the same time, a strong sense of crisis that sent chills down one's spine suddenly struck. In the blink of an eye, the battle blade Pajun, which Lang Mohan was holding tightly, suddenly flashed with a dazzling silver light and slashed straight at the black figure with an incomparably sharp aura. With a muffled thud, the neck of the 2 or 3 meter tall Audilon beast snapped in two. Crimson blood gushed out like a fountain, shooting several meters into the air before raining down on the ground. The blood of a level 6 monster is a rare treasure. We absolutely cannot waste it. Upon seeing this, Lang Mohan rushed forward and began to gulp down the food. As this warm and energetic blood flowed continuously into his abdomen, he could clearly feel his blood and chi levels increasing rapidly at an astonishing rate. However, not long after, when he noticed that his internal energy and blood value had only increased by a little over 30,000, he couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. How come it only increased by such a small amount of energy and blood value? That's far too little. Since breaking through to the 7th level of martial artist, the blood and crystal cores of low-level monsters have become much slower to increase his blood and chi. Currently, only the blood and crystal cores of monsters of the same or higher level can rapidly increase his vitality. Lang Mohan grabbed the crystal core of the Audilon beast and swallowed it in one gulp. The system showed that he only gained 50,000 points of health. Originally, at level 6, a level 6 crystal core had at least 150,000 health points, but its effect has diminished now. Lang Mohan was not discouraged. His purpose in coming to Tahitian was to raise his chi and blood value to level 8. Once he reached level 8, he was confident he could kill Zhou Zhenxian. Lang Mohan continued his journey, engaging in constant killing. He didn't even bother killing monsters below level 6. After killing 7 or 8 level 6 monsters, his health points only increased by a little over 300,000. Lang Mohan sighed. It seems these level 6 monsters are becoming less and less effective against against him. I need to hurry up and find some level 7 monsters. Suddenly, Lung Mohan, who was cautiously making his way through the depths of Tahitian Mountain, twitched his ears, as if he had caught a faint sound coming from afar. Upon closer listening, he discovered that it was actually the sound of humans talking. He was overjoyed and thought to himself, there's always a way out. Perhaps I can ask them where I can find high-level monsters. After all, this great black mountain is vast and boundless. If I were to search alone, I don't know how many days it would take to find anything. Without hesitation, Lung Mohan strode toward the direction from which the sound came. Before long, a dozen tents came into view, neatly arranged together. However, before he could even get close to the tents, a piercing alarm suddenly blared all around. Oh no, a monster is attacking. With exclamations, the once quiet tent erupted in chaos as 7 or 8 martial artists dressed in tight-fitting clothes rushed out. They each held gleaming weapons, their faces solemn as they stood ready for battle. The tense atmosphere eased slightly when the martial artists realized that the newcomer was not a ferocious monster, but a lone man. One of them patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Oh my god, it's a living person. I thought it was some blind monster daring to break into our camp." The other person looked Lang Mohan up and down, asking curiously, "Brother, where did you come from? You look unfamiliar." Although their words seemed casual, these people's eyes never left Lang Mohan, clearly indicating that they had not completely let down their guard. Faced with the crowd's questions, Lang Mohan calmly smiled and replied, "Friends, please don't panic. I'm from Shanghai and I'm from the Magic Martial Arts Academy." As soon as he finished speaking, a lean man in the crowd turned to a burly, imposing man beside him and asked, "Wang Bin, this guy says he's from your Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Do you know him?" The man, known as Wang Bin, gripped a sharp machete tightly in both hands. His upright posture gave him an aura of unwavering stability. Upon hearing his companion's question, he turned his gaze to Lang Mohan and examined him closely. He gently shook his head and slowly said, "I don't know him. You have to understand, it's been almost 20 years since I graduated from Magic Martial Arts University." Upon hearing this, the lean man frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Oh, if we don't know each other, then this matter might be difficult to handle. By the way, who is your teacher?" Wang Bin asked after a moment's hesitation. Lang Mohan replied, "My teacher is Qian Dajuan." Wang Bin's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "So what are his special hobbies?" Lang Mohan pursed his lips and said helplessly, "His biggest hobby is money." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, Then there's no doubt that you're one of us from Magic Martial Arts." At this moment, someone nearby couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Wang Bin, how can you be so sure?" Wang Bin, with a confident smile on his face, explained, "Is that even a question? Qian Dajuan was in the same class as me back then. I'm already a level 7 martial artist, while he's still stuck at level 5. Plus, he's always been greedy for money. Who else could it be but him? Ha ha ha." After saying that, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, Wang Bin waved to the other person and called out enthusiastically, "Brother, come over here." The two exchanged a smile, and Lang Mohan replied with a laugh, "I really didn't expect that after all these years, I would still run into my junior here in Tahitian." Lang Mohan also laughed and said, "I just arrived at Tahitian Mountain. When I was at school, no one told me that there were senior brothers training here." Wang Bin sighed and said, "I've been trapped here for 7 or 8 years and haven't been able to get out. I wonder if Hu Delu is still the principal of Magic Martial Arts Academy." Lang Mohan thought to himself, "It seems their trust in me is still limited. Right now, they're clearly testing me." At the same time, he said, "Principal who is still just the executive vice principal, but he still presides over most of the school's work. This principal who has a particular hobby, smoking cigars. And I've heard that his favorite cigar brand has remained unchanged, the famous Cohiba." At this moment, Wang Bin, with a big smile on his face, patted Lang Mohan's shoulder gently and said in a particularly warm manner, "Actually, to be honest, Hu Delu is indeed quite capable. However, the most crucial factor that allowed him to remain firmly in the position of principal was that Master Yi was related to him. Otherwise, given the abundance of experts on our magic martial arts side, how could he possibly have been chosen for this position?" Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan couldn't help but smile slightly and replied, "So that's how it is. I really didn't know there was such a relationship before. However, not long ago, I had the privilege of meeting Principal Yi once. At the time, I didn't notice any particularly intimate interactions between him and Principal Hu." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's eyes widened in surprise, and he eagerly asked, "What, you actually met Grandmaster Yi Qingtsong? He actually came to the school in person?" Lang Mohan nodded affirmatively, his tone tinged with admiration, and said, "That's right, Principal Yi flew directly over there. He was dressed in a long, snow-white robe, the hem of which fluttered in the wind, making him appear like an immortal descending to earth, truly breathtaking." Upon hearing this, everyone around him showed expressions of immense envy. After all, he was a grandmaster. For all martial arts practitioners, this was undoubtedly the highest realm they dreamed of reaching in their entire lives. "What is your surname, junior brother?" Wang Bin asked with a smile and a kind tone. "Senior brother, just call me Lang Mohan." Lang Mohan cupped his hands slightly, his expression calm and composed. closed. A hint of curiosity flashed in Wang Bin's eyes. Junior brother Lang, if I may be so bold as to ask, what exactly is your current strength? Lang Mohan said casually, I just recently entered level 7. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked surprised and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. It's hard to believe that Lang Mohan, who looks so young, already possesses such profound strength. Although one cannot accurately determine the true age of a high-level martial artist solely based on their appearance, generally speaking, the younger someone appears, the younger their actual age should be. Although they look to be in their 30s, they are actually all in their 40s or 50s. However, because he is a high-level martial artist with extremely vigorous blood and chi, he gives people the illusion of being ageless. Wang Bin composed himself and then asked, Junior brother, did you also come here to search for the stalactite elixir? Lang Mohan shook his head, looking bewildered. Stalactite divine liquid? What is that? I came here simply to hunt a few level 7 monsters. Seeing that he seemed to know nothing about it, Wang Bin immediately explained enthusiastically, since you don't know, Junior brother, then I will tell you in detail about the wonderful uses of this stalactite elixir. It is said that this stalactite liquid was once seen in a mysterious cave deep in the Great Black Mountain. Long ago, a level 7 martial artist was fortunate enough to obtain a single drop. Upon consuming it, it was as if he had been enlightened, his strength instantly breaking through its limitations, propelling him to the early stage of a level 8 martial artist. The eldest brother spoke with a burning gaze, his words filled with amazement and envy. Junior brother, think about it. It's just a single drop, yet it can raise a martial artist's cultivation level by an entire major realm. In today's world, although there are countless elixirs and medicines available, which one possesses such miraculous effects that seem to defy fate? The senior brother became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had witnessed that shocking scene with his own eyes. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan's heart couldn't help but flutter, as such a temptation was truly hard to resist. However, he quickly calmed down and thought about it again. Wang Bin and other experts had been searching here for many years, but had never found anything. It is clear that obtaining this stalactite elixir is by no means an easy task. So, Lang Mohan shook his head slightly and said with a wry smile, Senior brother, you really have extraordinary perseverance. 4. This legendary treasure, you have stayed in this black mountain for 7 or 8 years without ever taking a single step out. I truly admire you. As for me, I didn't dare to have too many expectations this time. I only hoped to hunt down a few level 7 monsters. I wonder if senior brother knows anything about this? Wang Bin's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile, and he said loudly, of course I know that. Junior brother, I've been fraught with danger in this black mountain for many years now. I know the distribution of all the high-level monsters within this area of thousands of miles like the back of my hand. You've come to the right person. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan smiled and cupped his hands, saying, in that case, I must thank you in advance, senior brother. I will need your guidance in the future. Wang Bin quickly waved his hand and said generously, hey, junior brother, you don't need to be so polite with me. Come, let's sit down and talk slowly. As he spoke, he reached out and pulled Lang Mohan along, and together they walked to a stone bench and sat down. Immediately afterwards, Wang Bin picked up the wine pot on the table and poured Lang Mohan a glass of fragrant, strong liquor. Let me tell you in detail. This great black mountain stretches for tens of thousands of miles, and the spiritual energy here is extremely rich, making it a uniquely blessed place. Legend has it that there may even be level 9 Beast King level monsters here, which are extraordinary beings that no ordinary person can contend with. However, there are quite a few monsters at the level of Beast King or Lord, such as those at levels 7 or 8. Wang Bin raised his glass and lightly clinked it with Lang Mohan's. He then tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. He continued, so, when we seek survival and temper ourselves in this black mountain, we must have a clear and definite understanding of this. Which monsters can be hunted to obtain their valuable materials and crystal cores, and you must be clear about which ruthless characters you absolutely must not provoke. Never act rashly, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Wang Bin put down his wineglass, wiped his mouth with his hand, paused for a moment, and then spoke again. Besides, there are also many different kinds of human groups active in this black mountain. Some are like-minded people who travel together to explore this mysterious place. Some are treacherous individuals who specialize in shady dealings. We also need to be careful with these human groups to avoid inadvertently getting caught up in unnecessary trouble. Each of us has our own territory. Normally, we all keep to ourselves and rarely cross the border to hunt those ferocious monsters. After all, doing so is very dangerous. If anyone dares to cross the line, a bloody battle is inevitable. As Lang Mohan spoke, he skillfully filled Wang Bin's wineglass, then listened intently to the various facts and information about Tahitian. Look, that place about 500 miles to the east is Huang Tianbao's territory. This guy is not to be trifled with. He has gathered more than a dozen experts with the strength of level 6 or 7 martial artists under his command, making him a force to be reckoned with in this area. So, buddy, I advise you to avoid going that way, to avoid getting into unnecessary trouble. Lang Mohan thought to himself, I killed Huang Tianbao not long ago, and it seems that the
the news hasn't reached here yet. After Wang Bin finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed to the southeast, continuing to introduce, "Look over there, about 600 li away, that's the sphere of influence of the Zheng family in the capital. Within this area spanning 3,000 miles, his family's power was the strongest. Moreover, this family is notoriously domineering and arrogant. If you unfortunately run into them, avoid them if possible, and absolutely do not engage in direct conflict with them, lest you suffer a great loss."
Upon hearing this, Lung Mohan couldn't help but ask, "Then are there no other human forces in the other directions?" Wang Bin laughed and replied, "Brother, don't forget, the truly formidable creatures in this Black Mountain are the monsters.
In comparison, the space that humans can occupy is pitifully small."
After listening, Lung Mohan nodded thoughtfully, indicating his agreement with these words.
"If you want to kill a few level 7 monsters, you can head south. About 300 miles away, lurking is a powerful level 7 white armored earth dragon. That creature was enormous, incredibly strong, and covered in a layer of white scales as hard as iron, making it a first-rate defensive asset.
However, if its weakness can be found, it can still be defeated."
About 300 miles to the southeast, another terrifying level 7 fiery water lizard dwells. This monster is adept at manipulating both fire and water, and its attack methods are varied and unpredictable, making it difficult to defend against.
Besides, Wang Bin rattled off the locations where 7 or 8 level 7 monsters frequently appeared.
It's important to know that these level 7 monsters are also known as Lord-level monsters. They each have their own vast territory and usually don't easily leave their territory to wander around.
After all, this land is both their home and their hunting ground.
Lang Mohan drank with everyone all night long, until dawn the next day when he got up to say goodbye and prepare to embark on his journey to hunt down the monster alone.
Wang Bin warmly held Lang Mohan's hands and said earnestly, "Junior brother, the journey is long and fraught with danger. You must be careful and cautious on the road and always pay attention to your safety. If you ever encounter any insurmountable difficulties, don't hesitate, come back to me immediately." "Senior brother, I will definitely do everything I can to help you." Hearing these sincere words, Lang Mohan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion.
In fact, he and Wang Bin only got in touch because they were both alumni of Magic Martial Arts Academy and they had only drunk together for one night. But in this short period of time, they had already built a deep friendship. It must be said that the friendship between men can sometimes be so swift and unwavering.
Lang Mohan also smiled and said, "Senior brother, take care of yourself too. I wish you find the stalactite elixir soon and break through to the 8th level of martial artist."
Wang Bin said, "If we hadn't already arranged to go somewhere to find the stalactite elixir, I would have gone with you to kill the level 7 monster." Lang Mohan smiled and said, "Senior brother, I can handle this on my own.
Don't worry."
After bidding each other a reluctant farewell, Lang Mohan, carrying his battle sword, embarked on his hunting journey alone. Lang Mohan sped forward like an arrow released from a bow. Along the way, towering mountains stretched out like endless dragons, and Lang Mohan crossed them swiftly without fear. The steep peaks and bottomless valleys seemed to be insignificant obstacles to him.
After half a day of rapid travel, Lang Mohan finally arrived at the legendary habitat of the white armored earth dragon. Before they even got close, a deafening roar came from afar. Oh whoa! The sound was like thunder that resounded through the sky and could still be clearly heard even from dozens of miles away. The roar startled the surrounding low-level monsters, who scattered in panic, fearing that they would be targeted by this terrifying being and become its meal. However, facing such a powerful opponent, Lang Mohan showed no fear. Instead, an overwhelming sense of joy welled up within him. He knew that the stronger the enemy, the greater the achievement he could gain after defeating them. Without hesitation, he sped off again in the direction of the white armored earth dragon. Before long, Lang Mohan spotted the true form of the white armored earth dragon in the distance. This enormous creature was 40 or 50 meters tall, standing like a small mountain on the earth. Its entire body was covered with a layer of white scales as hard as iron, which shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, as if it were wearing a magnificent suit of armor. A hint of excitement flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes. Without hesitation, he quickly drew the gleaming battle sword from his waist. There was a crisp whoosh sound. Lang Mohan leaped high into the air, wielding a gleaming battle blade, and like a bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, he pounced straight at the massive body of the white armored earth dragon. He was agile and his movements were swift and decisive, like a cheetah on the battlefield, mercilessly launching a fatal attack on the enemy. The white armored earth dragon sensed the powerful threat from Lang Mohan.
It roared and swung its huge dragon claws, trying to smash Lang Mohan into a pulp.
However, Lang Mohan was already prepared.
He nimbly dodged the dragon's claws and accurately seized the opportunity to slash his battle blade at the white armored earth dragon's neck without hesitation. As the sword flashed, a streak of blood appeared, and the white armored earth dragon let out a deafening roar, blood gushing from its neck. A cold glint flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes. This was a full-force strike, showing no mercy whatsoever. The white armored earth dragon didn't even have time to react to the blow before its massive head flew off. Finally, its massive body crashed to the ground, turning into a pool of bloody, mangled remains. Lang Mohan stood tall beside the massive and ferocious white-armored Earth Dragon's corpse, his eyes gleaming with barely suppressed excitement. The joy of victory surged within him like a turbulent tide. He stared intently at his prize, filled with pride and confidence, and murmured to himself, "This is my true strength. The level 7 monsters that were once unattainable are now nothing more than beings I can defeat with a single strike." After saying that, Long Mohan nimbly climbed onto the body of the white-armored Earth Dragon. Like a thirsty person who had found a spring, he couldn't wait to bring his mouth close to the still warm wound and drink the beast's blood in big gulps. Hot blood gushed down his throat and into his abdomen, as if a blazing flame had instantly ignited within him, allowing him to clearly feel the blood and chi in his body rapidly increasing at an astonishing rate. Wow, just by drinking this level 7 beast blood, my blood energy has increased by a whopping 150,000 points. I wonder what unexpected surprises its crystal core will bring me. Thinking of this, a glint of greed flashed in Long Mohan's eyes. Without hesitation, he swung his incredibly sharp longsword, cleaving open the white-armored Earth Dragon's iron-hard body. Then, he carefully reached inside and pulled out a crystal core that was translucent and emitted a faint glow. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Mohan tilted his head back and swallowed the precious crystal core directly into his mouth. Just then, a crisp and pleasant notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has successfully devoured a level 7 monster crystal core. Congratulations on gaining 300,000 points of health. Upon hearing this good news, Long Mohan's previously tense face immediately broke into a bright smile. He couldn't help but mutter to himself with delight. As expected, the blood and crystal cores of level 7 monsters are the most useful. This immediately increased my chi and blood value by a full 450,000 points. Adding to what I'd accumulated before, my chi and blood points have now reached an astonishing 1.6 million. If I keep killing here, leveling up to level 8 martial artist won't be difficult. Long Mohan was delighted and continued on to his next target, the blazing water lizard. Hundreds of miles away, in a vast swamp, Long Mohan finally found the legendary fiery water lizard after going through countless hardships. Its body was long and winding, more than 30 meters long, and its enormous size inspired awe. What's even more peculiar is that its eyes, one red and one blue, are like two dazzling gems set on its ferocious face, radiating a mysterious and terrifying light. In this muddy and treacherous swamp, the fire lizard moves with astonishing ease as if it were its own backyard. Just then, the level 7 monster, the blazing water lizard, suddenly noticed a human figure exuding a strong aura of blood not far away. Long Mohan. A cunning and wary glint flashed in its red and blue eyes, and without hesitation, it crouched down and scrambled toward Long Mohan with lightning speed. Despite the menacing fire lizards, Long Mohan showed no fear. He gripped the long sword tightly with both hands, and his internal energy and blood flowed continuously to the blade. In an instant, a sharp blade of energy, tens of meters long, roared out, as if it were about to tear the entire world apart. Its momentum was magnificent and awe-inspiring. However, the fiery water lizard is, after all, a level 7 monster, and its intelligence is in no way inferior to that of humans. As the incredibly powerful blade energy came hurtling towards it, its enormous body displayed unimaginable agility. It suddenly dodged, swiftly avoiding Long Mohan's fatal blow like a ghost. With a loud bang, the blade struck the swampy ground, splashing up countless muddy water droplets and creating a misty spray. When the mist dissipated, a huge, bottomless pit appeared on the spot, as if the earth had been forcibly torn open. After his attack missed, Long Mohan did not panic at all. Instead, he immediately adjusted his posture and prepared to meet the counterattack of the fiery water lizard. As expected, the fiery water lizard's eyes suddenly shone brightly, and it suddenly spewed out a raging red flame and several extremely sharp ice blades from its mouth. Flames and ice blades intertwined, forming a powerful torrent of energy that swept towards Long Mohan like a tidal wave. In the vast, mysterious, and dangerous Black Mountain, a figure moved about like a ghost. This person was none other than Long Mohan, who possessed the formidable strength of an 8th-level martial artist. He was agile and wielded a sharp blade, freely roaming through the mountains and forests. For the past few days, Long Mohan has been frantically hunting level 7 monsters in the Black Mountain. He was like a ruthless hunter. Every move he made was incredibly precise, giving those monsters no chance to breathe. In just a few days, 10 level 7 monsters have died at his hands, and his bloody methods are chilling. However, this was far from enough to satisfy Long Mohan's powerful heart. Not long ago, he successfully killed a level 8 early-stage monster, the Flame Deer Beast. When he drank the Flame Deer Beast's essence blood, something unexpected happened. A strange power instantly spread throughout his body, unexpectedly granting him the unique talent of the blazing water lizard, the ability to control flames. Without hesitation, Long Mohan swallowed each precious drop of essence blood. With each mouthful of essence blood, he could clearly feel his blood and chi levels rising rapidly under the system's prompts. The feeling of his power growing was as if it was about to burst him apart. But he endured the discomfort in his body, continuously consuming the essence and blood, letting that violent power rage within his body. Finally, after a period of agonizing torment, Long Mohan ushered in the moment of breakthrough. He felt a jolt throughout his body as an unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from him. At this moment, he successfully broke through to the 8th level of martial artist. Compared to before, Long Mohan's strength has now made a qualitative leap, and every move he makes exudes a chilling pressure. Long Mohan looked at the light screen in his mind, which displayed various data.
Host, Long Mohan. Height, 190 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms.
Chi and blood value, 8.1 million/9 million.
Spirit value, 100,000 points.
Martial arts level, level 8 martial artist, 8.1 million/9 million. Martial arts techniques, mountain shaking iron fist, tier 4, mastery, 13 protectors horizontal training, tier 6, mastery, 8 directions vertical and horizontal saber technique, tier 6, mastery. Special talents, extreme speed, tier 6, iron skin and bones, tier 6, bone shrinking technique, tier 4. Special abilities, control of lightning, tier 7, control of fire, tier 7. Long Mohan's bright and burning gaze, like a torch, was fixed on the seemingly empty space before him. His voice was deep and powerful, as if it came from the deepest abyss. System, immediately help me raise the 8 directions vertical and horizontal sword technique to the 8th level mastery stage. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp ding rang out, followed by the system's emotionless notification, consuming 1.5 million chi and blood. The 8 directions vertical and horizontal blade technique has been successfully upgraded to the 8th level of mastery. Long Mohan glanced down at his health points and saw that the originally abundant value had plummeted in an instant, leaving only a pitiful 6.6 million points in the blink of an eye. However, despite such a huge expenditure of energy, he didn't even frown, nor did he feel any heartache. Almost at the same time, he issued another command without hesitation. System, quickly help me upgrade the ultimate speed to the 8th level of mastery. Another pleasant ding sound rang out, followed by the system's cold response, consuming 1.5 million points of chi and blood. Extreme speed has been successfully upgraded to the 8th rank of great perfection. At this moment, Long Mohan's health points were only a mere 5.1 million. But he didn't stop, and continued to issue commands. System, help me upgrade my lightning control ability to the 8th level of mastery. This time, the system reacted swiftly as always. Ding, 1.5 million chi and blood have been consumed, and your lightning control has been successfully upgraded to the 8th level great perfection. At this point, Long Mohan had 3.6 million points of chi and blood remaining in his body. However, despite the significant decrease in his chi and blood value, Long Mohan could clearly feel that his strength was increasing at an astonishing rate. This powerful sense of strength gradually caused a subtle change in his mindset. Now, the increase in my health points from level 7 monsters has become slow. It seems I need to set my sights on the more powerful level 8 monsters next. Long Mohan muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with a firm and confident light.
Recalling the level 8 monster we encountered before, its immense power was truly terrifying.
Even someone as strong as myself could only kill one of the relatively weaker ones at that time.
However, things are different now.
After a period of arduous training and life or death trials, his strength has been greatly improved.
At this moment, I am absolutely confident that I can defeat any level 8 monster.
Unfortunately, almost all the high-level monsters within a radius of thousands of miles have perished at his hands, and finding a new level 8 monster in the short term will not be an easy task. After much thought, I decided to go back and ask senior brother Wang Bin first, since he is knowledgeable and might be able to provide some useful clues.
Time is of the essence, and every minute and every second is incredibly precious to me. After several days of travel, Long Mohan finally arrived at the camp where Wang Bin and the others were located. But to everyone's surprise, the place was completely deserted. Looking at the empty tents, Long Mohan thought to himself, I suppose senior brother Wang and the others are still searching for that legendary stalactite elixir. With my current strength, ordinary level 8 monsters are no match for me. Instead of waiting here in vain, we should take the initiative to find them.
Firstly, we can get the latest information about the appearance of level 8 monsters from them. Secondly, we might even find some unexpected gains along the way. Having made up his mind, Long Mohan no longer hesitated and immediately set off to quickly follow the marks left by Wang Bin and the others. Along the way, he carefully observed the movements around him, while constantly thinking about the possible situations he might encounter and how to deal with them. A day later, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows.
Long Mohan sped along, finally following the trail of marks, and arrived at the entrance of a huge cave.
The cave resembled the gaping maw of a giant beast, exuding a mysterious and eerie aura. There are obvious signs of human activity scattered around the cave entrance, such as broken pottery jars, discarded clothing, and charred charcoal, as if to say that someone once stayed here briefly.
However, what was even more shocking was the faint smell of blood emanating from inside the cave. The pungent odor made Long Mohan frown
slightly, but he was skilled and daring, and without hesitation, he stepped into the cave, determined to uncover the secrets hidden there. Having only stepped into the cave a few dozen meters, Long Mohan saw a corpse lying on the ground. The blood around the body had long since dried, congealing into dark patches that clung tightly to the ground, indicating that the person had been dead for some time. Lang Mohan remained expressionless, but his gaze grew increasingly solemn. He carefully bypassed the corpse and continued deeper into the cave.
As they ventured deeper into the cave, the scene inside became increasingly shocking.
One corpse after another appeared before my eyes, some with incomplete limbs, others with distorted and terrifying faces. What startled Lang Mohan even more was that he actually spotted the figures of the martial artists who had come with senior brother Wang earlier. They lay or slept, their deaths varied, and the stench of blood filled the air, almost suffocating people.
Lang Mohan felt a sense of foreboding, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. He moved with incredible speed, rushing towards the interior of the cave. Not long after, a fierce fighting sound reached my ears, as loud as thunder. Without saying a word, Lang Mohan quickly drew his battle sword from his waist and dashed off in the direction from which the sound came. Soon, he arrived at a spacious cave. Two men were engaged in a life-or-death struggle, their swords flashing and sparks flying. One of them was none other than Wang Bin. At this moment, Wang Bin was covered in wounds, his clothes stained with blood, and the long knife he wielded seemed to be losing its strength, his movements becoming much slower. But he gritted his teeth and fought desperately against his opponent's fierce attacks. "Senior brother Wang, I'm here to help you." With a shout, Lang Mohan moved like lightning, leaping into the air.
In an instant, a flash of cold light appeared, as dazzling as a shooting star streaking across the night sky. The incomparably sharp blade drew a beautiful arc in the air, slashing straight towards the black-clad man who was fiercely fighting Wang Bin with a fierce aura. With a muffled thud, the man in black was instantly cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere, a truly gruesome and horrific scene. After landing steadily, Lang Mohan quickly turned to look at Wang Bin and asked with concern, "Senior brother Wang, are you alright?" At this moment, Wang Bin was panting heavily. His originally dark red face now appeared pale and tired, but his eyes revealed a deep sense of gratitude towards Lang Mohan.
Wang Bin shook his head slightly and replied in a slightly hoarse voice, "I'm fine. It's just that I was in a fierce battle with those villains just now, and my blood and energy were depleted. I'm a little weak."
"Brother Lang, I'm truly grateful for your timely help this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have lost my life at their hands just now." However, before Lang Mohan could respond, three people, two men and one woman, suddenly jumped out from the other side. The young man at the head of the group was dressed in magnificent white armor. He had a handsome face but an arrogant expression, and exuded an innate noble air. His eyes widened as he glared angrily at Lang Mohan, shouting sternly, "You audacious madman!
How dare you murder a member of the Zheng family of Kyoto? Do you know your crime?"
Upon seeing this, Wang Bin quickly said to Lang Mohan, "Brother Lang, this person is a member of the Zheng family in the capital.
We accidentally discovered a drop of extremely precious stalactite liquid deep in this cave. Who would have thought that a spy from the Zheng family was hidden within our ranks?"
Before we could even collect the divine liquid, the Zheng family led a large force to attack.
After a fierce battle, all my comrades perished except for me.
At this point, Wang Bin couldn't help but feel a surge of sadness, and his eyes reddened slightly.
"Stalactite divine liquid?" Lang Mohan couldn't help but exclaim, his voice filled with disbelief and extreme excitement.
It should be noted that the miraculous effects of this stalactite elixir far surpassed those of the monster blood liquid crystal core he had previously relied on. Normally, even an ordinary level 7 martial artist, if fortunate enough to consume such a precious treasure, can easily break through the bottleneck and advance to the level 8 martial artist realm. Just then, the young master of the Zheng family, who was standing not far away, let out a disdainful sneer. "Humph, how could you ordinary martial artists be qualified to enjoy such a rare treasure as stalactite elixir?
It's just wishful thinking."
The young nobleman, his face full of arrogance, glanced contemptuously at Lang Mohan and his companion, then casually flicked his sleeve and ordered the old man in brocade robes beside him, "Uncle Zhang, these two ignorant fools dare to covet my treasure. They are utterly despicable.
Please help me get rid of them." The old man, addressed as Uncle Zhang, nodded slightly in agreement.
He slowly took a step forward, his gaze shooting towards Lang Mohan and the other person like lightning. His face was expressionless, as if he were about to face not two vibrant lives, but insignificant ants. The girl beside him crossed her arms and said with a proud and coquettish tone, "You two ignorant fools, being able to die at the hands of the infamous ghost Claw Zhang Chunlei is a blessing you've accumulated over several lifetimes." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin trembled, his face filled with terror, and he said in a trembling voice, "Ghost Han Zhang Chunlei, he's a renowned 8th level martial artist in the martial arts world.
How could we possibly be his match?" "Good to know, so you won't be a fool,"
the girl said with her delicate face held high, her expression full of disdain. At that moment, her eyes revealed a hint of contempt and arrogance. Standing to the side, Wang Bin looked at his brother Lang with a hint of pity and anxiously shouted, "Brother Lang, you should run. I'll try my best to hold them off as long as possible. Every second counts."
"I've really dragged you into this."
His voice was filled with deep self-blame and helplessness.
However, the girl spoke again, her tone cold and ruthless. "Escape? How could you possibly escape?
You must know that the difference in strength between a level 7 martial artist and a level 8 martial artist is like heaven and earth.
The two of you, even if you sprouted wings, couldn't escape my grasp. If you know what's good for you, you'd better end it all now, and
perhaps we might take pity on you and leave you with a whole corpse. Faced with the girl's threat, Lang Mohan sneered, a resolute glint in his eyes, and loudly retorted, "It's too early to say such things now. How will we know who wins and who loses if we don't fight?" Before he finished speaking, he charged forward as swiftly as a cheetah. At the same time, Zhang Shihao, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but purse his lips and sneer, "You overconfident fool, I'll show you what true despair is in a moment." Just then, Ghost Hand Zhang Chunlei suddenly appeared before everyone like a ghost. His claws, which looked like they were made of steel, gleamed coldly, and he pounced on Lang Mohan with lightning speed. Lang Mohan showed no fear and accelerated towards his opponent. In an instant, the two figures intersected, their speed astonishing. All that could be heard was a series of sharp whistling sounds in the air, as if countless strong winds were colliding and tearing each other apart. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows, but because both sides were moving so fast, Wang Bin, Zhang Shihao, and the Zhang Peilan siblings watching from the sidelines could not see the moves they were using at all. All that could be seen were blurry afterimages flashing across the sky, dazzling the eyes. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something astonishing, Wang Bin's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Lang is actually an 8th-level martial artist. This is unbelievable." Hearing Wang Bin's exclamation, Zhang Shihao and Zhang Peilan were also taken aback. They originally thought this seemingly ordinary young man was just a regular martial artist, but they never expected that he would have such profound cultivation and was actually a hidden 8th-level master. A few breaths later, with a soft thud, Zhang Chunlei fell from the sky. A deep, visible wound on his chest almost cleaved him in two. Zhang Chunlei was only exhaling, not inhaling, so he was clearly not going to survive. Uncle Zhang lost? How is that possible? The Zhang siblings stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Junior brother Lang, hurry up and kill those Zhang siblings. Don't let them escape, or the consequences will be dire. You must know that the Zhang family is very powerful and influential, Wang Bin urged anxiously. No sooner said than done. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan's figure flashed, and he rushed towards the Zhang siblings like a ghost. Just then, Zhang Shihao shouted and swiftly raised his right hand, sending out a ball of light shining with a mysterious purple glow. In an instant, the purple orb of light exploded in the air, transforming into a dazzling light curtain that stood like an impenetrable wall in front of Lang Mohan. Faced with such a powerful defense, Lang Mohan showed no fear, raising his long sword high and then slashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. With a loud clang, the light screen shook violently, but remained standing as steady as a mountain. However, Lang Mohan would not let this go so easily. He took a deep breath, his inner energy surging and gathering on the long sword. Immediately afterwards, his eyes widened in fury, and he roared, "Sweep away the enemy." Before he finished speaking, a sharp blade of light, tens of meters long, burst forth from his long sword, crashing fiercely against the light barrier with earth-shattering power. In an instant, the blades clashed fiercely with the light barrier, sparking countless fires and dazzling light. As Lang Mohan continued to exert his power, the seemingly indestructible light barrier finally could not withstand such a fierce impact. With a deafening roar, it shattered into countless fragments scattered all over the ground. Junior brother Lang, don't hesitate, give chase. Wang Bin, who was standing to the side, was overjoyed and shouted a reminder. Without hesitation, Lang Mohan sped off into the depths of the cave once more. After running for several hundred meters, the view suddenly opened up. At the deepest part of the cave, an enormous stalactite hangs vertically from the cave ceiling like a pillar supporting the sky, and hanging from the tip of that rock was a drop of crystal-clear liquid, like white emulsion. The drop of liquid emitted a magical halo, as if it contained endless mysteries and energy. Stalactite elixir? The Zhang siblings stood not far away, their eyes fixed on the single drop of stalactite liquid that emitted a mysterious light. It turns out that this stalactite liquid is extremely special. It will only slide off the tip of the stalactite on its own. If it is forcibly removed by human intervention, its magical effects will be completely lost. At this moment, the Zhang siblings looked at Lang Mohan, who was rapidly pursuing them, and felt conflicted. On the one hand, they simply couldn't bear to part with this legendary stalactite elixir. On the other hand, she was wary of Lang Mohan, fearing that he would kill her again. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, the liquid from the stalactite suddenly slid down from the tip of the stalactite without warning. In the blink of an eye, Lang Mohan moved like lightning, lunging forward to try and catch the precious divine liquid first. At the same time, Zhang Shihao, standing to the side, was equally unyielding. He quickly pulled out a futuristic metal pistol and lunged at Lang Mohan without hesitation. Lang Mohan swung his long sword, sending a fierce gust of wind crashing down on Zhang Shihao. However, unexpectedly, the pistol in Zhang Shihao's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling silver-white beam of light. The power of this beam of light was astonishing. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. With a loud bang, the silvery white beam of light shattered Lang Mohan's blade with overwhelming force. It should be noted that Lang Mohan is now an 8th-level martial artist, and his swordsmanship has reached its pinnacle, with unparalleled power. Even with such formidable strength, it was utterly powerless against the silver beam of light fired from this pistol, and was instantly defeated.
repeated. Zhang Shihao's thin lips curled slightly upwards, a hint of disdain flashing across his mouth.
Then he sneered and said nonchalantly, "Humph, you bumpkin, the stalactite elixir is destined to belong to me, Zhang." Before he finished speaking, he impatiently stretched out his right hand and pounced on the incomparably precious stalactite liquid like a hungry tiger.
However, at this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred.
Suddenly, a dazzling red light burst forth from the stone wall beside them, like a nimble red serpent, sweeping towards Zhang Shihao with lightning speed. The red light was moving so fast that it was astonishing, leaving Zhang Shihao with no time to react or dodge. In an instant, Zhang Shihao felt a blur before his eyes, and his whole body was tightly bound by that mysterious red light and quickly dragged away from the spot. Even so, how could Zhang Shihao, who had been through countless battles, easily give up and wait to die? In the face of life and death, he did not hesitate to raise the pistol in his hand, aim it at the direction from which the red light was coming, and pull the trigger. With a deafening roar, rocks on the cliff face instantly crumbled and rubble flew everywhere. Meanwhile, the mysterious creature hidden behind the stone wall finally revealed its true form, a giant three-legged toad with a huge body and a black and yellow color. After being shot, a shockingly large, gaping hole appeared on its body, from which gushed blood, instantly staining the surrounding ground red. This shows that the power of the pistol in Zhang Shihao's hand should not be underestimated. Elder brother Zhang Peilan, who was standing nearby, turned pale upon seeing this and screamed. Her eyes widened in horror as she stared at the three-legged toad that was swallowing her brother whole, her heart breaking. After swallowing Zhang Shihao, the three-legged toad seemed unsatisfied. It let out a low, hoarse cry and then leaped towards the stalactite liquid that emitted an alluring light between the rocks. In the blink of an eye, Lung Mohan, who had been lurking nearby waiting for his chance, saw the scene and his eyes sharpened instantly. His figure flashed like lightning. His figure moved like a ghost, and with astonishing speed, he instantly appeared in front of the giant three-legged toad. "You beast, today is your death day." As Lang Mohan roared, he suddenly stretched out a hand, and in an instant, thunder roared in the air, and dazzling lightning suddenly burst forth. Countless bolts of lightning, as if drawn by some mysterious force, swept wildly toward the three-legged toad from all directions. Crackling and popping, with deafening explosions, a powerful electric current struck the three-legged toad. The once ferocious beast was instantly electrocuted, trembling all over, dizzy, and completely powerless to resist. However, Lang Mohan did not give it any chance to catch its breath. Just then, he suddenly swung his long sword, the blade flashing with dazzling light, like a brilliant shooting star streaking across the dark night sky, radiating a captivating brilliance. The incredibly sharp blade energy, like a razor-sharp sword, hurtled straight towards the head of the three-legged toad. The three-legged toad stared wide-eyed in terror, a hint of fear barely concealed in its gaze. It desperately tried to twist its body to avoid the fatal blow, but it was too late. With a crisp sound, Lang Mohan's long sword sliced through the three-legged toad's thick neck without any resistance. In an instant, a stream of crimson blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying a shocking cloud of blood mist into the air. Then, the three-legged toad let out an extremely shrill scream, like the mournful cry of a night owl, piercing the sky. Its massive body trembled violently before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Crimson blood gushed from the wound, like a dark red stream, quickly staining the surrounding ground red. Lang Mohan stood quietly in place, staring expressionlessly at the fallen monster before him. Deep within his cold and resolute eyes, a chilling ruthlessness was faintly revealed. With a flick of his wrist, Lang Mohan extended a hand as swiftly as lightning. In an instant, the drop of milky white stalactite liquid, radiating a mysterious light, landed steadily in his palm. However, before he could examine this precious treasure closely, the entire earth suddenly began to shake violently. Accompanied by a muffled roar, an extremely terrifying aura swept towards their location like a surging wave. "Who killed my child?" The roar was deafening, as if it would tear the heavens and the earth apart. The voice contained an unparalleled heavy pressure, like a heavy mountain pressing down on people's hearts, making their breathing rapid and causing an indescribable sense of panic to rise in their hearts. "Run!" Faced with such a terrible crisis, Lang Mohan shouted without hesitation. He flashed forward like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, Zhang Peilan, who was standing to the side, was also terrified. In a panic, she pressed lightly on her magnificent armor. Instantly, a dazzling red light burst forth from the armor, enveloping her body, and then shot outwards at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, her figure had disappeared into the distance, her speed even faster than Lang Mohan's. At the far end of the horizon, a three-legged golden toad, as large as a small mountain, was leaping toward them at an astonishing speed. This three-legged toad shimmered with a dazzling golden light, and each leap caused the ground to tremble slightly. Just then, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the three-legged toad opened its blood-red maw and spewed out a dazzling golden light. In an instant, the majestic mountain where Lang Mohan was located began to shake violently, followed by a deafening roar, and the entire mountain collapsed instantly. Meanwhile, Lang Mohan, who was inside a cave in the mountain, had no time to escape from the cave entrance and was buried by the rolling boulders and soil in the blink of an eye. In contrast, Zhang Peilan reacted quickly, moving a fraction of a step faster than Lang Mohan. She leaped out of the cave with all all her might, narrowly avoiding being buried alive. However, when Zhang Peilan looked at the mountain that had collapsed and turned into ruins, she was still filled with lingering fear, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Just then, a faint buzzing sound came from the sky not far away. Following the sound, they saw a futuristic shuttle quietly appear beside Zhang Peilan. This shuttle has a sleek shape and emits a mysterious blue light, as if it came from another world. Upon seeing the shuttle appear, Zhang Peilan was overjoyed, but thought to herself, this place is too dangerous, it's best not to stay any longer. I should leave as soon as possible. Without hesitation, she leaped onto the shuttle, started the engine, and the shuttle streaked across the sky like a blue lightning bolt, speeding away into the distance. Meanwhile, on the ground not far away, the enormous three-legged golden toad watched helplessly as Zhang Peilan rode away in a flying shuttle. Its eyes, as big as copper bells, burned with raging fury, and it roared angrily, "You killed my child." Having said that, it leaped with all its might, its entire body streaking across the sky like a meteor, chasing closely after the departing shuttle. Endless darkness enveloped Lang Mohan like a tidal wave, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. The excruciating pain emanating from his entire body felt like being devoured by thousands of poisonous insects, tormenting him to the point of near fainting. However, a voice echoed deep within her, "I can't die. I absolutely cannot die like this." This thought sustained Lang Mohan, allowing him to barely maintain a sliver of clarity. I'm not dead yet?" Lang Mohan's lips trembled slightly as he uttered a whisper as soft as a mosquito's buzz. He tried with all his might to shake his body, but his heavy, mobile-like body seemed to have lost control and wouldn't obey him at all. No matter what he did, he couldn't muster any strength. "System, quickly check my physical condition." Lang Mohan cried out anxiously in his mind. Ding! The host has been exposed to the destructive light of the level 9 monster, the three-legged golden toad, and has suffered extremely severe damage to his body. He now has less than 1% of his usual strength left. The system's cold and ruthless voice echoed in Lang Mohan's mind. Upon hearing this news, Lang Mohan's heart sank, but he did not give up hope. Instead, he decisively said, "System, use your chi and blood points to help me recover from my injuries." Ding! "I'm sorry, host, you are currently in a life-threatening state and cannot consume your chi and blood to heal your injuries." The system's response was like a bolt from the blue, instantly extinguishing the flame of hope that Lang Mohan had just ignited. Just as Lang Mohan was feeling desperate, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of the treasure he had obtained before, the stalactite elixir. He struggled to move his arm, and with great effort, he finally managed to remove it from his body. Looking at the stalactite liquid radiating a mysterious light in his hand, Lang Mohan did not hesitate at all and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, a hot and powerful warm current poured down from his throat and quickly swept over his whole body. It felt like a torrential downpour had come to parched earth. His internal organs, as if parched land had finally received sweet rain, greedily absorbed this warm power. At the same time, the originally gruesome injuries began to heal at a visible speed. Broken bones were reconnected, and damaged muscle tissue was also growing and repairing rapidly. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully absorbed the stalactite elixir. At this moment, the host's blood and chi values have increased significantly, by a total of 5 million points. Do you wish to consume these blood and chi values to accelerate the recovery of your injuries? The system notification sounded again. Heal immediately. Lang Mohan gave the order without hesitation. Ding! 2 million health points consumed, healing in progress. As he finished speaking, the immense energy of his blood and chi surged within his body like a wild horse, frantically nourishing and repairing every injured part. Products manufactured by our system are guaranteed to be of high quality. This was no empty promise. Under the system's miraculous and efficient healing abilities, Lang Mohan's originally severe injuries began to heal at an astonishing speed. Before long, he felt as if he had been reborn, his body filled with strength. However, despite having recovered from his injuries, Lang Mohan dared not let his guard down in the slightest. After all, that three-legged toad outside might still be lurking in some corner, waiting for him to show himself. So he remained quietly in place, listening intently to the sounds around him. Just then, a very faint sound of flowing water reached Lang Mohan's ears. A thought struck him, and he wondered to himself, could there be an underground river within 100 meters of this place? If that's the case, perhaps I can escape this place along this underground river and finally get rid of that wretched three-legged toad. Thinking of this, Lang Mohan could no longer suppress his excitement and dug downwards with both hands. The incredibly hard earth and rocks became as soft and vulnerable as tofu in Lang Mohan's hands. As he continued to dig deeper, the sound of the underground river became increasingly clear. Finally, after much effort, a dark opening appeared before Lang Mohan's eyes. He eagerly peered out and, sure enough, saw the rushing river below. Great! It really is an underground river! Lang Mohan exclaimed excitedly to himself. Without the slightest hesitation, he leaped into the icy, dark river. The rushing water carried him swiftly forward. This underground river is exceptionally wide, almost like a vast underground river. Moreover, the water here is crystal clear and sweet, making one want to drink it down. Lang Mohan drifted along in the water, unaware of how much time had passed.
past. Suddenly, he noticed a dazzling white light flashing on the cave wall not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, Lang Mohan was surprised to discover that it was actually a massive underground cavern. The cave is filled with bizarrely shaped rocks and stalactites, a truly breathtaking sight. Even more remarkably, the entire cave is enveloped in a mysterious white light, creating a mesmerizing, fairyland-like atmosphere. Inside the cave, dozens of stalactites of various shapes and crystal-clear stalactites hang from the cave ceiling, with drops of precious stalactite liquid hanging from their bottoms, like strings of dazzling pearl curtains. Lang Mohan's figure flashed, and he leaped like a ghost, landing steadily on the stone wall. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that a recessed stone trough was hidden beneath the stalactite, filled to the brim with clear and transparent stalactite liquid. It turns out that the divine liquid dripping from the stalactites above did not dissipate into the air, but instead all gathered into this stone trough. The excess stalactite sap that overflowed flowed slowly down the cracks in the rocks, eventually pouring into the dark and deep underground river, becoming the source of life that nourished the river water downstream. Upon seeing this, Lang Mohan was overjoyed. You should know that he had only taken one drop of the stalactite elixir, and his blood and chi had instantly increased by as much as 5 million. Although he later spent a full 2 million on treatment, at this moment, he still had a robust amount of vital energy of 6,600,000 in his body. Right now, the small stone trough contains at least dozens of drops of stalactite divine liquid. Such a huge quantity makes it impossible for Lang Mohan to imagine what astonishing realm he could reach after absorbing all of this divine liquid. Thinking of this, Lang Mohan could no longer suppress his excitement and desire. He couldn't wait to bend down and open his mouth to suck up the magical stalactite liquid. In an instant, the divine liquid in the stone trough decreased rapidly at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye, Lang Mohan drank it all up. As a large amount of stalactite liquid entered his body, Lang Mohan felt a vast and boundless power surging through his limbs and bones like a raging torrent. He could clearly feel the blood and chi in his body increasing wildly at an unbelievable speed, like an unstoppable rocket about to break through the clouds. Staring at the constantly flashing and changing data screen in front of him, Lang Mohan's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, and his heart pounded violently with extreme excitement. Host, Lang Mohan. Height, 190 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Chi and blood value, 296,600,000. Spirit value, 1 million points. Martial arts level, innate martial artist, 2.9/100. Spiritual power, martial arts techniques, mountain shaking iron fist, tier 4, mastery, 13 protectors horizontal training, tier 6, mastery, 8 directions vertical and horizontal saber technique, tier 8, mastery, special talents, extreme speed, tier 8, iron skin and bones, tier 6, bone shrinking technique, tier 4, special abilities, control of lightning, tier 8, control of fire, tier 7. Lang Mohan closed his eyes tightly, quietly sensing the surging energy fluctuations within his body. He could clearly perceive that every inch of his muscles and every meridian was undergoing an astonishing transformation. This wonderful feeling made him both excited and nervous, because he had never expected that absorbing the stalactite elixir would bring about such a huge breakthrough. Just then, a powerful and pure force surged into my heart like a tide, instantly breaking through the bottleneck of the 9th level of martial arts. Lang Mohan felt a lightness all over his body, as if he had broken free from some kind of restraint, and entered a state he had never experienced before. When he opened his eyes again, a look of surprise and disbelief flashed in them. He had actually broken through to the innate martial artist realm in an instant. This sudden breakthrough far exceeded Lang Mohan's expectations, leaving him somewhat at a loss for what to do. However, he quickly calmed down and pondered to himself, just what kind of realm is this innate martial artist? So he quickly asked the system in his mind, "System, what exactly is a Xiantian martial artist?" Immediately afterwards, the system's crisp and pleasant notification sound rang out, "Ding, host. The innate martial artist is the second important realm in the martial arts cultivation system, following the body refinement stage. In this realm, the martial artist's body and soul have been elevated to a new level. At this moment, they can not only keenly perceive the innate spiritual energy permeating the world, but also skillfully integrate this innate spiritual energy into themselves, thereby gaining even greater power and extraordinary perception. It can be said that the key to cultivating the innate martial artist realm lies in the accurate perception and flexible application of innate spiritual energy. Only by grasping this point can one go further on the path of martial arts, constantly break through personal limitations, and reach even greater heights. Martial artists go through countless hardships to explore the mysterious and unique cultivation methods, all in order to introduce the incomparably precious innate energy into their own bodies and perfectly integrate it with their own true energy. In this arduous and extraordinary journey of cultivation, the martial artists' bodies will undergo a tremendous change and a complete transformation. As innate spiritual energy continuously flows into their bodies, martial artists' already strong bones and muscles gradually become even more resilient, as if they have been given an indestructible body. Meanwhile, the internal organs, hidden deep within, have received an unprecedented and powerful enhancement, radiating vitality as if
if they have been reborn. This is why these martial artists, with the blessing of innate spiritual energy, are able to unleash even more powerful, domineering, and earth-shattering martial arts techniques. Moreover, they are even able to keenly sense the enemy's fleeting attack intentions, thereby seizing the initiative and preparing countermeasures in advance. At this moment, Long Mohan asked the system with great anticipation, "System, could you provide me with a manual of innate martial arts?" A crisp, pleasant notification sound came from the system. Ding. Martial arts techniques at the early stage of the innate realm include the Hidden Moon Manual of the Great Void, the Heavenly Yin Dragon Roar Technique, the Heavenly Net Great Divine Fist, and the Four Seasons Palm, etc. In an instant, like twinkling stars, the system instantly generated as many as 84,000 dazzling innate martial arts manuals. However, when Long Mohan excitedly examined each one, he couldn't help but gasp. It turned out that each manual was clearly priced, requiring a full 100 extremely rare spirit stones to successfully exchange for. Faced with such an exorbitant price, Long Mohan looked troubled and muttered to himself, "Spirit stones? I have never seen such a rare item before. I wonder if the system allows me to exchange my own health points." Host, you can't. Chi and blood value is only a relatively low-level form of energy. Compared with high-level energy spirit stones, it's like a small witch seeing a great wizard. They're not even in the same league, the system warned. However, Long Mohan remained unmoved, sighed softly and said, "Sigh, what good is just looking? Anyway, this matter isn't that urgent right now. System, could you please upgrade all three of my special talents, extreme speed, iron skin, and bone shrinking, to level 9? A ding sounded, and the system responded, "Okay, host, the upgrade is complete." Immediately afterwards, Long Mohan continued to issue instructions. "System, please upgrade the skills of Jinshan Iron Fist, 13 Taibao Horizontal Training, and 8 Directions Vertical and Horizontal Blade Technique, as well as the special abilities of Controlling Lightning, level 8, and Controlling Flames, level 7, to level 9 for me." Another ding sounded, and the system quickly replied, "Yes, host, all items have been successfully upgraded to level 9. At this moment, Long Mohan checked his remaining chi and blood and found that he only had 2.2 points of spiritual power left. Based on a rough estimate using the conversion rules for chi and blood values, this comprehensive and significant improvement must have consumed at least tens of millions of chi and blood. However, despite such a huge expenditure, Long Mohan showed no sign of heartache. At this moment, he could clearly feel the rapid advancement of his own strength. The powerful feeling of being omnipotent filled every cell in his body, causing a tremendous change in him both physically and mentally. "It's time to go out. With my current unparalleled strength, what in this vast world can possibly stop me?" Long Mohan was radiant and full of vigor, exuding unparalleled confidence and domineering aura. Suddenly, he moved, like a cannonball, crashing into the rocks above his head. In an instant, a loud bang was heard, and the towering mountain was as fragile as a piece of paper, instantly pierced through by him. Long Mohan's body trembled slightly, then he stood firmly in the void. Looking down at the magnificent landscape below, he felt a surge of indescribable pride and ambition. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a mountain peak called Dingshan, dozens of miles away, where dazzling golden light was blooming. This strange sight immediately piqued Long Mohan's interest. "Ha, this must be that three-legged golden toad. It could kill me in one move before, now I can use it to test my true strength." Long Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing an excited smile. Immediately afterwards, his figure streaked across the sky like lightning, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Who dares to be so bold as to trespass on my territory?" The three-legged toad was resting with its eyes closed in the mountains when it suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. It couldn't help but open its eyes and roared angrily in a deep voice. When it saw who it was startled, because the aura emanating from the human man standing in front of it was in no way weaker than its own. A level 9 monster that can actually speak human language, truly worthy of being one of the most powerful beings in the world. Long Mohan coldly looked at the enormous three-legged golden toad in front of him and said indifferently. The three-legged golden toad stared intently at Long Mohan, a hint of wariness flashing in its eyes. It said in a deep voice, "You are also a level 9 martial artist. We have always lived in peace and kept to ourselves. What brings you here to see me today?" Recently, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He was thinking of finding a powerful level 9 monster to test his skills and see how well he had trained during this period. Just then, I spotted you, the closest level 9 monster, the three-legged golden toad. So, with a slight upturn of his lips and a confident smile, he said, "Ha, what a coincidence. Since you're right here, I'll use you as a practice subject." Upon hearing this, the three-legged toad blinked in a human-like manner, a clear look of disdain flashing across its face. Then it opened its mouth wide and roared angrily, "Humph! Ignorant human, how dare you utter such arrogant words? That's incredibly arrogant and conceited. Very well, today I'll teach you a lesson and let you taste the bitterness of death." Before he finished speaking, a dazzling red light suddenly shot out from his mouth. This red light rushed over like lightning, instantly tearing through the void and heading straight for where I was. However, faced with such a fierce attack, Long Mohan remained
calm and composed. His eyes were sharp, and he saw through the essence of the red light at a glance. It turned out to be the long tongue of the three-legged golden toad. In the blink of an eye, Lung Mohan swiftly raised his right hand, and with a casual wave, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him surged wildly as if summoned. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang rang out, and the originally aggressive and swift red tongue was actually snapped in two by my seemingly casual palm strike. Wah-ah! The severely injured three-legged toad couldn't help but let out a terrified cry. It should be noted that its long tongue is known for its incredible speed, and very few martial artists can usually withstand its attacks. Unexpectedly, it was defeated by a human today, and was easily broken by the human with just one palm strike. At that moment, it was filled with shock and disbelief, but the urgency of the situation left it no time to think. Ignoring the excruciating pain from its severed tongue, it opened its blood-red maw once more, and a dazzling golden light shot out from deep within its throat. As soon as the golden light appeared, the surrounding air seemed to be scorched and distorted, exuding a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. Without a doubt, this is the most powerful innate divine ability of the three-legged golden toad, the golden light of destruction. Lung Mohan reached out and gently grasped the golden light that could destroy the world and slice away a mountain. He then casually flicked his wrist, and the golden light shot out, causing a mountain not far away to collapse with a rumble. Wang Bin moved with lightning speed, rapidly dodging the boulders and dust that kept rolling down around him. He thought to himself, what kind of terrifying existence could possibly possess such power to collapse an entire mountain? Not long ago, he had just escaped a life-or-death crisis and, after many hardships, arrived at the foot of this mountain to find a quiet place to recuperate from his injuries. However, at this moment, this mountain, which could have served as a sanctuary, is once again facing the misfortune of collapse. At the same time, the three-legged toad was terrified. It stared wide-eyed at what was happening before its eyes in disbelief. The strength displayed by this human martial artist was simply beyond imagination. It was clear that he had broken through the bottleneck of level 9. Escape! I must get out of here immediately. Only in this way can I save my life. Without further hesitation, the three-legged toad transformed into a golden streak of light and sped off into the distance. Standing not far away, Lung Mohan shook his head with a cold laugh, muttering to himself, I never expected my strength to have reached this level. Humph, still dreaming of escaping? Do you think you can escape my grasp? Having said that, he gently raised his right hand and casually pointed his index finger towards the sky. In an instant, the once clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, and a bolt of purple lightning, several meters in diameter, suddenly appeared and struck down with lightning speed, hitting the three-legged golden toad that was desperately trying to escape. With a deafening roar, the entire space seemed to tremble. The massive body of the three-legged toad was instantly engulfed by lightning, and its life force receded rapidly like a tide. After the lightning dissipated, only a charred corpse remained on the spot. Lung Mohan slowly flew over, stepping through the void. Looking at the lifeless three-legged golden toad on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh, alas, it's such a pity that it died so suddenly. I was originally planning to use you to hone my skills, but who would have thought that this so-called level 9 monster would be so easily defeated? He took the crystal core from the three-legged toad, but didn't even bother to drink a drop of its blood. Lung Mohan turned and left gracefully, leaving behind only a scene of devastation and deathly silence. Wang Bin, who was not far away, looked at the heavenly lightning in the distance and felt that it was incredibly powerful. He waited for a long time, but there was no more movement around him. He mustered his courage and ran over, only to find a three-legged golden toad, as big as a small mountain, lying on the ground with its belly cut open. Clearly, its crystal core had been removed. Wang Bin was overjoyed, as this was very likely the legendary level 9 monster from the Black Mountain. Even without the crystal core, the corpse of a level 9 monster is still a rare and precious treasure. Lung Mohan never expected that Wang Bin would take advantage of this opportunity to successfully break through to the 8th level of martial arts and become a renowned martial artist in the Dragon Kingdom. Lung Mohan flew through the sky, sometimes descending from the clouds to enjoy the scenery, stopping and starting along the way, and it took him a long time to finally return to Shanghai Magic Martial Arts Academy, in the freshman dormitory. Zhang Yang was startled when he suddenly saw Lung Mohan appear. Brother Lung, when did you get back? Didn't you say you were going out to train? Have you already succeeded in your training? Lung Mohan nodded and said, it's successful. Looking at the familiar Lung Mohan, Zhang Yang felt a strange sense of fear for some reason. Brother Lang, the time is approaching, and many martial arts masters have come to Shanghai. I heard that masters from Jiangbei Base City and several other southern base cities have also come. Lung Mohan laughed and said, oh, this martial arts competition was quite a sensation. Yes, Misty Peak is now fenced off, and ordinary martial artists are not allowed to go up the mountain, Zhang Yang said with emotion. As the day of the competition drew near, a tense yet exciting atmosphere permeated the entire city of Shanghai. Experts from all over the country flocked to this bustling metropolis, adding even more mystery and noise to the already lively streets and alleys. Misty Peak, located on the outskirts of Shanghai, is now tightly surrounded by local troops. The area was surrounded by cordon lines, and fully armed soldiers
officers stood solemnly, vigilantly watching their surroundings, strictly prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from approaching the area. Meanwhile, Shanghai TV station was not to be outdone, setting up multiple advanced telephoto cameras on the surrounding mountains, ready for action. All this was done to capture the most exciting and breathtaking moments of the competition and broadcast them live to a global audience via television. Just as tensions were rising, Lung Mohan, who was quietly waiting for the competition to begin in the Magic Martial Arts Academy, suddenly heard his cell phone ring. He glanced at the unfamiliar number displayed on the screen, a hint of doubt rising in his mind, but he quickly pressed the answer button and said in a calm tone, "Hello." However, when that familiar, melodious voice came from the other end of the phone, Lung Mohan was stunned as if struck by lightning. The other person said softly, "Mohan, I am Chen Yushi." In an instant, Lung Mohan's heart suddenly raced, his excitement beyond words. His voice even trembled slightly with excitement. "Yushi, is it really you?" Chen Yushi on the other end of the phone was obviously just as happy. She cheerfully replied, "It's me. I just happened to see the news that you were going to participate in a martial arts competition in a martial arts magazine, so I borrowed a friend's phone to secretly contact you." Hearing Chen Yushi's explanation, Lung Mohan smiled with relief. He said to Chen Yushi impatiently, "Yushi, after this competition, I will immediately set off for Kyoto to find you." Upon hearing this, Chen Yushi responded gently, "Yes, I believe you will definitely win. And I also heard that you've become a powerful level 7 martial artist. That's amazing. Congratulations." Chen Yushi said with a worried look, "But your opponent, Zhou Zhenxin, is not an easy opponent to deal with. He's a seasoned, battle-hardened level 8 martial artist. You'd better be very careful." As Lung Mohan imagined Chen Yushi's nervous expression, a confident smile appeared on his lips as he comforted her. "Yushi, don't worry about it. Just recently, I had a serendipitous encounter that led to a rapid increase in my strength. It's no exaggeration to say that, looking at the world today, there are very few people who can rival me and stop me from moving forward." Hearing Lung Mohan's bold words, Chen Yushi was taken aback at first, but then she remembered that Lung Mohan was always a man of his word and never made empty boasts. So, her anxious heart finally calmed down a little. At this moment, as if he had suddenly remembered something, Lung Mohan quickly asked, "By the way, Yushi, how's your headache? Is it still flaring up as often as before?" It turned out that he had always remembered Chen Yushi's persistent headaches. "Now that I possess such great power, it's time to find a way to help my beloved completely get rid of this annoying illness." Feeling her boyfriend's meticulous care, Chen Yushi felt a warm current welling up in her heart and replied softly, "It's the same as always, but you don't need to worry too much about me. I'll take good care of myself." Despite saying that, deep down she was quite helpless and distressed about her chronic headache. Then, Lung Mohan pressed on, "Yushi, where do you live? And do you have your own phone number? This way, it will be much easier for me to find you in the future." Chen Yushi looked troubled and hesitated for a moment before speaking. "This is my classmate's phone number. My family is very strict, so they don't allow me to have a private phone at all. As for my home, it's in a rather remote area and not easy to find. However, I'm currently studying at a martial arts school in Kyoto. If you come to Kyoto, you can contact me by simply dialing this number. Yushi, hurry up and tell us. Your family's fierce-looking bodyguards are already walking this way." A pretty girl urged anxiously in a low voice. "Mohan, I have to go now. I wish you the best of luck in this match. I'll be waiting for you in Kyoto," Chen Yushi said hurriedly before quickly hanging up the phone. Lung Mohan stared blankly at the phone in his hand, which was now ringing with busy signals and had been hung up by the other party, his face full of regret and reluctance. He knew very well that Chen Yushi originally came from a famous family in Kyoto, but due to a serious illness since childhood, her physical condition was extremely poor and she was unable to cultivate martial arts. In the end, she was ruthlessly abandoned by her family and had no choice but to wander to the remote Jiangbei-based city to study. However, unexpectedly, for some unknown reason, she was suddenly taken back to Kyoto by her family some time ago. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the agreed-upon competition arrived. Located at the foot of Misty Peak, a series of cool-looking aircraft, like streaks of lightning, pierced the sky and landed steadily on a mountain peak. These aircraft carried a group of mysterious and highly respected figures who had come to witness this highly anticipated competition up close. This mountain peak is not far from Misty Peak and offers a wide view, making it an excellent spot for watching the game. "Oh my gosh, look, isn't that the famous Principal Hu Delu of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy?" someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. "That's right. Even General Qin, who has made outstanding contributions in the Shanghai war zone, has come in person," another person chimed in. "Hey, could that imposing man over there be General Chun from the garrison?" Someone with sharp eyes spotted the new target. "Ha, and our legendary warrior Wang Zhenhai has also graced us with his presence." A chorus of exclamations and discussions erupted from the crowd. Those attending this grand event were not only veteran level 7 martial artists from Shanghai, but also level 7 martial artists from all over the world. What's even more remarkable is that some level 8 martial artists could be faintly seen among the crowd. Just then, Hu Delu suddenly noticed a familiar figure.
figure. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his former classmate and good friend, Wang Bin. Back then, Wang Bin was also a gifted individual, and for many years he had been working hard in honing his skills in the mysterious and dangerous Black Mountain. Looking at him now, one can see that he exudes an incomparably powerful aura, and it is clear that he has made considerable progress during this period. Hu Delu quickly stepped forward to greet him. Wang Bin, I didn't expect you to be here too. However, Wang Bin did not respond to the warm greetings from his former friend. He simply smiled broadly. Seeing this, Hu Delu's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, why is this guy so silent? Could it be? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but blurt out, have you perhaps already broken through your previous realm? Hearing this, Wang Bin finally spoke, but his tone was full of undisguised pride and arrogance. Ha, you do have some sense. Not long ago, I had a rare stroke of luck and broke through to the ranks of level 8 martial artists. These words caused a huge stir, and the previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent, with everyone focusing their attention on the seemingly unremarkable man. They could hardly believe their ears. The person in front of them was actually an 8th level martial artist. You should know that level 8 martial artists are extremely rare. At this moment, Hu Delu's face turned extremely ugly. For a long time, Wang Bin was always the one following behind him on the path of martial arts cultivation. But who could have predicted that Wang Bin would surpass him by an entire major realm today? This huge sense of disparity was difficult for Hu Delu to accept for a while. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Wang Bin gazed at the towering, cloud-shrouded, ethereal peak in the distance and couldn't help but frown. Turning to Hu Delu beside him, he asked, Old Hu, who exactly is preparing to fight Zhou Xinxian on Misty Peak? I heard he's from our Magic Martial Arts Academy. Hu Delu nodded slightly in agreement, and replied solemnly, that's right, he is indeed a disciple of our Magic Martial Arts Academy. This child possesses extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-century prodigy, but it remains to be seen whether he can successfully overcome all obstacles in today's fierce battle. Hearing this, Wang Bin smiled proudly and said with great interest, hey, speaking of geniuses in our Magic Martial Arts Academy, I met a young brother in the Black Mountain a few days ago. He is also very talented. Despite his young age, he can already single-handedly fight an 8th level martial artist without being at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Hu Delu's heart skipped a beat, and a figure instantly flashed into his mind. He blurted out, the young man you're talking about, could he be Lang Mohan? It turns out that Lang Mohan had recently gone to Dahishan Mountain for training and cultivation, so it's not entirely impossible that he met and became acquainted with Wang Bin. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, what, you know him too? Hu Delu chuckled, gritting to reveal a row of clean, even teeth, and said smugly, of course I know him. And let me tell you a secret. The one who had a fierce battle with Zhou Xinxian on Misty Peak today was none other than Lang Mohan. Wang Bin frowned and said in a deep voice, Lang Mohan? If this Lang Mohan is the Lang Mohan I'm talking about, then we've waited in vain today. Not long ago, Lang Mohan tragically lost his life in the Dahe Mountain. At that time, we encountered a ferocious attack from a level 9 monster from the Black Mountain, the three-legged golden toad. Upon hearing this, Hu Delu laughed and replied, if we are talking about the same person, then Lang Mohan is not dead. A few days ago, he returned to school safely, and I even saw him in person. And he'll be here shortly. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's face lit up with joy, and he excitedly said, Brother Lang is still alive. That's wonderful. With his formidable strength, even if Zhou Xinxian wanted to take his life, it would be an incredibly difficult and arduous task. It should be noted that back in that dark and deep cave, Lang Mohan killed the Zheng family's 8th level martial artist on the spot with just one move, demonstrating the ferocity of his skills and the strength of his opponent. Just as everyone was discussing this, someone suddenly shouted, they're here! They're here! Immediately afterwards, everyone's gaze turned to the distant horizon. A cool-looking aircraft streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it flew over Misty Peak and landed steadily. Then, the hatch slowly opened, and a man leaped out and landed lightly on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the person was none other than Zhou Xinxian, the man everyone had been talking about. Zhou Xinxian is here! Zhou Xinxian is here! In an instant, cheers erupted all around again, and the crowd began to boil over. Where's Lang Mohan? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Is he too scared to come? Someone shouted disdainfully. Ha, very likely. After all, he's facing an incredibly powerful opponent. Knowing he's doomed, anyone would choose to cower in his shoes, another person chimed in, causing the surrounding crowd to burst into laughter. I really hope he shows up soon. Otherwise, all our waiting these past few days will have been for nothing, another person complained. That's right, ha ha ha. Everyone laughed and agreed. Just then, Wang Bin suddenly snorted coldly, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body, a kind of pressure that only an 8th level martial artist could possess. This oppressive force swept out like a surging tide, instantly plunging the previously laughing and noisy crowd into a frigid ice cellar. The laughter abruptly ceased, and everyone felt a suffocating pressure. What are you laughing at? I solemnly tell you, Lang Mohan will definitely win the final victory, and that arrogant Zhou Xinxian might lose his life here today. Wang Bin swept his sharp eyes around and roared loudly. Furthermore, if I hear any of you dare to say a bad word about Lang Mohan here again, don't blame me for being impolite. His words were full of threat. Everyone was intimidated by Wang Bin's imposing presence, so frightened that they dared not even breathe, obediently shutting their mouths and even becoming cautious in their breathing. Just when the atmosphere was extremely tense, a deep rumble suddenly came from the sky, followed by a strangely shaped aircraft flying rapidly towards them. As the aircraft approached the mountaintop, the hatch slowly opened, and a man and a woman jumped out. Surprisingly, the two appeared to be quite weak, only at the level of first or second level martial artists. The onlookers on the mountain frowned upon seeing this, muttering to themselves, how could a martial artist with such weak strength be able to climb up here to watch this important match? It should be noted that most of the people gathered around here are level 7 or 8 experts, and even those who are slightly weaker are at least level 5 or 6 martial artists. Just then, a head slowly emerged from above the strangely shaped, metallic-looking aircraft. His face was handsome and resolute, with a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth revealing a faint smile. He called out in a clear voice, Lin Feng, Xiao Chui, please wait here for a while. I will come back to pick you up as soon as I have finished dealing with things here. Upon hearing this voice, the people who had been standing quietly nearby immediately showed expressions of surprise and delight. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, Lang Mohan, it really is him. Another person excitedly chimed in, that's right, it's Lang Mohan. At the same time, a tall man nearby heard the noise and quickly walked over. His face was full of excitement, and he walked briskly, repeatedly muttering, Brother Lang, it really is you. These past few days, I've been worried about your safety, and I even thought something bad had happened to you. Look at my tongue, it can't speak properly. Now that we've met again, we should say more auspicious and wishful words. This person was none other than Wang Bin. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan merely glanced at Wang Bin indifferently, then smiled slightly and said slowly, Senior Brother Wang, congratulations. You finally achieved your goal of advancing to the 8th level of martial arts. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's face beamed with undisguised joy, and he waved his hand humbly, saying, not at all, it was just a fluke. I was incredibly lucky. A few days ago, in that mysterious and unpredictable Black Mountain, a powerful level 9 monster, the three-legged golden toad, died mysteriously. I happened to discover its corpse and obtain some valuable resources and opportunities from it, which allowed me to successfully break through to the 8th level. Lang Mohan nodded and said, this is also my senior brother's good fortune. I have to go and compete now. This is my disciple, Lin Feng. Please take good care of him. Brother Lang, go with peace of mind. I will definitely take good care of your disciple as if he were my own. Wang Bin patted his chest confidently and made his promise. At this moment, Udelu also stepped forward quickly and whispered to Lang Mohan, Mohan, just go ahead and show off your skills. There's absolutely no way Zhou Zhenxian could take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, he winked mischievously at Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan thought to himself, since Udelu said these words with such certainty, Yi Qingsong must be lying in ambush nearby. After all, I am the hope for the future of magic martial arts, and they will certainly not allow me to suffer any mishaps. Even if I am no match for Zhou Zhenxian, Yi Qingsong will definitely not hesitate to disregard his own reputation and kill Zhou Zhenxian on the spot. With this thought in mind, Lang Mohan felt much more at ease. He clasped his hands in a salute to the crowd, then turned around gracefully and leaped lightly into the aircraft. With a whooshing sound, the aircraft streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, speeding toward the misty peak not far away. At this moment, Zhou Zhenxian stood quietly on a huge rock on the mountaintop, with a gleaming metal spear beside him. A strong mountain wind howled past, whipping his clothes and sleeves, making them flutter. Yet, he remained firmly rooted in place, like a proud pine tree, unmoved. Before long, Lang Mohan leaped off the aircraft with clean and swift movements. The aircraft showed no sign of stopping and flew straight into the distance, soon disappearing into the vast sky. Lang Mohan, you finally arrived. Zhou Zhenxian, who had kept his eyes closed, slowly opened them. His two sharp eyes shot straight at Lang Mohan like lightning, filled with majesty and domineering aura, as if he could see through everything. Lang Mohan casually replied, yes. His gaze slowly rose, piercing straight into the cloud in the sky like two cold bolts of lightning. Within that cloud of mist, Lang Mohan could clearly see two figures, one of whom held a huge scythe, his figure appearing and disappearing in the mist. Lang Mohan glanced at him briefly, but immediately recognized the tall, white-clad man as none other than Yi Qingsong, the renowned principal of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. The other old man, dressed in black and holding a sickle, was someone he had never seen before. Just then, Yi Qingsong, who was hidden in the clouds, suddenly felt a chill and his heart tightened. He turned to the old man in black beside him and said in a low voice, Brother son, this is bad. Lang Mohan seems to have discovered us. The old man in black nodded slightly in agreement. He frowned, recalling Lang Mohan's gaze just now. He felt as if he had been completely seen through by the other party in an instant, a feeling that filled him with unprecedented fear and unease. Even when facing those legendary martial gods, he had never felt such intense pressure. How strange. Just who is this Lang Mohan? How could he possess such terrifying strength and insight in such a short time? Yi Qingsong muttered to himself, his heart filled with doubt and shock.
shock. The old man in black standing to the side also nodded solemnly, equally puzzled by Lang Mohan's mysterious identity. At the same time, Zhou Zhenxian, who was standing below, saw that Lang Mohan completely ignored him and focused all his attention on the clouds in the sky, and a nameless anger welled up in his heart. His eyes were wide with rage, his hands were clenched into fists, and he exuded an extremely terrifying aura. As this energy continued to rise, the surrounding air seemed unable to withstand the pressure and began to tremble violently. Lang Mohan, you killed my son and grandson. This blood feud is so deep that I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Today, I will take your head and use your skull and blood to atone for the tragic deaths of my children. Zhou Zhenxian's eyes widened in anger, his face filled with grief and indignation. He roared through gritted teeth, his voice booming like thunder in the air. Zhou Zhenxian suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed hard at the void. In an instant, a powerful suction force burst forth from his palm, and the metal spear that had been lying quietly to the side seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, flying rapidly and landing steadily in his hand. Zhou Zhenxian gripped the metal spear tightly with both hands. The spear gleamed with a cold light, as if it were one with him. At this moment, he was like a war god, exuding a chilling aura. He swung his spear forcefully, the spear slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Its fierce momentum was like a sword that could pierce the sky, making people tremble with fear. Lang Mohan, prepare to die. Zhou Zhenxian roared furiously, his voice like a thunderclap, shaking the surrounding area. Immediately afterwards, as if his legs were equipped with powerful springs, he suddenly pushed off, and his entire body instantly soared into the air, like an unstoppable arrow released from a bow, flying towards Lang Mohan with lightning speed. Its speed was so fast that it exceeded the limits of what the naked eye could perceive, like a bolt of lightning piercing the night sky, and in an instant it had already approached Lang Mohan. At this moment, the spear tightly gripped by Zhou Zhenxian suddenly unleashed a chilling and sharp aura, its momentum like a surging, turbulent wave, or a prehistoric beast capable of tearing apart anything in its path. This is the powerful artistic conception displayed by the highest realm of martial arts, enough to pierce the sky and shake the universe. As this thunderous strike erupted, the surrounding air was violently churned, producing a series of muffled popping sounds. Even the most solid rocks began to tremble and shake slightly under the impact of this terrifying force, as if they were about to collapse and shatter at any moment. Without a doubt, this strike has become the most dazzling existence in this world, as if it has gathered all the brilliance of the world into one. My God, can Lang Mohan really withstand such a powerful attack? The power contained in this strike is probably close to the level of a 9th level martial artist. Hu Delu stared wide-eyed, his face full of astonishment and disbelief, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wang Zhenhai, standing to the side, was also deeply shocked by the scene before him. He exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, Zhou Zhenxian is really amazing. He truly deserves to be called an experienced level 8 martial artist. Such strength is truly beyond the reach of others. General Qin shook his head solemnly and said slowly, there's no need to hold any more illusions. Judging from the current situation, if Lang Mohan is not a level 9 martial artist, then he will definitely die here today, with no chance of survival. At the same time, Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly in the crowd, silently praying for his master. Master, you are omnipotent. No matter what difficulties and dangers we face, you will definitely be alright. At this moment, everyone present firmly believed that under Zhou Zhenxian's earth-shattering shot, Lang Mohan would inevitably meet his doom and die on the spot. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Qingtsong and the black-clad elder surnamed Sun, who were in the clouds, widened their eyes in disbelief and exclaimed involuntarily, Zhou Zhenxian can actually comprehend such profound spear intent. He truly lives up to his reputation. No wonder he's a madman who's been obsessed with martial arts for decades. Just as Yi Qingtsong was secretly determined to personally kill Zhou Zhenxian, he suddenly saw Lang Mohan's lips slightly upturned, forming a faint smile. Immediately afterwards, he seemingly casually stretched out a hand and gently grabbed it, and something astonishing happened. Zhou Zhenxian's imposing and incomparably sharp spear tip fell into Lang Mohan's control with ease. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone present stood frozen in place as if under a spell. Their mouths gaped open, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, and a horrified scream erupted in their hearts. How is this possible? It should be noted that the spear thrust Zhou Zhenxian just unleashed was a concentrated display of his full power as an 8th level martial artist. Its power was approaching that of a 9th level martial artist, and it could be described as earth-shattering and overwhelming. However, this shot, which was powerful enough to destroy the world, was easily held in Lang Mohan's fingertips as if it were a toy in a child's hand. This scene seems utterly absurd and bizarre. No matter how you look at it, it's practically a farce. Zhou Zhenxian had already used all his strength to try to pull back his spear, but no matter how much he struggled and twisted, the spear did not move and was firmly held in Lang Mohan's hand. A deep sense of fear instantly surged into his heart. He felt as if he were facing not a living person, but an insurmountable mountain and a bottomless ocean. This feeling of powerlessness caused Zhou Zhenxian's body to tremble involuntarily. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his face turned ashen. Even a level 9 martial artist would probably find it impossible to catch Zhou Zhenxian's earth-shattering, ghost-weeping, world world-destroying spear with his bare hands. A level 8 martial artist who was watching the battle from the sidelines stared wide-eyed, muttering to himself in disbelief.
That's right. How can someone so young possess such terrifying strength?
Let alone a level 9 martial artist, even if the invincible martial god were
here, he might not be able to do it so easily.
Another level 8 martial artist next to him was equally shocked, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. At this moment, Yiching Song, who was hiding in the clouds, and the old man in black surnamed Sun also felt an unprecedented pressure coming towards them. Both of them were top-tier level 9 martial artists, but even they secretly groaned in despair when faced with Zhou Xinxian's all-out attack.
This spear was incredibly powerful, seemingly possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth.
Even with their profound
cultivation, they had no confidence in withstanding it,
let alone anyone daring to catch this fatal blow with their bare hands.
Brother Sun, look at this situation. What exactly is going on?
The more I think about it, the more something seems wrong.
Yiching Song
frowned, his face solemn as he looked at the old man in black surnamed Sun beside him, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke, because everything that was happening before his eyes was so unbelievable that he could not deduce it using common sense. The elderly man surnamed Sun, dressed in black, took a deep breath, composed himself, and said with certainty, Brother Yi, things have come to this point, and I'm afraid there's only one possibility left. This person may have already surpassed the level of a 9th level martial artist, and may even have touched upon the legendary supreme realm.
Otherwise, such an extraordinary performance would be impossible.
Just as everyone was discussing, Zhou Xinxian suddenly seemed to be struck by an invisible force, his spear flew out of his hand, and he involuntarily took several steps back. He stared at the figure in front of him with a look of utter terror, and asked in a trembling voice, You're not human. What kind of monster are you?
Lang Mohan laughed and said, I am your enemy, Lung Mohan, you don't need to doubt it.
As for why I was able to easily grasp the tip of your spear, it's naturally because I'm stronger. You finished your fight, now it's my turn. Lung Mohan said coldly, his voice as chilling as if it came from the deepest hell, sending shivers down one's spine.
Zhou Xinxian appeared calm, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed his true emotions.
He opened his eyes wide and stared intently at Lang Mohan, his eyes showing no fear, but rather a resolute determination to face death. Use all your
strength
to die at the hands of a peerless master like you. I will have lived a worthwhile life.
Even in death, I can die with my eyes open in peace.
Lang Mohan nodded expressionlessly and said softly, since that's the case, then so be it. Before he finished speaking, he gently raised his right hand and pointed a finger at the empty space in front of him. In an instant, a dazzling white light, about the thickness of a thumb, burst forth. The beam of light streaked across the sky like lightning, and vanished without a trace in an instant. However, just when everyone thought the attack was over, Lang Mohan suddenly sighed softly. Then, he slowly turned around, bowed deeply to the huge cloud floating in the sky, and muttered something as if to himself. Just then, a dazzling streak of light flashed across the sky. In the blink of an eye, a sleek and metallic-looking aircraft sped by like a shooting star and landed steadily above Lang Mohan's head. Lang Mohan leaped into the air and gracefully jumped onto the aircraft. Then, the aircraft quickly started up and flew towards another mountain peak not far away, turning into a long rainbow.
Not long after, Lang Mohan landed on the mountaintop.
Lin Feng and Xiao Chui, who had been waiting there for a long time, immediately went to greet them.
Master, I knew you would win this duel.
Lin Feng shouted excitedly, his face full of excitement. Xiao Chui, standing to the side, smiled and nodded repeatedly in agreement, saying, Yes, Mr. Lin.
But why is your opponent still standing on the same mountain peak now that you're back? Does he have some other tricks up his sleeve?
Lang Mohan laughed, he's already dead, he just hasn't fallen yet.
Let's go.
Then he clasped his hands in greeting to Wang Bin, Hu Delu, and the others, saying, Senior Brother Wang, Principal Hu, and all my friends, I'll be heading back now. Having said that, he boarded his flying vehicle and sped away.
After killing Zhou Xinxian, Lang Mohan did not feel the exhilarating satisfaction and sense of vengeance he had expected. On the contrary, a deep sense of loss surged into his heart like a tide, enveloping him tightly. This is so boring, it's completely pointless. Lang Mohan muttered to himself, as if he was confused and bewildered by everything he had just done. He had originally thought that this contest would bring him some kind of relief, but now it seemed to him that it was just an empty victory. However, Lang Mohan was unaware of the enormous sensation his fierce battle with Zhou Xinxian would cause afterward. The entire martial arts world was abuzz with excitement over this thrilling duel, and people were talking about the young powerhouse who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, Lang Mohan. Various rumors spread like wildfire, with some saying that he defeated the veteran powerhouse Zhou Xinxian with overwhelming force, demonstrating unparalleled strength. Some even asserted that Lang Mohan had become the youngest level 9 powerhouse since the Great Nirvana era, and that his future was limitless. Faced with such a surging wave of public opinion, Lang Mohan's phone was practically ringing off the hook. He was overwhelmed by a barrage of congratulations, interview requests, and attempts to probe him from various forces. Finally, fed up with it all, he simply turned off his phone and temporarily escaped from this noisy world. After the earth-shattering battle at Misty Peak, Lang Mohan took Lin Feng and Xiao
Shaoxue to the bustling metropolis of Shanghai for several days. They reveled in the city's dazzling lights and delicious food, trying to forget the bloody and brutal battle scenes.
But their good fortune didn't last long.
Before long, they found that they seemed to have nowhere else to go, so they had no choice but to return to the magic martial arts dormitory dejectedly. The moment Lang Mohan stepped into the dormitory, Zhang Yang, who was tidying his clothes, suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief.
His mouth gaped slightly, and he was so excited he could barely speak.
"Brother Lang, no, I should call you Grandmaster Lang." Lang Mohan smiled slightly, slowly walked to the bedside and sat down, casually saying, "Don't be so polite, just call me as before." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was taken aback at first, but then, seeing that Lang Mohan maintained his usual easygoing attitude, he felt a little relieved. He said with deep emotion, "I never dreamed that my roommate, who always slept next to me, would transform into a revered Grandmaster-level martial artist.
If this were to get out, probably no one would believe it."
Lang Mohan had just stepped into the dormitory and hadn't even had a chance to sit down and rest when Hu Delu's tall figure appeared silently at the door like a ghost.
"Principal." Zhang Yang, who was making his bed, suddenly looked up and saw Hu Delu.
Startled, he quickly stood up and bowed respectfully to him. Hu Delu nodded slightly, then his gaze fell directly on Lang Mohan, and he said slowly, "Please go out for a moment. I have something to say to Lang Mohan alone."
Zhang Yang didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest.
After responding, he quickly left the room and gently closed the door behind him. After Zhang Yang left, Hu Delu smiled and said to Lang Mohan, "Master Lang, the principal invites you to the back mountain for a chat." Lang Mohan smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, "Principal Hu, you're too kind.
Just call me by my name, Lang Mohan."
Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed out of the open window like a bolt of lightning. Upon seeing this, Hu Delu hurriedly walked to the window and peered out, only to see a blurry afterimage left in the air before disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye.
The back mountain of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy is a place of tranquility and peace.
A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Yi Qing-song, dressed in a pure white robe, stood with his hands behind his back, quietly standing on the mountaintop like a sculpture. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, and Yi Qing-song's heart stirred. He slowly turned around. Before he knew it, Lang Mohan had quietly appeared behind him. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Qing-song's eyes. Although he already knew that Lang Mohan's strength was unfathomable, the opponent's unpredictable speed still surprised him.
"Mohan, your strength is becoming increasingly unfathomable. Even I find it difficult to see through it," Yi Qing-song said with a smile. Lang Mohan smiled modestly and replied, "Principal, you flatter me.
I have only made slight progress."
Yi Qing-song stared at Lang Mohan and asked thoughtfully, "Could it be that you have broken through the bottleneck of the 9th level martial artist and reached a completely new realm?"
Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a humble smile, and he said softly, "Level 9 is nothing.
There's still quite a distance to go before reaching the true peak."
Standing to the side, Yi Qing-song nodded slightly in agreement and replied, "That fierce battle at Misty Peak was truly astonishing. Even Sun Chenjue admitted that he felt he would be unable to defend against the finger strike you used."
However, Lang Mohan simply smiled and said nothing more. After a brief pause, Yi Qing-song continued, "Mohan, do you have any specific plans for the future?"
Lang Mohan pondered for a moment, then replied, "Tomorrow, I plan to make a trip to Kyoto.
After settling things here, I may return to my hometown in Jiangbei." Hearing this, Yi Qing-song nodded and said thoughtfully, "That's very good, Mohan.
With your current strength, you have already successfully joined the ranks of the world's top experts. So, I think it's time to be honest with you and lay everything out in the open about certain things." As he spoke, Yi Qing-song raised the hand with the ring on it, and suddenly, a dazzling white light shot out from the ring. Immediately afterwards, a lifelike 3D image suddenly appeared before their eyes.
Lang Mohan couldn't help but stare intently, his heart filled with astonishment.
It turns out that what this three-dimensional light screen presented was actually a world map.
He asked in surprise, "Could this be a complete map of the Earth we are on right now?"
Looking at this rather unfamiliar map, Lang Mohan was deeply shocked. In his memory, Earth was supposed to be composed of 7 continents and 4 oceans, but the map before him was completely different from what he knew.
In addition to the familiar map of Earth, its area has been expanded by an incredible amount.
What's astonishing is the addition of numerous vast continents and deep, expansive oceans. Centered on the original tectonic plates of Earth, a vast ocean stretching for tens of thousands of miles encircles it like a giant blue ribbon. Beyond this vast ocean, a towering ice wall, reaching a height of 100 kilometers, stands majestically, like an indestructible barrier protecting this mysterious world.
However, what's even more amazing is yet to come.
Beyond the ice wall lie vast new continents and oceans, hundreds of times larger than the original Earth. The shocking scene before him left Lang Mohan speechless for a long time, only managing to squeeze out a single word, "This." At this moment, Yi Qing-song, who was standing to the side, smiled and slowly said, "Since that earth-shattering nirvana, the entire world has undergone tremendous changes. Not only did spiritual energy surge and resurface like a tidal wave, but ancient relics buried deep beneath the dust of time also reappeared in the world. Even more mysterious
mysterious ruins, suspected to be remnants of extraterrestrial life, have surfaced. Seeing Long Mohan's extremely shocked expression, Yi Ching-sung felt secretly satisfied. He paused, then continued, "In the past few decades, technological development has been incredibly rapid. The reason we have been able to achieve such an astonishing pace of progress is entirely due to our successful acquisition of a valuable portion of extraterrestrial technology. Although we have only deciphered a very small portion of it so far, the resulting technological leap has been beyond imagination, especially in technologies closely related to the military field, where unprecedented breakthroughs have been achieved. This map is a great achievement of the current human alliance working together in the world. However, what is shocking is that we have actually been surrounded by ice walls all along. The towering ice wall was like an insurmountable chasm, completely isolating us from the outside world. As for what the world outside this ice wall looks like, it remains a mystery to us." Lang Mohan asked suspiciously, "Haven't we ever sent any exceptionally powerful human experts or advanced technological forces to explore the secrets hidden behind the ice wall all these years?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ching-sung couldn't help but reveal a miserable smile, and sighed helplessly, "Alas, it's not that I don't want to send people over, it's just that it's impossible to get them over there." Lang Mohan's eyes widened, and he retorted incredulously, "How is that possible? You know, we humans have already successfully landed on the moon and Mars 100 years ago. How could a mere ice wall stop our progress?" Faced with Lang Mohan's questioning, Yi Ching-sung shook his head with a wry smile and slowly explained, Things are different now. For some reason, the rules of the world seem to have undergone a radical change since then. Even the atmosphere has become an insurmountable obstacle for us, because a transparent light shield has appeared out of nowhere outside the atmosphere. This mysterious and unpredictable light barrier is as solid as a rock. With our current level of science and technology, breaking through it is simply a pipe dream. Seeing Lang Mohan standing there in astonishment, Yi Ching-sung quickly comforted him, "But you don't need to worry too much. After all, countries all over the world are making every effort to promote the rapid development of science and technology. At the same time, human martial artists are also striving to reach higher levels, such as level 9. I firmly believe that as long as we unite as one and make unremitting efforts, we will one day be able to overcome these problems that are troubling us and unveil the mystery hidden behind the ice wall." Lang Mohan looked at Yi Ching-sung with a puzzled expression and asked, "In the world we live in now, is it really true that there are no martial artists who can break through to level 9 or above and become stronger?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ching-sung's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, but the smile quickly disappeared, replaced by a soft sigh. He slowly said, "Perhaps such an unparalleled expert exists, or perhaps there isn't one at all." After a brief pause, he continued with a sigh, "As for those who might be able to break through to level 9 or above, top experts like the God of War and the God of Thunder might still have a chance to do so. As for me, well, I'm afraid I have no hope in this lifetime." After saying that, he sighed heavily again. Hearing this, Lang Mohan became even more curious and quickly asked, "Why would you say that?" Yi Ching-sung smiled and explained helplessly, "The reason is very simple, child. Because my lifespan is already very short, I can only live for another 10 years at most. When a martial artist cultivates to a certain level, the premonition that their lifespan is about to end is incredibly strong." Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something comforting, but ultimately he swallowed it back. At this moment, Yi Ching-sung suddenly took out a ring that was flashing with a strange light from his pocket, handed it to Lang Mohan, and introduced it, saying, "Come, take a look at this. This is no ordinary ring. It's far more powerful than the ion beam ring developed by Zhou's technology group. It's no exaggeration to say that this is one of the most advanced high-tech products in the world today." Lang Mohan carefully took the ring and examined it closely. Yi Ching-sung continued his explanation, "This ring is actually a product of artificial intelligence from a supercomputer. It contains a cute virtual sprite that can tell you everything within your permissions and help you complete many tasks. How about that? Isn't it great?" Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a light smile, and he said teasingly, "Haha, what kind of authority do I have?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ching-sung laughed heartily and replied, "Don't underestimate the power you wield. This is SS-level authority. It's worth noting that globally, the total number of people with this level of access wouldn't exceed 100. In our Dragon Kingdom, they are extremely rare, numbering no more than 20. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lang Mohan's eyes. He asked curiously, "In that case, may I ask what level of authority you, principal, possess?" With a smile on his face, Yi Ching-sung confidently replied, "Mine is naturally a bit higher than yours. It's an SSS level privilege. This is currently the highest level of authority that can be achieved worldwide. Only 17 people on the entire planet possess this honor. They are the #1 leaders of the 7 superpower alliances. In addition, the world's 10 most powerful individuals will each receive a ring symbolizing supreme power." Lang Mohan carefully took the ring that emitted a mysterious light, held it in his hand and examined it carefully for a while, before asking again, "It seems that my ring is indeed quite extraordinary. I just wonder what exactly are the uses of my SS level privileges." Yi Ching-sung explained with a smile.
smile. Simply put, as long as it doesn't involve extremely sensitive and dangerous actions like mobilizing nuclear weapons, everything else is a piece of cake for you. Whether it's acquiring and managing money and wealth, or operating and controlling political power, you have almost unlimited discretionary power. It is no exaggeration to say that the ring you are wearing is like the imperial sword bestowed by an ancient emperor upon a loyal minister. Whether facing the military or government officials at all levels, you have the right to take decisive action without prior approval. Even if misjudgments or wrongful executions occasionally occur, official agencies will never try or punish you. After hearing these words, Lung Mohan frowned and sighed with worry. Does this mean I can do whatever I want, act recklessly, or even be lawless? It's not that simple. Yi Ching-song said with a slight smile. Almost all level 9 Grandmaster level experts in this world also possess such a ring. However, if these Grandmaster level martial artists commit serious crimes, then the Martial Arts Alliance Council will be responsible for their punishment. Upon hearing this, Lung Mohan frowned and asked curiously, Martial Arts Alliance Conference? What kind of organization is that? Yi Ching-song explained with a smile. The so-called Martial Arts Alliance Conference is actually a parliamentary alliance composed of all Grandmaster level martial artists worldwide. After you complete the blood oath ceremony, you will naturally become a member of this alliance. Upon hearing this, Lung Mohan's tense face instantly lit up with joy, and he couldn't wait to ask, Principal Yi, what specific position do you hold in this alliance? Furthermore, whose power is truly the greatest within this group? Yi Ching-song, still smiling, replied calmly, the Martial Arts Alliance has a highest decision-making body called the Permanent Council. Those who are able to serve on this Permanent Council are among the world's top 10 super strong individuals. If we're talking about the most powerful person among them, then it has to be the Senate President, because this Senate President is none other than the martial god, universally recognized as the strongest person in the world. At this point, Yi Ching-song paused slightly before continuing. As for me, I'd say I'm barely among the top 10 strongest people in the world. Currently, I serve as a permanent director in the Martial Arts Alliance. Lung Mohan laughed and said, then you must have a lot of power. Principal Yi, I heard that you are ranked 3rd on the national ranking list. Does that mean that makes our dragon country one of the world's top 10 martial arts masters? Yi Ching-song laughed and said, you guessed right, that's exactly it. By the way, there is another matter I have come to tell you. In 2 months, the mysterious Shenangjia ruins will be open to the public. At that time, all martial artists of level 8 and above in our Dragon Kingdom will go to participate in the exploration, hoping to find their own opportunity. So you need to prepare yourself mentally beforehand. Upon hearing this, Lung Mohan nodded slightly to indicate that he understood, and replied, don't worry, I certainly won't miss such a rare opportunity. After exchanging a few more words, Yi Ching-song, seeing that everything had been explained, turned and left. After Yi Ching-song left, Lung Mohan forced a drop of blood from his fingertip and gently dripped it onto the ring on his hand. In an instant, a strange feeling arose, as if a close spiritual connection had been established between him and the ring, a feeling exactly like the magical system that existed deep in his mind. Just then, a small, exquisite, and adorable 3D simulated projection sprite suddenly appeared in front of Lung Mohan and began to jump around happily. It was muttering to itself, Dear Master, hello. I am honored to be your thoughtful little helper, and I will serve you wholeheartedly. Upon seeing this, Lung Mohan couldn't help but smile gently, and asked with great interest, Cute little elf, do you have a name? The little elf blinked its bright, lively eyes and replied in a clear voice, Master, I don't have a name yet. I hope you will bestow one upon me. After a moment's thought, Lung Mohan blurted out, in that case, from now on, you shall be called Tmol. Upon hearing this, the little elf was overjoyed and happily replied, alright, thank you for bestowing this name upon me, Master. From now on, I will be the Tmol little elf. Kyoto, a bustling and vibrant city, is full of boundless energy and mystery. Hello, Mom, it's me, Mohan. As soon as Lung Mohan stepped off the aircraft, he couldn't wait to contact his mother through the small, exquisite sprite in his hand. His voice revealed a hint of excitement and anticipation. Mohan, you finally sent a message. You've been so busy with your studies lately, we don't know if you've finished yet. Our whole family has been so worried about you, came Lang's mother's concerned and anxious voice from the other end of the phone. Don't worry, Mom. I've arrived in Kyoto safely, and I'll be able to see you all in a little while. Lung Mohan replied with a smile, as if he could see the relieved smile on his mother's face through the phone. Just then, Lung Moyu suddenly reached out and snatched the phone, asking eagerly, Brother, did you bring me any gifts this time? Her tone was full of coquettishness and anticipation. Lung Mohan couldn't help but chuckle, replying indulgently, You silly little thing, how could I forget to prepare a gift for you? Not just you, everyone in the family gets one. After hanging up the phone, Lung Mohan hailed a taxi and sped towards home. Before long, the car came to a smooth stop at the entrance of a beautiful, quiet, and peaceful residential area. This is where my parents and sister live in Kyoto. After Lung Mohan gave them a generous sum of money, they did not hesitate to buy a warm and comfortable house here. The moment Lung Mohan stepped into his home, a strong sense of family warmth washed over him. His parents and sister had been waiting for a long time, and their faces lit up with bright smiles as soon as they saw him.
The family embraced tightly, their joy overflowing. At this moment, all the longing and concern turned into laughter and joy.
However, just as everyone was immersed in the joyful atmosphere of their reunion, a rapid and loud knocking suddenly rang out.
Thump, thump, thump.
The knocking, like a war drum, shattered the previously harmonious atmosphere inside, instantly putting everyone's hearts in their throats.
Who is it? With a questioning voice, Lung Moyu slowly walked forward and opened the door.
As soon as the door was opened a crack, a middle-aged man with a serious and unsmiling face came into view. The middle-aged man had a stern face, as if someone owed him millions, and behind his outstretched hand, ready to push open the door, were several tall and upright young men. Before Lang Moyu could even speak, the middle-aged man rudely pushed open the door and strode into the house. Seeing this, the young men behind him also filed in without hesitation, instantly making the originally spacious living room somewhat crowded. The middle-aged man walked straight to the center of the living room as if no one else was there. He first glanced at Lung's mother sitting on the sofa with sharp eyes, and then sat down in the main seat with a swagger, his posture even more arrogant than that of the host. The old woman was leisurely drinking tea, but when she saw who it was, her face turned deathly pale, and she almost dropped the teacup. When Lang's father, who had been keeping a close eye on his wife, saw Lang's mother's huge reaction, his heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. My heart started racing uncontrollably, pounding loudly, and the atmosphere in the house instantly became incredibly heavy, as if time itself had stopped flowing. However, in stark contrast to his parents' anxious expressions, Lang Mohan appeared remarkably calm and composed. His deep eyes, like torches burning with blazing flames, sharply scanned the group of uninvited guests before him. Despite the sudden turn of events, a faint smile remained on his handsome face, as if nothing in the world could shake his strong heart. At this moment, Lang Mohan simply stood there quietly, without saying a word, silently observing the subtle changes in his parents' expressions, while patiently waiting for their next reaction.
Lung Moyu didn't care about any of that.
She strode over like the wind, pointed angrily at the strangers, and shouted, "How dare you break into a private residence? I'm warning you, my brother is very powerful. He's a high-level martial artist. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of here now, or you won't even have time to run away once my brother makes a move." After saying that, she put her hands on her hips, her face full of pride and confidence. However, the young men standing next to the middle-aged man did not take Lang Moyu's threats seriously at all. They raised the corners of their mouths slightly, revealing a contemptuous and disdainful smile. Lang Moyu was incredibly clever and quick-witted. Seeing that her parents and brother remained silent, she immediately realized that things were probably not so simple.
For a moment, the entire living room fell into a suffocating silence.
After a long while, Lang's mother finally stammered, Big brother."
Upon hearing this, Lung Mohan, who had been standing quietly to the side, was suddenly startled and thought to himself, "Big brother? Could this be my uncle? So this is my mother's family in the capital?" The middle-aged man, his face tense, asked in a low voice, "You still recognize me, your older brother?"
Upon hearing this, Mother Lang quickly and deftly poured a steaming cup of fragrant tea, then respectfully handed the cup to the middle-aged man, saying cautiously, "Brother, please have some tea." The middle-aged man glared at Lung's mother first, then slowly reached out to take the teacup. After taking a small sip, his originally stiff tone softened slightly, and he said, "Come home with me tomorrow and visit Dad." To everyone's surprise, upon hearing this, Mother Lang's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and she replied resolutely, "I'm not going." The middle-aged man slammed his hand on the solid, heavy table in front of him, making a deafening sound. His eyes widened in anger, and he roared, "All those old grudges
are long gone.
Our family will no longer hold you accountable for your absurd behavior of running away from home, getting engaged to someone else, and having children.
What exactly do you want? Do you have to turn this house upside down before you're satisfied?"
Upon hearing this, Mother Lang turned her head away without hesitation, her face as cold as frost, and said icily, "Humph.
You think it's all in the past, but it's not so easy for me. I will never set foot in that so-called home again in my entire life."
After saying that, she raised her hand and pointed directly at Lang's father and the three siblings, Lang Mohan, and said firmly, "For me, my home is wherever my family is. My husband and children are here. They are my true family." The middle-aged man slowly stood up, his expression unusually serious. He straightened his back, stared intently at Lang's mother, and said in a deep voice, "From the moment you were born, you have been deeply marked with the mark of our Wang family.
This isn't something you can do as you please. After all, you're still surnamed Wang."
Lang Mohan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. His voice was calm and firm. "My mother now has only one identity, and that is the mistress of our Ling family. No one in this world can force her to do anything against her will, unless she herself is unwilling." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing Lang Mohan up and down.
After a moment, he slowly said, "Oh, so, you're Mohan.
I've heard you were admitted to the Magic and Martial Arts Academy and have already become a powerful level 4 martial artist."
"Yes, that's really good.
You're much better than your cousins. Now that you've returned to your family to acknowledge your ancestors, the family will naturally provide you with more resources, and your future
future prospects are limitless. The young people around looked at Lang Mohan again. They had heard that this cousin of their aunt was not even 20 years old. Even in a top-tier family like theirs, a 20-year-old level 4 martial artist is a rare genius. Uncle, I'll call you that for now. Whether my mother wants to see my grandfather or not is her own choice, and no one can force her. Lang Mohan said calmly. The middle-aged man snorted coldly with a gloomy expression, then glared at the person in front of him with sharp eyes and shouted angrily, "What a big mouth you have! Do you really not know the status of our Wang family in the capital? Let me tell you, our Wang family is undoubtedly a top-tier family. Furthermore, do you know just how remarkable a person your maternal grandfather was?" Upon hearing this, Lang's mother immediately stepped forward, shielding her son behind her, and replied without hesitation, "We're not going anywhere. In a few days, we'll be back in our hometown in Jiangbei." However, the middle-aged man remained firm in his stance, saying sternly and firmly, "Tomorrow is the old man's 80th birthday. You must attend, whether you like it or not." He paused slightly, his tone softening a bit, but the threat remained. "This is your last chance. I advise you not to think only of yourselves, but to think more about your son. It would be such a waste if such a promising martial arts talent like him had his future ruined because of this. Let's go." Before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man turned and left, followed closely by the young men who had come with him. The group walked away arrogantly and swaggeringly into the distance. After all these people had left, Lang Moyu, who had been standing silently beside her mother, finally couldn't help but ask, "Mom, why is Uncle so domineering? Whether or not we want to go to Grandpa's house should be a decision we make ourselves, right?" Faced with her son's question, Lang's mother sighed helplessly and slowly explained, "Child, the Wang family is indeed a top family in Kyoto. Not only are all your uncles in high-ranking positions, but even your maternal grandfather is a powerful level 9 martial artist." "What? Grandpa is actually a level 9 martial artist? This is simply unbelievable. This is too terrifying." Lang Moyu exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. Lang Mohan, standing to the side, looked calmly at his mother and slowly said, "Mom, if you really don't want to go, then we won't go. Anyway, no one can do anything to us." His tone was firm and powerful, revealing an attitude that left no room for doubt. Mother Lang frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said softly, "All right then, let's go take a look. However, if they dare to show us even the slightest disrespect, we'll turn around and leave immediately, without lingering." After saying that, she raised her head and glanced at Lang Moyu and Lang Mohan, the siblings. At this moment, Lang Mohan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mom, why are you so unwilling to go back? What exactly happened here? Could you tell us more about it?" Hearing her son's question, Lang's mother's eyes gradually dimmed, and her thoughts seemed to be pulled back to the distant past. She slowly closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and began to recount that painful past. "My child, actually my mother, your maternal grandmother, was not your grandfather's only first wife. Men in large families often have many wives and concubines. Your maternal grandmother only gave birth to me, her only daughter, and therefore suffered endless bullying and humiliation in that family." At this point, Lang's mother couldn't help but sigh heavily, her face full of pain and helplessness. Then she continued, "There are countless brothers and sisters in the family, and there is constant infighting and backstabbing between the different rooms. When I was 10 years old, your grandmother passed away. From then on, having lost my only support, my life became increasingly difficult and miserable. Whether it was the people from other rooms or the servants in the house, they all took the opportunity to bully me, a helpless orphan. Sigh, speaking of your grandfather, he has never cared about me at all. It's as if she's long forgotten that she even has a biological daughter like me. Fortunately, the uncle you just met is quite nice. He usually takes good care of me." The mother sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. "Later on, after your uncle was admitted to that martial arts school in Kyoto, there was no one left in the family to protect me. Those people bullied me even more, becoming increasingly brazen and unscrupulous. Finally, one day, I couldn't bear the torment any longer, so I secretly escaped from the home that had caused me so much suffering in the dead of night." And he secretly vowed in his heart that he would never go back in this lifetime. At this point, the mother unconsciously clenched her fists, as if the scene from back then was replaying in her mind. "After fleeing for what seemed like an eternity, I finally arrived at the outskirts of Jiangbei base city. Perhaps it was a blessing from heaven, but at that time, I actually met your father, who was serving in the army. I was covered in injuries and looked utterly disheveled. If it weren't for your father's intervention, I probably would have been dead long ago," my mother recalled with a smile. At this moment, Lang Moyu couldn't wait to interject. "So, Mom, out of gratitude, you offered yourself to Dad and ended up marrying him, right?" Ha ha. Hearing her daughter's innocent words, the mother couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Well, that's about right. Later, after we got married, we soon had your brother and you, these two adorable little ones. The Wang family is one of the most prestigious and powerful families in the Dragon Kingdom, holding an unparalleled and revered position that commands awe. As the head of the clan, Wang Boyang possesses terrifying strength, a 9th-level Grandmaster-level martial artist. His fame spread far and wide, not only throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, but also wielded considerable influence internationally. Today is the 80th birthday birthday of this highly respected elder. In no time, the area in front of the Wang family's house was bustling with activity as countless people came to offer their birthday wishes. The Wang family members busied themselves, greeting each distinguished guest with beaming smiles. Lang Mohan also came to celebrate the birthday with his parents and sister. Upon entering the gates of the prince's mansion, one is greeted by a multitude of high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants. They exchange pleasantries or converse in hushed tones, each exuding an extraordinary air and refined manners. This place truly deserves the description of scholars of great learning converse with, and no uncultured person among its visitors. Looking at the bustling crowd of people of high status before her, Lang's mother couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. She held Lang Mohan's hand tightly, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "My son, I'm a little scared." Lang Mohan smiled slightly and comforted his mother, "Mom, you don't need to be so nervous. If anyone dares to be disrespectful to you today, I will make sure the world turns upside down." After saying that, his eyes were firm, revealing an aura that should not be underestimated. With his current strength surpassing level 9, he could practically turn the world upside down. Upon hearing this, Lang's mother hurriedly shook her head and said, "Mohan, you must not act so rashly. Your grandfather has always valued his reputation highly, so we cannot make a scene here." As the mother and son were talking, several well-dressed young people suddenly walked towards them. The young people casually looked Lang Mohan and his family up and down, a hint of contempt on their faces. It turned out that although Lang Mohan's family had specially worn brand new clothes for this birthday celebration, those clothes were just ordinary brands and not the most popular clothing made with cutting-edge new materials. Therefore, upon seeing this, these proud and arrogant young people couldn't help but feel a sense of contempt. "May I ask which family you belong to?" A young member of the Wang family, dressed in fine clothes and with his head held high, asked arrogantly. At this moment, Madame Lang hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Young master, we are from the 9th branch of the Wang family. We are all family." 9 branches? Upon hearing this, the young man looked puzzled and asked, "When did our Wang family have 9 branches? I've never heard of it before." Upon hearing this, another young man who looked slightly older smiled and said, You're still young, so it's normal that you don't know these things. Back in the day, our patriarch Wang once got drunk and unintentionally took advantage of a pretty maid in the mansion. Unexpectedly, the maid later became pregnant and eventually gave birth to a daughter. So the old man added it as the 9th branch of the Wang family. At this point, the young man showed a hint of disdain on his face, and then added, "However, the 9th branch has never really had much of a presence. Not to mention that the maid had been dead for decades, even her daughter had mysteriously disappeared many years ago. In this way, the so-called 9 houses naturally become defunct in name only." After saying that, he glanced contemptuously at Lang's mother and Lang Mohan, and sneered, "Could it be that you are the descendants of that maid from back then?" Lang Mohan, who had been standing silently to the side, was now furious. His fists were clenched and his whole body was trembling slightly with rage. Only then did he realize that his mother held such a lowly position in the Wang family. Seeing her son's agitated state, Lang's mother feared he might act rashly, so she quickly stepped forward, took Lang Mohan's hand tightly, and gently comforted him. "Mohan, don't get angry, let's go. Since the Wang family is still as despicable as before, then we'll never come back." Lang Mohan was furious, but a cold smile appeared on his lips. He gritted his teeth and said to his mother beside him, "Mom, everything you have lost, I will get back for you today." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the empty space in front of him. In an instant, an incredibly powerful suction force erupted from his palm, instantly pulling the 2 young members of the Wang family who were standing not far in front of him into the air, their bodies levitating completely out of control. Immediately afterwards, Lang Mohan waved his arm lightly, and the 2 Wang family youths flew away into the distance at an astonishing speed, like 2 cannonballs that had been launched. 2 loud bangs rang out as the 2 men crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, Lang Mohan roared, "Wang Boyong, you old bastard, get out here right now." The angry shout was like a rolling thunderclap, resounding throughout the entire palace. Wherever the sound waves passed, even the air seemed to be torn apart. Those guests with slightly lower cultivation levels were even more unable to withstand such a huge sonic shock. They bled from all 7 orifices, clutched their heads in pain, and collapsed to the ground, wailing incessantly. At that moment, Wang Boyong, who was leisurely enjoying tea and chatting with several old friends in the backyard, suddenly heard this earth-shattering roar, and his expression changed drastically. However, he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile to his old friends present, I really didn't expect that on my 80th birthday, an enemy would come to cause trouble." Upon hearing this, the elderly man surnamed Sun, who was sitting to the side, laughed and said, "Brother Wang, you haven't made a move for many years. I'm sure many people in the martial arts world have forgotten your illustrious reputation from back then." At this moment, another elderly man surnamed Bai nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right, Brother Wang. In my opinion, the person who came seeking revenge this time has an incredibly powerful aura, and that roar just now directly shook people's lungs and heart. Its power is extraordinary. If you don't show your skills a move or two, it will be difficult
to quell this turmoil. Wang Boyang nodded slightly and said with a sharp look in his eyes, "Gentlemen, please come with me to find out which fool dares to come and cause me trouble."
The Wang family, on the other hand, reacted extremely quickly. In an instant, more than a dozen figures shot out of the Wang family mansion like arrows.
These people were agile and had a steady aura. Clearly all of them were highly skilled martial artists. The leader of them was none other than Lang Mohan's maternal uncle, Wang Xiaoran, an 8th-level martial artist, whom he had met before. After landing, Wang Xiaoran scanned his surroundings with lightning speed and shouted angrily, "Who dares to be so bold as to come to my Wang family and cause such trouble?" At this moment, Lang Mohan sneered, stepped forward, looked directly at Wang Xiaoran without fear, and shouted loudly, "Tell that old bastard Wang Boyang to get out here right now."
Upon hearing Lang Mohan's words, Wang Xiaoran frowned, and an aura of authority emanated from him.
His eyes widened, and he questioned with an imposing air, "Lang Mohan, how can you be so rude as to address your grandfather by his given name?
Don't you even understand basic manners?" However, in the face of Wang Xiaoran's rebuke, Lang Mohan looked disdainful, his lips curled up in a mocking smile, and he coldly replied, "What nonsense about a maternal grandfather? I, Lang Mohan, have never had a maternal grandfather. A despicable and shameless scoundrel like Wang Boyang is utterly unworthy to be my maternal grandfather." Before Wang Xiaoran could answer, a shrill laugh rang out from the side. "Ha, so he's that bastard child born from that little bitch. How could he be so arrogant and domineering, showing no respect for his elders and spewing vulgarities? He's just like his silver-tongued, sharp-tongued mother." "That's right. Keeping this bastard around is just asking for trouble.
We might as well kill him to make an example of him and prevent others from daring to follow his lawless and disrespectful ways in the future."
"That's right, he must be severely punished.
A disobedient and unfilial person like him should be beaten to death on the spot to set an example for the family." In an instant, the surrounding Wang family warriors echoed his sentiments, each one filled with righteous indignation, their eyes filled with hostility and killing intent as they looked at Lang Mohan. At that moment, the people speaking were all Lang Mohan's uncles, who existed only in name.
A furious shout rang out, "Sixth brother, what are you waiting for?"
In an instant, a middle-aged martial artist from the Wang family flashed forward and sped toward Lang Mohan like an arrow. This person's punches were powerful, creating an endless wave of energy that rolled in like a surging tide. It should be noted that Lang Mohan's sixth uncle was no ordinary person. He was a powerful 7th-level martial artist. However, facing such a formidable enemy, Lang Mohan remained calm, even with a slight upturn of his lips revealing a hint of disdain. Then, he casually uttered a single word, "Get lost." At the same time, he casually raised one hand and waved it forward with seemingly slow yet incredibly fast movements, as if he were merely shooing away an annoying fly. But with just that simple tap, the sixth brother, a level 7 martial artist, instantly felt an overwhelming force rushing towards him. He had no time to react before he was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it crashed heavily into an iceberg in the distance. The iceberg was incredibly hard and chillingly cold. When Lao Lu bumped into it, he felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Even worse, the bone-chilling cold spread rapidly, causing him to shiver involuntarily, and a sense of unprecedented fear rose in his heart.
Finally, Lao Lu couldn't hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood.
His once rosy face was now as pale as paper, completely devoid of color. His body slumped limply to the ground. If it weren't for the extremely faint rise and fall of his chest, anyone who saw this would probably have mistaken him for someone who had died.
"I never expected you to be so strong."
I'll show you how you dare to be so arrogant and attack your uncles. But since things have come to this, there's no point in saying more.
Let's all attack together and take down this scoundrel no matter what.
Wang Xiaoran's face was full of anger, and his complexion was as black as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, he understood that he could no longer care about the last vestiges of family affection. His top priority was to subdue Lang Mohan as soon as possible. At his command, in an instant, more than a dozen figures rushed towards Lang Mohan like a gust of wind. These people all exuded an incredibly powerful aura, their menacing presence sending chills down one's spine. However, faced with such a display, Lang Mohan merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. Just as everyone was about to approach him, Lang Mohan suddenly shouted, "Kneel down, all of you." This roar was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, or the decree of a god from the heavens, exploding in everyone's ears. Then, something astonishing happened. The dozen or so people who were leaping into the air, preparing to launch a fierce attack on Lang Mohan, suddenly seemed to be held down by an invisible hand, their figures instantly frozen in midair. Then, under the influence of a mysterious and unpredictable invisible force, these dozen or so people fell to the ground without any resistance. Bang bang bang! With a series of dull thuds echoing throughout the arena, these dozen or so men who had been so imposing just moments before were now crashing heavily onto the hard ground like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Even more astonishingly, everyone who landed eventually knelt down involuntarily, adopting a posture of submission. This scene left the guests, who had initially come with the intention of watching a spectacle, completely dumbfounded, their mouths agape, wide wide enough to fit an egg. It should be noted that the Wang family is a renowned martial arts family in the area, and the strength of its members is not to be underestimated, especially old Master Wang, who was a genuine grandmaster-level martial artist, renowned throughout the region. His sons were also all exceptionally skilled, with his eldest son having reached the level of an 8th-level martial artist, and the rest of his sons being among the best of the 6th and 7th-level martial artists. Yet, this group of powerful figures was so utterly helpless in front of Lang Mohan, which was completely unexpected by everyone. For a moment, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence, with only Lang Mohan's proud and upright figure and the disdainful smile on his face becoming the focus of everyone's attention. With just a single command from the young man opposite, the high-level martial artists knelt down like puppets. Just how powerful was he? Could this young man be a level 9 Grandmaster-level martial artist? Their gazes toward Lang Mohan became filled with awe. Lang's mother, Lang's father, and Lang Moyu all looked at this somewhat unfamiliar son, brother. Was this still the familiar relative? This is practically a legendary god. Thinking of her son's repeated vows to seek justice from her, Lang's mother realized how powerful he had become. Looking at her son's tall figure, Lang's mother felt a warmth in her heart. 3 figures flew across the sky. The one in the lead had short black hair and a black beard on his chin. He looked at the scene in front of him with a serious expression. Old Master Wang is here. Old Master Wang is here. Everyone was secretly looking forward to what was about to happen. The old man is here. Let's see how you beast, die, a member of the Wang family said through gritted teeth. Although the other person's voice was faint, Lang Mohan heard it clearly. With a flick of his finger, a point of light entered the person's body. In an instant, the man burst into flames. Before Wang Boyang could react, the man was reduced to ashes. Such a terrifying method immediately shocked everyone present. You're the 13th prince's son? Wang Boyang recognized his daughter, whom he hadn't seen for many years, at a glance. Lang Mohan looked just like his mother, so he had a handsome and refined appearance. This young man who had disrupted his birthday banquet today was actually his grandson. He didn't care about the scolding he had just received, seeing that Lang Mohan was just staring at him coldly without saying a word. He looked at his daughter behind Lang Mohan and said, Susu, you've given birth to a fine son. Lang Mu, whose nickname was Susu, turned ashen-faced upon hearing her father's words. She retorted stubbornly, Humph, the son I gave birth to was undoubtedly outstanding and incomparable. How could he possibly be compared to these good-for-nothings from the Wang family? Upon hearing this, Wang Boyang in the sky glared angrily and shouted, over the past few decades, I thought that with age you would have tempered and improved your temperament, but I never expected that you would still be as cunning, unreasonable, and ignorant as ever. Upon hearing this, Lang's mother was so angry that her chest heaved. She clenched her teeth and said indignantly, You say I'm difficult and ignorant? Don't you know why my mother died? And what about those unbearable memories of when I was bullied at home? Have you already forgotten them all? At this point, Lang's mother's eyes reddened slightly, as if tears were welling up in them. After a brief pause, she took a deep breath and continued, Originally, considering that the children have all grown up and that my eldest brother personally came to visit and warmly invited us to return, we reluctantly agreed to come back for your sake and also to celebrate your birthday. But who would have thought that the Wang family would decline so much, with each generation worse than the last? Aside from petty theft and opportunistic schemes, these guys are utterly useless. If things continue like this, the Wang family is destined for decline and ruin. Wang Boyang stood before a group of guests, being mercilessly berated in public by his own daughter. This sudden scene instantly enraged him, making him tremble with anger. You must understand that in the entire Wang family, he has always been the sole ruler, the one whose word is law. No one has ever dared to disobey his wishes, let alone defy him to his face like this. However, at this very moment, it was his youngest daughter, who was usually neglected and unappreciated, who made him lose face in front of so many relatives and friends, utterly disgracing him. He secretly vowed to teach this arrogant and unfilial daughter a lesson. Wang Boyang roared furiously, You worthless thing! Today I will enforce family discipline and teach you a lesson, you unfilial and rebellious daughter. Before the words were finished, a dark figure rushed over like lightning and stood firmly in front of the cold-faced woman. It turned out that her son, Lang Mohan, had appeared just in time. Lang Mohan remained calm and fearless, staring directly at Wang Boyang and declaring loudly, With me here today, no one can lay a finger on my mother's head. Seeing this, Wang Boyang's face grew even more gloomy and terrifying. He said coldly, You brat, do you want to follow your mother's example and go against your maternal grandfather? Faced with Wang Boyang's questioning, Lang Mohan firmly shook his head and replied, I don't care who you are, but if anyone attempts to harm my closest relatives, then I'm sorry, don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, Wang Boyang was so enraged that he laughed wildly, throwing his head back and bursting into deafening laughter that echoed through the sky. After laughing, he sneered with disdain, Ha ha ha, what an arrogant and ignorant brat. Today I'm going to show you just how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Don't let your minor strokes of luck make you arrogant and look down on all the heroes and great men in the world. After saying that, he stood firmly in the air, his figure as upright as a pine tree, like an unshakable mountain. He slowly extended his right index finger, gently hooked it forward, and said with a slight upturn of his lips and a hint of disdain, "Don't blame me for bullying the weak. You little brat, go ahead and make your move first." Standing opposite him, Lang Mohan sneered, crossed his arms, and exuded confidence and composure in his eyes. He replied calmly, "If I make a move, you probably won't even have the strength to fight back, so you should make the first move. Otherwise, others will say that I don't respect the elderly and are bullying an old person." Upon hearing this, Wang Boyang was so enraged that his beard and hair stood on end, as if blown by a strong wind. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, surging and spreading outwards like a raging storm. The immense pressure made everyone present feel breathless, and some even felt their legs go weak and could barely stand. Just then, Sun Qianjue secretly transmitted his voice to Wang Boyang from the crowd. "Brother Wang, you must be careful. As far as I know, your little grandson is no ordinary person. He has already reached the level of a 9th-level martial artist, and his strength is unfathomable. We must not be careless in today's battle, lest we suffer an unexpected defeat." Wang Boyang had initially looked down on Lang Mohan, thinking that he was just a greenhorn and that even if he had some skills, how strong could he be? But upon hearing Sun Qianjue's words, he was startled and began to re-examine the young man before him. Although he had absolute confidence in his abilities, after all, he was a master who had been famous for many years, he still felt somewhat cautious when facing such a formidable opponent. Wang Boyang shouted, "Cloud-dispelling palm." As his roar resounded, the sky instantly surged with wind and clouds, and countless snow-white clouds, as if drawn by some mysterious force, continuously converged towards his palm. In the blink of an eye, all the clouds and mist were absorbed into his palm, forming a huge and dazzling white sphere of light. At the same time, the clouds within a radius of several miles vanished without a trace in an instant, and the entire sky turned a clear, azure blue. Everyone looked up and saw that the ball of light in Wang Boyang's hand was getting brighter and brighter, emitting a terrifying light, as if it contained the power to destroy the world. "The patriarch himself has taken action. That reckless bastard is definitely doomed now." A cry of surprise rang out from the crowd. "That's right, the ancestor's cloud-dispelling palm is invincible. This bastard is doomed," someone else chimed in. "Humph, how dare he provoke the Wang family of the capital? He must be tired of living. He must have eaten the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard." The crowd discussed among themselves, their faces filled with fear. At this moment, all the onlookers stared intently at Wang Boyang in the arena. He exuded an imposing aura, like a war god descending to earth. It was the first time everyone had witnessed a level 9 martial artist display such earth-shattering power up close, and they were all so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. On the other side, looking at the overwhelming divine power emanating from her father, Lang's mother couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. She turned to her son with a worried expression and said, "Mohan, how about Mom goes to apologize to your grandfather and ask him to forgive us?" However, Lang Mohan waved his hand firmly and said in a deep voice, "Mom, don't worry, this little bit of ability is nothing. Today, I will definitely get justice for you." Before he finished speaking, Lang Mohan slowly extended his right hand and then gently waved it. In an instant, a more pure and powerful force than before surged out of his body, sweeping around like a raging torrent. As soon as this force appeared, it shot straight toward the huge ball of light that Wang Boyang had condensed in the air. With a soft pop, the once dazzling ball of light deflated instantly, like a punctured balloon, and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Everyone present stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. What kind of magical technique is this? How can it so easily neutralize the ultimate skill of a level 9 martial artist with a wave of the hand? Someone stammered to themselves, clearly still reeling from the shock. This is too amazing. Even if the martial god, who was once renowned throughout the world and hailed as the strongest, were to come here, he probably wouldn't be able to deal with it so easily. Someone in the crowd was the first to utter such a gasp. At this moment, even Wang Boyang, who was usually very knowledgeable, was astonished and deeply shocked. You have to understand, he used a full 70% of his power in that palm strike just now. He thought he could pose a threat to the other party, but to his utter surprise, his all-out attack didn't even cause the slightest ripple in front of Lang Mohan. Lang Mohan sneered and said, "Alright, now that you've finished, it's my turn to make a move." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly flashed away, his speed as fast as lightning, leaving the audience breathless. Before Wang Boyang could even react, his vision suddenly blurred, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. He had been struck squarely by Lang Mohan's palm. With a dull thud, bang, Wang Boyang's tall body plummeted straight to the ground like a kite with a broken string. When he landed, a cloud of dust billowed up. Although Wang Boyang appeared quite disheveled on the surface, fortunately, the palm strike, while incredibly powerful and forceful, did not actually cause him any real harm. Ancestor! Seeing their ancestor defeated in a single move by a young junior, the Wang family members present were all dumbfounded and incredulous. They couldn't understand why Wang Boyang, a legendary master-level expert, would be defeated in his battle against Lang Mohan, and they lost so decisively. Wang Boyang slowly waved his hand, indicating that everyone should not panic. Then, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and slowly stood up from the ground. ground. After their recent exchange, he now clearly understood just how powerful Lang Mohan truly was. At the same time, he finally understood why Sun Chenjue had specifically warned him to be careful of this person. It seems that I have indeed met an extremely strong opponent in today's contest.
Moreover, he was no match for Lang Mohan at all.
Lang Mohan's unfathomable strength is already comparable to that of peerless powerhouses such as the God of War and the God of Thunder. At this moment, he stared expressionlessly at the person opposite him with a disdainful look on his face. It was his maternal grandfather, Wang Boyang. Wang Boyang silently watched his grandson, pondering what he truly wanted. Gradually, Wang Boyang seemed to understand that what Lang Mohan wanted was to seek justice for his mother and vent all the grievances she had suffered over the years. Whether out of a desire to uphold his own dignity or for the benefit of the entire family, Wang Boyang knew that continuing this struggle was not a wise course of action. Just as everyone was looking on in surprise, Wang Boyang suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter. Immediately afterwards, he strode straight toward Lang Mohan and shouted, "Good grandson, your strength is truly extraordinary. Even someone as formidable as me, your grandfather, couldn't withstand even a single move from you."
Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan couldn't help but think to himself, what, could it be that Wang Boyang is planning to sue for peace? However, before he could think too much about it, a deep look of guilt appeared on Wang Boyang's face, and he slowly said, "My child, I know that your mother suffered a lot of injustice and grievances back then, and it's all my fault. Normally, I'm always busy fighting those ferocious monsters outside, and I have no time to care about things at home." Sigh. At this point, Wang Boyang sighed deeply, then turned to look apologetically at Lang's mother beside him and said softly, "Susu, it's all my fault that you've suffered so much injustice over the years. It's truly remarkable that you've been able to raise such an outstanding and capable son. Today, in front of all the guests, your father sincerely apologizes to you and begs for your forgiveness and forgiving of the Wang family." Wang Boyang spoke earnestly, gazing sincerely at Lang's mother.
Upon hearing this, Lang's mother froze on the spot, her face filled with astonishment. You see, in her memory, her father had always been a towering figure, like a mountain. In the entire Wang family, no one dared to disobey his wishes, and no one had ever seen him bow his head so humbly as he did at this moment. Faced with this situation, Lang's mother was at a loss for how to deal with it, and she seemed somewhat bewildered and helpless. Seeing that his daughter had no reaction and was standing still, Wang Boyang continued, "Susu, if you don't forgive me today, if you don't forgive our Wang family, with your son's current strength and abilities, you could easily destroy our Wang family with just a flick of your wrist. Regardless, you are still surnamed Wang, and the blood of the Wang family flows in your veins.
Can you really bear to watch the Wang family march towards its demise?"
At this point, Wang Boyang paused briefly, took a deep breath, and continued, "As for the various unfair treatments that the family has inflicted on you in the past, we will try our best to make amends in the future. Furthermore, from this day forward, if you have any complaints or suggestions regarding the family, everything can be changed or adjusted according to your wishes." At this moment, when Lang's mother saw her once incredibly dignified and arrogant father behaving so humbly, she was deeply moved. Even though she still felt a great deal of grievance and resentment, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to continue ignoring and neglecting her biological father. Left with no other choice, she slowly lowered her head and softly replied, "Forget it, let's just leave the past behind." Wang Boyang was overjoyed. He stepped forward and took his daughter and son-in-law's hands, saying, "Come on, today is my 80th birthday,
and also a day for our family to reunite. Come inside. From now on, no one in the Wang family will dare to bully you again."
Lang's mother and father followed closely behind Wang Boyang, slowly walking into the Wang mansion. Along the way, Mother Lang sighed softly, turned around, and called out to Lang Mohan and Lang Moyu behind her, "Mohan, Moyu, you two hurry up and catch up." Hearing their mother's call, Lang Mohan and Lang Moyu exchanged a glance and quickened their pace to follow. The palace was bustling with activity as the Wang family was finally reunited, and all the guests who had come to offer their congratulations returned to the banquet hall. Wang Boyang walked at the front with his head held high, leading everyone into the main hall. Upon entering the main hall, he went straight to the head seat and sat down, then sharply scanned everyone present. Immediately afterwards, Wang Boyang said with a serious expression, "I have gathered everyone here today because I have an important announcement to make. Surely everyone here remembers those who bullied Susu back then." At this point, his voice suddenly rose, filled with authority. The people present fell silent immediately, not daring to make a sound. Wang Boyang waved his hand, and immediately several people who were already tied up were brought up.
These were the very people who had bullied Lang Mu back then.
At this moment, they all hung their heads and trembled uncontrollably. Moreover, these were all core members of their respective departments, which shows that Wang Boyang meant what he said and was not just going through the motions. Wang Boyang looked at these people, a flash of anger in his eyes, and then said coldly, "Those who dare to offend Susu must not be let off easily. Guards, punish them severely." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of servants wielding sticks rushed forward and began to beat the men severely. For a moment, screams rose and fell, echoing throughout the main hall. After the punishment ended, Wang Boyang stood up again. He first walked to Lang's mother, gently took her hand and said, Susu, you have suffered so much all these years. From this day forward, you are a core member of the Wang family, enjoying the highest level of treatment. Anyone who dares to disrespect you again will be severely punished. After saying this, Wang Boyang turned to face everyone and continued, there is one more thing I must emphasize. From now on, every word Lang Mohan says in our Wang family will have the same effect as if I said it myself. You must not underestimate him just because he is of a younger generation. In the martial arts world, we always judge people by their strength, not their age. Wang Boyang paused for a moment, looked around, and continued loudly, now I am old and frail, but Mohan is young and full of vigor. It is no exaggeration to say that the future rise and fall of our Wang family rests entirely on Mohan's shoulders. Therefore, you must all be mindful of this and never repeat such a foolish mistake. Otherwise, don't blame me, Wang, for being ruthless. The banquet served as a welcome feast for Lang Mohan, and all the prominent families in the capital knew that a young man named Lang Mohan was rising in the Dragon Kingdom. The next day, early in the morning, Lang Mohan arrived at the Kyoto Martial Arts School. He dialed the phone directly in his hand. Hello, I'm looking for Chen Yushi. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Have you come to the Kyoto Martial Arts School? I'm at the entrance of the Kyoto Martial Arts School right now, Lang Mohan said. Alright, just wait for me there. I'll be there soon. Not long after, a beautiful figure slowly appeared in front of the Kyoto Martial Arts School. This woman was tall and graceful, standing tall and elegant, like a blooming hibiscus flower, attracting attention. Her bright eyes looked into the distance and instantly fixed on a tall, aloof young man. With just one glance, she was able to tell that the handsome man in front of her was Lang Mohan. Hi, are you Mr. Lang Mohan? The girl walked forward with light steps, a faint smile on her face, and asked politely. Lang Mohan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then replied, you must be Yushi's roommate, right? Upon hearing Lang Mohan state his relationship with Yushi so accurately, the girl nodded slightly and replied, that's right. Then, she began to look around curiously, and after a moment's thought, she said, this place has a lot of people coming and going, so it's really not a good place to have a conversation. How about we move to that cozy and elegant cafe up ahead? It'll be more convenient there. Lang Mohan agreed with the girl's suggestion and softly replied, okay. So the two walked side by side and soon arrived at the coffee shop. After entering the restaurant, they asked the waiter for a relatively secluded and private small room. Once everything was settled, the girl's anxious heart finally calmed down a little. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and then said to Lang Mohan with a serious expression, not long after we spoke on the phone last time, Yushi was suddenly picked up by her family. As far as I know, it seems that her family meticulously arranged a blind date for her. Lang Mohan frowned involuntarily. After a long silence, he finally asked, do you know exactly where Yushi's family lives? Upon hearing this, the girl was startled and hurriedly asked nervously, what do you want to do? Yushi's family is a very famous and prestigious family in Beijing. You mustn't do anything reckless. Her eyes were filled with worry, fearing that the man in front of her might do something foolish in a moment of impulse. However, Lang Mohan simply smiled and reassured him, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Seeing his calm and composed demeanor, the girl's anxiety eased slightly, but she still lowered her voice and said with some unease, Yushi is a member of the Chen family, one of the three major families in the capital. The Chen family? Lang Mohan was stunned upon hearing this. Although he had already guessed it beforehand, he was still very surprised when he heard the answer with his own ears. After all, even his mother's family, the Wang family, was only a first-rate family in the capital, and there was still a considerable gap between them and the three legendary top families. Thinking of this, Lang Mohan decisively said to the ring on his finger, Tmall Genie, could you please help me look up the Chen family, one of the three major families in Beijing? I need to know all the detailed information about them. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling blue light suddenly flashed from the ring on Lang Mohan's hand, and then a small, cute, and lifelike 3D virtual projection sprite flew out from it. This sudden scene startled the girl next to me, who couldn't help but scream, wow, what kind of high-tech gadget is this? Lang Mohan made a shushing gesture, and the little elf hopped around and said, the Chen family is a top family in the Dragon Kingdom founded by Chen Bowen. Chen Bowen is a famous level 9 martial artist in the Dragon Kingdom and ranks second on the Dragon Kingdom's heavenly ranking. His son, Chen Zishon, is also a level 9 martial artist, ranks 7th on the heavenly ranking, and is a grandmaster of the Bajiquan sect. His son Chen Liankui is an 8th level martial artist. His son Chen Huayan is an 8th level martial artist. His grandson Chen Zhenglong is a level 7 martial artist. His grandson Chen Zhenghu is a level 7 martial artist. His grandson Chen Zhengbao is a level 7 martial artist. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan couldn't help but sigh deeply, secretly thinking that the Chen family's foundation and strength were indeed unfathomable. You must know, the Chen family is a top-tier family in the mighty Dragon Kingdom. On the prestigious Dragon Kingdom ranking, they held 2 top spots, and also boasted 7 or 8 level 8 martial artists, more than 10 level 7 martial artists, and as many as 100 martial artists below level 6. What's even more astonishing is that the Bajiquan sect they founded has become a major sect with countless disciples. Its vast influence is like a spider web, extensively penetrating many important areas of the Dragon Kingdom, including politics, commerce, military, and martial arts. In this way, the Chen family rightfully secured its position as one of the 3 top families in the Dragon Kingdom. After listening quietly to the little elf's detailed introduction of the Chen family, the girl beside her couldn't help but lower her voice and ask cautiously, "Since the Chen family is so powerful, then, are you still going to look for Yushi?" Lang Mohan smiled slightly and nodded without hesitation, replying, "Of course." The girl looked worried and continued to press, "Aren't you afraid at all of the powerful Chen family?" Lang Mohan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident and composed smile on his face, and replied softly, "If it were me in the past, I might really feel that there was no chance of winning and feel scared. However, things are different now. I have been completely transformed, and there is nothing in this world that can frighten me. Although the Chen family is exceptionally powerful, in my eyes they are nothing special." The girl gently shook her head, a slight smile of disdain on her lips, and said, "You're just bragging. You men always like to make grand pronouncements and talk big to intimidate people." Her bright eyes looked at the man in front of her, as if trying to see through his true thoughts. Lang Mohan simply smiled at the girl's questioning, without rushing to refute it. His gaze was deep and calm. At this moment, the girl suddenly asked curiously, "If that's the case, then who are the other 2 major families in the Dragon Kingdom?" This question seemed to pique Lang Mohan's interest, but he himself wasn't really sure, so he turned to ask the little elf beside him. The little elf blinked its big, watery eyes and replied in a childish voice, "The number 1 family in the Dragon Kingdom has quite a background. It was founded by the renowned martial arts master Zhang Hanwu. This Lord Zhang Hanwu is truly extraordinary. He's not only the undisputed number 1 expert in our Dragon Kingdom, but also the world's number 1 super strongman. That's why people respectfully call him the God of War." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "Wow, as expected of the family of the God of War. They are truly amazing." She felt a deep sense of awe and longing for the mysterious Zhang family. The little elf continued, "As for the 3rd largest family in the Dragon Kingdom, it is the Yi family located in Shanghai. The head of the Yi family is Yi Qingtsong, the 3rd strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, this Mr. Yi Qingtsong has another important identity. He also serves as the principal of the Shanghai Magic and Martial Arts Academy." After listening to the little elf's introduction, Lang Mohan couldn't help but chuckle. "I really didn't expect that Principal Yi's family is actually the 3rd largest family in the Dragon Kingdom." The girl next to her sighed softly and said with some helplessness, "Sigh, beings as high and mighty as them are just too far away from us. They are as unattainable as a magnificent palace in the sky, while we are just ordinary people living on the ground. It's probably wishful thinking to want to know more about them." Lang Mohan gave a cold laugh, seemingly not taking the girl's words to heart at all. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile, and said, "Humph, after I marry Yushi and have a cute baby, I'll have that child recognize you as their godmother. By then, you'll be connected to the world's most powerful family." However, the girl curled her lip dismissively and retorted mercilessly, "Stop dreaming. Let's not even talk about whether you can marry Yushi. Even if you 2 were together one day, with your abilities, you can forget about becoming the number 1 family in the world." She crossed her arms, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan was taken aback at first, but then burst into laughter. Seeing him laugh, the girl said confidently, "If Yushi can marry into the Zhang family, things will be completely different. Maybe I can actually get some connection with the world's number 1 family." "Ah ha ha ha." Laughter echoed in the room, as if he had already seen that bright future. At this moment, Lang Mohan suddenly turned his gaze to the girl and said seriously, "Just wait. When that day comes, you will naturally understand. And you absolutely must be our bridesmaid on our wedding day." Seeing his confident demeanor, the girl still had some doubts, but she smiled and replied, "Okay, then I wish you 2 a happy ending." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lang Mohan picked up the coffee cup in front of him, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he stood up gracefully and said goodbye to the girl. Immediately afterwards, his figure suddenly swayed, and he passed through the window beside him like a ghost. The next moment, he transformed into a dazzling streak of light, hurtling straight toward the sky. The girl was stunned by what she saw and couldn't come to her senses for a long time. After a long while, she muttered to herself, "Isn't it said that only level 9 Grandmaster level martial artists have the ability to fly? Could it be that he is actually the legendary Grandmaster? OMG." Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but gasp, her face filled with disbelief. The Chen family in the capital. In a beautifully decorated and incredibly luxurious room, a large pink bed stands out. At this moment, a girl with a slightly sallow complexion was lying quietly on the bed. She had her eyes closed, as if she did not want to face what was happening in front of her. Around the bed were several elderly women, some sitting and some standing, their faces showing anxiety and helplessness. One of the middle-aged women spoke first, "Yushi, stop fooling around. The eldest son of the Zhang family is not only handsome and dashing, but I've also heard that he is now a level 6 martial artist with outstanding strength. He is sure to have a bright future. Such an outstanding man is hard to find even with a lantern. man, you're incredibly lucky to marry him. Before he could finish speaking, another woman chimed in, that's right. Young Master Zhang is only 36 years old this year, yet he has already become a level 6 expert. Such a gifted person is truly rare. If you can marry him, you will surely enjoy endless wealth and prosperity in the future. At this moment, another lady couldn't help but exclaim, such a wonderful thing is something that every woman in the world would dream of. Why is it that when it comes to you, you're so desperately refusing? It's truly incomprehensible. Hearing these words, the girl who had been lying motionless on the bed finally couldn't bear it any longer. She suddenly threw off the blanket covering her head and retorted angrily, humph. If you think it's good, then you can marry into that family yourselves. Anyway, I already have someone I love, and my boyfriend will be back to take me away soon. Seeing the girl's stubbornness, everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do. At this moment, a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes and with a noble demeanor stepped forward, reached out and grabbed the arm of another woman, and earnestly advised, Yushi's mother, why don't you come over and persuade your child? This marriage alliance with the Zhang family was personally decided by the head of the family. It concerns the future rise and fall of both the Chen and Zhang families, and it is absolutely not something to be taken lightly. Yushi's mother sat down slowly on the edge of the bed with a helpless expression, sighed deeply and said, Yushi, things have come to this, you should just accept your fate. Our Chen family's daughter has already enjoyed a life of luxury and wealth in the first half of her life. It's only right that she makes some sacrifices and contributions to the family in the second half. Upon hearing this, Chen Yushi, who was standing to the side, shook her head vigorously, her face full of determination, and retorted loudly, there are so many girls in the family, why was I chosen? In terms of appearance, I am just average looking. In terms of physical condition, I am frail and sickly. Why must young Master Zhang choose me? At this moment, another woman in the room chimed in with a smile, oh dear, who said our Yushi isn't pretty? That young Master Zhang fell in love with you at first sight. Although he knows you sometimes get headaches, he doesn't care about that at all. Once you marry into the Zhang family, they will definitely do everything in their power to find rare and precious medicinal herbs to cure your incurable ailment. After listening, Chen Yushi sighed heavily again, muttering to herself, Lung Mohan, I really don't know when you will be able to cultivate to become a level 9 martial artist. If this goal cannot be achieved in time, I'm afraid they'll have to force me to marry into the Zhang family, even if it means binding me with ropes. Chen Yushi's mother gently stroked her daughter's soft hair and said earnestly, child, don't overthink things. Even the most gifted people in this world, at your age, would never have the potential to cultivate to the level of a 9th grade grandmaster. However, Chen Yushi shook her head firmly and retorted with bright eyes, Mom, you and Dad don't understand the situation at all. My boyfriend, Long Mohan, will definitely become the #1 martial arts master on earth in the future. Even the Zhang family patriarch, hailed as the god of war, was no match for him. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked astonished. One of them couldn't help but interject, look, this child has probably been driven to the brink of madness, hasn't he? Who is that god of war? Even our Chen family's highly respected patriarch struggled to gain the upper hand against him, let alone a mere greenhorn. Just then, Chen Yushi suddenly clutched her head with both hands and cried out in anguish, Lung Mohan, when are you finally going to show up? I really can't take it anymore. Seeing her daughter in such a state, Chen's mother panicked and hurriedly shouted, oh no, Yushi's headache has flared up again. Quick, go and get the medicine. Before the words were even finished, a woman quickly ran to the drawer next to her and frantically rummaged through it to find the medicine. But when she rushed to Chen Yushi's side and was about to hand her the medicine, Chen Yushi, who was out of control, suddenly swung her arm and knocked the medicine to the ground. Just then, Chen Yushi, whose face had been ashen and pale as paper, suddenly showed a hint of surprise on her bloodless face, as if she had just received rain after a long drought. She suddenly sprang up from the bed, her movements so swift they were astonishing. Then, she rushed to the bedside like a gust of wind and arrived at the window in the blink of an eye. Oh no! Miss is going to jump off the building. Stop her! Someone let out a terrified scream, instantly shattering the tranquility of the room. In an instant, everyone seemed to wake from a dream, and they rushed to the window in a flurry of activity. However, it was too late. Chen Yushi had already quickly opened the window and leaned half her body out. Despite her perilous situation, Chen Yushi's face beamed with barely suppressed excitement. Her cheeks flushed, she shouted, my boyfriend is coming to pick me up. The voice seemed to pierce through the clouds and reach the depths of everyone's heart. Upon hearing this, Chen's mother felt as if her heart was being torn apart, and tears welled up in her eyes. She rushed forward, grabbed Chen Yushi, and said, choking back tears, my silly child, don't talk such nonsense. Our Chen family is heavily guarded, and with your great-grandfather and grandfather overseeing the household, how could anyone easily break in? However, Chen Yushi seemed to ignore her mother's advice and remained immersed in her own joy. She struggled desperately to break free from the crowd's grasp, constantly muttering things like her boyfriend would come to rescue her. Seeing this, Chen's mother couldn't bear to watch any longer. She turned her head and said to the person next to her, that's enough, this will drive the child crazy. Wait a minute, I'll go talk to the master and see if we can change the bride's partner. As she spoke, Chen's mother broke down in tears. The person standing nearby
Bai quickly advised, "Sister, this is probably not a good idea. The young master of the Zheng family has his eye on Miss Yushi. If we were to rashly change our minds, I'm afraid he wouldn't agree." Upon hearing this, Chen's mother burst into tears as if a flood had broken its banks. She gripped Chen Yushi's hand tightly, sobbing sorrowfully, "Am I really just going to watch my daughter be driven insane?" For a moment, the entire room was shrouded in sadness and helplessness. Chen Yushi slowly turned around, reached out, and gently wiped away the tears from her mother's eyes, and said softly, "Mom, don't worry, I really haven't gone crazy. I know all too well that you have always loved and cared for me the most. My boyfriend really came. He's over there. Look at the horizon. He's rushing towards us right now." Upon hearing this, Chen's mother hurriedly looked up at the azure sky, which was as blue as a jewel, and saw snow-white clouds drifting leisurely among them. But apart from that, there wasn't a single person in sight, not even a trace of a bird. Her heart sank suddenly. The strength that had been supporting her body seemed to be completely drained away in an instant. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the cold, hard ground without any warning. Tears streamed down her face like a burst dam, and she sobbed, muttering to herself, "Oh God, Yushi has really been driven mad. What am I going to do?" However, at that moment, Chen Yushi suddenly shouted excitedly, Emohan, I'm here. You've finally come." Upon hearing this shout, everyone turned their gaze toward the horizon. At first, everyone was full of doubt, whispering among themselves, "Hey, it seems like something is really flying this way." Immediately afterward, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Could it really be a human figure?" But as far as I know, only those grandmasters who have reached the 9th level have the ability to fly freely in the air. "Hey, look closer, it really is a person." Amidst gasps of surprise, the dark shadow in the sky drew ever closer at an astonishing speed, like a shooting star streaking across the heavens. What started as a tiny black dot gradually transformed into a clearly visible human figure. In the blink of an eye, the figure had already flown to the sky above where the Chen family was located. It turned out that this person was Lang Mohan. When he heard Chen Yushi's familiar and affectionate call, he was excited and his figure flashed, appearing quickly in front of the window like a ghost. At this moment, the two lovers, separated for so long, finally met again. The instant their eyes met, their eyes sparkled with undisguised joy, as if time itself had stopped flowing. Chen Yushi's anxious and uneasy mood was overwhelmed the moment she saw that familiar figure. Her eyes welled up with tears, and crystal tears slid down her fair cheeks, leaving 2 clear tear tracks. She pouted slightly and said in a slightly reproachful tone, "Lang Mohan, you finally arrived. If you had come any later, I'm afraid I really would have been kidnapped by those people and taken to the Zhang family to be their wife." Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Through the window, he tightly grasped Chen Yushi's small, smooth hand, which was as white as mutton fat jade, and replied with a firm and domineering gaze, "Yushi, don't be afraid. I rushed over here as soon as I received your news. Moreover, in this world, without my approval, no one can lay a finger on you, let alone kidnap you and marry you off. Even if I were to become someone's wife, that person could only be me, Lang Mohan." Standing to the side, Chen's mother kept her gaze fixed on the young man who had suddenly appeared and was hovering in the air. He stood tall and imposing, exuding a powerful aura that was impossible to ignore. At this moment, Chen's mother finally couldn't help but ask, "Daughter, is this the Lang Mohan you often mention?" Chen Yushi nodded happily, then introduced him to her mother. "Mom, that's right, this is Mohan, my boyfriend." With a smile, Lang Mohan politely greeted Chen's mother, "Hello, Auntie." Chen's mother nodded after hearing this, but her eyes were still full of doubt and surprise. She curiously leaned out and carefully observed Lang Mohan's feet, trying to figure out how he was able to float so steadily in the air. However, to her disbelief, there was no high-tech equipment like an aircraft under Lang Mohan's feet. Chen's mother stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief, and muttered to herself, How did you manage to fly in the air?" Chen Yushi's beautiful face blossomed with a radiant smile, like the warmest sunshine in spring, bringing joy to anyone who saw her. Standing beside her, Lang Mohan remained calm and composed, unperturbed by praise or criticism. He spoke slowly, his voice calm yet exuding confidence and determination. "As long as you cultivate martial arts to level 9 or above, you can naturally break free from the shackles of heaven and earth and soar freely in the air." Upon hearing this, Chen's mother's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She exclaimed, "Oh my, I never imagined that what Yushi said before was true. You really have become a level 9 martial artist. Now I feel more confident enough to have a proper talk with the old man, and maybe he'll actually agree to your marriage." Just then, a middle-aged woman chimed in. She shook her head slightly and said with a hint of helplessness, "Even if this young man is exceptionally talented and has already become a grandmaster-level martial artist, it will probably still be difficult to change the minds of the old master and grandfather. Keep in mind, they were facing the martial god family, the #1 martial arts family in the world." Another person chimed in, "That's right. This young man is indeed exceptionally skilled, but how can he be compared to the world-renowned god of war?" These words reached Chen Yushi's ears, causing her originally relaxed eyebrows to furrow slightly. However, she showed no sign of backing down. Instead, she bit her lip and said in a firm yet gentle voice, "Anyway, I will never never marry anyone but Mohan in this life. Even if you held a knife to my throat, there was absolutely no way I would give up this relationship. After hearing his girlfriend's words, Lang Mohan felt a surge of emotion and heartache. He raised an eyebrow, his eyes firm and domineering, and said, Yushir, you can rest assured about this matter. When I visit your grandfather and great-grandfather later, I will definitely have a good talk with them in person. I firmly believe that they will eventually agree to us being together. Just then, a majestic voice, like thunder, boomed from afar. Humph! How dare you be so certain that our Chen family will agree? As soon as he finished speaking, two figures appeared out of thin air behind Lang Mohan without any warning. One of them was an elderly man with white hair and beard, and a venerable, otherworldly air about him. The other person was a middle-aged man with a short beard and an imposing presence. Upon seeing this, the women who had been standing in the room were all startled. They quickly bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, "Greetings, master, head of the family." However, Lang Mohan remained unusually calm and composed in the face of this sudden turn of events. It turned out that, thanks to his incredibly keen senses, he had already sensed that the two people were approaching each other. At this moment, he slowly turned around, his expression still calm and composed, and calmly replied, "Just because my name is Lang Mohan, I believe that these three simple words are enough. You've got quite the nerve." The Chen family patriarch's lips curled up, revealing a disdainful sneer, his laughter carrying a hint of mockery and contempt. Lang Mohan patted Chen Yushi's small hand beside him without caring, his gaze gentle as water, and softly comforted her, "Wait here patiently for me for a while, I'll go and have a good talk with your ancestor." Upon hearing this, Chen Yushi frowned slightly, a hint of worry showing in her beautiful eyes. She gently bit her lower lip and said softly, "Mohan, please don't be impulsive. No matter what, don't clash with the ancestors, okay?" Lang Mohan smiled slightly after hearing this and replied confidently, "Don't worry, my darling, there's probably no one in this world who can stop me from marrying you." After saying that, he gazed at Chen Yushi with deep affection. Chen Yushi's pretty face instantly flushed with a blush as beautiful as the sunset, as tempting as a ripe apple. She nodded shyly and whispered, "Mohan, I believe you can do it." Before he finished speaking, Lang Mohan's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot in an instant, like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared in front of the two elders of the Chen family. His speed was so fast that it was unbelievable and left everyone speechless. Upon seeing this, the Chen family patriarch's gaze involuntarily fell on the mysterious ring on Lang Mohan's hand. Suddenly, as if he had remembered something, he exclaimed in surprise, You are Lang Mohan, who was recently promoted to Grandmaster?" With a smile on his face, Lang Mohan slowly raised his hand to touch the ring on his finger, and then calmly replied, "Oh, I didn't expect that Patriarch Chen had also heard of my name." With a smile on his face, the Chen family head slowly said, "Your information has already been transmitted to every Grandmaster-level martial artist in the world. We are naturally aware of this situation. However, only today, seeing you in person, did I realize with astonishment how young you are." Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident and composed smile, and he replied, "Since you two already know my identity and background, this matter should be relatively easier to handle. To be honest, Yushi and I are classmates and close friends, and we've known each other for quite some time. For so long, we have been devoted to each other and deeply in love. We sincerely want to stay together for the rest of our lives. We implore the Chen family head and patriarch to grant us this beautiful union." At this moment, the head of the Chen family sighed softly and said with a slightly helpless tone, "Originally, if a talented young man like you could marry Yushi of our Chen family, it would be a perfect match made in heaven. Unfortunately, our Chen family had already arranged a marriage with the Zhang family. Therefore, this marriage is truly a tricky and difficult matter." The Chen family patriarch chimed in, "Young man, our Chen family has more than just Yushi, a young lady of marriageable age. Why don't you take a look at the other girls, and if you find one you like, choose one to be your bride." Faced with the words of the Chen family head and the Chen family patriarch, Lang Mohan did not waver in his mind. He still smiled, but his eyes were unusually firm as he replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but my heart belongs only to Chen Yushi. As for the marriage agreement with the Zhang family, why don't you choose another suitable candidate from among the many outstanding girls in the Chen family and let her marry into the Zhang family in place of Yushi? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds?" The head of the Chen family shook his head with a bitter expression inside. "Those people from the Zhang family are really determined to marry our Yushi. To be honest, although Yushi is pretty, she is not exactly stunningly beautiful. I'm just baffled. Why are you all so obsessed with marrying her?" Lang Mohan remained silent, simply standing there quietly, his gaze firm and profound. At this moment, the Chen family patriarch, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "There is absolutely no possibility of annulling the engagement with the Zhang family. I hope you can understand. Since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you to find someone else." As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Mohan's face turned gloomy. He said coldly, "I must marry Chen Yushi. Whether you agree or not is irrelevant to me." Upon hearing this, the Chen family patriarch flew into a rage, pointing at Lang Mohan and shouting, "What an arrogant brat! Don't think that just because you're now a level 9 martial artist, you can look down
down on everyone. It's important to understand that even among level 9 martial artists, the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. However, faced with the Chen family head's angry accusations, Lan Mohan merely smiled disdainfully and then said provocatively, "Come on, you can all attack at once, so I can see just how powerful you are, and at the same time let you witness my true strength." Upon seeing this, the head of the Chen family was so angry that his face turned black and his whole body trembled. He roared, "He is simply an arrogant madman who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what respect is." The atmosphere became extremely tense, and a fierce conflict seemed imminent. In that instant, without warning, he suddenly raised his arm and, like lightning, threw a punch hard at Lang Mohan's chest. The speed of his punches was so fast that it was dazzling, like a shooting star streaking across the sky. On the surface, this punch seems unremarkable, but the power it contains is as heavy as a mountain. Its power is so great that if it were to strike a towering mountain, it could easily cause the entire mountain to collapse and disintegrate instantly. With a loud bang, the punch landed squarely on Lang Mohan's body with the force of a thunderbolt. However, unexpectedly, facing such a fierce and powerful attack, Lang Mohan neither dodged nor avoided it and simply withstood the impact of the punch. "Didn't you eat? Is that all the strength you have? Trying to tickle me?" Lang Mohan said with a cold laugh. His body was steadily suspended in the air, without moving an inch. Even his breathing was so calm and natural, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. His calm and composed demeanor contrasted sharply with the ferocity of his punch just now. "What? This? How is this possible?" Upon seeing this, the Chen family patriarch's expression changed drastically, his face filled with disbelief. "You have to understand, he used a full 70% of his strength in that punch. Let alone an ordinary person, even his own biological father would probably not dare to take that punch head-on so easily." However, it was truly unbelievable that Lang Mohan was not only unharmed, but could even mock him so calmly. Even the Chen family patriarch, who was watching from the sidelines, was secretly shocked. He stared wide-eyed at Lang Mohan, wondering to himself, just who is this kid? To possess such terrifying strength and profound cultivation, it seems our Chen family has met a formidable foe today. At that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lang Mohan. On his normally stern face, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, forming a faint, gentle smile. Although the smile was faint, it seemed to contain endless meaning and confidence. Then, he parted his lips slightly and said slowly, "You've finished fighting. Now it's my turn to take action." His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present, like a morning bell or evening drum, resounding and awakening. After speaking, he parted his lips slightly and softly uttered a single word, "Forbidden." As soon as the word left his mouth, an invisible and incredibly powerful pressure suddenly erupted from his body. This oppressive force was like the surging lava of a volcanic eruption, or the raging flood of a breached dam, sweeping in all directions with overwhelming force. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be compressed and distorted, emitting a series of chilling whistling sounds. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying pressure descended upon the two members of the Chen family. At that moment, it was as if a tremendous force suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, binding them tightly. No matter how they tried to break free by urging their internal energy and blood, their bodies remained as if nailed to the spot, unable to move at all. What kind of method is this? It's so terrifying." The Chen family patriarch's face was filled with horror, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The Chen family patriarch, standing to the side, was also deathly pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He inwardly groaned, "If this man wanted to take our lives right now, it would be as easy as turning his hand." Seeing the fear on the faces of the two members of the Chen family, Lang Mohan smiled slightly and said calmly, "I haven't really made a move yet. I've only used a little trick. What do you two think?" Upon hearing this, the Chen family patriarch suppressed his inner fear, forced a bitter smile that was more like a grimace, and said in a trembling voice, "We were blind and did not recognize Mount Tai. With your unparalleled strength, Mr. Lang, even if the current martial god himself were here, he might not be able to defeat you. So, do you agree to my marriage with Yu Shi?" Lang Mohan released the two of them from their restraints and asked loudly. The Chen family patriarch nodded slightly and said slowly, "We have no objection to your marriage with Yu Shi." However, the strength of that martial god was truly unfathomable. More than 70 years have passed since he ascended to the throne of the world's greatest master, yet no one knows the astonishing level he has reached. Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan's face flashed with a resolute expression, and he said firmly, "You don't need to worry about this matter. Just go and dissolve the engagement. As for the god of war, I will deal with him personally. I want to see just how powerful this so-called number one person in the world really is." His words were full of confidence and pride. Upon hearing Lang Mohan's firm statement, a hint of admiration flashed in the eyes of the Chen family patriarch, who then said loudly, "Good. Since you have such determination, as long as you can truly get the martial god to nod an agreement, we will definitely agree to your marriage with Yu Shi. We will never break our promise." After that, everyone in the Chen family focused their attention on Lang Mohan, anticipating his next move. "What?" A furious shout echoed throughout the room as a young man angrily slammed the smooth, exquisitely carved jade pendant in his his hand onto the ground. In an instant, the object collided with the hard ground, producing a crisp and ear-piercing sound, and then shattered into countless tiny fragments that flew everywhere. These fragments, like the young man's broken heart, are scattered all over the ground. The butler standing to the side was ashen-faced, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and said in a trembling voice, "Young master, news just came from the Chen family. They have decided to annul the engagement." These words struck Zhang Yuxing like a bolt from the blue. This Zhang Yuxing is no ordinary person. He is a direct descendant of the Zhang family for 3 generations, and is the grandson of the martial god who was once hailed as the #1 person in the world. He is also the martial god's most beloved grandson. From the moment he was born, he seemed to be blessed by the heavens, and his life has been smooth sailing. He not only displayed amazing talent in martial arts, reaching a state of perfection at a young age, but also possessed rare lightning abilities, which made him far stronger than his peers. This is why his personality became increasingly arrogant and unruly. In the Zhang family, apart from the supreme martial god, almost no one dared to disobey his wishes. Good for the Chen family. How dare they humiliate me like this? I will go to the Chen family myself to demand an explanation. I want to see what kind of audacity they have to do such a treacherous thing. Zhang Yuxing roared through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. He suddenly flicked his sleeve, and the air around him distorted and rippled. Then, 4 figures appeared like ghosts. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be 4 level 8 martial artists with calm demeanor and unfathomable strength. The 4 people stood there silently, motionless, like 4 statues, or like 4 emotionless fighting machines. Inside the Chen family mansion, the Chen family patriarch and the family head were having a pleasant conversation with Lang Mohan. Just then, a butler rushed in, shouting, "Master, something terrible has happened. Zhang Xingyu has actually brought a group of people here, looking very aggressive, to demand an explanation." The Chen family patriarch was slightly taken aback at first, but then laughed nonchalantly and said, "Who do we have here?" "It's just that kid. I thought it was the god of war coming to interrogate us personally. How could a mere child scare you like this?" The Chen family patriarch nodded with a smile and said calmly, "Since they have already come to our door, please invite this young guest in. Some things do require a reasonable explanation." Upon hearing this, Lang Mohan asked thoughtfully, "Could this Zhang Xingyu be the rumored heir of the Zhang family?" "That's right, it's him. We originally intended to betroth Yuxi to him," the Chen family head replied. Lang Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he said confidently, "It's alright, let me go and meet him later. I will definitely give him a satisfactory explanation." Seeing Lang Mohan's confidence, the Chen family patriarch quickly advised, "Mohan, although Zhang Xingyu is just a child, he is the martial god's most beloved grandson. You must not go too far, lest you cause unnecessary trouble." However, in response to the instructions from the Chen family patriarch, Lang Mohan merely smiled and remained silent, seemingly already having his own plans. Zhang Xingyu wore an arrogant expression. Even when facing these 2 powerful individuals who had reached the 9th level of martial arts, he merely offered a simple yet polite bow. He then calmly and unhurriedly said, "Seniors, I truly do not understand why the Chen family would be so unethical as to unilaterally break off our engagement." At this moment, Lang Mohan sneered and replied, "The reason is simple. Of course, it's because they've met someone more outstanding. In comparison, the Chen family naturally looks down on you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingyu was instantly enraged. His eyes widened as he stared intently at Lang Mohan, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak to me here? Are you tired of living and deliberately looking for death?" Lang Mohan, however, was not afraid at all. Instead, he pointed his finger at his own nose and asked with a mocking expression, "Me? Ha, let me tell you, kid, I am the one that the Chen family thinks is far superior to you. Moreover, I am Yushi's rightful husband." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingyu was enraged, trembling with rage. He roared, "So it was you, you despicable villain, who sabotaged my happy marriage. Humph, since that's the case, I'll show you mercy today and give you a chance to repent. Just kneel down right now, kowtow 3 times to me, and promise never to bother Yushi again, and perhaps I'll spare your life." However, after hearing this, Lang Mohan showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he threw his head back and burst into loud laughter, the sound deafening, as if the entire space trembled. After laughing, he looked at Zhang Xingyu mockingly and said disdainfully, "Ha ha ha, how utterly laughable. Over the years, I've traveled all over the country and seen countless self-righteous fellows, but someone as arrogant and conceited as you is truly rare. Humph, that's only because you've never met me before. Otherwise, you would have understood the meaning of there are mountains beyond mountains, people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens long ago." Zhang Xingyu raised his head high, his face full of arrogant and smug expression. Lang Mohan stared at him coldly as if he were a fool, and said, "Alright, I hereby formally inform you that from now on, Yushi is my woman. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Of course, if you're still not satisfied, you can always ask your grandfather, that man known as the god of war, to come and find me." Zhang Xingyu was completely taken aback by the fact that this seemingly young man was so arrogant and domineering, even more so than himself. His anger was instantly ignited.
ignited, and he could no longer contain his rage, so he retorted sarcastically, "Who do you think you are? They actually dare to make my grandfather personally intervene? To tell you the truth, my talent in martial arts is unparalleled. I have now successfully advanced to the 6th level of martial artist. What's even more remarkable is that I have awakened the rare lightning ability. And you? What makes you think you can compete with me?"
Faced with Zhang Xingyu's provocation, Long Mohan sneered, slightly beckoned him with his index finger, and replied contemptuously, "Then bring it on. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. I will never bully others with my power. No matter what tricks or methods you use right now, as long as you can hurt even a single hair on my head, I will unconditionally agree to whatever you ask." Zhang Xingyu sneered and said sarcastically, "How dare you be so arrogant? Fine, since you're so eager to die, then I'll take pity on you and send you on your way." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his right hand, and in an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, and dazzling bolts of lightning gathered wildly in his palm like silver snakes. In the blink of an eye, these lightning bolts intertwined and merged, quickly coalescing into a massive electric sphere several meters in diameter. Above the electric sphere, electricity crackled and flickered with a chilling blue light, as if it contained terrifying energy capable of destroying the world. With a wave of his arm, Zhang Xingyu sent the enormous ball of electricity hurtling towards Lang Mohan with the force of a thunderbolt, just like a meteorite falling from the sky. Wherever it passed, space was distorted and deformed, emitting a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds. However, when this incredibly powerful electric ball struck Lang Mohan's body, it vanished without a trace, as if plunged into a bottomless abyss, without causing the slightest ripple. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xingyu's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed in disbelief, How is this possible? What kind of mysterious high-tech equipment did you use? You were able to easily deflect my fatal blow. You're clearly cheating." Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xingyu, enraged, turned to Zhang San and Zhao Si beside him and roared, "Zhang San, Zhao Si, what are you two standing there for? Get him together and teach this kid a lesson." It should be noted that Zhang San and Zhao Si are two of the 4 level 8 martial artists responsible for protecting Zhang Xingyu's safety, and their strength should not be underestimated. Upon hearing the order, Zhang San and Zhao Si exchanged a glance, then their figures blurred as they rushed towards Lang Mohan from the left and right sides like ghosts. At the same time, a terrifying, overwhelming force erupted from their bodies, sweeping over them like a surging tide, enveloping Lang Mohan completely. With a loud bang, Zhang San and Zhao Si struck Lang Mohan's body almost simultaneously. However, at that very moment, they suddenly felt as if their palms were sinking into an extremely soft pile of cotton, and all their strength vanished without a trace, like a mudox sinking into the sea. Before they could react, an even stronger and more terrifying counterforce suddenly erupted. This force, like a raging torrent, surged back towards Zhang San and Zhao Si with overwhelming force. The two had no time to dodge. They only saw a blur before being violently blasted dozens of meters away by this incomparably powerful force. In midair, they spat out long jets of blood from their mouths before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhang Xingyu's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, his mouth slightly agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He never imagined that the person in front of him named Lang Mohan would possess such great strength. However, as the young master of the Zhang family, the most powerful family in the world, Zhang Xingyu has always been fearless and has never truly experienced what fear is. Zhang Xingyu gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Fine. I never expected you to have the ability to challenge my Zhang family." Before he could finish speaking, he abruptly pressed the button on the exquisite watch on his wrist. In an instant, a deep and authoritative voice came from the smartwatch, "Xingyu, what happened?" Upon hearing this voice, the Chen family patriarch, who was standing to the side, turned deathly pale and his body trembled uncontrollably. He murmured in astonishment, This is actually the voice of the martial god." At this moment, Zhang Xingyu's face was full of grief and indignation. He cried out to the other end of the phone, "Grandpa, you have to stand up for your grandson. The Chen family found some arrogant and ignorant brat from who knows where, and they actually want to break off the engagement with our family. What's even worse is that brat doesn't take us seriously at all." After a moment of silence, the god of war asked, "Where are you right now?" Zhang Xingyu quickly replied, "Grandpa, I'm at the Chen family's house right now. Zhang San and Li Si, whom you sent to protect me, were easily knocked to the ground with a single palm strike by that kid." The martial god slowly spoke, "Yes, I already know about this. As far as I know, this young man should be Lang Mohan, the newly promoted 9th level martial artist who has recently gained fame." "Grandpa, how did you know about him?" Zhang Xingyu exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Lang Mohan's figure flashed to Zhang Xingyu's side in an instant, like a ghost. With a flick of his right hand, he easily ripped the watch off Zhang Xingyu's wrist. A provocative smile played on his lips as he addressed the person on the other end of the watch, "Martial god, I've heard that your martial prowess is unparalleled in the world. Do you dare to fight me?" A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone, followed by the martial god's bold voice, "Ha, for so many years, no one has ever dared to challenge me. You're quite interesting. I'm very interested in you." Lang Mohan snorted coldly, exuding a powerful aura. His eyes were sharp as he stared at
with the watch in his hand, and he shouted, "Since that's the case, do you dare to accept my challenge?" "Why wouldn't I dare? I'll be waiting for you at the summit of Tianju Peak," the martial god replied without hesitation, and then decisively hung up the video call. Seeing this, Zhang Xingyu stepped forward, his face full of disdain, and sneered, "You really overestimate yourself. You're just a newbie who's only just advanced to level 9 martial artist, yet you dare to dream of challenging the world's strongest martial god? It's like an old man hanging himself, you've got a death wish." However, before he could finish speaking, Lang Mohan suddenly raised his hand and waved it, a seemingly casual palm strike that contained boundless power. With a muffled thud, Zhang Xingyu was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily dozens of meters away. Lang Mohan looked expressionlessly at the disheveled Zhang Xingyu in the distance and said calmly, "You all wait here. I will return after I have dealt with the martial god." With that, he lightly tapped his foot, and his whole body shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, he transformed into a dazzling rainbow and disappeared into the distant horizon in the blink of an eye. Looking in the direction where Lang Mohan had left, the Chen family patriarch's expression turned solemn as he slowly said, "This boy's strength is unfathomable. In my opinion, he has most likely already broken through to the level of a 9th level martial artist. Back in the day, I fought against the god of war, and even then, his speed was far inferior to Lang Mohan's current speed." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped, secretly wondering who would emerge victorious in this earth-shattering battle. Tianju Peak soars into the clouds, shrouded in mist, resembling a mysterious and magnificent fairyland. At the summit of this mountain, a burly, middle-aged man with a full beard sat steadily cross-legged. The gale roared in like an angry dragon, but strangely, no matter how fierce the wind was, it could not stir a single hair on his simple clothes. This middle-aged man is none other than the world's #1 martial arts master, the god of war, who is renowned throughout the world. Buzz! A sharp, piercing sound ripped through the air, followed by a deafening roar. The martial god, who had kept his eyes tightly closed, slowly opened them, his gaze sharp as lightning, and looked in the direction from which the sound came. A young man dressed in black appeared silently on the top of a thick tree not far from him, like a ghost. The boy was agile and swayed lightly back and forth with the swaying of the branches, as if he were one with nature. Lang Mohan? The martial god frowned slightly and muttered to himself. He was naturally familiar with the young man in front of him, after all, his name was quite famous in the martial arts world. God of War. Lang Mohan responded coldly, his eyes flashing with undisguised hostility and provocation. I really didn't expect you to have such audacity to challenge me. The God of War said calmly, his face ashen. Although his tone was calm, the authority it conveyed sent chills down one's spine. However, Lang Mohan showed no sign of backing down in the face of the God of War's questioning. He straightened his body, looked directly into the eyes of the God of War, and answered without hesitation, "I have now surpassed the realm of a 9th level martial artist and become a rare powerhouse in the world. Why do you think I wouldn't dare challenge you to a duel?" Upon hearing this, the martial god was startled. He abruptly sat up, his eyes fixed on Lang Mohan, his expression turning extremely serious as he pressed, "Is what you say true?" Lang Mohan's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile as he casually remarked, "Whether it's true or not, you'll find out soon enough." After he finished speaking, he exuded an incomparably powerful aura, as if he were about to tear apart the surrounding air. The martial god felt a jolt in his heart as he sensed the abyss-like aura emanating from Lang Mohan. Whether it's true or not, I'll find out soon enough." The God of War roared, his voice like a thunderclap from the horizon, shaking every inch of the air. His figure streaked across the night sky like a shooting star, rushing swiftly towards Lang Mohan, his fist carrying the power to shatter mountains and split rocks, striking out with unstoppable force. Lang Mohan's pupils contracted, and a powerful aura surged from his body, like a giant wave rising from the deep sea. He swayed, dodging the God of War's attack like a ghost, while simultaneously striking out with lightning speed, colliding fiercely with the God of War's fist in midair. A deafening roar erupted, as if even the heavens and earth trembled at that moment. The two forces clashed fiercely in the air, creating a devastating shockwave that distorted the surrounding air into ripples. The God of War was sent flying by the terrifying shockwave, his body like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a towering mountain. Under this terrifying power, Tianju Peak began to collapse continuously, with boulders rolling down and dust flying everywhere. Lang Mohan, meanwhile, hovered in the air, his robes fluttering, seemingly unrelated to this earth-shattering battle. A moment later, the martial god soared into the sky again from the collapsed mountain. Although his clothes were tattered and he looked somewhat disheveled, his eyes still gleamed with excitement as he eagerly asked, "What exactly is the realm above the 9th level?" Lang Mohan's gaze was indifferent, and his tone was calm, innate. The God of War suddenly knelt in the void, his voice filled with utmost piety. "Mr. Lang, I am willing to follow you. Please teach me the secret to directly reaching the innate realm." The Zhongbei base city was immersed in the festive joy. Colorful lights adorned both sides of the street, and laughter filled the air as residents of the entire city enjoyed a 7-day holiday, with a generous daily distribution of 10,000 dragon dollars. All of this was to celebrate the grand wedding of Lang Mohan, the strongest man on earth. Today, the wedding is a gathering of many
familiar and unfamiliar figures, all coming together to witness the wedding of Lang Mohan and Chen Yushi.
Under everyone's gaze, Lang Mohan held Chen Yushi's hand tightly, his voice firm yet gentle. Yushi, will you marry me and spend the rest of your life with me?
Tears of happiness welled up in Chen Yushi's eyes, and her voice trembled as she said, I do.
Amidst the attention of the crowd, the two embraced tightly.
Suddenly, Chen Yushi covered her head with both hands, her face showing pain.
Lang Mohan immediately asked with concern, Yushi, is your headache acting up again? Chen Yushi's temperament underwent a subtle change at this moment, which Lang Mohan keenly noticed.
She smiled and hugged Lang Mohan tightly. This time, I can finally be with you.
Lang Mohan frowned slightly and asked, what's wrong?
Chen Yushi replied softly, I have a secret.
Do you want to hear it? Lang Mohan pressed on curiously, what secret?
Chen Yushi whispered in his ear, I come from the future.
Lang Mohan chuckled and asked, half jokingly, could it be that you're a time traveler?
Chen Yushi shook her head, a deep look flashing in her eyes. No, I just went back to the past, back to when you were young.